In a surreal twist of fate, Lin found himself in the Marvel Universe, awakening beside the enigmatic Mystique, who was pressing down on him. Panic surged through him, yet fortune smiled as his extraordinary system activated just in time. Beep, detecting deep interaction between the host and the high-energy life form Mystique. The ultimate auxiliary system, Yin-Yang harmony, successfully bound. Congratulations, host. Raven Darkholm's overall strength permanently increased by 1.5x. Luck permanently increased by 1.2x. Congratulations, host. Your overall strength permanently increased by 1.1x. Congratulations, host. According to the target's strength coefficient, you have received a monetary reward of 10,000. Gazing at the system notifications and the newfound balance in his bank account, Lin experienced an epiphany. Why chase after superheroes or cosmic overlords when strengthening a formidable woman like her while pocketing cash was far more enticing? When Mystique effortlessly dispatched Sabretooth, astonishment reverberated through the Brotherhood, and her gaze toward Lin transformed entirely. Upon an unforeseen encounter with the uncontrollable Scarlet Witch, where his account surged with millions, Magneto regarded him as the hope of mutants. Beep. Strengthening Scarlet Witch, reward 1 million. Beep. Strengthening Black Widow, reward 50,000. Beep. Strengthening Lady Sif, reward 10 million. Beep. Strengthening Goddess of Death Hela, reward amount. Years later, when Thanos descended upon Earth, he was bewildered to find himself confronted by a legion of girlfriends, each enhanced by Lin to surpass the Infinity Stones. Stay back, he exclaimed in horror. Chapter 1. Awakening with Mystique. Place of cerebral storage. Driving speed is slow. Cherish the moment. The dim, damp atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of cheap whiskey and mingled hormones. Lin awoke amidst a piercing headache, the after-effects of a hangover making him wish to expel his entire stomach. Instinctively, he reached for his throbbing temples, only to encounter a warm, textured surface, astonishingly elastic. This was no ordinary sensation. His eyes flew open, revealing a woman sprawled beside him. Moonlight streamed through the dilapidated blinds, casting a mottled glow across her form, accentuating the devilish curves reminiscent of a powerful, graceful panther. Yet, what captured Lin's complete attention was her skin, peculiar, alluring shade of blue, radiating a deadly charm. A flood of memories not his own surged into his consciousness like a raging torrent. His name was Lin, a privileged heir living off his ancestors' legacy. He vividly recalled racing, attempting to overtake a truck on the midnight loop of the highway. In the blink of an eye, blinding headlights and a deafening horn swallowed everything whole. The overloaded behemoth crushed him and his vehicle to mere scrap. And then, he traversed worlds. He found himself in the terrifyingly familiar Marvel Universia realm teeming with heroes, villains aplenty, where aliens invaded one day, machines threatened extinction the next, and a certain purple-skinned tyrant could erase half the universe with a snap of his fingers. And this woman, this enchanting creature with azure skin, was Mystique, Raven Darkholm, a class mutant, yet far more formidable than many a class counterparts. Before he could comprehend the vastness of this information that could cause any traveler's heart to seize, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Initial deep, Yin-Yang interaction with high-energy life-form class mutant detected gene chain passively activated. Binding the ultimate auxiliary system, Yin-Yang harmony. 1050. 99. Lin's mind went blank. Yin-Yang interaction? Harmony? What absurd golden finger was this? It sounded like a plot from a third-rate royal tale. He glanced at his own exposed form, and then at the slumbering Mystique beside him. Fragmented memories began piecing together. Last night, acting on instinct, he had engaged with a stranger. So, this was his beginning in this new world? Awakening in the embrace of a mutant, with a seemingly nonsensical system activated. At that moment, Mystique's piercing golden eyes, akin to a top predator, opened suddenly, surveying him with an intriguing gaze. She did not immediately exhibit any aggressive tendencies. Instead, she turned toward him, her interest palpable, as if observing a curious creature that had wandered into her lair. Lin felt every muscle tense, his heart racing as if to shatter his ribs, the metallic taste of adrenaline filling his throat. This was Mystique, a ruthless assassin, an expert in combat with an utter distrust of humanity. He was utterly unarmed, vulnerable. It would be simpler for her to crush him than to squash an ant. Little one, Mystique purred, stretching languidly, her perfect physique illuminated by the moonlight. Her lips parted, a playful smile gracing her features, her voice sultry and husky. You're awake? Her fingers glided across Lin's chest, sending shivers of sensation coursing through him. Last night, you were quite enthusiastic. She leaned closer, her nose nearly brushing against his cheek, her gaze seemingly able to penetrate his very soul. More intriguing than any man I've encountered. And she paused, gripping his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze, which brimmed with playful curiosity. Your body possesses a unique energy that I find irresistible. Frankly, I am curious about what you truly are. Her words sent a jolt through Lin's heart. So it was. His body, altered by the system, or rather, the soul of a traveler, had emitted a certain quality during their unconscious encounter, leading her to perceive him as an intriguing discovery rather than a nuisance to eliminate. Beep. Yin-Yang harmony successfully bound. Golden finger panel fully loaded. A celestial voice resonated within his mind, yet the imminent threat escalated. Mystique licked her lips, flipping over to assert dominance, pinning Lin beneath her. Her arms framed his body, casting her gaze down upon him, her golden eyes ignited with the fervor of a predator. Once more, she commanded, her voice laced with undeniable authority. I'm not finished yet. With that, her form began to morph, her skin, hair color, and features rapidly reconfiguring. The allure of Scarlet Witch, the valor of Captain Marvel, the tenacity of Black Widow, even the wildness of She-Hulk. She displayed her abilities like a magician, showcasing prized possessions before him. Lin's heart raced to its peak, yet his mind sharpened under the threat of impending doom. Pleading for mercy? She would snap me as easily as one twists the neck of a chick. Feigning death? Could a top assassin be deceived by such juvenile tricks? She does not intend to kill me now, I am merely her plaything. She revels in this game of control, relishing the manipulation of human emotions. The myriad forms she conjures are tests, but also displays she yearns to witness my grotesque submission to desire. Yet, what is a woman who has spent her life masquerading as others truly crave? To be accepted for her authentic self. Charles wishes for her to revert to Raven, while Magneto desires her to become the weapon known as Mystique. No one has ever told her that her true self is the finest version of her being. This is a high-stakes gamble. Lose, and there is no redemption. Win. Lin suppressed the fear gnawing at him instead. Desire became his sharpest weapon. He gazed intently into her ever-shifting visage and declared clearly, word by word, Raven, it is you I desire. The transforming body abruptly stilled. The face that had just coalesced into that of Black Widow flickered like a faulty television image, distorting and flashing before collapsing back into her primal form. With azure skin, crimson short hair, golden irises, and that uniquely textured skin, she was once again herself. The playful smile vanished, replaced by a complex expression mingling shock, confusion, and a hint of nostalgia. Once, someone had spoken to her in a similar vein. It is now? Lin seized upon her momentary lapse, instinct for survival merging with a man's desire for conquest in an instant. With a sudden surge of strength, he executed a clever maneuver, flipping their positions before Raven could react. Control had shifted. He dominated the once mighty predator, pinning her beneath him, and smiled at her rare display of astonished yellow eyes. Chapter 2. I'm in deep trouble. The curtains seemed sliced the New York night into a slender line. In the room, silence enveloped them, punctuated only by 2 heartbeats and 1 breath. The distance between them had been compressed to its utmost limit, the air thick and suffocating. Lin could discern the unmasked desire and scrutiny in Raven's brilliant yellow eyes, akin to a blue female leopard appraising its prey. Embracing the notion of having arrived, he surrendered to the inevitable. With the philosophy that even the ugly must survive, and this was a tactical compromise against a wretched fate. Lin offered no resistance. Mystique's arms coiled around his neck like a serpent, her lips curving into a half-smirk, part provocation, part playfulness, as she tilted her chin slightly. The physical distance between them began to transform. Intensity surged, smoothness waned. Gentleness ebbed, steadiness faltered. Again and again, they reveled in this cyclical dance. Excellent Raven let out a satisfied murmur, her voice husky and magnetic. Yet, in that very moment, Lin's attention was violently seized by a virtual screen igniting in his mind. It was a minimalist system panel, shimmering with a soft golden glow, visible only to him. On the panel, a few lines of cold text began to materialize, bearing an undeniable authority. Dual cultivation mode activated. Target locked. Mystique Raven Darkholme. Power rating. B-class mutant genetic potential. Exceptional. Dual cultivation connected energy transfer protocol. In progress. Genetic resonance analysis underway. Lin's eye twitched violently. Is this truly termed dual cultivation? Could the naming be any more ridiculous? He cursed internally, yet his body had to contend with the increasingly impassioned blue feline before him. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixed on the data in his mind, his heart racing like a drum. This was his sole trump card, the key to survival in this perilous realm. Time stretched and twisted in an agonizing yet exhilarating distortion, ultimately dissolving, until the night's slender line outside was suffused with the dawn's pale light. The panel in his mind erupted in radiant brilliance, as though heralding the completion of a grand ritual. Dual cultivation complete. Calculating. Congratulations, host. Your overall attributes have received a 0.1x enhancement during this dual cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have earned an additional reward, 10,000. Collaborator Mystique receives a 0.5x enhancement. Her mutant abilities and physical attributes are permanently fortified. System alert. Same dual cultivation target, cooldown period of 24 hours. Enhancement effects are contingent upon target's potential and state. Almost the instant the prompt appeared, an indescribable warmth surged, molten lava. A torrent of life force erupted from the depths of his being, sweeping through every inch of him like a flood breaking through its dam, invigorating every muscle, every cell. Ugh! Lin could not suppress a muffled groan as his muscles tensed instantly. It was a violent baptism of rebirth. Strength, speed, reflexes, senses, everything multiplied by 0.1 atop his already meager mortal foundation. Though the basis was weak and the enhancement slight, the transformation was palpable, sending shivers down his spine. What thrilled him even more was that 10,000 reward. $10,000. To the erstwhile rich heir Lin, this was merely a bottle of wine's worth. Yet for him, now a destitute illegal resident in New York, it was the seed capital for a new life, a ticket to dignity. This golden opportunity, despite its flamboyant name, its practicality was astonishing. As Lin reveled in the exhilaration of newfound power and unexpected fortune, Raven suddenly froze. Her body tensed as if forged from steel. Then, she sat upright with a swift motion that sliced through the air. What is this? Raven gasped in disbelief, staring down at her open hands. In her brilliant yellow eyes, shock transformed into a tidal wave of unrestrained joy. A force so potent it made her very soul tremble was surging from every cell within her body. She understood her own physique and abilities better than anyone. Yet now, the power, speed, and regenerative factors contained within her body had all brutally doubled. This was no illusion. With a mere thought, the blue skin and scales on her body flowed like liquid metal. What once required a second for meticulous simulation was now almost instantaneous. She even felt capable of perfectly replicating the cold touch of metal, the texture of fabric. How could this be? Was this another mutation? Or perhaps the only variable? Raven abruptly turned her head, her pupils, still glimmering with joy, instantly replaced by a chilling vigilance and fervent scrutiny. Her gaze was akin to two surgical blades, firmly fixated on Lineni, as if she sought to dissect him completely from soul to flesh. You? She grasped Lineni's arm with a grip as unyielding as iron. Having just undergone a slight enhancement, Lineni felt an excruciating pain as though his bones were on the verge of being crushed. You. Raven's voice trembled with a fervor that was both uncontrollable and intense, intermingled with 3 parts undeniable excitement, 3 parts deep-rooted vigilance, and 4 parts near-manic curiosity. But what exactly have you done to me? Confronted by the predatory gaze of the shapeshifter, Linenti grimaced in agony while his mind raced with frantic calculations. Should he speak the truth? Reveal that he possessed a Yin-Yang joyful Buddha body, which could amplify her strength through intimacy, while he could also reap some benefits. What a ludicrous notion. He harbored no doubts that, upon uttering the truth, he would not be regarded as a partner, but would instead be ensnared by Raven, reduced to a mere enhancement tool and mobile blood bank at her beck and call. He would lose all freedom and dignity, transforming into a canary confined within a cage, not merely a bird, but rather a human power bank. In this merciless Marvel universe, entrusting one's life and future entirely to a shrewd, suspicious woman devoid of any emotional foundation was the epitome of folly. A lie must be told. Moreover, it must be an impeccably seamless fabrication. I don't know. Lineni forced a mask of just the right blend of pain, bewilderment, and innocence onto his face. I woke up here, and I don't know anything. Perhaps I have awakened some mutant ability? He deftly attributed everything to the awakening of mutant powers. Chapter 3. Becoming stronger in a world awash with genetic mutations, this serves as a universal and irrefutable excuse. The array of mutant abilities is astonishing, and any enhancement capabilities are entirely plausible. Raven's amber eyes fixed intently upon him, as if discerning the veracity of his words. She was not one to be easily swayed by superstition. Rather, she felt the need for verification. Abruptly, she released Lynette, leapt from the bed, her exposed azure form emanating a primal aura within the dimly lit chamber. Advancing toward the wall, she inhaled deeply and, without any forewarning, unleashed a punch. It was a casual strike devoid of any build-up. Given her previous strength, this blow would typically result in mere spiderweb-like cracks in the wall, causing the plaster to flake away. However, with a resounding crash, debris flew and dust filled the air. The once sturdy brick wall had been shattered, a fist-sized hole created by her sheer force. The edges of the opening were impeccably smooth, a testament to the ultimate concentration of power. Sunlight poured through the aperture, illuminating the otherwise shadowy room. Gazing at her fist and then the exaggerated hole in the wall, her breath quickened. It was real. Her strength had indeed surged. She then experimented with her shape-shifting ability. With a mere thought, her form transformed into that of a Wall Street elite, dressed in a suit, adorned with a tie, and sporting gold-rimmed glasses. Every detail, from physique to facial features, down to the fabric sheen and creases, was rendered flawlessly, without a hint of imperfection. The entire transformation took less than half a second, a speed that exceeded her previous capabilities by more than double. She could even sense that she could perfectly mimic this man's vocal cords, fingerprints, and even his irises. This unprecedented control over her abilities filled her with exhilaration. After the initial shock, an uncontrollable ecstasy surged within her. She turned her gaze back to Lynette, and the expression in her eyes had irrevocably changed. If previously she regarded Lynette as a mere amusing trinket, a transient diversion from her solitude, now she looked at him as Columbus must have gazed upon the New World, or as an alchemist discovering the Philosopher's Stone. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew charged and fervent, a harsh and violent knocking erupted from outside the door, akin to a battering ram. Bang, bang, bang. Raven, you wretched whore, get out here. A coarse male voice bellowed from beyond the threshold. Did you think you could hide after stealing from our boss? If I don't break your legs today, I shall not be called the butcher. The raucous taunts and vile language of several ruffians penetrated the air. Lynette's nerves tensed immediately. Yet, Raven's face bore no sign of fear. Instead, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile curled at her lips. Perfect, she licked her lips and murmured softly, "Let us see just how effective this newfound power truly is." As her words lingered in the air, her body suddenly expanded and transformed with a disconcerting sound of sinewy muscles shifting. In but a fleeting second, the once alluring and seductive Mystique morphed into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, a muscular behemoth with bulging veins and a fearsome visage. Her physique was a striking amalgamation of the Hulk and Schwarzenegger. Striding forward with her terrifying naked form, each step resonated with the floor, which groaned under the weight of her presence. She forcefully flung open the door, and the cacophony of shouts outside abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of short, choked gasps of astonishment. Lynette did not witness the scene unfolding outside. However, he was assailed by a succession of bone-chilling sounds, piercing screams, the sickening crunch of bones snapping, the dull thud of heavy objects colliding with walls and floors, and finally, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The entire episode transpired in less than 10 seconds. The world had grown quiet. Moments later, the terrifying muscular figure returned, unscathed and lacking even a single drop of blood upon her. Under Lynette's watchful gaze, her form fluidly reverted to the original blue visage of Raven. She flicked her wrist as if shooing away bothersome flies, then approached the bedside, leaning in closely, her blazing yellow eyes fixated on Lynette with an intense fervor. "Little one," her voice was rife with an irresistible possessiveness. "It appears your mutant abilities are quite extraordinary and remarkably useful." She extended her tongue, delicately brushing against Lynette's lips, leaving a cool, moist sensation in its wake. "From this day forth, you shall be mine. I shall safeguard you, and no one shall dare to take you from me. Naturally, you must also cater to my needs. Yet, I wish to test once more if you can grow stronger. With that, she lunged forward, devoid of emotion, driven solely by desire. The creaking sound echoed ominously. Lynette, though his heart sank, was compelled to maintain a semblance of smile. It seemed he was safe for the time being, yet he had irrevocably forfeited his freedom. He had become Mystique's exclusive treasure, a walking delicacy. However, it mattered little. Lynette contemplated quietly within. Safety was paramount, and wealth was a secondary concern. Accompanying Mystique, at least in the early stages, provided him with substantial security. Moreover, each shared experience could strengthen him while yielding considerable financial gain. This life of indulgence didn't seem so unpalatable after all. It was even somewhat enticing. Observing the possessive glint in Raven's eyes, he silently resolved to pursue his goals. First, to leverage Raven to amass enough strength for self-preservation and a fortune. Second, to seek an opportunity to escape her grasp and establish his own dominion. The Marvel Universe. Here I come. Although the beginning was rather intense, who can truly claim victory in the end remains uncertain. The atmosphere within the room, following a battle devoid of gunpowder, has reverted to an eerie calm. The creaking floorboards have finally ceased their lament. Raven lazily reclines against the headboard, her azure skin reflecting a peculiar sheen in the sunlight streaming through the wall's crevice. She closes her eyes, meticulously attuning herself to every subtle change within her body. After a brief moment, she opens her eyes with a hint of disappointment. Nothing. There is nothing. That overwhelming sensation akin to a volcanic eruption has not returned. Everything within her remains unchanged from half an hour ago, with no progress whatsoever. It seems this augmentation is not limitless. She murmurs softly to herself, a flicker of contemplation passing through her golden-hued eyes. Does it require a cooling period? Or perhaps this little one's abilities can only be invoked once a day? Should she attempt it again at night? Or does it necessitate more intense emotions? Might she need to introduce a whip? Her gaze drifts toward Lynette, unwittingly imbued with the scrutiny of a merchant assessing merchandise. At that moment, however, Lynette is entirely preoccupied with his own thoughts. His mind is deeply immersed in his own consciousness. Chapter 4. Raven's extraction just moments ago. He actively summoned the virtual panel for the first time. Unlike the previous passive triggers, this time it was he who intentionally opened it with his thoughts. A minimalist, translucent screen now hovers within his mental space, displaying several lines of data that quicken his heartbeat. Yin-Yang joyful Buddha body, host, Lynette, physique, pure young Buddha body, beginner. Comprehensive quality assessment, strength, 8 speed, 9 endurance, 7 spirit, 15 current dual cultivation partner. Raven Darkholme, metamorph. Available funds, 10,000. System evaluation. You are a slightly stronger weakling than an average person. Your mental aptitude is somewhat intriguing. Survive and do not bring disgrace to the traversers. Lynette's lips twitch in irritation. Weakling? This insufferable system certainly lacks tact. Nevertheless, his heart swells with fervor. This panel represents the very foundation of his existence. Although his base attributes are lamentably low, he is drawn to the 4 words following the spirit attribute, transcendent entry into the sacred. This should signify his unique soul as a traverser, the very essence that captivates Raven and activates this golden finger. A 1-fold enhancement multiplies all his mortal attributes below 10 by 11. While it may appear modest, this holistic boost has already liberated him from the realm of mediocrity. After all, the original host physique was hardly commendable, having long been marred by indulgence and vice. The possibility of traversing dimensions exists, and it could very well be that this individual has been thoroughly drained by Mystique, for her stamina is indeed formidable. More importantly, that sum of $10,000 is not a mere figment of the imagination, but rather a tangible fortune. As he pondered over the panel, Raven suddenly flipped off the bed. In a dazzling display of shifting hues, her form rapidly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, she reverted to a towering, muscle-bound behemoth. Striding towards a door, she coldly commanded without glancing back, "Stay here. Do not venture even a step beyond this room." Her voice now bore a rough, husky timbre, imbued with an undeniable authority. "If you dare to flee." She paused, turning her head to reveal a grotesque smile that was more akin to a grimace than a grin. "I shall personally hunt you down and methodically snap each of your bones." Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Lynette gazed at the firmly shut door, the bitter smile on his face evaporating instantly, replaced by an air of calm resolve. Escape? What a ludicrous notion. Present-day New York was to him more perilous than hell itself. A wealthy foreign student, possessing $10,000, would be akin to a walking target, unaware of the manner of his demise. Although he had forfeited his freedom by aligning himself with Mystique, at least he was assured of his safety. Safety first, wealth second. He silently recited his personal code of conduct, then picked up a tattered pair of pants nearby and extracted a shattered phone from within. Guided by memory, he trembled as he tapped into a banking app. Upon entering a series of account numbers and passwords that were entirely foreign to him, a figure suddenly illuminated the screen. 1 million. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Lynette's heart raced wildly. It was real. This was all genuinely happening. He was not dreaming. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when the door swung open once more. Raven, restored to her original appearance, stepped inside. Her expression seemed somewhat melancholic, yet her spirit appeared unyielded. She tossed a paper bag onto the bed, containing provisions and water. Eat, she said nonchalantly. Lynette, unceremoniously, seized a hamburger and devoured it ravenously. He was truly famished. Observing his gluttonous display, Raven sat at the edge of the bed and, seemingly casually, remarked, "We are currently evading someone." Lynette's chewing halted. "Magneto." "Eric Lynshare." Raven's tone was flat, as if she were merely mentioning an unrelated individual. "I no longer wish to serve his absurd ideal of mutant supremacy. He is a madman, one who will drag everyone into hell." Lynette felt the hamburger in his mouth lose its appeal in an instant. Magneto. Old Man Magneto. One of the most high-profile villains from the X-Men series. He possesses the power to manipulate magnetic fields and control metals, a singular individual rivaling an entire army, a top-tier mutant. What fortune is this? Freshly emerged from the novice village, he finds himself ensnared in a vortex of divine conflict. At present, he is merely an ordinary person, albeit one with a slightly enhanced ability, confronting an excruciatingly difficult beginning. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Raven furrowed her brow, her heart immediately alert. "Do you know him?" Lynn inwardly chastised himself for his loose tongue. With a slight tremor of his hand, his hamburger nearly slipped from his grasp. "I don't know him. Didn't you mention Magneto?" "I merely bestowed him with a nickname." Seemingly sensing his tension, Raven's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She leaned in, delicately wiping the sauce from the corner of his mouth with her fingertip, her touch gentle. Yet this gentleness sent shivers down Lynn's spine. It was a tenderness reserved for cherished possessions, imbued with a possessive urge that was both protective and intrusive. "Do not fear." Raven's voice carried a hint of seduction. "With me here, he cannot find us. I shall safeguard you." From her pocket, she produced a pristine smartphone and a thick wad of cash, placing them before Lynn. "Take these. Aside from leaving my side, anything you desire, I can fulfill." Lynn gazed at the smartphone and the cash, then into Raven's striking yellow eyes. It appeared he was ensnared in a sweet prison. Nightfall descended once more. As the sole source of light, the hole in the wall was completely engulfed by darkness. Raven drew closer again, her warm body pressed tightly against him, her voice laced with unrestrained desire and a hint of urgency. "Little one, the cool-down period should have ended, right? I wish to see if you have grown stronger this time." Indeed, the cool-down had concluded, following yet another exhilarating bout of combat. The familiar warmth surged through their bodies once more. Raven, feeling the resurgence of strength within her, let out a satisfied and blissful sigh. Her gaze upon Lynn increasingly resembled that of a connoisseur regarding a rare and exquisite treasure, filled with fervent possessiveness. Meanwhile, Lynn silently observed the figures on his status panel. Strength, 88, speed, 99, stamina, 77, mentality, 165, available funds, 20,000. A subtle smile curled at the corner of his mouth, invisible to others. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly delightful, especially in this perilous world. In the following days, the two engaged in a highly structured routine of rest and combat. By day, Raven would transform into various forms to gather intelligence and procure supplies, while Lynn was compelled to remain indoors. He could only utilize his new smartphone to voraciously absorb information about this world. He discovered that the current timeline was set several years after the events of the first battle of the X-Men. The Professor's school had begun to take shape. while Magneto had assembled his brotherhood, quietly amassing power. This was a relatively tranquil, yet tumultuous period beneath the surface. However, this calm was soon to be shattered. That evening, upon her return, Raven appeared unusually grave. "We must change our location," she stated bluntly. "Eric's people seem to have caught our scent." A heaviness settled in Linty's heart. Moreover, Raven continued, "I require more intelligence and resources. Mere petty theft is no longer sufficient. Tonight, I will take you to a place." Half an hour later, in Manhattan, New York, within an unremarkable classical building, Linty gazed at his reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat surreal. He was clad in a meticulously tailored Armani suit, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, his hair impeccably styled. He appeared to be the very embodiment of a privileged young gentleman, exuding an air of languid sophistication. Beside him stood Raven, transformed into a stunning figure, standing at 6 feet tall, with golden hair and striking blue eyes. Her physique captivating every man's gaze. She wore a sharp black tailored suit, her demeanor cool and composed, resembling the epitome of an elite secretary. "Remember," Raven leaned in, whispering in a voice audible only to the two of them. "Once inside, you are Leo, a fortunate heir who has recently inherited a substantial fortune from his father. Speak little, observe much. I will handle everything. Do not wander off, or the consequences will be dire." Linty nodded silently. As they entered the elevator, upon its doors opening again, they were met with a wave of opulence, hedonism, and a mingling sense of perfume and power. They had arrived at a vast underground club adorned with crystal chandeliers and velvet carpets, where scantily clad waiters navigated the crowd with champagne flutes. Classical music flowed through the air, but the sounds of conversation and raucous laughter were imbued with primal desire. The Hellfire Club. Linty recognized the place instantly. It was a secret society in a Marvel universe, composed of global elites and social luminaries, with its core members being formidable mutants. This venue served as a den for the powerful and affluent, as well as a hub for the exchange of intelligence and intrigue. Raven expertly guided him through the throngs. Stopping at a bar. "Wait for me here, order a drink, and do not cause trouble," she instructed firmly. "I need to discuss some matters." With that, she turned, her remarkable waist swaying as she made her way toward a private booth deep within the club. Linty sat alone at the bar, ordering a glass of whiskey. Rather than feeling anxious, he was enveloped in an inexplicable thrill. Within this club, every individual emanated varying degrees of energy fluctuations, whether strong or weak. Wealthy elites, mutants, politicians, and assassins from all walks of life converged in this vibrant gathering. His gaze, akin to the most sophisticated radar, swept across the entire venue. Then, he beheld a familiar figure. Not far away, in a private booth, a young girl clad in a striking red evening gown, with a mane of brilliant crimson hair, was seated alongside a man donning special red quartz glasses. Jean Grey and Scott Summers, the future Phoenix and Cyclops, yet both were still in their youth. A sudden jolt of trepidation coursed through Linter's heart. Within Jean Grey resided a terrifying power capable of annihilating the universe. Such a perilous individual must be kept at a distance. He swiftly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he sipped his drink, mentally calculating when Raven would return. However, it seemed that his luck, with its penchant for mischief, thrived in such moments. Just as he resolved to become invisible, Jean Grey appeared to sense something, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She scanned the raucous crowd, her gaze honing in with uncanny precision on Linter. Scott, seemingly aware of her unease, murmured a question. Jean shook her head, exchanged a few words with Scott, then rose, glass in hand, striding directly towards Linter. A pang of dread surged within him. There was no escaping this. He watched as the approaching crimson-haired figure sent shivers down his spine. Moments later, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Jean Grey stood before him, tall and poised, her high heels nearly aligning her gaze with the seated Linter. An overwhelming mental force emanated from her, instilling a palpable pressure, as though she had pierced through his very being. Her ruby lips parted, her voice resonating with clarity and curiosity. "You are quite unique. I sense a warm, yet perilous aura surrounding you. My name is Jean. May I ask yours?" Linter's heart thundered in his chest, blood rushing to his brain, rendering him momentarily dizzy. The Phoenix, the impending catastrophe, a harbinger of cosmic calamity, All he wished for was to find a crevice to hide within or for Raven to whisk him away immediately. He forced a semblance of composure. Raising his glass to take a sip of whiskey, the fiery liquid serving to mask the tremor in his palm. Adam, he uttered, a name as common as dust. Jean's emerald eyes flickered with intrigue, an invisible mental force silently probing into Linter's consciousness. This was an instinctive gesture, an innate curiosity towards the extraordinary. Yet, just as that mental force was about to breach the core of Linter's awareness, it collided with an impenetrable barrier. The spiritual tendrils of Chin vanished like a drop of water absorbed by the desert, leaving no trace or echo behind. How could this be? For the first time, a clear look of astonishment appeared on Chin's face. She had encountered individuals capable of resisting her mental prowess, such as the helmet of Magneto or highly trained agents. Yet, the man before her, named Adam, possessed a mental realm akin to a black hole, deep, unfathomable, and consuming all inquiries. Your spirit is remarkably resilient, Chin blurted out, her own surprise evident in her tone. The heavy stone that had been suspended in Lynette's heart crashed down. He had not been seen through. His extraordinary mental attribute, indeed, served as a formidable firewall. He secretly exhaled in relief while feigning ignorance. Is that so? Many people say I have a strong will. Perhaps it's because I persist in exercising daily? He began to speak earnestly, albeit absurdly. This facade of nonchalance only piqued Chin's curiosity further. At that moment, a tall figure stepped between them. Scott Summers approached, his distinctive red quartz glasses shielding him from view, exuding an aura of cold detachment that discouraged any unwelcome advances. He positioned Chin behind him, his actions radiating a palpable sense of protection. Chapter 6. I can print money. Chin, the professor is still waiting for us. His words were directed at Chin, yet his scrutinizing gaze was entirely focused on Lynette. The air in the club seemed to thicken due to this confrontation. Lynette felt as though he were a cookie caught between two prehistoric beasts. Just as tension escalated, a figure wafting a fragrant breeze elegantly interjected from the side. Raven had returned. She remained the same fiery beauty with golden hair and azure eyes, her face adorned with a flawless commercial smile. Naturally, she extended her arm, intimately linking it with Lynette's, her body pressing closely against his. This possessive gesture was executed with practiced ease. Darling, I'm back, she softly murmured to Lynette before turning her head toward Chin, her cerulean eyes sparkling with mirth yet edged with a sharpness akin to a needle. Miss, is there something you require? She paused, not waiting for Chin's response, and lightly added, keep your distance from my man. Chin's brow furrowed in dismay. Scott's body tensed further, one hand already resting on the frame of his glasses. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Observers nearby instinctively took several steps back, wary of being drawn into this brewing storm. Lynette felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Sister, are you provoking the Phoenix? Do you even know who she is? Yes, you should know. But didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? He now only wished to seize Raven and flee immediately, distancing themselves as far as possible from the Sentinel forces. Ah, your taste remains as unique as ever. A languid and melodious female voice interrupted the standoff. Approaching with poise, a woman adorned in a resplendent white diamond gown, her platinum hair equally striking, held a glass of champagne. It was Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, a formidable telepath. Emma advanced to the gathering, her gaze sweeping over Raven and Jean's faces before finally settling on Scott's hand, which was adjusting his glasses. Scott, this is not Xavier's training grounds. If you damage anything, Charles' reputation won't suffice to cover it. Her tone was casual, yet laced with an unassailable authority. With a dismissive snort, Scott lowered his hand. Emma then turned her attention to Raven, a playful smile gracing her lips. Take your new toy elsewhere to play. Do not frighten our esteemed guests here. Raven shot Emma a cold glance, remaining silent. She linked arms with Linter and turned to leave, her movements decisive and unhesitant. Linter pulled along, nearly stumbled in her wake, daring not to meet Jean's gaze as they passed by. Only after they exited the Hellfire Club and slipped into a black sedan parked at the roadside did Linter finally exhale in relief. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was oppressively tense. Raven, having reverted to her original blue form, sat in the driver's seat, silent as she started the car, merging smoothly into the flow of traffic enveloped in the night. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice as cold as ice. That red-haired woman is Charles' associate, a top-tier telepath. From now on, you are forbidden from any contact with her. Raven abruptly turned her head, her vivid yellow eyes locking onto Linter in the dim confines of the car. Do you understand? She is an enemy, extremely dangerous. I do not care what secrets you harbor. Until your abilities prove useful to me, you would do well to comply. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to incapacitate you first and then hide you away. The final words were imbued with a palpable menace. Linter shivered, yet amidst the fear, a sense of absurdity washed over him. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, forcing a resigned expression onto his face. Incapacitate. Please, dear sister. This model is a limited edition, one of a kind globally. If it's ruined, it truly will be gone. He pointed to himself, and then at Raven. Moreover, if the power bank is broken, where will you find a compatible charger? It won't work otherwise. And besides, with only one limb left, you'll soon tire of it. It would be better for us to assist each other. While Linter spoke, his hands, however, were restless, beginning to graze Mystique's skin. Raven's yellow pupils constricted slightly. She had not anticipated that this man could utter such words even under threat. The malevolence within the vehicle inexplicably dissipated by a fraction. Enough with the verbal sparring. She scoffed, reigniting the car's engine, tacitly acquiescing to certain behaviors. Charles' hypocritical theory of peaceful coexistence would only render mutants as mere pets and subjects of experimentation for humanity. Those who distance themselves from him, like Eric, are unequivocally madmen, albeit in different manifestations of insanity. Her tone bore the weight of profound disdain. The car wound its way through the streets, ultimately halting before an unremarkable apartment building in Brooklyn. This was to be their new safe haven. The room was modest yet immaculate, fully equipped with necessities, evidently a place Raven had meticulously prepared in advance. Upon entering, Raven promptly retreated to the bathroom to cleanse herself, erasing the decadent aura of the Hellfire Club. Lin, on the other hand, sank heavily into the sofa, retrieving his new phone and launching a financial application. The vibrant graphs and incessantly fluctuating numbers on the screen evoked a sense of nostalgic familiarity within him. Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, Oscorp, these illustrious names, once thunderous in films, now transformed into symbols easily manipulated by capital. As Raven emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in carefree abandon, she was greeted by the sight of Lin, wholly engrossed in his phone's display, fingers gliding swiftly across the screen as he murmured to himself. What are you up to now? Raven inquired, drying her damp hair with a cautious tone. I'm contemplating our perpetual evasion, Lin replied without lifting his gaze. This is not living, it is imprisonment. Each day is fraught with anxiety, uncertain when Magneto might dismantle this building or when the professor might send someone for your psychological counsel. Raven paused, stepping before Lin to look down upon him. Oh, according to you, what should we do? Seek refuge with Charles, only to be confined in the academy as his mascot? Or kneel before Eric, begging for another opportunity to serve him? Neither. Lin finally raised his head, switching off the phone screen. He reclined against the sofa, gazing up at the azure-hued mistress. We shall take a third path, a route neither of them could fathom, nor would they deign to respect. What path? She inquired. The path of capital. Lin's voice was quiet, yet each word resonated with clarity. Raven was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. Capital? Money? Lin, have I rendered you dazed in slumber? She extended a finger, its nail glinting ominously under the light. Can money shield against the tempest of steel that Eric might unleash? Can it block Charles' insidious mental invasions? In this world, only power is paramount. Your notion is not but scrap paper. No, you are mistaken. Lin shook his head, his expression unusually earnest. You're simplifying the issue far too much. Money itself may not obstruct extraordinary abilities, yet it possesses the potential to accomplish far greater feats. He rose to face Raven's scrutiny directly. Allow me to pose a question. Could a specially crafted bullet capable of penetrating your protective scales bring about your demise? Chapter 7. Exhausted? Raven's expression darkened. Indeed, isn't the factory that manufactures such bullets, the scientists who research this technology, and the arms dealers who supply them to the military far more formidable than a mere bullet? Lin pressed on relentlessly. We could utilize our wealth to acquire that factory, dismiss that scientist, and bribe that arms dealer. We could redirect all weapons threatening mutants to our desired destinations. Magneto is powerful, yet his Brotherhood members also require sustenance, a livelihood, and intelligence. We could incite discord through our financial means, fostering suspicion among his subordinates due to uneven distribution of spoils. We could enlist the finest mercenaries in the world, not to assassinate him, but to dismantle his strongholds and seize his resources, leaving him preoccupied with logistical dilemmas rather than contemplating world destruction. And what of the professor? Does he not require funds to operate his school? Does the maintenance of that brainwave enhancement device not necessitate financial resources? We could establish a foundation for mutant rights, undermining his influence by offering superior treatment and resources to attract his wavering students. As Lin's pace quickened, a glimmer of an unfamiliar fervor flickered in his eyes, a confidence not born of desire but of strategic mastery, a madness that perceived the world as a grand chessboard. Raven found herself utterly captivated. She had never considered the matter from his perspective. In her struggles alongside Charles and Eric, the essence of their conflict revolved around power, ideology, and the survival of their race. They resembled ancient deities and sovereigns, wielding divine power and armies to conquer. Yet Lin proposed a method of warfare entirely foreign to her, one that sent chills down her spine, undermining the foundation and striking from a lower dimension. It sounded intriguing. After a considerable pause, Raven regained her voice, though skepticism still lingered. But all of this hinges on one prerequisite. She astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. Is your wealth sufficient to purchase even a single screw from Stark Industries? Lin chuckled, for he had anticipated this query. Thus, we require initial capital. He gazed at Raven with a frankness that seemed utterly incontrovertible. And our printing press is right here, is it not? Instead of approaching Raven, he turned and strode directly toward the bedroom, unfastening the buttons of his shirt as he walked. For the sake of our grand capitalist endeavor, it appears we must work overtime tonight. As he pushed open the bedroom door, he glanced back at the still stunned Raven, gesturing invitingly. Raven stood transfixed, watching his retreating figure. In the depths of his amber-hued pupils, a tumultuous blend of absurdity, irritation, and exhilaration began to surface for the first time. This man was endeavoring to transform from her pet into her partner, and in a manner she had granted him. She licked her lips and followed him inside. What sort of woman was required this night? My dear Raven, it is precisely someone like you that I desire. In the post-war bedroom, the air still bore the acrid scent of gunpowder. Lin felt utterly drained, as if he had been wrung out and tossed into a dryer 100 times over. He now resembled a weary, lifeless figure, barely able to move. With a mere mortal's resilience, surviving the onslaught of a mutant could be considered a stroke of luck. Yet, the woman beside him, that ethereal being with azure skin, stood in stark contrast. She appeared as though she had just emerged from an exquisite performance. Every inch of her vibrant blue skin radiating a luminous glow, as if molten lava coursed through her veins, her very breath exuding an intense heat. Stronger once again, Raven's voice was husky, laden with profound satisfaction as she coiled around him like a serpent. Her slender fingers traced languid circles upon Lin's sweat-slicked chest. The gaze she directed was not that of a lover, but rather that of one admiring a newly acquired treasure, a power bank that belonged solely to her. Lin could barely muster the effort to lift his eyelids. All his focus was absorbed within the confines of the system panel in his mind. Dual cultivation complete. Host comprehensive attributes enhanced. Partner, shapeshifter Raven Darkholm's attributes enhanced. Monetary reward being processed. Detected enhancement in partner's power rating. Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000. Lin silently observed the digits on the panel. Yin-Yang joyful Buddha body host. Lin, physique, pure Yang Buddha body beginner. Comprehensive attribute evaluation. Current enhancement multiplier, 11, strength, 968 speed, 1089 stamina, 847 mental fortitude, 1815 available funds, 30,000. System evaluation. Congratulations, you have evolved from a somewhat resilient weakling into a somewhat swift weakling. Do not get carried away. Even a peanut can still send you to your demise. Lin's lips twitched in irritation. The system had become increasingly acerbic. Yet, despite the biting remarks, the tangible benefits to his body were undeniable. The original vessel, ravaged by indulgences, was now being reinforced. Strength, speed, and stamina. Each category saw a remarkable rise. His reflexes were astonishingly quick. At the very least, he was no longer that useless rich heir. However, gazing at the $30,000 in his account, Lin felt no joy. What could 30 grand accomplish in New York? It wouldn't even suffice for a decent handbag. Was this truly the path of a capitalist? This is not a money printer. It is, in fact, a manual pencil sharpener. A defective one at that. It breaks the lead with just a couple of shakes, and I have to coax the pencil to continue producing lead. More troubling still is the woman beside me. Her possessiveness is so overwhelming it feels as if it could drip with intensity. The look in her eyes resembles that of a vicious dragon guarding the brightest gem in its lair. Anyone daring to gaze too long would meet a fiery demise. I am but a gilded goose, kept in captivity, my fate held firmly in the hands of my keeper. This sensation is utterly infuriating. I cannot allow this to continue. I must not place all my treasures in one basket with Raven. I require more partners, more funds, and most importantly, a bargaining chip. One that would allow me a moment to breathe within this toxic relationship. Meanwhile, Raven sleeps contentedly, her newfound power providing her with an absolute sense of security. Her breathing calm and deep. An opportunity. With all the artistry he could muster, Lin carefully maneuvered, inch by inch, out of her octopus-like embrace. He moved as stealthily as a mouse pilfering cheese. Tiptoeing, he slipped into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. He sat down on the cold toilet seat, retrieved his phone, and with deft fingers, executed a series of complex maneuvers that he could scarcely remember, accessing a pitch-black browser interface. The dark web. In his previous life as a scion, he had navigated these gray areas with unparalleled skill. Information is the most valuable commodity in this world. He sought intelligence on all the formidable women worth investing in. Holding his breath, he delved into various encrypted forums, perusing the posts like a ghost. The content was a stark portrayal of raw desire traded. Chapter 8. Bombshells arrive the Hellfire Club's White Queen, offering $5 million for a single night of passion. Has yet to find a taker, with 3 wealthy suitors having mysteriously vanished. A level 11 agent of SHIELD, known as the Mimic, has been elusive, with the latest mission location suspected to be in South America. Princess Shuri of Wakanda, a technological prodigy, is always accompanied by a royal guard. Any male attempting to draw near would find themselves swiftly dispatched. Lin shook his head in disbelief. The challenges were formidable, each one more perilous than the last. Approaching the White Queen, a manipulative enchantress, would leave one utterly shattered. The remaining options were either as elusive as a dragon or guarded as securely as the White House. I need a new power source, one that offers substantial returns, yet is not clingy. A professional woman, one who could be managed through money and interests. A ruthless character who understands the rules, focusing solely on transactions, devoid of emotional entanglements. Suddenly, a name leapt out at him. It was frequently mentioned in a post detailing internal SHIELD evaluation reports. Natasha Romanoff. Lin's fingers paused. The Black Widow. He swiftly exited the dark web and utilized a standard browser to search for the name. An article from the New York Times promptly appeared. In the photograph, a red-haired woman clad in an impeccably tailored black business suit stood beside a portly, balding politician at a charity gala. Her smile was flawless, reminiscent of a perfect vase. Yet her eyes were hawkish. It was her. Lin's heart raced with fervor. Black Widow Natasha. Power unparalleled. Beauty unmatched. Allurement undeniably supreme. A top-tier agent who danced on the edge of a blade. She could hardly resist the temptation of everlasting strength. Most importantly, she emerged from a place akin to the Red Room. To her, everything was negotiable, and emotions were the most feudal currency. She sought power, he sought wealth, and perhaps a chance to elevate himself. A fair exchange, a swift parting. This was infinitely simpler than dealing with the delicate, melancholic woman beside him. Lin gazed at the image of the red-haired woman on his phone screen, his eyes gleaming with determination. A new printing press had been discovered. The pressing question was how to clandestinely connect with the Black Widow under Raven's constant surveillance. He deleted all browsing history, ensuring his phone was as pristine as new. Just as he twisted the bathroom door lock, suddenly, a piercing alarm, jarring enough to rupture eardrums, erupted outside the apartment building without warning, followed by a thunderous boom. The wall beside Lin was struck as if by a battering ram. Bricks and concrete exploded instantly, revealing a gaping, menacing hole. Before he could react, a metallic object, radiating eerie blue energy, shot through the air with a whoosh, spinning and shrieking like the harbinger of death. It embedded itself a mere half-inch from his foot. Buzzing, crackling, blue electrical sparks danced upon the floor. A noxious blend of burnt wood and ozone assaulted his nostrils. Lin froze, his brain not blank, but rather malfunctioning. He stared at the device, less than 10 centimeters from his toes. A chill coursed through him, not from his feet, but surging from below, rushing to the crown of his head. Panic ensued. The red light on the dart flickered like a death knell. Lin's scalp prickled. Without a moment's thought, he turned and bolted towards the bedroom. Boom! Fortunately, he had seen enough Hollywood blockbusters. The blast wave nearly propelled him into Raven's embrace as he burst through the door. Soft, resilient, fragrant. Good heavens! There's a bomb. Lin's complexion turned ashen as he clung to Raven, still trembling. Beyond the gaping hole in the wall stood two shadowy figures, blocking the corridor's light entirely. On the left stood a figure as robust as a grizzly bear, his muscular physique straining against the confines of his skin-tight vest. When he opened his mouth, a glimmer of metallic teeth shone in the darkness, reflecting light as if capable of crushing bones. To the right, a leaner individual clad in black combat attire resembled a sleek leopard. He sported a tactical visor adorned with a flashing red dot, his fingers deftly twirling an identical energy dart that buzzed ominously, akin to a viper flicking its tongue. Revan, the boss wants you to return. The man with iron teeth rumbled, his voice coarse like sandpaper scraping against iron. Save your breath, Big Iron, the slender one, codenamed Spark, retorted, glancing away as the red of his visor swept across the room. Do you think that muscle-bound imbecile will listen to her? Startled, Revan swiftly turned, shielding Lynette behind her. Every muscle in her body tensed, her blue skin shimmering with a dangerous, cold light under the moon. She did not spare a glance at the two intruders, resembling a protective blue panther. Big Iron, Spark. Revan's voice was devoid of warmth, cold and unyielding. Leave. Revan, must you be so ungracious? Spark chuckled lightly, halting the dart in his hand, its tip now aimed at her. The boss misses you. The Brotherhood needs you. Is it worth it for an ordinary person? Come with us, this pretty boy here. We can pretend we didn't TC him. And if I refuse, then we'll have no choice but to escort you back. Big Iron stepped forward, his military boots thudding against the floor, causing the entire building to tremble. His murky gaze pierced through Revan's shoulder, fixating on the trembling Lynette behind her. And you, pretty boy, he continued, his metal teeth grinding, producing a chilling creak. You're the one who lured Revan away? The boss has ordered to tear you apart, like ripping a used tissue into shreds. The moment those words left his mouth, Lynette was consumed by a wave of terror, ignited by a fierce anger that surged to his throat. I lured her away? Are you blind? Can't you see she is protecting me? Who controls whom here? I am the victim. Adrenaline surged through him, overpowering all rational thought. To hell with you. Lynette shouted at the two shadows, summoning a courage he did not know he possessed. Tell your boss to come here himself. What do you think you two lackeys are? Go back and inform that Iron Head to clean his neck. I'll have my day. Before he could finish his tirade, a cold hand gently pressed against his mouth. Revan glanced back at him, her golden, beastly eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, surprise, annoyance, but predominantly a sentiment of approval mixed with a silent warning. Well said, but refrain from further outbursts. In the next heartbeat, the battle erupted. The formidable Steel Fang roared, his imposing frame, weighing over 200 pounds, charged forth like a small tank, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, aimed directly at Raven's face. Yet, Raven did not flinch or retreat. Instead, she advanced. Having undergone numerous enhancements, her physical prowess had evolved far beyond her former self. As the colossal fist descended upon her like a mountain, she bent her waist, transforming into a sinuous, boneless blue serpent, slipping into Steel Fang's embrace. In that fleeting moment of proximity, it felt as if something had snagged at her feet, causing only a momentary hesitation. When the next instant, her adjustment was swifter. Every part of her, elbows, knees, knuckles, became lethal weapons. Thud, thud, thud. The resonant sounds of impact rang out, dense and rhythmic like firecrackers during the new year. Each resonant thud struck precisely at Steel Fang's vulnerable ribs, joints, and lower back. Chapter 9. A bloody slaughter. Steel Fang resembled a clumsy bear, brimming with strength yet ensnared, unable to swing his fists freely, forced to retreat under the relentless assault. His mind buzzed. Was this truly the same Raven he knew? Her power, her speed, her fighting style? It was as though she were two entirely different individuals. Sparks flew as the battle intensified. Hua Hua, who had been spectating, suddenly glinted with cold resolve. An opportunity had presented itself. An energy dart released from her hand. Tracing a cunning blue arc, its target was not Raven, but rather the sole hindrance behind her, Lin-Int. Eliminate this distraction that diverted Raven's focus. As Raven delivered a powerful kick that sent Steel Fang staggering back, her peripheral vision caught the lethal blue light. Her expression shifted instantaneously. Danger! She intended to defend herself. But Steel Fang, in a frenzy, lunged at her, seizing her ankle and hurling her away. The dart magnified rapidly in Lin-Int's vision. Death, cold and viscous. It was over. As those two words flickered through his mind, his body instinctively reacted. His legs weakened, urging him to roll aside. By sheer luck, his foot landed on the charred floor, and the charcoal crumbled beneath him. With a slip, he fell, landing face first onto the nearby sofa in a most undignified manner. Resembling a clumsy elder, this fall, awkward, embarrassing, devoid of grace, nevertheless allowed him to narrowly evade the deadly dart by the width of a hair. Boom! The energy dart grazed his back, embedding itself in the floor, erupting in a burst of blue light. The shock wave struck him like a powerful slap, sending him flying. His back collided with the armrest of the sofa, the pain nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. His back burned with a fiery ache, surely singed. But damn it, he was still alive. Lin lay on the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his mouth. He had survived. Both Colossus and Spark were rendered speechless, fully aware of the absurdity before them. That ordinary man had evaded Spark's lethal strike with a ludicrous wrestling maneuver. It was an outrageous coincidence, yet such serendipity seemed implausible. The center of the battlefield fell abruptly silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. Raven observed that although Lin had tumbled like a lifeless dog, he had not been directly struck. The knot in her throat relaxed as her heart settled back into her chest. Then, a fury colder than the Siberian winds and darker than the abyss erupted from the depths of her being. Magneto, the Brotherhood, the Pursuit, these grievances became trivial. What mattered was that they had nearly destroyed something precious to her, that one-of-a-kind power bank that could empower her, bring her peace, and even provide her with a sense of home. Slowly, Raven rose, piece by piece. She no longer regarded Lin. In her golden, beastly eyes, all traces of anger and concern vanished, leaving only a chilling void, as if she were gazing upon two stones, two corpses. Her voice emerged softly, as delicate as a snowflake falling to the ground, yet it sent shivers down the spines of Colossus and Spark. As she paused, heard him. The three words slipped from Raven's lips, devoid of warmth, like the biting wind that seeps through the cracks of a morgue in the dead of winter. Colossus and Spark, two mutants accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. They sensed the scent of death, mingled with blood, slaughter, and pure malice, emanating from the blue-skinned woman before them. Colossus's throat tightened, the metal in his mouth scraping together with a dry rasp. Crazy woman, the boss just wants you. His words were swallowed by the air, torn apart by the tension. Raven moved. A blue specter left a fleeting afterimage in its wake as it instantaneously crossed several meters. Colossus's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and his instincts took over. With a furious roar, he swung his arms, thicker than the average man's thighs, like battering rams, crashing forward with reckless abandon. The force of his fists tore through the air. Producing a dull thud, he aimed to reduce everything before him to a bloody pulp. Just as the blue figure seemed poised to be engulfed by his violent onslaught, a bellow erupted from behind the sofa. It was Lin. He was half buried in the sofa cushions, yet somehow managed to retrieve a hefty chunk of concrete, roughly the size of a human head, and hurled it with all his might towards the side of the formidable figure known as Big Steel Tooth. The stone flew erratically, lacking any precision. A flicker of disdain crossed Big Steel Tooth's eyes as he casually tilted his head aside. Seeking death, the stone grazed his ear before crashing against the wall. A fleeting moment of distraction, barely half a second, yet for a true predator, it was an eternity. Raven seized this opportunity. Her body, defying Newtonian laws, plummeted downward, gliding along the ground like a pool of boneless liquid metal, inching towards Big Steel Tooth's rear. In the blink of an eye, she sprang up, her body taut as a drawn bow, her right leg extended straight, producing a piercing sound as it struck with pinpoint accuracy against the hollow of Big Steel Tooth's right knee. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of shattering bone, sending chills down the spine. The man, weighing over 200 pounds, suddenly buckled, his right leg twisting grotesquely, collapsing uncontrollably to one knee. The excruciating pain elicited a primal howl from him. He attempted to turn, to unleash his iron fists upon the foe behind him, but it was too late. Raven had already ascended onto his back like a female leopard. In that instant of ascent, her right hand underwent a rapid transformation. The cells and bones beneath her skin restructured at lightning speed. Her 5 slender fingers morphed into glistening blades in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, that hand plunged deep into Big Steel Tooth's mouth, which had opened wide in agony, shredding through his tongue and piercing the upper palate, ascending relentlessly. With a crack, her fingers breached the cranial barrier, accurately penetrating the warm brain within. Big Steel Tooth's roar was abruptly silenced. His massive frame toppled forward with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Sparks watched in horror, feeling his limbs grow cold. He stood helplessly as he witnessed his comrade, a man capable of overturning cars with his bare hands, reduced to a lifeless corpse in less than 3 seconds. The Raven before him was nothing like the woman he remembered, skilled in stealth and disguise. Damn it! Damn it! The will to survive overshadowed his fear, and Sparks frantically yanked energy darts from his tactical vest. 6 of them. The eerie blue energy hummed ominously, casting a pallor over his ashen face. 6 deadly beams of azure light, shrieking fiercely, sealed off all avenues of escape for Raven. A death net woven from pure energy descended upon her. Yet, Raven merely tilted her head. Her body began to dance, sidestepping, leaning back, pivoting, twisting her waist. Every movement was distilled to its essence, yet executed with utmost precision. Whoosh! A dart grazed her cheek, the searing energy singeing several strands of her hair. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 darts zipped past her underarm and alongside her leg, striking with unerring accuracy. She resembled a dancer blessed by the goddess of fortune, gliding effortlessly through a barrage of lethal projectiles. Chapter 10. A Battle of Wits, a lure from behind the sofa. Lyneni bore witness to it all, his heart racing. It was his golden touch. The mystical attribute of luck doubled unveiled itself before him in this moment. By God, he had crafted a perfect killing machine. This realization sent a rush of heat coursing through Lyneni's veins. Fear? No, it was a burgeoning confidence in his own abilities. I am truly remarkable. This phrase reverberated in his mind. On the battlefield, Spark had expended his last reserves. He watched as Raven approached and scathed, her legs trembling like leaves in the wind. Don't come any closer. Raven halted 3 steps away from him. Suddenly she smiled. In the next heartbeat, an unfathomable spectacle unfolded. Raven's blue skin washed away like a receding tide. In just 1 second, she transformed into a perfect replica of Spark, mirroring his height, physique, and the distorted visage wrought by fear. Spark was utterly bewildered. He stared at his doppelganger, his mind crashing under the weight of disbelief. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, Raven, or rather, the other Spark, lunged forward, her hands swiftly gripping his head. Crack! The crisp sound of his neck fracturing punctuated this brief encounter, bringing it to a sudden halt. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Lyneni's heavy breaths and the mournful wind seeping through the gaping hole in the wall. Raven gradually reverted to her blue form. She approached the corpse of Big Tooth, casting a blank stare before turning to face the sole survivor behind the sofa. Lyneni, bracing himself against the sofa, unsteadily rose to his feet. He gazed at the blue woman advancing toward him, the unmistakable scent of fresh blood still clinging to her. the icy malice in her golden, beastly eyes yet to dissipate. But he felt no fear. Not at all. Raven stood before him, pausing. She extended her hand, yearning to touch him, but then noticed the still-drying blood on her palms. Her movement faltered, and she withdrew. She rubbed her hand against the wall, as if to cleanse herself. We need to change locations. Her voice carried a hint of raspiness from the battle. Lyneni remained silent, merely observing her. Raven felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, the complexities flashing in his beastly eyes. You did well just now, she pondered, as if delivering a critique to a pet. You didn't wet your pants and even lent a hand. Linen te suddenly laughed. To think that after surviving such a harrowing ordeal, he could still find humor. Well done. He echoed her words, his tone devoid of any emotion. You take down a couple of lowlifes, wreck an apartment, and nearly drag me down with you. You call that commendable? He nudged a splintered piece of wood with his foot. Raven's golden pupils constricted sharply. The murderous intent that had just dissipated now surged forth anew. What do you mean? What do I mean? Lin-Ent laughed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. What I mean is, your plan is nothing but a pile of dung. He stepped forward, unwavering, locking eyes with her dangerous gaze, dodging and weaving, only to be cornered, engaging in a brawl, then scurrying into another rat hole. Is there anything besides muscle in that brain of yours? What if next time it's that lunatic in the iron helmet himself? Tell me how you plan to handle that. His barrage of questions struck Raven like poisoned daggers, leaving her speechless, her eyes seething with a murderous glare. Your strength lies in firearms, not in hand-to-hand combat. Lennon's voice, though quiet, rang with an undeniable authority. From now on, I call the shots. He disregarded the fiery wrath radiating from Raven, pulling out his new phone, the screen illuminating his unnaturally calm face. Your approach is foolish. I require a more astute means of earning money. Before Raven's eyes, he dialed a number obtained through the dark web, one devoid of any traceable records. The phone rang only once before being answered. A hoarse, weary voice, laced with professional caution, came through. Who is this? Lin-Ent glanced at the incredulous and furious Raven, then revealed a sly, businessman-like smile into the phone. Miss Natasha Romanoff, I have a proposition that may pique your interest. On the other end, the woman's weary voice was thick with years of vigilance and fatigue. Who? Just one word. Before Lin-Ent could suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, a hand clamped down on him, cold and unyielding. That hand exerted little pressure, yet sent a chill racing through his bones. Raven's golden beastly eyes were mere inches from his face, and the emotion within them had transcended fury. It was magma, a destructive urge poised to reduce everything to ashes. She had heard. Natasha Romanoff, the most vicious bitch of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you looking for death? Raven's voice emerged, squeezed out word by word through the gaps in her teeth. The fingers gripping his wrist began to tighten, the bones creaking under the pressure. Lin's brow remained unfurrowed. Pain? Certainly. Yet the twisted thrill within him had dulled the sensation. This was more like it. To passively endure blows? To await a lifetime as your gilded canary? A mere dream. He gazed at Raven's face, contorted by fury, and calmly addressed the phone with a tone as light as if teasing a stray cat. My apologies. Wrong number. With a flick of his thumb, he hung up. The abrupt disconnect echoed painfully in the silence of the dilapidated house. Raven's grip on his wrist froze, her entire being momentarily stunned. Wrong number? Was that all? He had exuded an air of menace, nearly crushing his own wrist, merely to deliver such a trivial statement? Lin casually released her hand, massaging his reddened wrist, not sparing her a glance as he strode towards the wreckage of the sofa. You'd better provide me with an explanation. Raven's voice followed, still icy, yet tinged with a bewilderment she herself did not recognize. An explanation? Lin plopped down, crossing his legs, and kicked the lifeless body on the floor with his toes, warm blood splattering onto his legs without eliciting any concern. He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes now gleaming ominously. The explanation is that I just saved your sorry life. And incidentally, I saved my own as well. He gestured towards the large hole in the wall. I let her hear your voice, the gunfire, and the struggle here. Now, those hound from S.H.I.E.L. They will come to clean up, and they will discover the bodies of Magneto's men. Guess who they'll pin this mess on? Lin fixed his gaze on Raven, each word punctuating her nerves. Now we have two choices. First, We stay here and wait to be hunted down as murderers by S. Akka, E-L-D. Do you honestly think the two of us can play hide and seek against a national violent machine? Second, we vanish while they're busy turning on each other. Chapter 11. Are you here for an interview? Riven found herself momentarily stunned by his twisted logic. She wanted to retort, yet realized that this bastard had a damned good point. Furthermore, Lin shrugged, a smirk both cheeky and mischievous upon his lips. I can't just swap faces like you and make a run for it. Would you really part with your precious power bank to hand me over to S-H-I-E-L-D? You, Riven gasped, nearly choking on her words. She could annihilate the minions sent by Magneto, but she was ill-equipped to confront S-H-I-E-L-D head-on, especially after the murder in downtown New York City. That recent phone call served as a perfect smokescreen, a means to extricate oneself from all troubles. This man, Raven first realized, possessed a mind far more formidable than his physicality, 100 times more fearsome. Pack your belongings. We depart in 3 minutes. Lenny rose, commanding as a general issuing orders. Furthermore, from this moment forth, the rules of engagement have altered. We are partners, not master and pet. You handle the combat. I shall manage the finances. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, he paused, a malicious grin spreading across his face. I will hold a press conference, revealing your secrets of empowerment to the world. I suspect many would be willing to pay handsomely for a coffee with me. The Universal Key. Perhaps the White Queen of Hellfire? The esteemed Jean Grey from the Academy? Or your most despised adversary, Natasha? Raven's face turned a shade bluer than her skin. The golden hue of her eyes brimmed with lethal intent, almost shattering the very air around her. She yearned to twist the man's head off as one would a bottle cap. Yet, ultimately, she remained silent. Turning abruptly, she crammed their meager possessions into a bag. An unprecedented sense of chaos gripped her heart like a cold vine, constricting it tightly. It was over. She could no longer maintain control. The new safe house was located in a dilapidated apartment building in Brooklyn, a place that could prompt a call to the authorities at first glance. The air was thick with the musty scent of mildew, mingled with the acrid odor of cheap marijuana and stale pizza. However, it was disorderly and filthy, making it an ideal hideout for mice. I'll step out to procure some food. Settling in, Linty casually declared this before making his exit. Raven merely shot him a frosty glance, her silence serving as tacit consent. She required a moment alone to contemplate how best to deal with this man who was almost riding atop her. Once Lenny exited the apartment, he navigated his way into a dimly lit, greasy internet CAF with practiced ease. The information he sought could not be procured from Walmart. He opened an encrypted browser and accessed the dark web, locating an informant known as Ghost. Without preamble, he transferred $300 worth of cryptocurrency. Buyer Adam, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Provide me with her itinerary for the next 24 hours, granting me an opportunity to encounter her. The message was sent, sinking into silence. Linty remained unperturbed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the sticky tabletop like a fisherman awaiting a catch. Half an hour passed. The screen illuminated. Ghost, $300? Are you sending me off with pocket change? You can't even buy the brand of shampoo she uses for that. Get lost, you pauper. Lenny chuckled. He relished this display of professional integrity. Buyer Adam, no need to get worked up. I don't require a detailed plan. That's not worth 300. I seek merely a time, a place, and an unexpected encounter where she may appear. This should pose no challenge for you. This time, the silence lingered longer than before. Just as Lynn thought the other party might block him, a message materialized. Ghost, kid, you possess quite the audacity. Given your impressive initiative, I shall grant you a piece of information. Tonight, at Brooklyn's Pier 9, a group of Russians plans to set off fireworks. She may attend to witness the spectacle. That is all I can offer you. Inquire further, and I will blacklist your address, allowing S-H-E-L-D to personally deliver some warmth to you. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lynn's eyes as he skillfully erased all traces, formatted his virtual drive, and stood to leave. Upon returning to that dilapidated dwelling, he found Raven seated cross-legged on the bed, her eyes closed, yet her aura radiated the presence of a coiled beast. Back already? She inquired without opening her eyes. Yes. I brought some pizza, Lynn replied, placing the food down and feigning fatigue as he stretched languidly. Today was quite exhilarating. I need to retire early. At last, Raven opened her eyes. Her golden irises scrutinized Lin from head to toe, as if conducting a thorough security check, leaving no detail overlooked, including the rhythm of his breath and heartbeat. Very well, she spoke slowly, her voice imbued with a spine-chilling intensity. Rest well, tomorrow we shall train rigorously. As she spoke, her tongue lightly traced her lips, her gaze greedy, reminiscent of one observing a rare hen that lays golden eggs, exclusively hers. Lin smirked inwardly, concealing it beneath an obedient smile. Of course, my queen. He entered the small bedroom and threw himself onto the bed, closing his eyes. In his mind, the entire plan had been rehearsed countless times. How to evade Raven's awareness and slip away. How to appear precisely in front of Natasha amidst the chaos at the pier. Yet, these were not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in determining the manner of his entrance that would elevate him from a mere bystander to the highest priority investigative target for that top-tier female agent. A hero rescuing a damsel? Too klitsch. His own body could scarcely support such theatrics. He aspired to be the dealer. This evening's fireworks display served as Lin's declaration of allegiance to S.H.E.L.D., a personal audition. Natasha Romanoff, please do not let me down. Within this decrepit apartment building, the air was thick with the mingling scents of marijuana, smoke, alcohol, and a hint of sourness, creating a headache-inducing atmosphere. Lin lay on the bed, feigning lifelessness, while his ears remained attuned, like radar, filtering out the moans of the neighboring addict's dreams, solely capturing Raven's steady breaths, long and rhythmic. Akin to a slumbering beast, he smirked inwardly, recognizing that the fatigue from the aftermath of battle, combined with her misguided belief that she had him entirely under her control, rendered her in a deep slumber. A pet? The old man can go to hell. Does he truly believe he has the reins in his grasp? Sister, those reins were placed in your hands by my own hand. With a swift motion, he rolled out of bed, his movements as silent as a cat's. Over the past 3 days, aside from being thoroughly drained, he meticulously rehearsed every step and action for tonight in his mind, considering which floorboards would creak and how stiff the window latch might be, running through these scenarios 100 times over. He crouched low and slipped out of that dilapidated building, so decrepit that even cockroaches would turn away in disgust. The cold wind hit him, sending a shiver down his spine, a delightful sensation. Chapter 12. A textbook case of staged accident unbeknownst to him in the very next second after his departure. The blue figure on the bed abruptly opened its eyes in the darkness. Golden beast-like orbs. There was no focus, only a chilling void. The battered Dodge parked at the corner was a deal struck for $300, bundled with a stack of cash. The words of the information broker, the Phantom, echoed in his mind. The fireworks deal you wanted, Pier 9. Whether you catch a fish depends on your luck. Enough is enough. This wretched vehicle took an eternity to illuminate its lights, plunging into the capillaries of New York's midnight. Brooklyn's Pier 9. The briny scent of the sea mingled with the stench of rust and decaying fish, invading his nostrils. Towering cranes stood like steel behemoths in the night. He abandoned the car at a distance, donning a greasy work uniform and smearing his face with some grime. In an instant, he transformed from a pretty boy into just another unfortunate soul on the docks, risking life for a few dollars. A drop of water merged into the foul drainage. Enhanced through his battle with the shapeshifter, his heightened senses quickly scanned the surroundings. He could hear, 100 meters away, a screw emitting a faint, sorrowful cry in the sea breeze. After a brief search, he found it. His gaze sharpened, like a sniper locking onto a target, atop the towering stacks of containers. In the deepest shadow, a silhouette melded with the darkness itself. Were it not for his heightened mental acuity sensing that nearly non-existent heartbeat, he would have never discovered the presence of another. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, clad in a sleek, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her lethal physique. Truly impressive. As the wind blew, her crimson hair flickered like flames. She was holding binoculars, surveying the center of the pier. Linter remained still, like an old hunter, observing not only his prey, but also what the prey was fixated upon. His gaze swiftly swept across the entire pier, imprinting the terrain cover and escape routes into his memory. Soon, he identified a perfect prop for the stage. Not far away, a massive shipping container leaned precariously, having settled unevenly into the ground. One of its securing latches had rusted through, presenting a precarious variable. He did not arrive to engage in romantic discourse. He was here for an interview. An interview necessitates a declaration of allegiance. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is rather trite, yet it proves effective, especially when this so-called hero appears as feeble as a chicken, bearing a bewildered expression. The dramatic effect reaches its zenith. Half an hour later, 2 black trucks lumbered in. A cadre of formidable Russians disembarked, each clad in sharp suits, their temples bulging, clearly not men of virtue. In the shadows, several figures emerged, donned in deep green combat attire. Their movements were synchronized, their gazes hollow, resembling automatons. Lin's pupils dilated suddenly. Hydra! Damn, this was the right place. The stakes had escalated. As anticipated, during the inspection of goods, an ill-chosen remark was made. The Russian leader recoiled, bellowing in Russian. The next moment, gunfire erupted. The tongues of automatic rifles tore through the night, bullets striking containers, sparks flying in all directions. Natasha sprang into action, like a leopard leaping from the shadows. She landed soundlessly. With 2 Glocks in her hands, she resembled the grim Reaper wielding his scythe. Each time her weapon discharged, another Hydra soldier fell, lifeless, as if struck down by fate. Yet, the Hydra forces were overwhelming in number. They quickly discerned the presence of this female assassin emerging from the flank, and half their firepower was redirected toward her. A fan-shaped encirclement, a crossfire net, a textbook example of tactical suppression. Natasha darted between the containers, but her maneuvering space diminished rapidly. She was pinned down. Lin grinned. His moment to perform had arrived. His heart raced with exhilaration as he fixated on the battlefield. One Hydra soldier, crouching low, crept into Natasha's blind spot. At the instant she rolled to evade the barrage, her body unsteady, the soldier raised his weapon and fired. Whoosh! A bullet sliced through the air, targeting Natasha's exposed back. At that position, at that moment, even the divine could not elude fate. Now was the time. Lin's eyes gleamed with intensity. Instead of charging out, he pivoted sharply, crashing into the enormous, precariously positioned cargo container he had previously selected. He summoned every ounce of strength, coiling it into his right shoulder. Damn! Thud! His shoulder collided with steel, producing a dull thud. The rusty latch let out its most anguished cry, snapping under the strain. Balance shattered. The multi-ton steel behemoth lost its sole support and began to tilt. In slow motion, it descended with a force capable of collapsing the heavens. Boom! The entire dock quaked in response. The ground beneath Natasha's feet felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. The bullet? A sharp clang reverberated through the air. The projectile aimed at the back of her head collided with a thick steel plate, merely scraping off a bit of paint as if it were child's stone. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene. The cacophony of gunfire across the battlefield paused for a fleeting half-second. An eerie silence descended. Natasha abruptly turned around, and through the haze, she discerned a man clad in soiled work attire. His face was ashen, scrambling to rise from the ground with a sense of panic and bewilderment reflected in his eyes, as if questioning the reality of his surroundings. His performance was seamless, indeed. One might think that the Oscars owed him a little gold statuette. Yet, who was he performing for, if not Natasha Romanoff? The astonishment in her green irises lingered for a mere half-second before being supplanted by a cold, sharp scrutiny akin to a surgeon's scalpel. She did not even glance at the startled Hydra agents, for her mind's threat assessment system immediately categorized this unexpected occurrence as a high-level red alert. A dockworker, in the midst of gunfire, fortuitously appearing beside her, in a manner utterly improbable, collapsing a cargo container weighing several tons to precisely shield her from a lethal bullet? In Natasha's world, coincidences were non-existent. Events with probabilities approaching zero had but one explanation: orchestration. She spared no time for contemplation. Her body instinctively executed the most professional response. The dark muzzle of her weapon pressed firmly against the center of Lynette's forehead without a tremor. Her voice, husky and sultry, whispered near his ear, yet colder than the metal of the gun. "Don't move." After a brief pause, she uttered 3 words, each imbued with the weight of death. "Who are you?" The barrel, the frigid metal, pressed relentlessly against Lynette's brow. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of mortality, causing a sharp pain in his skull. Goosebumps erupted all over Lynette's body. Exhilarating. Chapter 13, Recruitment of the Black Widow. The surge of adrenaline coursing through him was more exhilarating than any intimate encounter with Raven. Yet, his visage betrayed sheer terror, tears and mucus threatening to spill forth, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "My name is Tom. I'm just a laborer." His acting was so convincing that if the Oscars did not bestow upon him a golden statuette, it would be an affront to his extraordinary journey. Natasha's emerald gaze swept over him from head to toe. Heart rate, 85, elevated, consistent with a state of fright. Breathing, rapid, consistent with a state of fright. Pupils, dilated, consistent with everything appeared normal. Normal to the point of being artificial. Laborer? Natasha's signature, sultry voice pierced through the tension. "Do you believe you are worthy of handling these goods?" At that moment, the disoriented Hydra minions charged forward with a deafening roar. "Eliminate them." Natasha did not even lift her eyelids, her gun steady against Lynn's forehead, as if it were welded in place. Whoosh, whoosh, two dark silhouettes sliced through the air. The first two Hydra agents fell lifelessly to the ground, two gaping holes appearing in their foreheads. It was arrows. Natasha remained composed, her gaze fixated on Lynn, a sight she had grown accustomed to. Her most reliable partner was in position. A jolt of realization struck Lynn. Damn it, engrossed in the act. He had completely forgotten about Hawkeye. "Ah, they are coming. Run, run." Lynn theatrically struggled, his limbs flailing as if he were on the verge of fainting. This performance tightened Natasha's finger on the trigger slightly, yet she refrained from firing. The fish had yet to bite. Grabbing Lynn by the collar, she tossed him into the shadow of the shipping container as if he were a mere rag. Silence. Bullets rained down frantically, ricocheting off the steel with a metallic clatter. Sparks flying. Each shot was accompanied by the dull thrum of a bowstring. And then, another Hydra agent fell. The efficiency was terrifying. "Who sent you?" Natasha's voice was low, yet it penetrated Lynn's ears like a drill. "KGB, me 6, or perhaps a Hydra loyalty contract." Lynn's heart soared with delight. "Here it comes. The sister is setting the trap." He continued his weeping act. "What bureau? What agency? I don't understand. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child." Natasha interrupted his poor performance. Suddenly, she released her grip and shifted the gun away. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. Then he watched as Natasha retrieved a small device from her belt and squeezed it firmly. A blinking red light appeared, a miniature bomb. She activated the timer right before Lynn's eyes. 1,959. Lynn's expression shifted from elation to pallor in an instant. 10 minutes. A smirk finally graced Natasha's face, reminiscent of a femme fatale. "In 10 minutes, all the flies outside will perish. Then I will ask, you'll answer. Dare to utter a single lie. She shook the bomb in her hand, and I shall cram it down your throat, allowing you to experience what true fireworks feel like." With that, she turned her attention outward, disregarding him. Leaning against the cold metal, Lynn's heart raced wildly, his chest heaving. Excitement. The thrill of a reckless gambler unveiling their opponent's hand. Playing it tough? Playing it wild? "Sister, you have indeed found the right person." Time passed inexorably, each second marked by sporadic gunfire and anguished cries. Ultimately, the entire dock was engulfed in the mournful whispers of the sea breeze. Natasha's earpiece crackled with Clint's voice. "Nat, it's all clear. Do you require assistance? Guard the door." "Clint," Natasha replied softly, casting a sidelong glance at Linty. "Do not allow anyone to escape." She pivoted to face Linty, towering over him like a predator surveying its prey. "Time's up. Speak, who are you?" The cornered quail slowly raised its head. The terror, bewilderment, and confusion etched across his face evaporated in an instant, as if a mask had been removed. What remained was a mocking comprehension of his quarry. He smiled. With a swift motion, he seized Natasha's tactical earpiece, deftly removing it. "Me?" he taunted, shaking the earpiece in his hand before rising, brushing off the dust as gracefully as if he had just finalized a multi-billion-dollar deal on Wall Street. "Linty." He extended his hand towards Natasha, not in supplication, but rather an invitation. "You may call me boss." Natasha's gaze was laced with skepticism, akin to that of one regarding a fool. "Boss," she scoffed, the dark muzzle of her weapon once again pressed against Linty's forehead. Almost simultaneously, a laser dot from a distant vantage point locked onto the back of his head. "On what grounds?" Linty's smile widened, brimming with insolence. He paid no heed to the two lethal threats, instead stepping closer, almost invading Natasha's space. His heated breath brushed against her ear, and in a tone meant solely for her, he whispered with the cadence of temptation. With me, you could become tenfold stronger than you are now. Natasha's breath caught momentarily. With me, I can help you shed the collar that S-H-I-E-L-D has fastened around your neck, allowing you to truly live for yourself. The term collar pierced Natasha's heart like a dagger, prompting her to instinctively tense her alluring form. Oh, and there is also unlimited funds. Lenny stepped back, spreading his hands, his grin grotesquely triumphant. Now, Miss Natasha Romanoff. He locked his gaze with her shocked, furious yet subtly wavering green eyes. Is this credential sufficient? Natasha fixed her stare upon him, her chest heaving with fierce intensity. Betraying S-H-I-E-L-D for mere empty promises? Absurd. Bang. Instead of firing, she delivered a precise and forceful elbow strike to Lenny's abdomen. The impact was perfectly calibrated, painful, yet not injurious. This was a warning. Lindsay doubled over, his face contorting in agony, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Natasha withdrew her hand and turned to leave, not uttering a single word. Cough, cough, it's all right. Lynn clutched his abdomen, grimacing in pain, yet still called after her retreating figure. You know my phone is always open for job opportunities. Double the salary. Natasha paused momentarily, but did not look back, quickly vanishing into the night. By a black Chevrolet, Clint had already stowed his bow and frowned at Natasha's return. Who was that? You seem a bit off. Natasha opened the car door and slid inside, starting the engine. She glanced in the rearview mirror at the figure still clutching his stomach and cursing, a flicker of unprecedented complexity crossing her green eyes. After a few moments of silence, she slowly uttered, a resumed frenzied lunatic. Chapter 14. A surge of jealousy. The door swung open, and a wave of briny air from the docks mixed with a faint hint of gunpowder surged into the dilapidated room. Lynn clutched his abdomen, gasping sharply. Damn it, the Black Widow truly has a vicious hand. However, he smirked, relishing the fiery pain in his muscles and the residual thrill coursing through his veins. What a rush. His face wore the expression of someone who had just sprinted 800 meters, and he slammed an oil paper bag onto the table. Damn, this godforsaken place is too noisy to sleep. He seized a cold slice of pizza and took a hearty bite, his acting impeccable. Yet, the moment he stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, akin to plunging into an icy abyss on a scorching summer day. All sounds, the roars from next door, the shouts from downstairs, vanished in an instant. Silence. In the darkness, a pair of golden, beastly eyes opened silently, without warning or premonition. A blue shadow surged forward, tearing through the air. Damn! Lynn's pupils dilated, and the sole thought that flashed in his mind was that exclamation. The next moment, the world spun as he was forcefully slammed to the ground, the back of his head thudding against the carpet with a dull thump. Raven straddled him, her legs like iron pythons locking tightly around his waist. She leaned over him, her blue form radiating wild strength, towering like a mountain above him. Then, she plucked something up and held it before his eyes, a strand of hair. In the dim light, the striking crimson hue resembled blood. Who was she? Raven's voice was devoid of inflection, like ice scraping against ice. Lynn's heart raced, yet he managed a grimace that was more ghastly than a cry. Who? How should I know? This wretched place is teeming with all sorts. Stop pretending. Raven's fingers gripped his chin, applying slight pressure. The bones creaked in protest. This color is familiar to me. It belongs to that wretched creature of S-H-I-E-L-D, the Black Widow. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. Could this woman truly have a nose like a dog? How could she detect this? Suddenly, he chuckled, a laugh laced with mockery. What are you so anxious about? Afraid I might acquire a new power bank? One that outshines you? You're courting death. Crack. The grip on his chin intensified abruptly, and Lynn felt as if his bones might shatter. No. Enduring the excruciating pain, he squeezed the words through clenched teeth. I'm searching for a way out. He fixed his gaze on those beastly eyes, his smile growing increasingly deranged. Look at your disheveled state, Raven. Are you enraged because I've encountered another woman? Nonsense. You are terrified. Terrified? For the first time, something beyond derision flickered in Raven's golden pupils. Yes, it's fear. Lynn's voice, though soft, cut like daggers into her heart. You fear that this power bank might be unplugged, You fear the sweetness you've just tasted might vanish. You fear reverting to that pitiful creature, groveling behind Charles and Eric, a nobody in everyone's eyes. Silence. Raven roared, raising her hand, her 5 fingers tightening with intent to strike Lynn's head. But that hand halted midair, suspended, trembling slightly. Lynn's laughter grew more unrestrained, his eyes brimming with a pity that seemed to see through everything. You see, you dare not. If you kill me, your meager strength will return to square one overnight. You are not my master, Raven. You are merely the first fortunate individual to possess my trial card. Your agitation, your loss of control, he leaned in closer, whispering in a devilish tone, stems from your realization that you cannot live without me. You wretched creature, how dare you? Raven gritted her teeth. Each word ground out from her throat. She realized that her power to rend steel was of no use at this moment. She could kill him, but with a single word, he could pierce her heart. How could I not dare? Lynn's voice was as light as a feather, yet bore the weight of mountains. I reiterate, we are partners. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again? He paused, reveling in the humiliation, anger, and helplessness etched across Raven's face. A thrill coursing through him. I will package and sell the secret to your strength to the White Queen, to Jean Grey, to that wretched creature of S.H.I.E.L.D. Trust me, they would pay a handsome price. The hand suspended in midair ultimately softened. The physical oppression remained, but the atmosphere had completely shattered. Raven fixed her gaze intently on the man beneath her. For the first time, she felt that within this frail body lay a creature more terrifying than herself, more fearsome than Magneto, more dreadful than anyone she had ever encountered. Gradually, she lowered her head. Her heated breath brushed against Lynette's ear. It seems you possess considerable vitality. The voice was hoarse and restrained, imbued with a cruel desperation. Her hips began to sway rhythmically, the fabric barely separating them. Let's engage in a bit of training. Meanwhile, high above New York within the Quinjet, impossible. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, stared intently at the data displayed on the holographic screen, his brow furrowing deeply. The probability is lower than my chances of missing a shot in the field. Natasha, this could merely be a coincidence. His assessment was professional and composed. Does coincidence calculate the trajectory of a bullet? Natasha's voice was colder than the air outside the cabin. She pointed at the still image on the screen. Look at his face. In the moment before impact, there is fear, yet not a trace of hesitation in his gaze. This is not the response of someone who is frightened. This is the execution of an order. The screen displayed Lynette's profile, a debonair playboy, grinning foolishly at a party. The background was pristine, as if it were a blank canvas, the epitome of a rich second-generation heir. Clint shook his head. This doesn't add up. Is the information fabricated? Natasha switched off the screen, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. Within the cabin, only the hum of the engines remained. Yet, her mind was consumed by Lynette's words whispered in her ear. He said he could remove the collar from around my neck. Clint abruptly turned his head, and for the first time, his typically composed expression shifted. He knows about the Red Room? He comprehended far more than we had anticipated. Natasha opened her eyes, her exquisite green irises shimmering with a light Clint had never seen before, an amalgamation of profound danger and insatiable curiosity. I must meet this Lynette again, in person. Chapter 15. Extreme Violence. The night was as dark as spilled ink. In New York, this dilapidated apartment seemed to repel even the moonlight. The only sound within was the creaking of the floorboards. Thud, again and again. The old wood, violently struck, emitted a dying groan. Bang! The instant Raven descended upon him. Lynette felt as though a small meteorite had struck him. No, it was far worse than a meteorite. Unlike a meteorite, this blue body radiated heat. Every muscle was taut, brimming with the strength to rend steel. This madwoman was truly relentless. No caresses, no kisses, and not even a hint of desire, only vengeance. Like a mother beast tearing apart an invader in her den, it was primal and ruthless. With each strike, the blows landed precisely upon his bones, shattering the remnants of his dignity. Lynn gritted his teeth, remaining silent. The pain was excruciating, an unbearable torment that felt as if a ruthless butcher were violently snapping his bones apart and carelessly reassembling them, misplacing each fragment. The agonizing dislocation of his scapula, the faint cracks of his ribs being compressed, sent shivers through his scalp. His recently fortified physique, in the face of the rampaging shapeshifter, resembled nothing more than a sodden napkin. His waist, oh, it felt as though it were on the verge of breaking in the most literal physical sense. A sharp crack echoed, and he envisioned a future confined to a wheelchair. His muscle fibers screamed in agony while his mind received signals of despair. Cold sweat drenched his hair, clothes, and the floor beneath him, mingling with the metallic scent of dust and blood, an instinctive physiological reaction born of pain. Yet there was no fear in his eyes, nor a plea for mercy. Instead, a morbid tenacity burned within him, a flame igniting deep in his marrow. Raven propped herself up, her golden slit-like pupils glimmering in the darkness like genuine specters. From her lofty vantage point, she scrutinized his contorted, pain-stricken visage. She yearned to see him weep, to witness him beg for forgiveness, to have him acknowledge his mistakes like a dog recognizing its own subjugation. Such a display would satisfy her, restoring her sense of dominance as a predator. Yet she saw none of it. His facial muscles twitched, his jaw clenched tightly, blood oozing from between his teeth. His unfocused eyes were fixed upon the cracks in the ceiling, as if engaging in a fierce confrontation with an adversary far more terrifying than her. This realization poured gasoline onto the fire raging within Raven's soul. Why? How dare he? This ant, whom she had assumed was merely a plaything, dared to elicit such feelings of loss of control. She was the one in command. His defiance was a challenge to her authority. She would crush him, not just his bones, but also that infernal stubbornness that incensed her. With a sharp crack, Lin could no longer discern whether the sound originated from his bones or the floor beneath him. It no longer mattered. Darkness enveloped him. The world faded to black. Not a sound escaped his lips as his consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. Damn it, this woman truly wished to extinguish his life. Yet, just before his awareness slipped entirely, a voice roared from the depths of his soul. Endure. Hold on for me. This is my sole wager. This is the final step to ensnaring this blue beast. The more you rage, the more unhinged you become. The more you validate your dependence on me, on the strength I provide. No matter how formidable the spirit, it cannot withstand the collapse of the body. The roar diminished to a whisper. He smiled. Within this nearly disassembled body, his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. His muscles had surrendered their strength, relinquishing control. A silent yet provocatively defiant smile graced his lips. He understood that he had wagered correctly. Raven, fueled by a desire for vengeance, sensed the waning vitality within him. She also caught a fleeting glimpse of the victorious smile that flickered across his face, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. That flawless azure form ceased all movement. She propped herself up, her golden pupils fixated upon him. The air grew dense with tension, leaving only the heavy sound of their labored breaths and Lineni's feeble heartbeat resonating in the stillness. Ding! The sound detonated in his near-failing mind. Revenge double cultivation completed with the core target, Mystique. Double cultivation rating, level. Target's emotions highly agitated. Host enduring extreme damage. Maximized enhancement effects. It had arrived. Lineni nearly wept with joy. Host's overall strength increased 11. A tingling wave of electricity erupted from his coccyx, instantly coursing through his limbs. That nearly defunct vertebra felt as though an invisible hand had forcefully straightened and reinforced it, sending a tingling sensation through his bones. Torn muscles were rapidly mended. The body that had just felt drained was now bursting with vigor in every cell. Exhilarating. The journey from hell to paradise was merely a matter of perception. Earn monetary reward. 10,000. Current total funds. 40,000. Linenti grinned silently, reveling in the exchange of life for currency, of existence for power. Now, this was what life was truly about. Raven, observing the bizarre smile upon his face, felt a deeper chill within her heart. She too sensed it. Just moments ago, that addictive surge of power had risen once more. A comprehensive enhancement of bones, muscles, and nerves. This sensation was more intoxicating than any drug imaginable. Yet, why was he smiling? A man she had treated as a mere tool, a slave, nearly brought to death by her cruelty, bore an expression of such profound satisfaction. She could not comprehend it. At that moment, Lineni's mind was once again pierced by the system's notification sound. This time, The tone was devoid of emotion, yet imbued with gravity. Ding detected that the host, without any external assistance, independently orchestrated and led a perfect deception and escape against S.H.I.E.L.D. level organization, Hydra level organization, and the Brotherhood of Mutants level organization. Action rating level. Hidden achievement completed. The art of deception. Achievement rewards being distributed. Lineni was momentarily taken aback. Such fortune? Post-event accounting. Additional rewards? Reward 120,000. Current total funds 60,000. $60,000? Lin nearly bit his tongue. $60,000. Cash. With such an amount, not only could he secure a decent apartment, but he could also afford a down payment on a small house in Queens. A safe haven. Weapons. Intelligence. This was the capital essential for his survival. Yet, at that moment, he lacked the strength to contemplate the magnitude of this opportunity. The physical toll had drained his energy, and an overwhelming weariness engulfed him like a tsunami. From the collapse of his body to the mental struggle, and finally to the euphoric rewards bestowed by the system, the tension in his being had reached its breaking point, now utterly released. His eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted, feeling as if his very soul had been wrung dry. The room fell silent once more. Raven gazed at Lin's sleeping face, which bore a peculiar hint of satisfaction. She slowly extended her hand, yearning to touch him, to tear away the F.A.O.D.A. and discover what monstrous essence lay beneath. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact, they recoiled sharply, as if his skin could scald her. His golden pupils flickered in the darkness, reflecting a tempest of emotions. Anger, confusion, and an unacknowledged fear of the unknown. These feelings entwined to ensnare her completely. Gradually, she descended from his side, sitting bare on the cold floor, fixated upon the unconscious Lin. Time passed. A whisper, laden with infinite perplexity and unease, echoed through the dilapidated room. What do you truly desire? Chapter 16. The Queen in the Dead of Night. Lin did not awaken from sleep, but rather from excruciating pain. Damn. His entire body felt as though it had been relentlessly crushed by a dump truck. His bones cried out in agony. The system's feeble warmth merely sustained his life, but the searing, bone-deep ache felt as if someone were scrubbing his nerves with a steel brush. He gritted his teeth, attempting to turn over, only to nearly send himself into oblivion. Sleep eluded him. Perhaps it was for the best. Lin resolutely closed his eyes, channeling all his mental energy into the newly acquired function in his mind. Initiate tactical simulation. Buzz. Within his consciousness, a virtual battlefield materialized in an instant. Two luminous points represented him and Raven, one dim, the other bright, separated by a perilous distance. Simulation objective: to deceive. Convince Raven that everything from the previous night was merely an accident. Data input: Raven's character is suspicious, starved for affection, violent, possessive, and values strength above all. Data input: current leverage includes a strand of red hair not belonging to me, gunfire at the docks, and my absence throughout the night. Simulation initiated. On the battlefield, countless beams of light erupted, entangled, collided, and vanished in a frenzy. Plan 1. Play the fool. Procedure: claim ignorance of the drunken events, remembering nothing. Success rate: 37. The consequences of failure: Raven's suspicion deepens. There is a high probability that she will resort to means including, but not limited to, physical isolation, such as breaking his legs and permanent imprisonment, ensuring the host becomes her exclusive possession. Lin let out a sharp breath. Goodness, this madwoman truly intends to make me her personal tool, a lifelong source of energy. He did not doubt that, to prevent him from escaping again, Raven would not hesitate to shatter his legs with her own hands. Plan 2. A mixture of truth and deception. Process: admit to going to the dock, fabricate a lie about being caught in a gang firefight while working illegally. Success rate: 112. Consequences of failure: with Raven's capabilities, a mere visit to the scene would unravel the truth. The lie would be exposed, trust would plummet to zero, and the consequences would be the same as previously stated. One plan after another illuminated the screen, only to be swiftly marked with the ominous red of fatality. Cold sweat trickled down Lin's forehead. For the first time, he recognized clearly that playing games with a top agent was the most foolish approach. Lies were the graveyard of all deceptions. Since the truth could not be hidden, he decided to overturn the table. He would present her with a future so enticing, so grand, that her wretched suspicions would be crushed to dust, transforming her from fixating on a single thread of hair to contemplating the entire world. New strategic direction. Elevate the stakes. Core logic. Create a mutual goal far more significant than mere romantic entanglements, forcibly lifting her focus from her backyard to the throne. The brilliance on the sand table suddenly solidified. An unprecedented, thick, and radiant pathway pierced through the entire layout. Optimal plan generated. The philosophy of survival and the game of capital. Lin gazed at the radiant path, unable to suppress a smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. The curve was cold, yet possessed a hint of madness. The next morning, light sliced through the murky air of the room like a knife. Raven opened her eyes. The golden slits of her pupils instantly shed their drowsiness, revealing a predatory scrutiny. She expected to see Lin, either begging for mercy or fawning with guilt. But to her surprise, he sat on the rickety chair by the bed, back straight as an arrow, devoid of any human warmth, his calmness unnerving. Noticing her gaze, Lin lifted his eyelids and looked her way. His eyes were as deep as an unfathomable abyss. "What is it?" Raven's voice was icy and hoarse, filled with apprehension. Lin did not respond. Instead, he posed a question that seemed entirely unrelated. "Raven, what do you think we resemble at this moment?" Raven furrowed her brow. "Like two rats hiding in a sewer, waiting to rot and perish." Lin echoed her sentiment, his tone flat yet laced with a chilling gravity. "Is this the freedom you desire? Eating cold pizza, sleeping in a roach-infested den, calculating how long those crumpled bills in your pocket will last?" Raven scoffed, her golden eyes brimming with disdain. "No money? Then go and take it. Banks, vaults, to us, they are merely convenience stores with open doors." A knowing smile crept across Lynette's face, imbued with an indescribable mockery. He remained seated, gazing up at the azure siren on the bed, his eyes reflecting the condescension of one looking down upon a self-important ant. "Raven, your gravest flaw is not your naivety. It is your foolishness. You possess the strength of a deity, yet your thoughts are akin to those of a street thug planning a convenience store heist." He leaned forward abruptly, hands pressed against his knees. Resembling a cheetah poised to pounce, his gaze locked onto Raven's eyes. The palpable sense of pressure instinctively tightened her muscles. Each robbery, each appearance, was akin to blaring a loudspeaker to the entire world, announcing to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and your deranged ex-boyfriend, Eric, that we are here. Come and capture us. Is this what you call freedom? This is nothing but a death wish. What we require is an absolutely secure sanctuary, one that even the world's satellites cannot locate. We need the foremost intelligence network and weaponry, not to wait until the sentry robots reduce us to dust before we comprehend the enemy's visage. We need an empire that provides us with all of this. Our empire. This torrent of words pierced Raven's heart like a searing blade. She was utterly confounded. Charles spoke to her of ideals, of the harmonious coexistence of humans and mutants, while Eric addressed her with hatred, foretelling a bloody future of mutant supremacy. One viewed her as a sister in need of protection, the other as the sharpest of weapons. Never had anyone, no one, regarded her as this man did, a partner in an empire, a queen. Observing the flicker of shock and confusion in her eyes, Lynette knew the hook had embedded itself. He softened his tone, lowering his voice, infused with devilish allure. "Therefore, money we certainly desire, but not to take." In Lynette's eyes, the flame of ambition nearly erupted forth. Robbing a bank? Preposterous. That is the game of fools and brutes. He picked up his phone, the screen illuminating half of his face with confidence and a hint of wickedness. On the display was a map of New York's underground factions marked with red dots. His finger precisely landed on the most chaotic, blood-soaked, and sinister area, Hell's Kitchen. "Raven, your power is the scepter of divinity, a nuclear bomb." Lynette's tone slithered into her ears like a serpent. "Yet you, along with Eric, persist in wielding it to crack walnuts, to engage in knife fights with petty thugs. This is the gravest sacrilege against divine might. I intend to make you, and everyone else, recognize clearly." He paused, his gaze intense, each word deliberate. "Your power is not meant to disrupt order. Instead, it is meant to establish rules, to become the very essence of those rules. Your value lies in becoming the throne suspended above all ambitious souls. Raven fell utterly silent, her gaze fixed intently on the man before her. Despite his seemingly fragile physique, he exuded an aura of calm superiority, as if he could manipulate all of New York like a chessboard, a presence she had never encountered in anyone else. Chapter 17. Turning the Tables. More audacious than Charles' ideals, more destructive than Eric's extremities. It was a perspective that viewed all beings as mere pawns, with oneself as the sole player, an absolute dominion. A hint of absurd laughter bubbled up within her. No matter how eloquent the words, or how brilliant the mind, was he not still just a toy in my hands? Yet, unconsciously, Raven extended her tongue, moistening her parched lips. In her golden pupils, the trivial doubts and suspicions were gradually supplanted by a more intense, exhilarating interest tinged with predatory allure. She was indeed intrigued. What new delights could this personal power bank, who continually surprised her, conjure this time? Leaning languidly against the headboard, her azure arms crossed over her chest, she raised her chin haughtily, assuming the posture of a queen receiving reports from her subjects. How intriguing. Pray, enlighten me. What is the first step in your capital game? C-E-L-D. Triple wing. Deep within the underground. The air here was colder than that of a morgue, the only sound being the incessant hum of the supercomputer S-fan. The eerie blue holographic screen reflected Natasha Romanoff's pallid visage. Her fingers danced across the screen, not striking but dissecting. Each line, each stream of data, was meticulously peeled away and shattered beneath her fingertips. Target: Lynette, Social Security number 404-18-79527. The bank account was intriguing. Just 3 days prior, it had been the standard profile of a profligate heir. 3 days later, 2 deposits of $60,000 each appeared, their origins as pristine as a virginess. Now, the account held merely $10,000. The other $50,000 had, 20 minutes prior, been transferred to an offshore ghost account. A textbook example of money laundering. In her earpiece, Clint Barton's muffled voice broke through. Natasha, his social records have been completely absent for 3 days before the Pier 9 incident, like he vanished from existence. Natasha remained silent. Vanished? No. Her gaze fell upon the files of second-hand car dealership in Brooklyn. The surveillance was conveniently faulty. The owner was inebriated beyond recognition. This was not vanishing. This was someone wielding a surgical tweezer, meticulously extracting the name Lynette from the records of New York City, one strand at a time. Clean, precise, even imbued with a hint of brazen provocation. Huh. Natasha let out a soft huff, her fingertip gliding across the screen to erase all data in an instant. The display was left with but a single image of Lynette, grinning foolishly at a party. A mere facade. This fellow, Lynette, was nothing but a pawn. A white glove pushed to the forefront for probing purposes. Behind him loomed the so-called master, employing this crude yet elegant method to deliver A or some not to S. H-I-O-D, but rather to Natasha Romanoff herself. Intriguing. Natasha felt her almost rusted combat instincts pricked by a gentle, unsettling touch, igniting a familiar itch. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She retrieved an audio segment labeled as irrelevant noise by the tech department. First, Lynette's voice, tinged with anxiety, broke through. Ghost? It's me. I need the latest on the fireworks. This was followed by a woman's voice, hoarse and impatient, akin to a disturbed mother beast. Hurry up, Lynn. I loathe waiting. This was it. Natasha isolated the female voice, amplifying and filtering it. 1 second. 2 seconds. In her mind, a visage adorned with shifting blue scales instantaneously merged with the voice. Raven Darkholme. Mystique. The woman who had just fallen out with Magneto 2 weeks prior. Eluding all intelligence agencies worldwide. She was hidden away in this little mouse's hole. S-H-I-E-L-D. The Brotherhood Magneto now. Another clandestine player had entered the chessboard. How lively it had become. Natasha's crimson lips curved into a chilling arc as she dialed a secure line. It's me. Set the bait. Inform the informant that General Red Square is displeased with the last transaction. He has new goods. Time, tomorrow night. Location, Brooklyn, Pier 19. The voice on the other end tightened. Natasha, this is false intel. It's a trap. People Vildi. Natasha approached the bulletproof glass, gazing down upon the chessboard like nightscape of New York. I know it's a trap. Her voice was as steady as a flat line on an EKG. I merely wish to see if that clever little fish dares to bite the hook this time. 2 days later, in a shabby apartment in Queens, where the aroma of curry wafted distinctly from next door, Lynette lay slumped on the sofa, contemplating life like a corpse. Suddenly, his counterfeit phone vibrated lightly in his pocket. Just that once, Lynette's eyes shot open, a glimmer of clarity igniting within. He retrieved his phone, fingers tapping erratically across the screen, and a rudimentary black and green dialog box sprang to life. Ghost, new job. It could make you rich, or it could kill you. Old rules apply. Money and goods exchanged. Lives unaccounted for. A subsequent message followed. Target, General Red Square, carrying new goods. Location, tomorrow night, Pier 19. Note, Black Widow is fishing. Lynn raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud, oh, can't sit still for long, can you? He closed his eyes, yet his mind was racing. Attend the meeting? Is that courting death? After all, she was the Black Widow, a top-tier agent, a master of cunning. His meager skills would leave him as vulnerable as if he were bearing all before her. Should he be unfortunate enough to cross her, he could find himself with broken limbs, confined in a dark room, enduring brutal interrogations. Raven, in a bid to save him, might inadvertently plunge herself into a web of traps, only to be captured and injected with a suppressive serum. What a deadlock. To refuse the invitation? Even more foolish. She would brand him as cowardly, incompetent, and worthless. What then? Isaaki Elai would abandon their precise fishing methods and resort to the most rudimentary form of sweeping searches. It wouldn't be long before he and Raven would be driven out of their hiding place like rats in a sewer, met with the unerring arrows of Hawkeye. A slow, agonizing demise. Lynn's eyes snapped open, his gaze icy and terrifying. Damn it, this was hardly a matter of choice. That madwoman, Natasha, had him on the grill, waiting to see whether he would leap left or right. Either way, it meant certain death. Just submitted air some and already subjected to a pressure test. Frustrated, Lynn tugged at his hair, pacing on the creaking floorboards. Why should he be so tightly bound by a mere woman? What troubles you? A cold, languid voice drifted from the shadows of the room. Chapter 18. I'll blow up the fish pond. Raven had appeared, arms crossed, her blue skin glowing faintly in the dim light, her golden slit pupils fixed on him like a serpent. Your heartbeat is erratic, she noted, stepping closer, causing the air to chill further, like a mouse trapped in a cage. I detest this scent. Speak, what's amiss? Lynn halted, meeting her gaze. He initially sought a casual excuse to brush her off, but the penetrating truthfulness in Raven's eyes made him realize that lying to her would come at too great a cost. There were now two peas in a pod, bound together by fate. He tossed the battered satellite phone to her. Raven caught it and scanned it with a discerning eye, a smirk of unabashed mockery playing on her lips. Red Square, General? Black Widow. So the ace operative of S.H.I.L.D. has set a ludicrously naive trap for you, and you're prepared to cower in the sewers, sticking up the place? Her tone pierced like a needle. Is this the empire you bragged about? Reduced to hiding from a woman? Hiding? Lynn suddenly laughed, the expression brimming with a madness that threatened to upend the heavens. Who the hell said I was going to hide? Raven raised an eyebrow, finally intrigued. She presented me with two options, to be a greedy fool or a timid coward. Lynn's eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity. Yet, only children make choices. He spoke each word deliberately, his voice soft, yet it struck Raven's heart like a hammer. She offered no escape. If she did not relent, he would upend her table. Raven fell silent, savoring the madness of Lynn's words, which hinted at mutual destruction. She wishes to fish. Lynn lowered his voice, each syllable seeming to emerge from between clenched teeth. Then I shall blow up this pond for her. I shall see whether she, the fisherman, chokes on a fishbone first, or I, the fish, drown in the water. What to do? Raven finally spoke, a note of genuine seriousness woven into her tone. Sell the information to Hydra. Raven's golden eyes narrowed abruptly. Hydra, those lunatic Nazis hiding behind the guise of S.H.E.L.D. This plan is not madness. It is suicide. Yet in the next moment, a thrill laced with deadly danger surged through her very marrow. She gazed at the man before her, for the first time sensing that he might be more than just a lucky pawn with a silver tongue. He was a madman, a fellow lunatic willing to dance on the edge of a blade. Intriguing. A wild, reckless smile curled at the corners of Raven's lips, more untamed than Natasha's. pulling both S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra into the fray. I am beginning to relish this game of yours. She shifted her tone. However, to convince those paranoid Hydra members, it is not as simple as making a phone call. I know. Lin picked up his phone once more, opening the conversation with Ghost. Therefore, it will cost more. He quickly tapped the screen. Me. Take a dirty job. Slip a message into Hydra's ear. Ghost replied instantaneously, his words dripping with a mercenary spirit. Ghost, delivering a message to those Nazis? Huh. Are you asking for a death wish? $50,000, flat rate. Once this job is done, I'll block you. I detest being a courier for the dead. $50,000. A staggering sum. Lin's heart ached. That was the fruit of his labor, nearly breaking his back to earn his first pot of gold. Just like that, it would vanish. He glanced at the intrigued Raven beside him, catching the glint of chaos in her eyes. Damn it, let us do it. Fortune favors the bold. One cannot reap rewards without risking loss. Me deal. Ghost, information incoming. Remember, I'm only responsible for the delivery. Whether they believe you or decide to chop your family up for the dogs is none of my concern. Lin took a deep breath and began to type. He pondered for a moment, deleting the character read from the general's title in the intel, replacing it with House. The House General. A joke of morbid humor that only he and a certain red-haired woman, far away in the distant realm of Sankei, could possibly comprehend. A perfect, indistinguishable bait. To Hydra, anonymous intelligence from a ghost. Tomorrow night, at Pier 19, the high-value target, General Red Room, will make an appearance with new goods. The Black Widow personally sets the trap for capture. Free hunting. Ghost credibility guaranteed. Sent. The $50,000 in his account evaporated in an instant. Linty cast his phone aside, collapsing heavily onto the sofa, his hands cradling the back of his head, feeling utterly drained. Damn it, a return to square, one overnight. The $60,000 he had toiled for had dwindled to merely $1,000 in pocket money. Natasha Romanoff. I shall remember this debt. Sooner or later, I will reclaim every penny, with interest. Damn it, but it felt so exhilarating. A sensation of stirring the winds of change, pulling the two titans S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra into a brutal clash, sent every cell in his body screaming. He turned his head to look at Raven. She was gazing back at him, her golden pupils sparkling with a light that spoke of kinship. Natasha, do you wish to fish? Linny stared at the moldy stains on the ceiling, as if conversing with himself, yet declaring war against the world. I've sent out the message for you and summoned the biggest shark. He grinned silently, his eyes reflecting the same madness as Raven's. Now, the game has escalated. Your net had better be sturdy. Don't get bitten to death right at the start by the infamous Black Widow. That night, Raven, we must move. Linny shoved the last cold slice of pizza into his mouth, swallowing it whole like a stick of dynamite. Now, immediately without delay, fresh from her shower, water droplets cascaded down Raven's azure skin, splattering against the floor with a soft thud. She remained still, her golden slit pupils narrowing into a lethal seam. Give me a reason. Her voice was cold and hard, as if tempered in ice. This man was issuing commands again. She detested that feeling, especially after she had just taught him a lesson, believing she had regained the upper hand. Linny did not turn, his peripheral vision fixated on the inconspicuous corner outside the curtain. He certainly could not speak the truth, confessing to Raven that the Black Widow had him in her sights, while secretly playing a risky game behind her back. That madwoman would surely pry open his head to see if it housed a Hydra launcher. The best way to deal with such a suspicious beast was to provide her with a reason she most desired to hear, one that aligned perfectly with his cowardly persona. Damn, the junkie next door is a cop. Linty abruptly turned, his face contorted with just the right amount of disgust and irritation. His daily routine of descending the stairs to procure beer is as punctual as clocking in for work. Just now I caught a whiff of that cheap electromagnetic scent, reminiscent of a listening device emanating from him, quite pungent. Raven edged closer, her oppressive presence looming like a wall. Smelling it? Lin, do you take me for child? Her golden irises were filled with scrutiny. How did you know? Has S, H, I, E, L, D installed something in your rear that allows you to sense your kind? Chapter 19. The game begins with a Joker card. These words cut like a knife. Damn, I mustn't slip up. Lin's heart tightened, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a contraption the size of a matchbox, tossing it nonchalantly. It was tangled in a mess of copper wires, utterly unsightly. I made this. His tone was as casual as if he were introducing a toaster. A simple broad-spectrum signal detector. When a persistent signal source approaches, this device vibrates in my pocket. Every time that son of a gun passes by the door, it feels as though my pants are electrified. He paused, delivering the final blow. This place is tainted. Unsafe. This explanation was seamless. That hideously unappealing gadget was a stroke of genius, perfectly tapping into Raven's profound disdain and wariness towards human governmental institutions. Raven scrutinized him for what felt like an eternity, her gaze akin to a beam of light scanning him inside and out. Eventually, she suppressed her doubt. She had to concede that this man possessed an instinct for danger as keen as that of a rat that had thrived in the sewers for 30 years. Where to? Hell's Kitchen. Lynn flashed a grin, a blend of self-mockery and madness. The worst place in all of New York, yet also the cleanest. Moreover, our game of Capital is about to commence. An hour later, the apartment door clicked shut behind him. Lynn, however, halted his steps, standing alone in the empty, musty corridor. He fished out a playing card from his pocket. Push the door, return. He returned to the disheveled room, carefully and provocatively inserting the card into the gap between the mattress and the nightstand, an unmistakable and easily discovered shadowy corner. Having accomplished this, he turned to leave. As the elevator doors closed slowly, he finally dared to breathe deeply. Damn, am I out of my mind? His heart raced in his chest, not from fear, but from a morbid exhilaration. This approach is tantamount to pointing at Natasha Romanoff and calling her incompetent. No, that is not right. When dealing with a top-tier cat like Natasha, pretending to be a dead dog will only lead to your demise. If you wish to join the game, you must transform into an even crazier, more unruly cat. This Joker card is the first chip he throws onto the table, with the remaining $10,000. He procured a ticket to compete alongside the Black Widow. Worth it. The night was as dark as ink. A shadow, silent as the grave, settled upon the fire escape outside the apartment building. Natasha Romanoff. Her entrance through the window was as graceful and stealthy as a cat. Yet, she was met with an oppressive stillness. The room was permeated with a mingled sense of cold pizza and cheap air freshener, a nauseating concoction. She surveyed every corner of the room like a professional coroner. The verdict, a clean escape. They had fled with such swiftness. It felt as though they were mocking her in silence. Just as a flicker of displeasure crossed Natasha's mind, her fingertips brushed against a hard piece of cardboard in the shadows of the bed frame. She extracted it. It was a playing card. Illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, the face of the card revealed itself. The Joker, that grotesquely wide, blood-red grin, seemed to be laughing silently at her. Natasha paused momentarily. Then she laughed, an unrestrained, almost pathological, fervent laughter. The sound echoed lightly and chillingly in the empty room. She understood. He was acutely aware of the trap he had set, and in this most contemptuous manner, he slipped away before her arrival, leaving behind this card. This was not a provocation. It was a declaration of war. Through this card, he communicated to her, "You think you're the hunter? Don't be absurd. In this game, you, like me, are merely a jester." Huh. Natasha tucked the playing card away, her tongue instinctively licking her lips, savoring a taste akin to the finest delicacy. The last remnants of the agent's composure faded from her beautiful green eyes, replaced by the fervor of a worthy adversary and a savage desire to crush this new toy with her own hands. Lynette, the game had only just begun. 3 days later, Hell's Kitchen, a new safe house. It resembled a rubbish heap even more than the previous apartment, with walls adorned in graffiti and mildew. The air was thick with a repugnant blend of urine, alcohol, and inferior curry, capable of driving any sane person away. However, in these 3 days, neither had idled. Lynette was welded to a decrepit computer, the screen awash with torrents of data. He was well acquainted with the police department's intranet, the black market forums, and every corner where the gangs had marked their territory in Hell's Kitchen. Raven had transformed into a specter of the neighborhood. She returned with drunken ramblings from the bars, street corner gossip, and the most vivid, blood-stained underground intelligence. That evening, another gunshot rang out outside, followed by the wail of sirens growing closer. Lynette shut off the computer. He turned and spread a map of Hell's Kitchen across the table. A rat, larger than his fist, scurried past his feet without eliciting a flicker of his eyelids. He picked up a crimson pen and drew a blood-red circle on the West District dock. The first business was at hand. Raven was meticulously polishing a dagger with a tattered cloth when she lifted her gaze, her golden pupils flashing coldly under the light. Jean Bing and the Irishman were at each other's throats over a freight line, their minds nearly unraveling. I intercepted their communications. In 3 days, right here, they were set to execute their final move. He raised his head, looking at Raven with a smile that was both chilling and manic. All we needed to do was to offer an irresistible price before they concluded their deal, legally acquiring the dock from that doomed Irishman. Raven halted her actions, the dagger's cold gleam reflecting her scrutinizing expression. Your intelligence relies solely on the internet. It could be a trap. And is Jean being a fool? Will he let us snatch food from his mouth? A good question. Lin-Int nodded in approval. This was the kind of intellect he required. Intelligence must be cross-verified through 3 independent sources. Unless Jean Bing and the Irishman conspired to deceive this impoverished fool, the probability exceeds 98. As for Jean Bing, the smirk on his lips deepened. When he wins, only to discover the dock has already changed hands through legitimate means, he will rage, but his curiosity will prevail. A mysterious individual daring to play tricks beneath his very nose will keep him from acting recklessly until he uncovers our identities. This is our window of opportunity. Raven's doubts dwindled, yet she still frowned. Why would the dock manager sell to us? This time, she did not wait for Lin-Int's response. This was also her homework over the past few days. I know the manager's Achilles heel. She licked her lips, her gaze turning mischievous. He keeps a mistress in Queens, a ballet dancer whom he cherishes dearly. Lin-Int's eyes instantly lit up. Damn, professional. He digs up online, while Raven roots around offline. Now, this is what I call a perfect criminal partnership. He extended his hand, his fingertip pressing heavily on the red circle on the map. Excellent. Lin-Int grinned broadly, the neon lights outside casting a frenzied glow on his face. Now, our money printing machine is set to commence. Chapter 20. Tame? No, it's about sharpening. The air in Hell's Kitchen was damp and clammy, clinging to the skin with a mixture of rust, urine, and despair. Chunks of wall plaster fell away, revealing moldy stains reminiscent of a distorted map. As the third cockroach, fatter than a thumb, boldly scuttled past Raven's feet, her composure shattered. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Raven crushed the beer can in her hand into a crumpled piece of metal. The metallic wail tore through the room's suffocating silence. I have had enough. She whirled around, her golden slit pupils, like molten gold, fixated fiercely on Lin-Int. This life, the days spent lurking in the sewers, scavenging like maggots. With a swift motion, she sent the map on the table flying, the paper colliding with the wall and emitting a feeble wail. She advanced step by step, each footfall causing the creaking floorboards to tremble beneath her. I possess strength. She pointed at herself, each word forced out as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Banks. Smash the jewelry stores. We shall take whatever we desire. Why should we rot in this wretched place? Lin-Int did not lift his gaze, not even a flutter of his eyelids. In his hand, he held a small screwdriver, methodically unscrewing the back of a battered radio. 1, 2. He meticulously collected the screws with tweezers, arranging them neatly on the table like soldiers awaiting inspection. In the face of Raven's almost fiery wrath, his calm demeanor was the utmost provocation. It has begun. Lin-Int understood clearly. This was the final test before the transfer of power. If he triumphed, he would be the master. If he faltered, he would merely be a rechargeable battery, ready to be drained at any moment. He finally raised his head, his gaze chillingly serene. Stealing? Robbing? He uttered the words devoid of emotion, yet they struck like cold surgical blades, precisely piercing Raven's fury. That is the way of beasts. When hungry, they lash out frantically to tear and bite. When sated, they seek a crumbling cave to lick their wounds. They wait for the next hunger pang and repeat the cycle. Raven, that is the existence of mere animals. Beasts. Animals? These 2 words jabbed deep into Raven's memory like red-hot iron rods. The chilling image of foraging for food in the muck. The humiliation of hiding in the gutter while being hunted like a monster erupted within her. The scars were laid bare, revealing not blood, but fangs. Don't you dare lecture me. Raven seized his collar, yanking him from the chair until their noses nearly touched. I've heard this nonsense from Charles. Eric said it too. She sneered, her golden eyes filled with scorn and derision. And what was the outcome? One slumped in a wheelchair, dreaming of world peace before a gaggle of children. The other became the most wanted criminal in the world. His so-called ambitions ultimately amounted to nothing but escape and failure. You? She appraised Lin from head to toe, as if he were the greatest joke. What makes you think this wretched map you've drawn 1T become the next punchline? Lin was unceremoniously cast to the floor by the fury of the shapeshifter. He gazed at the flicker of disbelief in Raven's eyes, a flame left after reality's relentless blows, and nodded slightly. This was what he desired. A tamed soul paled in comparison to one that had been conquered. You are right. He actually conceded. They all faltered. He picked up an old vacuum tube from the dismantled radio, tossing it gently between his fingertips. Charles aspired to mend the broken device, yearning for it to play hymns, while Eric wished to shatter it into pieces, crafting something uniquely belonging to mutants. He shifted his tone, a smile creeping across his face. As for me, I merely sought to unravel the intricate pathways of its circuitry, hack into its system, replace its components, and compel it to play my favorite songs on a continuous loop, allowing the entire world to sway to my rhythm. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, striding to the window and prying it open a crack. Below, 3 ruffians huddled around a trash can, sharing a found cigarette, but, don't believe it? Lin's voice wafted in from the window. Then let us conduct an experiment with those 3 down there. He turned back, his gaze devoid of tranquility, replaced by a predatory sharpness akin to that of an eagle. You employ your methods to seize what you deem valuable. I shall use mine to excavate. In an hour, we shall compare whose acquisition holds greater worth. It was a wager. Raven regarded him, his proposal like a hook, expertly ensnaring her inherent competitiveness. I shall create a map of the food chain within New York's underground forces. Lin retrieved the map from the floor, spreading it anew across the table, pressing it down firmly with his palm. Prizing open their mouths is merely the beginning. I must discern which is the fish, which the wolf, and which the shark clad in human skin. His voice was low, yet it exuded a madness that sent a chill through Raven's core. And we, Raven. He lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable ambition. We shall not be the hunters. We shall become the deities who dictate the rules of the hunt. Raven believed him to be insane. To commence with 3 street urchins and seize control of the entire New York underworld? What a convoluted and foolish plan. Yet, that proposal for an experiment, that madness of manipulating everything at will, she damned herself for feeling a thrill. You are a madman, she concluded. Perhaps, Lin chuckled, relishing the effect he had achieved. With a game she could not refuse, he sought to shatter her simplistic, survivalist logic of grabbing and fleeing. Raven extended her tongue, licking her lips, a glimmer of sanguine light flashing within her golden pupils. Leaning forward, she whispered, I have hundreds of methods to make them spill their guts. Which one do you desire? His response was a perfect score. She had taken the bait, ensnared and lured. I do not require them to speak. Lin's mouth curved into a devilish grin. I want you to employ the most primal methods to extract everything from them. Through fear, through pain, through their deepest despair. He leaned closer to her ear, his voice as soft as a serpent's hiss. I want you to become the very embodiment of their deepest fears. It could be the monster lurking beneath their childhood beds, the adversary they vanquished just yesterday, or even their mother wielding a kitchen knife in a fit of betrayal. I desire you to be their nightmare incarnate. In Raven's golden pupils, true flames ignited at last. It was exhilaration, the kind of thrill that arises when the prey finally reveals its fangs, making the hunt infinitely more captivating. Lin could feel her muscles taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Let me see, he said, his voice tinged with a playful curiosity akin to testing a weapon, as his hand gently caressed her cheek. After honing this blade for so long, I wonder how swiftly it strikes. Raven offered no reply. She merely turned away, her blue silhouette silently merging with the shadows of the room. 1 second, 2 seconds. From downstairs came the first, sharp, brief scream, a sound akin to a rat's throat being crushed in an instant. Lin did not look. He slowly closed his eyes, tilting his head back slightly, revealing a contented smile as he listened to the sound of his blade echoing in this slaughterhouse known as Hell's Kitchen, the crisp and melodious sound of it being unleashed. Chapter 21. Unearthing gold and old secrets with a crisp snap, the sound was drowned out by the neon lights at the alley's entrance and the retching of inebriated patrons. The rain fell in a sticky drizzle, effectively washing away the splattered remnants of blood on the wall. Raven's form flowed like liquid metal, shifting from the outline of a gaunt janitor back to her iconic blue skin. She flicked her wrist as if brushing off dirt, then turned and vanished into the darkness. In less than 5 minutes, the apartment door swung open. A soft thud resonated as 3 shabby items were tossed onto the table. The sound not loud, but filled with disdain. A Nokia phone, a fruit machine with a screen shattered like a spider's web, and a wallet. Is this all there is? Raven leaned against the doorframe, looking down at Lin Int with a gaze full of the mockery I had anticipated. Lin, you'd best not tell me this is your grand scheme. Lin Int did not lift his head. He leisurely retrieved a pair of rubber gloves he had pilfered from the convenience store downstairs. The sound of them snapping into place reminiscent of a perverse doctor preparing to dissect an alien, a stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. He first picked up the old Nokia phone. Ah, an antique, he muttered, grabbing a data cable he had soldered himself, resembling a centipede, and violently prying open the back cover. 2 metal clips clamped down precisely on the motherboard's contact points. On the computer screen, green code cascaded like a waterfall. Suddenly, the code halted. A red wall materialized abruptly. The encryption was in place. Raven's lips curled into a sardonic smile, laden with mockery. It seemed your little toy was far from clever. Instead of becoming irritated, Lin Int chuckled softly. Ah, their essay wall. Now, this is getting interesting. His fingers returned to the keyboard, and in an instant, his entire demeanor shifted. The keyboard erupted under his deft touch. The rapid keystrokes resembled not mere typing, but the relentless fire of an automatic weapon. The sarcasm on Raven's face began to freeze, inch by inch. She could not decipher the chaotic symbols on the screen, yet she could read Lin Int. The beads of sweat forming on his brow, the furrow in his brow, and the growing brightness in his eyes were unmistakable. This was no mere show. It was a sense of absolute control over a force she had only felt when Magneto toppled aircraft carriers. She sensed a kindred spirit. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Int leaned back in his chair. The red wall on the screen had shattered into fragments, and a text message was forcibly extracted. The goods have arrived, old place. Shark, the small-time boss of the Irish gang, managed the smuggling at the docks. Lin Int pinpointed an abandoned pump station on the map. The old place, this one, the maintenance passage. Impossible. Raven's voice crashed down like a bucket of ice water. Lin Int abruptly halted all motion, lifting his gaze to truly regard her for the first time. That location was the Dominicans' slaughterhouse for traitors. Raven's tone was both cold and resolute. Does Shark dare to conduct transactions there? Unless he wishes to be encased in concrete and tossed into the Hudson to feed the fish. Lin Int's thoughts instantly crystallized. Damn, he had only seen data, while this woman perceived the dark undercurrents of the rules. Her intelligence was a vein of knowledge that his wretched computer could never unearth. A trap? His expression shifted dramatically. A trap specifically laid for those of us who seek to capitalize on the clever. The question lingered. Who was the orchestrator of this information? Raven nodded, feeling at last that she was no longer merely a tool of brute force. This sensation, damn it, was rather exhilarating. Interestingly, Lin Int was not disheartened. Rather, he became invigorated, realizing that what they sought to conceal was far more valuable than the petty smuggling operations. He seized the shattered screen device, rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a small black box the size of a matchbox, connecting it online. A physical bypass, forcibly reading the flash memory, he casually explained. The screen flickered a few times and, astonishingly, bypassed the lock screen. In the gallery, besides the cringeworthy selfies, there was a folder disguised as system logs. Inside was a video. A man in a cheap suit was stuffing bundles of cash into a suitcase. The camera panned, and a sign flashed briefly in the background. Dominic Accounting Firm. Lin slowed down that frame, articulating each word deliberately. He suddenly turned his head. The wallet. Raven slammed the expired driver's license onto the table. The face in the video perfectly matched the photo on the license. Raven's breath hitched. She felt as if she had touched the tail of a shark. The text message was a smokescreen. Was the real transaction point at the firm? This bastard was laundering money for Jean Bing and intended to shift the blame onto the Irish? The standard response. Lin hit return, and the firm's information appeared on the screen. One of Jean Bing's white gloves, a professional laundering operation in Hell's Kitchen. Raven fell silent. She gazed at the 3 pieces of trash on the table, then at the screen, which revealed a secret that could shake the very foundations of Hell's Kitchen. She had strained every sinew to bring back a deadly trap. Yet this man, armed with a keyboard and her one utterance, had unearthed a hidden passage leading to Jean Bing's vault from the depths of the trap. Lin grabbed a red pen and unfolded the map once more. He first circled the west side docks, labeling it a trap, then violently slashed through it. Next, he marked a larger, blood-red cross at the location of the accounting firm on the opposite side of the map. Raven, he asked without looking up, "Do you want to play for real? Rob that firm?" Raven's throat felt dry. "No." Lynn laughed, a smile that sent shivers down Raven's spine. "Robbing money? Too trivial. What we aim to seize is the ledger." "The ledger?" "Yes." Lynn stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the sinful neon lights below, like a madman admiring his masterpiece. "With it, we would know every dime of Gene Bing's dirty money, which politician pocketed his cash, and which officer was his lapdog." He abruptly turned around, his eyes ablaze with ambition. "We would have Gene Bing by the throat. Going head-to-head, the two of us wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps in his defenses. But lurking in the shadows, using the very means he fears most, gradually hollowing out his underground empire. Don't you find that intriguing? The firm's network security has vulnerabilities, but its physical security is undoubtedly military grade." Lynn's gaze fell upon Raven, scorching and intense. "Infrared, gravity sensors, sound waves. I need a true ghost. A top-tier agent who can transform into a fly and snap necks in a second." He pulled a disk from his pocket, furiously typing code on the keyboard. Half an hour later, he pushed the disk to the center of the table. "Infiltrate. Insert this little device into their main server. 3 minutes to extract everything, then self-destruct. I trust you have your ways to exit." Raven regarded the man before her. He is more unhinged than Eric and more effective than Charles. He is not weaving grand illusions. He is wielding a dagger, a blade that requires the strength of two to penetrate the heart of the King of New York. Chapter 22. Setting the trap. Falling into the snare, suffering the consequences. Raven grasped the plate tightly. The cold metal, for the first time, imparted a sensation beyond mere power. Lynn observed the bloodstain on the map, his smile unwavering. Yet he added in a voice only two could hear, "Of course, we must always be prepared with a plan." He gently tapped his fingertips on the table. "We must approach this with a readiness to step into a trap in order to steal his cheese. For this so-called ledger may, in itself, be a more alluring bait thrown by Gene." Raven shuddered. To execute a robbery that was fundamentally impossible. Armed with the awareness that it was a trap, she laughed, the flames of complicity burning in her golden pupils. Now this is what one might call exhilarating. SHIELD, 3 Curve Wing Headquarters. Natasha Romanoff's office was so silent that one could hear the beating of their own heart. On the desk, a military knife was firmly pinned to a playing card, its blade pointed directly at the grinning face of the Joker. A declaration of war, a humiliation. It had been 2 weeks, 14 whole days. That scoundrel named Lynn, along with his shape-shifting accomplice, had vanished as if into thin air. Natasha had exhausted every resource at her disposal, even pursuing leads unknown to Fury, the one-eyed dragon. And the result? Nothing at all. They seemed like 2 phantoms, drifting in with laughter, leaving chaos in their wake, then drifting away with mirth. Damn it. A curse exploded in Natasha's mind. This sensation was most unsatisfactory. This personal vendetta had ensnared her deeply. That man had carved a deep gash into her flawless record with a mere broken card. It itched and throbbed. Just then, a soft chime echoed. The sound emanated from her military-grade, encrypted personal terminal, reputed to be utterly untraceable. This channel, in theory, could only be accessed by Fury and Barton. Natasha's pupils constricted sharply. She activated the screen. A message lay there, seemingly materializing on the stark black interface. Not sent, but sprouting directly beneath her eyelids. As if the machine had become haunted. The signature bore a single word, ding. Natasha leaped up from her chair, her muscles taut in an instant. Like a panther with its tail stepped on, she was both graceful and lethal. It was him. The message was simple, akin to a ticket for performance. Address, 1501 Broadway, Midtown Manhattan, top floor, Dominic Accounting Firm. Time, tonight, midnight. Lastly, a single remark, courteous yet maddeningly audacious. Do you desire to witness a splendid performance? A provocation, indeed, laid bare as a trap. Natasha's mind operates with the speed of a supercomputer. A snare? Undoubtedly. A feint? Perhaps. A test from Hydra? Not to be dismissed. Every page of her textbooks, every survival tenet learned within the confines of the Red Room, blares an alarm. Report. Request backup. Enveloped that place in a fortress of steel. Yet she refrains. Engaging with such an egotistical madman by the book would only hasten his escape. To ensnare him, she must step into his theater, confront him within his realm, and eliminate him. Natasha's fingers dance across the terminal at lightning speed. She does not contact Fury. Instead, she activates an emergency protocol codenamed Requiem. An encrypted communication chain is instantaneously set in motion. 90 minutes. Should she fail to input the security code, her real-time location, the audio recording, and this invitation will automatically be dispatched to Fury and Hawkeye. This serves as her insurance. Having secured her safety net, she now prepares to unwrap the gift. She retrieves 2 of the most reliable Glock 19s from the weapons rack, their cold metal feeling like an extension of her own body. Without alerting anyone, her figure silently melds into the shadows of the office. Tonight, she is no longer an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She is a hunter, incensed and resolute. She intends to rip off that jester's mask to unveil the wretched visage beneath. Hell's Kitchen, an abandoned distillery. Linta discards his laptop and hard drive into a plastic barrel filled with aqua regia. A hissing sound accompanies the acrid fumes as the device dissolves into a bubbling mire. Task accomplished. You summon the Black Widow. Raven's voice wafts from the shadows, her golden pupils glimmering in the dark like twin will-o'-the-wisps. Observant, yet perilous. A grand performance without a star-studded audience lacks prestige, does it not? Linta shrugs, his demeanor one of nonchalance. He turns, wrapping an arm around the waist of the blue-skinned figure before him, a smirk dancing upon his lips. Merely seizing the ledger? Such tactics belong to third-rate thieves. Kingpin would be infuriated, then hunt us down like vermin, crushing us into pulp beneath his heel. Raven furrows her brow. So what is your plan? What I seek is not his paltry funds. Linta's voice is soft, yet it resonates like a heavy hammer striking the air. What I desire is his throne. He suddenly pivots, fixing his gaze intensely upon Raven. I wish to make the entire underground rat population of New York bear witness, with wide-open eyes, to the presence of the illustrious Black Widow, the ace of S.H.I.E.L.D., as she stands beside us, applauding and cheering, bearing witness to our extraction of the heart of our target, Kingpin. A glimmer flashed through Raven's golden irises. She comprehended. Thus, she was not merely an observer. No, Lynet's lips curled into a smile, both maddening and enchanting. She served as both an audience member and our free amplifier. Utilizing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most advanced encryption privileges, she would compose a report detailing our exploits. She would portray us as a pair of formidable phantoms, elusive and possessing immeasurable power. In this report, one might wonder, how many ears would it reach through the whispers of Hydra's infiltrators? He approached Raven, extending his hand to caress her cheek, his touch as gentle as if he were polishing a priceless artifact. This, indeed, was the world's most exquisite free advertisement. Raven gazed at him, an ineffable shock reverberating within her. Every step he took danced upon the edge of a blade, yet his steadiness was terrifying. The director of a grand play, a performance poised to ignite the entire underground world. He envisaged New York as the stage, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hydra as mere backdrop, and the imperious king of New York as the opening ceremony's fireworks. Let us proceed. Lynette donned his coat, the shadow of the brim obscuring much of his face. He leaned closer to Raven's ear, excitement and fervor barely contained in his voice. Akin to a lover's whisper, yet reminiscent of a devil's proclamation, our esteemed guests are in position. It is time for the protagonists to take the stage. Let the show commence. Chapter 23. Encirclement Midnight. Dominic's accounting firm. On the top floor, the cerulean lights of the server room flickered, the only remnants of life in this steel tomb. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. A man emerged, clad in a white shirt, his face etched with the anxiety of loss. John, the firm's senior partner. Mr. John? At this late hour. The night watchman began to rise, but was promptly silenced by an impatient gesture from the man, his gaze akin to that of someone regarding a bothersome fly. The watchman wisely closed his mouth. John walked purposefully, his polished shoes echoing dully against the floor as he made his way to the highest security server core. Fingerprint. Beep. Green light. Iris scan. Beep. Green light. Voice recognition. Beep. Green light. Only after enhancing her capabilities could she capture these details with precision. The drawback was that she needed to have physical contact once. Well, normal contact. The 3 military-grade biometric locks before him were as trivial as toys. The heavy alloy door slid open soundlessly. John stepped inside, and the door sealed behind him. In the next moment, the man's form transformed like a flowing stream, shifting from that of a greasy middle-aged Caucasian to the iconic azure body of Raven. From the concealed pocket of her tactical suit, she retrieved the disk provided by Lynette. She located the main server, aligned the interface, and inserted it. The red light on the disk began to flicker, reminiscent of a time bomb implanted within the heart of a colossal beast. Lynette had stated 3 minutes. She needed to bide her time for 3 minutes. Raven remained motionless, her golden vertical pupils reflecting the cold metallic sheen, resembling a statue conjured from the depths of hell. Her ears twitched slightly, attuned to all sounds outside the door. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Footsteps echoed from the corridor's end. Routine patrol security. Huh, why is the door not securely locked? The guard muttered, pushing the door ajar. John, is that you? What is going on? The room lay desolate, save for the hum of the server. The guard furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and turned to call for backup. Too late. As he twisted his head, a hand emerged from the shadows, crushing his throat bone with brutal force. Crack! It was not a mere choke, it was a shattering. The guard's startled gasp was stifled in his lungs, transforming into a desperate gurgle. He could not even comprehend who had slain him. A second hand flashed like lightning, the cold blade slicing cleanly through his carotid artery. Blood scarcely had the chance to spurt forth before a blue hand clamped down firmly over it. The body was dragged into the darkness, akin to discarding a tattered sack. Clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary sound. Raven cast a glance at the disc. The red light turned green. Task accomplished. She withdrew the disc, expressionless, and wiped it on the still warm uniform of the guard before stowing it back into the concealed pocket. Approaching the corpse, her form once again writhed. Moments later, an identical guard emerged. She whistled off-key, mimicking the unfortunate soul's favorite tune, continuing along his patrol route before vanishing into the corridor's depths. A few minutes later, a cleaning lady wheeled a garbage cart out of the freight passageway, departing from the building. As the disc was inserted, the laptop screen erupted with a surge of green data streams. Code, graphs, encrypted accounts cascaded like a digital tsunami, engulfing the entire display in an instant. Raven leaned in closer, her golden pupils mirroring the waterfall of data. She could not comprehend it. Damn, this sensation vexed her. The spoil she had fought tooth and nail to retrieve had culminated in a jumble of incomprehensible stripes. She felt herself revert to that of a mere tool, an enhanced device fit solely for menial labor. What the hell is this? She crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, her tone brusque. Lynette paid her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his 10 fingers becoming mere phantoms in their frantic dance. With each keystroke, he wielded precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel, peeling away layers of pretense and directly targeting the core. His face bore no extraneous expression, only an unsettling concentration bordering on obsession. I have it. Lenny's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated like the closing of a gate, abruptly halting the deluge of data on the screen. The world fell silent. On the display, a solitary map remained, marked by a red circle indicating an address. Brooklyn, 7th Avenue, Red Hook District Slaughterhouse. The largest shipment of the week for Golden. Linty pointed to the crimson, his tone as nonchalant as if commenting on the pleasant weather. $30 million in cash. It will be packaged here the night after tomorrow and shipped overseas. $30 million. Raven's breath hitched. The address. She licked her lips, her golden pupils alight with a predatory excitement. I'll bring the money back to you. This is what I do best. No need, Lenny replied curtly. The thrill on Raven's face froze instantly. He leisurely powered down the screen, turning in his chair to face her. Robbery? That's south the game of street thugs. We are above that. Raven's brow furrowed in confusion. She could not fathom what thoughts swirled in this man's mind. Every step he took transcended her understanding. Lenny rose, advancing toward her until they stood close enough to feel each other's breath. To steal 30 million would sting Golden, but he wouldn't die. He would pursue us like a rabid dog. And then what? We hide in the sewers, living like rats? Is that what we desire, Raven? I don't want his money. Linty's smile widened, exuding a disquieting madness. Then what is it you truly seek? I wish to stir the waters. Linty moved to the window, gazing down at the filthy street ruled by neon lights and trash cans. Raven remained silent, merely observing the man's silhouette, as if witnessing the birth of a madman, a chillingly composed one at that. Only when the waters are muddied can the fish be caught. The screen flickered to life. Raven leaned closer, and her pupils dilated in shock. The first interface displayed a silver eagle emblem, its lines stark and imbued with a sense of order. The highest encrypted channel of S-H-I-E-L-D, a realm said to exist only in legend, accessible only to those few trusted by Nick Fury. Linty's fingers danced over the keyboard, deftly playing a melody of codes. To the audience, a batch of illicit funds will be exchanged at the slaughterhouse in the Red Hook area, believed to be connected to the remnants of Hydra in New York. A spectacle not to be missed. Hydra? Raven's voice altered. Are you forcing Fury to invest heavily? What other choice is there? Shall I invite him to watch a show? Lin, without raising his head, casually opened a second interface. A grotesque emblem emerged on the screen, accompanied by visual effects that distorted the magnetic field as if it were about to leap out. Raven's breath caught in her throat. Damn, this is the Brotherhood channel. It is the very place Eric used to issue the highest-level war mobilization orders following the Genosha incident. How many secrets does this man conceal? Lin's expression remained tranquil, as if he had merely opened a mundane email. His fingertip descended. Warning, S-H-I-E-L-D is testing a novel anti-mutant genetic weapon at the slaughterhouse. The prototype has been deployed, with living mutants as experimental targets. This message was sent in glaring crimson font, akin to a drop of oil splashed into a raging fire. Raven could almost envision Magneto's twisted expression upon receiving this intelligence. Eric would tear that place apart with his own hands. Her voice was as dry as sandpaper. Excellent. Lin was unfazed by this. The Hound were already in position. Now, it was time to unleash the jackals. He casually opened a third interface, a flamboyant underground forum, a realm where New York street thugs exchanged whispers. He typed a line without encryption, boldly. Insider information, a shipment from Goldfinger encountered issues tonight at the Red Hook slaughterhouse. 30 million unclaimed dollars. Whoever seizes it, it shall be theirs. Address. He sent the message and closed all windows. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking less than 5 minutes. Raven stood frozen, her gaze fixed intently upon the man before her, a chill coursing through her. Chapter 24. The Slaughterhouse S-H-I-L-D. The Brotherhood, New York's underworld. 3 factions, 3 ravenous beasts, manipulated by him with 3 indistinguishable strands of information, all drawn toward the same bloody mill. He was using $30 million as bait, orchestrating a gruesome feast of mutual annihilation among the 3 powers. This man was more deranged and terrifying than any ambitious soul she had ever encountered. Fear, a primal dread in the face of an unknown, formidable existence, gripped Raven's heart. Yet, soon after, a more terrifying emotion surged forth. Exhilaration. A morbid, bloodthirsty thrill that urged her to plunge into this frenzied revelry immediately. Suddenly, she laughed. It was a blend of exhilaration, fame, and the thrill of facing an equal. As a smile illuminated her face, in her golden pupils, a perilous gleam akin to that of linnet sparkled. "You madman," she purred, extending her tongue to languidly moisten her parched lips. She approached Linnet step by step, bending down so that her nose nearly brushed against his, her voice husky and enticing. "I truly wish to swallow you whole." Linnet chuckled, retrieving a small black object, no larger than a fingernail, from his drawer and sliding it towards her. "First, we work." He pushed the item closer to Raven, a miniature high-frequency tracker, equipped with eavesdropping capabilities. "Your task is neither to rob nor to kill." Leaning forward, his lips nearly touching hers, his gaze sharp as a blade, he continued, "I need you to infiltrate that slaughterhouse and stealthily affix this little device to the money-filled container." Then, he reclined back in his chair, his demeanor relaxing. "We shall sit in the audience and admire the grand fireworks I have prepared for you." As he leaned back, his eyes, ablaze with scheming, mirrored the flickering excitement within Raven's golden vertical pupils. She grasped the cold tracker, weighed in her hand, and, with the casualness of discarding refuse, tossed it to the corner of the table. Though she uttered no words, Her actions spoke volumes. The woman stepped forward, resting her hands on the armrests of Lynet's chair, leaning over him, casting him entirely in her shadow. The sole source of illumination in the apartment came from the neon outside, the light flowing over her azure skin, delineating her beastly, fluid, and imposing musculature. The air instantly cooled several degrees. Before taking action, her voice dropped to a low, commanding tone. I need to grow stronger. No sooner had she spoken than she extended her arm, lifting the 130-pound Lynette from his chair with effortless ease, as if he were merely a cat. Hey, wait. The alarm bells rang in Lynette's mind as his body instinctively reacted in the most cowardly manner, clinging to her to avoid falling. Damn, is this woman on drugs? So desperate. His protests were abruptly silenced by a resounding thud as she kicked open the bedroom door, which closed automatically behind them. Lynette was forcefully hurled onto the bed, the mattress sinking deeply before catapulting him back up. The old wooden bed frame creaked ominously. Just as he propped himself up, the light dimmed abruptly. The shapeshifter had preemptively subdued him, her golden vertical pupils locking onto him in the darkness. From her elevated position, she regarded him with scrutiny and avarice, resembling a blue female leopard savoring her spoils. She said nothing, merely lowered her head. There was no tenderness, only the promise of conquest. The room was hauntingly silent, save for the sound of their breaths, one hurried and the other forced. The sliver of moonlight seeping through the curtain danced restlessly at the foot of the bed, shattering into fragments before ultimately dissolving into a chaotic shadow. The shelf protested rhythmically, its initial fervor gradually waning into feebleness. In the air, it seemed as if invisible electric sparks crackled. Two breaths collided violently within the confined space, intertwining and eventually merging into one. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the final, overwhelming groan echoed, silence enveloped everything. Raven's chest rose and fell gently as she propped herself up, her nose nearly brushing against Lynette's. Her voice hoarse yet laced with a languid satisfaction. Now, I shall prepare for the tasks at hand. She flipped off the bed with decisive grace, leaving no trace of reluctance. In the darkness, her blue form undulated like flowing water, transforming into an alluring beauty. She pushed open the door and exited without a backward glance, as if she were not the protagonist of the storm that had just passed. Lynette lay alone on the chaotic battlefield, sprawled in a star shape, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought for several seconds. Damn, what a loss. This woman was increasingly adept at extracting the residual value from her tools. He moved his fingers, a familiar warmth surged from his limbs. Albeit faint, it was undeniably present. This was the growth of his own power. Shortly thereafter, a faint blue virtual prompt appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Dual cultivation complete. You have received a cash reward, 10,000 USD. Gazing at the figure of $10,000, the remnants of his previously suppressed frustration evaporated instantly. He broke into a silent grin. This minor physical depletion had yielded tangible strength enhancement and a handsome sum of money. What a profitable transaction! In the Red Hook District slaughterhouse, the air was thick with an acrid stench capable of knocking one over. The overwhelming scent of blood, the sharp tang of disinfectant, and the rancid odor of aged animal fat mingled together, incessantly invading one's nostrils. Suspended from enormous hooks, rows of disemboweled pigs dangled like a silent battalion of corpses. The ground was wet and slippery, a nauseating mixture of blood and flesh beneath one's feet. An elderly man, clad in a blue janitorial uniform and wearing a mask and cap, pushed a cleaning cart, moving leisurely down the workshop corridor. His movements were mechanical and numb, indistinguishable from the dozens of genuine janitors present. Raven's shape-shifting ability was nothing short of miraculous in such a ghastly place. The objective, the cold storage on the second basement level, a temporary vault for gold. She deftly evaded all surveillance, gliding silently underground. Before the metallic door of the cold storage, a man sat motionless on a steel chair, his back turned to the passageway. Dressed in a brown trench coat and a black top hat, he resembled a poorly crafted wax figure. But the moment Raven stepped within a 30-meter radius of him, the wax figure sprang to life. He did not turn around. Instead, he casually extracted a deck of playing cards from his pocket, deftly flicking them across his fingertips. The sound of the cards slicing through the damp air pierced the silence of the subterranean space with an unsettling sharpness. Raven's footsteps froze, her entire being retreating into the shadowed corner of the wall, her heartbeat nearly ceasing. Had you been discovered? How could that be? The man halted his actions, pinching a card between his fingers, tilting his head as if straining to catch the whispers of the wind. How peculiar, he mused aloud, his voice low yet imbued with a neurotic tone reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. The air seemed to carry a hint of an unfamiliar scent, an essence of life that was decidedly not that of a mere pig. Before his words could fully dissipate, he abruptly flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The thin card shot forth like a flying knife, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, grazing Raven's cheek before embedding itself with a thud into the concrete wall behind her, penetrating 3 inches deep. Raven's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The man slowly rose, turning towards her. The dim light illuminated his face, an unremarkable visage, marked solely by a circular brand carved into his forehead, resembling a bullseye. The bullseye, the most deranged of Jean Bing's hounds. He grinned, revealing a set of unervingly white teeth, reminiscent of a hyena finally relishing the moment its prey had stumbled into its trap. Caught you, little mouse. Chapter 25. Mad dog, hyena, and cannon fodder in an instant. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Raven's cells within her body rapidly reconfigured. The guise of a cleaner vanished in a heartbeat, revealing a towering figure clad in a slaughterhouse worker's uniform, nearly 2 meters in height. Without a second thought, she pivoted and fled. Oh, still wish to play hide and seek? The bullseye emitted a low, delighted chuckle. He didn't even bother to observe what Raven had transformed into. That was of no consequence. His pursuit was never reliant on sight. It was attuned to the rhythm of her heartbeat, the surge of adrenaline that infused the air with a faintly sweet scent, the unique aroma of fear that only prey exuded. Whoosh! Another playing card, this time a spade. The card spun rapidly through the air, resembling a miniature cutting machine. It did not strike a person, yet precisely severed a high-pressure water pipe at the giant's feet. Sizzle. The high-pressure water surged forth violently, instantly soaking the floor. Raven stumbled, nearly falling in a most undignified manner. Damn it! This lunatic had no intention of finishing her off in one blow. He was toying with her, relishing the thrill of playing with his prey. The bullseye leisurely trailed behind, hands tucked in his pockets, whistling an off-key tune as he strolled with an air of nonchalance. Yet with each step he took, it felt as if he measured the distance, meticulously sealing off every possible escape route for Raven. Raven plunged into the slaughterhouse, where carcasses of pigs hung grotesquely. A heavy stench of blood and rust assaulted her senses. Like a slippery eel, she darted desperately among the pale corpses. The gaze of her pursuer lingered ominously. A coin flick from his fingertips struck the iron hook of a hanging body with a resounding clang, ricocheting at an odd angle and grazing her arm, leaving a trail of blood. Pain surged, yet this fleeting discomfort steadied her racing heart, compelling her to remain calm. She needed an opportunity, an upheaval that could turn the tide. Her eyes swept over the crisscrossing steam pipes above. That essay. After narrowly dodging a steel pen hurled by her pursuer, Raven surged forward like a cornered leopard, propelling herself onto the slaughtering platform. Using the momentum, she leaped high, grasping the icy pipe above with fierce determination. Aiming for the heavens, her pursuer finally paused, picking up a slaughtering knife from the ground, weighing it in his hand as his arm muscles tensed. There was no time to lose. Raven spotted the cash box nearby, guarded by 2 burly men. She needed a sufficient commotion, something to render everyone blind and deaf, targeting the weakest welded joint of the valve. She slithered up the pipe like a serpent, channeling her augmented strength into a single, powerful punch. With all her might, she struck with ferocity. Crack! The valve shattered with a deafening roar. Scalding steam erupted forth, accompanied by a piercing shriek that resembled a massive white wave, surging violently. Boom! The entire underground level was instantly engulfed in a dense white mist, rendering sight and sound utterly useless. Damn it! Her pursuer instinctively raised his hand to shield his face as the searing steam seared his skin. Yet his expression betrayed no panic. Instead, a more sinister grin spread across his face. Playing hide and seek in my domain? He strained to listen through the fog, readying the slaughtering knife for a throw. Whoosh! The blade whistled through the air, slicing toward an empty direction, embedding itself into a distant metal wall with a thud. He was using sound and indiscriminate attacks to relentlessly compress her space for survival. Now, Raven leaped down from the pipe, landing on her toes with nary a sound. The two guards, dazed by the explosion and the scalding steam, stood frozen in place. Like a wraith, Raven swiftly approached. With a deft twist of her hands, she executed a maneuver impossible for any ordinary human, precisely snapping the necks of both men. The soft cracks were perfectly masked by the shriek of the steam. Her fingers moved like phantoms, firmly pressing the minuscule tracker into the hidden compartment at the bottom of the metal cash box. Task accomplished. She did not linger for a moment, deftly sidestepping a whistling coin amidst the thick fog, before turning and vanishing completely into the denser mist. The apartment. Raven's silhouette emerged from the shadows, still bearing the scent of blood and dampness from the slaughterhouse. An accident had occurred. She recounted the events succinctly, her tone laced with an undeniable sense of dread and fury. The top assassin of Jean Bing, known as the Target Eye, was stationed there. That man is insane. I nearly lost my life. It was a true brush with death. Lin was fixated on the slowly moving red dot on his notebook screen. Upon hearing the name Target Eye, he tapped his fingers on the desk, pausing for half a second. In that fleeting moment, Raven took notice. Yet, there was no trace of anxiety on his face. Instead, a manic grin spread wider across his lips. Jean Bing truly values this batch of goods, he murmured to himself, swiveling his chair, his eyes glinting ominously in the dim room. I merely intended to catch a few small fish, but unexpectedly, a shark has arrived. Raven furrowed her brow. This is no laughing matter. I told you, I nearly died there. No, this is quite amusing. Lin stood up, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey from the bottle on the table. The amber liquid swirled in the glasses, his face alight with the satisfaction of a plan well executed. He handed a glass to Raven, raising his own toward the red dot on screen. A mad dog, just perfect. This saves us the trouble of drumming up noise. He'll create the biggest stir for us. He gazed at Raven, his eyes devoid of comfort, filled only with cold calculation. Now, all eyes will be fixated on him, on Jean Bing, firmly pinned to that slaughterhouse. We merely need. He lifted his glass and gently clinked it against the air, awaiting the curtain to rise. Meanwhile, night fell. The Red Hook District slaughterhouse loomed like a bleeding beast, ensconced in an even eerier silence following the earlier explosion of steam. Outside, various factions, unaware of each other, were stealthily closing in. Atop the tallest cargo crane, a figure lay against the cold steel, the wind tousling her signature dark red hair. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Calmly, she raised her binoculars. Below, a silhouette darker than the night itself traversed the shadows of the containers. A large white skull emblem glimmered ominously in the darkness. Frank Castle, the Punisher. He chambered around, the heavy scent of blood filling his breath. For him, walls and doors were indistinguishable. Only the distinction between obstructions and non-obstructions mattered. Suddenly, screech. A jarring sound of brakes shattered the tranquility. A dilapidated cargo van careened awkwardly into the wire fence at the slaughterhouse's entrance. The door was kicked open. Charge. Grab the money. Eliminate them. 30 million. A group of ruffians, brandishing an assortment of weapons, stormed in through the front entrance like a pack of rabid hyenas, howling with the most foolish and brazen audacity. The chaotic gunfire erupted, igniting this land of demise. Atop the tower, Natasha lowered her binoculars, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Cannon fodder. In the shadows, Frank halted, inhaling the sudden stench of gunpowder and cheap avarice in the air, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The warm-up had commenced. Chapter 26. The Death Party Midnight, Queens. In an old-fashioned cinema operating 24 hours, a lackluster romance film played to an empty house. Only the last row was occupied by 2 individuals. Lenny leaned back in his seat, a large bucket of popcorn and a cup brimming with ice-cold cola before him. He sported a pair of inconspicuous in-ear headphones, slender wires connecting to a phone nestled in his pocket. On the screen, the protagonists exchanged tender glances while a melodious score filled the air. Yet, within Linty's headphones, an entirely different world unfolded. Bang! Bang! Ah! Help! A devil! He is a devil. The gunfire, the screams, the dull thuds of bones splintering under brutal force intertwined to form a symphony unique to Hell's Kitchen. Lenny tossed a piece of popcorn into his mouth, savoring its crispness, barely glancing at Raven beside him as he casually remarked, "An appetizer, though lacking in flavor. Raven's body was tense as a stone. She had no headphones and was indifferent to the chaos outside, though a hint of frustration lingered within her. Those street dogs, intoxicated by the allure of $30 million, were now being torn to shreds by a genuine mad dog. She simply could not fathom it. The plan had succeeded. The tracker was in place. Why not seek refuge in safety instead of remaining here to listen to the unfolding drama? What were we waiting for? Raven's voice was dry, tinged with a restlessness she herself was unaware of, waiting for the main character to appear. Lenny took a sip of his cola, the ice clinking against the cup with a crisp sound. At that moment, the audio track in his headphones shifted dramatically. Boom! A terrifying sound, akin to some colossal force violently breaching steel and concrete, drowned out all gunfire and screams. Following, there was an inhuman roar, brimming with savagery and fury. Roar! Raven's pupils constricted sharply. That voice, it was one she could never forget. The saber-toothed tiger, the most uncontrollable beast under Eric's command. How could it be here? Raven whipped her head towards Linty, only to find a satisfied smile gracing his face. Look, the first main character has arrived, he seemed to say, as if commenting on a trivial matter. Yet, Raven's heart plummeted. In an instant, she comprehended the truth. The message sent to the Brotherhood channel was authentic. This madman had not only schemed against Jean Bing and the S.H.I.D., but had also ensnared Magneto in his machinations. Within her earpiece, the disconcerting laughter of Bullseye echoed, tinged with a thrill of challenge. Oh, has another formidable contender arrived? Shortly thereafter, the sharp sound of metal colliding at high velocity pierced through the air. It was the claws of Sabretooth colliding with something hurled by Bullseye. Bang! Clash! The fierce sounds of battle resembled a metallic tempest, brutally inundating Lynette's eardrums through the minuscule earpiece. He reclined comfortably against the chair's backrest, reaching for another handful of popcorn. Now, this felt appropriate. Raven observed his calm, yet icy profile, her expression a blend of complexities. She had witnessed Magneto's grand fury as he obliterated cities and the cunning elegance of Red Devil as he toyed with lives. Yet, she had never encountered a being like this, one who manipulated all the powerful, while remaining detached himself. Zing! A third, entirely distinct sound abruptly infiltrated the battleground through the earpiece. It was the unique crackle of high-voltage electricity slicing through the air. Raven's body stiffened once more. Widow's Bite. It was Black Widow. The ace operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived as well. Lynette nodded, as if grading the actors' performances. The leading lady had made her entrance, quite punctual indeed. He even leisurely swung his legs. Fully immersed in this bloody drama, he had choreographed himself. Raven sat beside him, listening to the chaotic sounds emanating from the earpiece that sent shivers down her spine. Observing Lynette's face flickering in the shadows of the screen's light. In the Red Hook slaughterhouse, the underground level had transformed into an authentic meat grinder. The air, thick with steam, had yet to disperse, mingling with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and the foul odor of beasts, inducing a sense of nausea. Bullseye stood amidst a heap of hanging pig carcasses, resembling a refined lunatic. Beneath his feet lay the bodies of several street thugs, each in various states of demise. Some had a playing card stabbed into their throats. Others bore coins embedded in their foreheads, while some had their chests pierced by a boning knife. No corpse was intact. Bullseye licked his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal figure emerging from the gaping hole in the wall. Sabretooth, the S.H.I.E.L.D. lackey, sought to claim a share of the spoils. Sabretooth let out a low growl. His target unmistakable, the woman clad in a black bodysuit who had just descended from the skies. According to the intel he had received, S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to test a genetic weapon against mutants in this very location, and that woman was undoubtedly the executor. He aimed to shred her into pieces. With a roar, Sabretooth abruptly propelled himself off the ground, the concrete beneath him fracturing instantaneously. His massive form transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, charged with unmatched ferocity. Lunging directly at Natasha, the mad dog of Hydra, Natasha's gaze sharpened, her body bending at an incredible angle as she narrowly evaded the lethal claws. The wind from the claws brushed against her nose, the force even grazing her cheek. The intelligence she received indicated that Kingpin was in league with the remnants of Hydra. And the beast before her, was it not the saber-toothed tiger of the Brotherhood? The deranged individual clutching playing cards must surely be one of Kingpin's men. Her mission was to subdue these two dangerous criminals while securing the box that contained crucial evidence of illicit funds. With a swift motion, Natasha flicked her wrists, and the Widow's bite sprang forth, two electric whips coiling like venomous serpents toward the saber-toothed tiger. Meanwhile, Bullseye smirked, his glee palpable. So, they weren't allies? Splendid. He had anticipated a dull encounter. To him, whether it was the suddenly emerged beast or the descending beauty, they were all after the $30 million. All of them his adversaries. With a flick of his wrist, 3 playing cards were pinched between his fingers. Without even a glance, he flicked them backhandedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 cards, arranged in a triangular formation, sped toward the hearts and throats of Natasha and the saber-toothed tiger. The attack covered all angles of evasion. However, just as the 3 were about to collide in chaos, a series of dull yet rhythmic gunshots erupted from a shadowy corner that had gone unnoticed by all. The bullets did not target anyone. Instead, they struck precisely at the metal latch holding a row of suspended pig carcasses. With a thunderous crash, a heavy wall of butchered swine fell, forcefully separating the 3 just as they were about to meet. A man clad in a black trench coat, emblazoned with a large white skull on his chest, emerged from the shadows of the container. He wielded a .41 caliber automatic rifle, its barrel still smoking. Frank Castle, the Punisher. He required no intelligence, no justification. He arrived solely because he sensed the stench of evil. To him, these 3, whether they were deranged murderers or inhuman beasts, were indistinguishable. Chapter 27. The Puppet Master is nearby. They had disrupted his hunting ground. All were deserving of punishment. The scene fell into an eerie second of silence. Bullseye, the saber-toothed tiger, and Natasha simultaneously shifted their attention to this unexpected intruder. For individuals, at 4 corners, a perfect arena of death had formed. In the next moment, the melee erupted with full ferocity. Bullseye was the first to strike, snatching a slaughtering knife from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the knife spun like a bloody frisbee, whistling as it sliced towards Frank, the closest target. Frank didn't even glance, raising his hand to fire. The bullet struck the spinning blade with precision, sending it flying. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed tiger was consumed by rage, disregarding the identity of the gunman. Fixated solely on tearing Natasha apart, it roared, crashing through a carcass of a pig in its path, splattering putrid flesh and blood everywhere as it lunged at Natasha once more. Natasha, agile as a cat, pushed off from the swaying iron hook. Using the momentum, she evaded the attack while her legs curled around the saber-toothed tiger's neck. 4 individuals, 4 chaotic battlefields. The marksman and the Punisher, both masters of firearms and projectiles, unleashed a barrage of firepower against each other. Bullets, flying knives, iron hooks shattered bones. Anything that could be wielded became a lethal weapon, ricocheting wildly in the slaughterhouse. Emitting piercing shrieks, the saber-toothed tiger and Natasha, 2 elite close combat fighters, were entwined in a fierce struggle. One was wild and brutal, delivering deadly strikes. Each swipe of its claws carved deep gashes into frozen pork and metal walls. The other was nimble and lethal, dancing like a ghost on the edge of a blade. Its dagger and exceptional fighting skills leaving fresh, crimson wounds on the saber-toothed tiger time and again. The entire slaughterhouse had devolved into a hellish nightmare. Metal was torn asunder. Flesh flew, and the sounds of gunfire, roars, and electric crackles echoed throughout the subterranean space. Each combatant was convinced the others were enemies, their vision clouded with bloodlust. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes observed coldly through a minuscule tracking device, relishing the carnage unfolding before them. In a cinema, Linty savored the last kernel of popcorn, finishing his final sip of cola. In his ears, he heard the saber-toothed tiger's enraged roar after being jolted by electricity. The mechanical sound of the Punisher reloading after emptying a magazine, the perverse cackle of the marksman, and Natasha's increasingly frantic breaths. To him, this deadly melee featuring 4 elite warriors was merely a well-produced surround sound action blockbuster. Raven stared intently at him, watching as he set the empty popcorn bucket aside and meticulously wiped his hands with a napkin. It seemed as if he had just experienced not a bloody battle capable of shaking the very foundations of New York's underworld, but rather a tedious symphonic concert. This man, an absolute, cold, and controlling demon, transformed everyone into mere pawns on his chessboard, manipulating them to annihilate one another amidst blood and fire, while he remained untouched. His fingers clean. As Raven gazed at Linty's serene visage, a chilling thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Beneath the human guise lies a beast more terrifying than any creature she had ever encountered in the slaughterhouse, a horror 1,000 times greater. Lin took off his headphones and casually tossed them onto the table, turning to her with an air of nonchalance. "Let us go," he said, his tone reminiscent of an ordinary invitation to companions after a movie has concluded. The show is over. Time to return and rally for you, Raven. The streets of Queens at midnight were desolate, akin to a forgotten graveyard. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, only to be devoured mercilessly by the next lamp. Lin, with his hands plunged into his pockets, hummed the melodramatic love tune from a film, his buoyant steps starkly contrasting with the somber night. Raven followed half a step behind him, like a marionette guided by invisible strings. She uttered not a word, posed no inquiries. Yet her taut spine clenched fists, and the eyes that fixed intently upon the nape of Lin's neck in the shadows spoke volumes. The man in the cinema, munching on popcorn while critiquing the slaughter and the protagonist's entrance, had pierced her consciousness like a poisoned icicle. Fear, a primal, more profound terror than facing a knife thrown at a target, or the claws of a saber-toothed tiger. It was not a dread of death, but a shudder in the presence of an unknown, uncontrollable power. She had once believed Lin to be a perfect tool, a means to amplify her strength. She merely needed to provide shelter to draw upon an endless well of power. Yet tonight, she finally comprehended her folly. She was not a user. She, like the saber-toothed tiger, the Black Widow, the Target, and the Punisher, was merely a pawn on his chessboard. The only distinction being that her piece could lie beside him. Was this fortune or a deeper misfortune? Upon returning to the unremarkable apartment, Lin casually shed his coat, tossing it onto the sofa before striding to the refrigerator to retrieve a chill beer. With a pop, the tab was lifted and white bubbles surged forth. He gulped down a generous sip, releasing a contented sigh as if he had just concluded a vigorous exercise rather than orchestrated a bloody slaughter. Raven stood motionless at the doorway. The air in the apartment thickened with his nonchalance, growing increasingly oppressive. "Come here," Lin leaned against the kitchen doorframe, beckoning her with his customary, slightly sardonic smile. "It's time to rally." Raven's body stiffened momentarily. Rally. This word, just hours ago, had represented strength, security, and hope for the future. Now, it resonated like a devil-esque bargain. She exchanged her power and protection for his augmentation. In turn, he used this augmentation to bind her firmly to his chariot, steering her toward an unknown abyss. She had no choice. Or rather, from a moment she first savored the intoxicating sweetness of her double prowess, she found herself devoid of choice. She approached him slowly, step by step, each footfall akin to treading upon the ashes of her own reason. Linter uttered no further words. He merely observed her in silence, his dark eyes devoid of desire or emotion, exuding a serene understanding of all things. After the battle, the familiar, spine-chilling torrent of power surged once more through her limbs and veins. A hum resonated within her, as if an invisible furnace of energy had been ignited inside her body. Each cell rejoiced, every muscle fiber was reforged anew. Her bones emitted a barely perceptible crackling sound at the genetic level, growing ever more resilient. The speed of her neural responses, under the onslaught of this mysterious force, shattered yet another limit. This sensation was exquisite, so exquisite that it rendered her oblivious to everything, to fear, to reason, to the identity of the man standing before her, whether he was human or demon. Power. This was the singular truth amidst the chaos of the world. Raven's body trembled slightly from the rapid ascent of her strength, an ineffable sense of fulfillment washing over her spirit, nearly eliciting a moan. Yet this time, in the depths of that ultimate pleasure, a chill lingered, a persistent reminder of an invisible shackle tightening around her soul with the influx of this power. Meanwhile, within Linter's mind, a more delightful voice echoed. Dual cultivation completed. Yin-Yang jo budubadi aktifatet, Yin-Yang Boer Feedback Underway. Your overall strength has increased 11-fold. Based on the current strength level of dual cultivation partner Raven Darkholm. Monetary reward calculation in progress. Reward formula, $100 strength coefficient, leader class mutant. Congratulations. You have received a monetary reward, 500,000 USD. $500,000. A flicker of barely perceptible brilliance flashed in Linter's eyes. Raven's strength had ascended yet again. Initially, she could only yield around 300,000, but after these recent enhancements, her output had reached a new echelon. Truly an exceptional partner. He could feel the transformation within his own body. That 11-fold increase, while far less ferocious than Raven's 15-fold, assimilated into his foundation like the purest of nutrients, rendering him stronger and more perceptive. This was a growth akin to the gentle rain nourishing the earth, slow, yet steadfast, an endless journey of development. He gazed at Raven, her eyes glazed over and still savoring the remnants of power, and suddenly spoke, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. How do you feel? Raven snapped back to reality, instinctively clenching her fist. With a creak, the beerkin in her hand was effortlessly crushed into a twisted disc of metal, producing not a sound. The overwhelming sense of strength momentarily imbued her with the illusion of omnipotence. Yet, the tranquil gaze of Lynene swiftly grounded her back to reality. Her power originated from him, and her entire sense of security was built upon this diabolical pact. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumult within her heart, raised her head, and met his eyes. This time, she did not shy away. Who is the fourth person in the slaughterhouse? She inquired, her voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. From her earpiece came the sounds of 4 distinct altercations. Saber-toothed tiger, bullseye, Black Widow, and the fourth, the muffled, rhythmic, lethal gunfire. A flicker of surprise crossed Lynene's face, as if he had not anticipated her question. He chuckled lightly, casually tossing the crushed beer can into the trash bin. Ah, that one. A concerned citizen passing by, Mr. Frank Castle. I merely sent word to a few underground bars he frequents about a group of miscreants reveling here tonight. I never expected him to actually show up. What a delightful surprise. Raven's pupils constricted once more. The Punisher, the urban legend that instilled terror in the hearts of the entire underworld. He had even accounted for the Punisher in his calculations. How many more cards did he hold close to his chest? How extensive was his network of information? Observing her astonished expression, Lynene seemed amused. He stepped closer, leaning towards her ear, whispering in a tone meant only for her. Raven, remember this. Chaos is not a chasm. Chaos is a staircase. The more protagonists that flood the stage, the more captivating the performance becomes, and those of us hidden in the shadows grow increasingly secure. Straightening up, he patted her shoulder and turned towards the bedroom. Get some rest. Tomorrow brings many tasks, such as becoming a proud Stark shareholder. Raven stood frozen, as if plunged into an icy abyss. She watched Lynene disappear through the bedroom door, then glanced down at the piece of crumpled metal in her hand. Suddenly, she understood. To avoid being discarded by this man, or even to control him in turn, mere strength was insufficient. She needed to become the irreplaceable queen on his chaotic chessboard. As dawn broke the following morning, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows across the apartment floor. The television hummed softly in the background. The volume turned low. In a news channel, a blonde reporter stands outside the perimeter of a slaughterhouse, delivering a poignant and impassioned report on the tragic events of the previous night. Preliminary investigations by the police suggest that this was a violent clash between 2 major gang factions from Hell's Kitchen, triggered by the collapse of a $30 million money laundering deal. The scene was horrifically brutal. According to an anonymous insider, the bloodshed resembled that of a small-scale war. Currently, the Jinbing group has remained silent on the matter, while the leader of the opposing faction has been identified as the fugitive serial killer known as Crosshair. The footage constantly flashes images of bodies being carried away on stretchers, draped in white cloth, alongside some pixelated, gruesome photographs from the scene. Throughout the entire report, there is no mention of mutants, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, or the Punisher. Everything is meticulously concealed beneath the facade of a gang confrontation. Linter sits on the sofa, one hand holding a glass of milk, the other engrossed in a tablet, watching with keen interest. Look at how professional they are, he marvels acknowledging that D's public relations and cover-up capabilities are indeed world-class. Raven sits at the dining table, silently stirring her cereal. She has not slept a wink all night. Linter's chaotic remarks echo in her mind like a spell, haunting her thoughts throughout the night. She gazes at the man leisurely watching the news, seemingly admiring his own handiwork, feeling an increasingly complex mix of fear, dependency, and possessiveness. Aren't you worried? She finally speaks. Worried about what? Linter, not looking up, swiftly scrolls through the tablet. Worried that Sabretooth might report us? Or that S-H-I-L-D might come knocking? He sets down his milk and turns the tablet towards Raven. The screen reveals not news, but an intricately detailed banking interface. Chapter 29. Evolving into an Investor. A dizzying array of numbers flows through dozens of shell company accounts across various countries, ultimately converging into an anonymous master account at a Swiss bank. The account balance clearly displays a staggering figure, 1-850-000. Before we concern ourselves with uncertain risks, we should first celebrate the assured profits. Raven's breath catches for a moment. After years of serving Magneto, she has witnessed her fair share of grand spectacles. But the sheer magnitude of this amount, cash entirely at her and another's disposal, is unprecedented. This sum could allow them to vanish without a trace anywhere in the world, living a life of regal luxury. Yet, she knows Linter's ambitions extend far beyond mere comfort. What do you plan to do? Raven inquires. Become a shareholder. Linter replies with a mysterious smile, tapping the tablet gently, shifting the interface to a financial news page. The headline stands out strikingly. The genius, billionaire, playboy, and philanthropist Tony Stark is set to hold a press conference today to address the situation concerning the captured individuals in Afghanistan. A new era is about to commence, whispered Lynette, and we shall be the first passengers aboard. Over the next few hours, Raven bore witness to a spectacle of financial sorcery. Lynette did not step outside his apartment. Instead, he orchestrated the global financial networks like a phantom commander, employing 3 distinct mobile devices, a plethora of anonymous prepaid cards, and an encrypted tablet. His voice remained calm and precise, each command succinct to the extreme. London, execute the plan, utilize account number 7, invest fully in Stark Industries. Tokyo, plan 5, accounts 9, leverage to the maximum, target Stark Industries. Frankfurt, contact the watchmaker. I require his assistance in acquiring all available shares in the market. Prices of no concern. He resembled the most seasoned Wall Street trader, deftly maneuvering an array of financial instruments, transforming over $10 million into an invisible net, silently casting it over the impending opening of the New York stock market. Raven could not comprehend the intricate terminology and operations. Yet she could read the expression on Lynette's face. It radiated absolute confidence, an untroubled foresight into the future. He was not gambling. He was reaping. How do you know all this? Raven finally posed the question that had long lingered. He was unlike anyone she had ever encountered, possessing an almost prophetic insight into the trajectory of certain events. As Lynette concluded his operations, he leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his brow. Intuition, he replied casually. My luck has always been quite favorable, has it not? He was lying again, Raven discerned with clarity. However, she refrained from probing further, aware that inquiry would yield no answers. The enigma surrounding this man was far deeper than she had anticipated. At that moment, an antiquated flip phone that Lynette had placed on a coffee table began to vibrate unexpectedly. It was not one of their usual devices. The screen displayed no caller ID, only a burning insignia of a war horn. It was an encrypted internal channel of the Brotherhood. Lynette cast a glance but did not answer. Instead, he nodded towards Raven. It's for you. Raven's heart sank. It was Eric. The saber-toothed tiger had indeed returned to report. She picked up the phone and flipped it open. Instead of the magnetic voice of Magneto, only a terse text message appeared. Victor is furious. I need an explanation. Immediately. The cold words exuded an undeniable authority, causing Raven to feel a slight sweat forming in her palms. Deceiving a simple-minded beast like a saber-toothed tiger is one thing, but to mislead Magneto is nearly impossible. She glanced up at Lynette, her eyes reflecting a hint of desperation. Yet Lynette merely smiled. Far from being anxious, he appeared rather intrigued. Do not fear. This is not a crisis, but an opportunity. He rose, approached Raven, and took the bowl of now-cold cereal before her. Would you like to know how to transform our esteemed mutant leader into a potential investor? He scooped a spoonful of cereal, savoring it leisurely. Cool, mate. Let me teach you how to compose a report that will surely satisfy him. Additionally, it is time for him to witness the excellence of his future son-in-law. Raven's brows furrowed. Son-in-law, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within her. Magneto's base lay nestled beneath a desolate wilderness, devoid of lavish embellishments, its cold steel and the buzzing magnetic field permeating the air. Raven walked alone through the corridor, cast in metal. The walls, adorned with twisted rebar and panels, appeared as though molded by an invisible giant's hand, embodying the violent beauty of a post-industrial age. This was the kingdom of Eric Lenshare, a steel womb that belonged solely to mutants. She pushed open a heavy metal door and stepped inside. In the center of the hall, Magneto floated, his back turned towards her. Clad not in his iconic crimson attire, but in simple black garb, he exuded a regal aura stronger than ever. The air around him seemed to thicken with his emotions. In a corner of the hall, Sabretooth Victor sat like a caged beast, bandaged and nursing wounds inflicted by Black Widow's daggers and Punisher's bullets. He healed at a visibly slow pace, yet his eyes burned with humiliation and rage. Upon seeing Raven enter, he emitted a suppressed growl and sprang to his feet. Raven, his voice rasped like sandpaper. You, and that pretty boy, you used me as bait. Victor, Magneto interjected, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Sabretooth's fury was doused, as if by a bucket of ice water. He shot Raven a resentful glare, but fell silent, resuming his seat. Magneto gradually descended, his gaze locking onto Raven like two palpable searchlights. I require an explanation, he stated calmly. Why are members of the Brotherhood entangled with S.H.I.E.L., DS Elite Agent, the top assassin of Kim, and that lunatic who slaughters criminals in the streets of New York? Raven's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, her mind racing through the script meticulously prepared for her by Lenny. Eric, this is both a trap and an opportunity. She met Magneto's gaze, articulating the familiar lines in her own manner. Our objective is merely the money, yet I have uncovered traces of S.H.I.L.D. They seem to be testing a new type of weapon. Chapter 30. Audience and value. As she spoke, she summoned her abilities, creating a fleeting, abnormal impression of energy burn on her skin. This weapon is peculiar. It can disrupt our self-healing abilities and even affect our psyche. The saber-toothed tiger in the corner paused at her words, recalling the inexplicable irritability and sluggishness during battle, which he had initially attributed to the widow's electric sting. Now, hearing Raven's account, it seemed there might indeed be some truth to it. Magneto's brow furrowed, clearly intrigued by the topic of this new anti-mutant weapon. Raven knew the bait had been cast. She continued to follow Linty's script, adding the most crucial detail. I am uncertain what it is, but that chaotic, disordered energy fluctuation reminds me of Wanda. Boom! The name Wanda detonated silently in the hall like a bomb. Magneto's previously impassive gaze erupted into tumultuous waves. In his azure eyes flickered an undeniable pain and concern. His daughter, Wanda Maximoff, his most formidable weapon, yet also his heaviest burden. That chaotic magic, capable of warping reality, was akin to a nuclear bomb ready to detonate, embodying both the hope for the future of mutants and the source of their potential annihilation. Are you suggesting that weapon resembles Wanda's powers? Magneto's voice trembled for the first time. Yes, Raven affirmed, her expression grave. It feels like a substandard imitation of Wanda's abilities, rife with uncontrollable, destructive energy. I suspect someone is attempting to replicate, even harness, that power. Victor's appearance was unexpected, yet he attracted all the fire, allowing me to collect a trace of the residual energy from that weapon amidst the chaos. She opened her palm, revealing a tiny metal tube containing merely some condensation from the slaughterhouse's steam pipes. But in Magneto's eyes, this could very well be the key to unraveling his daughter's plight. Magneto fell silent. He was no fool. He could sense the numerous coincidences and unverifiable elements in Raven's words. Yet he did not care. As long as this matter bore any relation to Wanda, it would be elevated to the utmost priority. For Wanda, he would sacrifice everything, including Sabretooth's dignity and even the entirety of the Brotherhood. That man, Linty. Magneto's tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening once more. I observe that your power has seen an astonishing growth in a remarkably short span of time. This is related to him, is it not? Raven felt a chill in her heart. This was the true crux of their meeting today. She made the choice that Lion had predicted she would. The only correct choice to confess, albeit only partially. Yes, she did not conceal the truth, that Lin was indeed extraordinary. His mutant ability is amplification. He can serve as a conduit, permanently enhancing another mutant's powers. He made me stronger. Eric, imagine if Raven stepped forward, lowering her voice to utter the words that would truly resonate with this monarch. What if his ability could affect Wanda? What if he could amplify Wanda's control over her powers rather than her destructive capabilities? Magneto's breath caught. He fixed his intense gaze upon Raven, as if attempting to see into her very soul, stabilizing Wanda's powers. This was the paramount aspiration he had pursued throughout his life. If this human could indeed achieve that, he would no longer be merely a dependent, a parasite on Raven. He would become a relic of the entire mutant race, the key to revitalizing their long-suffering kind. The suspicion, anger, and doubt in Magneto's eyes evaporated in that moment, replaced by a complex gleam intermingling desire, caution, and immense interest. He was persuaded, or rather, he was wholly captivated by the grand vision that Lin had portrayed through Raven's words. Let him come to me. Magneto made his decision. I wish to behold with my own eyes the man capable of bestowing such miracles upon you. When Raven returned to the apartment, Lion was lounging, his legs crossed, engrossed in the live streaming of stock charts on his laptop. On the screen, the stock ticker of Stark Industries was followed by a glaring, almost vertical green line. On the television, Tony Stark had just uttered his famous proclamation before the world. An era had officially commenced, and Lion, before this grand feast began, had already taken his place at the most luxurious forefront. He heard the sound of the door opening and, without turning, casually inquired, "How did it go? Promoted or fired?" Raven stood behind him, observing his profile. The sunlight from the window enveloped him in a golden halo, rendering him somewhat ethereal. This man had just, with a few words, deftly maneuvered one of the most powerful mutants on Earth, all the while casually amassing a fortune sufficient to purchase a small nation, without ever leaving the confines of this very sofa. Fear, admiration, infatuation, possession, a myriad of emotions intertwined within Raven's heart, ultimately coalescing into a singular phrase. She approached him, leaned down, and whispered softly in his ear, "Eric, I wish to see you." He replied that he wanted to behold his future investor with his own eyes. Raven paused, a smile curving her lips into an alluring yet perilous arc that even she was unaware of. Investor. Yet in that modest apartment, it merely stirred a ripple in Lion's gaze. At the center of that ripple lay the vibrant, glaring green line on the laptop screen, nearly perpendicular to the ground. It heralded the dawn of an era, symbolizing Lion's principal investment of $1,850,000, which within mere minutes had morphed into a staggering sum too vast for him to even contemplate counting. All set, job done. Linnant closed the laptop with a crisp snap. Stretching, he released a series of crackling pops from his joints, as if shedding an immense burden. Raven stood silently behind him, observing the man's profile, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, lending him an almost surreal golden aura. Fear, admiration, infatuation, possession, countless emotions swirled within her golden irises, ultimately crystallizing into a statement laden with complexity. "Eric, I wish to see you." Chapter 31. Monarch, Capital, and player. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Lion's ear, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with an allure and danger she herself was unaware of. He remarked that he wished to see his future investor in person. Lion's lips curled into a slight smile at the mention of the term. Investor? I rather like that title. Rising, he moved to the window, gazing down at the ceaseless flow of New York below. Raven followed suit, akin to an elegant yet vigilant blue leopard. "Are you not afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Linnant retorted without turning, afraid that he might ensnare me in metal wires and fashion me into a modern art piece. He chuckled, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Raven, remember this. When you possess the means to address another's greatest pain points, you're no longer a mere interviewee, but a negotiating partner. We are, at present, meeting a startup team eager for series of funding." Raven found herself somewhat bewildered, yet she grasped the essence of his composure. It was not a facade of calm, but a sense of control born from absolute confidence. It was as if Magneto were not the mutant king capable of toppling aircraft carriers or shifting the Golden Gate Bridge, but merely a significant piece on his chessboard. This realization enveloped Raven's heart once more, a shiver of fear and dependence coursing through her. Magneto's base, rather than a mere hideout, resembled a steel tomb, cold, solemn, and imbued with an oppressive sense of power. The air was permeated with a scent of rust and ozone. As Lineni followed Raven into the grand hall constructed of twisted steel, he felt as though he had stepped into the throat of a colossal iron beast. In the center of the hall stood Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, like a muscular statue. Upon noticing Lineni, he emitted a deep, menacing growl, his gaze fierce enough to rend the human apart. He vividly recalled the humiliation of being toyed with at the slaughterhouse. Yet, Lineni did not cast him even a glance. Instead, directing his attention toward the throne of the hall. A man hovered in midair, clad in a dark crimson battlesuit, adorned with that iconic helmet capable of shielding against all forms of mental control. He remained still and silent, yet the very metal of the space seemed to hum softly in rhythm with his breaths. It was Magneto, Eric Lenscher, a man who twisted the laws of physics with sheer willpower. As he gently descended, the tips of his feet barely grazed the metallic floor without a sound. "You are Lineni," he stated, his voice low yet resonant with a metallic quality that echoed throughout the hall. An intriguing human. Lineni raised his gaze, locking eyes with the profound depths concealed beneath the shadow of the helmet. Displaying no hint of fear, he surveyed his surroundings with the curiosity of a tourist. "Mr. Lenscher, your taste is quite unique. I admire the post-industrial wasteland aesthetic." He even ventured a jest. Victor's fangs nearly bared in irritation, while Raven's heart raced anxiously. A flicker of unspoken turbulence passed through Magneto's azure eyes. It had been years since anyone, aside from Charles, dared to be so audacious in his presence. Raven interjected, "You can amplify the abilities of mutants." Magneto was direct, preferring to avoid circumlocution. "No," Lineni replied firmly, shaking his head. Raven's heart sank. "I cannot amplify." Meeting Magneto's gaze, Lineni articulated clearly, "I am a platform." "A platform?" Magneto found the modern term unfamiliar. "Indeed, a platform," Lineni elaborated with an analogy. "You may understand me as an application store. Raven is the first beta tester. She downloaded the Power Enhancement 10 patch from me. Hence, she has become stronger." This explanation had been meticulously crafted before his arrival. It not only elucidated his abilities, but also infused an air of modern technological mystique, artfully sidestepping the delicate truth of dual cultivation. "And you, Mr. Eric," Lineni shifted the conversation smoothly, revealing his intent. "Wish for me to develop a system stabilization tool specifically for your daughter, Miss Wanda Maximoff. Am I correct?" When Wanda's name was so candidly mentioned, the air in the hall seemed to freeze instantaneously. Magneto's invisible force surged alarmingly, causing the entire steel chamber to tremble, as countless metallic components emitted anguished groans under the strain. Sabretooth found himself compelled to kneel, his complexion reddening beneath the weight of this overwhelming presence. Raven instinctively retreated a half-step, her azure skin rippling with tension. Only Linty remained unfazed at the eye of the storm, his garments undisturbed. He recognized this as both a test and a form of intimidation. Internally, he was in turmoil, his legs quaking, yet his visage betrayed none of his anxiety. With a facade of joviality, he mused, "Old man, if you apply more pressure, my handcrafted Italian leather shoes may soon require compensation for injury." Fortunately, it seemed his fortuitous attributes had activated at a critical juncture. The immense pressure, while tangible, curiously bypassed him, as if he were not a man, but a specter not bound to this dimension. A flicker of surprise crossed Magneto's eyes before he retracted his imposing aura. "What do you seek?" he inquired, his interest in this human's background waning. Anyone capable of withstanding his might and articulating his vulnerabilities was deserving of negotiation. "I refuse to join the Brotherhood," Linny declared, raising his first finger. "I detest extremism, and your uniform's taste is utterly appalling, particularly his." Secondly, Linty raised a second finger. "I require funds, or rather, initial capital. I wish to establish a company, one entirely under my control. I need a clean identity, a legitimate source of funding, and absolute commercial freedom." Thirdly, He raised a third finger, a meaningful smile gracing his face. I desire you, along with your brotherhood, to become the first angel investor and head of my company's security division. He paused, adding the crucial final point. In return, Miss Wanda shall be a lifelong client of my company's health and stability department, with all services rendered to her at no cost. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the room. Raven was rendered utterly speechless, gazing at Linty as if he were a creature of myth. This man had not only withstood Magneto's intimidation, but had, with mere words, transformed himself from a lamb destined for slaughter into an equal partner. He had even audaciously reimagined the Brotherhood as a mere department within his forthcoming commercial empire. What audacity and madness this displayed! Magneto remained silent for an extended period, his gaze penetrating beneath the helmet as if attempting to discern Linty's very soul. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. Very well. Chapter 32. The Dollar and the Sorceress. Magneto uttered 2 words. But how can I trust you? I need to see evidence. Of course, Lynn nodded, as if he had anticipated such a response. Take me to see Wanda. Now, the path to Wanda was more stifling than imagined. It was a metallic corridor leading deeper into the base, devoid of any superfluous adornments, with only cold steel and the occasional flicker of red warning lights lining the walls. Magneto walked at the forefront, his silhouette embodying a solitary and weighty presence. Each step resonated as if treading upon a significant juncture in history. Raven trailed beside Lynn, her golden eyes betraying the first flicker of jealousy. The flame was faint, buried deep within, yet undeniably real. She had bound herself to Lynn in pursuit of greater strength. Yet now, another woman, one vastly more formidable and significantly more important, was poised to share, or rather, seize the privilege that had once been exclusively hers. The sensation was akin to witnessing her most cherished possession about to be claimed by another, leaving her utterly discomposed. Lynn sensed the palpable tension around him, but had no time to dwell on it. He was engaged in a fierce mental struggle with the system panel in his mind. Encountering a top-tier mutant, Scarlet Witch, anticipated dual cultivation reward. $1,000,000. $1 million. In cash. Lynn's breath quickened in exhilaration. This was undoubtedly far more lucrative than toiling as a prophet in the stock market. It was akin to a money-printing machine, nuclear-powered, no less. The sheer force to propel him forward. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, he turned his thoughts to a graver concern. Wanda's powers were rooted in chaos magic, capable of warping reality itself. Would his fragile physique be drained by her? Or would he be torn asunder by her tumultuous energy? Shredded to bits. System, could you kindly inform me of the mortality risk associated with this endeavor? Lynn silently mused. The Yin-Yang joyful Buddha body, pure Yang constitution, possesses absolute neutralization and suppression effects against all negative, chaotic, and psychic forces. Host safety coefficient, 999. Risk advisory, please maintain your original intent and avoid succumbing to the intoxicating pleasure of power fusion. Ah, there's pleasure involved? Lynn felt a renewed sense of assurance. As long as he emerged unscathed, everything else could be negotiated. As they conversed, they arrived before a heavy gate forged from superalloy. The door was adorned with intricate runes and energy conduits, as if sealing away a legendary beast. Magneto raised his hand, and the complex lock silently disengaged. The massive gate slowly sliding open. The scene beyond left Lynn gasping in astonishment. It was not merely a room. It was a realm of twisted fragments of reality. The ceiling dripped down like melting cheese, while the walls dazzled with vibrant hues, resembling a spilled palette of colors. The furniture floated in the air, defying gravity as it slowly rotated. The entire space was saturated with a nauseating, discordant madness. At the heart of this chaos, a girl in a crimson dress curled up on a bed, barely holding its form, hugging her knees. She possessed beautiful long brown hair, her face weary, and her eyes tightly shut. Concentric ripples of scarlet energy emanated from her, visibly expanding outward. With each surge, the surrounding reality warped further. She was Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, a deity trapped in her own nightmare. Her recent condition was dire. Magneto's voice bore an unusual weariness and sorrow, stating that this was the only way to tenuously suppress the aftershocks of her power. Raven observed the scene with a complex gaze. Sensing the terrifying force that transcended her comprehension, a chaos capable of obliterating everything. Leave it to me. Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward. The moment he entered the room, the chaotic energy surged toward him like a shark sensing blood. A cacophony of frantic screams and murmurs seemed to echo in his ears. As the scene before him twisted and spun, a dizzying and nauseating sensation surged from the depths of his soul, overwhelming him. Yet, just as this negative energy was poised to invade his body, the Yin-Yang bodhisattva within him activated automatically. A gentle, pure force, as radiant and intense as the core of the sun, rose from his dantian, flooding through his limbs in an instant. This power was akin to a scalding iron plunged into ice water. With a soft hiss, all the chaotic energy that assaulted him was instantly neutralized, purified, and dissolved into nothingness. Lin felt as though he were a super purifier. Wherever he passed, the frenzied whispers and distorted illusions melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Step by step, he advanced, braving the invisible pressure until he stood before Wanda's bed. The girl seemed to sense something. Her tightly shut eyelashes trembled violently, her body curling tighter, and she murmured incoherently in her sleep. "Don't come near. It will hurt you." Her voice was laced with fear and despair. Lin gazed at her pale face, feeling an inexplicable softness in his heart. Setting aside her world-shattering power, she was merely a pitiful girl tormented by fate. He spoke not a word but gently extended his hand, softly grasping her cold fingers. At the moment of contact, an explosion resounded in Lin's mind, as if 100,000 nuclear bombs detonated simultaneously. The boundless, tumultuous, and devastating chaos of magical energy surged through his arm, as if it had found an outlet, flooding madly into his being. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the ephemeral life of a girl, witnessing the ravages of war, the ruins, and the loss of family. He beheld the cold sterility of a laboratory where despair was weaponized. He experienced the profound loneliness and the deeply ingrained terror. Turning to the two figures standing at the door, he spoke in a calm voice. "Do not enter, whatever you hear, until I notify you." Magneto paused for a moment. Then, with a wave of his hand, the heavy door thunderously descended. Lin held Wanda's hand gently, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not fear, trust me. I will help you gain control over it." Although the terror in Wanda's eyes lingered, she nodded in acknowledgement. Such overwhelming negativity could shatter even the most steadfast mind in an instant. Yet, Lin's pure young body resembled an unfathomable black hole or an eternal furnace. Regardless of how the chaotic torrent raged and crashed, it was swiftly decomposed, refined, and purified by the intense, unyielding power within him. Ultimately, it transformed into the purest energy, with a portion merging into his limbs and the rest, after purification, gently flowing back into Wanda's being in the most soothing manner. This was a perfect cycle, a miraculous process that transmuted the red poison into a pristine elixir. Outside the door, as familiar yet strange sounds reached him, Magneto felt an odd sensation akin to a cabbage being prodded. He turned to Raven, opening his mouth to voice a question, but swallowed it back. For her expression was dark, her fists clenched, and her eyes brimmed with jealousy, even envy. The answer had already formed in his mind. Ding. First dual cultivation completed with the top mutant, Scarlet Witch. Host's overall strength increased, 11. Monetary reward, 1,000,000 USD. Female counterparts enhancement. Stability of chaos magic improved. Mental state tending towards equilibrium. Lin nearly exclaimed with delight. Chapter 33. My dear father should be grateful to me. Before him, Wanda underwent a remarkable transformation. The violent, crimson energy rippling from her gradually subsided, shifting from an intense scarlet to a gentle, resplendent hue reminiscent of twilight. Her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and the rosy flush on her cheeks illuminated her beautiful visage. The nightmares that had long tormented her seemed to dissipate at last. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair that, due to prolonged fear and anxiety, appeared as startled as a fawn, gorgeous yet apprehensive. Her gaze immediately settled upon Lin's face, resting on their unburdened forms. She remained silent, instinctively grasping Lineni's hand with her other hand, as if clutching the last lifeline in the world. As the door swung open, I felt a sense of relief. Magneto and Raven bore witness to this miraculous scene. The distorted reality within the room was reverting to normalcy at a visibly rapid pace. The dripping ceiling solidified, the levitating furniture descended to the ground, and the chaotic colors on the walls faded, returning to their original white. The entire room transformed from the chaotic canvas of a madman back into an ordinary girl's bedroom. His daughter, Wanda, gazed at the man with a look of utter dependence he had never encountered before. The pupils hidden beneath Magneto's helmet constricted violently, overwhelmed by shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. Ultimately, all these emotions coalesced into a fervent belief. He accomplished it. This man truly achieved the impossible. He was neither an investor nor a platform. He was the chosen one sent by the divine to save his daughter and his entire kin. Meanwhile, Raven observed Wanda's look of reliance, noting how tightly she clung to Lynenia's hand. A potent, unmasked sense of crisis and possessiveness seized her heart like a venomous serpent. She took a step forward, her blue figure casting a shadow at the doorway. The atmosphere in the room grew subtly tense. Lyneni felt as though his left hand was ensnared by a hot potato, while behind him stood an icy presence of jealousy. As for the figure at the door, they bore an undeniable weight. He sensed that Magneto-esque gaze had shifted from scrutiny to a complex mix of familial recognition and possessive scrutiny. This was not a good sign. To deify a person often marks the beginning of their trial by fire. Am I all right? Wanda's voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. She sensed an unprecedented calm within her, as the madness that once plagued her day and night now flowed gently like a serene stream. The source of this tranquility stemmed from the warmth radiating from a man before her. Yes, you are fine, Lyneni replied, offering what he believed to be a soothing smile. Though he knew stability would require ongoing maintenance, he cleverly rephrased the notion of dual cultivation. Wanda nodded, partially understanding, yet her grip on his hand tightened. Thank you. My name is Lyneni. Wanda softly repeated this name, as if intending to engrave it upon her heart. Just then, Raven entered the room. She approached the other side of the bed and naturally linked her arm with Lyneni's, her golden eyes fixed on Wanda, bearing an assertive scrutiny. How do you feel, young girl? Her voice carried an almost imperceptible chill. Wanda felt a shiver under her gaze, instinctively inching closer to Lyneni. Goodness, a real-life battleground? Lynette found himself in quite a predicament. He quickly withdrew his hand, which had been grasped by Wanda, and gently caressed her head, as if to soothe the startled kitten. Please rest well. I have matters to discuss with your father. Then, under Raven's icy gaze, he discreetly extracted his other arm. He gestured silently, not wishing to become a casualty in the war between two women. Amassing wealth was his foremost priority. Upon exiting the room, Magneto's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Mr. Lin, he addressed him with a tone of respect. I shall comply with all your requests. From this day forth, you shall serve as the Brotherhood's highest-level strategic advisor. Your safety will be my personal responsibility. Funds and resources will be made available immediately. He regarded Lin Ent with eyes brimming with anticipation. What do you require? Lin Ent smiled. The fish had truly taken a bait. I need an office in Manhattan with a splendid view. I require a professional team of lawyers and accountants to assist in the registration and taxation of my company. Additionally, I seek a top-tier encrypted communication system and an utterly secure network server, as well as the means to launder my funds and transfer them into the new company's corporate account. He articulated a series of demands, clear and precise. Magneto, far from perceiving him as greedy, felt a surge of admiration. This calm and rational demeanor was the hallmark of one capable of mastering the larger picture. Not a problem. Magneto nodded. Everything will be arranged within 3 days. Excellent. Lin Ent replied with satisfaction. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, Eric. He extended his hand. Magneto hesitated for a moment, but then reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly. In that instant, a mutant sovereign and a capitalist from another realm forged a solid alliance for their respective ambitions. 3 days later, atop a premier office building in Midtown Manhattan, Lin Ent stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city below, which appeared as diminutive as a matchbox. Behind him lay a newly renovated office, replete with minimalistic and high-tech design. His Swiss bank account, having surged to nearly $30 million due to dealings with Stark Industries, had been transformed through Magneto's channels into a legitimate angel investment, resting cleanly in his new company's accounts. Coupled with the recent acquisition of $1 million from Wanda, he was now an unequivocal billionaire, possessing $30 million. How does it feel? Raven enveloped him from behind, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder. The scent of her post-bath fragrance mingled with an aura of satisfaction. Just moments ago, in celebration of the company's inauguration, she engaged in a profound exchange with Lin and under the pretext of consolidating power. No, it was more akin to a battle. The intensity of their encounter was such that the bed frame would soon require replacement. Lin was not averse to this. For the enhancement of strength and the influx of $10,000 were tangible rewards. It felt satisfactory. As he gazed out upon the world beyond the window, his eyes were imbued with a deep contemplation, yet he could not shake the feeling that the monetary sum was still insufficient. 3 days later, atop a premier office building in Midtown Manhattan, Lin stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city below, which appeared as diminutive as a matchbox. Behind him lay a newly renovated office, exuding an aura of minimalism and technological sophistication. His Swiss bank account, swollen to nearly $30 million due to investments in Dostak Industries, had transitioned through a channel provided by Magneto into a legitimate angel investment, resting cleanly in the accounts of his new company. Coupled with the recent acquisition of $1 million from Wanda, he had become a bona fide billionaire, clutching $30 million. How does it feel? Raven inquired, wrapping her arms around him from behind, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder. The scent of her post-bath fragrance enveloped him, her azure skin shimmering under the sunlight, exuding a languid satisfaction reminiscent of a clear sky following a rainstorm. Moments prior, to celebrate the company's launch, she had invoked the need for strength and stability in their foundation, prompting another intense engagement with Lin and. Oh no, it was more aptly termed a combat. Raven sought to compel Lin to yield, while he resolutely stood his ground, unwilling to submit. Hence, the fervor of their encounter intensified, necessitating yet another change of the bed frame. The soundproof glass of the office effectively isolated them from the bustling noise of New York City, leaving only the gentle hum of the air conditioning system and the escalating cadence of their breaths, which culminated in a long, shared exhalation. Light filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting a mosaic of shadows and illumination upon their skin, rhythmically shifting in harmony with their movements. Akin to a silent shadow play, Lin tenderly brushed his lips against Raven's. After all, the notifications on the system panel indicating host comprehensive strength enhancement, 11, and received monetary reward, 10,000, were indeed concrete. He even fancied that such celebratory encounters could occur with greater frequency. It felt satisfactory. As he continued to gaze out at the world, his expression remained pensive. Yet, he pondered $30 million, while astronomical to the average individual, was but a trifling sum in the face of the grand epic approaching, one dominated by superhumans and villains capable of cataclysmic feats. His ambition was not to indulge in opulent mansions or luxury vehicles, but rather to leverage this wealth to shift the very axis of the world. Have you decided on a name for the company? Raven whispered enticingly in his ear. I have, he replied, resolved. Lin turned around and picked up a marker from his desk. He approached the blank tempered glass wall behind him and, accompanied by a faint scratching sound, inscribed 4 flamboyant characters along with a string of letters. Vertex Amplification. He tapped the glass with the pen cap. Vertex represents our objective, while amplification signifies our core business. On the surface, we present ourselves as a high-tech consulting firm that offers top-tier security, bespoke services, and potential development. He glanced at Raven and smiled. In essence, we serve as mobile power banks for all the strong and super enhancements for all factions. Raven gazed at the 4 characters, her golden pupils shimmering with excitement. She adored the name and was even more captivated by the future he envisioned, one where everyone was at his mercy. However, she despised the notion that he would have to share it with others. Ding! At that moment, a uniquely designed black terminal on Lin's desk emitted a soft chime. This device, provided by Magneto, was supposedly untraceable and encrypted. Lin approached and opened the message. It was an encrypted communication from a black market informant, purchased at a high price, containing real-time intelligence on S-H-I-E-L-D-S movements. Threat level marked as level 7. Insider information: Ace Agent Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, has submitted a detailed report on the incident involving Jinping. The report repeatedly mentions that the target possesses intelligence capabilities and counter-tracking technology far exceeding expectations and suspects a larger organization is backing them. Special Intelligence. Agent Romanoff has requested Director Nick Fury to access a sealed file, codenamed Winter Soldier. Upon reading the last line, Lynn's pupils constricted slightly. Black Widow and Winter Soldier. It seemed the bloody spectacle he orchestrated had repercussions more profound than he had anticipated. Natasha clearly linked them with Hydra. Trouble? Raven sensed a shift in his demeanor. No, Lynn replied, shutting off the screen, a playful smile gracing his lips. It's business knocking at our door. He looked at Raven, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hunter spotting its prey. Raven, what do you think would be Nick Fury's reaction if we return SHIELD's most formidable ace agent into our client? Raven was taken aback. In her golden pupils, Lynn's face reflected a blend of excitement and calculation. Turning SHIELD's ace agent into a client? The sheer madness of this idea left her momentarily speechless. After all, SHIELD was one of the most elite enforcement agencies in the human world. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stands as a formidable figure, a legend traversing the shadows. Her hands stained with blood, yet presented as humanity's guardian. To provoke her is akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Have you lost your mind? Raven's voice was frigid. She was a spy, a mere human. Her thoughts were solely consumed by duty and obedience, rendering her unsuitable for our purposes. Instinctively, her body tensed. Her grip on Lynette's arm tightened, as if she were a mother beast safeguarding her territory. She would not permit another woman, especially a human woman, to partake in the source of power that belonged solely to her. The arrival of Wanda Maximoff had already instilled within her an unprecedented sense of peril. That girl was the daughter of Magneto, a mutant belonging to the same faction as herself. Yet, Raven's desire for possession surged like rampant weeds. Now, Lynette had set his sights on a human agent. Calm down, my Raven, Lynette reassured, patting her hand with an air of nonchalance. I am not mad. On the contrary, I am quite lucid. He led Raven to the floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing towards the bustling city of New York below. Look, Raven, the world is about to descend into chaos. Aliens, gods, and various monstrosities will soon appear. Can we truly rely on the Brotherhood, a band of brutes consumed by muscle and hatred? Magneto is an idealistic madman, fixated solely on mutants. But I do not wish to partake in his madness. I simply desire to stand atop this building, watching them fight to the death while earning a modest profit. To achieve this, we cannot rely solely on brute force. We require eyes and ears as well. He turned to face Raven, his gaze earnest. An ace agent embedded within SHIELD would serve as our finest eyes. She can provide us with intelligence, alert us to dangers, and even disrupt the enemy's plans from within at critical moments. This is not provocation. It is a calculated investment, a venture bound for success. Chapter 35. Black Widow Raven fell silent, compelled to concede that Lynette's reasoning held merit. She had witnessed SHIELD's power and understood the significance of information. Yet, reason and emotion were two distinct realms. I still did not trust her, Raven stubbornly declared. Humans are cunning deceivers. I know, Lynette chuckled. Thus, we shall not engage her on an emotional level, but rather on a basis of mutual benefit. Every individual harbors weaknesses and desires. What does Natasha Romanoff yearn for most? Without waiting for Raven's response, he continued, redemption. Her hands are drenched in too much blood. Her past is a nightmare from which she can never awaken. She joined SHIELD, fervently executing missions in hopes of redeeming herself through new accomplishments, aspiring to diminish the crimson entries in her ledger of sins. This information stemmed from her memories prior to her translocation. Yet at this moment, it had transformed into the sharpest of blades in her possession. Thus, our approach was not to empower her, but rather to present her with an opportunity to absolve her debts. Raven listened, somewhat perplexed. How do we assist her in clearing her debts? We shall not assist. Lynette's smile became enigmatic. All we need to do is make her believe we possess such an ability. He returned to his desk, opening the black terminal. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, summoning a series of intricate data and codes. Now, the game commences. The first step is to craft a flawless persona for Apex Augmentation Corporation. He reached out through encrypted channels to several renowned information brokers and elite hackers within the dark web. I require you within the next week. to sculpt Apex Augmentation into a company shrouded in mystery, endowed with substantial financial resources and operating across biotechnology, energy, and private security sectors. I want this name to appear in some rather inappropriate contexts. For instance, within the financial transactions of a certain arms deal, on the overseas trust list of an Eastern European oligarch, and even establishing tenuous connections with certain technology firms under S.H.I.E.L.D.S. clandestine surveillance. I aim to create a perfect bait, one that compels Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff to take the hook. Enormous sums of money flowed through untraceable virtual accounts to various corners of the globe. Lynette's financial prowess was vividly displayed at that moment. He resembled a ghostly director, orchestrating events from behind the curtain, weaving a vast net targeting the world's foremost agents with the strings of currency. Raven stood by, observing his strategic maneuvers, her initial discontent and envy gradually supplanted by an inexplicable admiration and obsession. This man was unlike any mutant she had ever known. He wielded neither fists nor powers, but rather his intellect and wealth, stirring the tides of the world. This subtle mastery concealed behind the scenes captivated her more than Magneto's apocalyptic brute force. All set, Lynette issued his final command, reclining against the chair's backrest. Now, we simply await the outcome. Even the most seasoned fish cannot resist a perfectly tailored bait. He glanced at Raven and winked. Do not worry, my Raven. She is merely our company's future exemplary employee. And you, he paused, lowering his voice with a hint of allure. You are the proprietress. The term proprietress made Raven's golden pupils gleam. She found great delight in this designation. 1 week later, New York, Guggenheim Museum. A charity gala, sponsored by Stark Industries, is currently underway. The air is thick with elegance and the clinking of glasses. The CRME de la CRME of New York City's elite, socialites, tycoons, and politicians, have gathered in abundance. Lynn is adorned in a meticulously tailored Tom Ford suit, effortlessly maneuvering through the crowd with a glass of champagne in hand. He now holds the esteemed title of founder of Apex Amplification, a mysterious newcomer who has recently emerged as a formidable force in the capital markets, a creation perfectly sculpted by the connections and resources provided by Magneto. Raven, draped in a resplendent sapphire backless gown, gracefully follows at his side, maintaining her human form. Her iconic crimson hair and striking demeanor captivate the attention of numerous admirers. Yet her gaze is solely fixed on Lynn. To onlookers, they appear as a flawless golden couple. Lynn's gaze, seemingly casual, sweeps across the venue, ultimately landing on a slender silhouette by the bar. A woman clad in a black gown, also with a cascade of red hair, stands with her back turned, whispering to the bartender. Yet Lynn is acutely aware that her entire focus is directed towards him. Here she comes, the bait is set. He raises his glass, accompanied by Raven, and strolls over. Does one not feel lonely drinking alone, miss? Lynn's voice is neither too loud nor too soft, just audible enough for her to hear. The woman turns, revealing an exquisitely striking face, her features finely chiseled, yet her eyes, akin to a cat's, exhibit both wariness and a hint of languor. It is none other than Natasha Romanoff. I'm awaiting someone, Natasha replies, regarding him with a professionally charming smile. However, I believe my guest has arrived. Her gaze sweeps over Lynn and Raven. Mr. Lynn, a pleasure. I am Natalia Rashman, a newcomer in the legal department of Stark Industries. She extends her hand, presenting a flawless false identity. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Rashman. Lynn lightly grasps her hand, sensing her fingers subtly probing his palm, as if attempting to gauge his pulse and muscle response, a quintessential spy technique. Mr. Lynn, your company has recently garnered quite a reputation in New York. Natasha begins her probing with an air of nonchalance. Many are curious about what exactly Apex Amplification does, engaging in endeavors that strive to enhance the world. Lynn replies with a smile, offering a deliberately vague response. Just then, a server hastily passes by with a tray. Natasha appears to be jostled by the server, stumbling slightly as if poised to fall, a classic maneuver to create physical contact. Linter harbored a cold smirk within, yet his face was adorned with a perfectly calibrated expression of alarm. Rather than retreating, he stepped forward and gently grasped Natasha's arm. Be careful, he advised, steadying her before releasing his hold, maintaining that seemingly innocuous smile. Miss Rashman, are you unwell? He leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a voice meant solely for their ears. My company offers some rather unique employee benefits. Would you be interested in a discussion, Agent Romanoff? Chapter 36. Curiosity Kills the Widow. User experience is indeed the essence of everything. In an instant, Natasha's pupils constricted to their utmost. The words Agent Romanoff struck her heart like an invisible sledgehammer, revealing her identity. It was not merely a matter of being unmasked. It was as if he had discerned her true self the moment they met. This man was vastly different from the one who had sought her out previously. I do not comprehend what you are implying, Mr. Linter. Natasha swiftly concealed all her emotions, donning a flawless professional smile once more. Though her voice bore a barely perceptible stiffness. I am merely Mr. Stark's humble assistant. Is that so? Linter responded with an ambiguous smile, refraining from further pressing her. He understood that the hook had firmly lodged itself in the fish's mouth. What was needed now was to grant the fish a semblance of struggle and contemplation. He raised his glass in a toast towards Natasha. If that is the case, I hope we will have the opportunity to collaborate in the future, Miss Rashman. With that, he turned away, melding into the throng of the gala alongside Raven. Raven remained silent, yet her gaze never strayed from Natasha's face. She keenly observed the fleeting shock and curiosity etched upon Natasha's features. You succeeded, Raven whispered beside Linter, her tone complex. She is intrigued. Not intrigued, but rather unsettled. Linter corrected. For someone of her ilk, a crisis of faith is far more harrowing than death itself. Just then, the system's notification chime echoed in his mind. So, you intend to seduce her as well? Raven's voice was imbued with a chilling blend of inquiry and jealousy. No, Linter shook his head, nodding at a passing senator while explaining in a tone meant for only their ears. Raven, you must understand the business model of our platform. You are my core engine, the perfect embodiment of the version 10 system. Our interactions constitute system upgrades and version iterations. With each encounter, we grow stronger. As for them, he gestured subtly towards Natasha in the distance. They are merely paying users. They have downloaded a temporary performance optimization patch from me. What they have gained is merely a transient enhancement, while I have profited from their endeavors. The profits I accrue will ultimately be reinvested into our core engine, fortifying our strength. Do you comprehend? This is the cycle of capital, an ecological closed loop. This ad hoc capital theory left Raven momentarily speechless. Though she still grasped little of what an ecological closed loop entailed, she discerned the distinction between the core engine and paying users. This feeling of being defined as unique and central greatly assuaged her possessiveness and unease. She gazed at Lin's profile. This man consistently employed a set of theories beyond her understanding, yet distinctly impressive, clarifying all matters with remarkable precision. This sensation instilled both comfort and a tinge of fear within her. She found herself increasingly unable to detach from the platform he had constructed. At SHIELD, at the Triskelion headquarters, the atmosphere in the secret command center was stifling. A colossal holographic screen displayed Nick Fury's iconic one-eyed visage. So, Agent Romanoff. Fury's voice resonated deep and commanding. Your preliminary contact report indicates that the target is highly suspicious. Do you need to continue further engagement? He repeated the most absurd aspects of Natasha's report with a tone suggesting disbelief. Natasha stood before the screen, her expression impassive. Yes, she replied with unwavering certainty. Fury fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping the table as his mind raced. A few months prior, he was an ordinary individual. Now, he presents himself as an unknown mutant cloaked in the guise of a capitalist. Continue surveillance, Fury ultimately commanded. No further physical contact. I require all information regarding the Apex amplifier and the individual himself. I want to know how many meals he consumes daily and how many times he visits the restroom. Understood, Director. The communication was severed. Natasha stood alone in the empty room, the echoes of Lin's words resonating in her mind. Her curiosity surged to unprecedented heights. Dismissing Fury's instructions against contact. Unable to resist, she moistened her slightly dry, alluring lips. Simultaneously, in the Apex Amplifier's office, Lin leisurely sipped his coffee, gazing out at the nightscape. Raven was in the bathroom, the sound of water cascading resounding around her. Suddenly, the black encrypted terminal emitted a soft chime once more. Lin raised an eyebrow and approached to open it. It was a message from Magneto. Wanda's condition is stable. She longs to see you. Additionally, I have heard of your contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Lin, remember our agreement. Your abilities should prioritize serving our mutant brethren, not those humans who seek to enslave us. The words conveyed a blend of concern and caution from the old master. Lin smiled, his fingers swiftly dancing across the keyboard as he replied, "Rest assured, Eric, I'm not serving them. I am corrupting them. Nothing is more effective than undermining an enemy from within. Additionally, inform Wanda that I will visit her next week, bringing her favorite strawberry cake." Having sent his message, he believed Magneto would comprehend his strategy. After all, the old man now found himself in need of Lin's expertise. At that moment, another phone, his personal device meticulously encrypted, vibrated unexpectedly. A message from an unfamiliar number appeared. Lin opened it, and a knowing smile graced his face. The message was succinct, comprising merely a single word and a letter: talk. He turned the phone screen towards Raven, who had just emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around her form, her damp crimson hair clinging to her neck, and her blue skin still flushed with lingering warmth, exuding an irresistible allure. She glanced at the message, a flicker of understanding passing through her golden eyes. The bait was effectively set. Indeed, Lin nodded, tossing the phone onto the table. When clients have needs, we as service providers must fulfill them. He opened his arms, offering Raven an inviting embrace. However, before welcoming this new client, he deemed it essential to conduct a thorough system upgrade and maintenance for their esteemed core engine. After all, his voice grew somewhat muffled amidst the warmth of Raven's approaching breath. Perhaps the nature of his relationship with her transcended any necessity for power enhancement, evolving instead into a simple, unrestrained enjoyment of their passionate exchanges. Chapter 37, Whether Conquest or Submission. Under the night sky, Manhattan resembled a sprawling expanse of black velvet, adorned with countless scattered diamonds. In the heart of the city, a private cigar club, closed to the public, had been reserved by Lin. The rich aroma of Cuban cigars mingled with the scent of aged leather sofas, fermenting in the air, a fragrance emblematic of wealth and power. Natasha Romanoff entered, having exchanged her form-fitting evening gown for a simple black leather jacket and jeans, with a reduction in overt sensuality. She embodied a blend of efficiency and danger characteristic of a skilled operative. Like a graceful yet vigilant black cat, she stepped into unfamiliar territory, her gaze immediately locking onto the room's occupant. Lin sat by the fireplace, swirling a glass of amber whiskey in his hand. He did not turn, as if his awareness extended beyond sight. "Agent Romanoff, you are 7 minutes later than I anticipated," he remarked, his tone calm, laced with a hint of languid teasing. It seemed the internal reporting procedures of S.H.I.E.L.D. were more intricate than he had imagined. Natasha's heart sank. The other party seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of her recent movements. This sensation of being seen through rendered her utterly uncomfortable. "Mr. Lin, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us." Natasha seated herself on the sofa opposite him, crossing her legs in a manner that appeared both relaxed and ready to spring into action at any moment. "I am merely an ordinary person with a curiosity about your company's operations." "Ordinary person?" Lin finally turned to face her, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. He scrutinized Natasha from head to toe, his gaze unmasked. It felt less like the examination of a beauty and more akin to an experienced hunter appraising its prey. The ability to single-handedly dismantle 3 members of the Albania Mafia, mastery of 8 languages, and an unparalleled infiltration of Stark industry security systems. He paused, taking a delicate sip of his drink. If this qualifies as an ordinary person, then the standards of this world are indeed lofty. Natasha's expression finally shifted. This information was not publicly available. It was the most profound secret of her past. Who exactly is this man before her? What kind of power looms behind him? "You are investigating me." This was not a question, but a statement. "No, I am not," Lin replied, shaking his head as he set down his glass. "I merely know." He rose and sauntered towards Natasha, a faint aroma mingling alcohol with some peculiar fragrance enveloping her. Natasha's muscles tensed instantly, every cell in her body screaming of danger. Yet, she remained motionless. Her instincts warned her that any rash movement could trigger unforeseen consequences. "Your resume is quite remarkable, Agent Romanoff," Lin observed from above, his gaze penetrating. The Red Room. Graduation, Budapest. Your hands are stained red, are they not? Those burdens that haunt your nights. Do you not wish to erase them? Boom! Natasha's mind felt as if it had detonated with a bomb. The Red Room was the nightmare lurking in the deepest recesses of her soul. The burdens were sins that even Nick Fury could only promise to alleviate, but never truly erase. This man had spoken of them, so nonchalantly. What did he truly seek? Pinnacle Amplification Company. Lin-Ent's voice carried a mesmerizing allure. Our business is simple. We assist clients in reaching heights they have never envisioned, be it strength, skill, or the rectification of regrets. He extended a hand in an inviting gesture. Now, I offer you a complimentary user experience. Consider it an appetizer for our future collaboration. Natasha fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes sharp as blades. Why should I trust you? You do not need to trust me, Lin-Ent replied with a smile. You merely need to feel. He suddenly leaned down, drawing close enough for Natasha to see her own reflection in his pupils. His fingers gently rested on her shoulder. In that instant, Natasha instinctively yearned to evade him, even to retaliate. Lin sensed the lethal aura emanating from her, and a pang of alarm surged within him, prompting him to speak. Relax, trust me. If this proves ineffective, feel free to eliminate me. Natasha's curiosity surged once again. Was his confidence genuine? The murderous intent dissipated, and she relaxed, just as she was about to utter something fierce when his lips, tinged with the scent of alcohol, silenced her. She instinctively attempted to push him away, yet Lin lightly nibbled her earlobe. Trust me, the soundproofing in this room is excellent, and it offers great privacy. Prior to their encounter, Lin had thoroughly searched the room, climbing up and down to ensure there were no listening devices or surveillance equipment. The intensity of their situation heightened, perhaps due to his frequent interactions with the shapeshifter. Lin had remained tense from the outset. Suddenly, a crash echoed as the sofa collapsed, and all items on the table clattered to the ground. 2.5 hours later, the elite agent of S.H.I.L.D. lay sprawled on the only undamaged sofa, gasping for breath. Sweat clung her crimson hair to her skin, enhancing her fair complexion's allure. An indescribable sensation coursed through her body, neither an electric shock nor warmth, but rather a vitality akin to parched earth quenched by sudden spring rain. The hidden injuries accrued from years of rigorous training and combat seemed to be tenderly smoothed by an unseen hand. In that moment, her senses were magnified infinitely. She could distinctly hear the crackling of burning wood in the fireplace, sent the complex aroma of whiskey wafting through the air, and even perceived the slight tremor of a car passing on the distant street outside. The entire world, within her perception, became remarkably vivid and three-dimensional. Her thoughts sharpened exponentially. Details from past missions that had eluded her comprehension suddenly became crystal clear. This sensation lasted less than 3 seconds. Lin lifted his glass, draining its contents, and returned to the sofa, lacking the shapeshifter's vigor. How does it feel, Agent Romanoff? He inquired, holding the glass like a product manager assessing user experience. Our company prides itself on service above all. Natasha remained frozen, silent for an extended moment. She glanced at her hands. Those hands were still the same. Yet she understood that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. That recent, transformative sensation was no mere illusion. This man possessed a truly extraordinary power. What do you desire? Natasha's voice, for the first time, held a hint of hoarseness and tremor. Curiosity had entirely vanquished her cautious nature. What I wish for? Lin leaned back on the sofa, his smile enigmatic. I desire nothing. I am merely a businessman, an investor. In you, I perceive a highly lucrative opportunity for investment. He paused, gazing out at the brilliant nightscape, and continued, in an impending chaotic era, S.H.A.L.D.'s grand vessel requires a lookout capable of discerning the iceberg ahead. And I, dear Natasha, wish to be the vendor of telescopes. A profound silence enveloped the room. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast shadows across Natasha's ever-changing visage. She delicately adjusted her neck, for since she had entered this room, she had already fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. The bait presented by the hunter named Lin was a poison she found utterly irresistible, a toxin she could not evade. No, Lin countered, turning to her and pinching the bridge of her pert nose. I am a capitalist, and capital is the most formidable devil in this world. The following morning at 9:45, at the front desk of Apex Amplification Corporation, The newly appointed receptionist, a golden-haired darling named Betty, trembled as she observed the unexpected guest before her. Grasping tightly onto an emergency call button, her mind was a blank slate, utterly forgetting how to press it. It was terrifying. That was the sole thought racing through her mind. Leading the group was a man clad in a black long coat, exuding an aura so powerful it was almost suffocating. He merely stood there, and it felt as though the very metal of the space around him hummed with energy. Behind him loomed a man of such imposing stature that he seemed inhuman, dressed in a cheap suit that strained against his muscles, the buttons nearly bursting. His face bore a menacing scar and an expression that screamed, "I am displeased and wish to kill." Next to this titan was a slender man with a repugnant appearance, whose tongue occasionally flicked out like a serpent, curiously surveying the office with his glistening eyes. There was yet another peculiar figure, exuding a sulphurous odor, with crimson skin and a pointed tail trailing behind him. Surely, these were not business partners here for a meeting. They resembled a band of demons escaped from the depths of hell. "Do you have an appointment?" Betty inquired, her voice quivering, feeling on the verge of tears. "We seek Lynn Magneto," Eric Lynshare replied coldly. He had indeed heeded Lynn's words, dressed in what could be deemed formal attire. Yet his commanding presence was beyond the concealment of any designer suit. His companion, the saber-toothed Victor, appeared exceedingly impatient. "Boss, why waste time with her? Let us just go in," Victor grinned, revealing his beastly fangs, nearly causing Betty to faint on the spot. At that moment, the office door swung open. Lynn stepped forward, adorned with an impeccable commercial smile. "Mr. Eric, welcome," he greeted, disregarding the menacing demeanor of Sabretooth and the inquisitive nature of Toad, and extended his hand directly toward Magneto. "And to all of you, welcome to the Vertex Amplification family." Magneto regarded the proffered hand with hesitation, but ultimately accepted the gesture. "I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation today. Of course, please proceed to the conference room. Tea and coffee are already prepared." Lynn gestured for them to enter, casting a gentle smile at the petrified receptionist, Betty. "Betty, these individuals are colleagues from our newly established Strategic Armament and Risk Mitigation Department. We shall all be one family from now on." "One family?" Betty stared at the group, who appeared anything but benevolent, feeling her worldview shaken to its core. "What exactly does our company do?" In the conference room, a vast projection screen displayed a meticulously crafted presentation titled Vertex Amplification Company Security Department Employee Handbook, Draft Version. Lynn stood before the screen, wielding a laser pointer like a true corporate executive. "First, I welcome each of you to our team." He cleared his throat and commenced his indoctrination speech. "I am aware that each of you is an elite talent possessing remarkable skills. However, in the past, your prowess has not been effectively utilized or strategically planned, resulting in unmaximized potential. From this day forward, everything will change." He clicked the remote, advancing to the next slide, which displayed a clear organizational chart. "Mr. Eric, as the strategic senior advisor for this department, you will primarily be responsible for formulating long-term strategic objectives and hold final veto power over significant actions. The position offers an annual salary of $5 million, along with a 5% equity share in the company." Magneto raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. While money held little significance for him, the notion of equity shares piqued his subtle interest. "Ms. Raven Darkholme," Lynn turned to Raven, his eyes glimmering with warmth, "will serve as the executive director of the department, overseeing daily management, task allocation, and performance assessments, reporting directly to me. The salary is $3 million, with a 3% share of the profits." Raven nodded in agreement, exuding an air of regal confidence. She relished this feeling, ascendant over her former colleagues, in a novel and elevated manner. "As for the rest of you," Lynn's laser pointer traversed the figures of Sabretooth, Toad, and Red Onslaught. "You will become the first cohort of senior specialists in this department. Each of you will receive a formal employment contract." With that, he gestured to Raven, who distributed a thick stack of contracts. Sabretooth, Victor, received his contract and, barely glancing at it, contemplated tearing it apart. "Wait a moment." The voice of Lineni resonated. "Mr. Victor, I suggest you take a moment to review the compensation page. Your position is Senior Armed Officer, with a base monthly salary of $30,000. For each mission undertaken, depending on the risk level, you will receive a bonus ranging from $50,000 to $200,000. Furthermore, the company will provide you with the finest medical insurance, including comprehensive dental coverage." He deliberately emphasized the dental coverage. Victor halted the motion of tearing the contract, instinctively licking his beast-like teeth, worn down from years of combat. Though capable of self-healing, the sensation was still acutely uncomfortable. 30,000 a month? Bonuses in the hundreds of thousands for missions? And dental care included? For the first time, his primal instincts began to contemplate the true essence of the word work. And what about me? Croaked Todd, eagerly raising his hand. Mr. Todd, your position is Senior Penetration and Reconnaissance Officer. Given your unique talents, your mission bonus coefficient will increase by 10%. Additionally, the company cafeteria will provide you with customized insect protein nutritional meals. The eyes of the frogman sparkled with excitement. Mr. Red Devil, Senior Tactical Relocation and Spatial Support Officer. Your teleportation ability holds immense value in logistics and raids. The company will equip you with the most advanced positioning devices and additionally provide technical support subsidies for spatial stability. The Red Devil nodded, seemingly quite satisfied. Lineni meticulously introduced the positions and benefits of everyone present, each detail striking precisely at their individual needs, be it financial reward, logistical support, or a resolution to an unresolved pain point. This represents the essence of modern corporate management, demand-oriented, precise motivation. Of course, with rights come responsibilities. Lineni shifted his tone, turning to the next page filled with dense regulations. Chapter 39. Report and gaze at S.H.I.L.D.S. Trident headquarters within a fully enclosed interrogation room. There were no prisoners at this moment, only Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff. The sole table in the room bore a tablet, which was playing a video on a tenth of the normal speed, repeatedly showcasing a segment. In the footage, Natasha moved with ghostly swiftness, each dodge, block, and counterattack executed with millimeter precision. Her opponents, 5 seasoned level 7 agents, appeared as clumsy children in her presence. She consistently anticipated their attack trajectories half a second in advance, striking with the most concise and effective maneuvers, devoid of any superfluous actions. 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Nick Fury's voice resonated low, his single eye gleaming with curiosity and caution. You incapacitated the elite team of 5, including Ward, setting the fastest record in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. history for all peer-level assessments. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing directly into Natasha. In your previous report, you merely mentioned the enigmatic figure of Lint and the formidable background of his Apex amplification company. Yet you failed to elucidate why your mere attendance at a soiree and a singular dance with him seemed to transform you into a potential super soldier. Fury's tone grew increasingly severe. Your neural response speed, muscle density, and dynamic vision have all undergone alarming enhancement. Pray tell, Natasha, what transpired? Emotionless, Natasha's mind raced with calculations. She could not possibly divulge that a mere night spent with a man had resulted in such extraordinary abilities. Such an admission would leave Fury perceiving her as a brainwashed lunatic, destined for confinement. I do not know, she replied coolly, meeting Fury's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. As stated in my report, Lint is an unsettling individual. At the gala, he merely assisted me, and I felt an unusual warmth surging through my body. Warmth? Fury's brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, Natasha continued her carefully crafted narrative. Afterward, my senses became remarkably heightened. When I returned for testing, I was taken aback myself. I suspect it may be an unknown biological hormone or some form of instantaneous enhancement technology grounded in genetics. Lin himself may merely be a spokesperson. There must be an unfathomable organization behind him. She deftly shifted the focus from her own experience to speculations about the mysterious organization behind Lint, which was precisely what Fury was most concerned about. Fury fell silent, pacing the room, a glimmer of intensity in his solitary eye. Natasha's explanation sounded absurd, yet it remained the only plausible hypothesis at hand. In a world rife with mutants, extraterrestrial technology, and ancient magic, the existence of another form of instantaneous enhancement was not beyond the realm of possibility. What is your recommendation? Fury finally halted. Continue the engagement. Natasha responded without hesitation. This individual, or rather the forces behind him, presents both an immense threat and a monumental opportunity for us. If we could harness this technology. Her implication was abundantly clear. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. acquire such technology, the Avengers Initiative could be upgraded directly to version 20. I approve your plan. Fury ultimately resolved. You may maintain personal contact with him. I will grant you the highest level of clearance. But Natasha, remember your identity, and remember for whom you work. I shall never forget, Natasha stood, her tone resolute. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Apex Amplification Company, in the upper-level conference room, the atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. Lyn's voice resonated, clear and steady, echoing through the silent chamber. First, strictly adhere to work hours. Unauthorized absences during non-mission periods will result in the deduction of that month's bonus. Second, any form of violence within the office premises is strictly prohibited. Violators will face fines starting at $10,000. Thirdly, when executing tasks, it is imperative to don the company-issued uniform to facilitate recognition and to establish a cohesive brand image. Fourthly, all actions must be conducted with the approval of Director Miss Raven. Any unauthorized endeavors are strictly prohibited. Fifthly, and most importantly, all employees must sign a confidentiality agreement, as any breach of company secrets will be addressed personally by senior consultant Mr. Eric. Upon completing his statement, Lineni was met with an eerie silence in the conference room. This band of reckless renegades would not flinch at the prospect of demolishing a building, yet adhering to these regulations felt more burdensome than death itself. Nonsense. Sabretooth was the first to erupt, slamming his palm onto the expensive conference table, leaving deep claw marks etched into the solid mahogany surface. I came here to fight, not to be an office clerk. Victor, calm down, Magneto admonished in a low voice. Lineni, however, remained unfazed, addressing the receptionist peering in from outside. Betty, please take note. The damage to the conference table will be deducted from Mr. Victor's salary next month. Victor was taken aback, feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton. His frustration stifled. Is this what it has come to? Punishing me with money? Magneto finally spoke, his piercing gaze fixed upon Lineni. You are taming a pack of wolves and turning them into dogs. No, Lineni replied, shaking his head defiantly, meeting his gaze without flinching. I am equipping a pack of wolves armed with nuclear capabilities with the most advanced guidance systems and safety switches. They must know when to bare their fangs and when to retract their claws. Each of their assaults should become more precise, more lethal, and infinitely more valuable. He paused, revealing a knowing smile. After all, our aim is the stars and the vast ocean beyond, not to play house with the war police in this small pond called Earth. The phrase stars and the vast ocean detonated in Magneto's mind like a bomb, causing his pupils to constrict. This young man envisioned far beyond his own imagination. Ultimately, Magneto lifted his pen and inscribed his name, Eric Lynshare, on his copy of the senior consultant contract. With the leader setting the precedent, the others, albeit begrudgingly, began to sign under Raven's cold, warning gaze. Thus concluded a rather unconventional shareholders meeting, or rather, a recruitment assembly. Lineni surveyed the list of signatures, understanding that this was merely the first step. Transforming this pack of beasts into a disciplined, modern army would require considerable effort. Yet, he possessed ample patience and, importantly, resources. Natasha exited the interrogation room, traversing the corridor of the Trident headquarters, which gleamed with a metallic cold light, her professional demeanor restored. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Without halting her stride, she retrieved the device and glanced at the screen. A message from an unknown number arrived, containing but a single phrase. The performance was commendable. Did Fury believe it? Chapter 40. Exiting the interrogation room, Natasha exhaled softly. The first hurdle had finally been surmounted. Instinctively, her fingers brushed against her lips, where the lingering warmth of a man's breath seemed to remain. She was engaged in a perilous game. On one side stood the S.H.I.E.L.D., to which she had devoted her life, and, on the other, a man who could grant her the power she yearned for, capable of soothing the deep scars within her soul. She felt as though she were walking a tightrope, suspended above an abyss. Yet, inexplicably, instead of dread, a wave of unprecedented exhilaration and anticipation surged within her. Perhaps this was where someone like her truly belonged. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the celestial realm, on the Bifrost connecting the 9 realms, the guardian Heimdall, with his golden eyes that could perceive all, once again turned his gaze toward Midgard Earth. Just moments ago, he had witnessed that peculiar golden light once more, clearer and brighter than before, even subtly splitting into two streams, one radiant and pure, the other enigmatic and shifting. The intertwining of these lights produced an energy fluctuation that made even him feel a sense of foreboding. This power did not belong to Odin, nor did it align with any system of Asgard. It was unlike any energy he had encountered in the cosmos. It resembled a primordial essence, a force pertaining to life and creation. For the first time, Heimdall's expression turned grave. He deemed it imperative to report this matter to the Allfather. He stepped forth, leaving behind the post he had guarded for millennia, striding purposefully toward the Golden Palace. Within the grand Odin's hall, the Allfather sat upon his throne, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, lost in slumber to replenish his waning powers. "Father," Heimdall's voice resonated throughout the vast hall. Odin's solitary eye slowly opened, containing the essence of the birth and demise of stars and galaxies. "Heimdall, what compels you to abandon your station?" Odin's voice was aged and authoritative. "I report to you, Father, I have detected an anomalous energy in Midgard." Heimdall knelt, respectfully delivering his report. "Is it the Dark Elves? Or perhaps the Frost Giants of Jotunheim?" "Neither." Heimdall shook his head. "It is a force I have never encountered, pure and brimming with the essence of life. It appears to enhance living beings." "Enhance?" A flicker of interest crossed Odin's solitary eye. "Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. This power enabled a female warrior of Midgard to surpass her inherent limits within a remarkably short span of time." Heimdall transmitted his observations of Natasha in the SHIELD training facility through his divine power to Odin. Odin's single eye fixated upon the imagery before him. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. "Intriguing. This method of enhancement relies neither on external objects nor incantations." His gaze seemed to pierce through the vastness of space, landing upon Earth, specifically the bustling skyscraper of Manhattan. Had the source of this power been identified? It appeared to emanate from a mortal man of Midgard. Yet, my vision cannot fully penetrate his essence. He is shrouded in a veil of mist that obstructs all scrutiny. Heimdall responded truthfully. "A mortal whom even Heimdall cannot perceive?" Genuine astonishment flickered in Odin's single eye. He pondered for considerable time. The universe conceals myriad secrets, and even he would not dare claim to comprehend them all. This enigmatic presence that had abruptly emerged in Midgard wafted an uncertain aura into his senses. "What has Thor been up to lately?" Odin inquired suddenly. "Prince Thor is likely still celebrating victory with his mortal friends in Midgard," Heimdall replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Let him revel." With a wave of his hand, Odin dispatched a contingent of Valkyries to reside in Midgard under the pretext of safeguarding Jane Foster. The father's intent was clear: to observe. Odin's single eye turned once more toward Earth, its gaze profound. "Observe that intriguing mortal and all those blessed by that power. I wish to discern whether this gift from Midgard is a harbinger of salvation or merely a prelude to another Ragnarok." The voice of the God King echoed throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Linty enjoyed a leisurely coffee, contemplating how to design a stylish yet practical uniform for his security team. Unbeknownst to him, he had caught the attention of the most powerful ruler of the Nine Realms. A game across different dimensions had quietly initiated its first move on the chessboard. The following morning, Linty stepped into the offices of Apex Amplification with a refreshing vigor. The air was saturated with an exotic blend of expensive fragrances, freshly brewed coffee, and the faint, primal scent of sulfur and beasts. The spacious and brightly lit office area presented a fantastical scene. A toadman lounged before a coffee machine worth thousands, extending its long tongue in an attempt to lick the drips, only to retreat with a startled croak from the scalding steam. Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, had appropriated the luxurious Italian leather sofa as his scratching post, the sound of claws scraping eliciting a pallor from the new receptionist, Betty, who had already penned half her resignation letter. Meanwhile, the red devil Azazel exhibited a keen interest in the automatic glass doors, repeatedly teleporting in and out, thoroughly entertained. His crimson tail wagging excitedly like a husky who had discovered a new toy. Magneto, Eric, stands as the sole figure of relative normalcy, adorned in a meticulously tailored dark suit. Positioned before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazes down upon the bustling streets of Manhattan, his commanding presence harmoniously juxtaposed against the backdrop of this modern commercial empire. "Good morning, esteemed colleagues," Lynn announces. donning his customary smile as he claps his hands to garner everyone's attention. It brings me great joy to witness your enthusiasm. On this momentous first day of your employment, I have prepared welcome gifts and our inaugural team-building activity. With a snap of his fingers, Raven emerges from the storage room, pushing a rack laden with garments. Today, Raven is attired in a perfectly tailored women's suit, accentuating her breathtaking curves, her golden locks elegantly pinned back, complemented by a pair of rimless glasses that exude an aura of reserved professionalism. Only Lin can perceive the flicker of a flame in her icy blue eyes, a fire that only he can ignite. In those fleeting moments of eye contact, Raven has already devised her strategy for the evening's encounter with Lin. Noticing the flame in Mystique's gaze, Lin instinctively tightens his trousers. Chapter 41. Team building, salary deductions. The garments hanging on the rack are not the suits one might expect, but rather a series of sleek, all-black combat uniforms, replete with a futuristic aesthetic. Emblazoned upon the chest and shoulder patches is a striking emblem, featuring two upward-pointing arrows converging at a powerful apex. These uniforms have been custom designed for the company's staff. Lin picks up a set to showcase, introducing it to the group. This is the latest in Kevlar blended fiber, offering bulletproof, fire-resistant, and cut-proof capabilities, complete with integrated life support systems and communication modules. Most importantly, it embodies our corporate identity: professional, efficient, and formidable. Curiously, Toad examines the fabric, while Sabretooth emits a derisive snort. "I have no need for such attire," Victor gruffly asserts, brandishing his gleaming claws. "My claws and teeth are my finest weapons." "Is that so?" Lin replies with a sly smile. "Victor, your personal image diverges somewhat from the company's professional ethos. According to Section 19 of the Employee Handbook, attire that does not comply will result in a 20% deduction from your monthly bonus." Victor's facial muscles twitch in response. Additionally, Lin turns to Raven, Director Raven. "Please inform finance that, effective immediately, any actions resulting in damage to company property will incur a threefold deduction from the individual's salary. Kindly provide a copy of the purchase invoice for that sofa to Specialist Victor." Sabretooth's expression shifts from disdain to a deepening shade of anger as he glances at the deep scratches beneath his claws and then back at Lin's seemingly harmless smile. Feeling for the first time that his claws may not be as sharp as the wretched labor contract he is bound to. "Now let us don our new gear." Lin claps his hands together and commence our first team-building activity. The so-called team-building activity took place in the subterranean third level of the company, within a tactical training arena lavishly transformed by Lineni, rivaling even the training facilities of SHID. As the members of the Brotherhood donned their sleek black combat uniforms and stepped into this futuristic, silver-hued space, even Magneto momentarily faltered in his resolve. This scene bore no resemblance to his imagined struggles for survival and ideology in the shadowy depths of the sewers. It was an entirely different realm. The premise of the team-building exercise was quite straightforward. Lineni, stationed in the observation room, broadcasted to the participants below, instructing them to annihilate all target drones within the arena, with shorter completion times yielding higher scores. The champion of this endeavor would be rewarded with a cash prize of $10,000 and a month of paid leave. The allure of such rewards ignited fervor among the group, even lighting up the countenance of the perpetually sullen Sabretooth. Dva, Yiden, go. With Lineni's command, the training ground was instantly activated, unleashing dozens of high-speed armed drones. Chaos ensued. This band of mutants, accustomed to solitary combat, had no concept of teamwork. The Red Devil was the first to charge forth, teleporting into the air, only to collide with the tongue of the Toadman, which had been deployed to ensnare a drone, resulting in a cacophony of shrieks as they tumbled together. Sabretooth, akin to a deranged beast, lunged wildly at the nearest drone, his claws shredding through the target, inadvertently disrupting his teammates' lines of fire. Several times, energy blasts narrowly missed him, nearly striking his rear. "Idiot! Where are you aiming? You're blocking me. Get out of the way. Damn it! My tail!" Within the training arena, curses, explosions, and the sound of tearing metal reverberated, creating a scene as chaotic as a brawl in a bustling marketplace. In the observation room, Raven crossed her arms, watching the farce unfold with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She turned her gaze to Lineni, who remained composed. "You anticipated this, didn't you?" The cohesion of a team must commence from its most chaotic state. Linini, holding a cup of coffee, replied in a measured tone. Unless they witness the extent of their disarray, they shall never grasp the essence of discipline. He observed the monitor, where Magneto stood as the sole figure maintaining composure amidst the turmoil, attempting to manipulate metallic debris through magnetic fields for widespread assault. Look, the leader has begun contemplating how to regain control. Yet, he will soon realize that without the cooperation of his teammates, his efforts will only exacerbate the disorder. Raven gazed intently at Linini's profile. This man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through everything, orchestrating all affairs with a near-cold rationality. Unconsciously, she inched closer to him, the scent of his presence enveloping her senses. This overwhelming sense of control he exuded instilled an unprecedented sense of security and fascination within her. Lynette seemed to sense her approach, turning her head to reveal a meaningful smile. His hand could not resist seizing Mystique's pert peach, squeezing it with fervor. Mystique let out a soft hum and retaliated by reaching back to counter Lynette's advance. The atmosphere in the monitoring room began to shift, and Lynette wore a mischievous grin as he withdrew his hand from the peach. Patience, Director Raven. The main act has only just begun. He picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button. Commissioner Victor, due to your reckless collision earlier, 2 allied drones, no, 2 of our colleagues, failed to execute their attacks and nearly caused friendly fire. According to Article 8 of the Performance Evaluation Regulations, your teamwork score is now negative. Your bonus is forfeited. In the training ground, the ferocious roar of the saber-toothed tiger echoed throughout the underground base. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, in a shooting range, Natasha Romanoff stood before the target, her Glock 17 emitting almost no sound save for the faint click of its mechanism. 100 meters away, 10 bullets had precisely struck the same point at the center of the target's forehead. Her breathing was steady, her heartbeat firm and powerful, while the sounds, light and air around her coalesced into an extraordinarily vivid three-dimensional image. This sensation was exquisite. She lowered her weapon, instinctively caressing her lips, where the warmth of Lynette still lingered. That man, akin to a top-tier drug dealer, had given her a taste, and she was utterly addicted. She was betraying SHIELD, betraying Nick Fury's trust. Yet, as she felt the power coursing through her, all loyalty and principles began to waver. Power was everything. Natasha gazed at the perfect bullet hole in the target's center, murmuring to herself. The only one who could provide her with all this was the man who called himself an investor. Her face flushed, she bit her red lip, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. The urge for another encounter was becoming irresistible. Enough. In a training ground, Magneto could no longer endure what resembled a scene of disaster during team building. He levitated into the air, a powerful magnetic field erupting, forcibly restraining all out-of-control drones, erratic energy blasts, and even his few uncooperative teammates in place. Metal groaned and contorted, plunging the entire training ground into silence. Chapter 42. Do you have a visa? The saber-toothed tiger was pressed to the ground by an unseen force, letting out a reluctant growl. Everyone stop. Eric's face was dark enough to drip water. He turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the bulletproof glass of the observation room, locking onto Lynette with intensity. Lynette smiled back at him, shutting off the broadcast, and then, accompanied by Raven, leisurely walked into the training ground. It seems our first team-building exercise has yielded remarkable results. Lynn surveyed the chaos around him, nodding in satisfaction. At the very least, it had revealed a crucial truth. The strength you all boast of is utterly worthless on the true battlefield. Is this the outcome you desired? Magneto descended before him, his voice as frigid as ice, observing them like a troop of clowns embroiled in infighting. No. Lynn shook his finger, his smile dissipating, replaced by a grave demeanor. What I seek is for you, for all of you, to comprehend this. I do not require a band of brutes who act solely in their own interests, but rather a finely tuned sword capable of executing the most intricate tasks. He stepped up to Magneto, locking eyes with the mutant leader. Eric, tell me, has your past approach been successful? Each time you emerged, rallying your forces, what was the result? A deeper fear among humanity, tighter encirclement, and greater casualties among mutants. Your grand blueprint has forever remained merely that, a blueprint. Magneto fell silent. Lin's words penetrating his innermost thoughts like a sharpened blade. And I shall offer you another path. Lin's voice brimmed with allure. Imagine a clandestine task force composed of the most elite mutants, equipped with cutting-edge technology, precise intelligence support, and substantial funding. We need not oppose the world at large. We must instead excise those hostile to mutants with the precision of a surgeon. We can clandestinely support politicians sympathetic to our cause, acquire companies developing sentinel robots, and fundamentally alter the rules of this world S-game. We are to become kings, Eric, not mere brutes who overturn tables. Yet all this demands discipline, cooperation, and for each of you to function as a flawless cog in this intricate war machine. Magneto was profoundly shaken by the vision Lin painted. He had always been entrenched in the mindset of direct confrontation with humanity, never considering the potential of achieving his ideals through such means of capital and strategy. This young human seemed to stand on a higher intellectual plane, with a broader perspective. I understand now. After a prolonged pause, Magneto slowly spoke. Casting a glance at the struggling Sabretooth and others on the ground, his eyes betraying a flicker of agreement. Training, continue. At that moment, Lin's phone vibrated urgently in his pocket. It was the highest level alert from the company's security system. A high-energy reaction had suddenly manifested in downtown Manhattan, near an abandoned old warehouse. The energy readings were exceedingly unfamiliar, belonging to none of the known energy systems on Earth. Lin recalled the warehouse. It seemed to have been the site where Jane Foster conducted astronomical research in the past. It appeared that a new client had arrived. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin's eyes. Azazel, he called out, and the Red Devil instantly appeared at his side. Take me along with Director Raven, to the alert location, commanded Lin Ent. The rest of you stay put and familiarize yourselves with your uniforms. This shall be your inaugural practical exercise. Understood, boss, replied the Red Devil, his tone subtly imbued with a sense of employee responsibility. After a waft of sulfurous smoke, the trio vanished from the training ground, only to reappear atop the weathered roof of an old warehouse. A solemn and menacing aura enveloped them. In the open space before the warehouse stood 4 tall women clad in form-fitting armor of silver and gold. Each one exuded an air of elegance and beauty. Yet the hardened demeanor they radiated from their extensive battlefield experience instilled a sense of reverence that deterred any man from harboring disrespectful thoughts. They resembled Valkyries straight out of mythological tales. Oh wait, they're Valkyries. Lin Ent silently scoffed, maintaining an expression of composure. The foremost Valkyrie, adorned with lustrous golden hair and a stern visage, wielded a long spear that shimmered with an icy gleam. Her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Who goes there? She inquired, having spotted the trio atop the roof. Pointing her spear, she uttered an ancient and authoritative phrase in Asgardian tongue. Lin Ent momentarily faltered. This unfamiliar language eluded his understanding. Fortunately, the system provided a built-in translation feature. I am Lin Ent, from Apex Amplification Company. He adjusted his suit and tie. Slightly lifting his chin, the Red Devil accompanied Raven and Lin Ent as they descended. Lin Ent cast an approving glance at the Red Devil. Such discernment warranted a raise. He presented a polished business smile and extended his hand. Welcome to Midgard, esteemed ladies. Might I inquire if you possess the requisite entry visas? Have you notified the local air traffic control regarding your descent method? If not, there may be a slight inconvenience. The leading Valkyrie, Higlin, furrowed her brow. Visas? Air traffic control? What nonsense is this? We are Asgard's elite warriors, the Valkyries under the command of Odin. Why should we report to mere mortals upon arriving in Midgard? We come on the divine mandate of the All-Father to protect Jane Foster, she declared, dismissing Lin Ent's outstretched hand with an air of arrogance. Protecting Jane Foster, you say? L'un n'en finit de surprise. How unfortunate. Our company has just acquired this parcel of land and entered into an exclusive security agreement with Dr. Foster. Thus, from a legal standpoint, I am her security chief. He brandished a tablet, displaying a flawlessly forged electronic contract. So, ladies, your unauthorized presence as armed personnel in my security zone constitutes an illegal intrusion. We reserve the right to take all necessary measures. The Valkyries exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by these complex modern terms. Yet they sensed that this seemingly harmless mortal was provocatively challenging their authority in a manner beyond their comprehension. The spear of Sigloin began to shimmer with electric sparks. I shall repeat myself, mortal, step back. At that tense moment, Linty's phone rang once more, discordantly interrupting the atmosphere. He glanced at the caller ID, Natasha. Chapter 43. Eyes in the sky. Hello, dearest Natasha, do you miss me? He spoke in an affectionate tone. There was a brief silence on the other end before Natasha's voice emerged, lowered and tinged with urgency. Put away your antics. I've just received an alert. There are high-intensity spatial energy fluctuations in your vicinity, and a Kuan fighter jet has taken off. It will arrive in no more than 5 minutes. What on earth are you up to? Just a trivial international business dispute, Lenny chuckled, casting a glance at the increasingly agitated Valkyries before ending the call and stowing his phone in his pocket. He then turned to Sigloan, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. All right, ladies, you now have 2 choices. His smile resembled that of a cunning fox poised to snatch a hen. 1. Come with me. I can offer you the safest and most comfortable accommodations, resolving all your troubles so you can quietly carry out your mission. 2. Stay here and, in 5 minutes, explain to the most formidable intelligence agency on this planet your origins and the highly regulated weaponry you possess. I personally recommend option 1. After all, I'm a peace-loving businessman. He gestured toward the sky. Unlike them, he added, they are not as accommodating as I am. Sigloan followed his gaze, seeing a small dark dot in the distant skyline, approaching at an alarming speed, accompanied by the deafening roar of engines. Her expression finally shifted. In mere seconds, Sigloan's countenance underwent multiple transformations. She sensed that the rapidly approaching iron bird harbored a considerable energy. While it posed no lethal threat to them, any ensuing conflict would undoubtedly invite greater troubles. The command from the Father God was to observe, not to instigate war. This mortal, with his glib tongue, appeared weak yet seemed acutely aware of the precarious situation at hand. What do you want? Sigloan sheathed her spear, her voice still frosty, yet imbued with the essence of negotiation. A win-win. Linty snapped his fingers. I will facilitate your needs. And all you need to do is answer a few questions about your homeland. Oh, by the way, I owe you another favor. Whenever I require assistance in the future, a small help will suffice. It is a quintessential example of pulling a fast one. Deal. Sigilin hesitated not for a moment. Compared to the scrutiny of mortal institutions, this price was negligible. A wise choice. Linty smiled with satisfaction, addressing Asazuo. The red devil stepped forward, its crimson tail coiling around Linty's waist, while the other hand rested upon Sigilin's shoulder. Sigilin instinctively wished to resist, but a mere glance from Linty stilled her. Do not be alarmed. This is our company's private transport service, far swifter than your Rainbow Bridge. A plume of sulphurous smoke ascended, leaving behind only a faint scorch mark. Moments latte. A Quinn-class fighter jet roared into view, circling above the warehouse. The cabin door opened, and armed agents descended, only to discover an empty expanse and a lingering trace of peculiar energy in the air. Inside the aircraft, Natasha scrutinized the barren thermal imaging on the screen. Her brow furrowed. That man had once again exceeded her expectations. In Manhattan, atop a luxurious penthouse adjacent to Central Park, the smoke dissipated, revealing 4 Valkyries within an opulently decorated space, bordering on decadence. Plush carpets, vast floor-to-ceiling windows, shimmering crystal chandeliers, and an array of uniquely designed furniture, all unfamiliar to them. A petite Valkyrie, Astrid, curiously poked at a massive black mirror mounted on the wall. Suddenly, the mirror illuminated with a riot of colors accompanied by raucous sounds. Ah! Astrid leapt back in fright, nearly drawing her short sword. Relax, madam, that is called a television, Linny casually remarked, pouring himself a glass of Romanicani from a nearby cabinet. A magical box that reveals distant images, a specialty of Midgard. He relished the pleasure of enlightening these ancient beings about modern civilization. Meanwhile, the most imposing Valkyrie stood solemnly before a double-door refrigerator, sensing the chill emanating from the white metal box. Could this be a replica of the frost box from Jotunheim? She gravely inquired of her companions. No, that is a refrigerator used for chilling beer and preserving food. Linny chuckled, nearly bursting into laughter as he shook his glass. He approached the inquisitive Astrid, who was examining a capsule coffee machine. Would you like a try? I can teach you. Linty naturally positioned himself behind her, his body nearly brushing against hers, guiding her hand to place the capsule into the machine and press the button. See, it's quite simple. As he spoke, his warm breath grazed Astrid's ear, causing a delicate blush to bloom upon her fair neck. The Valkyrie, who had never faltered on the battlefield, now found herself at a loss for words. Lynette began to contemplate when she could cleverly persuade them to engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement, enhancing the capabilities of the Protoss units, which might yield a greater return on investment than augmenting the Zerg. This was not merely a Valkyrie. They were essentially 4 mobile gold mines and experience boosters. My goodness, all this labor is for the sake of profit. Lynette's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld the 4 valiant Valkyries, akin to 4 shimmering premium users. After ensuring the comfort of these esteemed guests and promising to send delectable Midgard cuisine daily, he departed with Raven and the Red Devil. Upon returning to the office of the Apex Enhancement Company, Raven could no longer contain herself. With arms like iron clamps, she seized Lynette's shoulders and pressed him firmly against the cold wall. Her once capricious blue eyes now blazed with unrestrained jealousy. Who are they? Her voice, though soft, sliced through the air like a frosty blade, each word laced with a chilling intensity. Where did you find these new recruits? 4 of them, no less. And all golden-haired and blue-eyed. Lynette felt his shoulder bones groan under her grip. Was she trying to crush him? At this rate, he would need to file for work-related injuries by tomorrow. Calm down, my dear, calm down. Lynette raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. They are all clients. No one can replace you. You are the lady of the company. The lady of the company? Raven scoffed, her blue cheeks appearing even more enchanting in her rage. You spend all your energy on the lady of the company while contemplating how to exert yourself on others. Is that it? Is it that my efforts are insufficient? With that, she raised her knee to press against Lynette. I can tolerate Natasha and Wanda, but now there are more who clearly do not belong to Earth. And they exude a threatening aura. They are not a threat. They are an opportunity. Lynette inhaled deeply, resolved to impart some business acumen to this jealous soul. Chapter 44. To steady the domestic red flag, one must ensure the external flags are colorful instead of resisting. He relaxed his body, allowing himself to sink deeper into Raven's embrace, even reaching out to encircle her firm waist. This unexpected gesture caused Raven to momentarily freeze. She had anticipated Lynette would resist, argue, or charm her with sweet words, but she never expected him to embrace her so directly. This man, why does he always defy expectations? Lynette gently rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Raven, we need to broaden our horizons. His voice was low, imbued with a captivating magnetism. What business have we been conducting? Retail. Enhance once, receive a payment, then reinvest. Money makes money. This is the game of individual entrepreneurs, a means to earn a modest living. Although Riven remained silent, the tension in her arms subconsciously eased. Yet now, what are these 4 goddesses from the divine realm? Lynette's hand began to wander mischievously along the smooth curves of Riven's back. They represent an entirely new market, a high-end domain we have never ventured into. They are not mere mutants, they are divine beings. Imagine the rewards the system would bestow upon me if I were to empower them. Can you fathom the treasures they could yield? Moreover, what do they symbolize? Asgard, a civilization endowed with the technology of the Rainbow Bridge and divine combat prowess. Lynette's words detonated in Riven's mind like heavy bombs. She was an exceptionally astute woman, instantly grasping Lynette's intent. You mean to infiltrate Asgard through them? Infiltrate? Such a pedestrian notion. Lynette chuckled softly, his fingers gently pinching her lower back. I aspire to be their angel investor. I intend to expand our peak enhancement business across the 9 realms. Let the Valkyries of Asgard become our esteemed patrons. He lifted his gaze, locking onto Riven's slightly dazed blue eyes, his tone turning gravely serious. Riven, you must remember, you are not merely my accessory. You are the co-founder of this company, my core shareholder. They are merely a new business segment we are exploring. And you are my foundation. Without you, there is no peak enhancement. Regardless of their prowess, they are merely embellishments, while you are the lifeline. This declaration was part business blueprint, part unabashed affection. Riven felt her heart skip a beat. Until now, she had viewed herself as Lynette's protector and controller, relishing the security and authority this relationship afforded her. However, Wanda's emergence had instilled a sense of crisis within her for the first time. And today, these 4 Valkyries had thoroughly breached her defenses. Yet, Lynette laid everything bare. placing her in an irreplaceable position. The feeling of being valued and needed soothed her insecure heart more than any enhancement of power. The tension in her arms vanished entirely. Her body softened, leaning against Lynette's embrace. "Oomph, your words are more charming than your actions." She still feigned defiance, questioning whether he was merely attracted to their beauty and figures. "Oh, come now, you do me an injustice." Lynette replied earnestly, "I am a man of pure business. To me, they are not women, but walking gold mines and repositories of experience. They are strategic resources of immense value for the future development of our company." He paused momentarily, then shifted his tone, leaning closer to Raven's ear, speaking in a voice meant solely for their ears. "Moreover, no matter how exceptional they are, can they compare to you? Can they conjure an array of wonders as you do?" Raven's face flushed a suspicious crimson, even her neck tinged with color, though it was not overtly discernible against her azure skin. Abruptly, she pushed Lynette away, straightened her attire, and resumed her demeanor as the frosty director. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Now, since this pertains to a new venture, as the executive director, I am entitled to know the specifics of the plan." Raven swiftly transitioned into her professional mode. "How do you intend to manage them?" Quite simply, Lynette snapped her fingers. "You shall conduct their orientation." "Me?" Raven pointed to herself incredulously. "Indeed," Lynette grinned slyly. "They are merely a band of ancient warriors with formidable strength, utterly ignorant of modern society. You must instruct them on how to navigate life here as ordinary individuals. For instance, how to operate a mobile phone, utilize a bank card, watch television, and manage the monthly arrival of their menstrual cycle. This is their modernization, a means of control. We shall make them dependent on us, unable to exist without us. Only you can execute this task effectively. Entrusting the management of newcomers to the elders embodies the essence of office politics." Raven immediately grasped Lynette's intent. This was both a mark of trust and a form of empowering her. "Very well, leave it to me." She nodded, her golden eyes rekindled with determination. "They are merely 4 clumsy Nordic girls, after all. I shall outsmart them." That evening, within a luxurious apartment adjacent to Central Park, a scene of sheer enchantment unfolded. "No, this cannot be. What formidable ice giant is sealed within this iron box?" The towering Valkyrie, Brynhilde, gazed in horror at the double-door refrigerator, which emitted a low, humming sound. "That is a refrigerator. It cools." Raven, clad in a sharp business suit and high heels, cradled the tablet, feeling her temples throb. My eyes! What foul sorcery is this, imprisoning the image of Thor within this black mirror?" The inquisitive Astrid shrieked, pointing at the 85-inch television displaying the news. "That is the news. The man with the hammer is from a bygone era." Raven felt her blood pressure soar to an alarming height. Meanwhile, Sigline attempted to prod a robotic vacuum cleaner with her spear. "This errant metallic beetle must be scouting our layout." Bang! The 3000 vacuum cleaner was punctured, emitting a cloud of black smoke. Raven closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Ms. Sigline, damaging company property incurs a penalty of triple compensation. As stipulated in the employee handbook, the robot costs $3,000, and you currently owe the company $9,000. Given that you have not yet received a salary, this amount will be deducted from your future earnings." She expressionlessly noted something on her tablet. Sigrun, holding a long spear, was momentarily stunned. What does triple compensation mean? Chapter 45. A shallow investment amidst the chaos in the apartment, where a group of Valkyries from Asgard were vociferously reacting to modern appliances. Linty appeared like a ghost. He gracefully maneuvered through the disarray, ignoring Sigrun's struggle with a vacuum cleaner, and directly approached the paralyzed Astrid from behind. "Do not fear," Linty's voice was low, imbued with an irresistible magnetism. "This device does not bite. It is a magical scepter capable of controlling the illusions of light and shadow before us." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out from behind, gently covering Astrid's hand that held the remote control in an irresistible manner, an exemplary posture for teaching from behind. The warmth of his chest pressed against her cold armor, enveloping her in the man's presence. Astrid's muscles tensed instantly, akin to a cheetah caught by the throat. A tingling current surged through her arm, racing towards the crown of her head. "Damn, why is this mortal's body temperature so high? See this red button? It activates the magic array." Linty's lips nearly brushed against her ear, his breath tickling her, and these 2 buttons switch the illusions. Much like flipping through battle reports in Asgard, it's quite simple. Astrid's face flushed crimson, like a ripe apple in the celestial orchard. Here she was, a Valkyrie capable of severing the heads of frost giants on the battlefield, now ensnared in the embrace of a mortal man, learning how to use a mere scepter. Her palms damp with sweat. It was an utter humiliation. Across the room, Raven Darkholm's gaze was as frigid as if it could conjure frost. She observed Linty nearly enveloping the Valkyrie in his arms, the tactical pen in her hand snapping with a sharp crack. "Do not be angry, Raven," she repeatedly cautioned herself inwardly. "This is merely a business transaction, a trade of 1's essence for profit. It is for the future of mutants. It is worth it." Nonsense. This boy is clearly doing it on purpose. Linty had already caught sight of Raven's murderous glare from the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards in a smile. He slightly distanced himself and whispered to Astrid in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I have a little dog in my room that can do backflips and sing war songs. Would you like to see backflips? And it can sing war songs?" Astrid's attention was instantly captivated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Really? Take me." Linty silently mouthed 2 words towards Raven's direction. "All set." Raven took a deep breath, squeezing out a few words between clenched teeth. "All right, you all proceed. I shall observe." Bang! The surface of the coffee table before her was indented by her forceful grip. In the room, Astrid gazed around with the curiosity of a child. "Where's the dog?" Lynette did not respond. Instead, she closed the door behind her and gently took Astrid's small hand, clad in combat gloves, guiding her to sit by the bed. A smile reminiscent of a seasoned investor gracing her lips. "We will look for the dog later, Astrid. First, we must discuss a business proposition." "Business?" Astrid looked bewildered, her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of the acrobatic dog. "A deal that will empower you," Lynette stated, locking her gaze with Astrid's. "As the first angelic client of Asgard to descend upon Midgard, I shall grant you a 20% discount." The notion of becoming stronger struck Astrid like a bolt of lightning. The thoughts of the little dog and the battle song were instantly cast aside. Within the Valkyrie ranks, her prowess had stagnated, trapped at a plateau for years. A step further would qualify her for the position of squad leader. "How do I achieve this?" she inquired eagerly, leaning forward, her body betraying a warrior's thirst for strength. Lynette leaned closer, whispering in a tone so mundane it could incite any Asgardian woman to draw her sword. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel glimmered as a sharp dagger pressed firmly against Lynette's throat, the blade piercing the skin. "Mortal, you seek death." Astrid's face was flushed with indignation, yet her eyes revealed a flicker of conflict. The honor of the Valkyrie could not be tarnished. "Calm yourself, Astrid," Lynette said, unfazed, her eyes unwavering. "Honor is earned through strength, is it not? You may decide whether to sever my head for your night pot after you have tried." "Yes, you. I will remain still." A tense standoff ensued, the air thick with anticipation. Ultimately, the desire for power eclipsed the warrior's restraint. Astrid clenched her teeth and withdrew the dagger. She no longer regarded Lynette, focusing instead on the task at hand as she began to unfasten her intricate armor. The clash of metal rang out, crisp and clear. When the final layer of leather armor was shed, Lynette could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. My goodness! Her sun-kissed skin glistened with a sheen of perspiration. Areas long obscured by armor were strikingly pale. The defined muscles on her arms, the chiseled abdominal contours, and those long, powerful legs, especially her bosom, were truly formidable, akin to the hammer of Thor. Lynette wondered if her aging body could withstand such a sight, swallowing hard instinctively. Day in and day out, Riven, that enchantress, had been relentlessly testing him, leaving his lumbar spine with lingering fractures yet to heal. Astrid's expression remained stoic, though her face burned crimson. As she lay flat on the bed, eyes closed. "Come, mortal. If your words are false, I swear, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you upon the gallows of Valhalla. Here, a myriad of intense battles have been omitted." After a tumultuous upheaval, Lynette lay exhausted like a lifeless dog, sprawled to the side. The Valkyrie, however, appeared unfazed, casting him a fleeting glance and murmuring in a tone reminiscent of a Viking pirate appraising spoils. "Is this it? Your stamina is even inferior to that of our new recruits from Asgard, quite ordinary." The repetition of the word ordinary struck Lynette like 2 poisoned daggers. piercing not his kidneys but his heart. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice rang out like celestial music, overshadowing the Valkyrie's disdain. Detected a deep link with a high-tier divine life form, an Asgardian, triggering super augmentation, initiating potential enhancement for target Astrid. Augmentation complete. Congratulations, host. Reward, $1 billion. Congratulations, host. Your physical constitution temporarily enhanced by 200. Mental acuity temporarily enhanced by 200. Cellular activity increased by 50. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed your first investment in a divine life form. Unlocking exclusive ability. Indestructible diamond. Boom. A wave of warmth, 100-fold greater than any previously experienced. Surged through Lynant's limbs and bones like a deluge breaking its dam. His bones cracked and popped, muscle fibers tearing and reconstituting. His mind cleared, thoughts racing with such speed that he could perceive the dust particles in the air as he felt the roaring power coursing within him, and the string of zeros about to multiply in his bank account. A singular thought consumed Lynant's mind. Damn it, I absolutely adore working now. Let be, I shall not mind your prior remarks. You are the client, and your word is law. Chapter 46. First, lure them in. Meanwhile, Astrid, who had just moments ago displayed a face of disdain, now stared wide-eyed like saucers. A warm and profoundly sacred power materialized within her, enveloping her entirely in an instant. This force was purer than Odin's blessings and more domineering than the energy of the world tree. She felt the bottleneck that had constrained her for years shatter like a thin veil. Power. An unprecedented surge of strength roared within her divinity. She suddenly sat upright, instinctively waving her hand to feel this newfound vitality. Bang! With a resounding crash, the exquisite Italian solid wood desk worth $100,000, along with the lamp and books upon it, was obliterated into dust by the gust of wind her hand had summoned, without even being touched. Wood shavings flew about. The entire apartment fell into an eerie silence. In the living room, every gaze was magnetically drawn to the door from whence the thunderous sound emanated. Astrid had vanished. She had entered the room of that mortal. Captain Sigil N of the Valkyries changed her expression, abandoning her vigilance towards the refrigerator and rushed forward in a swift motion. Click! The door swung open. Astrid donned a half-suit of armor haphazardly, her hair in disarray, her face illuminated with unrestrained joy as she gazed outside. Then, she was met with 3 pairs of astonished eyes from her companions, accompanied by Raven's expression that seemed ready to devour her. Stammering, Astrid glanced at her own palm, her eyes reflecting the shock of encountering a ghost. What was that surge of power? Astrid, your divine strength. Sigrun, as the captain, possessed the keenest perception, her voice trembling. She could distinctly sense the fluctuations of divine power within her sister, a strength that had escalated by more than 30% since she entered. The refinement and purity of that power resembled a rebirth. This was no mere enhancement. Sigrun calculated in her mind, aghast. Previously, during their sparring sessions, Astrid could hardly endure more than 30 moves. Now, it seemed she was indeed capable of matching her in prowess. What on earth has this mortal done? How is this possible? It was utterly preposterous. In Asgard, to achieve such a magnitude of power transition, one would need the All-Father Odin himself to bestow Gungnir upon their brow, or to narrowly escape death in a bloodbath while breaking through their limits. To merely roll out of bed after a night in a room and emerge transformed? I feel incredible, Astrid exclaimed, clenching her fist, her knuckles cracking audibly. She could vividly sense the divine energy coursing through her veins like molten lava, excitedly shouting to her sister, Sigrun, I feel like I could pin you to the ground and defeat you. Sigrun's face darkened instantly. She found it beneath her to argue with her muscle-bound sister, her sharp gaze resembling drawn swords, fixated intensely on the instigator, the mortal Linter, who had just emerged from the room, tidied up. You, what have you done to her? With a thunderous voice, Sigrun stepped forward, her figure moving so swiftly that it left an afterimage in its wake. The air emitted a mournful wail as her spear materialized in her hand, the tip charged with the essence of storms and death, hovering perilously close to Linter's throat, a mere millimeter away. The temperature in the entire penthouse plummeted to freezing levels. Yet Linter did not flinch not even a brow raised. He even had the leisure to leisurely release Astrid's hand, which he had been holding. Then, he retrieved a silk handkerchief from his suit pocket, delicately wiping his hands, as if erasing some invisible dirt. "Do remain calm, Lady Sigourney," he said, lifting his gaze, a smile adorning his face that only Wall Street elites reserve for their most valued clients, impeccable in its execution. "I merely provided Lady Astrid with a complimentary experience of our company's core product." "Product experience?" Higluin furrowed her brow, grappling with the peculiar terminology of Midgard, Earth, which overwhelmed her warrior's mind. "Indeed," Lenny snapped his fingers. Raven, standing by, understood immediately and promptly handed over a tablet. Lindsay adeptly opened a pre-prepared document, showcasing minimalist charts and a bold headline. "You may comprehend this. My ability serves as an amplifier." He gestured towards himself, and then towards Higluin. "I cannot conjure power from thin air, but I can extract the dormant potential within you, potentials you are entirely unaware of, and harness them for your benefit. To make the strong even stronger." His fingers shifted towards the exuberant Astrid, who was still reveling in her newfound strength, her face flushed with excitement. "She is the Chief Product Experience Officer for this endeavor. The experience report has now been released. I trust you will find the results satisfactory." At this moment, it was not just Higluin who reacted. The two previously silent Valkyries, Grinhild and another, gazed at Astrid with transformed expressions, shifting from shock to an unabashed, fervent desire. Who wouldn't he wish to grow stronger, especially in Asgard, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak and valor reigns supreme? Higluin forcefully suppressed the tumult within her, her voice as frigid as the ice of Nibelheim. "Your objective? What must we sacrifice for this augmentation?" She was resolute in her disbelief that a mere mortal could wield such power, akin to Odin's blessings. There must surely be a devil's bargain lurking beneath, or a curse from the abyss. "Sacrifice?" Linty chuckled, his demeanor that of an untainted philanthropist. "My aim is straightforward, profit. As for the cost, that is also quite simple." He turned the tablet towards the three Valkyries, revealing a drafted electronic contract. The title shimmered with gold, exuding an aura of professionalism and authority. "Elite Strategic Cooperation and Value-Added Service Agreement of the Divine Realm. I require you four to become honorary senior security consultants for my company. When I need assistance with security matters, I would like you to aid me. In return, I shall provide you with augmentation services on a regular basis, comprehensive and tailored. This includes, but is not limited to, enhancements in strength, speed, divine power recovery, and even upgrades to your weapon enchantments." He deliberately paused, allowing them to absorb this information before gently unleashing the true bombshell. "Moreover, should our partnership endure long enough, I may even assist you in transcending the constraints of mortality." Boom. The final statement struck Higluin like a thunderclap, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Asgardians may boast lifespans of 1,000 years, yet they are not immortal. They too grow old and may perish on the battlefield. The prophecy of Ragnarok hangs over every Asgardian like the sword of Damocles. This mere mortal, so feeble that a single breath could send him flying, dares to claim he can grant them immortality? Chapter 47. Let's get a yearly membership. Higlin fixed her gaze on Linty's pitch-black eyes, feeling for the first time that she could not fathom a mortal. Those eyes, calm and unperturbed, resembled an unfathomable abyss, capable of absorbing light, divine power, and even souls. Behind her, her two sisters could no longer contain themselves, excitedly chattering in Old Norse. "Higlin, I believe it is feasible. His power bears no trace of malevolence. Indeed, look at Astrid. Does she not seem cursed? She appears as joyful as a fool. Just think, if we could grow stronger, we could better protect Asgard." At that moment, Linty interjected with a perfectly articulated Old Norse, laced with a hint of ancient Asgardian royal accent, smiling as he spoke. "Ladies, opportunity awaits. The first batch of founding members will enjoy numerous benefits. Sign up now, and I will present you with a newcomer gift package. So, shall we proceed with the membership?" Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. The three Valkyries, including the recently troubled Astrid, stood frozen, as if simultaneously struck by a stasis spell. How could he speak our language, even with the oldest royal accent? Raven, standing nearby, could not suppress a smirk at the collective shock of the Valkyries. This man has a knack for leaving others speechless. Ultimately, faced with the irresistible allure of strength and immortality, as well as Linty's enigmatic methods. Higlin, the Valkyrie commander, made her decision. She sheathed her spear, stepped forward, and solemnly bowed her proud head before Linty. Very well, we have a deal. However, we will only accept reasonable commands, and we shall never contravene the will of Father Odin. Linty casually snapped his fingers. We are a legitimate company. Everything shall proceed according to the contract. Consider it settled. The 4 domain-level warriors, now mobile cash dispensers, officially joined the ranks. Astrid had been whisked away to a corner by her sisters, who began eagerly interrogating her about the details of their recent experience, occasionally stealing glances at Linty, their expressions a mixture of shock, embarrassment, and disdain, with the word ridiculous surfacing now and then. Just then, Linty's private phone rang. The caller ID read Natasha. He strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window to answer the call. Hello. My dear Natasha, disturbing your boss at this late hour. Are you missing me? On the other end, Natasha's voice emerged, slightly hoarse yet inherently seductive, laced with fatigue. Stop with the banter. I have just emerged from the office of the One-Eyed Dragon. Half an hour ago, the energy monitoring satellite of SHIELD detected a significant energy spike on the rooftop of your apartment building. Natasha paused, lowering her voice further. The energy index resembles the initial shockwave of a tactical nuclear explosion. Mr. Lin, perhaps you ought to explain whether there is a reactor concealed within your restroom? Oh, is that the case? Lin feigned exaggerated surprise. I recall now. While doing laundry, I may have inadvertently mixed toilet cleaner with 84 disinfectant. You know, chemical reactions can be quite fascinating. Boom. Natasha on the other end of the line was momentarily speechless, choked by his absurd rationale. I do believe it only if I were a fool. Can laundry detergent really cause a nuclear explosion? I don't care what nonsense you're involved in. Natasha's voice carried a hint of warning. Fury has escalated your threat level yet again. He has instructed me to uncover every detail, even the color of your undergarments. Do take care of yourself. This admonition clearly exceeded the bounds of a mere agent's duty, laced with a touch of personal concern. Lean into Chakold. Look, the fish has begun to worry for the pond master. Rest assured, my place is quite secure. As for you, don't push yourself too hard. He shifted his tone, adopting a seductive lilt reminiscent of enticing Eve with the apple, whispering. By the way, my company has recently signed a few stunning blondes from Scandinavia, each with an impressive physique. I'm hosting a welcome party in a few days. Shall I reserve a spot for you? Perhaps I can even offer you a complimentary enhancement? The line was abruptly disconnected. Lin could almost envision Natasha's clenched teeth, utterly vexed yet powerless against him. He pocketed his phone, whistling cheerfully. Just then, the system's notification tone chimed in as expected. Ding! A reward of $1 billion has been credited, automatically deposited into your Swiss offshore account, with all tax and legalities duly processed. Lin opened his mobile banking app, gazing at the dizzying array of zeros. Satisfied as he smacked his lips, he lifted his gaze to the 4 Valkyries in the living room, who had resumed their curious exploration of the coffee machine and television remote. Funds are secured. The lead enforcers are at hand. It is time to engage in serious business. He approached his desk, and Raven handed him the tablet once more. Lin's fingers danced swiftly across the screen, bringing up an interface. Raven leaned in curiously for a glimpse, only to be stunned. The screen displayed not Stark Industries schematics, nor news of PIM Technologies financing, but rather a headline from a financial website. Bold and ominous. Shock. Robotics giant Hammer Industries teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. The founder, Justin Hammer, submitted a bankruptcy protection application yesterday. A sinister smile, reminiscent of a shark sensing blood, crept across Lynette's lips. A lucrative opportunity had presented itself. It was time to seize a grand advantage. The following day at the Hammer Industries headquarters, employees wore expressions akin to those mourning the loss of their parents. The workspace was cluttered with cardboard boxes, outnumbering the files. In the top-floor conference room, silence prevailed, so profound one could hear the beating of hearts. Justin Hammer slumped in the leather chair at the head of the table, resembling a puddle of flesh devoid of bones. Once a formidable arms dealer capable of rivaling Stark Industries, he now sported disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, and his expensive suit hung in wrinkled disarray. Before him sat a row of sharply dressed men, their gazes akin to vultures eyeing decaying flesh. Justin, our patience is limited, the lead banker stated, tapping his fingers on the table, each knock sounding like a hammer striking Hammer's coffin. $2 billion, immediately. Otherwise, we will initiate liquidation. And this building, along with your scrap metal, will be dismantled and sold by the pound. 2 billion? A dry, wheezy laugh escaped Justin Hammer's throat. He could scarcely muster $2,000 in cash. Ever since that dog Stark announced his departure from the arms business, the entire market had collapsed. His investment in drone technology had proven to be a dismal failure, crushed beneath Stark's dominance, and his funding had severed more completely than his own backbone. It was over. All of it was utterly finished. Just as he reached for the document that symbolized his complete expulsion from the game, the heavy wooden door of the conference room was forcefully kicked open. Indeed, kicked. A young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a casual suit, sauntered in. Following him was a blonde woman radiating an aura of unapproachability, her figure so alluring that every man in the room instinctively swallowed. All eyes in the room quickly shifted from the lifeless figure of Justin Hammer to these unexpected intruders. "Who are you?" the banker barked, irritated at being interrupted in his moment of triumph. "Get out. We are in a meeting." The young man paid him no mind, surveying the room before his gaze settled on Justin Hammer's ashen face, accompanied by a friendly smile. "Pardon me for asking." He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His tone as casual as if he were visiting a friend. "Is this company for sale?" The air in the conference room froze at this declaration. Justin Hammer was taken aback, his mouth agape, as if one could fit a light bulb inside. "Me?" The young man finally seemed to acknowledge the banker, smiled, and took a document from the blonde woman, tossing it onto the conference table with a light thud. "I am here to make a purchase." The banker, with an expression of disdain, picked up the document, muttering under his breath, "What audacity for anyone to approach me." In a mere second, his countenance shifted from contempt to astonishment and finally to a ghostly terror. The document in question was an asset certificate issued by UBS, adorned with a sequence of zeros so extensive that he struggled to comprehend it. At the bottom of the document lay a stark figure, 3,000,000,000,000. 3 billion US dollars. Cash. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. The bankers, who had previously been so haughty, now held their breath, their eyes bulging like those of startled frogs. 3 billion. Lin Tay extended 3 fingers, as if placing an order at a bustling market. US dollars cash. Enough to purchase Hammer Industries, encompassing not only this building, but also all technological patents, equipment, and even the wastebasket in the restroom. Is that sufficient? He approached Justin Hammer, gazing down at the man who appeared utterly dazed. "I have but one request." "Igriagis," the banker stammered, nearly bending at a right angle. Lin Tay's hand gently patted Justin Hammer's shoulder, the pressure light, yet causing Hammer to shudder involuntarily. "I want him, along with everyone else reluctant to sell the company to me, to vacate this building." Lin Tay smiled, yet his gaze behind the glasses was devoid of warmth. "Now, immediately, at once. I possess a certain fastidiousness. I dislike having refuse in my space." There was no negotiation, no bargaining, merely the use of wealth to shatter your dignity. Your enterprise, your very essence in his smithereens. Justin Hammer, the former arms tycoon, dared not utter a sound as 2 opportunistic security guards dragged him out of the empire he had constructed with his own hands, much like a lifeless dog. Half an hour later, Lin Tay stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window of the top office, overlooking the bustling streets of New York. Raven, by his side, operated her tablet with remarkable speed, the legal processes of the acquisition progressing faster than an assembly line. The company would be named Apex Technology, Lin Tay declared without turning. It would operate under the banner of Apex Amplification as a subsidiary. The legal department was already underway. Raven nodded, but could not resist asking, "Why invest such a fortune in this disarray? These technologies are deemed worthless in the Pentagon's assessment." "In their eyes, it may be refuse," Lin Tay replied, turning to reveal a grin. "But to me, it is a gold mine." He led Raven directly down to the lowest level of Hammer Industries' secret research base. A pungent mix of oil and dust assailed them. The place resembled a vast steel graveyard, littered with half-assembled robots, unarmored drones, and an array of flamboyant weapon prototypes. Justin Hammer was both a genius and a fool. Lin stepped before a towering mech skeleton, his fingers gliding over the frigid metal surface. His design philosophy was at least a decade ahead of its time. Yet, he lacked quality materials, potent energy sources, and most critically, A brilliant mind to command these iron contraptions. His fingers tapped rhythmically on a screen, and the design schematics of the mech illuminated before him, with glaring red warnings flashing on the energy core and modules. A smile crept across Lin's face. It was time for the Sentinel robots to be put to the test. Most importantly, he had a group of perfect test subjects. The following day, at Pinnacle Technologies' underground training arena, the space had been hastily transformed into an enormous metallic combat arena overnight. Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, along with the Frogman and the Red Devil, rebellious members of the former Brotherhood, stood there with disgruntled expressions. "Boss, why have you summoned us to this wretched place? To savor the scent of rust?" Victor impatiently brandished his claws. "Team building, version 20, Lin declared, clapping his hands as the alloy doors behind him slowly rose. A dozen uniquely designed robots emerged, marching with heavy steps. Their forms were reminiscent of failed designs from Hammer Industries, yet their exteriors gleamed with a fresh metallic luster. "Allow me to introduce the company's new security personnel," Lin said with a grin, gesturing toward the robots. "Your task today is to dismantle them. Win, and you'll each pocket $100,000 credited on the spot. Lose or flee." Lin's smile took on a mischievous twist. "And your salary for this month will vanish." 100,000? I'm in." The rebellious mutant's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. "Huh, just these scraps of metal? I could take them down with one claw." Victor was the first to roar and charged forward with the ferocity of a prehistoric beast. He lunged at the heaviest robot, his sharp claws slicing through the air as he struck down with tremendous force. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying in all directions. The robot's chest bore only faint white marks from the impact. Victor was taken aback. In the next moment, the robot silently raised its arm, and a fist larger than a cooking pot, with a dull whoosh, accurately struck Victor in the abdomen. Boom! Victor's entire body crumpled as if struck by a battering ram. Arching into a shrimp-like position, his eyes nearly popping out. Instead of flying away, he was directly slammed off his feet, propelled like a cannonball to crash against the alloy wall several meters away, leaving an exaggerated human-shaped dent before sliding down. Silence engulfed the arena. The Frogman had just leaped into the air when an electrified net descended from above, ensnaring him tightly, causing him to convulse and froth at the mouth. As the Red Devil prepared to teleport, a series of invisible sound waves emanated from several nearby robots, causing his brain to feel as if pierced by thousands of needles. Clutching his head, he collapsed to his knees. The entire scene devolved into a one-sided thrashing. Only Magneto, Eric, remained steadfast, his expression dark enough to drip with foreboding. He could sense that the materials of these robots possessed a formidable resistance to his magnetic powers. In fact, their internal energy cores actively interfered with the magnetic field surrounding him. Chapter 49, I Will Handle This. The young man known as Yin-Yang took merely a few days to engineer a formidable contraption capable of pinning down their once mighty band of mutants. This realization sent a chill down the spine of Magneto, the former leader of mutants. In the observation room, Yin-Yang sipped his coffee alongside Raven, watching the agonizing plight of the former Brotherhood members on the monitor, a satisfied nod gracing his features. "Do you see? This is what armed means," Yin-Yang remarked, pointing at the screen where the toad, jolted by electricity, convulsed. "Superpowers are like a fine blade, but possessing only the blade renders you a mere savage wielding a weapon. What I desire is a special forces unit, equipped from head to toe, capable of kicking open the gates of hell. Not a pack of wild dogs that can only bite instinctively." A flicker of intrigue danced in Raven's azure eyes as she regarded Lynette. His mindset was always distinct from every mutant she had ever known. At that moment, a sharp knock echoed through the office door. A new secretary poked her head in, her complexion slightly pale. "Mr. Lynette, their SA lady outside looking for you, and she seems quite agitated. She claims to be the daughter of Director Eric." Lynette exchanged a glance with Raven. One had just finished an extensive morning session and was now fast asleep. The arrival of this visitor stirred a smile at the corners of Lynette's mouth, which he could hardly suppress. It seemed that just as he was drowsy, a pillow had been delivered, one charged with electricity. "Let her in." In the next instant, an invisible force thrust the office door open with a resounding crash against the wall. A girl clad in a black punk leather jacket, her hair a striking shade of emerald green, strode in with the confidence of a lone wolf on the plains. The moment she entered, her gaze, sharp as daggers, fixated upon Magneto, a mix of anger, disappointment, and a hint of unrecognized grievance swirling in her eyes. Polaris, Lornedane. You truly are here. Lorna's voice was icy and fierce, as though forged in frost. She pointed accusatorily at Magneto, as if condemning a traitorous defector. The great Magneto, the hope of mutants, reduced to serving as a watchdog for a human. Does that bring you pride? With her emotions surging, the terrifying magnetic field surrounding her erupted explosively. In the office, all metallic objects seemed to have gone awry. The ceiling lights emitted a sizzling sound, flashing erratically. The steel frame of the desk groaned ominously, visibly warping before one's eyes. A plethora of paper clips and staples soared into the air, akin to a swarm of metallic locusts, dancing wildly. The air was suddenly filled with the acrid scent of ozone. Magneto's expression darkened as he raised his hand, ready to exert control. Raven's body tensed in anticipation, prepared to act. But just as the metal structures of the office emitted a lament under the strain, a hand abruptly pressed down on Lorna's trembling shoulder, insistently and unyieldingly. Buzz! The metallic lamentation of the office seemed to be muted at once. The lights, which had been flickering madly just a moment ago, regained stability. The paper clips, staples, and metallic pens suspended in midair lost all their energy and fell to the ground with a clatter. The world fell into a profound silence. Lorna felt frozen in place. She sensed a tremendous force within her, capable of overturning a tank, colliding with an unyielding dam, forcefully and unreasonably being pushed back. How could this be possible? She whirled around to confront a smiling face. Little girl, with such a fiery temper, your endocrine system is likely to go awry, Linty remarked, gazing down at the disheveled, green-haired kitten before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. His eyes resembled a Wall Street wolf, spotting a high-quality stock on the verge of plummeting, ripe for substantial profit. The hand resting on her shoulder appeared to exert little pressure, yet it felt as though she were being crushed under a mountain. The previous night's deep exchanges among the three Valkyries had not been in vain. Her physical strength had undeniably surged to a new level, allowing her to withstand such magnetic turbulence with only a slight numbness in her insides, appearing outwardly unaffected. Do not be alarmed, Miss Lorna. Linty withdrew his hand, casually running his fingers through her striking green hair, surprisingly pleasant to the touch. In an evaluative tone, as if appraising corporate assets, he declared, your magnetic field output fluctuations are excessively high, with a significant standard deviation. If this continues unchecked, it could easily result in property damage and casualties among allies. According to the employee handbook, such losses will be deducted from your father's salary. Lorna trembled with rage. The humiliation of being utterly subdued and analyzed as a mere technical malfunction was more unbearable than a direct assault. Seeking to retaliate, she growled lowly, her silver-green pupils flashing as she attempted to reignite her abilities. But Linty merely stepped closer, extending his arm to envelop her entirely, forcibly suppressing her impending surge of power with his body. The action was rough yet effective. You see, therein lies the problem. Lynette released her grip, spreading her hands in a gesture that conveyed a sense of vindication. Your abilities resemble a Ferrari that possesses an accelerator but lacks brakes, and is also leaking oil. At first glance, it appears quite impressive, but once it hits the road, it either leads to your own demise or endangers others. He turned his gaze toward the nearby Magneto, whose face was a mask of distress, awkward enough to elicit a reaction that could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Director Eric, regarding the situation with Lorna, as a guardian and corporate executive, you were expected to submit a comprehensive risk assessment report. However, it seems you are at a loss for solutions yourself. The old man's face fluctuated between red and white. How could he not have contemplated a solution? Lorna was the perfect heir to his powers, yet she also inherited his early volatility. Her strength was inextricably tied to her emotions, making them nearly impossible to control. Yet, he never anticipated that the very issue that plagued him would be so brutally addressed by this human lad. This was no mere slap in the face. It was akin to having Magneto's visage ground into the earth. This is a matter of our family. Magneto managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. No, Lynette retorted without hesitation, asserting that from the moment she kicked open my door and posed a tangible threat to my $3,000 Italian handcrafted lamp, this became a matter of business. He dismissed the old man entirely, redirecting his focus to Lorna. He met her steadfast green eyes, filled with defiance and resentment, reminiscent of a cornered wildcat still poised to strike. "Listen, green-haired girl," Lynette's voice lowered, laced with a hint of amusement. "I present you with two choices. You can leave this instant, retreat to your small, troubled circle, and continue being your own ticking time bomb, praying fervently that when your emotions spiral out of control next, you don't take half the street with you." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her taut figure as if appraising her. "Or you can choose to stay. Embrace our bespoke magnetic field stabilization and potential development program at Apex Technologies. We will equip this Ferrari with the finest brakes, the most precise steering, and even a top-tier sound system, allowing you to go wherever you wish, stop whenever you desire, and silence whomever you wish." Chapter 50. Complimentary Experience Course Conditions. Lorna bit her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. She was not foolish. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, especially not in the office of such a person. Conditions? Lynette laughed, a grin that resembled a butcher's delight at the sight of prime pork belly. He leisurely extended a finger. "First, it's a lifetime commitment. Your abilities, your actions, and every moment of your waking hours will belong entirely to Apex Amplification." His body leaned slightly forward, his scorching breath slithering into Lorna's ear like a serpent. The voice low and viscous, imbued with a spine-chilling magnetism. "You belong to me. In your dreams," Lorna retorted, her fur bristling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively yelling back without a moment's hesitation. "Is that so?" Lynette's expression instantly turned blank, his handsome visage becoming as frigid as ancient ice, as if the temperature in the office had plummeted by several degrees. His gaze shifted from Lorna's face, piercing into Magneto like a dagger, his voice low, yet causing Magneto's temples to throb. "Eric." Lynette didn't even bother with a title. "Teach her a lesson. Show her what it means to handle non-performing assets." With a snap of his fingers, the enormous floor-to-ceiling window in the office transformed from transparent to a pitch-black screen. Zzzt. The harsh sound of electricity crackled, accompanied by piercing screams. On the screen, the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, hung like a salted fish ensnared in a blue-white electric net. Each jolt of electricity sent his sinewy body convulsing violently, his fur standing on end, and the froth spewing from his mouth carried a burnt aroma. In another scene, the Toadman was being chased chaotically by a contraption resembling a floor-cleaning robot, just as he extended his tongue to ensnare the ceiling. A laser precisely seared the tip of his tongue, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. The most pitiful of all was the Red Devil, trapped in a glass box filled with a viscous, transparent gel. Each time he teleported, he would plop into the gel, finding it arduous to move, appearing much like a fly encased in amber. The spectacle was momentarily harmonious, steeped in the warm atmosphere of corporate culture development. Lorna felt her eyelids twitch and her stomach churn. Each of these figures was notorious within the mutant community. Now, they had become living teaching aids for new employee training. The robots' voices grated on Lorna like sandpaper. "Ah, the new office supplies purchased by the procurement department are still in their adjustment phase," Lynette explained casually, simultaneously providing a complimentary full-body electric therapy session to his colleagues in the strategic armament and risk aversion department, easing their muscles. He returned to his desk, seating himself like an emperor, fingers interlaced, resting his chin upon them. "Miss Lorna Dane, allow me to inquire once more. Do you wish to become one of those howling office supplies on the screen, or do you aspire to be the one who flips the switch?" The office fell into a deathly silence. Magneto closed his eyes in agony. He understood that the moment Lynette unveiled these horrors, he had lost. His daughter had been stripped of all choices. Raven leaned against the wall with keen interest, her scarlet tongue gliding gently over her lips. Another one had arrived. The girl with green hair possesses far more tenacity than the previous red-haired female operative. She exudes an enticing allure. Curiosity envelopes her as she ponders how Lynette, this creature clad in human skin, intends to tame this disobedient, electrifying little wildcat. Lorna's chest rises and falls violently as she glances at the unfortunate souls on the screen, then at her father, whose ashen face remains stoic and silent. Ultimately, her gaze returns to the man seated upon the throne. Anger, resentment, humiliation, and a hint of curiosity regarding his absolute control a sentiment she is reluctant to acknowledge, swirl within her. At last, she deflates like a punctured balloon, her prickliness and pride dissipating entirely. How would I know? Are you merely spinning fantasies? Excellent. The conversation has escalated from negotiating terms to verifying assets. Lynette nods approvingly. This is an essential quality of a clever employee, to demonstrate the formidable strength of our company, and incidentally, as a personal gift from me to Director Eric's exemplary family. I have decided to offer you a complimentary experience valued at $100 million. He rises and strides towards Lorna, towering over her, his face adorned with a smile capable of leading angels astray. Now, follow me. He turns and walks towards an inconspicuous hidden door against the wall. Lorna clenches her jaw, casts a glance at her father's pale visage, and ultimately stomps her foot in defiance, choosing to follow. She is determined to uncover the true intentions lurking behind this rogue's facade. The door closes behind them. Only then does Raven gracefully approach Magneto. Her voice is cold as silk. Take care of your precious daughter, Eric. Remember, in this castle, there can only ever be one queen. The descent to the underground is astonishingly swift and utterly silent. Lorna crosses her arms defiantly, adopting a stance as if ready for combat, yet her emerald eyes betray her, darting nervously around the space. The elevator is seamlessly constructed, devoid of any visible screws. Such technology is beyond Stark Industries. Ding! The doors open. The sight before Lorna momentarily steals her breath away. It is neither a laboratory nor an interrogation chamber. Instead, it is an exaggeratedly vast circular space, its domed ceiling adorned with a lifelike starry sky, with nebulas gracefully flowing through the cosmos. This is my private amplification chamber. Lynette gestures toward the centrally suspended bed that appears extraordinarily luxurious. Step up. Not a chance. Lorna retreats warily. Do not compel me to take action. The experience time is invaluable. Lynette's patience wanes, and in an instant, he appears before her. Lorna feels an irresistible force sweep over her, and in the blink of an eye, she is swept into a flawless princess carry. Let me go, you scoundrel. Lorna's face flushes crimson as she struggles with all her might, but Lynette's grip is as unyielding as iron. Do you not wish to experience what your sister Wanda feels? Lynette's voice echoed in her ears, akin to a demon's whisper. That child has now become my loyal client. With a 100 return rate, Lorna's struggles ceased instantaneously. Wanda, the sister whose very existence was a source of exasperation for their father, who possessed a power even more prone to chaos than her own, observed the little wildcat in her arms transform into an obedient creature under Lynette's gaze. Satisfied, Lynette tossed her onto the floating bed. The mattress was soft, absorbing much of the impact. However, the humiliation of being treated as a mere object caused Lorna's face to flush crimson. Here, 500 words of indiscreet teachings on the dynamics of matcha and the purest postures are omitted, yet they are undeniably unrefined. Chapter 51, Strategic Investment. Time slipped away. Minutes, perhaps. Lorna's graceful form was drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from the depths of a river, gasping for air. The flush on her cheeks and the satisfaction in her expression spoke to the intensity of the recent encounter. Trembling, she spread her palm. With a mere thought, a strand of silver-green energy spiraled and leaped within her palm, eventually transforming into a vividly lifelike butterfly poised to take flight. Gone was the explosive volatility of her past. Now, it was as gentle as an extension of her own being. The sensation was exquisite. Previously, the power within her had been an unceasing metallic storm. Now, while the tempest remained, she had become its epicenter, its singular will. She could command the storm to obliterate everything or bring it to stillness. Turning her head, she gazed at Lynette, who appeared utterly satisfied, his hairstyle undisturbed, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Lynette's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Ding! First dual cultivation completed with level 4 mutant Polaris Lornidane, designated as a super enhancement. The target's potential is immense. The energy field has structural flaws, now repaired. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 680 million. Congratulations, host. You have gained a temporary enhancement of 15 times to physical and mental attributes. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a special ability. Force Field Control Beginner. Force Field Control, Beginner, you can now manipulate the kinetic, potential, and electromagnetic energies surrounding you, forming deflection shields and performing minor telekinetic grabs. Note, the deeper the bond with target Polaris Lornadane, the more potent the ability. Feeling the surge of newfound power within and the string of zeros accumulating in his bank account, Lynette's smile grew ever more pronounced. Training the little wildcat was his greatest delight. It not only benefited the body and mind, but also promised riches. Why not indulge? He extended his hand towards the captivating green-haired beauty before him, who had been thoroughly subdued. Welcome to Apex Enhancement, Lorna. From this day forth, I shall be your personal mentor. His voice dripped with temptation. From now on, there will be 3 tutoring sessions each week, and punctuality is imperative. The location remains here. Lorna gazed at his outstretched hand, and almost instinctively, she extended her own, as Lynn and Lorna exited the elevator in succession. The 2 individuals awaiting them in the office exhibited contrasting expressions. Magneto observed his daughter, who, though still outwardly defiant, no longer bore the hostility in her eyes. His heart was a tumult of emotions. He felt a sense of relief at her newfound control over her powers, yet a pang of sorrow at the thought of his own daughter being subdued. Raven squinted her yellow eyes, scanning Lorna with a meticulous gaze. She sensed a transformation within the green-haired girl, whose previously volatile and potentially harmful energy was now restrained by an invisible shackle, becoming both subdued and formidable. It seems our boss's private lessons have proven effective, Raven remarked, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. Lynn took a seat at his desk, entirely disregarding the peculiar atmosphere. Raven, please assist Miss Lorna with her onboarding process. Her position will be that of a senior consultant in the Department of Strategic Armament and Risk Mitigation, enjoying the same privileges as her father. He paused, glancing at Lorna. However, your salary will be frozen for the first 3 months to cover any potential damages you may have inflicted on the company, as well as to pay for your course fees. Do you have any objections? Lorna was about to protest, but upon meeting Lynn's enigmatic gaze, she recalled the nuances of their earlier exchange and promptly swallowed her words. None, she reluctantly uttered. Excellent. Lynn snapped his fingers. Raven, take her to the Human Resources Department and provide her with an overview of the employee manual, particularly the sections regarding the prohibition of power misuse within the office. She should pay special attention to those. It was a clear delineation of authority. By assigning Raven to oversee Lorna, he communicated to everyone, especially the newcomer, who truly held dominion in this establishment. Raven immediately understood, sporting a triumphant smile as she approached Lorna, affectionately linking arms with her, akin to a warm-hearted aunt. Come along, little Lorna. Annie will show you around. Our company offers excellent benefits, especially for newcomers. The emphasis Raven placed on the word newcomer was palpable, though Lorna bristled with reluctance. Her desire for power compelled her to acquiesce, and she allowed herself to be led away. In the office, only Lynn and Magneto remained. Eric, Lynn leaned back in his chair, speaking in a measured tone. You appear to have something on your mind. Magneto remained silent for a protracted moment before responding with a voice laden with complexity. Who exactly are you? Me? Lynn chuckled. I am a businessman, an investor. I invest in everything of value, including people. He rose and approached Magneto, patting him on the shoulder. You should feel elated, Eric. Your 2 daughters are among the finest investments in my possession. One embodies stability amidst chaos, while the other commands the magnetic field. Their futures are boundless. As their father, your sole task is to sit back and witness your family ascend to true brilliance under my guidance. Let me clarify, however, that I cannot amplify Quicksilver. I have no inclination towards male beauty. Magneto was momentarily taken aback by this last remark. Fortunately, your lack of interest in men alleviates my concern that I might end up in your bed. Yet, what Lynette stated is indeed a fact. That evening in the penthouse, Lynette had just emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel, when she spotted Raven seated on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, and an intensely predatory gaze fixed upon him. Today, she had abandoned her human guise, reverting to her signature blue skin, intricately covered in fine scales that shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the lights. Her fiery red short hair, paired with those golden slit-like pupils, rendered her reminiscent of a demonic enchantress from the depths of hell. Boss, you are quite the spectacle today, Raven remarked, swirling her wine glass, the crimson liquid leaving traces on the glass. having just acquired 4 watchdogs from the Celestial Palace and rescued a little electric wildcat. Is your zoo about to open? The hint of jealousy was palpable, even from 10 meters away. Are you feeling envious? Lynette inquired as he settled beside her, seizing the wine glass from her grasp and downing its contents in one go. Huh, Raven scoffed, her body coiling around him like a serpent, her icy, textured thigh draping across his waist. I'm merely reminding you, Mr. Lin. You may indulge as you wish outside, but once home, you must cleanse yourself of the scent of those harlots. I have no desire to still taste them on you. Do not forget who your core engine truly is. She traced a finger lightly across Lynette's chest, leaving a faint white mark in its wake. My engine requires daily maintenance. Lynette was momentarily taken aback by her words before erupting in laughter. He realized that his previous theories on business ecology had been adeptly assimilated by Raven, even surpassing his own understanding. So what is it, my queen? What reward do you seek? Flames ignited in the golden depths of Raven's slit pupils. She leaned closer to Lynette's ear, her breath fragrant. I do not seek a reward. I aim to conquer you, for I believe your physical prowess has significantly strengthened of late. Thus, I desire you to channel all your power into my stronghold. I wish to discover the limits of both your potential and mine. Lynette felt a thrill surge within him, gazing at this enchanting, formidable woman, brimming with possessiveness towards him. A profound desire to conquer her arose from the depths of his being. As you wish, my queen. He swept Raven into his arms and strode purposefully toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the guardian Heimdall's golden eyes, capable of perceiving the 9 realms, widened in surprise, revealing an expression of astonishment for the first time. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a remarkable sight. Within the structure on Midgard where a mortal named Linty resided, a surge of golden light shot skyward. At that very moment, on Earth, within Linty's bedroom, a tempest was unfolding. Golden and blue lights entwined like 2 colossal dragons, spiraling between him and Raven. Linty's system interface had gone utterly haywire. Congratulations to the host and Raven Darkholme for completing 100 deep connections, initiating the source evolution of Raven Darkholme. Evolution success rate, 788,595. Ding. Evolution complete. Congratulations to the core-bound unit Raven Darkholme for unlocking a new talent. Perfect mimicry. Perfect mimicry. No longer limited to mere appearance imitation, it can flawlessly replicate the basic physiological abilities of the target, such as strength, speed, and regenerative capability, with duration dependent on energy consumption. Ding. Due to Mystique's epic upgrade, the system is about to update to version 20. System updating 1050100. System update 20 complete. Unlocking new module. Strategic investment. Strategic investment. The host may invest in non-living targets, such as organizations, technology, and mystical items, altering their ownership or status to gain a substantial one-time return. Unlocking new feature. Asset Insight. Asset Insight. The host can view brief information and investment value assessments of potential targets. Linty felt the transformation of power within him and the refreshing system information in his mind, glancing down at the blue enchantress, entranced by the surge of strength. He sensed that his physical prowess had reached a level akin to that of an agent. He wondered how long it would take to attain the capabilities of a true powerhouse, with the indomitable force of a diamond and mastery over energy fields. Combined with enhanced physique and formidable mental strength, he felt capable of sending someone flying with a single punch, then calmly inquiring about the compensation for damages. Beside him, that flawless body covered in blue scales radiated an alluring sheen and remarkable warmth. Raven had succumbed to slumber, clearly exhausted by the evolution's demands. Yet even in her dreams, every inch of her body was undergoing subtle yet profound transformations. The sheen of her scales had become more subdued, as if capable of absorbing light. The contours of her muscles flowed with explosive beauty. Even her thunderbolt had grown stronger. Would it be too cumbersome for combat? Linty gently caressed her fiery short hair and planted a soft kiss on her ruby lips. He opened his mind to a refreshingly new system interface. The interface had transformed from a previously rudimentary text version into a technologically advanced blue-lit screen, reminiscent of Stark Industries' aesthetic. The main modules were distinctly divided into 2 categories, personal panel and strategic investment. He first clicked on the latter, Strategic investment. The host can invest in non-living targets, altering their ownership or state to reap a one-time, substantial return. Unlocking a new feature, Asset Insight. Asset Insight allows viewing of concise information and investment value assessments for potential targets. This was intriguing. Lin felt a surge of interest. Wasn't this akin to a commercial cheat code bestowed upon him? His gaze drifted to the bedside table, where the exquisite Patek Philippe watch gifted by Raven rested. Target, Patek Philippe 5002 model. Asset assessment, a meticulously crafted industrial product with notable collectible value. Investment advice, none. Selling it for cash flow would be the wiser choice. Damn, it truly was useless apart from being sold for money. Lin couldn't help but scoff. He then redirected his attention to the outside, focusing on the brilliantly illuminated Osborne Industrial Tower in the distance. Target, Osborne Industries, public company. Asset assessment, possesses top-tier biotechnology and military research capabilities. It suffers from chaotic internal management. The current Norman Osborne presents a severe risk of personality fragmentation, with a high likelihood of the company facing collapse or acquisition in the future. Investment advice, short-term short sell. Significantly short sell its stock before the Green Goblin incident, expecting a return rate of 300 to 500. Investment advice, long-term bottom fishing. Acquire its biotechnology laboratory and all patents at minimal cost once its stock price plummets. Integrating with Vertex Technologies to unlock the human enhancement serum technology tree. Lin gasped in astonishment. This cheat code was utterly outrageous. This was not merely asset insight. It was akin to a script from the future. Suppressing his excitement, he decided to test Raven's new ability. Gently, he nudged her. Hey, my queen, wake up, don't sleep. It's time to get to work. Raven groggily opened her golden slit pupils, displaying a hint of drowsiness and dissatisfaction. What is up? You're doing quite well today, making me feel comfortable, so please let me sleep. Try your new ability. Lin pointed to himself. Come on, transform into me and let us see. Extending his hand, he urged, hold my hand and feel the power within me. Raven shot him an exasperated glance, but complied nonetheless. Her blue skin rapidly changed color. In the next moment, an individual identical to Lin appeared on the bed. Not only was the resemblance striking, but even the height, physique, and the sharp muscle lines that had formed due to Lin's recent surge in power were perfectly replicated. How does it feel? Lin inquired with curiosity. Chapter 53. Walking with a Waddle. I am Raven, and as I flex my limbs, an expression of astonishment graced my face. I clenched my fist, savoring the power simulated within me. Your strength is rather feeble. Oh, you mustn't say that. Lin interjected, rolling his eyes. At this moment, you should be capable of replicating the foundational physiological abilities of Target 50, strength, speed, and self-healing capabilities included. My own strength is not formidable. Hence your mimicry of my power is bound to be diminished. Raven's golden vertical pupils gleamed with excitement. If I were to transform into Magneto, would I not gain a fragment of the ability to manipulate magnetic fields? And if I were to become the Scarlet Witch, could I not teleport instantaneously? Though the abilities could not be replicated in their entirety, they would suffice. Stop daydreaming. Lin pierced through her thoughts. Powers that lie outside the realm of physiology cannot be copied. Raven's enthusiasm waned momentarily, but was soon reignited with a new fervor. She regarded Lin with an aggressive glint in her eyes, suddenly struck by a novel idea. What if I were to? She began, licking her lips. What if I were to push you down? Lin transformed into me. Would that not also enhance my strength? Wait. No, that is not permissible. No. The following day, Lin entered the office with a cautious demeanor, wary of Raven's presence. Raven trailed closely behind him, her gait still exuding the air of a director. Yet the undeniable sparkle of spring in her eyes was apparent to any who had been in her presence before. Lona lounged on the sofa, her face etched with displeasure as she fiddled with a complex cube composed of numerous metallic components. Upon seeing the two enter, she merely scoffed and turned her head away. Consultant Lona, your salary remains frozen. Do mind your work ethic, Lin remarked, tapping on the desk. Understood, boss, Lona replied through gritted teeth. Excellent, Lin said, pleased by her begrudging acknowledgement of his authority. He settled into the executive chair and addressed Raven. Please disseminate a notice for a summit concerning peak amplification and peak technology, inviting all senior executives. I have a new strategy to unveil. All executives? Raven confirmed. Indeed, all, Linnet affirmed, adding, including our strategic advisor, Mr. Eric. Half an hour later, in the upper-level conference room, a rectangular table was surrounded by an eclectic group of executives. Linnet occupied the head of the table, flanked on his left by the impassive Raven and the reluctant Lona. To his right sat the silent yet formidable Magneto. Further down the table were 4 individuals clad in tailored outfits, their muscular frames straining against the fabric, with only the ill-fitting attire of a man named Thunder drawing attention. As his shirt buttons threatened to burst under pressure, the Valkyries, filled with curiosity, surveyed the conference room, particularly fascinated by the automated projection screen that ascended and descended with ease. As for the saber-toothed tiger, the Toad Man, and the Red Devil, they have yet to earn the right to partake in this level of conference. Lin cleared his throat and pressed the button on the page-turner. On the expansive projection screen, 3 bold characters emerged. Strategic Cash Burning Department. Both Magneto and Lorna furrowed their brows simultaneously. Boss, are you certain their ISNT a typographical error? Raven quietly reminded him. No error, Lin replied with a slight smile. From this day forth, our company shall establish a brand new core department, aptly named the Strategic Cash Burning Department. He gazed at the assembly. This department has but one mission, to spend money at the swiftest pace and in the most efficient manner. We shall transform the funds in our accounts into tangible and visible power. He pointed to the first item on the agenda. Vertex Technology will immediately initiate a malicious short-selling scheme against Osborne Industries. I expect to see their stock plummet by more than 50% within a month. Simultaneously, the legal department must prepare the acquisition agreement. I want their biological laboratory. He turned the page. Engage with Hank Pym of Pym Technologies and, at all costs, acquire his Pym particle technology. Should he refuse to sell, find a way to persuade him to transfer it willingly. Establish a special fund to globally seek out and support those promising scientists who have yet to rise to prominence. I will provide you with a list shortly. For instance, I believe Dr. Bruce Banner's gamma radiation research holds significant potential. A series of plans flowed from Lin's lips. Magneto observed this young man, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had initially thought Lin merely sought to create a utopia for mutants. Yet, it was now evident that his ambition extended to seizing the pinnacle of global technology. This was no longer a mere struggle between mutants and humans. Just as Lin was about to announce the 4th plan, the intercom phone in his office suddenly rang. It was Betty, the receptionist, her voice quavering with emotion. Boss, there's a lady outside looking for you. She didn't make an appointment, but she insists that you will see her. Did she state her name? She said her name is Emma Frost. Lin paused, hand gripping the phone, turning to glance at Raven. The White Queen? What brings her here? Is it mere coincidence, or have my recent actions drawn the attention of this formidable figure? He cast a knowing smile at the individuals in the conference room. When Emma Frost entered the office, all eyes were upon her. She donned a flawlessly tailored, pure, white Chanel suit that accentuated her exquisite curves to perfection. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her blue eyes sparkled like the most pristine gems, yet radiated an icy coldness and haughtiness that kept others at bay. Beautiful, yet perilous. Betty, the receptionist, trailed behind her, resembling a startled quail. Emma's gaze swept across the individuals in the office, ultimately settling on Lynette, who occupied the main seat. A hint of polite, yet distant smile graced her lips. Mr. Lin, I hope my unannounced visit does not disrupt your family gathering. She deliberately emphasized the term family gathering, her eyes fleetingly glancing over Magneto and Lorna, filled with the disdain of an elite towards the nouveau riche. Eric's eyes narrowed instantaneously, a sense of danger beginning to permeate the air. Lorna, on the other hand, knitted her brows. The woman's arrogance irked her significantly. Ms. Frost, it has been a while, Lynette replied, seemingly oblivious to the barbs in her words, rising with a smile and gesturing for her to take a seat. Please have a seat. Bitte, pour miss. Frost a cup of the finest Blue Mountain coffee. He presented himself as an exceedingly hospitable host. Emma elegantly settled into the chair opposite Lynette, legs crossed, her posture impeccable, akin to that depicted in a textbook. You are too kind, Mr. Lin. As she spoke, she discreetly unleashed her pervasive psychic force, like an expansive net, silently probing into the depths of Lynette's consciousness. No sooner had her words fallen than an invisible mental probe stealthily pierced into Lynette's mind. She sought to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic Eastern figure who had rapidly risen to prominence, stirring the entire New York financial sector within mere months. She intended to peel away the layers of this man as secrets like an onion. However, the moment the probe made contact with its target, Emma's smile faltered. Her psychic energy was suddenly torn apart by an onslaught of ferocity, coldness, and arrogance. She envisioned a beast roaring in fury, heard the metallic screech of distortion, and felt a serpentine possessiveness that was chilling to the bone, even catching a glimpse of the glory and battle spirit from the realm of Asgard. These chaotic yet formidable imprints were all tightly entwined around a singular core, the seemingly harmless man before her. The powers of these women, through a connection she could not comprehend, were all funneled into him, forming a mental barrier that even she, a master of telepathy, could not penetrate. How could this be possible? How could an ordinary person wield the spiritual imprints of so many formidable beings? A tempest of shock surged within Emma for the first time. The psychic abilities she prided herself on, capable of manipulating political figures worldwide, found themselves utterly impotent before this man. Miss Frost? Lynette's voice pulled her from her stupor. He leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing gently on the steam. A cheerful smile directed at her. Is something the matter? It seems the air conditioning in my office is set too low. Your complexion appears somewhat off. Emma swiftly suppressed the tumult within her heart, readopting the persona of the icy queen she was known to be. It is nothing extraordinary, merely unexpected. Mr. Lin's company indeed harbors remarkable talents. Her gaze shifted towards Magneto, contemplating the fact that even the illustrious Eric Lynshare is in your employ. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the entire mutant community. Miss Frost's words, however, were dismissed by Lynette with a wave of his hand. The notion of employment was rather unseemly. We operate under a partnership system, in response to the call of the times, embarking on a shared entrepreneurial journey. Mr. Eric serves as our strategic advisor, as we endeavor to harness commerce and technology to forge a brighter future for our mutant brethren worldwide. His portrayal of exploitation was refreshingly unconventional. Magneto remained silent, tacitly acquiescing, intrigued by how Lynette would navigate the challenges posed by the formidable woman before him. A promising future? Emma laughed, her voice reminiscent of ice cubes clinking in a glass, tinged with equal parts mockery and chill. Mr. Lynn, spare the pretense. The whispers on Wall Street suggest that Hammer Industries has been devoured whole by a shark from the east, leaving not a bone behind. The spectacle of it was far from charming. Oh, Lynette raised an eyebrow, sensing Ms. Frost's apparent concern for him. Indeed, Emma leaned forward, one hand resting on the table, her white dress accentuating an alluring silhouette that could dazzle the unsuspecting. The aura of a queen enveloped the space. After all, a rogue dragon has suddenly emerged in New York, and as the local lord, I must ascertain the magnitude of the waves you intend to stir in my waters. This was a declaration of war. New York is my domain. Should you wish to stir trouble here, you must first pay your respects. My intentions are quite simple. Lynette languidly reclined in his executive chair, arms crossed over his abdomen, exuding an air of utmost relaxation. To amass wealth, grow stronger, and ultimately find a place to enjoy a life of domestic bliss. No sooner had he spoken than Raven, positioned behind him, shot him a piercing glance. Who mentioned a life of domesticity? How naive! Emma, of course, found his words utterly implausible. Mr. Lynn, your humor is quite charming. I'm not humorous at all. Lynette's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Ms. Frost, let us speak candidly. You are here today to probe my foundations, to test my resolve, and to remind me of the hierarchy that reigns in New York City. He paused, then pivoted abruptly. However, I believe you may have mistaken your target. Rising from his seat, he moved towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, hands tucked into his pockets, surveying the Manhattan landscape below, resembling a collection of matchboxes. Observe this concrete jungle, where fortunes are made and lost daily. The old kings fall, and new ones ascend. Here, only fists and wealth matter, disregarding who arrived first. He turned around, his gaze locking onto Emma. Frost International is indeed a formidable entity. However, it is lamentably antiquated, aging to the point of near decay. Its acuity towards new technologies is even duller than the watchdog station downstairs. Am I not correct, Miss Frost? Emma's pupils dilated in shock. This was a closely guarded secret that had sparked intense debate among her board just yesterday. How could this man possess such profound knowledge? Lenny was certainly aware that asset visibility could reveal even the color of Emma's undergarments. Ah, lace, quite exquisite. Not only did he know, but he could articulate it with piercing precision. Your greatest profit margins still stem from the antiquated military and energy sectors. Yet in the realms of biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and space technology, fields that will define the future, your investments are nothing short of a farce. Individually, you are formidable, but your business empire has become an empty shell, strong in appearance, yet hollow within. Each of Linty's words peeled away the glossy exterior of Frost International, exposing its decaying insides. Emma's icy arrogance faltered, giving way to a look of apprehension and a hint of bewilderment that she could not conceal. Who is this man? The air in the office dropped to a chilling temperature. Raven had silently positioned herself behind Linty, her golden slitted eyes fixed intently on Emma, poised to pounce. Lorna also rose, her metallic paperclips and pens beginning to hover anxiously, trembling in the air. Even the typically inscrutable Magneto slowly raised his palm. With just a glance from Linty, the imperious White Queen would likely be carried out of the building today. Emma sensed the palpable aura of menace that seemed almost tangible. Yet, as the leader of the Hellfire Club, she was the White Queen. She elegantly rose, smoothing non-existent creases in her skirt, and forcibly donned a facade of haughty composure. Mr. Linty, your insights are indeed astute. Chapter 55, All-Out War. She gritted her teeth, articulating each word deliberately. It seems I have underestimated you. However, the game in New York encompasses more than mere commerce. Leaving behind this veiled threat, she turned to depart. Wait. Linty's voice resonated from behind. Emma halted, glancing back at him. There was a smile on Linty's face that radiated a hunger more insatiable than that of the greediest shark on Wall Street. Ms. Frost, you perceive me as a competitor, yet in my eyes, he extended a finger, gesturing towards Emma. You, he paused, each word striking Emma's heart like an icicle, are an unexploited treasure trove of immeasurable value. I find myself in need of a capable assistant for mining. What was that? Emma, Frost questioned the integrity of her hearing. Having lived through ages, from a prodigious youth to the queen of the Hellfire Club, and ultimately to the empress of a billion-dollar empire, she commanded both reverence and fear, love and hatred, from a multitude spanning New York to Paris. Yet, never had anyone dared to refer to her as an assistant. Such a label trampled upon her dignity and crushed it further underfoot. Slowly, she turned, her icy blue eyes radiating a fury potent enough to incinerate one's very soul. With a resonant hum, a tangible wave of psychic energy surged forth, aimed squarely at the temple of Linty. She sought to obliterate his consciousness, reducing him to a drooling imbecile. However, Linty remained unmoved, standing resolutely as if untouched by her formidable assault. The strike, capable of shattering the resolve of a naval captain, dissipated within a mere meter of him, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a single hair stirred. Psychic attacks are ineffective against me. Linty shrugged, feigning innocence. Ms. Frost, your actions in my domain are quite unbecoming of your elite status. Emma's chest heaved with indignation and shock. Twice. Her most cherished psychic prowess had been rendered a farce before this man, twice in succession. She fixed her gaze upon Linty, as if attempting to scorch two holes into his being with her stare. Mr. Linty, your arrogance shall incur consequences. After uttering this formal retort, Emma's stiletto heels echoed against the ground, fading into the distance. The chill she carried dissipated along with her departure. The office fell into a profound silence. Boss, she's a nuisance. Raven had stealthily drawn near Linty, her golden slit-like pupils devoid of emotion, her voice as cold as ice. Her mind is tainted and poses a threat. She licked her lips, making a decisive gesture across her throat. Grant me half an hour, and I shall sever her head, ensuring no one will notice. In her view, any potential disruptor to Linty should be eliminated without hesitation. Sever head? No, no, no. Linty wagged his finger, resembling a landowner chastising a wayward child. Raven, your perspective remains limited. Lazily, he reclined in his chair, propping his legs upon the desk as he summoned the dismal stock chart of Frost International. Such a prime mining opportunity would be a waste to destroy. What I desire is both the individual and the mine, consumed in one fell swoop. His gaze shifted to the silent figure of Magneto. Eric, we are old acquaintances, are we not? Pray, enlighten me about her background. Magneto fell silent for a few moments, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. A formidable woman, her telepathic abilities are difficult to counter. Yet, the more pressing concern is the Hellfire Club itself. Their influence extends far and wide, infiltrating both the military and political spheres. Excellent. Lin snapped his fingers, akin to a child who has just acquired a new toy. This means we are poised for a formidable confrontation. He surveyed the assembly, his expression akin to a hunter who has just spotted his prey, a glimmer of insatiable hunger in his gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for idleness has come to an end. We shall commence our company's inaugural real-world assessment. The target, the White Queen, Emma Frost, along with her entire fortune. Orders began to flow. Raven, Lorna, attend. The two of them exchange a glance, their eyes sparkling with excitement. You two will handle the finances. Deploy every liquid asset we possess. Short sell. Spare no expense in shorting Frost International. I want her stock price to plummet from the heavens to the abyss. He gestured towards the screen, his tone deceptively casual, yet laden with malice. Furthermore, ensure all media channels are on our payroll. Expose every hidden flaw of Frost International. Tax evasion, product defects, executive scandals. Truth or fabrication, it matters not. Fabricate. Stir the pot. I want her to be met with a torrent of disdain the moment she steps outside. Raven and Lorna exchange another look, their excitement palpable. Is there anything more exhilarating than using money to dismantle an adversary? Valkyrie Squad. Lin called out to the Forest Guardian warriors who were nearly bursting with pin-up energy in the corner. Your mission is security. I suspect that the White Queen will resort to desperate measures, sending her minions to create chaos. Your task is simple. Eliminate one, and you eliminate all. If two arrive, make sure none depart. We will instill such fear that they will soil themselves at the mere mention of our company. Understood. The four Valkyries responded in unison, their fists crackling with anticipation. Finally, Lin's gaze settled upon Magneto. Advisor Eric, you have a most crucial task. Magneto met his gaze. The Hellfire Club is composed entirely of mutants. You are the most suitable messenger. Convey a message on my behalf. Lin leaned back in his chair, his tone suddenly icy, reminiscent of a Siberian chill. Inform them that my dealings with Emma Frost are a private matter between us. Should the Hellfire Club choose to interfere? He paused, enunciating each word with gravitas. It will no longer be a matter of commercial rivalry, but a war of races. I, the Apex Enhancement Corporation, declare war upon the entire Hellfire Club. For a moment, the typically vengeful visage of Magneto froze, his muscles taut. A war of races? The word pierced his memory like a glowing iron stake. He gazed at the young man before him, whose smile held a playful malice. This lunatic, in the following 3 days. New York, both the business realm and the underworld, descended into chaos. On Wall Street, an unseen prehistoric financial leviathan opened its gaping maw, ravenously tearing at the colossal vessel that was Frost International. Sell orders cascaded like a torrential waterfall, with stock prices plunging into the abyss. Devoid of even a ripple of rebound, television, newspapers, and every conceivable media outlet buzzed with one singular narrative. A century-old enterprise embroiled in a scandal of cataclysmic proportions. Tax evasion amounting to billions. Frost Military Industries revealed to have fatal flaws, disregarding human lives. Exclusive expos. The opulent wardrobe of the White Queen, Emma, where a single pair of designer pants could purchase a home in Manhattan. Chapter 56. You all convene, and let the bombshell secretary chatter away. In the Hellfire Club, the Hall of Hell, silence reigned. The air was thick with the mingling scents of a million fine wines and the metallic tang of blood, creating an unsettling aroma. Emma Frost fixated on her mobile device, her once proud visage now taut as stone. The screen illuminated with a freshly received text from Lin. Dear Emma, I present to you your first welcome gift. A subsidiary. Do you like it? Don't rush. There's more to come. Of course, if you've come to your senses, we can discuss the merger. Your company, your people, I want them all. You have no power to refuse. Damn it. A curse shattered the hall's tranquility. Elegance? To hell with elegance. With a crash, the crystal glass in her hand exploded, fragments and red wine splattering across the floor. A few shards embedded in her flesh. Yet she felt no pain. The humiliation and fury within her far outweighed that agony. Sebastian, she spun around, a lioness incensed, roaring at the man seated upon the throne. Did you see that? That bastard has declared war on all of us. He intends to make us his spoils. Where are the forces you dispatched? Your so-called solutions? Now they lie as two heaps of flesh at the entrance. Sebastian Shaw, the Black King of Hellfire, remained unperturbed. He even found the leisure to delicately dab at the wine stains on his expensive suit with a silk handkerchief. That last stunt of Magneto S left a bit of a mess. He lifted his gaze to the nearly frenzied Emma, not the least bit angered, but rather amused. His laughter, soft yet chilling, caused the temperature in the hall to drop further. Emma, calm down. Anger will not resolve the issue. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Emma batted away his outstretched hand, her voice trembling with fury. I want you to go this instant and sever that bastard's head from his shoulders. Aren't you capable of absorbing energy? Go. Blow up New York. Erase him from the map. Murder? Sebastian shook his head, his gaze infused with a blend of tolerance for the youth and a ravenous desire for his prey. Emma, your vision remains rather narrow. To slay a goose that lays golden eggs? Only a fool would act so rashly. He leaned closer to Emma's ear. His voice a sinister whisper. Have you not yet grasped the reality? What makes a mere mortal capable of compelling that stubborn Eric Lanchester to be his enforcer? What grants Raven, that century-old fox, unwavering loyalty? And what are the women surrounding him? Have you not noticed? Each one is growing stronger at an alarming rate. Sebastian's eyes gleamed with unabashed longing. He harbored a secret of far greater value than our mutant abilities or the entirety of Frost International's assets. To eliminate him would yield us nothing. However, if we were to capture him, pry open his lips, and peel away his skin, we would convert all his secrets into our own. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. At that moment, the trivial sums you've lost will pale in comparison. Emma's breath began to steady. Every word from Sebastian struck a chord deep within her. Yes, she was a merchant and a proponent of mutant supremacy. She understood better than anyone what true value entailed. So what do you propose we do? She asked, her voice hoarse as she regained her composure. A direct assault would be foolish. Eric is not easily dealt with, and those Nordic women seem formidable. Sebastian resumed his seat upon the throne, his fingers lightly drumming against the armrest. Since he enjoys playing games, let us upend the table. No, let us employ a more cunning strategy. His gaze returned to Emma, scrutinizing her as one would a work of art. Emma, your greatest weapon has never been your exquisite diamond skin, but rather your mind, capable of burrowing into others' thoughts. Emma's breath hitched momentarily. His defenses were peculiar, akin to a hedgehog's shell, impeccable. Then let us not attack the hedgehog. A smirk graced Sebastian's lips. Let us corrode the adhesive that binds the shell together. Do you truly believe his women are an impenetrable fortress? Raven, Lorna, from half a city away, I can sense the jealousy emanating from them. The hearts of women are the finest battlegrounds. A revelation dawned upon Emma. She slowly closed her eyes. How could she have forgotten? Her forte had never been direct confrontation. Her mental prowess spread silently like quicksilver, effortlessly revealing the formidable stronghold known as the Apex Amplifier, belonging to Linty. She refrained from assaulting the heavy walls. Instead, her focus zeroed in on a newly laid, precarious brick. Within the mortar lay a wealth of jealousy, resentment, and discontent, all cracks waiting to be exploited. Emma opened her eyes, a cruel smile curving her lips as she softly uttered a name. Lorna Dane. Simultaneously, Vertex Amplification Company, Executive Office. Lynette lay languidly in a 500,000 ergonomic chair, like a boneless fish with her feet propped on the desk, scrolling through comedic videos on her phone while occasionally casting a disinterested glance at the vibrant green line graph on the adjacent screen. Frost International was still in decline. Sigh. How mundane. Lynette yawned. A mere 30 billion, incapable of even quickening her pulse. The art of making money could, at times, be so unadorned and tedious. With a thud, a document was slammed onto the six-figure walnut desk before Lynette. Raven, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, her voluptuous figure straining against the fabric, stood imposingly. Her golden vertical pupils fixed upon him as if demanding praise. Osborne Industries was faltering. The stock price had plummeted by 15 points, and the acquisition proposal for the biological laboratory had already been submitted. Her words were succinct, each one exuding an air of competence. Moreover, she paused to add, all the media in New York had received the dirt on Frost International. Now those gossip tabloids were wagering on the secrets hidden within Queen Emma's wardrobe. Lynette did not lift her gaze, flamboyantly signing her name at the bottom of the document. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she pulled the billion-dollar executive into her embrace. Truly capable. Resting her chin on Raven's shoulder, she inhaled the scent of her hair. So, I shall personally grant you a bonus for the overtime tonight. Raven relished the moment, settling onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her blue skin appearing even more alluring under the light, her voice softening. That depends on whether you, dear boss, still possess such capability. With so many clients in need of your regular attention, I fear you might wear yourself out. And on what day have I neglected to attend to my queen? The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate as the two began to engage in oblivious affection. Chapter 57. Don't talk to me about ideals. I just want to attend his private lessons. Her gaze, like two searchlights, swept towards another corner of the office. There, Lorna hovered in midair, surrounded by countless tiny metallic particles swirling around her, forming blades and dispersing into shields, her control over the magnetic field growing ever stronger. Yet there was no trace of joy on her face. Her beautiful brows were knitted together in a frown. Just moments ago, a woman's voice, had echoed in her mind, not through her ears, but forcibly intruding upon her thoughts. Lorna Dane, daughter of Magneto. And yet, what was she reduced to? Serving as a watchdog for a mere human. Is he really helping you? Don't be foolish. You are merely his latest lackey, rarer than Raven and a more valuable pawn than those Asgardian women. Just look at them. Once formidable figures of the past, what are they now? Caged canaries, wagging their tails in anticipation of their master's offerings. Is your potential capable of moving mountains merely to please a man? Come, embrace the inferno. Here, you need not be anyone's vassal. You are the queen. She abruptly opened her eyes, her green irises ablaze with intensity. Turning her head, she fixed her gaze upon the man who was entwined with Raven. Does he truly regard himself as merely a more efficient tool? Just like her father, whose mind was consumed solely with the future of mutants. Linter, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, ceased his flirtation with Raven and turned to smile at her. What is the matter, Consultant Lorna? Is business encountering a bottleneck? His tone was light, as if inquiring about the day's lunch. No need to fret. Tonight's one-on-one session will surely satisfy you. That same tone again, so airy, as if everything were part of his grand design. A spark of indignation flared within Lorna, but just as she was about to respond, she met Linter's calm gaze. His eyes were tranquil, as deep as still waters, seemingly able to discern her innermost thoughts. Someone S holding a meeting in your mind. ISNT there. Linter's voice, though soft, pierced through Lorna's defenses like a bullet. She froze, the voice possessing a feminine quality that was melodious yet laced with an irksome air of superiority. Linter rose and leisurely approached her, with Raven standing close, affectionately draping an arm around him. Let me guess, Emma Frost? Raven's golden eyes were fixed upon Lorna, her hands resting at her sides, though the tips began to shimmer with a metallic sheen. Should Lorna dare to act out of line, blood would surely be shed in an instant. What did she say? That I am a fraud, merely a tool? That she promised you freedom and the title of queen? Linter circled Lorna, his gaze assessing her as one would a priceless antique. Lorna bit her lip, rendered speechless. Silence was indeed the most eloquent response. Huh. Linter suddenly laughed, catching both Lorna and even Raven off guard. She was correct. I am utilizing you. You, Lorna Dane, are my instrument, one of my most valuable investments. He stood before her, extending a hand to lightly touch the metallic particles encircling her. But open your eyes to the world, Lorna, who is not a tool for another. Your father, Magneto, regards you as a means to rejuvenate mutant kind. The professor wishes to employ you as a vessel for world peace. And now, that woman named Emma seeks to use you as a weapon against me. He lifted his gaze, locking onto Lorna's eyes, which were now filled with confusion. What can they offer you? Empty promises? Are these merely a few worthless slogans? What I offer you is tangible, genuine power, power that is effortlessly within reach. Lenny's gaze was fixed intently upon her. What I provide is the means by which you can seize control of your own destiny. It is the true currency that grants you the freedom to act as you wish. Can Emma bestow this upon you? Can your father? They will merely dictate who you ought to become. I'm indifferent to that. Lenny stepped back, extending his hands as if presenting a final product. My sole concern lies in how strong you can become. Now, the choice is yours. Will you trust that woman in your mind who spins dreams, gambling on whether she will use you up and discard you? Or will you remain here, continuing to be my tool? A smirk played upon his lips. Naturally, my tuition will only rise. The office was cloaked in a suffocating silence. In Lorna's mind, Emma's alluring voice persisted. Yet at this moment, it sounded so pale, so absurd. Freedom? Queen? In the face of power, these words hold no weight whatsoever. Slowly, she descended to the ground. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Linty. In her green irises, the anger and struggle had vanished, replaced by a near-morbid, unabashed greed and desire. She licked her alluring lips, her voice trembling with excitement. Can we commence tonight's private lesson? Lenny chuckled. Certainly. He turned to gaze out the window, as if he could envision the astonished and frantic face of Emma Frost at the Hellfire Club. Emma, wishing to engage in a psychological battle with my woman? You're still too inexperienced. Emma Frost's meticulously crafted scheme of discord was like a stone cast into the depths of the ocean, leaving no ripple as it vanished without a trace. When Lorna's inquiry about commencing the tutoring session early reverberated back through some psychic link to the Hellfire Club, Emma's expression turned colder than ice in an instant. She had failed utterly. Not only had she failed to sway Lorna, but she had, like a jester, pushed Lorna further into Linty's embrace. She had become Linty's free tool for taming Lorna. Useless. Sebastian Shaw, seated upon his throne, coldly uttered those two words. His gaze filled with disappointment and disdain slicing into Emma like a knife. Emma staggered, overwhelmed by a humiliation and helplessness she had never experienced before. For the first time, she realized that her proud mastery of mental manipulation was utterly ineffectual in the face of Lenny's unreasonable, core-driven power and interests. It seems I must resort to planning. The elegance had drained from Sebastian Shaw's voice, replaced by impatience. He rose from his throne, an invisible wave of energy radiating outward from him. The lights in the entire hall of hell began to flicker ominously. Since a gentle approach had failed, it was time for something more forceful. He cast his gaze upon a tall, lean man shrouded in shadows. The current flow is exhausted. Black Spade, it is your turn to act. The man known as Black Spade stepped forth from the darkness. What is my mission, Black Emperor? He inquired, his voice raspy as he placed a hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. Quite simple. Sebastian's eyes gleamed with a cruel light. Isn't that Lynette overly fond of his women? Then seize his most cherished one for me. I want him to understand that there are certain things that wealth cannot safeguard. Chapter 58. $2 billion? No, my aim encompasses all that you possess. Vertex Amplification Corporation. Lynette did not swell with pride. He was well aware that a cunning old fox like Emma, if thwarted, would resort to even more aggressive and direct tactics. Business suppression and public opinion attacks might work against a queen who cherished her reputation, but they would yield little effect against a raw opportunist like Sebastian. It was imperative to strike hard and ensure he felt the pain. Boss, here's the complete dossier on Dr. Hank Pym. Raven handed him a tablet. S.H.I.L.D. has closely monitored him, and this individual is notoriously eccentric and resistant. Acquiring Pym particles from him is nearly impossible. Lynette scrolled through the information on the tablet, a playful smile emerging on his face. Who said we needed to obtain them directly from him? He pointed to a name within the documents. Hank Pym may be an antiquity, but his apprentice, Darren Klaus, is an ambitious young man of capability, and he is desperately in need of funds. The system's Asset Insight feature had already laid bare Klaus's background. This brilliant scientist was just one step away from successfully replicating Pym particles, requiring only a stable and efficient energy core, along with substantial financial backing. It was as though a pillow had been offered to one who had just awoken from slumber. Raven, contact Mr. Klaus and inform him that Vertex Technology is willing to invest $2 billion in his Klaus Technologies. Raven's golden eyes sparkled. Boss, are you intending to purchase his company? No, Lynette shook his head. I aim to become his angel investor, assisting him in realizing his dreams. Then we shall transform his aspirations, along with his technology, into our own. Such is the nature of capital. Never attempt to conquer the most fortified fortress, but rather find the individual within who yearns to break free, and then extend a ladder to him. This matter cannot be handled by us directly. Lynette fastened his button, glancing at Lorna, who had just completed her coaching session and was acclimating to her surging power. Lorna, this task is entrusted to you. Lorna opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise illuminating her green irises. She had not anticipated that, merely after her allegiance was secured, Lynette would assign such a significant task to her. Me? Indeed. You. Lynette rose and approached her, stating that she needed her to make contact with Darren Klaus. As the daughter of Magneto, he would not dare to underestimate her. What she was tasked with was not negotiation, but rather the demonstration of power. He paused, articulating each word with precision. She was to make him understand that by collaborating with them, he could attain everything he desired. Should he refuse, he would lose even what he currently possessed. Moreover, Lynette shifted her focus to the 4 nearly bored Valkyries from Asgard in the corner. Higluin, send someone to accompany Lorna as her bodyguard. Remember, a bodyguard, not an enforcer. You are not to intervene unless Lorna's life is in danger. You must obey her commands. Higluin nodded, her gaze sweeping over her sisters before finally settling on Astrid. Astrid, you will accompany Miss Lorna. Astrid, exhilarated, clenched her fist and responded, at your service. Lorna was somewhat taken aback by this arrangement, but more than that, she felt an unusual sensation. Was Lynette placing her trust in her, or was she testing her? Perhaps it was a blend of both. Yet, she was indifferent. This was her first opportunity to act independently, not merely as Magneto's daughter, but as an advisor of Vertex Technologies tasked with executing a mission. The feeling was novel and exhilarating. Lynette's instructions echoed in her ears. The core of her mission was to obtain all of Klaus's research data on PIM particles. If it could be purchased, that would be ideal. If not, she was to devise a means to retrieve it. As for the company, it was merely a footnote. Understood, Lorna replied decisively. The following day, at the headquarters of Klaus Technologies, it was an unremarkable tech company situated in an industrial district. However, at that moment, a conspicuously ostentatious Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the entrance. Lorna, clad in a well-tailored black suit, complemented by her signature green locks, strode confidently forward. Astrid, dressed in vibrant attire, resembled a curious child, her eyes darting around, marveling at everything in her surroundings. Miss Lorna, this place is rather small, Astrid couldn't help but remark. It's even smaller than our stables in Asgard. Lorna ignored her and walked straight into the company's entrance. Hello, we are here to see Mr. Darren Klaus. Without an appointment, Lorna stated calmly to the receptionist. The receptionist initially intended to inform her that an appointment was necessary, but upon meeting Lorna's frosty gaze, the words faltered and she nervously picked up the phone. Soon, a bespectacled man, appearing somewhat neurotic, hurried down the stairs. He was Darren Klaus. Which of you is the representative from Vertex Technologies? His eyes were filled with caution and a barely perceptible longing. That would be me. Lorna extended her hand, introducing herself. Lorna Dane, the daughter of Magneto? Darren had evidently done his homework, a glimmer of astonishment flickering across his face. That is my past, Lorna retorted, withdrawing her hand with an air of indifference. I am now a senior consultant at Apex Technologies. Mr. Klaus, my employer, hold a profound interest in your research. Darren ushered them into his office, which resembled more of a laboratory brimming with an array of instruments. Miss Dane, I am grateful for your company's recognition. However, my technology is priceless. Darren adjusted his glasses, attempting to seize the initiative. Lorna, undeterred by his bravado, surveyed the laboratory, and her gaze landed on a sealed glass container housing a prototype of insectoid battle armor being scanned by lasers. Priceless? Lorna chuckled lightly. As far as I know, your company is on the brink of bankruptcy next month. The bank will seize everything you own, including these so-called priceless toys. And your mentor, Hank Pym, will regard you as a tragic joke. Darren's expression darkened to a shade of fury. You investigated me? This is due diligence, Lorna replied, stepping closer to the glass container. Your technology is advanced, yet it is flawed. Energy, materials, control systems, these are all problems. Fortunately, we possess solutions. She extended a finger and gently tapped the glass container. With a hum, the entire glass enclosure, along with the prototype, was suddenly distorted and compressed by an invisible magnetic force, ultimately transforming into a fist-sized orb of glimmering metallic debris. Darren's eyes widened in disbelief. His prized reinforced glass appeared as fragile as paper before her. "Now, shall we discuss the price, Mr. Klaus?" Lorna turned, looking down at him from her elevated position. Chapter 59, The Blonde Domineer. Is this the extent of the Medemiga's power? Darren was utterly taken aback by this display, his mouth opening in shock, yet no words emerged. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a sudden crack, the office wall split open, revealing a dark rift through which a foul stench of sulfur wafted. A figure emerged, brandishing two curved blades. His target was unmistakably clear, not Lorna, nor Darren, but the seemingly innocuous Astrid standing behind Lorna, resembling a mere tourist. For within his intelligence, this blonde woman was the first foreigner encountered by Linty, likely to be his favorite subject. He aimed for the soft target. His speed was astonishing, and almost simultaneously with his appearance, the curved blades slashed towards Astrid's neck. "Watch out!" Lorna's expression shifted in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Astrid appeared frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. A cruel smile spread across the figure's face. "This is too easy." However, just as his blade was poised to graze Astrid's alabaster neck, a resounding clang echoed, sharp as the toll of a bell. Black Spade felt an unimaginable force surge through his wrist from the blade, causing his grip to shatter, and the curved dagger slipped from his grasp. As he focused his gaze, his pupils dilated in shock. The golden-haired woman, seemingly delicate, had raised her slender, pale hand and, with two fingers, effortlessly pinched the edge of his lethal weapon, capable of slicing through steel. Are the Medemigens all this rude? Astrid tilted her head, her previously innocent expression replaced by an aura that sent chills down Black Spade's spine. Disturbing others' business incurs a price. Before her words settled, she twisted her fingers sharply. Crack! The blade, forged from a special alloy, shattered with a resonating sound. In the next instant, Astrid delivered a swift slap to Black Spade's face. Thud! The muffled sound reverberated as the esteemed assassin from the Hellfire Club, capable of instantaneous kills, was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through a wall and out of the building, his fate uncertain. The office fell into an eerie silence. Darren Klaus, paralyzed with fear, sat on the floor. Lorna stared at Astrid, astonished. She knew these Valkyries were formidable, yet she never anticipated such extraordinary strength. Astrid, as if nothing had transpired, dusted off her hands and turned to Lorna with a radiant smile. "Well then, Miss Lorna, we can continue our business discussions." The farcical episode at Klaus Technology concluded in an astonishing manner. When Lorna returned to Apex Tower with Darren Klaus in a transfer agreement containing all core technologies and patents willingly offered by the other party, Lynn Terrace was leisurely sipping afternoon tea. "Well done," he remarked, glancing at the agreement with satisfaction, nodding in approval, "even smoother than I anticipated." "It is thanks to Astrid." Lorna, still slightly in shock, admitted she sent the Hellfire assassin flying with a single slap. "That was your achievement as well." Lynn Terrace set down his teacup and approached Lorna, gently adjusting her slightly disheveled collar. "You steadied the situation, granting her the opportunity to act. Remember, Lorna, intellect always outweighs brute strength. You are the commander. They are your weapons." His words warmed Lorna's heart. It was the first time someone acknowledged her intellect rather than her might. As for Astrid, Lynn Terrace glanced at her boasting to her Valkyrie sisters about her exploits and shook his head helplessly. "Have her draft an 800-word report explaining the reason for the over $5 million in property damage." "At your command, boss." As Astrid, brimming with vivacity, suddenly found her smile frozen in an instant, the Hellfire Club stood shrouded in an oppressive silence. When the battered body of Black Pawn was dragged back from the pit by his subordinates, the atmosphere within the hall turned somber. Sebastian Shaw, observing one of his most formidable assassins lying on the ground like a mere puddle of flesh, felt the perpetual smile on his face dissipate into a shadow of despair. In the realm of business, he was mercilessly battered by the financial prowess of Lintern. Militarily, his pride, the elite mutants, crumbled under the assault of the opponent, rendering them a mere jest. That man, Lintern, Perhaps he himself was not formidable, yet the women he commanded were each more monstrous than the last. One trembling member of the Black King Club stammered, "What shall we do?" Confusion engulfed Sebastian's mind. Lintern's tactics were utterly beyond his comprehension. At this juncture, Emma Frost, the White Queen whom he had derisively labeled as worthless, rose slowly. Her face bore no trace of anger or humiliation, only a disquieting calm remained. At this critical moment, there was but one course of action left. She adjusted her white gown and surveyed the anxious faces of the mutant elite in the hall. If we cannot defeat him, then we must join him. With that pronouncement, she cast no further glance at anyone and strode out of the Hellfire Hall, leaving Sebastian Shaw and the club's upper echelon exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a blend of absurdity and disbelief. An hour later, at the summit of the Amplify Corporation, in the executive office, Lintern received a call from the front desk. "Boss, a lady claiming to be Emma Frost requests to see you. She says she wishes to discuss an acquisition." Lintern raised an eyebrow, a victorious smirk gracing his lips. "Let her come up." Moments later, the office door swung open, and Emma Frost entered. She remained as proud and beautiful as ever, as if the previous calamity had no bearing upon her. Approaching Lintern's desk, she gently placed a document upon it. "Frost International, along with all my personal assets, including my rights within the Hellfire Club," she stated, her blue eyes revealing no emotion. "I have but one request, to retain the Frost International brand and my position." Leaning back in his chair, Lintern chose not to glance at the document, but instead regarded the woman before him with keen interest. He could not help but concede that Emma Frost was a true magnate, as well as an alluring woman. She was adaptable, capable of enduring defeat and relinquishing her pride. Upon recognizing her inability to vanquish her adversary, she could swiftly set aside all dignity and animosity, rationally striving to secure the utmost benefit for herself. Chapter 60. You're tasked with entertaining clients. This boss truly has a wicked heart. Very well. Lynn's unexpected candor was striking. Not only did he retain your position, but he also offered you equity in Apex Technologies. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of Chief Operating Officer, overseeing the entirety of Frost International's operations. A flicker of astonishment crossed Emma's eyes. She had not anticipated such generosity from Lynn. It felt more akin to a partnership. However, Lynn's tone shifted as he continued. "As I previously mentioned, I desire everything, your company and your people." He rose and approached Emma, leaning close to whisper in her ear, a voice that was audible only to the two of them. "Your body and your spirit shall belong to me from this moment forward. Is that agreeable, my White Queen? You shall not suffer any loss." Emma's body trembled slightly. So this was his true intention? To possess her? She lifted her gaze to meet Lynn's fathomless eyes, which still sparkled with an indomitable spirit. "I understand, boss." Lynn smiled, genuinely pleased, having successfully acquired yet another premier mining operation, both personnel and assets. What extravagant rewards might the system bestow for forming a profound bond with a high-level psychic? Would it be in the realm of billions of dollars? Or perhaps the unlocking of some extraordinary psychic abilities? He found himself anticipating the outcome with great eagerness. Yet, just as he prepared to escort his newly appointed COO to the adjacent lounge for an in-depth discussion regarding corporate culture, the smile on Lynn's face abruptly froze. He strode swiftly to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, peering down below. Across the street, a red-haired woman clad in a trench coat and sunglasses leaned against an inconspicuous black sedan. Gazing up at Apex Tower, it was Natasha. She had not called ahead, but had chosen to appear in person. Moreover, from a higher vantage point, he could faintly perceive an aircraft cloaked in optical camouflage silently hovering among the clouds. S-H-I-E-L-D Nick Fury. They had finally come knocking. Lynn exhaled slowly. The jovial, carefree time in the novice village had come to an end. His ostentatious acquisition of Hammer Industries, followed by the swift procurement of Frost International and the Hellfire Club, had escalated him from intriguing billionaire to a volatile entity that warranted significant attention and thorough investigation by S-H-I-E-L-D. In the office, Emma Frost observed Lynn's sudden shift to seriousness, following his gaze to the window and naturally spotting Natasha. "It seems my new boss has quite a bit of trouble," Emma remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lynn glanced back at her, then unexpectedly smiled. "No, this is not trouble." He approached his desk and pressed the intercom. Raven, Lorna, and the Valkyrie squad, assemble in my office for a meeting. Inform them that our company may soon welcome our first batch of civil service clients. Prepare for the due diligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. Lynn pressed the intercom button softly. Emma Frost, the White Queen who had just relinquished everything, watched him with keen interest. She was eager to observe how this man would handle the most formidable intelligence organization on the planet. Moments later, the office door swung open. Raven strode in confidently, clad in a sharp black business suit that accentuated her stunning curves. Her yellow eyes scanned the room before settling on Emma, betraying a palpable sense of jealousy and animosity. Lorna followed closely behind, her hands shoved deep in her pockets, her expression decidedly displeased. She swept her emerald hair to one side, her gaze feral, as if ready to twist the metal in the office into pretzels. Lastly, the four Valkyries entered. They were not adorned in their golden armor, but donned simple, casual attire. Nonetheless, the fierce aura emanating from them, characteristic of warriors from the realm of Asgard, was more imposing than any armor could convey. Leading them was Saijin, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail, her gaze calm, yet penetrating as if she could see through all pretense. The atmosphere in the office became instantly crowded in every conceivable sense. The mingling sense of perfume, the undercurrents of hostility, curiosity, and tension formed an eerie equilibrium. Everyone had arrived. Lente gestured towards the sofa, inviting them to take a seat. He himself casually reclined into his executive chair, wearing a gentle expression. "Allow me to introduce Ms. Emma Frost," he said, motioning towards Emma, our newly appointed chief operating officer. "Please welcome her." No applause followed. Raven smirked coldly, while Lorna rolled her eyes dismissively. Emma elegantly crossed her legs, her porcelain skin smooth and unbothered by the tension in the room. She even smiled triumphantly at Raven and Lorna. The atmosphere grew even more strained. "All right, the introductions are concluded." Lente clapped his hands to redirect everyone's attention. "Now to business." He glanced out the window, his tone casual. "Downstairs, a civil servant has arrived to conduct a due diligence review of our company." Raven's brow furrowed. "What do they want? What else could it be?" Lente shrugged. "To check our credentials, inspect for tax evasion, or see if we are conducting any hazardous chemical experiments in the office." Though he spoke lightly, no one felt at ease. Magneto had once been chased by S.H.I.E.L.D. and various governments to the ends of the earth. Should we send them on their way? Lorna inquired, her fingers unconsciously drumming on the metal armrest, producing a soft tapping sound. Her suggestion was evidently not as simple as merely treating them to a meal. No, Lente shook his head. He turned to Emma and suddenly smiled. "Emma, as the newly appointed member of our company, shouldn't you take the initiative to greet our guests from the government?" Emma was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why she was being drawn into this. In an instant, she comprehended Lynn's intention. To have her welcome S.H.I.E.L.D. was to compel her to publicly acknowledge her affiliation with Lynn, thereby severing her options for wavering or seeking refuge elsewhere. This man was truly ruthless. How despicable. "Of course, boss," Emma replied, rising to her feet and adjusting her exquisite white suit, her expression regaining its proud composure. "It is my honor." "Excellent." Lynn expressed his satisfaction. He stood and approached Emma. "I shall accompany you. After all, as your employer, I cannot allow my first day at work to be spent facing difficulties alone." Although these words were directed at Emma, his gaze lingered on Raven, a clear attempt at reassurance. Chapter 61. Flirtation between the White Queen and Black Widow in the elevator. Raven's eyes flickered with understanding, her hostility somewhat diminished. Lynn walked to the door and turned back to the individuals in the office. "You all stay here and wait for me. Prepare tea and set up for the meeting. By the way, Saijin." "Yes, boss?" The Valkyrie commander turned to him. "Tell the sisters to relax a bit. We wouldn't want to frighten our guests." Lynn winked. "We are respectable businessmen." At the base of the Apex Tower, Natasha Romanoff leaned against a car, resembling an ordinary New York office worker waiting for a friend. Half an hour ago, Fury had received word that Emma Frost was on her way to meet Lynn. Natasha had been assigned this task at the last minute, with no time to inform Lynn herself. Just as Natasha pondered this, the glass doors of the building swung open. Lynn emerged, clad in a well-tailored casual suit, a warm smile illuminating his face like a charming neighbor. However, Natasha's attention was irresistibly drawn to the woman at his side, Emma Frost. The former White Queen of the Hellfire Club, the most dazzling gem of New York's elite, an Omega-level mutant who posed a significant challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, she was slightly trailing behind Lin, walking alongside him. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Agent Romanoff, is it? Lin extended his hand, a genuine smile gracing his features. It's a pleasure to meet you. We didn't quite finish our conversation over the phone last time, and I must say, your personal visit is exceedingly gracious. With that, he raised an eyebrow at Natasha. Natasha refrained from shaking hands, her gaze darting back and forth between Lin and Emma. Mr. Lin, Miss Frost, what is this? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce. Lin seemed to recall. Emma is now my chief operating officer. We at Vertex have just completed the acquisition of Frost International. From now on, we shall be one family, he remarked with an air of nonchalance. Yet, a tempest surged within Natasha's heart. The acquisition of Frost International? That colossal business empire worth hundreds of billions? So quietly absorbed? Would Emma Frost acquiesce? Would Sebastian Shaw consent? It seems my arrival today was indeed timely. Natasha swiftly composed herself, donning a professional smile. Director Fury is quite concerned about the changes in New York's business landscape, particularly regarding rising stars like Vertex Technologies. Director Fury is truly a man of many endeavors. Lin suggested with a smile, noting the strong winds outside. Why not ascend to the upper floors for a cup of coffee? The coffee beans in my office are quite exceptional, handpicked by Emma herself. Emma smiled in agreement, exuding grace and poise. Natasha observed the two individuals before her. Fury was still up in the air, his earpiece perpetually active. She had no choice but to continue the charade. Fury's directive to her was to infiltrate and assess. Very well, Natasha agreed decisively. This way, please. Lin gestured with elegance, embodying chivalry. The trio entered the resplendent lobby of Vertex Tower. The receptionists gazed in astonishment at their boss, a fiery-haired beauty and the legendary White Queen walking together. The elevator doors slowly closed. In a confined space, the reflections of the three were cast upon the sleek metallic walls. Natasha caught a whiff of Lin's refreshing cologne and the expensive perfume enveloping Emma. Unsure of Emma's exact situation, she subtly squeezed Lin's hand, seeking clarification. Lin responded with a gentle caress, reassuring her. The elevator dinged, announcing their arrival at the top floor. As the doors opened, a wave of pressure and complex emotions washed over them. Natasha's professionalism allowed her to instantly assess the environment. A spacious, well-lit office adorned with massive floor-to-ceiling windows, and seated on the sofa were several individuals. Raven Darkholm, the shapeshifter, a core member of the Brotherhood. A high-value target in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dossier scrutinized her with a disdainful gaze from her yellow eyes. Polaris, Lorna Dane, daughter of Magneto, a potential living electromagnetic pulse bomb, sat with her arms crossed, her emerald eyes brimming with unabashed provocation. And those four women, quietly seated, resembled immovable mountains. Asgardians? Natasha's heart sank. This was nothing short of a coalition of superhumans. Do not remain standing, Miss Natasha. Lin's voice shattered the silence as he placed a hand on her shoulder, discreetly squeezing. Please have a seat. Raven, please pour our guest a cup of the finest coffee. Raven rose gracefully, her steps echoing like a soft cadence on the floor as she approached the bar. The sound of her high heels resonating in the tense atmosphere of the conference room. Natasha chose a vantage point that allowed her to observe everyone within the room. She could feel the weight of at least 5 scrutinizing gazes upon her, some filled with hostility, others with curiosity, and a few with a predatory intrigue reminiscent of her encounters with the Hulk. Mr. Lin has certainly broadened my horizons, Natasha remarked, seeking to seize the initiative. I had assumed Vertex Technology was merely a commercial enterprise. We are, indeed, a commercial entity, Lin replied as he took his place at the head of the table, with Emma comfortably seated beside him. However, our employee benefits are rather exceptional, and our team cohesion is notably strong. He gestured towards Lona. This is our technical advisor, Miss Lona, specializing in the field of electromagnetics. He then pointed to Raven. And this is my executive assistant, Miss Raven, responsible for the company's daily operations. Finally, he turned his gaze towards the Valkyries. They are our security team, hailing from a collaborative firm in Northern Europe and are exceptionally capable. Natasha's captivating eyes flickered. It was a web of lies, yet all too truthful. He had wrapped a cadre of the world's most dangerous individuals in the guise of a typical corporate structure. At that moment, Raven approached with the coffee, placing the cup on the table before Natasha. As she bent down, her neckline opened slightly, revealing a breathtaking expanse of alabaster skin. Her movements were deliberate, yet her gaze remained fixed on Natasha, brimming with provocation, as if to assert her dominance. Natasha remained unmoved. This cup of coffee is not to be consumed. Mr. Lin, let us speak plainly. Natasha decided to be forthright. Shield needs to understand your true intentions. The acquisition of Hammer Industries, the merger with Frost International, the gathering of such extraordinary talents. What is your purpose? Purpose? Lin ente chacold, taking a sip of his coffee. My aim is quite simple, to generate profit, and with that profit, to ensure my employees live well and to fortify my company, making it stronger and safer. He looked at Natasha, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of earnestness. This world is perilous, Agent Romanoff. Aliens descend from the skies, and monsters wreak havoc in the city. I am but an ordinary businessman, seeking to hire a few more bodyguards, earn a little extra, and secure a more peaceful existence. Is that so wrong? His words seemed reasonable, even tinged with a hint of grievance. Yet, coming from him, Natasha believed not a single syllable. Your bodyguards could topple a city, Natasha retorted coldly. Chapter 62. What is indestructible? Your diamond form cannot be breached. Natasha felt the metallic armrest of her chair emit a faint creak, a warning from Polaris. Her hand instinctively reached for the gun holstered at her waist. In the next moment, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. It was the Valkyrie, Astrid, seated beside her. Though her touch appeared gentle, Natasha felt as if a mountain had settled upon her shoulder, rendering her immobile. Our boss prefers no one to meddle during discussions, Astrid said, her face adorned with a sweet smile. An icy chill enveloped the atmosphere of the office instantaneously. All right, everyone remain calm, Lin interjected, casting a stern glance at Lona before gesturing towards Astrid. The oppressive tension dissipated in an instant. See, Agent Romanoff, Lin said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. My company's culture values unity. We are all like family, and we cannot bear to see our boss wronged. Natasha exhaled slowly, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. Today's evaluation had been a failure. Very well, Mr. Lin, Natasha stood up. I take it you wish for me to report accurately to Director Fury. She had no desire to linger any longer. Leaving so soon? Lin also rose. You haven't even finished your coffee. No, Natasha, Isa, Akiye, has much work to attend to. I understand. Lin approached her, suddenly lowering his voice. Please convey a message to Director Fury for me. Isa Akiye needs friends, not enemies. Apex Technologies can become SHILD's best ally, its finest contractor. We can provide everything you desire, technology, weaponry, even funding. His voice dripped with temptation, as long as the price is right. Natasha fixed him with a penetrating gaze. This man dared to envision SHIELD as his client. His ambition was indeed grand. I shall relay your message, Natasha replied, turning to leave. As she exited the office and stepped into the elevator, she realized her palms were clammy with sweat. Lin watched the elevator doors close, his smile gradually fading. Ding! Nick Fury will not act against you lightly, but he will continue to monitor you. Natasha departed, yet the taut atmosphere in the office did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. All eyes turned toward the silent woman standing behind Lin, Emma Frost. So, boss, Raven was the first to speak, crossing her arms. The fullness of her curves accentuated by the gesture. Do you truly intend to keep this prized diamond by our side? Her jealousy and wariness were unmistakable. She certainly did not appear to be a compliant employee. Lorna echoed her sentiments, casting a disdainful gaze at Emma. Emma, however, remained unfazed by the hostility directed at her, simply focusing on Linter as she awaited his response. Linter surveyed the room, noting Raven's possessiveness, Emma's scrutiny, and the Valkyrie's detached tranquility. A team lacking unity of purpose was far from ideal. Must I elucidate my decision to you all? Linter's tone was icy, the temperature in the office seemingly dropping several degrees. Both Raven and Lorna were taken aback. It was the first time Linter had addressed them in such a manner. I am aware that each of you possesses formidable abilities, capable of easily crushing me. Yet what I desire is for us to collaborate harmoniously, ensuring a more comfortable future. Raven, Linter turned his gaze toward her. You are my assistant and my right hand. Your role is to assist me in resolving issues, not to create them. Lorna. He shifted his attention to her. Your duty is to learn, to grow stronger, and to become the sharpest weapon in my arsenal, rather than acting whimsically like a child. As for Emma, Linter pivoted to face the White Queen. She is my chief operating officer. Her intellect, her business acumen, and her social connections are invaluable assets to the company. Henceforth, all business operations will be under her purview. You all are to cooperate with her. His words brooked no dissent. He delineated clear boundaries and responsibilities for each individual. Raven was to oversee internal affairs and security. Emma was responsible for business and finances. Lorna was to become the future ace enforcer, while the Valkyries were the ultimate assurance of force. The nascent structure of a well-defined organization began to take shape. Raven cast a deep glance at Linter, then nodded in silent agreement, choosing not to speak further. She understood that this man was evolving from someone in need of her protection into a true leader. Despite his resilience each night, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. Raven naturally shifted her position, relieved that the bluish hue of her face concealed the flush beneath. Lorna pouted, displeased yet unable to counter his words. Excellent. Linter was quite pleased with this outcome. He approached Emma, offering her a warm smile. Now, my dear, can we commence your inaugural task? Certainly, boss. Emma responded with a charming smile. Follow me, Linter said. We shall adjourn to the adjacent lounge to delve into the future direction of the company and the core spirit of our corporate culture. The women present all comprehended the subtext of his words. Raven's eyes flickered momentarily, her legs instinctively tightening around each other. Lorna turned away, her cheeks faintly flushed, and spat softly. Curiosity flickered in Emma's eyes. Yet, she gracefully extended her voluptuous legs and followed Lynette into the room labeled Amplification Chamber. The door clicked shut behind them. Inside, the atmosphere was serene, adorned with minimalistic decor. Do you require me to disrobe, sir? Emma inquired, turning her back to Lynette. No rush, he replied, enveloping her from behind. Emma's body felt supple, exuding a coolness akin to exquisite jade. She feigned a struggle, but Lynette's arms held her firmly, unyielding as iron clamps. His lips brushed against her ear, warm breath provoking a tingling sensation. Do not be anxious, Emma. I assured you, you will not regret this. You will be grateful. You are aware that the Chinese are adept in martial arts. Recently, I have learned a technique known as indestructible diamond. I wish to spar with you in your diamond state. Emma paused, incredulous. Was this man deluded? In her diamond form, she was virtually invincible. A mere ordinary man could not possibly breach her defenses. Her initial disdain, however, would soon be met with a stark reality. Over the course of the next 2.5 hours, the sound of impact echoed. Slap, slap, slap. It was only when her diamond form enveloped the indestructible technique that she comprehended the magnitude of her misjudgment. The duration, force, skill, and even the tenderness displayed by the man before her revealed his undeniable prowess. Within an hour, Emma could no longer maintain her diamond state, reverting to her original form. For the remaining hour and a half, she found herself singing for conquest, pleading for mercy. In the end, Sebastian Shaw, I am afraid I cannot return. Chapter 63. A moment of dual cultivation, endless pleasure. This is not right. It is a repository of thoughts. The door swung open. Emma Frost stepped out, her gait slightly unsteady. Her expression was peculiar, a complex blend of shock, confusion, and satisfaction. Those once long, straight, and powerful legs now trembled slightly with each step. In the office, all eyes were fixated upon her. Raven crossed her arms, her gaze filled with discontent. Lorna was more direct, openly displaying her disdain with a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. Even the few Valkyries who relished in the spectacle cast ambiguous glances her way. How do you feel, my chief operating officer? Lynette's voice resonated from behind as he emerged from the amplification chamber, invigorated, holding 2 glasses of water. He naturally handed one to Emma. Instinctively, she accepted it, her fingertips brushing against the glass, only to realize her own hand was trembling. She glanced down at herself. The tailored professional skirt clung impeccably to her form, and her hairstyle remained exquisitely refined. However, beneath that layer of luxurious fabric, Her body had weathered a tempest. After enduring 2.5 hours of relentless bombardment, an unprecedented surge of formidable power surged through her limbs and core. She could sense her meticulously cultivated mental fortitude, now infused with a high-octane essence, boiling and roaring within her. With each step forward, even the bald-headed adversary would likely find himself kneeling in submission. Her diamond form had also solidified further, ensuring that next time, there would be no issues in sparring. Such an enhancement was utterly astonishing. All she had expended were 2.5 hours and some physical stamina, along with the blush-inducing pleas for mercy that still lingered in her memory. This transaction was undeniably profitable. A melodic chime resonated in Lynette's mind. First dual cultivation completed with the premier mutant, White Queen Emma Frost. Enhancement effects activated. Subject enhancement. Emma Frost. Overall strength increased by 15. Host enhancements. 1. Overall strength increased by 11. 2. Monetary reward calculation in progress based on the subject's strength level. Reward coefficient. 1,000,000. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 100,000,000 USD. 100 million in dollars. Lynette nearly burst into laughter. The White Queen, as expected, was remarkable. A top-tier mutant was indeed incomparable. This was a far cry from the 10 million garnered during Wanda's rampage. This was not merely a chief operating officer's role, but rather that of a chief currency printer. He felt a subtle yet stable growth of power within him, a steady and unceasing flow. This gradual ascent, step by step, instilled a profound sense of security within him. Do you not seem pleased? Raven's cold voice shattered the silence in the office. Her gaze sliced through Emma like a blade. An hour ago, you were the queen of Frost International. Now you are merely a new toy? Such words were venomous. Lorna fanned the flames beside her. Not just a toy. I would say merely an upscale power bank. Had it been an hour prior, Emma's pride would have unleashed a mental storm to reduce these two oblivious women to folly. Yet now, Emma merely cast a fleeting glance their way, too apathetic to feel anger. For these two were simply envious. Raven, Lorna, Emma's voice, husky from overexertion, carried an echo of her exertion. She delicately sipped water, her hand betraying a slight tremor, yet her demeanor remained as elegant as one attending a soiree. Do you know what I just acquired within? Without waiting for their response, she continued to speak, lost in her own thoughts. I have acquired something that collectively none of you may possess. Lorna rolled her eyes, rising to her feet, her palm glowing with a magnetic field. However, Emma merely extended a finger. Buzz. Lorna's complexion paled, taking a half step back. Raven's pupils also contracted. They both sensed it. Emma had grown stronger, and not by a mere fraction. Am I now worthy to stand here? Emma set down her glass, surveying the assembly, her queenly aura fully unleashed. The atmosphere in the office became charged once more. Enough. Emma, you should refer to them as sisters, including those four statuesque beauties, Lynette interjected. He turned his gaze towards Emma. Emma. Lynette smiled, indicating that Raven was the eldest sister here. His tactic of carrot and stick was deftly executed. Raven cast a deep glance at Lynette, the coldness in her eyes softening slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. Indeed, this man was increasingly embodying the essence of a leader. He was also becoming more irresistible, prompting thoughts of pinning him down to witness his pleas for mercy. Emma, who had been smiling graciously, felt her lips twitch. Eldest sister? So what? The clown is me? What being the eldest sister? Lynette remains the core. Whoever receives more of his nurturing will grow stronger. That is the singular truth. Thus, her objective was not to engage in infighting with these women, but to showcase her unparalleled worth, ensuring Lynette could not do without her. Well, since we are all allies now, Lynette clapped his hands, shattering the peculiar tension. Let us discuss matters of importance. Emma, he looked at the White Queen. As the newly appointed leader of our company, your task is to detach Frost International's vast assets from the Black Queen. The old fogies on the board are not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Emma Frost's lips curled into a confident smile. She approached Lynette, extending her delicate hand to adjust his tie, her fingertips brushing against his Adam's apple in a barely perceptible manner. Boss, she exhaled softly, her voice alluring. I will invest my own money in you. What more could one wish for? Lynette seized her mischief-laden hand. leaning towards her ear and speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. There is. Moreover, next time, I hope you can endure a little longer. At least allow me to employ the newly learned technique of indestructibility. Emma's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Days passed, and Emma's progress was less than encouraging. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the vibrant nightscape of New York. Yet, within the office, the atmosphere remained somber. The newly appointed Emma Frost was demonstrating her professional capabilities. Before her, the holographic projection displayed the vast and intricate equity structure and asset list of Frost International. The situation was far more convoluted than we had anticipated. Emma's voice regained its usual calmness and sharpness. Although I held the largest share, there were at least 5 board members who were staunch adversaries. They had begun to conspire in private after I announced the merger with Apex Technology, attempting to freeze the company's assets and even seeking external capital to dilute our shares. In simple terms, they aimed to oust me and subsequently divide my empire. She pointed to several names, flashing in red. Greg Soros, the wily old fox of Wall Street, controlled a third of the company's media channels. Chapter 64. The boss suggested using dirty tactics, yet the outcome was shockingly grim. Martin Lee, ostensibly a philanthropist, secretly engaged in numerous business dealings with Jean. And this one, a representative of the Hasegawa family, a Japanese conglomerate, had long sought to encroach upon our biotechnology sector. With each name Emma uttered, the temperature in the office seemed to plummet. This was no longer mere commercial competition. It entangled Wall Street, the underworld, and even international financial magnates. Each was a formidable opponent. What's the difficulty? Lorna was the first to lose her composure. She casually leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs. We could simply confront them, turning their offices, along with their occupants, into a compact iron ball. I assure you, they would be begging for their shares back. Simple, brutish, and utterly aligned with her style. Raven shook her head, offering a differing opinion. It's too dirty, Lorna. It would leave many loose ends and invite unnecessary attention. If we were still merely fraternity members, it wouldn't matter much. However, we cannot afford to be short-sighted now. She silently glanced at Lin Tay. After hearing the suggestions, Emma merely scoffed. The thoughts of brutes and assassins she assessed without reservation. Should you proceed in such a manner, even if successful, it would only tarnish Apex Technology with the notoriety of a violent syndicate. What we seek is business. We aim to establish a commercial empire that can stand in the sunlight, not a shadowy underworld organization. Lorna was ready to explode again. And what do you propose? Your Majesty? Raven taunted. Emma disregarded their provocations and turned her gaze to Lin Tay, who had remained silent throughout. She understood that the ultimate decision rested with this man. Lin Tay leaned back in his executive chair, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop as he contemplated. Lorna's approach was exhilarating but fraught with repercussions. Raven's strategy was clever yet too slow and prone to unforeseen complications. Emma's method was the most prudent, aligning perfectly with his long-term vision of establishing a capital empire. Yet he desired not just one of these options. He wanted them all. At long last, Lynette has spoken. I am but an ordinary individual, possessing only a singular skill, yet you all are mutants, each endowed with unique strengths. As long as we refrain from resorting to indiscriminate violence, employing less than savory methods is permissible. Wealth is of paramount importance, wouldn't you agree? Raven and Emma found themselves momentarily at a loss for words in response to Lynette's remarks. Are we, then, the ones binding our own hands? Lynette stretched languidly, his tone imbued with a sense of nonchalance. Unleash your capabilities and contribute to the pinnacle of our ambitions. At this moment, Lorna rose, her excitement causing her magnetic field to become tumultuous. Lynette cast a glance her way, a smile gracing his lips. Are you unaware of your own abilities? I desire wealth, not life. Next time, remain at home and let me handle things. Lynette's words fell like a cold shower, dousing Lorna's newfound exhilaration. I seek wealth, not life. Next time, stay at home. Lorna puffed her cheeks in displeasure, akin to a squirrel robbed of its nuts, sulkily returning to the sofa. Her distorted magnetic field causing nearby metallic objects to emit a faint hum. Raven regarded Lynette with a penetrating gaze. This man does not seek to constrain them. A team solely focused on destruction is merely a band of thugs. A team that understands the nuances of testing the boundaries of rules and exploiting them is akin to a well-dressed bandit. Thus, Emma. Lynette turned his attention to the newly appointed chief operating officer. What is your plan? Surely, it cannot simply involve turning people into a ball of chaos. Emma Frost, with an elegant smile, appeared unaffected by the earlier tension. She stepped towards the projection, delicately tapping it with her slender fingers. Of course not, boss. Violence should serve as the ultimate bargaining chip, not the opening salutation. Her inherent superiority radiated as her gaze swept over Lorna and Raven. Then let us embrace underhanded tactics. Raven, excel in your shape-shifting while I hone my psychic abilities. Lorna, indulge in manipulating metal at home. Emma jested with satisfaction, asserting that only two of them would be of use this time. Lynette, having listened intently, reclined in his chair, nodding in approval. Emma is indeed a genius. The plan is excellent. Lynette affirmed, proceed with your endeavors, and I await your good news. In Long Island's affluent district, atop a luxurious penthouse, Greg Shorosheim de Achir Fulton. He was in high spirits, having retrieved his most cherished bottle of Roman Econi from his private cellar, intending to reward himself handsomely. After all, he had just enjoyed a cordial exchange with a young starlet. Yet, at the very moment he grasped the bottle to pour himself a drink, an eerie occurrence unfolded. The starlet, who had already departed, reappeared, clad in lace lingerie, her alluring features subtly veiled, holding a bottle of his prized collection. Shorosh, your wine is here, oh my alluring little darling. Tonight you must call me daddy. Soros immediately succumbed to his fantasies, writhing on the floor, clutching that bottle of faux wine. In the corner, a security guard captured this bizarre scene on his phone. Exhausted from a long night, Soros was stirred by a faint noise emanating from the nightstand. With a face reflecting his exhausted state, he crawled over, having been influenced by his fantasies the previous night. He had engaged in a rather intimate exchange with the bottle. Trembling, he opened the nightstand, revealing untouched tapes of his interactions with young stars. However, beside them lay a mobile phone, which contained a video clip, precisely the moment from last night when Soros fervently embraced the bottle. Soros, you and the bottle seemed quite enthusiastic. I believe this could make headlines. The phone screen illuminated, displaying a single message. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., sign the equity transfer agreement with Frost International. Soros's pupils dilated sharply, and he violently smashed the phone to the ground, stomping on it with his meaty limbs until it was reduced to fragments. Just as he settled down to catch his breath, another message pinged on his phone. Once again, he crushed the device beneath his foot. Within a single day, everyone in Soros's villa received the same message, while Soros continued his destructive spree against his phones. The following morning, in the conference room of Pinnacle Technology, Emma's holographic projection displayed Greg Soros's visage, transformed into a docile green. Mission accomplished, Lorna declared triumphantly, swinging her legs. Raven nodded in agreement. This operation had indeed been executed with precision. Linter's account received a timely notification, indicating an increase in his shares of Frost International, which pleased him greatly. Excellent. The next target is, just as Emma was about to speak, her encrypted phone buzzed. It was her informant from the Hellfire Club. The voice on the other end was frantic. Chapter 65. Target practice, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll twist you into pretzel. Your Majesty, it's bad news. Sebastian Shaw has gone mad. He has exposed all the intel from the SHIELD and Hydra that he tricked and manipulated. Emma's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, in New York's Hell's Kitchen, within an opulently decorated yet suffocating office, a massive man clad in a white suit quietly scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his face devoid of expression. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he pressed his palm against a desk forged from special alloys capable of withstanding bullets, causing it to cave in. Wilson Fisk, the underground king of New York, was seething. He raised his head, fire blazing in his small eyes, and commanded, "Find him." Behind him, a figure emerged from the shadows, idly toying with a playing card. The individual grinned maniacally, revealing a ghastly smile, with a bullseye-shaped brand on his forehead that appeared particularly sinister. Delighted indeed, boss. The news from the Hellfire Club struck like a depth charge cast into a tranquil lake, instantly thickening the atmosphere in the office. Sebastian Shaw's fingers lightly tapped the desk, his gaze growing icy. This old dog, unable to triumph, sought to upend the table, attempting to wield another's knife for his own ends. The weapon he chose was none other than the most deranged blade in New York. Emma's complexion soured. She understood the terror that was Kingpin. He was not merely a common mob boss. Kingpin was a colossal beast entrenched in the heart of New York, with his tendrils reaching into every corner of the city, infiltrating both the criminal underworld and legitimate society. For her, he posed no direct threat, primarily because her alluring eyes were fixed upon the man. What is there to fear? Lorna seemed unconcerned, rather exhilarated. If he dares to come, I shall twist his fist tower from top to bottom into a pretzel. And then what? Raven coldly countered. Shall we summon S.H.I.L.D. in the military? Enough. Lintern interjected, halting the brewing internecine conflict. He gazed at the holographic screen, displaying Kingpin's plump and menacing visage. Was it troublesome? Indeed, it was quite troublesome. He had merely wished to quietly amass wealth and develop his enterprise discreetly. Yet now, he had been thrust into the spotlight by that old scoundrel Shaw, becoming the primary target of New York's king. However, fear? Lintern found, astonishingly, that he felt not a trace of trepidation. Rather, an exhilarating thrill stirred within him, akin to a player of a simulation game who had just completed the beginner's quest, now poised to quietly reap great rewards. Only for the system to present an unexpected world quest. Although it disrupted his plans, the rewards for completion would undoubtedly be unprecedented. Kingpin, you say? Lintern smiled. Since evasion was no longer an option, he would engage in this game. He turned to Emma. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall be victorious in every battle. Keep a close watch on Kingpin's movements. Emma nodded and promptly began her operations. The Queen possessed remarkable adaptability. Since the crisis had arrived, she would respond with full force. Raven. Lintern looked at his assistant. Yes, from now on, any suspicious individuals surrounding the Pinnacle Technology Building are to be dealt with directly, without needing to consult me. I do not wish for any flies to infiltrate. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Raven's golden pupils as she nodded. Lorna raised her chin. With your father and the Red Devil absent from the company, you shall remain here with Astrid and the others to protect the company and to protect me. Lintern gazed at the Valkyrie and Lorna with a smile. This can be regarded as his utmost combat capability, as he shares a binding interest with them, and his trust in them naturally surpasses that in Magneto and his allies. I am your precious asset. There must be no missteps. Lorna nodded, a cold smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, the security system of the building blared an ear-piercing alarm. Yet, the alarm ceased almost as quickly as it began, lasting merely half a second. All the surveillance screens instantly transformed into a static haze. What is happening? Lorna sprang to her feet and swiftly moved to Lynette's side. The Valkyries quickly formed a surrounding formation, encircling Lynette. Emma immediately crystallized, a mocking smile on her face. It seems someone has arrived uninvited. I wonder if they will return alive. No sooner had she spoken than bang. In the corner of the office, a monitor responsible for surveilling the building's perimeter exploded, a hole forming in its center. A screw was deeply embedded within. Everyone turned their gaze towards a window. Outside lay hundreds of meters of open sky, void of anything but the night. Who could, from the outside, precisely pierce the specialized glass with a screw and hit a monitor in this office? It is Bullseye. Raven's voice carried a hint of apprehension. She had faced Bullseye before, and at that time, she was no match for him. That maniac can turn anything into a deadly weapon. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The enemy was at the doorstep, a top-tier assassin who could strike undetected. How fascinating. Rather than being frightened, Lynette stood up and strode to the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city of New York below. This is a declaration of war against us. Raven, Lorna, Emma, and esteemed ladies. Lynette turned with a hint of madness in his smile. Welcome to the war in New York. As the last words left his lips, the main elevator chimed softly, its doors slowly opening. The elevator stood empty, but in its center lay a playing card, a Joker card. The eyes of the Joker had been precisely pierced by 2 needles, firmly pinned to the elevator floor. A provocation, starkly aimed at Lynette. Bullseye was signaling. I not only know you, but I am also aware of your alias. I have come for you. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the playing card, whoosh, a series of sharp sounds sliced through the air from another direction. Above, the luxurious crystal chandelier's suspension chain rattled. With a deafening crash, the heavy chandelier, weighing hundreds of kilograms, lost its support, and plummeted towards Lynette below, howling with impending doom. Lorna outstretched her hands, and the magnetic field erupted instantaneously. The heavy European crystal chandelier twisted in midair, contorted by an unseen force. Fragments of glass and twisted metal supports cascaded to the floor like a heap of scrap, not a single shard grazing Lynette's hair. The atmosphere in the office became thick with tension. Suddenly, a sharp crackle erupted as all the screens within the office, including the holographic projection just summoned by Emma, transformed into a flurry of static snow. Chapter 66. Could the top dog actually be Jinbing? This round of hunting has turned quite extravagant. The lights flickered wildly, leaving only a few emergency lamps casting a dim glow, severing external networks and power supply. Emma's voice grew colder, her professionalism evident. Professionalism, my foot. Lorna scoffed, a visible pale green aura surrounding her. That rat is hiding, and I'll drag him out. She lunged forward, but Lynette immediately halted her, bringing her steps to a standstill. There was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, he appeared intrigued by the chaos around them. They are playing a game with us. Flipping the table would be rather dull. Just then, a previously dark computer monitor flickered back to life, revealing a line of green text reminiscent of old computer code. Your girls are quite the catch. Guess which one cries the most melodiously? It was a taunt, malicious and vile. Lorna's face darkened instantaneously, the furious magnetic energy around her causing nearby metallic objects to hum ominously. Raven had seemingly merged with the shadows of the corner, her cold golden slit eyes glinting in the darkness. P.S. trying to provoke us, hoping to disrupt our composure. Emma maintained her calm demeanor. He must be assessing each of our capabilities, searching for a weakness. This assessment only fueled Lorna's rage further. Assess? I'll show him just how tough his bones are. Lynette chose to ignore the women's bickering and approached Emma. The diamond-formed queen towered over him, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Undeterred, he reached out, lightly tapping her diamondized arm, producing a crisp sound. Ding-ding, quite pleasant, he remarked with a cheerful grin. Emma's lips twitched, a desire to slap him into the wall surging within her. Emma. Lynette's smile faded as he locked eyes with her. You're a telepath. Even if he hides in a sewer rat-ass den, you can extract him, correct? Upon hearing this, the office fell into an immediate silence. Both Lorna and Raven turned their gazes towards Emma. Everyone knew that while Emma's diamond form offered unparalleled defense, it also severed her telepathic abilities. To utilize her mind-reading prowess, she would have to revert to her vulnerable flesh and blood form. Under the unwavering gaze of a top assassin, dismantling the most formidable defenses is akin to gambling with one's life. In Emma's diamond-like eyes, no flicker of emotion is discernible. She locks eyes with Lynette, a man perpetually adorned with a sardonic smile, as though he is indifferent to everything. Yet, each command he issues meticulously treads upon your limits. He is not inquiring whether you consent. He is dictating that you must prove your worth. Emma inwardly scoffs at this rogue of a boss, whose heart is indeed shrouded in darkness. She slowly closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, the impenetrable diamond radiance surrounding her ebbs away like the retreating tide. The brilliance dissipates from her elongated neck, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Next, her collarbone, shoulders, and the alluring curves enveloped snugly by her white, form-fitting combat attire come into view. The coldness of the diamond fades, replaced by the warmth and softness that belong to a human woman. A barely perceptible flush surfaces on her exquisite cheeks, a testament to her heightened concentration. Lynette's gaze lingers on her for a fleeting moment, his admiration unabashed. Raven, lurking in the shadows, captures this scene, her golden pupils contracting slightly. Emma pays them no mind, as she reverts to her human form. The oppressive atmosphere in the office lightens instantaneously, yet the intangible danger intensifies manifold. She closes her eyes, her slender, pale fingers gently pressing against her temples. Her formidable mental prowess unfurls like an invisible net, enveloping the entire block in an instant. 1 second. 2 seconds. Found it. Emma abruptly opens her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within her azure irises. On the rooftop of the opposite building, behind the northeast ventilation duct, she pauses, her expression growing grave. He is not alone. There are 3 snipers? No, they resemble more like observation posts. What are his intentions? Lorna inquires. He is broadcasting live. Emma's voice drips with disdain. He is streaming this hunt to his employer. No sooner had she spoken than, whoosh, a sharp sound pierces the air once more. This time, the target is not a person, but the humming main server cabinet nestled in the corner of the office. Thud! A specially designed, armor-piercing round precisely penetrates the cabinet's core. Sparks fly. The internal security system of the entire building, including the intelligence monitoring network Emma had just established, collapses in an instant. All screens plunge into darkness. Damn it! Emma cannot help but mutter a curse under her breath. This is equivalent to severing her eyes and ears. At that moment, a small radio, long forgotten in the corner of the desk, suddenly crackles to life. Then, a mocking voice emerges from it, tinged with madness. The first round is over. It's your turn now. The office was enveloped in a profound silence. Lynette surveyed the chaotic scene before him, casting glances at the various women around him, each displaying a different expression. Rather than feeling anger, a smile gradually formed on his lips. How intriguing, truly captivating. The dim lighting in the office was pierced only by the harsh glow of the emergency lights, mingling with the neon lights of New York outside, casting distorted reflections on everyone's faces. The server lay in ruins, and Emma's complexion was darker than the screen that had lost power. It represented her efforts in consolidating the Frost International Intelligence Network, her first testament of value to the team, now so callously torn apart before her eyes. The Queen's wrath was building. I shall take his head right now. Lorna, unable to contain herself any longer, felt her magnetic aura simmering like boiling water, ready to erupt at any moment. Raven emerged from the shadows, silently positioning herself behind Lynette, resembling the most devoted shadow guardian. She remained silent, yet her stance was unequivocal. Lynette, however, appeared unfazed as he strolled over to the liquor cabinet and poured himself half a glass of whiskey, feeling no trepidation in his heart. In fact, he felt a hint of amusement. Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, the underground emperor of New York. This rotund figure was no fool. Rather than dispatching a large force directly, he had opted to send a top assassin to engage in psychological warfare first. The old fox had a rather astute approach. Lynette took a sip of his drink, silently critiquing the strategy. Alas, this tactic would not work on me. Fear? It does not exist. He gazed out at the darkened building, seemingly able to envision the arrogant face of his target. An absurd thought crossed his mind. This bullseye, so adept in business, yet unfortunate to be a man. If only a gender swap were possible, she would surely need to experience corporate culture, transforming into my second printing press. Chapter 67. Apologies, he offered far too much. The notion caused him to chuckle aloud. What are you laughing at? Lorna regarded him as though he were mad. Is this truly a time for laughter? Why not? Lynette turned, leaning against a desk. They have come to us, showcasing their talents. We must respond in kind. Ignoring Lorna's incredulous gaze, he shifted his focus to Raven. Raven, it is time for you to take the stage. He swirled the drink in his glass before looking at Emma, who remained engulfed in her fury over the destroyed server. Your Majesty, do not be upset. He approached her with a smile. That individual known as Bullseye is now in your hands. Emma snorted disdainfully. What do you expect me to do? Perform a mind operation to turn him into a fool? No, that would be far too wasteful. Lynette shook her finger, her face adorned with an expression that was somewhat unfamiliar to Emma and Lorna. It was a smile interwoven with avarice, exhilaration, and madness. I do not wish for his demise, nor do I desire his incapacitation. I want him to switch allegiances and join our company. The office once again fell into an eerie silence. The Valkyries halted their actions, all eyes fixated on Lynette. Lorna gaped, unable to close her mouth for a while. Are you out of your mind? He just attempted to kill us. Only Emma, after the initial shock, found a flicker of light in her azure eyes as she reassessed the man before her. Your appetite is even greater than I had anticipated, she remarked slowly. Raven, on the other hand, said nothing. She merely nodded gently, indicating her understanding. Having known Lynette the longest, she comprehended the essence of this man. He was neither a hero nor a villain. He was a quintessential capitalist. In his eyes, anything of value was not an adversary, but an asset to be acquired. The plan was straightforward. Lynette finished his drink in one gulp. Since Jean wishes to play, let's indulge him in a dirty game. He began issuing commands. In 2.5 minutes, we shall proceed. Emma and Lorna exchanged glances, instantly grasping the core of the plan. just before the operation commenced. Lynette suddenly called out to Emma. Wait a moment. He approached her and naturally adjusted the collar of her attire, which had wrinkled due to her transformation. His fingers brushed against her delicate neck, sending a faint shiver coursing through her. Just like this, do not revert to diamond form. He murmured, his tone laden with ambiguity. I prefer your current appearance. It is more approachable. Moreover, your beautiful visage combined with your astute mind is our most formidable weapon. Emma did not shy away. She lifted her gaze to meet Lynette's smiling eyes and scoffed. Smooth talker. Lorna, observing from the side, rolled her eyes and muttered a disgusted remark before turning to brief the Valkyries on security details. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building across, the sniper lay concealed behind a ventilation duct, motionless like a statue. He possessed great patience. He was a hunter. However, this night, his patience was gradually waning. What on earth are you doing? Who's talking? Came the impatient voice of observation, post 1, through the earpiece. I didn't say anything. It's your side making noise. Observation post 2 retorted immediately. Silence. Bart post 3. I think I saw something float by. The sniper frowned. These imbeciles. What troubled him further was the peculiar sounds emanating from the building beneath him. The creaking sound echoed, reminiscent of metal structures being twisted by immense force. As an assassin acutely attuned to his surroundings, this uncontrollable chaos deeply unsettled him. At that moment, a panic scream erupted from his earpiece. The voice of the operation commander under Kingpin's command. Retreat. Immediate withdrawal. It's a trap. The target is connected to the precinct. Our intel is flawed. Connected to the precinct? He was momentarily stunned. He had merely come to eliminate a sudden affluent target. How could he possibly be entangled with those mutants? Doubt began to germinate within him. Despite his disbelief, his backup team, those 3 inept individuals, had already succumbed to the panic. The sounds of their hasty retreat filled his earpiece. In an instant, he found himself isolated within the encircling net. He had been betrayed. A surge of fury welled up inside him. At that precise moment of distraction, a faint, almost imperceptible buzzing emerged from his rear flank. He whirled around to see a palm-sized drone hovering nearby. A voice emanated from the device, none other than that of the man named Linty. Mr. Bullseye, whatever Fisk is paying you, I will double it. Furthermore, my company has recently developed superior carbon fiber playing cards, with exceptional feel and considerable lethality. Are you interested in switching sides? Bullseye lay atop the rooftop, solitary, surrounded by the howling night wind. He gazed at the diminutive drone, then glanced across at the darkened office opposite. With a swift flick, a paperclip shot from his fingertips, as fast as a bullet, striking the hovering drone with precision. With a sharp crack, the drone emitted a plume of black smoke and plummeted to the ground. He did not respond to the proposal. Instead, he vanished like a specter into the night. Yet within him, his thoughts were far less decisive. The allure of double the pay was immensely tempting for a mercenary driven solely by profit. More significantly, the man making the offer did not wield fear and violence to control his subordinates as Kingpin did. Bullseye's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps there could be other pleasures in the art of killing. In the Pinnacle Technology Executive Office, Raven, Emma, and Lorna had returned. They just let him go? Lorna expressed her displeasure, ready to strike as soon as he made an appearance. Just an assassin, and we spent so much time playing with him. He will return. Emma leaned back on the sofa, massaging her temples. The intense mental exertion had left her somewhat fatigued. He is intrigued. However, Jean Bing is not easily betrayed. He requires a substantial justification. The second wave of his assault has commenced. Her words drew everyone's attention. Not an assassin, Raven interjected, but his legal team and commercial investigation firm, which have begun scrutinizing the financial sources of Frost International and our Pinnacle Technology from all angles. When one cannot prevail, they resort to underhanded tactics. This aligns perfectly with Jean Bing's style. Ha ha ha. Chapter 68. Upon hearing this news, Lin Int suddenly erupted in laughter. Now, that is more like it. The endless cycle of violence is rather tiresome. He approached Emma, towering over the queen, languidly reclining on the sofa. Your Majesty, it is now your turn. A vibrant glow of excitement illuminated his face. Commercial warfare. This is your arena. Can we evaporate 30% of all of Jean Bing's legitimate enterprise's stock value within 3 days? Emma lifted her stunning blue eyes to meet Lin Int's gaze. Boss, do you comprehend what this entails? She crossed one long leg, her white high heels glinting under the dim light. This demands the full intelligence network and operatives of Frost International, working tirelessly around the clock. It also requires a colossal sum of capital capable of shaking Wall Street to its core. She was negotiating. Money has never posed a problem. Lin leaned closer, whispering in atonement solely for her ears. As long as you execute it flawlessly, I am ready to serve you at any moment. His breath softly grazed Emma's sensitive earlobe. Moreover, I have recently mastered the second technique of the indestructible diamond. Would you like to be the first to experience it? Emma's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She felt her heart skip a beat. This audacious rogue had presented her with an irresistible proposition, meeting Lin's aggressive gaze. The flames of challenge and desire ignited within her eyes. It's a deal. She extended her slender fingers, gently caressing Lin's chin. I hope your second technique does not disappoint. Lorna, observing from the side, felt her eyelids twitch and silently turned away, rolling her eyes dramatically at the wall. Ugh! Shameless lovers, she muttered under her breath, the bitterness in her tone detectable even to the Valkyrie oiling her sword nearby. Raven silently watched the unfolding scene without uttering a word. She simply moved beside Lin and to deftly adjust the collar that Emma had just disheveled. Status must be asserted in such understated manners. In the ensuing 3 days, the financial market of New York erupted into a war devoid of visible smoke. Emma Frost, the once white queen, unveiled her true fangs to the world. She was no longer the mere ornament of the Hellfire Club. With the seemingly boundless financial backing of Lineni, she transformed into a voracious and ruthless financial magnate. Countless pieces of incriminating information about the companies under the Fisk Group were meticulously exposed. She even employed telepathy, subtly influencing the judgments of several pivotal fund managers at crucial moments. A series of calculated maneuvers, short-selling, acquisitions, and the dissemination of rumors caused the stocks of those laundered industries to plummet like an avalanche. Wall Street was engulfed in lamentation. In Hell's Kitchen, atop the Fisk building, a resounding crash echoed as Wilson Fisk shattered a valuable mahogany desk with a single blow. His corpulent body trembled slightly, fueled by extreme rage. 5 days. Merely 5 days. His meticulously cultivated business empire, nurtured over more than a decade, was so ruthlessly destabilized. He understood violence, fear, and human nature, yet he remained baffled by this cursed game of capital. He forced the name from between his clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with venom. Find him. I want to personally crush every bone in his body to dust. He roared at his subordinates, but no one could respond to him. That figure, akin to a true specter, left no trace behind. Just as his fury threatened to consume him, his secretary timidly entered. Boss, Target Eye has returned. He's back. Lineni's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Had he completed his mission? The secretary's expression was more woeful than sorrowful. No, he entered our building alone. He says he wishes to speak with you in person. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, at the base of the Pinnacle Technology Building, Target Eye strode in with an air of confidence. He bore no weapon, dressed in casual attire, resembling an ordinary businessman. I wish to see your boss, he stated to the receptionist. In the president's office, Lineni sat in his executive chair, observing as Target Eye was escorted in by the Valkyrie. All core members were present, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, Target Eye appeared entirely at ease. He surveyed the room, his gaze flitting across Raven, Lorna, and Emma, finally resting on Lineni. Fisk has lost his mind, he declared bluntly. Just now, he issued a new command. At any cost, eliminate you and everyone around you. Target Eye grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He even promised me half of the Hell's Kitchen business once the deed is done. He was attempting to negotiate a higher price. Lineni chuckled, entirely unfazed. From his drawer, he retrieved an item and tossed it nonchalantly. Target Eye instinctively caught it. It was a playing card, a spade. Yet the tactile sensation of this card was utterly distinct from any he had previously encountered. It was lighter, yet more rigid, its edges sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. The entire piece was crafted from an unfamiliar black metal, adorned with peculiar patterns. When he flicked the Target Eye with his finger, the playing card emitted a clear, resonant hum. He was an expert in manipulating all things. He could sense the terrifying kinetic energy contained within this seemingly insignificant card. It was forged from vibranium and some scraps from Asgard. Linner's voice floated in. I have plenty more here. Darts, steel balls, screws, whatever you desire, I can create for you. He leaned slightly forward, hands crossed on the table, resembling an audience member eager for a performance. What gold could provide was the underworld of New York, while what I offer is a stage you have never envisioned. Linter gazed at the target eye, his smile transforming into one of madness and confidence. Had he lost his mind? No, he had merely come to a profound realization. He surveyed the formidable and beautiful assets surrounding him. In this city, who truly was the madman? The target eye looked down at the invaluable playing card in his hand, then raised his gaze to Linter and the formidable women behind him, their eyes laden with menace. He fell silent for a few seconds. Then, a similarly crazed, even more sinister smile blossomed on his face. A pleasant collaboration, boss. Chapter 69. Is the little girl jealous? No worries, a fight will suffice. The target eye commenced his new role seamlessly. Emma employed her mental prowess to conduct a thorough background check, ensuring there were no peculiar contingencies lurking in his mind. Raven transformed into Linter's most trusted secretary, visiting Fist Tower to procure the target eye's complete dossier, which she then incinerated entirely. From that moment on, Lester Poindexter vanished from Gold's database. The conditions Linter offered were highly satisfactory to the target eye. His salary was double that of Gold's, complete with comprehensive benefits. Most crucially, the custom weapons promised by Linter arrived on the same day. An entire box filled with playing cards forged from a blend of vibranium and Asgardian metal scraps, alongside a collection of bizarre metallic trinkets. The Valkyrie Astrid, the tall Germanic woman, personally demonstrated one for him. She casually picked up a spade and with a flick of her finger, whoosh, the playing card shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, piercing through the 30-centimeter thick alloy wall of the office, leaving behind a smooth, precise incision. The target eye was momentarily dumbfounded. He felt as though he had wasted years playing with inferior toys. Such treasures. He embraced the box, grinning like a hefty child weighing 300 pounds, nearly drooling with excitement. Boss, from now on, I am yours, he declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Even if a deity dared to harm a single hair on your head, I would be the first to pierce his forehead. Lineni was thoroughly pleased. This was precisely the reaction he sought. A premier worker required more than mere monetary compensation. He needed to be inspired, equipped with the finest tools. Only then would he wholeheartedly devote himself to your cause. With the addition of a top-tier combatant to the team, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, particularly for Lorna. Her gaze towards the target was akin to that of a child eyeing a bothersome thief who had snatched away her toy. It's just throwing playing cards. What is so impressive about that? She muttered, crossing her arms. My paperclip is more accurate. Lineni, overhearing her, chose to dismiss her jealousy. The young girl needed a moment to cool off. His focus, however, was on the fruits of Emma's labor. In a span of 5 days, the commercial empire of Jinbin had seen a staggering 40% evaporation of its market value. Wall Street was in a frenzy, with countless individuals queuing to reach the rooftop. Well done, Lineni remarked, his spirits lifted as he perused the financial report Emma handed him. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. Emma reclined on the sofa, languidly stretching, her perfect curves accentuated. She lifted her eyes, casting a sultry glance at Lineni. Boss, what about my reward? What happened to the second form of the indestructible? Lineni cleared his throat. Patience, a technical adjustment, is still in development, he stated with earnestness. Once I upgrade the version, you shall be the first to experience it. Emma pouted, casting him a playful yet reproachful look. At that moment, the front desk of the building suddenly connected to the internal line. Boss, there is a Miss Wanda Maximoff downstairs requesting to see you. She says she misses you. An instant silence enveloped the office. Raven's golden pupils narrowed slightly. Emma straightened, the languor on her face giving way to scrutiny. Lorna, on the other hand, furrowed her brow, her expression one of irritation at the prospect of yet another enchanting presence. Lineni paused momentarily. Wanda? What brought her here? It had been over a month since their last encounter. Could something have transpired with Magneto? Let her come up, Lineni instructed. Before long, a girl clad in a red jacket and jeans, appearing somewhat anxious, entered the office. It was none other than the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. She seemed to have undergone a significant transformation since their last meeting, no longer the confused and troubled girl she once was. Her gaze was now clear. The subtle yet palpable energy emanating from his being had completely retracted, akin to a meticulously polished gem that conceals all its brilliance. However, Lin knew that once this radiance is unleashed, it would be astonishing. Wanda's eyes brightened upon seeing Lin, and she approached him briskly. It seemed she had something to express, yet hesitated upon noticing the room filled with formidable women. Each exuded a powerful aura, particularly that of Aunt Raven and the woman as white as snow. The glances directed at her were laden with scrutiny and hostility. Clearing his throat, Lin stood up to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Naturally, he walked over to Wanda and gently patted her shoulder. "It's good that you're here." His hand was warm and reassuring, instantly calming Wanda's anxious heart. "I can control it now," she whispered, her voice tinged with excitement and joy. "My father has also found some methods, and now it is quite obedient." "That's splendid," Lin replied with a smile. "As it happens, I've been relatively free lately." He surveyed his team. "Target. Familiarize yourself with the new equipment and learn a bit about maintenance from the Valkyrie. Raven, the company's security system needs an upgrade. Keep an eye on that. Emma, continue to apply pressure on King. Do not let him breathe easy. Lorna." He turned to Lorna, who was glaring at him with indignation. "You come with me." After saying this, he took Wanda by the hand and led her toward his lounge. After a couple of steps, he turned back to Lorna. "You should join us too. We'll have a brief meeting." The door to the lounge closed behind them. In the office, Raven and Emma exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. This girl named Wanda was different. The boss's demeanor towards her was markedly distinct, an authentic closeness. How intriguing. Emma reclined back on the sofa, a playful smile curling at her lips. It seemed our team was about to welcome a true ace. Raven remained silent, walking to the window to gaze at the bustling streets of New York below. In her golden eyes, an enigmatic light flickered. Lin's lounge was, in fact, a suite. The outer area served as a reception space, while the inner sanctum comprised a bedroom and the unspoken enhancement room. He ushered Wanda and Lorna into the reception area. "Please, have a seat." He gestured toward the sofa. Wanda sat down somewhat awkwardly, while Lorna plopped down into the couch, crossing her arms with an expression that conveyed skepticism about Lin's intentions. "Lorna, let me ask you directly," Lin began. "Do you feel strong right now?" Lorna was momentarily taken aback before she straightened her posture. "Of course. Very well." Lin pointed at Wanda. "You will engage in a duel with her." "What?" Both Lorna and Wanda were bewildered. "Boss, are you serious?" Chapter 70. "Hello, I am your brother-in-law, as well as your sister-in-law's husband." Lorna's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want me to fight her? Are you out of your mind, or am I?" Although Wanda currently exhibited no energy fluctuations, Lorna was well aware of her capabilities. Wanda nervously waved her hand. No, I do not wish to fight." "This is not a fight," Lin interjected, shaking his head. "This is an educational exercise." His gaze turned serious as he focused on Lorna. "Lorna, you possess remarkable talent and formidable powers. However, your understanding of strength is superficial. You utilize it solely for destruction and emotional release. You treat it like a hammer, perceiving everything as a nail." He paused, then turned to Wanda. Wanda, in contrast, has experienced the burdens of her own powers. She feared them, was terrified of them. Thus, she learned to comprehend, control, and coexist with them. At their pinnacle, her abilities could alter reality. At this revelation, Lorna's pupils dilated in shock. Alter reality? What kind of insane ability is that? Now you too. Attempt to unleash your powers upon one another. Lin reclined on the sofa, akin to an audience member ready for a performance. "Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go awry. Lorna, you may begin." Lorna skeptically glanced at Wanda. She raised her hand, and all the metallic elements in the air began to converge toward her palm. Within seconds, a spear composed of various metals, glistening ominously, floated before her. "Am I starting now?" She hesitated slightly. "Yes," Lin confirmed with a nod. Resolute, Lorna swung her hand sharply. The metallic spear let out a piercing whistle as it hurtled towards Wanda's lofty, soft form with astonishing speed. Wanda shut her eyes in terror. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Cautiously, she opened one eye to find the sharp spear halted less than a centimeter from the tip of her nose, completely motionless. A faint, scarlet energy swirled around the spear's tip like a delicate mist. Lorna was astounded. She sensed that her connection to the spear had been severed, not by a stronger force, but by something else entirely. "It's your turn, Wanda," Lin's voice rang out. Taking a deep breath, Wanda nodded. She extended her hand towards Lorna, the scarlet energy pulsating at her fingertips. Lorna sensed an immediate disquiet. The magnetic field surrounding her began to spiral into chaos, slipping beyond her control. The power she once took pride in were faltering. Enough. Linner spoke up. Wanda instantly retracted her abilities. Lorna felt a wave of relief wash over her, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if she had transformed into an ordinary person. The sensation of helplessness enveloped her, instilling an unprecedented fear. Do you understand now? Linter gazed intently at Lorna. True strength is not measured by the extent of one's destructive power, but rather by the depth of one's understanding and mastery over it. Wanda shall serve as your mentor. From this day forth, you will train together. I hope you learn what it means to remain ungoverned by your emotions from her. Lorna fell silent, her eyes locking onto Wanda with a complex expression. They were half-sisters. Very well, class is dismissed. Linter rose, stretching languidly. Even a teacher deserves a respite. He turned to Wanda, flashing a radiant smile. Would you care to venture out? I shall take you to savor the finest hot dog in New York, and then we can watch the pigeons in Central Park. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly allowed? She had been in New York for quite some time, yet had never roamed the city like an ordinary girl. Certainly. Linner naturally took her hand. This afternoon, I shall be your personal guide. He led Wanda out of the lounge, leaving Lorna seated on the sofa, lost in thought. She was oblivious to the passage of time before she finally returned to her senses. Bah! She spat into the air. That dog of a man. Hell's Kitchen. In a dimly lit underground bar, a burly man with a brutish face was boasting to his companions. Hey, guess what I saw today? He said mysteriously. I saw the one who made Kingpin so furious that he smashed the table. Is that for real? His companions expressed disbelief. Of course it is. The burly man banged on the table. Right on Fifth Avenue, and he was with a girl. That girl was something else, in a red leather jacket, with a tiny waist and long legs. He was animatedly recounting his tale when a man clad in a black suit and sunglasses appeared silently behind him. What did he look like? The man's voice was as cold as iron in winter. The burly man jumped in fright, turned to find his legs turning to jelly. Igriagis. Sir, it was James Wesley, another henchman of Kingpin, tasked with handling the dirty work. Answer my question. Wesley's voice bore no trace of emotion. A young Asian man, seemingly in his early 20s, possessed a striking handsomeness. The burly man responded hesitantly, inquiring about the direction they had taken. It seemed they headed towards Central Park. Wesley nodded and turned to leave. The bar resumed its cacophony, yet the stout man collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. In Central Park, the afternoon sun radiated warmth. Lynette and Wanda sat on a bench, each savoring a hot dog, while observing a flock of pigeons leisurely strolling on the grass nearby. Delicious, Wanda murmured, taking small bites, a smudge of ketchup adorning the corner of her mouth. Lynette noticed and smiled gently, instinctively reaching out to wipe it away with his finger. The touch was soft and warm, causing Wanda's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, extending to the roots of her ears. She lowered her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. This sensation was extraordinary, even more so than the thrill of her first successful control over chaotic magic. Take your time. No one is going to snatch it away from you, Lynette offered, handing her his soda. Wanda accepted it, sipping from a spot where his lips had touched. It was sweet and effervescent, carrying a hint of his essence. Gathering her courage, Wanda lifted her gaze. Thank you, she said earnestly. For what? He inquired. Thank you for treating me like a normal person. Wanda's eyes locked onto his, sincerity radiating from her words. In the Brotherhood, my father and others regarded me merely as a weapon, an unstable bomb. They revered me, yet feared me. Only you would bring me out for hot dogs and to watch pigeons. A soft stirring occurred within Lynette as he gazed into her clear eyes. His initial purpose in traversing this perilous world was to attain a life of tranquility and stability. Unexpectedly, he found himself drawing a witch destined for destruction, back into the realm of humanity. This feeling was rather pleasant. Because you are at heart an ordinary girl, Lynette chuckled. An ordinary girl with a hint of extraordinary power. He was about to utter another playful remark to lighten the mood when suddenly he sensed something amiss. The surrounding atmosphere had grown eerily silent. The once vibrant chirping of birds had vanished, and the distant laughter of revelers was no longer audible. It was as if the entire park had been muted. An invisible pressure enveloped them from all directions. What is happening? Wanda sensed the anomaly as well, gripping Lynette's arm anxiously. He gently patted her hand. signaling her to remain calm. Rising to his feet, he scanned the vicinity, noticing the nearby tree-lined path. 3 black Cadillacs glided to a halt, and the door of the central vehicle swung open. A man, clad in a white suit and as imposing as a polar bear, emerged. He leaned upon a cane adorned with a magnificent diamond, his bald head reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. He was none other than Wilson Fisk, the underground emperor of New York. Accompanied only by his secretary, Wesley, and a few seemingly elite bodyguards, he stood alone, yet exuded an oppressive aura stronger than an entire army. Fisk spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, akin to 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. At last we meet. His gaze traversed past Linty, landing on Wanda behind him, imbued with a hint of greed and appraisal. Is this your new trump card? It appears quite promising. Linty chuckled. Mr. Fisk, your entrance is somewhat outdated. He shrugged nonchalantly. I expected you might have a sniper ready to take a shot at me from the opposite building. Fisk's expression darkened. This young man was more audacious than he had anticipated. Young man, he declared, in New York, one must abide by its rules. With a forceful tap of his cane against the ground, he continued, you have crossed the line. Rules? Linty laughed as if he had heard an amusing jest. Rules are dictated by the strong. Now, I believe it is time to revise those rules. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wanda. Furthermore, I detest when others regard my friends with such disdainful eyes. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. The bodyguards behind Fisk silently reached into their jackets. Just then, Wanda stepped out from behind Linty, her small face taut, her eyes devoid of fear and uncertainty. Instead, they radiated a cold, fierce crimson. You shall not speak to him that way, she stated to Fisk, enunciating each word deliberately. As her words echoed, the ground beneath Fisk and his bodyguards began to warp and contort. The once solid concrete transformed into something akin to quicksand. Caught off guard, they were abruptly engulfed, with only half of their bodies remaining visible. Fisk's complexion paled. What manner of ability is this? Telekinesis? Molecular manipulation? Despite his extensive encounters with mutants, he had never witnessed such a bizarre power. Damn it, he roared, his hefty frame surging with immense strength as he attempted to free himself from the ground. Yet Wanda merely lifted a finger, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. An invisible force held him firmly in place, rendering him motionless. Now, who do you think holds the true authority? Yin-Yang approached him, looking down from a superior vantage point, his face adorned with that signature, irreverent smile. For the first time, Yin-Yang displayed a look of sheer astonishment. He had believed that his opponent was merely a shark of the financial market, swaggering with a few mutant bodyguards. He never anticipated that the other party held such a trump card. Just as the standoff reached a critical impasse, a sound akin to a piercing wind echoed from afar. A blue figure descended like a meteor, crashing heavily beside Yin-Yang. It was Raven. Shortly thereafter, Lorna and the Valkyries arrived from various directions. Bullseye appeared on a nearby tree, casually toying with a black playing card. His gaze filled with keen interest as it flitted between Yin-Yang and his incapacitated subordinates. With all key personnel from Apex Technology present, Yin-Yang's heart sank into despair. He observed Yin-Yang, along with the formidable women flanking him, before casting a glance at the red-clad girl who emanated an overwhelming aura merely by standing there. Wait, Yin-Yang interjected, stepping forward to stand before Wanda, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yin-Yang. I hear Mr. Yin-Yang is quite a formidable ordinary human, committed to daily exercise and combat. Despite his bulk, it's all muscle. I think I'd like to test my skills. Raven immediately stepped forward, grabbing Yin-Yang. What madness is this? Yin-Yang's strength could easily kill you with a single punch. Yin-Yang, brimming with confidence, looked at Raven and playfully squeezed her cheek. With you all here, what is there to fear? I am at ease. Bullseye, perched high in the tree, glanced at Yin-Yang, impeccably dressed in a suit. He knew all too well the extent of Yin-Yang's power, which far surpassed that of this capitalist. Yin-Yang removed his suit jacket, handing it to Wanda, revealing a gray vest and white shirt that accentuated his demeanor. Those who had encountered Yin-Yang were aware of his physique, slightly slender, yet possessing remarkable endurance. Could you hold this for me? He asked as he strode toward Yin-Yang, who towered over him. Meeting his gaze, he wore a confident smile. Mr. Yin-Yang, will you accept my challenge? Yin-Yang regarded the somewhat frail Yin-Yang with disdain. A single straight punch would suffice to dispatch him effortlessly. Very well. but I hope those women behind you do not decide to kill me afterward. Jean Bing handed his cane to a nearby secretary and gestured with his hand. His subordinates instinctively cleared a space. Lin Int gazed up at the imposing Jean Bing, though he was confident that Jean Bing could not kill him. The sense of pressure was undeniably strong. He raised his hand, beckoning Jean Bing with a flick of his fingers. Provocation. In Jean Bing's eyes, it was a reckless affront. Even in his calm demeanor, witnessing the frail young man's audacity ignited a flicker of ire within him. With a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed a straight punch. Unsurprisingly, Lin Int was sent flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Jean Bing was momentarily stunned. Was that it? Just this? Chapter 72. Minimal harm. Maximum insult. Jean Bing gazed at his clenched fist, then turned to observe Lin Int, now entangled like a ragged cloth within the trunk of a third tree after breaking through two others. He was bewildered. Was this truly the conclusion? He had envisioned 100 possible outcomes, yet never imagined his opponent would soar through the air so straight and true, like a baseball struck for a home run, decisive, clean, and utterly devoid of suspense. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Raven and the Valkyries wore frozen expressions. The sharpshooter nearly dropped the playing cards in his hands, shaking his head as he silently muttered. Only Lorna, after a brief moment of shock, burst into laughter, her amusement echoing through the air. This is hilarious. You foolish man. Look at you now, playing the fool. Her laughter unleashed a wave of mirth. Ha ha ha. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. She clutched her stomach, shaking with laughter. That uproarious laughter pressed play on an unseen button. Raven's countenance turned icy. Beneath her cerulean skin, her muscles began to writhe. Dare you touch him? Wanda was even more direct, a crimson energy erupting from her eyes, solidifying the air around them instantaneously. The ground beneath Jean Bing transformed from quicksand to what felt like two invisible hands, mercilessly squeezing inward. Ugh! Jean Bing let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though his bones were groaning. This little girl in red was the true embodiment of terror. At that charged moment, Lin Int in the distant tree pit stirred. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet, brushing off the dust and wood shavings from his clothes. He spat, a look of annoyance crossing his face as he ambled back. The onlookers regarded him. Aside from his tattered attire, he appeared relatively unscathed. Lorna's laughter caught in her throat. She felt the impact of Jean Bing's punch from afar. Even a small car would have been reduced to scrap. Was this man's body forged from vibranium? As Lin Int approached the center of the scene, he shot Lorna a fierce glare. What are you laughing at? A week without enhancements for you. Lorna instinctively recoiled, silenced. He then turned towards the anxious Raven and Wanda, offering a reassuring smile. It's nothing, merely a small incident. He rolled his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Damn, that actually hurt a bit. He approached Kingpin, who was now half kneeling on the ground, his face flushed from Wanda's overwhelming power. Lin observed him from a position of superiority. Is this all the strength you possess? You seem as if you haven't eaten in days. He shook his head, disappointment etched across his features. I expected the King of New York to command a modicum of seriousness from me. It seems I have overestimated you. Kingpin's eyes widened, resembling bronze bells. What is this wretch saying? Is he attempting to humiliate me? I clearly sent him flying with a single punch. Lin seemed to read his thoughts, his laughter growing more exuberant. Oh, I forgot to mention my little flaw. While my strength may not rival yours, my defense. Otherwise, the game would end too quickly, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell into astonished silence. The marksman perched in the tree, his hand frozen over the playing cards, regarded Lin with a grave expression. To withstand a punch from Kingpin and merely feel a twinge of pain? This man's physical prowess was far more formidable than he had imagined. Raven and Lorna, too, began to piece together the implications. Previously, in the office, Lin had flirted with Emma, alluding to the second form of the indestructible technique. Could it be that this man had indeed perfected a body impervious to blades and bullets, rather than simply being a brute of extraordinary courage? Only Wanda exhaled a sigh of relief, content as long as Lin remained unscathed. All right, the test is concluded. Lin clapped his hands, announcing the results like a judge. Your strength is barely adequate. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. Serving as my driver should suffice. You seek death. Kingpin roared, attempting to break free. With a mere wave of her hand, Wanda intensified her invisible grip. Kingpin's knees buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed entirely to the ground. Lin raised a hand to halt Wanda's relentless force, and Kingpin immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his expression was one of uncertainty. Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and beckoned with a taunting smile. "Come, let's continue." Kingpin shed his coat, casually casting it aside as his muscles began to tense. A faint crackling sound resonated within him, and his aura surged. The earlier casual punch was merely a test. The outcome had been unexpected. His strike could have easily slain Peter Parker. This refers to the comic storyline, not the narrative of this book. Lin stepped forward, charging at Kingpin with evident excitement. He leaped high, delivering a punch to Kingpin's face even as Kingpin retaliated with a slap. Lin was sent flying once more. With a resounding crash, he created a 2-meter-wide crater in the park's lawn. Ouch! This hefty fellow truly possesses remarkable strength. Lin groaned as he lazily crawled out of the pit, muttering curses under his breath. Fortunately, his indomitable physique, having undergone the refining process by the 4 maidens of Asgard and the diamond form of the White Queen, has taken his defensive capabilities to unprecedented heights. One could assert that there exists no vulnerable point in his body that could be penetrated by any physical assault. Regrettably, his offensive power has not kept pace. It can merely be said that he has barely grazed the soles of Captain America's feet. It remains uncertain how long it will take before he can strike Captain America's well-toned posterior. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jean Bing's face. After all, he had exerted half of his strength, and one would expect some injury to ensue. Yet, the man who emerged from the pit was merely disheveled, his clothing torn, and his hair in disarray, nothing more. "Boss Jean, why not give it your all? I wish to test my limits." "What? Test my limits?" The indignation ignited by being provoked by a weakling caused Jean Bing to momentarily lose his composure, though he was quickly subdued. To his surprise, Mr. Lin possessed such extraordinary capabilities, he had underestimated him. A warm smile spread across his chubby face. However, he was determined to unleash his full strength this time. Jean Bing advanced swiftly, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Lin Int also surged forward. The distance was short, but his speed was remarkable. The two collided once more, and Lin Int chose to withstand Jean Bing's punch head-on. This time, he did not fly backward, but instead plowed the grass beneath him to a depth of half a meter. Due to the recoil, Jean Bing staggered back 2 steps. His expression could no longer be restrained. Even with his mightiest punch, he was unable to inflict any substantial harm upon the man before him. I'm done. I'm exhausted." Lin Int exhaled slowly, panting, and smiled at Jean Bing. "I believe I've grasped my limits. After all, I cannot breach your defenses, and you cannot extinguish my life. Shall we collaborate, Boss Jean? Or shall I simply consume your empire? In 10 days, it will no longer belong to you." Jean Bing's expression shifted unpredictably as he glanced at Lin Int before turning to retreat to his vehicle, departing with an air of calm befitting a formidable figure. The women attempted to intervene, but Lin Int raised a hand to halt them. "Let's go back." He brushed the dirt from his body and approached the group. Luo Wei stepped forward, still somewhat concerned, reaching out to examine him. Looking at the man before her, it was impossible not to feel a pang of sympathy, for their bond had deepened through shared experiences. "Are you truly unscathed?" Wanda inquired, leaning closer, her large eyes filled with worry. Lorna rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, just putting on a brave face. Lin Int seized Ruewen's mischievous hand and playfully pinched Wanda's cheek. "Of course, I'm fine." Chapter 73. A beating earns 5 million, and beautiful women offer their services? He said with a grin. "However, it seems I may have strained a muscle with that last exertion. Upon returning, I might require some professional physiotherapy." His gaze flitted between Ruewen and Wanda, laden with meaning. The host successfully endured the physical assault from Jean Bing, demonstrating a remarkable resilience, now at proficiency level 10. A notification chimed. "Congratulations." In the presence of multiple high-value targets, the host showcased extraordinary physical tenacity and adaptability, resulting in an increased dependency from the targets. Reward, $5 million. Lin's smile grew even more radiant. Enduring a beating for 5 million. What a lucrative deal. In the luxurious penthouse of Pinnacle Technology, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Lorna sat on the sofa, deftly using magnetic force to manipulate a pure gold nail clipper while casting furtive glances at Lin. a trace of her earlier amusement lingering at the corners of her lips. Raven remained silent, busily preparing coffee at the bar, the noise from the coffee machine louder than usual. Target, I leaned against the window, meticulously polishing his prized playing cards. Only Wanda sat quietly beside Lynn, resembling a child who had misbehaved. All right, let us convene for a brief meeting. Lynn broke the silence, reclining casually with his legs crossed, exuding the demeanor of a commanding boss, entirely devoid of the disheveled appearance he had in the park. The projection screen flickered to life, revealing Emma's flawless visage. Her expression was serene, laced with playful sarcasm. I heard our illustrious boss just tested Jean Bing's punch strength with his own face. Quite an innovative tactic, I presume, to gather first-hand physical data. Lorna could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Lynn shot her a fierce glare, silently uttering 2 words, and Lorna promptly quieted. But isn't that the truth? His full force strike left only a slight stain on my clothing, indicating he couldn't harm me. He cleared his throat, confidence radiating from his demeanor. I have given him 10 days to decide, cooperation or being swallowed by Pinnacle. He will consider carefully. Emma shrugged, non-committally. Very well, my boss. Since you have succeeded, let us discuss serious matters. Jean Bing is merely the beginning. There are greater troubles looming behind him. Lynn's playful demeanor faded, his expression turning serious. Speak. My informants just relayed information from a Hellfire Club. Sebastian Shaw is secretly meeting with Senator Kelly. Senator Kelly? Lynn furrowed his brow. The one who constantly advocates for mutant registration? Indeed, Emma confirmed with a nod. Moreover, they are preparing to push a brand new Mutant Registration Act next week. One far more stringent than any previous proposal. Based on my analysis, the probability of their success this time is quite high. The atmosphere in the living room grew tense, as everyone comprehended the implications. This was a declaration of war against all mutants. So, Jean Bing is merely a smokescreen, Raven interjected coldly. They sent Jean Bing to test our strength and divert our attention. The real threat lies in Washington. Lynn snapped his fingers, and Jean Bing was at most regarded as a mere firearm, considering that the intel I had previously stirred up was delivered to him by someone else. This indicated that prior to this moment, he had not gathered any information regarding me. He cast a glance at Lorna. Do you still find it amusing? Lorna's expression turned grave. Although she was brash and temperamental, she was not foolish. She understood what the passage of this bill would signify for her and for all mutants. I opened my mouth, but words eluded me. Your power is formidable, Lorna. Lynn's voice took on a stern tone. However, your emotional restraint and control pale in comparison to your father's slightest touch. From this day forth, your training will be intensified. Until you can keep a coin suspended in midair for 24 hours, do not even think about undertaking any missions. Wanda, as her sister, you're responsible for supervising her. Lorna's face flushed with indignation and resentment, but more so with an inability to refute his words. She had witnessed Wanda's abilities firsthand. That effortless command over her power was a realm she could not yet aspire to. Very well, everyone else, you are dismissed. Lynn waved his hand. Lorna stormed off in a huff. Raven shot him a deep glance before also turning to leave. The target was long gone. In the living room, only Lynn and Wanda remained. Sighing dramatically, Lynn collapsed onto the sofa. I can't take it anymore. The aftereffects are setting in. My entire body aches. He groaned, resembling a frail old man feigning injury. Wanda looked at him, both exasperated and amused. You're clearly fine. There are pressing matters at hand, he insisted, eyes closed. The force of Jean Bing's punch penetrated my skin, injuring my internal organs. I am in dire need of medical attention. He cracked open one eye, gazing at Wanda with a pitiful expression. Wanda, I sent your energy capable of soothing everything. Please help me. Your boss is on the verge of collapse. Wanda felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She was aware that Lynn was being playful. Yet, seeing him in such a state, she found it difficult to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, she moved closer, kneeling beside the sofa. Let me give it a try. She extended her delicate hand, gently placing it on Lynn's back. A warm, rosy energy began to flow from her palm into his body. Lynn emitted a satisfied sigh. Yes, that's the sensation. So soothing, just a little lower, yes, right there. Wanda's face grew increasingly red, resembling a ripe apple. This was not healing, it was clearly a massage. Moreover, her boss's demands were becoming ever more excessive. Are you truly injured? Wanda whispered. Of course. Lin's voice, imbued with a trace of languid magnetism, resonated softly. Moments ago, fear had gripped me, as I believed my life was at an end. Fortunately, I was aware of your presence behind me. As long as you are here, I fear nothing. This tender confession set Wanda's heart racing like a startled fawn. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her hands channeling energy with renewed fervor. At that moment, Lin suddenly rolled over, lying on his back. He seized Wanda's hand in one fluid motion. Startled, she attempted to withdraw, but his grip was unyielding. Your hand is so soft, Lin remarked earnestly, gazing into her eyes. And your energy is incredibly warm. Wanda, do you realize? You're the most formidable ace in our team. His words, light yet solemn, rendered Wanda breathless. As she stared into Lin's profound eyes, she felt herself being drawn in. The air around them thickened with an ambiguous tension. Just as the distance between them dwindled, a chilling voice interrupted the moment. Coffee, and a soothing ointment for swelling and pain. Raven appeared beside them, seemingly materializing like a specter, carrying a tray. She placed it heavily on the coffee table, producing a thunderous sound. Chapter 74, a $100 million gamble. I'm about to flip the table. Wanda recoiled as if struck by lightning, leaping away from the sofa. Raven's golden eyes scanned Lin before slowly shifting to Wanda, igniting a silent skirmish. Yet Lin, unaffected, sat upright from the sofa and stretched lazily. Haven, your timing is impeccable. He rubbed his shoulder. It seems I've strained it. You, being a master of combat and anatomy, please take a look. He winked at Raven. Raven's teeth nearly ground together in irritation. She squeezed a generous amount of ointment into her palm. Of course. With a slow, taunting approach, she added, I'll give you a thorough massage. Ding. Emotional dependency of high-value target Wanda Maximoff has increased. Reward, $15 million. New interaction method unlocked. Energy soothing. Ding. Possessiveness of high-value target Raven Darkholm has significantly increased. Warning. Instability risk within the team. Suggestion for host. Maintain dominant position. Lin observed the tense standoff with amusement. Dominant position? How absurd. I have always held the reins. Faced with this clash of ice and fire, Lin made no decision, for adults never engage in multiple-choice dilemmas. Instead, he pulled both Wanda and Raven close, one hand on each. On the left stands Wanda, while Raven occupies the right. Why the long faces? Lin ent. With an air of audacity, reclines on the sofa, reveling in the embrace of both women. We are a team, a family. Are we not meant to support one another? He first gestures to Raven, indicating his left shoulder. Come, the professional side is over here. Then, he turns to the visibly flustered Wanda, patting his right shoulder. Cool, the gentle side is over here. My shoulders are broad enough, accommodating one on each side, perfectly balanced. This brazen display leaves both women momentarily bewildered. Yet, they could hardly anticipate his decision to embrace both. A flicker of danger glints in Raven's golden eyes, but witnessing Lin Ent's presumptuous demeanor, she inexplicably refrains from reacting. With a huff, she forcefully applies the ointment onto Lin Ent's shoulder. Observing Raven's submission, Wanda, her cheeks flushed, hesitantly reaches out her petite hand to rest on the other side. Thus, an extraordinary tableau unfolds atop the pinnacle of Apex technology. The company's elusive owner finds himself being attended to by his two most formidable subordinates, one on each side. The atmosphere is taut with tension and laced with ambiguity. Just as Lin Ent savors this bittersweet therapy, Emma's projection abruptly interrupts them. This time, her expression bears an unprecedented gravity. Stop the games. Something has happened. She cuts off the conversation, and the screen shifts to a live news broadcast. The setting is the United Nations headquarters. A man, impeccably groomed and with hawk-like sharpness in his gaze, passionately addresses the podium. Mutants are like ticking time bombs. We do not know when it might explode. For the safety of our children, for the future of our nation, we must pass the Mutant Registration Act. We must know who they are, where they are, what abilities they possess. It is none other than Senator Robert Kelly. The audience erupts in thunderous applause. But this is merely a FAAD. Emma's voice is icy. My intelligence indicates that this bill has garnered unwavering support from the military, the CIA, and a mysterious consortium on Wall Street. This time, they are determined to succeed. The smile vanishes from Lin Ent's face. He finally comprehends. Since he utilized financial tactics to dismantle Gene Bin's commercial empire, He has become a threat that must be eradicated. He has encroached upon others' domains. Now, the true power players are entering the fray. The Hellfire Club, led by Sebastian Shaw, is a core member of that consortium. Emma's final words detonate like a bomb, igniting the entire room. It's him again. Raven's voice carries a chilling undertone. All right, the game is over. Lynette rose to his feet, casting aside any semblance of languor and nonchalance. From this moment forth, we shall engage in total warfare. His gaze swept across every individual present. Emma, I implore you to employ every means at your disposal to procure evidence that will utterly disgrace them. This time, we shall not engage in a blitzkrieg. Rather, we shall strike at the very heart of the matter. Understood? Emma nodded, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Raven, yes, you are to head to Washington to gather intelligence. With no restrictions on your methods. Raven smirked and nodded knowingly. I'm well acquainted with this. Target. Lynette dialed a number. Boss, you will accompany Raven, shadowing her closely. Engage in your usual line of work. Do you understand? With utmost pleasure. Target licked his lips. Another call was made to Lorna. Lorna, your department is tasked with safeguarding our home. Ensure its security and remain vigilant against any intruders. Lastly, Lynette's gaze fell upon Wanda. His expression softened once more. You shall remain by my side as my trump card. Each individual received their assignment and swiftly set to work. The magnitude of the situation began to weigh on Wanda, who anxiously grasped the hem of Lynette's garment. Lynette smiled, pulling her into an embrace and gently patting her back. Fear not. The grander the game, the more exhilarating it becomes. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the sprawling city of New York below. They believed this to be a mere game of chess. He murmured, a hint of madness curling at the corners of his lips. They are unaware that I possess a peculiar habit when playing chess. I tend to overturn not only the troublesome pieces but the entire board as well. Ding. Main quest initiated. The Senate's game. Quest objective. At all costs, prevent the passage of the Mutant Registration Act. Quest reward. $100 million. Unlocking special system functionalities, significantly enhancing the affinity and loyalty of all associated targets. Failure penalty. Forfeiture of 50% of the host's current assets. All relationships with associated targets reset to 0. Lynette gazed at the system panel, chuckling softly. Penalty? The word failure does not exist in my lexicon. An inconspicuous private jet touched down at a small airport on the outskirts of the city. The cabin door opened, and Raven disembarked, clad in a sleek black trench coat, swaying her hips as she stepped out. Close behind her was Target, whistling nonchalantly while tossing a coin in the air. I must say, beautiful lady. Target caught up to Raven's stride. The boss has truly splurged this time. First class, champagne, and your captivating presence to accompany him. Chapter 75. Professional matters are best left to the unhinged. Silence. Raven's voice was icy. Remember your mission. You are my shadow, not here for leisure. Shadow? The target smiled, extending his finger to trace an arc in the air. Shadows, at times, can act preemptively, eliminating prey on behalf of their master. In his eyes danced a morbid excitement. For the target, killing was not merely a task. It was an art, the singular source of joy. And Lineni, the new boss, had bestowed upon him an unprecedentedly vast stage, along with an unheard-of remuneration. Raven, weary of idle chatter, hailed a taxi, directing it to the Mayflower Hotel. The target instinctively settled into the passenger seat. The vehicle set off, merging into the flow of Washington's traffic. Raven gazed out at the rapidly retreating streets, her mind formulating plans. Senator Kelly was the central objective of this operation. It was imperative to obtain evidence of his collusion with the Hellfire Club, or alternatively, to render him utterly disgraced and unable to maintain a foothold in the political arena. That old man had formidable security. The target suddenly spoke, almost as if in monologue. I've researched. He is accompanied 24 hours a day by former SEAL team members, residing in Washington's most secure apartments. All incoming and outgoing vehicles are bomb-proofed. Raven cast him a surprised glance. This seemingly eccentric individual was indeed well prepared. Do you have any ideas? The target flicked a coin into the air and caught it deftly. Professionals do not rely on ideas. They depend on discovering vulnerabilities. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Everyone has vulnerabilities. Politicians, after all, have them either in their trousers or in their bank accounts. Raven remained silent. Though this man was mad, he spoke the truth. The following 2 days passed quietly in Washington. Raven utilized her shape-shifting abilities to effortlessly infiltrate Senator Kelly's office. She assumed the guise of a new intern, an inconspicuous cleaner, and even a fly that flitted through the window. She gathered a wealth of information: Kelly's daily schedule, a list of guests he met, and some inconsequential call logs. Yet, the core evidence eluded her. Kelly was exceedingly cautious. All sensitive documents were physically stored, and he was accompanied by an individual who posed a significant threat to Raven. This was a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. He was Kelly's chief of staff and also his security chief. Raven had observed him on multiple occasions using a specialized device to scan the entire office. The faint electromagnetic waves emitted by the device made Raven's shape-shifting abilities feel discomfort. This was a technology designed to counteract mutants. It appeared that Sebastian Shaw was providing comprehensive protection for his political allies. A direct assault would be futile. That evening, upon returning to her hotel room, Raven found the target lounging on the sofa, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. The apple peel formed a flawless, unbroken line from beginning to end. "Have you hit a wall?" he inquired without lifting his gaze. Raven tossed a file onto the table. It was from his chief of staff at Trask Industries. The hand that had been peeling the apple paused momentarily. Bolivar Trask? The one behind the Sentinel robots? Indeed. Raven's expression darkened. Trask Industries was the military's closest ally and one of the most radical anti-mutant organizations. With their involvement, obtaining evidence using mutant abilities would be nearly impossible. Therefore, a change in strategy was necessary. The hand resumed peeling, removing the last strip of apple skin before expertly tossing the entire fruit into his mouth with a knife's tip, crunching it loudly. "I haven't been idle these past few days." He activated his tablet, revealing a photograph of a man. The individual, in his 40s, was slightly portly with thinning hair, a minor leader within Senator Kelly's security team. Mike Johnson, a former Delta Force member, now a gambling addict, owes a significant sum to the mob in Las Vegas. The hand gestured towards the screen. To repay his debts, he had no choice but to accept this security job. The salary is substantial, but he spends it even faster. Raven immediately grasped the implication. He was the chink in the armor. Bingo. The hand snapped its fingers. From my observations, he sneaks out every Wednesday night to a clandestine casino. There, anti-mutant scanners are non-existent. A glimmer sparked in Raven's golden eyes. "The address? Prepared well in advance, my dear." The hand grinned, handing her a slip of paper. "Would you like me, your shadow, to accompany you?" "Unnecessary," Raven coldly declined. "Keep an eye on the outside. If I'm not out in half an hour, take action on your own." "Understood." The hand shrugged and resumed peeling another apple. "Eliminate everyone inside, then bring you out. The boss's order prioritizes your safety." Without uttering another word, Raven turned and exited the room. Meanwhile, in New York, at the Apex Technology Building, the spacious training room was charged with tension. Lorna stood with her arms crossed, visibly displeased as she glared at Wanda across from her. "I ask you, little girl, are you certain you wish to instruct me?" Her voice carried a hint of provocation. "When I was experimenting with magnetism, you were still playing in the mud." Wanda, clad in loose-fitting athletic wear, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. She murmured, "It's Mr. Lindy's arrangement." "Him again." Lorna rolled her eyes. "That dog of a man only favors you." In the corner of the training room, Linty leisurely sat on a sofa, sipping coffee. Upon hearing Lorna's grievance, he lifted his head. "Lorna, if you can use your magnetic powers to heat this cup of coffee to the same temperature as when it was freshly brewed, I will concede that you have graduated." Lorna pouted. "How difficult can that be?" She extended her hand and grasped the air towards the coffee cup in Lynette's possession. However, nothing transpired. The coffee remained lukewarm. Lorna paused, increasing her output of energy. She could sense the surrounding metals buzzing, the iron elements in the air stirring restlessly. Yet, that cup of coffee remained unresponsive. What was going on? Lorna felt a twinge of urgency. "Your ability can only move metals and alter their forms," Wanda explained softly. "But you cannot change the motion state of molecules on a microscopic level. Heating is the result of accelerated molecular motion." She extended her slender finger, a small orb of crimson energy dancing at her fingertip like flame. With a gentle touch to Lynette's coffee cup, a hum resonated and steam erupted from the cup. Lynette took a sip, nodding with satisfaction. "Yes, the temperature is just right." Chapter 76. I asked you to demolish, not to ascend on the spot. He gazed at the astonished Lorna. Do you see? This is the disparity. You are the demolition crew. She is the architect. You can only destroy, while she understands how to create. Lorna's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pale hues. Though she felt indignant, the truth was evident. Her once proud magnetic prowess appeared coarse and trivial in the face of Wanda's extraordinary abilities. Oomph. She scoffed and turned her head away. What's so impressive about that? Wanda, taken aback by her reaction, looked to Lynette for assistance. Lynette chuckled, rising to stand between them. All right, stop sulking. He patted Lorna on the shoulder. Encouraging you to learn from Wanda is not a slight against you. It's because the powers you both possess have the potential to complement each other. He turned to Wanda. Wanda, can you explain to her what the essence of chaos magic is? Wanda pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. It's about altering probabilities. Exactly. Lynette snapped his fingers. And Lorna's ability is to control one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism. What if you could use your chaos magic to distort the probabilities of Lorna controlling the magnetic force? Lynette's words left both girls momentarily speechless. Lorna looked bewildered. What do you mean? Yet Wanda's eyes sparkled with sudden understanding. For instance, Lynette coaxed. What if you could alter Lorna's probability of controlling metals from 100% to 200%? Or allow her to control not just iron, but also aluminum, titanium, or even the trace metal elements that compose the human body? Lynette's words struck like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through Lorna's mind. She stared blankly at Wanda and then glanced at her own hands. The ability to manipulate the metal within the human body? Was this merely a concept? Lynette's voice possessed an enchanting allure. You are sisters, the 2 individuals in this world with the closest blood ties. Your powers are destined to complement one another. One possesses unparalleled strength, while the other wields the ability to alter the rules. Together, you shall embody true invincibility. Lorna's heart raced violently. For the first time, her gaze towards Wanda was devoid of jealousy and defiance, replaced instead by a flicker of astonishment and anticipation. In Washington, within a dimly lit underground casino, the air was thick with a Yin-Yang of cigar smoke, alcohol, and cheap perfume. Raven had transformed her appearance, donning a seductive red dress and heavy makeup. Morphing into a captivating casino siren, she swiftly located her target at a card table, Mike Johnson. His eyes were bloodshot from losses, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Raven approached him gracefully, a drink in hand. Sir, having an unfortunate streak? Her voice was beguiling. Mike looked up, his gaze fixated on Raven the moment he saw her. Beautiful you. I am Sherry, she interjected, seating herself beside him, her body intentionally brushing against his. Watching you play is far more entertaining than watching them. Mike was enthralled, momentarily forgetting his woes of losing. For the ensuing hours, Raven became his gentle refuge, consistently soothing the beleaguered gambler. She accompanied him in drinking, listened to his grievances, and occasionally placed bets on his behalf with her own funds. Before long, Mike was utterly captivated. He led Raven to a secluded corner of the casino, his hands becoming restless. Sherry, you are truly my lucky charm, he gasped, leaning in for a kiss. Raven deftly evaded him. Mike, I find powerful men like you quite appealing. She spoke softly, her breath fragrant. I've heard you serve as a bodyguard for Senator Kelly? That is quite an esteemed position. Upon mentioning his occupation, Mike puffed out his chest with pride. Of course, the safety of Mr. Kelly is solely my responsibility. That must be quite taxing. I hear he has offended many. Raven feigned casual interest. Just a bunch of mutant scum. Mike scoffed. We have the latest equipment from Trask Industries. Not even a fly could infiltrate. Oh, that sounds impressive. Raven's eyes sparkled. Your security system must be quite intricate. With passwords and codes, perhaps? Well, Mike hesitated. That information is classified. As Raven observed his hesitation, she immediately intensified her approach. She gently placed her hand on his thigh, slowly moving it upwards. Please tell me. I am merely curious. I assure you I won't speak a word of it. Her voice was laced with seduction. Mike's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his reason teetering precariously under the dual onslaught of alcohol and hormones. Just as he was about to speak, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Annoyed, Mike retrieved the device. The moment he glimpsed the caller ID, the intoxication and lust on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer terror and pallor. The caller ID displayed only 2 letters. Trembling, he pressed the answer key. A cold and elegant voice resonated from the other end. Mike, where are you now? I am. You are in a place where you should not be, with someone you should not be with. The voice exhibited no emotional fluctuation. Now, turn and take a good look at Miss Shirley beside you. Retrieve your device and observe closely. Mike stiffly turned his head inch by inch. He pulled out a small device from his pocket, its red light flickering, signaling the presence of a mutant nearby. Raven's heart plummeted to the depths. She was exposed. Mike fixed his gaze on Raven's eyes, which appeared exceptionally enchanting under the dim light. What he saw was no longer the alluring brown. Mike screamed, scrambling backward in a frenzy, a large wet patch forming beneath him. A mutant. The entire casino erupted into chaos. Raven cursed under her breath. They had to evacuate immediately, but it was too late. Several exits of the casino were instantaneously blocked by a group of burly men in black suits, each wielding a uniquely designed energy weapon. Raven recognized them. They were the neural suppression guns manufactured by Trask Industries, specifically designed to combat mutants. This was troublesome. As she surveyed the blockade at the entrance, her mind raced with strategies. A direct assault was not a wise choice. Those neural suppression guns had a significant counter-effect on her shape-shifting abilities. At that moment, a lazy voice emanated from the miniature communicator adorning her earlobe. Need assistance, beautiful? What's the situation on your end? Raven lowered her voice to inquire. Oh, nothing much. Just a few mice trying to lock the cage from the outside. There was a hint of amusement in the voice. However, their bites weren't too strong. I've dealt with them. The communicator transmitted several dull thuds as bodies hit the ground. Raven exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 77. Create Chaos. She issued the command, the bigger the better. Understood. Enjoy my performance. As the target's voice faded, communication ceased. In the next instant, a thunderous crash erupted from the direction of the casino bar. A whole row of liquor bottles shattered simultaneously, as if swept away by an invisible hand. Glass shards and liquid sprayed in every direction, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. The men in black suits blocked at the entrance instinctively turned to look. Now it was the moment. Raven sprang into action. Her body, devoid of rigidity, instantly lowered, gliding along the ground. She skillfully navigated through tables and chairs, utilizing every obstruction to her advantage. Her silhouette transformed into a fleeting blue specter amidst the throng and barriers. She was there. A man in a black suit spotted her and raised his firearm. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, whoosh, a chip zipped past his ear with a sharp whistle. Almost immediately, a crystal chandelier above him, its screws suddenly loosened, plummeted with a deafening crash. In the aftermath of the tumult, chaos ensued. Seizing the opportunity, Raven bolted through the back exit of the casino. In the alley, the target leaned against the wall, idly toying with a few casino chips. All set. He raised an eyebrow at Raven. I told you I'm a professional. Raven, however, was not in the mood for jest. We've been compromised. Sebastian Shaw is more vigilant than we anticipated. What of it? The target shrugged nonchalantly. If we're discovered, we eliminate them all. It's that simple. This is Washington. Raven coldly reminded him. The boss wants Kelly toppled, not a massacre. The target curled his lip, choosing not to respond further. The two swiftly vanished into the night. In New York, atop the Pinnacle Technology Building, Lynette scrutinized the reports sent by Emma, her brow furrowed slightly. Raven and the target had been exposed in Washington. Shaw's response was rapid. His men had already begun a citywide manhunt. Emma's projection displayed a grim expression. My financial assault has also encountered resistance. She pulled up another data chart. The consortium backing Shaw wields considerable power. They have mobilized vast resources to fiercely contest us in the stock market. We are now in impasse. On the screen, the red and green curves fluctuated wildly, resembling a frantic heartbeat. This was a war devoid of visible smoke. Every second, billions of dollars evaporated. We are akin to striking a mass of cotton with our fists, Emma summarized. They have skillfully shielded their core assets using countless shell companies and complex financial derivatives. We cannot pinpoint their vulnerabilities. Lynette's fingers lightly tapped on the table. If we cannot find them, we must devise a means for them to reveal themselves. Suddenly, he chuckled. Emma, do you recall the company I asked you to acquire a few days ago, one on the brink of bankruptcy? Of course I remember. Emma appeared somewhat puzzled. The company, known as Starlink Outpost, specializes in commercial satellite communications. Due to outdated technology and overwhelming debt, it is on the verge of filing for bankruptcy protection. I fail to understand why you would invest $50 million in such a worthless asset. It is not worthless. A glimmer of modern understanding regarding information warfare sparkled in Linet's eyes. It serves as our eyes. He rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window. The Shao Consortium boasts members across the globe. Their communications must undoubtedly traverse the most secure, encrypted channels. Indeed, military-grade encryption that we cannot decipher, Emma remarked. I do not require decryption, Lynette replied, shaking his finger. I merely need to ascertain where these encrypted messages originate and to where they are directed. He gestured toward the city below. Information flows like blood. No matter how well it is disguised, it must circulate through the veins. Satellites form the global network of capillaries. We have acquired a small segment of this network. Although old and dilapidated, it suffices for our eavesdropping purposes. Emma was taken aback. She was a genius, standing at the pinnacle of finance and telepathy. Yet, her thinking remained confined within the parameters of this era. Lynette, the enigmatic man, consistently proposed astonishing solutions from perspectives she could not fathom. Utilizing satellite networks to trace the trajectory of encrypted information, this transcends commercial warfare. It delves into the realm of information warfare. I understand now. Emma inhaled deeply, her eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. Grant me 3 days. I shall uncover every secret base and every offshore server utilized for communication. Excellent. Lynette nodded in satisfaction. I admire your efficiency. He shifted the conversation, a playful smile gracing his lips. As a reward, I have prepared the request you made last time. Emma's projection seemed to blush slightly. She cleared her throat. What request? I do not recall. Is that so? Lynette leisurely seated himself on the edge of the sofa. The second form of the indestructible diamond technique to refine the body, delay aging, and preserve youth. Are you, the most beauty-conscious White Queen, no longer interested? Emma's projection fell silent. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Lynette understood that for a woman like Emma, who regards beauty and physical form as her most significant assets, nothing is more alluring than eternal youth. Upon your return, Lynette reclined on the sofa, his voice languid. I shall personally assist you in your refinement. He emphasized those last 2 words profoundly. Emma's projection flickered momentarily before vanishing as if in a hasty retreat. Lynn was in high spirits, ready to close his eyes for a brief respite. Suddenly, the office door burst open with tremendous force. Lorna stormed in, visibly irate. Lynn, you need to rein in Wanda, she exclaimed, pointing at Wanda, who followed her with an innocent expression. She turned all my training robots into plush toys. Pink teddy bears. Can you believe it? Lynn opened his eyes to behold several specialized alloy robots, worth millions, now wobbling as they attempted to strut like models, clad in ballet tutus. He couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this rather adorable? Adorable, my foot. Lorna seethed, nearly beside herself with rage. What I requested was combat training, not a child's play. Wanda meekly defended herself. You struck me with metal first. Lorna was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, Lynn interjected, stepping in to mediate. Chapter 78. Is the game over? No. It has only just begun. Wanda's actions were not misguided. A true champion must master the art of balance. Knowing when to wield a thunderous approach and when to transform conflict into harmony is indeed an exquisite skill. He gazed at Wanda, his eyes filled with admiration. Our little sorceress has begun to grasp the essence of this art. Wanda, upon receiving praise, beamed with joy as crimson energy danced around her, whimsically transforming one of the teddy bear robots into a winged cupid. Lorna, witnessing the spectacle, felt as though her heart was steeped in lemon juice, both sour and bitter. That dog of a man, so biased. At that moment, Lynn's private phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, which displayed an unknown number. He answered the call and activated the speakerphone. A calm, even cold voice resonated from the other end. Is this Mr. Lynn? This is James Wesley, chief aide to Mr. Fisk. A smile crept onto Lynn's lips. It is I. It seems your boss has made his decision. Only 5 days had passed since his 10-day ultimatum to Fisk. Mr. Fisk wishes to meet with you. Wesley's voice revealed no hint of emotion. He desires to submit to you in person. Oh, Lynn raised an eyebrow. Where? At Gotham Tower, the top floor. Midnight tonight. He will await you alone. With that, the caller hung up. Lorna's demeanor shifted to one of caution. This guy isn't planning some sort of trick, is he? Gotham Tower is his territory. He wouldn't dare. Lynn replied, shaking his head. Besides, even if he wanted to deceive, he lacks the means. As he finished speaking, Emma's projection reappeared once more. This time, her face radiated an unmistakable thrill and joy. We have succeeded, she proclaimed with fervor. We have discovered their lifeblood. On the screen appeared a small island nestled in the Caribbean, the Cayman Islands, home to an offshore bank named Sanctum Trust. Emma's finger glided across the screen. All the shadowy transactions of Shaw's consortium were processed through this bank, including the illicit funds used to bribe military officials and politicians. She magnified the bank's internal structure diagram. I have identified the perfect entry point. The deputy head of the credit department, a fellow named Anderson, is greedy, lecherous, and harbors resentment towards his superiors due to uneven profit sharing. Lynette chuckled. It seems our White Queen is about to weave her most exquisite magic. Indeed, Emma replied, a confident and ruthless smirk gracing her lips. The War of Hearts begins now. She regarded Lynette with a hint of provocation in her gaze. I will make him willingly hand over all the ledgers to a journalist he trusts most, and that journalist is one of my own. Lynette applauded softly. Splendid. He rose, stretching languidly. Well, since the fire in the backyard has been ignited, I should pay a visit to our soon-to-be bankrupt king of New York. He turned to Lorna and Wanda. You too, accompany me. Let him witness what true, irresistible force looks like. 3 days later, a scandal of monumental proportions erupted across global news outlets. Breaking, internal documents from Sanctum Trust Bank leaked, unveiling a shocking conspiracy among political, business, and military elites. At the press conference, a bespectacled male journalist showcased photocopied ledgers before countless cameras. Each entry, every name, detonated like a bombshell. Bribed congressmen, embezzling Pentagon generals, and Wall Street magnates profiting from insider trading. The vast web of corruption enveloping North America was brutally exposed. At the center of this web, without exception, pointed to one name, Sebastian Shaw and the Hellfire Club he represented. The vote on the Mutant Registration Act was abruptly halted. All implicated lawmakers and officials began to face investigations. Chaos reigned throughout Washington. Within a secret base of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw stared impassively at the television news. The air around him seemed to solidify. Standing in a room were several of his core subordinates, including the Red Devil and Tidal Wave, each rendered mute with trepidation. Suddenly, with a crack, the crystal goblet in Shaw's hand shattered into a fine powder. The crimson liquid trickled through his fingertips, cascading onto the exquisite carpet beneath. He slowly turned around, and for the first time, genuine emotion graced his face. It was a fury akin to that of a hunter bitten by its prey. The telepath spoke, his voice eerily calm. Emma. He directed his gaze toward the Red Devil. Locate her. Then his eyes swept over the crowd, resting on one individual. The game is over. I want him dead. The eruption of scandal reverberated like a political earthquake of magnitude 12, sending ripples of anxiety throughout the upper echelons of society. Senator Kelly, as the vanguard of the Mutant Registration Act, was the first to be thrust forward as a scapegoat. The media painted him as a puppet politician, corrupted by a nefarious mutant syndicate. His political career was irrevocably shattered. Within the Pinnacle Tech building, jubilation erupted. Cheers! Lorna exclaimed, raising her champagne glass with enthusiasm. Emma, you're incredible. This move is simply masterful. Emma's projection elegantly held a virtual glass of red wine, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I am merely the executor. The true plan originates from a boss. All eyes turned toward Lenny. Leaning against the sofa with a blissful Wanda sitting in his lap, he leisurely peeled an orange, feeding it to her. Don't look at me. He waved a hand dismissively. I merely provided the ideas. It is each of you who has turned those ideas into reality. He glanced at Raven and Bullseye, who had just returned from Washington. You drew Shaw's primary attention in Washington, creating an opportunity for Emma. Well done. Raven nodded expressionlessly, while Bullseye flashed a grin. Boss, if there is another opportunity like this, count me in. The bodyguards in Washington are far tougher than those under Kingpin. He licked his lips, seemingly savoring the thrill of battle. The camaraderie within the team had reached unprecedented heights. For the first time, they had collectively vanquished such a formidable adversary. The elation of victory ignited excitement in everyone. Don't celebrate too soon, Linty cautioned, shattering the jubilant atmosphere. He He fed the final segment of the orange to Wanda and wiped his hands. We have merely severed one head of Hydra. It will soon regrow 2 more vicious heads. He surveyed the group. A cornered beast is the most dangerous. Shaw will not relent. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp alarm blared throughout the office. Alert! Alert! The external network is under a powerful attack from an unknown source. Our firewall is being breached layer by layer. Emma's projection instantly turned grave. It's a military-grade attack algorithm. They're targeting my database. At almost the same moment, the phone of the target rang. He answered it, and, after a few seconds, his expression changed dramatically. Boss, the observation posts I arranged on the periphery have all been wiped out. Shortly thereafter, Lorna also received an urgent communication from the security department. Chapter 79. Is the villain too arrogant? Tonight, the Opera House will sing your conquest. Boss, a well-equipped mercenary squad has appeared in the underground parking lot of the building. They are sabotaging our backup generators. One alarming piece of news after another plunged the previously relaxed atmosphere into icy tension. Zhao's counterattack was imminent, swift, and brutal. Instead of directly assaulting the building itself, he opted to simultaneously dismantle all external supports of top-point technology, networks, intelligence, and energy. He aimed to transform them into an information island. Bastard, Lorna cursed, turning to rush out. I'll go crush their heads. Stop. Lin Yin's voice, though soft, was steady. He rose sharply, straightening his collar. What is the panic? He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the police cars and media converging like ants below. The enemy had already set the stage. As protagonists, how could we remain so composed? At that moment, the encrypted phone on his desk, devoid of any communication modules, hung unexpectedly. The entire office fell silent. Everyone knew who was calling. Lin Yin walked over and pressed the speakerphone button. An elegant, magnetic voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, emanated from the device. Good afternoon, sir. This is Sebastian Shao. I apologize for interrupting your celebration in this manner. His tone was akin to that of an old friend catching up. I must admit, you and your team have given me quite the surprise. Lin Yin smiled. The surprise is yet to come, Mr. Shao. A light chuckle resonated from the other end of the line. I have always believed that individuals like you and I should not hide behind the scenes, employing petty tactics to test one another. It's a waste of time and rather undignified. He shifted the conversation. Therefore, I have a proposal. Let us meet tonight at midnight at Lincoln Center Opera House. Just you and I. Let kings engage in a dialogue. How does that sound? Upon finishing, the office fell into a pin-drop silence. It was a blatant declaration of war, a trap. Has he lost his mind? One cannot help but whisper. Who does he think he is? Kings engaging in dialogue? Boss, you cannot go. Raven's expression was grave. This is undoubtedly a trap. He undoubtedly laid out an intricate web of deceit within the opera house. Even the sharpshooter rarely concealed his playful demeanor. Indeed, I have witnessed this old-fashioned gangster tactic numerous times. Once you enter, you might as well resign yourself to never emerge. Only Wanda remained silent, approaching Lin and grasping his hand, her eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by you. Lin reciprocated by holding her delicate hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. He chuckled brighter into the phone. A trap? I am well aware it is a trap. But have you considered a question, Mr. Shao? Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Is it not rather premature to draw conclusions? On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence, followed by Shao's laughter. Intriguing. You possess more audacity than I had anticipated. Thus, I await your arrival, sir. Do not keep me waiting too long. The call ended. Lin set down the phone and surveyed his elite subordinates. Their faces etched with concern and gravity. Enough with the long faces. It resembles mourning. He clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. If he wishes to play, we shall indulge him on a grander scale. His eyes sparkled with a wild, exhilarating light. Emma, transfer all liquid assets from our company account into an anonymous Swiss bank account. Then, initiate the scorched earth plan and completely format all our databases. I intend to leave Shao's hackers with nothing to salvage. Emma paused momentarily before comprehending the directive. Understood, boss. The scorched earth plan will commence in 3 minutes. This is a strategy that may harm us as much as it does our enemy. Yet it is the most effective. Raven, yes, you will assume my appearance. Depart through the front entrance shortly, drive my car, and take a leisurely drive around the city. The louder the commotion, the better. Raven's golden eyes gleamed. A diversion? No. Lin shook his head. It is to convey that I do not regard him as a threat at all. He turned to the sharpshooter. Your task is both the simplest and the most arduous. Please proceed, boss. Tonight, within the Lincoln Center, aside from those I designate, I do not wish for a single fly to escape. The sharpshooter licked his lips, a terrifying glint igniting in his eyes. With pleasure. Lorna, present. I require you to control all metal within a 500-meter radius of the Lincoln Center. This includes manhole covers, rebar within buildings, and fire hydrants by the roadside. Everything. Lorna's eyes sparkled with excitement. You intend to. Exactly. Lin snapped his fingers. I want you to transform that place into a custom-made iron coffin for him. Finally, his gaze fell upon Wanda. His gaze softened immensely as he cradled her face, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. My ace, he whispered in her ear, his voice a mere murmur meant for their ears alone. Tonight, do not dwell on anything. Follow me and trust in me. When the moment is ripe, I shall give you a signal. At that time, I need you to silence the entire world. Wanda felt his warm breath against her skin, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She nodded vigorously. All right. At midnight, precisely 10 minutes to 11, the Lincoln Center Opera House stood in eerie silence, its grandeur overshadowed by an unsettling stillness. All lights were extinguished, save for the moonlight cascading through the vast glass dome, casting a chill illumination. On the central stage, a single ornate Baroque chair was positioned, upon which sat Sebastian Shaw. Clad in a finely tailored tailcoat, he toyed with a black king from a chess set, embodying the essence of a sovereign awaiting his challenger. Footsteps resonated from the entrance of the opera house, gradually approaching with a peculiar rhythm. The figure of Lin Terrace emerged at the threshold of light and shadow, dressed not in battle attire, but in casual wear, adorned with a nonchalant smile. He approached alone, traversing the length of the audience aisle before stepping onto the stage. The two men stood 10 meters apart, locking eyes. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, sir, Shaw remarked with a smile, placing the black king prominently upon the stage as if to assert his dominion. Your audacity is commendable, Lin Terrace replied, halting before him. He surveyed Shaw's attire and the desolate stage. I too admire your taste, Mr. Shaw, for choosing such an opulent grave. For a fleeting moment, Shaw's smile faltered. Young man, the sharp tongue is the last refuge of the weak. As he rose slowly, an invisible yet potent aura emanated from him, seemingly raising the temperature of the stage. He possessed the ability to absorb and unleash any form of energy, a fundamental aspect of his invincibility. Before me, those mutant subordinates you take pride in are mere jesters, he proclaimed, arms outstretched like a conductor. Now, reveal all your cards. Let me witness what has granted you the audacity to challenge me. Observing Shaw's confident demeanor, Lin Terrace suddenly laughed, shaking his head. Mr. Shaw, I believe you are mistaken. Oh, I have come tonight, not to challenge you. The smile upon Linen's face gradually faded, replaced by a madness that sent a shiver through Shao. I have come to hunt you. At the moment the words fell, a crimson glow surged forth from behind Lynette, silently spreading like a tide. Wanda's figure slowly emerged. Her eyes transformed into a pure crimson hue. In that instant, all the light and sound within the opera house were devoured by an invisible force, plunging the world into profound silence. Zhao's arrogance, for the first time, morphed into genuine terror. He felt the energy within him being forcibly stripped away in a manner he could not comprehend. What is this power? He struggled to speak, his voice dry. Lynette flashed him a brilliant smile. Welcome to my domain. The pride on Sebastian Zhao's face shattered completely. The sensation was indescribable, akin to an organ that had coexisted with you for decades, suddenly wrenched from your body by an unseen hand. It was not painful, yet it left a void. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct of life, instantaneously filled that emptiness. He frantically summoned the energy within his body. In the past, it required but a thought. Those surging, violent energies would obediently tear apart everything before him like the most loyal of hounds. But now there was nothing. The unbreakable link between him and his energy had severed, obliterated by an utterly unreasonable force. Lynette reveled in the expression on his face, akin to a child showcasing a new toy to a guest, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. I forgot to introduce myself, Mr. Shao, he chuckled. On this modest stage, I'm known as Rule. He turned to indicate the girl enveloped in crimson light behind him. Wanda stood silently, her eyes a pure scarlet devoid of any emotion. And she is reality. The embodiment of reality remained motionless, yet the world around her had gone mad. The crimson energy swirled like the densest fog, permeating the entire opera house. This was not darkness. The opulent crystal chandeliers adorning the opera house's dome had not extinguished. They had merely ceased to glow, as if the phenomenon of illumination had been paused. In the air, the swirling dust hung eerily suspended, motionless. Sound vanished. Light disappeared. Even the flow of air came to a halt. The realm had transformed into an absolute void of silence. This eerie quietude, more disconcerting than any thunderous explosion, sent one's heart racing. A guttural roar, not quite human, erupted from Zhao's throat. After all, he was a formidable figure, having traversed the tumultuous paths of power. Following a fleeting moment of fear, an eruption of fury surged forth. He abandoned the pursuit of that elusive energy, channeling all his will into his resilient, energy-forged physique. The solid marble stage beneath his feet groaned under the strain, cracks spider-webbing outward from his position. In the next instant, he transformed into a black projectile, hurtling straight towards Lineni. He aimed to obliterate the man's head with sheer, primal force. A dull thud resounded as Zhao's fist halted in midair, barely half a meter from Lineni's face, as if colliding with an invisible, insurmountable barrier. This was the spatial wall conjured by Wanda's distortion of reality. A frantic scream escaped Zhao's lips, muscles bulging, veins twisting like writhing worms beneath his skin. He poured all his strength into that punch. It would not advance an inch. At that moment, from the shadow of the stage, a lithe blue figure emerged silently. It was Raven. She had been lying in wait, her golden eyes fixed intently on Zhao. She had even prepared to leap forward to shield Lineni from the impending blow with her own body. Her presence was a silent proclamation. The so-called king versus king was nothing but a farcical joke, an utter deception. Zhao noticed Raven and ceased his futile assault, comprehension dawning upon him. Physical attacks were futile. He had fallen into a meticulously laid trap. He glanced at Lineni, then at Wanda and Raven, a glimmer of mad resolve flashing in his eyes. Suddenly he laughed, a grim, fierce laugh. Such formidable power was indeed enviable. His focus shifted instantaneously from Lineni to Wanda. Alas, how unfortunate! He gazed intently at Wanda, enunciating each word carefully. The one wielding this power was merely a mentally scarred, fragile girl. Did you think I would be foolish enough not to have a backup plan? Before his words faded, the veins at his temples bulged violently as he activated his final trump card, a miniature psychic beacon deeply embedded in his cerebral cortex. This was not a defensive maneuver. This is a mutually assured destruction, a suicidal assault. Come forth, taste the despair and anguish of my life, little witch. An invisible, venomous spear, forged from all of Zhao's lifelong negativity and mental trauma, erupted forth. It disregarded the barriers of space, ignored Raven, and with a velocity transcending thought, it plunged mercilessly into Wanda's most vulnerable, unguarded psyche. Buzz. Wanda's body quivered violently. The crimson glow in her eyes began to flicker intensely. The scarlet realm enveloping the entire opera house also began to exhibit unstable fluctuations. Light returned. Sound returned. Air resumed its flow. Linty supported the wobbling Wanda. He gazed at Zhao across from him, whose face was pale from mental exhaustion, yet laughed maniacally. You have stirred her. Linty's tone was calm. Now I am enraged. Chapter 81. The Villain's Ecstasy. Thanks to my old buddy for the grand power-up. The moment the words left his lips, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wanda. It was not a roar of anger, but a pure, unbearable agony. Her body trembled violently, her knees buckled, and she fell backwards. Linty, with swift reflexes, caught her in his arms. The girl's body was cold, yet quivering slightly. In her mind, the world was collapsing. The ruins of Sokovia disintegrated into dust amidst flames. Her brother Quicksilver, riddled with bullet holes, lay before her. His words, "Didn't you see?" became an eternal echo. The cold instruments in the laboratory, the fearful and disdainful gazes of the world, those nightmares she had buried deep within her heart, were now all detonated by Zhao's mental spear, magnified 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. As her mind fell into complete disarray, the silence that enveloped the opera house began to oscillate violently. Zing! The magnificent crystal chandelier above erupted with blinding sparks, instantly illuminating the space. The once still air began to rush wildly, accompanied by a howling wind. On stage, Sebastian Shao, who had just seemed drained of all strength, was jolted. He felt it, that familiar sensation of power. Though it was but a mere wisp, akin to a droplet finally seeping from a riverbed parched for decades, it had returned. The severed link between him and energy was beginning to re-establish itself, faint yet palpable. Ha 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 ha! Shao clutched his forehead, bursting into a frenzied laugh. He raised his head, and in his eyes, the flames of a king, arrogant and cruel, rekindled. I see it. I have discovered your weakness. He extended his finger, pointing towards a girl in Linini's arms who was writhing in agony. Your strongest card is also your most fatal weakness. A wretch unable to control their own emotions. Is this what you call reality? Is truly laughable. Linini's countenance darkened instantly. This was indeed the most concerning and uncontrollable aspect of his plan. Wanda's mental state resembled an arms depot filled with high explosives. A single spark could obliterate everything. He grasped the trembling Wanda, turning her face towards him, and whispered fiercely, Wanda, wake up. Look at me. It is all a lie. Merely your own memories. But it was futile. In that moment, Wanda could not comprehend any sound. She was like a drowning person, dragged into the depths of despair by haunting illusions. Let go of me, no. She clutched her head, trembling all over, uttering unconscious murmurs. The scarlet chaotic magical energy had spiraled entirely out of control. It no longer resembled the previously tranquil, diffused mist. It had transformed into boiling, violent magma. Streams of crimson energy radiated from her, dispersing in all directions. Hissing, wherever the energy flowed, the sturdy marble stage was corroded, leaving behind smoking pits. The air was thick with the acrid scent of something being forcibly decomposed. Raven observed this scene, her golden pupils narrowing to pinpricks. She understood nothing of magic or mental attacks. She knew only one thing. If she could eliminate the source, everything would be resolved. She hesitated no longer. Her agile body lowered, muscles tensed, and in the next instant, she became a lethal blue lightning bolt, silently darting toward Shao. Her nails transformed into 5 sharp surgical blades, glinting with a ghostly blue light as she surged forward. However, Shao was already prepared. Just in time, he sneered, and at the moment Raven was about to make contact, he barely managed to conjure a distorted, translucent energy shield in front of him, drawing upon the last remnants of his recovering energy. Clang! Raven's claws struck fiercely against the shield. A shrill noise akin to metal scraping echoed throughout the opera house. Sparks flew. Raven's full force strike could not penetrate an inch. A flicker of strain crossed Zhao's face, yet his laughter grew even more maniacal. While he desperately defended against Raven's tempestuous onslaught with the shield, he greedily absorbed the chaotic magical energy emanating from Wanda, like a ravenous black hole. His strength was visibly replenishing. The energy shield before him, once precarious, became increasingly solid and stable. The scales began to tip in his favor. Raven's attacks grew increasingly swift and ferocious, yet the expression on her face became ever more grave. She could distinctly sense that her opponent's defenses were strengthening. Futile. As Shao parried her strikes, he declared with the confidence of a conqueror, Your little pet is providing me with an endless supply of fuel. Once I regain just 10% of my strength, no, even a mere fraction, you shall all perish here. Accompanying her to the grave, a regal arrogance reappeared on his face, embodying a ruler who believed he commanded everything. The situation shifted dramatically in an instant, with tension mounting, just as Raven prepared to exhaust herself for another assault, and as Shao was on the brink of absorbing enough power to overturn the battle. Lynette made a decision that no one anticipated. He released his grip, allowing the trembling, tormented girl in his arms to collapse helplessly onto the cold stage. He turned to face the fierce struggle not far away, but instead of addressing the combatants, he bellowed into the communicator at his collar, Lorna, act now. Seal that damn coffin shut. Above Lincoln Center, 500 meters in the sky, Lorna floated listlessly, her long dark green hair billowing softly in the night breeze. Below her lay an expanse of absolute metallic territory. Countless metallic particles, under her will, formed an invisible web that ensnared the entire block. No movement could escape her perception. Yet, at that moment, she pouted, feeling disgruntled. Why was it that the boss only took her sister inside to show off, while she had to endure the cold outside? After all, she had followed the boss long before her sister. Lost in her thoughts, Lynette's roar suddenly exploded in her ears, startling her nearly to the point of falling from the sky. She steadied herself and replied impatiently into the communicator. What is it? Boss, everything is normal on my end. I was just bored, thinking about counting the stars. Silence. Lynette's voice came through with unprecedented severity and urgency, striking her hard. Wanda is in danger. She is being torn apart by the enemy's mental assault. Sister. Lorna was taken aback, her mind blank. The words spoken by Lynette carried an unusual enchantment, acting as a key that unlocked the deepest recesses of her heart, a place she had never wished to confront. Throughout her life, she had been alone, unaware of who her parents were. She loathed this world and had never experienced the warmth of family. Sister Lynn issued a command through the communicator. Lorna, seal the coffin you have prepared for him. Simultaneously, Lorna, suspended in midair outside the opera house, heard that voice. More importantly, she felt it, the overwhelming pain of her sister on the brink of collapse, and the furious wrath coursing through their shared bloodline. Now, a hum, indescribable in words, surged from the deepest essence of Wanda and Lorna's blood, rising simultaneously. It was neither energy nor spirit, but rather a primordial resonance, an ancient echo from the very dawn of the universe. With her eyes closed, Lorna sensed a radical transformation of her world. The magnetic perception she had always taken pride in revealed to her a realm constructed of cold lines, precise and powerful, yet devoid of life. But now, amidst that tumultuous crimson storm, she beheld a small girl cowering in a corner, hugging her knees and trembling. This was the innermost self of Wanda, her sister with whom she shared an unbreakable bond. Not aloud, Lorna's heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand. You shall not torment her. She opened her arms, relinquishing control over the vast metallic forces, and instead enveloped Wanda with her personal domain, so immense it could influence the entire city's magnetic field without reservation. This was not manipulation. It was an embrace. As the green magnetic energy made contact with Wanda's chaotic magic at the moment of turmoil, a miracle unfolded. Two distinctly different yet fundamentally related mystical forces, born of the same ancient lineage, converged without repulsion or conflict, like two long-lost magnets drawn together in an instant. Lorna's magnetic energy became tainted by the crimson glow, taking on the attributes of a reality-bending force. She felt her power amplifying in an unfathomable manner, elevated to an entirely new dimension. Simultaneously, Wanda's frenzied, chaotic magic found an outlet, instinctively following Lorna's strong and stable magnetic guidance, becoming orderly, controlled, more lethal. Inside the opera house, Sebastian Shaw's maniacal laughter still lingered at the corners of his mouth. He was poised to amass enough power to utterly shred the raven before him. But in the next moment, his expression shifted from ecstatic to bewildered, then to horror. He sensed the energy he had just reconnected with sever once more. He could neither absorb a trace of energy nor release any. How could this be possible? His ability is to absorb all forms of energy. How could he be deprived of it? He raised his head in astonishment to gaze at the red-haired girl kneeling before him. She too slowly lifted her gaze. Their eyes met. It was as if a bucket of liquid nitrogen had been poured over Zhao's soul. The girl's crimson eyes were still a vivid red, but gone was the previous anguish, confusion, and madness. In their place was a cold, murderous intent infused with another will. Deep within the scarlet depths, flickers of emerald lightning danced. Then, Zhao witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Wanda, still kneeling, gradually extended a pale hand toward a certain direction. Outside the opera house, Lorna, suspended in midair, seemed to share an unspoken connection, mirroring her sister's movements perfectly. The two sisters, separated by thick walls and existing in different realms, reached out, palms facing each other. Buzz. In that moment, their powers intertwined, inseparable. Within the opera house, the once precarious domain of silence, on the verge of collapse due to Wanda's mental breakdown, not only remained intact, but instantaneously became tenfold, 100-fold more stable. The entire magnificent opera house, along with all physical laws within, was irrevocably locked in place, rewritten by the combined force of these sisters. Raven's combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. Seizing the moment Xiao was lost in thought, she executed a deft roll, swiftly creating distance between herself and him. A few agile leaps brought her back to Lin's side, her body tense and vigilant as she safeguarded her man. Lin didn't even spare her a glance. His entire focus was on the sisters whose powers were merging. The corners of his mouth curled up again. This was his true trump card, the twin sisters of Apocalypse, whose powers surged exponentially after their bloodline resonance. Xiao felt utterly despondent. He sensed the terrifying force that combined magnetism and chaos, making his very soul tremble. This power pressed down upon him like an invisible mountain, and for the first time, he felt death drawing near with crystal clarity. Empowered by her sister's chaotic magic, Lorna felt invincible. Not only could she command an opera house, she believed she could manipulate the magnetic field of an entire planet. Lorna tilted her head back and let out a long, exhilarating howl into the pitch-black night sky. It was not a roar of fury, but rather the sheer joy of releasing power suppressed for over a decade. Before the echo of her howl faded, her slowly closing hands, suspended in midair, suddenly clenched fiercely together. Boom! The entire Lincoln Center, along with all the streets within a 500-meter radius, emitted an overwhelming and anguished wail in that fleeting moment. Disaster had befallen it. Deep within the opera house's foundation, steel reinforcements, thicker than the thighs of an adult, were violently extracted from the concrete by an irresistible force. They writhed and struggled, producing a piercing sound akin to awakening serpents breaking through the earth. Above the opulent dome of the opera house, the heavy metal ribs, forged from pure copper and steel, emitted a distorted metallic sound. In the audience chamber, the alloy supports of thousands of seats were torn apart in unison. Everything metallic, at that instant, came to life. They abandoned their original forms and functions, transforming into a primal and furious torrent of destruction, surging madly toward the center of the stage, towards the minuscule figure of Sebastian Shaw, who was already pale with terror. Chapter 83. Your throne is quite nice. Hand it over. At that moment, Shaw's face was a canvas of endless horror and fear. He wished to flee, but Wanda's twisted power had rendered his feet as if welded to the stage, immovable. He longed to defend himself, yet the cursed resonance of blood had completely stripped him of his ability to absorb energy. He felt like a once mighty martial artist, now rendered powerless, helplessly watching the steel tsunami, capable of consuming all, engulf him entirely. No! He let out a final, defiant roar of despair. Then, he was completely swallowed by the ocean of metal. The chilling sound of metal compressing echoed as countless steel bars, pipes, car shells, and metallic debris enveloped him, compressing, reshaping, and distorting him. Ultimately, at the center of the opera stage, a grotesque and bizarre postmodern art piece emerged. Standing 10 meters tall, a colossal human-shaped cage forcibly assembled from countless scraps of metal. A unique Iron Maiden, belonging solely to Sebastian Shaw. Inside the cage, the space was compressed to its utmost limit. Shaw was fixed in a peculiar position, his bones groaning as if on the verge of shattering. Countless sharp metal spikes slowly extended from all directions of the cage, hovering before his eyes, above his throat, and beside his heart, mere millimeters away. Should he dare to move, even slightly, or breathe too deeply, these spikes would unhesitatingly pierce his body. The imperious lord of hellfire, once the sovereign of the mutant realm, now finds himself crucified at the very center of the stage he meticulously selected. He has been reduced to a mere trophy, incapable even of ending his own life. An oppressive silence envelopes the opera house. Linty cradles the weakened Wanda in his arms as he approaches the magnificent artwork before him. He extends his hand and gently taps the exterior of the metallic cage. The resounding chime echoes through the stillness of the theater. He gazes into the cage, meeting the eyes filled with boundless fear and malice. A smile spreads across his face. "Welcome to the new era, Mr. Shaw." He speaks, his tone both tender and cruel. "Your throne is quite splendid. Now it belongs to me." Linty revels in the drama he has orchestrated, aptly named The Fall of the Monarch. In his embrace, Wanda's breathing has steadied significantly. The girl, utterly exhausted, is a victim of both mental and physical fatigue, too drained to move even a finger. She curls up like a kitten in Lenny's arms, drawing comfort from his reassuring presence. At that moment, a languid voice, tinged with mockery, emanates from Linty's tactical communicator. "Hello, boss. Are you finished over there? Quite a commotion, isn't it? I seem to have a few bothersome flies buzzing around here. Need me to swat them for you?" As the voice fades, a tactical squad of 12, clad in heavy Kevlar vests and equipped with helmets featuring night vision and thermal imaging, swiftly approaches from the rear entrance of the Opera House. Each member wields the latest model of assault rifles, and crucially, they each sport peculiar handguns adorned with flickering blue arcs, neurosuppressor pistols manufactured by Trask Industries, specifically designed to combat mutants. Undoubtedly, this is Sebastian Shaw's final gambit, his elite Hellfire Club mercenaries trained to hunt mutants. Without so much as a glance back, Lenny lifts his gaze and coldly surveys Shaw within the metallic cage. He then issues a command through the communicator. "Clean it up." His voice betrays no emotion. "Leave no survivors, and ensure their filthy blood does not stain the entrance of my theater. I abhor complications." The other end of the communicator crackles with the twisted laughter of the marksman. "Delighted to oblige, boss." On the rooftop of a building several hundred meters from the Opera House, the marksman, clad in a black trench coat, casually perches on the edge, surveying the scene. His feet dangled in the air, several dozen meters above the ground, swaying gently. From the inner pocket of his trench coat, he retrieved a deck of the most ordinary playing cards. He did not rise, nor did he glance at the mercenaries below, who were cautiously alternating their cover, attempting to breach the rear entrance. Instead, he merely relied on instinct to draw a card at random. A spade. With a flick of his finger, he propelled it forward. Whoosh! The thin paper card emitted a shrill whistle, reminiscent of a blade slicing through the air. It traced an almost imperceptible, eerie arc against the inky night, maneuvering past a thick drainage pipe and grazing the edge of a wall, ricocheting off to alter its trajectory. At last, with a soft thud, it found its mark, piercing through the narrow gap in the heavy helmet of a mercenary who was vigilantly observing his surroundings, resulting in a spray of dark red blood mixed with brain matter. The mercenary collapsed without a sound. Enemy attack. Sniper. 7 o'clock. The remaining mercenaries reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground and unleashing a hail of gunfire in the direction from which the projectile, the card, had come. Bullets rained down, shattering the outer walls of the building into a shower of debris. Yet, their efforts were in vain, for they remained oblivious to the fact that their foes were not singular, and the most lethal among them was right beside them. The captain of the mercenary squad had just emptied a magazine and was about to issue new orders to his deputy when he turned to find himself staring into golden eyes that did not belong to his subordinate. Before the captain could utter more than a syllable, crack, the deputy, swift as lightning, snapped his neck. Before the other mercenaries could react, the deputy's form transformed from that of a towering figure at 6 feet 3 inches into that of a voluptuous woman with blue skin. Mystique Raven. In her hands, she now wielded 2 gleaming daggers that shimmered with a deadly glint. What? A mutant! Open fire! The mercenaries, horrified, swung their weapons around. But it was too late. Raven's body morphed into a blur, darting through the storm of bullets with astonishing speed. Thud! Thud! The daggers sliced through the throats of 2 mercenaries, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the rooftop, the marksman appeared to be reveling in the chaos, as playing cards rained down like scythes wielded by the Grim Reaper. Chapter 84. The gaze of the sister was terrifying, the air thick with jealousy. A heart, like a bolt of crimson lightning, silently cleaved through the night, maneuvering around a tactical shield raised by one of the mercenaries. With precision, he severed the wrist of the mercenary gripping the trigger. A muffled grunt escaped the man as his assault rifle clattered to the ground. Before he could comprehend his wound, the second card appeared, diamonds, spinning through the air and piercing the eye socket of his companion beside him. Remarkably, little blood was shed. The mercenary's body stiffened and fell backward, a silent massacre unfolding in the shadows. The target, a walking embodiment of death, showcased his extraordinary long-range precision at that moment. He remained unseen by his foes, merely standing on the rooftop of a building several hundred meters away, elegantly casting his playing cards. Each card symbolized the end of a life. Meanwhile, at the Opera House's rear entrance, Raven had assumed the likeness of the mercenary squad's second-in-command, clad in identical combat attire, her face etched with urgency. Quick! The target is inside. The captain has ordered us to flank. She urged her two companions in an authoritative tone. Without a hint of doubt, they followed her into a narrow auxiliary passage. As they stepped into the dimly lit corridor, Raven's body shifted. Her arm twisted and transformed, instantly becoming a sharp, blue bone blade. With two swift sounds, the bone blade cleanly pierced the throats of the two mercenaries behind her. Clutching their necks, their eyes widened in shock. They fell lifelessly to the ground without uttering a single word. Raven flickered, reverting to the form of the blonde, blue-eyed woman. She licked her lips, a trace of blood staining her skin, endowing her with an alluring, sinister beauty. Her lethal close-quarters infiltration ability complemented the sniper's long-range kills perfectly. The Hellfire Club, a proudly crafted elite anti-mutant squad, equipped with the most advanced weaponry and subjected to the harshest training, failed to emit even a single effective alarm. Within a mere minute, they were utterly annihilated. On the rooftop, the sniper let out a playful whistle, leisurely sliding the last card, a two of clubs back into the deck, still warm with the remnants of blood. He reported into his communicator with a tone of self-satisfaction, "Boss, the flies have been cleared away. Honestly, these well-equipped fellows are not even as effective as the street thugs in New York." His voice carried a hint of lingering disappointment. Within the opera house, Linter listened attentively to the reports coming through the communicator, nodding with satisfaction. He had decisively severed all support for Sebastian Shaw, effectively extinguishing any last glimmer of hope for a reversal. Now, this magnificent opera house, once a bastion of high society, had transformed into an isolated island, a tribunal solely belonging to him. As the battle reached its definitive conclusion, the terrifying force that had enveloped the entire space, a chaotic amalgamation of dread and magnetism, swiftly receded like a tide. The suffocating pressure in the air dissipated. The source of this power, Wanda, could no longer sustain herself. Her top body suddenly softened, her long, butterfly-like eyelashes trembling violently. She was on the verge of collapsing backward. Yet she did not fall onto the cold floor. A warm and strong embrace was already prepared. In the very moment she began to tilt, she was securely caught in his arms. It was Linter, kneeling on one knee, his movements gentle as if cradling a rare treasure. He carefully allowed the girl's frail form to lean entirely against him, feeling the subtle tremors of her body and the slight chill of her temperature due to exhaustion. She emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance, mingling with the scent of gunpowder from the aftermath of battle, creating a peculiar yet soothing aroma. He refrained from uttering trivialities like "you've worked hard" or "thank you," as such words felt too insipid and disingenuous, particularly in the context of their relationship. Instead, he extended his hand, tenderly stroking her silky, crimson hair, each strand gliding through his fingers like silk. Leaning closer to her ear, he spoke in a voice only they could hear, softly assuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." His tone was deep and imbued with strength, akin to the most effective sedative. "You performed excellently, my ace. No one is better than you." These simple words possessed an extraordinary enchantment, flowing through Wanda's limbs like a warm current, dispelling the last remnants of coldness within her. She buried her face deeply into the secure embrace of his chest, her nose brushing against the fabric of his clothing, greedily inhaling that familiar scent while listening to the strong, steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat seemed to whisper to her, "You are safe. Everything has come to an end." In the previous battle, the mental assault from Shao forcibly unearthed haunting memories, painful, dark, and despairing nightmares. Yet, within this embrace, they were swiftly smoothed over and dispelled. She remained silent, expending her last ounce of strength to stretch out her small hand, clutching his shirt tightly against his chest. This dependence had long since seeped into her very being, an inextricable bond. With a creaking sound, the heavy side door of the opera house was pushed open by an invisible force. Lorna entered slowly from the outside, her complexion somewhat pale. It was evident that controlling such a colossal torrent of metal and executing such meticulous reshaping had taken a significant toll on her spirit. However, her green eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, a satisfaction and confidence born from the unrestrained release of her innate power. For the first time, she truly felt the enormity of her strength, no longer engaging in mere petty destruction, but genuinely mastering everything. Then, she beheld a scene that instantly complicated her emotions. Chapter 85. Oh no. The way she looks at me is unsettling. Lynette knelt on the ground. Her sister Wanda, like an injured kitten, was utterly defenseless, entirely cradled in the arms of that man. Wanda's face was buried in his chest, and he lowered his head, his hand resting in her hair. The image exuded an inexplicable harmony, as though they were meant to be in such a position. A familiar emotion welled up within Lorna, sour and bitter. Yet this time, the taste of jealousy had significantly diminished, replaced instead by a profound sense of kinship. Observing Wanda's dependent demeanor, a flicker of compassion stirred within her heart, alongside a deep astonishment at the man's inscrutable schemes and tactics. He had facilitated their sisterly recognition, allowing their powers to resonate. How many more secrets did this man conceal? While Lorna was lost in thought, Lynette raised her head and their gazes met. He said nothing, merely gave her a thumbs up and silently mouthed two words. Well done. Lorna's cheeks unexpectedly flushed. Feeling somewhat awkward, she dismissively snorted and abruptly turned her head to feign interest in the tattered reliefs on the adjacent wall. As if you know, she murmured under her breath. However, the slight upturn of her lips, which she could not suppress, betrayed her true feelings at that moment. A simple compliment brings her more joy than any reward. Not far away, Raven silently stands in the shadows, observing everything. She gazes at the man holding Wanda and at Lorna, who is secretly delighted by the praise. This scene, reminiscent of a warm family interaction, stirs a tempest of emotions within her beautiful golden eyes. There is pride in the glorious victory and a deep sense of pride in her choice of man and his abilities. Yet, more profoundly, she feels an overwhelming possessiveness, one so intense it is almost palpable as she watches him surrounded by those sisters. Linter, too, senses the fervent gaze emanating from Raven. He slowly rises, cradling the now sleeping Wanda in his arms, and steps toward the center of the stage, approaching the grotesque yet magnificent Iron Maiden that confines the former king. Standing before the 10-meter-high metallic prison, he encounters a peculiar cage shaped like a colossal human figure, exuding raw power. It is a representation of Sebastian Shaw, eternally ensnared in the center of the opera stage, a modern art sculpture dripping with irony. Through the gaps in the metal, one can glimpse the disheveled Shaw within. His bespoke suit now tattered and torn. His hair is unkempt, and his face is smeared with dust and blood. He gasps for air, his chest heaving violently. Stripped of his energy-absorbing abilities, he appears merely as a middle-aged man with slightly better physical prowess than the average person. Yet, the arrogance befitting the Lord of Hellfire lingers in his eyes as he fixes a fierce glare upon Linter, akin to a wild beast trapped in a cage, brimming with resentment and defiance. You won, Shaw rasps, his voice weak. Go ahead, grant me a swift end. This is the respect a victor owes to a vanquished foe. He strives to uphold the last vestiges of his meager dignity. Respect? Linter responds, as if he has heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Cradling Wanda, he bursts into an exaggerated and unabashed laughter that resonates through the empty opera house, piercingly discordant. Mr. Shaw, my dear Mr. Shaw, Linter finally ceases his laughter, shaking his head with an expression akin to that of a fool. It seems you still have yet to comprehend your own position. He approached the metallic cage step by step, pressing his face against the cold, unyielding seams of the metal. With deliberate precision, he addressed Xiao, speaking each word with a chilling clarity. You are not a failure. You are a trophy. I harbor no interest in the base pleasure of killing you. Zhao's pupils constricted sharply as Linty's voice continued to penetrate his ears, laden with a malevolent intent that sent shivers down his spine. I shall extract every ounce of your lifetime's wealth, your secret accounts, the safe houses you have hidden across the globe, the list of politicians you have bribed, all the unspeakable secrets you possess, along with your connections, your subordinates. Everything shall be drained completely. A cruel smile twisted Linny's lips. I will reduce you to a mere breathing vegetable and deliver you to the professor as one would dispatch a package, allowing him to study your wretchedly arrogant brain. You dare. Zhao's body trembled violently. This proclamation instilled a terror far greater than the prospect of death itself. It was a public execution of every trace of his existence. Why would I not dare? Linty's smile vanished, his expression turning icy in an instant. Sebastian Xiao, the energy absorption you pride yourself on is in my eyes. Nothing more than the scavenging of a lowly beggar. Your so-called strategic prowess appears to me as nothing but a childish game of make-believe. Each word struck Zhao's heart like a heavy hammer, mercilessly pounding away. You do not comprehend what true power is. You are not even worthy of my direct involvement. Linty's voice took on an ethereal quality, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Your existence has been a joke from the very beginning. These words held a more lethal weight than any physical assault. They sliced through Zhao's chest like the sharpest of blades, utterly shattering his heart, which had been encased in arrogance and pride. It denounced the value of his entire life, obliterating all dignity he had as a formidable individual. The color drained from Zhao's face, and the last flicker of fire in his eyes was extinguished, leaving them empty and lifeless. He slumped in the cage as if his very backbone had been extracted, utterly defeated, both mentally and spiritually. Very well, Linty observed with satisfaction at his reaction. This rabid dog could no longer bite. He retrieved the communicator and dialed Emma's number. Emma, bring over the projection. Your former employer wishes to reminisce. Chapter 86. The performance is over. Are you here to sweep the floor? Linty's command had just been issued. A pale blue holographic beam descended vertically from a gaping hole in the opera house's dome. The beam swiftly intertwined and formed before the metallic cage, revealing a flawless yet frostily cold figure to the onlookers. It was the White Queen, Emma Frost, adorned in a form-fitting white bodysuit. Her body, one that incited envy in every woman and madness in every man, was exquisitely accentuated. Her long, golden hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her, while her countenance bore the regal, aloof expression of a queen. Her gaze, tinged with a hint of amusement and curiosity, scrutinized the man within the cage, who resembled a lifeless dog. Good evening, Sebastian. Emma's voice, elegant and melodious, echoed like a poetic recitation, yet the words were laced with unabashed cruelty. I never anticipated we would meet again under such circumstances. I'd always thought you would perish in a more dignified setting. The once thoroughly shattered Zhao trembled instinctively at the sound of her voice and the sight of Emma, his hollow gaze betraying a deep-seated fear etched into his very bones. His relationship with Emma had transcended mere exploitation. It was underscored by a profound trepidation of her formidable mental prowess. Lynette observed all this keenly, stepping back with Wanda in his arms, yielding the stage entirely to Emma. In an authoritative tone, he commanded, Emma, he is now yours. It is time to settle the scores between you. Extract everything of value from his mind. Leave nothing behind. Emma's projection slowly turned to face Lynette, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with a complex light, an acknowledgement of her fallen former master, yet predominantly reflecting an unwavering allegiance to her new master. She gracefully inclined her body in a flawless courtly bow. At your command, my. She paused for a moment, then pronounced the title with clarity and gravity, King. This marked the first occasion she willingly embraced this designation. Upon uttering those words, Emma's projection abruptly spun around. Her eyes instantaneously sparkled with a diamond-like brilliance, radiating an unyielding yet immense psychic force that enveloped the entire metallic cage. Without mercy, it began a relentless and thorough invasion of Zhao's mind. Zhao's anguished cries echoed from within the cage, a testament to the torment of his soul being forcibly ripped apart. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The air was pierced by a rapid and heart-pounding series of alarms, signaling the highest level of alert. Simultaneously, the communication devices of Linter, Lona, Raven, and all the others erupted into a cacophony of frantic sounds. The red warning lights flickered wildly, representing an extreme danger. This was not an alert for an enemy invasion, but rather a signal from the team's remote detection system, indicating the approach of an unidentifiable, highly perilous source of immense energy racing towards them. What was happening? Lona, reacting swiftly, dashed to the edge of the gaping hole in the opera house wall. Peering outside, her expression shifted to one of grave concern within a heartbeat. Boss. Her voice trembled slightly. We are in serious trouble. There are 2 aircraft in the sky. One bears the insignia of S-H-I-E-L-D, while the other is a combat jet, the Quinjet of S-H-I-E-L-D, the War Machine's aircraft. These 2 of the most formidable entities on Earth, tasked with handling supernatural occurrences, have appeared here simultaneously. Linter's brow furrowed slightly. Trouble had arrived, and it was indeed a formidable challenge. He glanced at the metallic cage, emitting anguished cries, and then at the Quinjet and the fighter jet that had begun to circle ominously above, casting enormous shadows. He murmured to himself, "It seems tonight's gathering will be even more tumultuous than I had anticipated." SHIELD. War Machine. As these names escaped Lona's lips, the atmosphere within the opera house plunged to an icy chill once more. Raven prepared herself for combat or retreat at a moment's notice. Lona had raised her hands, and the surrounding metals began to hum with an unsettling vibration. Even Hawkeye, far atop the rooftop, ceased polishing his playing cards, his tone turning grave. "Boss, are we going to engage?" A palpable tension, akin to the ominous prelude of a storm, enveloped everyone. "Why the alarm?" Linter's voice, however, remained tranquil like a still pond. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression revealing not a trace of surprise. They were bound to come. When one makes a racket while clearing out debris, it's inevitable that the police and nosy neighbors will arrive. This rather inappropriate analogy served to inexplicably ease the tense atmosphere somewhat. Lona's lips twitched, comparing SHIELD and War Machine to the police and nosy neighbors. How vast must this man's heart be? Linter paid no heed to their reactions, calmly addressing Emma's holographic projection. "Emma, continue your work without pause. I intend to acquire everything I desire before they arrive. As for the guests outside, I shall attend to them." Emma's projection nodded subtly, the brilliance in her eyes intensifying. The wails of Shao from within the cage grew increasingly anguished. Lynn Terrace leisurely adjusted his slightly disheveled casual attire, brushing off the dust with an air of nonchalance, as if he had just conducted a flawless symphony in Vienna's Golden Hall rather than emerging from a harrowing battle. "Wanda, you, Lorna, and Raven should hide," Lynn Terrace commanded as he turned to them. "No one is to show themselves without my orders, nor are you permitted to act." His tone was remarkably calm. Although Lorna and Raven were perplexed, they promptly obeyed, their silhouettes vanishing into the shadows and ruins of the opera house. Only Wanda remained by his side, her small hand anxiously grasping Linter's. She sensed the presence of two immense and unfamiliar forces outside. She was unafraid of battle. Her concern lay solely with him. Lynn Terrace felt the warmth of the girl's palm and her unease. He offered her a reassuring smile, gently squeezing her soft hand. "Do not worry, my ace. The second act is one of negotiation, and I shall not require your assistance." With that, he gently pushed Wanda into the shadows. Then, he strode boldly towards the opera house's entrance, alone. His steps were measured and unhurried, the sound of his polished shoes striking the ground littered with debris and shell casings resonating rhythmically. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the opera house, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Agents of SHIELD and members of the X-Men had respectively surrounded Lincoln Center, creating an impenetrable barrier. On one side stood the elite of SHIELD, clad in black uniforms and wielding cutting-edge weaponry, led by a one-eyed man in a black trench coat, Nick Fury. On the opposite side, mutants in various form-fitting battle suits gathered, including Cyclops, Storm, and key members of the X-Men, almost all present. Behind them sat a bald man in a silver wheelchair, Professor Charles Xavier. The two factions were distinctly separated, each brimming with vigilance, drawn here by the sudden eruption and swift vanishing of a terrifying energy wave. When they beheld Lynn Terrace emerging from the opera house, seemingly unfazed, all were left in stunned silence, including the battle-hardened Nick Fury and the insightful Professor Xavier. They had anticipated the figure stepping out would be a bloodied monster, or perhaps it is a fully armed army of mutants. Yet, what no one anticipated was a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat handsome, young Asian man. Lineni stood atop the steps of the opera house, gazing down imperiously at the two groups below. A signature, enigmatic smile played upon his lips as he broke the silence. "Good evening, Director Fury." His gaze first fell upon the one-eyed man, then shifted to the bald figure in the wheelchair. "And you, Professor Charles, might I inquire if you are here to enjoy the opera?" Alas, he shrugged, feigning disappointment. The performance has just concluded. Chapter 87, the quintessential classic. "I have delivered the villain right to your doorstep." Lineni's tone was light, as though he were greeting a neighbor in his backyard. Yet none among those present could muster a smile. The air seemed to thicken. SHIELD H-I-E-L-D. Agents had their fingers poised on triggers, their muscles taut with tension. The Avengers stood ready to strike at a moment's notice. Beneath Cyclope's crimson quartz visor, energy surged, while Storm's eyes flickered with a hint of white light. These two factions represented the pinnacle of Earth's capacity to handle extraordinary events, and the atmosphere between them was decidedly hostile. Nick Fury solitary, I remained fixed on Lyneni. The young man exhibited an unnerving calmness, tranquil to the point of abnormality. Behind him loomed the Opera House, evidently crushed by immense magnetic force, while he, like a patron fresh from a performance, appeared impeccably dust-free. "Who exactly are you?" Fury inquired, his voice deep and laden with an undeniable pressure, a demeanor cultivated from years of commanding as the head of S.H.O.D. Lyneni chuckled, gesturing to himself. Just a concerned citizen passing by. This response caused Fury's lips to twitch slightly. One of the agents behind him could not suppress a low curse. Another concerned citizen. Lyneni paid no heed to the remark. His gaze drifted past Fury to the figure in the wheelchair, Charles Xavier, the most potent telepath on Earth. From the moment he appeared, the bald professor had been attempting to breach Lyneni's mind. Professor Xavier's expression was grave. A hint of confusion clouded his typically gentle countenance. Just moments ago, he had extended his telepathic reach towards the young man. The anticipated resistance or formidable mental barrier had not materialized. His psychic force surged forward, only to find itself lost. That is not the mind of an ordinary individual. Countless incomprehensible and bizarre images surged into his consciousness. With a mere whim, the entirety of New York would ignite in a spectacular display of fireworks. While I comprehend the rationale behind it all, why is this minotaur so colossal? Classic among classics. Filial piety within filial piety. Urgency amidst urgency. Joy intertwined with joy. A forceful punch would impart the wisdom of human relations. A cacophony of nonsensical phrases inundated him like a barrage of comments. Moreover, numerous distorted, clamorous, and vividly colored animated images flashed before him. A sorrowful frog with green skin. A cat performing an odd dance. A grinning panda head. This deluge of information was chaotic and disordered. Charles's brain, comparable to a supercomputer, nearly malfunctioned upon encountering this barrage of stimuli. He felt as though a power drill were boring into his temples. He immediately withdrew his mental faculties. "Professor, what is the matter?" Scott, known for his laser vision, immediately sensed his unease. His thoughts. Charles massaged his brow, his expression grave. "I cannot comprehend." "What?" Scott was taken aback. "The professor is unable to decipher a person's thoughts? How could that be possible?" "It's not that I'm blocked," Charles clarified. "It's noise." He struggled to find a more precise term to describe it. Lynn's amusement blossomed as he observed Charles's expression akin to that of constipation. "You wish to read my mind?" "The electronic patina I've accumulated over 20 years of surfing the internet would surely overwhelm your antiquated mechanisms." His mental prowess, amassed through arduous effort, had long surpassed the threshold of an ordinary individual, reaching an astonishing 108, augmented by the uniqueness of a soul from another realm. It was akin to an impenetrable and ludicrous firewall. It appeared the professor was quite intrigued. Lynn interjected, shattering the whispers among the agents. "To seek entry into my mind upon first meeting is hardly a courteous gesture." His words caused the agent's expressions to shift. He could actually perceive the professor's probing. "Enough of this idle chatter," Fury declared, losing his patience. He stepped forward. "I do not care who you are or your connection to the events within. This area is now under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. I require an explanation of what has transpired here. What is the source of that immense energy? Also, where is Sebastian Shaw?" He spoke as though interrogating a suspect. Lynn shrugged, his disdain for bureaucratic figures evident. "Director Fury, your inquiries are excessive. I refuse to answer." However, Lynn's tone shifted, a devilish smile gracing his face. "I can show you something, a gift." He turned to the side, gesturing invitingly as he opened the grand entrance of the Opera House. "International fugitive, the Dark King of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw. I have brought him to you alive. Consider this a token of appreciation from an earnest citizen." This statement detonated like a bomb, echoing in the minds of Fury and Charles simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they perceived a profound and unshakable incredulity. Who exactly is this young man? In the past 6 months, The information he had managed to gather was minimal. Not only had he defeated Shaw, but he also intended to present him as a gift? What could his true motives be? Fury did not immediately acquiesce, nor did he decline. He was swiftly weighing the pros and cons. Lynette also refrained from pressing him. This cunning old fox would undoubtedly accept the offering, for the temptation was immense. A living Sebastian Shaw, stripped of all capacity for resistance, held immeasurable value. At last, Fury reached his decision. He gestured to the agents behind him. You come with me. He cast another glance towards the X-Men. Cyclops, Beast, you two shall join us. We require a witness on the scene. This was both a precaution and a means to distribute the risk. Charles nodded in agreement. Scott and Hank McCoy stepped out from the ranks of the X-Men, following Fury step by step up the stairs. The atmosphere was charged with tension. All eyes were fixated on the dark, cavernous entrance of the opera house, reminiscent of a beast's maw. Lynette observed them, a broader smile gracing his lips. Welcome, he whispered. I trust you will appreciate my artwork. Chapter 88. Nick Fury. Should I accept this extravagant fortune or not? Inside the opera house, chaos reigned. A massive hole gaped in the ceiling, allowing moonlight and night breezes to flow in unimpeded. The ground was strewn with shattered seats, broken rebar, and golden shell casings. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, dust, and a faint hint of blood. Nick Fury, Cyclops, and Beast stepped into the scene, their steps halting immediately. They had witnessed countless brutal battlefields, yet the sight before them sent shivers down their spines. This was no ordinary gunfight or explosion. The traces of destruction bore an eerie quality. Many metallic objects displayed an unnatural form, as if forcibly twisted. My heavens, Beast Hank adjusted his glasses, letting out a low gasp. His azure eyes brimmed with scholarly curiosity and astonishment. As a top-tier scientist, he could discern just how terrifying and unfamiliar the residual energy in this place truly was. Scott remained ever vigilant, his hand never straying from his tactical scope, poised to unleash a formidable laser beam at any moment. Fury as solitary, I scanned the entirety of the Grand Hall with the precision of radar, leaving no detail overlooked. Their gazes were soon drawn to the center of the stage, where stood an imposing 10-meter-tall humanoid metallic construct. It was forged from an array of distorted, compressed, and fused metals, comprising the framework of seats, the steel beams of the stage, iron sheeting of ventilation ducts, and even the remnants of vehicles. All these metals had been inexorably shaped by an unimaginable force into a figure that seemed to roar defiantly at the heavens. Its lines were rugged, exuding a palpable sense of power and a grim, artistic essence. It resembled a sculpture imbued with postmodern irony, eternally impaled upon this opulent, yet now desolate stage. What is this? Scott's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. An artwork, came the languid response of Lynette from behind them, as if he were a tour guide enthusiastically presenting his exhibit. I personally have named it The Lament of the Fallen King. What do you think? Fury remained silent, his eyes fixated on the chest of the metallic statue. Through the twisted metallic seams, he discerned a face both hauntingly familiar and deeply loathed. Sebastian Shaw. At that moment, Shaw appeared utterly wretched, ensnared within the heart of this metallic cage, utterly immobile. His once exquisite tailored suit now hung in tatters, his hair disheveled, and his visage smeared with blood and grime. He gasped for breath, his eyes hollow, as though his very soul had been siphoned away. Yet, what struck Fury and Hank with the utmost horror was the faint reading emitted by the device in Hank's arms. The screen displayed Shaw's vital signs, stable. Yet his energy response had entirely vanished. Hank's voice emerged, as if from a dream, impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Shaw's ability to absorb and release nearly all forms of energy had rendered him nearly invincible. Both Shield and the Avengers had suffered greatly at his hands. Yet now, he resembled a toy whose battery had been removed. His most prized capability had been thoroughly and unequivocally stripped away. Who could have accomplished this? By what means? Just as their astonishment reached its zenith, a pale, blue holographic projection slowly emerged before the metallic cage. It was the White Queen, Emma Frost, clad in a pristine, seemingly bespoke bodysuit. Her golden locks cascaded like a waterfall, and her features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a delicate doll. Her presence caused both Fury and Scott to tense simultaneously. As the most capable subordinate of Shaw, Emma's level of peril was not in the slightest inferior to that of Shaw himself. Emma Frost. Fury coldly articulated her name. Have you betrayed Shaw as well? Emma's projection did not even spare him a glance. Her sapphire-like eyes calmly regarded Lintern, as if in her world. Only this man warranted her attention. Boss, she spoke with a tone of respect. The surface information from the target's brain has been fully extracted. This includes all his secret accounts, asset distribution, locations of safe houses worldwide, as well as the names and details of all core members within the Hellfire Club. The deeper memories concerning mutant abilities and some more unsavory political dealings have also begun to be accessed. It is expected to take another 10 minutes. Every word Emma uttered detonated like a heavy bomb, leaving Fury and Scott's minds buzzing. The sheer volume of information was staggering, sufficient to upend the entire underground world and potentially trigger political tremors across several nations. Lintern nodded in satisfaction, snapping his fingers. Instantly, a myriad of rapidly flashing data windows appeared beside Emma's projection. These were the freshly unearthed, scalding confidential intelligence extracted from Shaw's mind. Lintern turned to face Fury, his expression a blend of affable cunning akin to that of a shrewd merchant. Director Fury, he inquired, are you satisfied with this initial offering? Everything accumulated over decades by the Hellfire Club is contained herein. I present it to you as a cleaning fee for the minor commotion I've caused tonight. Fury's throat constricted as he swallowed. His solitary eye fixated intently on the data, his breath growing increasingly labored. Reason told him there must be a considerable conspiracy lurking behind this. This young man, named Lintern, was undoubtedly up to no good. Yet, the temptation was utterly overwhelming. Charles' voice crackled urgently through Scott's communicator. Nick, do not be deceived. I can sense that Shaw, trapped within that cage, is enduring unimaginable mental anguish. Emma and that young man employ exceedingly ruthless methods. They are more dangerous than Shaw. Fury was well aware of this. Yet he was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.L.D., an ultimate pragmatist willing to go to any lengths to protect the world. Danger? As long as it could be harnessed. He would dare to confront anything perilous. Just as Fury wrestled with the turmoil within, a tall, stern-faced female agent clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical attire strode briskly into the room. She approached Fury directly, lowering her voice to a hushed tone that only the two of them could discern, urgently stating, Director, we have urgent intelligence. We intercepted encrypted communications between the Professor and the White House. The Avengers seem to have long been aware of Shaw's plans. They are deliberately remaining passive, intending to utilize Shaw to eliminate dissenters and subsequently monopolize the resources of the Hellfire Club. This suddenly emerging young man is likely their clandestine agent. Fury's body tensed abruptly, a cold glint flashing in his single eye. Chapter 89. You're courting death. Dare to touch my woman, and see what happens. The words of the female agent pierced through Nick Fury's heart like a venomous thorn, striking at his most sensitive nerve of suspicion. His deepest mistrust was reserved for these uncontrollable so-called superhero organizations, particularly the Avengers, a formidable armed group composed of mutants. In Fury's eyes, they bore little difference from those mutant terrorists, merely masquerading under the guise of heroes. Now, this intelligence seemed to corroborate his long-standing concerns. The Avengers were playing with fire, manipulating power dynamics. His expression remained unchanged. Yet the temperature in his single eye plummeted several degrees. Casually, he cast a glance toward Scott, who stood at the doorway, his gaze laden with scrutiny and doubt. Lynn observed all of this with keen interest, even throwing a look of approval toward the female agent who had just delivered the report. Raven, well done, he remarked, a single phrase widening the rift between the two already wary organizations. Yet, that was not sufficient. Lynn resolved to stoke the flames further. He turned his attention to Scott Summers, the apprehensive leader of the Avengers, who regarded him with a wary glare as if he intended to incinerate him with his laser vision. Hey, buddy, Lynn suddenly began, offering Scott a radiant smile. You're Scott, right? No need to be so tense. It's as if I've stolen your girlfriend. Scott momentarily faltered, clearly unable to grasp his line of thought. Lynn continued, adopting a teasing tone, rest assured, I'm not currently interested in the red-haired lady, especially not that fiery phoenix. Too explosive for my taste. I fear being burned. Boom. This remark ignited a powder keg. Scott's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. Jean Grey was his beloved. the one sacred to his heart. That scoundrel dares to publicly mock Quinn with such frivolity. You seek death, Scott bellowed. He raised his right hand, poised to press against his visor. A surge of searing energy began to coalesce behind his visor. Scott, calm down. Hank, the beast quick-witted, seized his arm. Do not fall into his trap. He intends to provoke us. The voice of Professor Charles echoed in Scott's mind. Control yourself, Scott. He is deliberately inciting. Scott's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding audibly. He glared fiercely at Leonard, his gaze filled with a desire to devour him whole. Leonard, however, remained unfazed, raising his hands in a gesture of mock innocence. Just a joke. Can't take a little fun? Is this the psychological fortitude of the captain of the Avengers? This brazen demeanor nearly sent Scott into a fit of apoplexy. Enough. Nick Fury finally interjected. His voice was cold and resolute. He was not chiding Leonard, but warning Scott. This is now the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Summers, I ask you and your team to maintain restraint. Otherwise, I will consider it a provocation against S.H.I.L.D. Fury's demeanor had evidently shifted. He no longer regarded the Avengers as temporary allies, but as potential unstable elements to be wary of. Scott felt this chill as well. He gazed at Fury, his eyes brimming with confusion and fury. Fury, I told you enough. Fury interrupted him. He turned back to face Leonard. At this moment, the scales in his heart had completely tipped. Compared to a group of allies who might stab him in the back, a devil, though dangerous, who could provide tangible benefits, seemed a far better deal. I accept your terms, Fury stated gravely. S.H.I.E.L.D. will take this intelligence. Sebastian Shaw will also be taken by us. This decision caused Scott and Hank to pale in shock. No, Scott immediately opposed. Shaw is a mutant. His matters should be handled by us Avengers. This has always been the principle of the Avengers. The issue of mutants should be resolved internally among mutants. They do not trust that human courts can fairly judge a powerful mutant like Shaw. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision. Fury's stance was unequivocal. The crimes he committed threatened the safety of the entire world, not just that of mutants. The atmosphere between the two factions grew tense in an instant. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Avengers outside simultaneously raised their weapons, aimed at one another. A conflict was on the verge of erupting. Lin leaned against the pillar of the stage, watching the spectacle with great interest, as if observing two packs of dogs baring their teeth over a bone. He was the one who had cast the bone. Ah, dear friends, he began languidly, let us all remain calm. It would be most unfortunate to mar our cordiality over a mere trifle. A trifle? Was he insinuating that Sebastian Shaw was a mere trifle? Everyone regarded him with the incredulous eyes one might reserve for a lunatic. Lin remained unfazed, wearing an enigmatic smile that eluded comprehension. In fact, he continued, I possess another small, delightful tidbit of information. I believe both sides would find it quite intriguing. He paused deliberately, heightening the suspense among the gathered crowd. Then, he gently uttered a single word, Sentinel. This word struck like a lightning bolt, instantly electrifying the room. Fury's singular eye widened in shock. Scott's body went rigid. And even Professor Charles, seated in his wheelchair, abruptly lifted his head. The opera house fell into a profound silence. The term held vastly different implications for S.H.I.L.D. and the X-Men, yet the shock it instilled was of equal magnitude. For the X-Men, particularly Charles and Scott's generation, it represented a dark, desperate future they had long sought to avert, a sword of Damocles hanging over all mutants. For Nick Fury, however, this word embodied a top-secret dossier he had personally ordered to be buried deep within S.H.I.L.D.'s archives, a clandestine initiative driven by certain radical factions within the military aimed at the ultimate solution to the mutant problem. This plan should have been rendered obsolete long ago. Yet now, it floated effortlessly from the lips of a mysterious young man of unknown origins. Chapter 90. The entire assembly was petrified. Why did Black Widow's gaze toward me seem so askew? Sentinel. The two words Lin had uttered lightly detonated like a nuclear device hurled into a dormant volcano, igniting a tempest of emotions within everyone present. The entrance of the opera house descended into an absolute hush. Even the wind seemed to still. Nick Fury's solitary eye bulged, nearly overwhelmed as his mind raced with the implications. The Sentinel program, one he had ordered to be buried in the deepest recesses of SHIELD, classified at the highest level, a final extermination scheme against all mutants, secretly bolstered by military hawks and certain anti-mutant politicians. This initiative, theoretically, had long since been snuffed out by various means, its files sealed away. Those who are aware of this term are few and far between. Yet now, this word effortlessly escapes the lips of a mysterious young man. How does he know it? Who exactly is he? Countless questions flooded Fury's mind. Meanwhile, Professor Charles was abruptly jolted. For the first time, his perpetually gentle and refined countenance betrayed unmistakable shock. Sentinel. To him, this word represented a nightmare of an entirely different magnitude, one he had devoted his life to evading. A dark, despairing future that signified the apocalypse for all mutants. In that bleak future, cold mechanical giants patrolled the ruins, hunting mutants like cattle, mercilessly slaughtering them. It was the sharpest guillotine looming over every mutant's head. Behind him, Scott's expression of fury swiftly morphed into a chilling fear. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Even the usually composed Hank felt the tension, his blue fur concealing taut skin. They understood all too well what this term implied. Lynette observed their captivating expressions with satisfaction. This was the effect he sought. A mere Sebastian Shaw was but an appetizer. The true bargaining chip that could compel these two formidable factions to sit down and listen was the future, the very future they feared most. It appeared both had grasped the meaning. Lynette, smiling, broke the silence. I may know a tad more about this so-called Sentinel than you do. He raised a finger, indicating a minuscule gap. For instance, who its designer is, the source of its funding, and where its prototype is currently concealed within a military base. With each revelation, Fury and Charles's expressions darkened further. Each piece of information had the potential to incite a political earthquake of magnitude 12 across the globe. Fury's throat felt parched. His gaze at Lynette had transformed entirely. This man was no mere opportunist, nor a puppet controlled by mutants. He was a madman holding a trump card. Having flipped the table, Professor Charles inhaled deeply, attempting to utilize his formidable telepathic abilities to ease the tense atmosphere once more, and to reach out to Lynette's thoughts again. However, just as his mental power extended outward, it became lost once more, returning empty-handed. Lynette smirked, signaling to Lorna and Wanda behind him. Inside the opera house, the sculpture of Shaw, forcibly shaped into the form of an Iron Maiden by countless metals, suddenly began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The sculpture was composed of the opera house's steel beams, the iron framework of the seats, and the lighting apparatus of the stage, cold, unyielding metals. Wanda stood before the sculpture, her eyes aglow with a crimson light. Lorna floated in the air, enveloped in a green energy that cloaked her entire being. The two sisters, at Lynette's behest, for the first time, unleashed their powers in a flawless amalgamation, unreserved and complete. Chaos magic warped reality, while magnetic field manipulation governed fundamental forces. Two powers, both originating from the cosmos, intertwined, yielding a terrifying effect akin to creation itself. No, a final, horrified scream erupted from within the sculpture, the voice of Sebastian Shaw, filled with dread and confusion. Then, under the incredulous gaze of all, including Fury and Charles, the 10-meter-tall metal sculpture, along with the Hellfire King, Sebastian Shaw, disintegrated inch by inch into dust. The agents of SHIELD and the members of the Avengers stood frozen, as if petrified by a spell, their weapons still pointed at one another, now rendered utterly absurd. Moments ago, they had nearly come to blows over that very sculpture, and now it, along with the arch-villain within, had simply vanished. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. What then were they? Scott's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He had just contemplated taking action against Lynette. Now a chill coursed down his spine. Although a single beam of laser could pierce Lynette, what would follow? Death at the hands of Polaris and Wanda? He pondered if that strike had been directed at them. Would any among them have lasted even a second? Nick Fury's lone, I reflected unprecedented trepidation and astonishment. The situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. This man, Lynette, resembled an unfathomable black hole, His actions were imperceptible, yet everyone around him had transformed into monsters capable of effortlessly annihilating the world. What instilled greater fear in him was that after demonstrating such terrifying power, Lynette still stood there, willing to converse with them, adorned with a relaxed and cheerful smile. What did this signify? It indicated that, in his eyes, S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers, the two mightiest organizations on Earth, were deemed unworthy of provoking his true wrath. Nick, Professor Charles's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. He communicated with Fury through their mental connection. This matter can no longer be addressed through conventional means. Its level of danger necessitates a thorough reassessment. Fury remained silent, fixated intently on the approaching Lynette. Beside him, Natasha, the Black Widow, exhibited a complexity in her usually sharp and profound green eyes. Memories of her last entanglement with Lynette surfaced, compelling her to sensuously lick her lips. Lynette had now arrived before them, casually gesturing to the astonished assembly, as though beckoning neighbors to join him for tea. Come in, don't just stand there foolishly outside. Would the esteemed guest care for a cup of tea? I happen to have some additional spoils I wish to share with you. Fury and Charles exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound resignation and an unwavering determination to uncover the truth reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 91. A single word, sister, drives her mad. Ultimately, Fury and Charles steeled themselves and ventured into the opera house. Scott and Hank the Beast trailed behind Charles, while Natasha and another Level 7 agent followed Fury, both parties remaining on high alert, wary of Lynette as well as each other. As Natasha passed Lynette, she instinctively made a move, seizing him. Lynette, momentarily taken aback, reflexively swatted her rear. The sound drew the attention of all present, halting their movements as they turned to Lynette. Embarrassed, he scratched his nose and began to applaud. Welcome, everyone. The group exchanged glances before continuing deeper into the venue. Natasha glanced back, casting a sidelong look at Lynette, who perceived a pool of autumn waters rippling in her gaze. Upon entering the thoroughly transformed palace, Lynette raised his hand, signaling for a pause. One moment, please. He turned away, disregarding Fury and Charles, and focused on several figures emerging from the shadows. Raven, Emma, Wanda, and Lorna. Dear guests, feel free to look around. Lynette gestured casually towards Fury and the others. I have some family matters to attend to. Family matters? Fury's eyelids flickered. He noticed Lynette's gaze fixated on the girl with long, dark green hair and a defiant demeanor. Lorna, Polaris, daughter of Magneto. The S.H.I.E.L.D. files contained ample records about her. Lorna met Lynette's gaze with a huff, having recently joined forces with her sister Wanda to unleash a cataclysmic strike. The exhilaration of that moment was unparalleled. She felt an unprecedented surge of power. Thus, she now regards everyone with an air of arrogance, even Lynette. Lorna spoke up, gesturing towards the center of the stage, that spot which had been rendered completely bare. That last moment was exquisite, a veritable declaration of intent since you're joining our team. I'm quite pleased. Upon hearing the term declaration of intent, the corners of Lorna's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, though she stubbornly attempted to suppress her smile. The pride on her face was utterly unmistakable. It was unfortunate for that fellow, Shao. She crossed her arms, wearing an expression of self-satisfaction, acknowledging that he had provoked someone he ought not have. Indeed, Lynette chuckled lightly, but then abruptly shifted his tone. However, this alone is insufficient. I require you to advance further. Lorna's expression of pride faltered, momentarily stunned. What does that mean? She could not comprehend. The enemy had been utterly vanquished. What more could be desired? Lynette's gaze suddenly sharpened. He was no longer the flippant figure, but resembled a cold hunter, assessing the edge of his blade. Emma had already scanned Zhao's mind. He gestured towards the virtual projection of the White Queen, Emma, standing nearby. Yet, that was merely passive reading. Many deep-seated pieces of information have been deliberately concealed or locked away by mental barriers, and Emma would require time to unravel them. Currently, what we lack most is time. Lynette paused, refocusing his gaze on Lorna's face. Therefore, I need you to interrogate him. Lorna, perplexed, looked at the now vacant spot. Interrogate whom? There is no one left. Lynette shook his head. The physical form may be gone, but the information remains. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A flicker of azure light passed through Emma's eyes. In the next moment, a half-transparent figure, composed purely of mental energy, trembled into existence at the center of the stage. It was the spiritual essence of Sebastian Shaw. Emma had forcibly extracted him from his own mental realm. Lorna's pupils constricted slightly. "Do not worry. It is merely a data copy, devoid of substance," Linnant explained nonchalantly. "However, all his memories and thought patterns have been preserved intact. I need you to use your abilities to provoke him. Disturb and stimulate the bioelectric currents between every neuron in his cerebral cortex with the most refined magnetic force. Encourage him to speak. Make him divulge everything we wish to know." Linen's voice was calm, yet the implications of his words transformed Lorna's countenance entirely. "With magnetism, to stimulate the bioelectrical currents of the brain? What is that?" "It is the most extreme agony inflicted directly at the neural level. Far more brutal than any form of torture imaginable. Although Lorna is rebellious and enjoys causing chaos, her essence is not malevolent. Engaging in combat, even to the point of accidental murder, she might not even flinch. However, to compel her to torment a spirit that is utterly defenseless, this crosses her threshold. She experiences a wave of physiological discomfort." "What is happening?" Linny saw through her hesitation at a glance. His tone remained calm, yet it bore an undeniable weight of pressure. Unable to proceed, Lorna bit her lip and remained silent, her mind caught in a tumultuous battle. Linty simply observed her in silence. After a few moments, he finally spoke slowly. "Lorna, remember this. We are not benevolent heroes like Professor Charles and his ilk. We are hunters. In this world, there are only two kinds of hunters. One is the elite hunter, the other is the dead hunter. Regarding our prey, there are only two methods of handling them." He extended one finger. "Either a swift and decisive kill, leaving no room for future threats." He raised a second finger. "Or, one must extract every ounce of value from them. Bones, flesh, hide. None should be wasted. Here, mercy is the most useless and extravagant of commodities. It will only hasten your demise." His words sent a chill through the onlookers, including Fury and Charles. This was the stark and unvarnished law of the Dark Forest. Liddy did not pause. He stepped closer and gently placed a hand on Lorna's shoulder. The physical contact caused her to shudder involuntarily. "This is a lesson you must learn." Linny's voice was low, audible only to a select few. "This is your trial, your second oath of allegiance. If you cannot even accomplish this," his tone suddenly sharpened, piercing Lorna's proudest and most sensitive core, "then you shall forever remain in Wanda as Shadow, merely a sister who can only destroy and needs protection." The last two words were spoken softly and deliberately, instantly shattering all of Lorna's hesitation and turmoil. Sister. That word again. She despised being seen as Wanda's appendage. She refused to accept it. Why should she live under the halo of her sister? She is Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, just as powerful. She should be stronger than anyone. Lorna abruptly lifted her head. She gazed at the ethereal manifestation of Shaw on stage, twisted in fear, then shifted her focus to the tranquil eyes of Linnant, which seemed to penetrate all illusions. Ultimately, she clenched her jaw resolutely. Within her striking green irises flickered an unrecognized spark of madness and determination. "I understand now," she articulated, each word deliberate, no longer glancing at anyone. She took long strides toward the center of the stage, under the astonished gazes of Fury, Charles, Scott, and everyone present. Slowly, she pressed her hand against the crown of the translucent figure, composed entirely of psychic energy. A bizarre green lightning flickered at her fingertips, igniting the atmosphere of the opera house with a crackling tension. On stage, Shaw's transparent form, forged from pure psychic energy, contorted violently under unimaginable agony. His mouth opened wide. Yet no sound emerged, for Emma had stripped him of his vocal ability, leaving only the most primal sensations intact. This was the pinnacle of torment. Fury's singular eye fixated on the scene before him, his expression more somber than ever. Behind him, Natasha's gaze was one of obsession. This man was indeed wicked. Only they, the professionals, could fathom the horror of the moment. This was not mere violence. It was a precise and brutal dissection of a life at the neurological level. Professor Charles, seated in his wheelchair, closed his eyes, a look of anguish crossing his face. He could hear Shaw's psychic essence emitting a silent, anguished wail, a suffering so profound it seemed to crush the very soul. Scott and Hank felt their scalps prickle, They sensed they were confronting not mere mutants, but genuine devils cloaked in human flesh. Lynent reveled in their reactions. This was precisely the effect he sought. To establish his authority, he aimed to reveal to these self-important figures that the tide of time had irrevocably changed. Yet, just as Lorna prepared to delve deeper into Shaw's psychic core with her magnetic force, her hand halted midair. A flicker of struggle crossed her gaze, and her breathing quickened. Lynent discerned her hesitation. She had softened, or rather, instinctively recoiled from the visceral act of inflicting pain. She possesses the capability to take a life. Yet she does not aspire to be a tormenting executioner. This innocence is indeed precious, though in Lin's eyes, it appears superfluous. Just as he prepared to speak once more, intending to impart Lorna's final lesson, a figure approached her silently from behind. It was Wanda. She gazed at her sister, observing the subtle tremors of her back. Then her eyes drifted to the stage, where a tortured, distorted spirit writhed. Without uttering a word, she reached out, gently placing her hand atop Lorna's. The warmth of her touch seeped through the skin, causing Lorna's body to stiffen abruptly. Instinctively, she recoiled, yearning to withdraw her hand. "Don't touch me," she thought, despising the sensation, the feeling of being seen through, of weakness exposed, and then being offered help, as if she were incapable of standing alone. Yet, Wanda's grip tightened further. That hand, though small and somewhat delicate, felt like an unyielding iron clamp in that moment. "I'm here to assist you." Wanda's voice was soft and gentle, like a breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake. Yet, the content of her words carried an undeniable conviction. "I can sense that your strength is still unsteady, too volatile. If this continues, you will tear apart his memories before you can extract what we seek. The efficiency is too low." Wanda regarded Lorna's profile, her crimson eyes devoid of mockery, filled only with sincerity. "I will help you stabilize his mental structure and dismantle his defenses with my power. You shall seek the answers Lynn desires." Lorna froze, gradually turning to face her sister. She found herself gazing into Wanda's clear, crimson eyes, devoid of pity or sympathy, offering nothing but pure trust and support. A surge of warmth flooded Lorna's heart instantaneously. In her own way, Wanda was alleviating the burden that weighed upon her psyche, reassuring her, "Fear not, you are not alone. We will tackle this grim task together." The softest part of Lorna's heart was touched profoundly, causing her nose to tingle. Yet, her words remained defiant. Who asked for your help?" she retorted, turning her head away with feigned pride, though the hand that Wanda grasped did not struggle further. The sisters exchanged a glance once more, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In the next moment, two distinctly different yet fundamentally connected sources of terrifying power fused instantaneously. A visible wave of intertwining crimson and emerald energy rippled outward with a resonant hum. Under Wanda's control, the chaotic crimson magic transformed from a cataclysmic tempest into something altogether different. Instead, it transformed into billions of energy scalpels, infinitely more refined than nanobots. They disregarded all of Zhao's mental barriers. Layer by layer, akin to a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, they peeled away his every psychological defense, exposing the vault that concealed his deepest secrets in a stark, naked manner. Following closely was Lorna's green magnetism, morphing into countless delicate probes that precisely pierced his memory core, fervently searching, flipping through, and duplicating. In the center of the stage, Zhao's spirit, imprisoned within a metallic sphere, suddenly emitted a silent scream. His soul was treated as a tattered book, being brutally torn page by page, subjected to the ultimate torment of relentless scrutiny. His spiritual essence flickered violently, on the brink of complete collapse. This scene sent a chilling sensation surging from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head among all present. It was terrifying. This method of interrogation was simply unprecedented. At that moment, the holographic projection of the White Queen, Emma, appeared beside them. With an elegant smile and a tablet in hand, she resembled the most efficient librarian, swiftly organizing the chaotic fragments of memories extracted from Zhao's mind, categorizing and labeling them, before storing them in her own brain. The organizational chart of the Hellfire Club, profiles and vulnerabilities of all core members, secret bases, and safe houses scattered across the globe, and an astronomical wealth accumulated over decades, sufficient to upend the entire underworld. Additionally, all the clandestine transaction records conducted with various governments, military forces, and conglomerates, everything was being downloaded in an almost violent manner. Linter, arms crossed, observed this scene with satisfaction. One was responsible for violent breaches, another for precise searches, and the last for data archiving. He glanced at Wanda, Lorna, and Emma, inwardly muttering, "This is no mere team of beauties. This is unequivocally the universe's most formidable interrogation assembly line." Minutes later, Wanda and Lorna simultaneously released their grips, their faces pale, clearly indicating that such meticulous operations had exacted an immense toll on their mental strength. Meanwhile, Zhao's spirit lay utterly still, drained of all vitality. The White Queen, Emma, gracefully tucked away her data tablet and turned to Linter, offering a smile imbued with a hint of relieved satisfaction. "Boss, from this day forth, all secrets of the Hellfire Club shall bear the surname Lin. Chapter 93, Danger. Tactical nuclear explosion, awaiting inevitable doom." At the very moment Emma announced their victory, a violent tremor coursed through the entire venue. The deafening rumble echoed throughout the opera house. The surface of the spiritual entity began to manifest crimson patterns. A cataclysmic surge of energy was brewing within, threatening to erupt. Panic surged through Lorna's face as she instantly grasped the dire situation. The energy structure within was on the verge of collapse. That scoundrel intended to self-destruct. Indeed, Sebastian Shaw, in the final moments of his utter depletion and the complete disintegration of his spiritual form, retained a flicker of consciousness. He sought to unleash the remnants of his energy, intending to take everyone present along with him into oblivion. This wretched old man, even in death, desired to drag a multitude down with him. Such delusions! Lorna shouted in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she clenched her hands in the air once more. "Repress it back." A formidable magnetic force surged violently into the spiritual entity, attempting to suppress the impending explosive energy. The clash between the verdant magnetic force and the dark crimson explosive energy reached a fever pitch. However, Shaw's self-detonation was the culmination of decades of absorbed energy, the final symphony of his life's work. Its magnitude far exceeded Lorna's expectations. Alone, she struggled to contain it. Crack! Crack! The surface of the spiritual entity began to fissure, resembling a web of cracks. An even more searing, blinding light erupted from those crevices. The temperature within the entire opera house soared rapidly. Both Furies and Charles groups turned pale. The energy contained within the spiritual entity, once detonated, would unleash devastation comparable to a small tactical nuclear bomb. In that event, not only the opera house, but the surrounding kilometers would be leveled to the ground. They would all perish here. "Retreat!" instinctively shouted Scott, attempting to shield the professor as they withdrew. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised their weapons, fully aware of their futility. Wanda prepared to step forward, intending to utilize her chaos magic to assist her sister. Yet at that critical juncture, the voice of Lynette resonated once more. This time, however, he did not issue commands. His tone was calm. "Lorna, do you recall what I once told you? Your father, Magneto, could unleash a mere flick of his finger with greater strength than this wretch's entire life force. Now, let me see if you truly possess the worthiness to be his daughter." These sentences manifest as a key forged from lightning, thrust forcefully into the depths of Lorna's veins, unlocking a heavy door she had long evaded, yet fervently desired. Father, Magneto, that man hailed as one of the strongest mutants on Earth, a being capable of conjuring planetary magnetic storms and reversing the Earth's magnetic poles single-handedly. In that fleeting moment, an innate, indescribable pride surged forth from the very depths of her soul as she realized she was his daughter. Her blood coursed with the most noble and potent power on this planet. What was a mere energy absorber, a worthless being unworthy of even polishing her father's shoes? In the grand scope of things, what significance did his last vestige of energy hold? Why should it weigh upon her? Why dare to be audacious before her? Lorna abruptly tilted her head back, her dark green hair swirling wildly. She let out a roar. That roar resonated with boundless fury and a regal authority. In her beautiful green eyes, for the first time, a glimmer of absolute dominance flickered, contemptuous of all, commanding all. "Freeze!" Her voice transformed into an imperious decree, imbued with an undeniable tone of command. The last two words, spoken with the weight of law, seemed to press the entire world into a momentary pause. The mental entity, on the verge of explosion and already fissured, was forcefully solidified before its eruption, brutally compelled back into its core. Subsequently, that green magnetic force compressed inward like 1,000,000 tons of ocean water. The mental entity, once expanded to its limits, was crushed and compressed further. In the end, all light and warmth vanished. At the center of the stage remained a perfect metallic sphere, less than a meter in diameter. Its surface smooth as a mirror, yet adorned with eerie dark red patterns, quietly suspended in the air. Sebastian Shaw, along with all his life's energy, was eternally encapsulated in that moment. After accomplishing all this, Lorna could no longer sustain herself. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, propping herself up with her hands, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked her dark green hair, clinging to her cheeks, bestowing upon her an exquisite allure. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though her consciousness had intertwined with the planet's magnetic field, entering a new realm, a sensation of omnipotence she had never before experienced. A hand extended towards her. Lorna looked up. Lynette stood before her, a look of genuine admiration gracing her face. "Well done, Lorna." Lorna remained silent, merely grasping his hand for support as she rose to her feet. Her body still felt somewhat weak, and she instinctively leaned against him. Lynette steadied her and leaned closer, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. "From this day forth, remember, you are no longer anyone's daughter. You're simply you, the North Star." These words penetrated Lorna's ears, causing her body to quiver slightly. She lifted her gaze to Lynette. This man not only bestowed upon her unimaginable strength, but more importantly, he shattered the heavy shackles that bound her as the daughter of Magneto. An unprecedented sense of identity and belonging surged within her. "Thank you, Lynn," she uttered softly, marking the first time she expressed these two words to him. At that moment, Wanda approached. She offered no extraneous words, simply twisting open a bottle of mineral water and bringing it to Lorna's lips. Lorna hesitated for a moment, but instinctively parted her lips and took a few sips. The cool liquid slid down her throat, soothing the tumultuous emotions within her. She gazed at her sister, who was also looking back at her. The sisters exchanged no words, yet they understood each other completely. In the shadows, Raven stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing the scene. She watched Lorna, Wanda, and Emma's holographic projection nearby, diligently organizing data. This small team, centered around Lynette, had emerged from a bloody yet efficient hunt, finally coalescing into an unbreakable whole. And at the heart of it all was Lynette, who was currently circling the royal amber with keen interest, tapping on the smooth sphere, which emitted a crisp, ringing sound. Good material, high density. Chapter 94. A paperweight in exchange for your entire Hellfire Club. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, turning to Emma's holographic projection, he snapped his fingers. "Emma." "Present, boss," Emma replied promptly. "Scan the 3D data model of this object and send it to our product department." Lynette's tone was as if he were assigning the most mundane task. "The product department?" Emma paused momentarily, but responded professionally. "Understood, boss." "Are there any specific requirements?" "Of course," Lynette said with utmost seriousness. "Have them scale it down proportionately. Replicate a batch using the finest alloy materials. I've even settled on a name." He cleared his throat. "Let's call it the Royal Paperweight. A limited global release, each accompanied by an independent number and a certificate of authenticity. We're targeting a high-end luxury market." The entire opera house fell into a profound silence once more. The agents behind Fury were left in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. They had just witnessed this sphere nearly obliterate everything within a several-kilometer radius. Now, he intended to use it as a paperweight? To press documents? What sort of occasion necessitated such a grand display? Scott, standing behind Professor Charles, felt his worldview profoundly shaken. He struggled to comprehend the thought process of this man. Was this the kind of operation conceivable by a rational individual? Even the typically composed beast, Hank, could not resist adjusting his glasses. He sensed that his understanding of biology required a significant update, for he could not possibly categorize the being before him as human. Only Natasha regarded Lynn with interest as he meticulously crafted his commercial blueprint. She found him to be extraordinarily intriguing. Emma's reaction was characteristically professional and prompt. "All right, boss," she said, flashing a sweet smile. "This is bound to sell remarkably well." Thus, the hunting operation against the Hellfire King, along with the ensuing internal crisis within the team, reached a definitive and, one might say, peculiar conclusion. Each member of the team experienced growth. Lin appeared quite satisfied. He clapped his hands, as if signaling the end of an event. Then, he turned to face Nick Fury and Charles Xavier, who had remained silent since entering the opera house. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Lin donned his most amiable countenance. "Well, the family matters have bin settled." He gestured with open hands in a welcoming manner. "Gentlemen, shall we now discuss the ownership of this?" He indicated the perfectly suspended metallic orb behind him. "Paperweight?" Fury's single eye was fixed intently on Lin. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed. This man, from the moment he appeared, had emanated an air of the uncanny. What were his true intentions? Each of his mutant female subordinates harbored world-ending powers. How had he managed to unite them? And what of the Sentinel program? Countless mysteries tangled in Fury's mind, akin to a knotted mass of threads. He yearned to issue an order to obliterate the area with all surrounding forces at any cost. Yet he hesitated. He had no doubt that should any movement occur on his side, he and all his agents would instantaneously transform into twisted metal or a grotesque amalgamation of flesh. Professor Charles's condition was not much better. His complexion was pale. As the most powerful telepath, he sensed an aura of chaos and danger emanating from the man before him and the girls behind him, an aura that felt utterly out of place in the world. Especially at the moment when Lorna had erupted, he felt a force that was akin to that of his old friend Eric Lenshare, yet somehow more pure. This filled him with profound unease. Finally, it was Fury who broke the silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse. "It is perilous. The energy within is exceedingly unstable. It must be entrusted to SHIELD for the utmost safekeeping." Linter chuckled at this, extending a finger and shaking it. "Director Fury, you're mistaken. It is presently quite stable, thanks to Lorna's expertise." "What do you mean by entrusting it to you?" "This is my trophy, earned through my own hard work. Why should I hand it over to you?" Linter stepped forward and gently patted the metallic orb. "Furthermore, can SHIELD truly safeguard such items?" He cast a pointed glance at Fury. "I've heard tales of numerous losses from your warehouses. For instance, the Tesseract?" Fury's pupils narrowed instantly. "That matter is classified. How could you possibly know?" Fury's tone had grown icy. Linter shrugged. "I am merely a concerned citizen, an ordinary businessman." He smiled at Fury and Charles. "How about this? Considering you helped me clear the perimeter today, I shall gift you this paperweight." "What?" Both Fury and Charles were taken aback. Such a significant item. And he casually offered it as a gift? "Of course, it is not without strings attached." Linter's smile brightened. "I want Sebastian Shaw and all assets belonging to the Hellfire Club. This includes, but is not limited to, their companies, bank accounts, properties, and arms worldwide, as well as, most importantly," he paused, articulating each word, "their extensive underground intelligence network. And the Avengers to facilitate the complete transfer of these assets into my name. That shall be my cleaning fee. Do we have a deal?" Fury's singular eye bore into Linter with intensity. He was intensely tempted to find someone to eliminate this flippant man before him. Not only did this man know about the Tesseract, but he was also demanding the entire legacy of the Hellfire Club. His appetite was insatiably large. The Hellfire Club was no mere street gang. It was a colossal entity that had entrenched itself for decades, with roots sprawling throughout the military, political, and business spheres worldwide. The challenge and risk associated with quietly transferring its assets to the name of a mysterious individual devoid of any discernible background were unimaginable. Professor Charles furrowed his brow. "Mr. Lin, your demands are excessive. The crimes committed by the Hellfire Club ought to be adjudicated by the law, and their assets should be—" Stop. Lin impatiently waved his hand, interrupting Charles's moral diatribe. "Professor, spare me your rhetoric. Law? Judgment? Do you even believe in these concepts yourself?" Chapter 95, Enough Pretenses. Your master is merely a paperweight now, among Zhao's core members, who is not a societal luminary, who is not a political heavyweight. Handing them over to you would only result in a few scapegoats being identified, with the situation ultimately being downplayed. As for those assets, We both know whose pockets they will eventually line. Lin-Ent's words pierced through the veneer of hypocrisy. Charles's expression darkened, while Fry remained silent, fully aware that Lin-Ent spoke nothing but the truth. My conditions are laid bare here. Lin-Ent spread his hands. Either you assist me in resolving this matter, or I shall detonate this ticking time bomb right now, and we shall all part ways in mutual ruin. The choice is yours. A blatant threat, unmasked. Fry and Charles exchanged glances, each recognizing deep-seated resignation and trepidation in the other's eyes. They had no choice. Just as Fry was about to voice his acquiescence to this humiliating demand, an urgent, distorted scream erupted from his earpiece. Director, emergency. We are under attack. A chilling scream followed by a sudden silence. Fry's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening outside? He demanded sharply. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous boom reverberated through the air. The entire opera house shuddered violently. Subsequently, a barrage of gunfire and explosions erupted outside, accompanied by terrifying gusts that roared like wild beasts. What was going on? Scott and Hank immediately shielded Professor Charles. The agents of SHIELD raised their weapons, aiming at the doors of the opera house. Lin-Ent, however, appeared remarkably composed. He merely cast a glance at Emma's holographic projection. Emma immediately understood. Her projection flickered and switched to the surveillance view from outside the opera house. There, in the plaza beyond, unbeknownst to anyone, a man suddenly appeared, spinning his body at an almost imperceptible speed. With each rotation, colossal gray tornadoes erupted from the ground, connecting heaven and earth. These tornadoes resembled gigantic, sentient meat grinders, ruthlessly tearing apart everything in the square. The advance team sent by SHIELD to secure the area found their armored vehicles lifted into the air and subsequently shredded into a heap of scrap metal. The fully armed agents barely had time to utter a cry before they were swept into the wind, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist. The entire square had morphed into a hellish landscape. It was a torrent. Hank instantly recognized the man, the ace enforcer under Sebastian Shaw, whose ability was supersonic spinning, conjuring storms. A Quinjet hovered at a distance, and within its cabin, Agent Maria Hill gazed at the harrowing scenes transmitted back to her, her face pale. She seized the communicator to report to Fury. Director, we cannot approach. All bullets and shells aimed at him are repelled by the tornado. He alone has subdued our 2-block perimeter. At the heart of the tornado, the torrent laughed boisterously, reveling in the exhilaration of overpowering mere mortals. A swarm of ants. Do you think he can harm Lord Shaw? He was convinced that as long as he held this ground, Shaw would remain utterly safe within. Little did he know that his master was currently being openly auctioned off in the form of a paperweight. In the distance, shrouded in the shadow of a tall building, a man clad in a trench coat, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, observed the massacre in the square through a high-powered telescope. TSK, 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 he mused. This fellow is far more impressive than the plate spinners at the circus. Boss, this job is a bit tricky. The wind makes my cards flutter. Despite his flippant tone, his eyes were fervently calculating wind speed, air currents, and the trajectories of attacks. A figure silently materialized beside him. Raven crossed her arms and regarded him coldly. Shut up and stick to the plan. He doesn't need to hear your nonsense. She was responsible for monitoring the surroundings to prevent any other enemies from appearing. Inside the opera house, Lenny watched the surveillance footage with a stoic expression. Emma's psychic scan had simultaneously completed its lock-on. They had pinpointed the location of the torrent at the center of the tornado. Lenny turned to Emma's projection, saying nothing, merely offering a subtle gesture. At the top of the Pinnacle Technology Building, in a throne-like office chair crafted specifically for her, Emma Frost elegantly crossed her legs. She gazed at the holographic screen, where Lynn had signaled her. A cruel yet perfect smile graced her lips. At your service, my king, she spoke with a soft, seductive tone. Just right. Seize him. Let me test my newly acquired skills. With that, Emma closed her eyes. This time, she did not merely conjure a convincing illusion as before. That was too simplistic. Having absorbed the immense mental energy of Sebastian Shaw, her comprehension and application of psychic power had ascended to an entirely new echelon. An invisible, formidable force of mental energy began to rise from her being. Under her command, this power was fervently compressed and condensed, Ultimately, it formed a mental lance potent enough to pierce through any defense. Found you, little mouse. Emma's eyes sprang wide open. In that instant, her azure gaze shimmered with a radiant yet chilling light. Her consciousness traversed a distance of several dozen kilometers. Her will disregarded the violent tornado capable of shredding steel. It locked onto the brain of the torrent, who was reveling in chaos at the eye of the storm. In the plaza, the torrent, indulging in the thrill of slaughter, suddenly beheld a horrific vision in his mind without any warning. The Hellfire Club, upon the throne symbolizing supreme power, sat his most revered and idolized master, Sebastian Shaw, with an imposing demeanor. Then bang! A bullet shot forth from the shadows, striking true at his forehead. Lord Shaw's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The scene was excruciatingly vivid, so real that the torrent felt the warm brain matter splatter against his face, that nauseating sensation. It was so tangible that he could almost smell the overwhelming stench of blood. No, my lord. In that moment, the torrent's psyche shattered completely. It was the pinnacle of fear, a collapse of faith. His body, spinning at high velocity, experienced a momentary stasis of mere seconds. For an ordinary person, seconds pass in the blink of an eye, barely perceptible. However, for a top-tier assassin like the sharpshooter, those seconds represented the singular opportunity between life and death. At the very instant Emma launched her psychic assault, the sharpshooter struck. He had calculated everything meticulously. Wind, speed, humidity, atmospheric pressure, and gravity all awaited this moment. A playing card slipped from his fingertips. It was no ordinary card. The face bore vibranium, while the edges were intermingled with URU metal smuggled from Asgard. This was the pinnacle of technological craftsmanship, a masterpiece from the laboratory of advanced science. With a swift motion, he hurled the card into the night, soundlessly. It sliced through the darkness like a bolt of death, striking precisely at the heart of the vortex, where a fleeting, fatal flaw appeared due to the master's momentary lapse in focus, the eye of the storm. In an instant, the card, with its razor-sharp edges, severed the torrent's throat. Chapter 96. Boss, I've killed him. Lent, too rough, deducting pay. Outside the opera house, the torrent barely registered the nature of the threat. It only sensed a slight chill at its neck. Then, a piercing scream, mingled with the sound of escaping air, erupted from the core of the whirlwind. The fear of impending death stripped him of the last vestiges of control over his body and powers. He was dead, yet his strength endured. The gray tornado connecting heaven and earth did not dissipate with its master's demise. Instead, it surged forth like an ancient beast that had shed its final shackles. Boom! The tornado expanded, tripling in size within an instant. It was no longer a weapon under human command. It transformed into a pure, purposeless cataclysm, existing solely for the sake of destruction. Danger! At the opera house entrance, Nick Fury watched helplessly as the tornado spiraled out of control. It resembled a newly awakened giant, furiously tearing apart everything in its vicinity. The sturdy asphalt road was lifted into the air as if it were mere paper. Fire hydrants were uprooted, unleashing jets of high-pressure water that vaporized upon contact with the tornado. A century-old building had its decorative reliefs stripped away by the gale, exposing its reinforced concrete structure. Even the steel rebar groaned under the strain, contorting into twisted shapes. Creak! A specialized armored vehicle from S.H.I.E.L.D. clung desperately to the ground, yet was inexorably dragged towards the tempest's center by the irresistible force. The agents inside bore expressions of despair. In the next moment, the more than 10-ton armored vehicle was lifted 100 meters into the air. Then, as if gripped by an invisible hand, it was hurled violently against another towering structure. Boom! A deafening crash. Flames erupted skyward. The robust armored vehicle was reduced to a burning wreck, embedded deep within the walls of the building. The explosion's shockwave rattled the entire neighborhood. Inside the opera house, Professor Charles's complexion turned ashen in an instant, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair. The veins on the back of his hands bulged ominously. There are still civilians outside. Scott and Hank wore expressions of sheer horror. This magnitude of catastrophe had far surpassed their capacity to respond. This was not a battle. It was a confrontation with nature itself. Retreat. Nick Fury's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He shouted hoarsely into the communicator, "All units. Immediate withdrawal. I repeat, This is not a drill. All units, evacuate the disaster zone at once. This is a catastrophe beyond our control. His voice brimmed with helplessness and fury as he watched his most elite troops appear as fragile as ants in the face of this natural disaster. However, just as panic and despair engulfed everyone, a languid voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, emerged through Lin's private channel. Whistle, the sniper teased. Standing atop a building several hundred meters away, admiring his handiwork through binoculars. Boss, target confirmed and neutralized. But he smacked his lips, his tone laced with a sense of mischief. He seemed somewhat unwilling to let go, wanting to drag the entire Midtown Manhattan down with him before his demise. Within the Opera House, Raven, disguised as a female agent beside Lin, furrowed her brow tightly. Her eyes swiftly scanned the holographic screen, displaying the incessantly flashing red alerts. Boss, she spoke in a low voice, brimming with urgency. The disaster model assessment indicates that the tornado is continuing to intensify. If we do not intervene immediately within 5 minutes, the affected area will expand to 30 blocks, potentially resulting in tens of thousands of civilian casualties. New York's emergency system will be utterly paralyzed. Raven's analysis was calm, yet lethal. She was not requesting action, but stating an impending reality. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin, the architect of this chaos, observed the escalating apocalyptic scene outside the Opera House without a trace of panic. Instead, he let out a soft click of his tongue. There was no fear, no concern, not even gravity in his demeanor, only a disdain akin to an art critic encountering a flawed masterpiece. What a mess, Lin remarked, his tone dripping with unabashed disappointment. Shaking his head as if mourning a masterpiece that had been ruined. Sniper, his voice carried through the communicator with clarity, your work was exceedingly crude. Not a trace of elegance. A perfect assassination should be a silent and precise art, executed with millimeter accuracy, rather than the current display of a cheap, explosive spectacle. Target, his hand, holding the telescope, froze in mid-air. Is the boss dissatisfied with him? Is he complaining that the noise of the kill was too great? Inside the Opera House, Nick Fury and Professor Charles regarded Lin Tay with the eyes of those observing a madman or a monster, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Outside, chaos was about to erupt, blood would flow like a river. This man, astonishingly, still had the composure to critique his subordinate's method of murder for its elegance. What manner of creature is he? Lin Tay entirely disregarded those lethal gazes, not even sparing them a glance from the corner of his eye. He sauntered to the center of the stage, as if strolling through his own backyard. Then, before everyone, he switched to another communication channel. It was a channel that, though frequented by only a few, represented the pinnacle of destructive power in this world. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, as casual as discussing the weather. Lorna, on the other end, Polaris Lorna, quietly observing everything through surveillance, felt a slight tremor in her body. Well done. Lin Tay first acknowledged her previous success in sealing off Shao, then shifted his tone. Now, here's a new toy for you. His gaze pierced through the Opera House's shattered dome, landing on the apocalyptic tornado rampaging outside, a smirk of amusement playing at his lips. Go, wrap it up for him. Lorna's breath caught momentarily. She understood precisely what the boss meant. It was a natural disaster that even SHIELD could not contend with, only capable of ordering a retreat. However, Lin Tay's next words dispelled all her doubts. Remember, he advised lazily, keep the noise down. Don't demolish the neighboring building. Chapter 97. Who gave you the courage? A mere tornado dares to act insolently before this queen? Keep the noise down. Don't demolish the neighboring building. Lin Tay's flippant advice. On the other end of the communication, Lorna paused for a moment. Then, a surge of joy erupted from the depths of her heart. Inside the Opera House, Lorna, who had been resting her eyes against Wanda, suddenly opened them wide. Her dark green irises sparkled with uncontainable excitement. The previous interrogation had revealed the terrifying potential of her coordination with her sister. Yet, to put it plainly, that was merely a technical endeavor akin to embroidery. She bore the blood of Magneto within her veins. It is destruction, conquest, and a majestic dominance over all. She had longed to break free, to create chaos, to crush everything into mere remnants of iron. Yet, without her boss's command, she was forced to restrain herself. Now, The moment had arrived. An extraordinary stage for her solo performance. Acknowledge, boss. Lorna's voice trembled slightly with excitement. I assure you, I shall fulfill the task. She even excitedly licked her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. Wanda observed her sister with concern. She reached out, attempting to grasp Lorna's hand. Be cautious. That force is ferocious. She could sense the pure, chaotic, and destructive energy contained within the tempest outside. It was an amalgamation of all the resentment and uncontrollable energy from a mutant on the brink of death, 100 times more perilous than a mere natural phenomenon. Lorna, however, gently patted her sister's hand. Turning back to Wanda, she flashed an exceedingly radiant smile, brimming with confidence, flamboyance, and a hint of provocation. Fear not, sister. It is my turn to perform now. With that declaration, Lorna hesitated no more. She leaped forth, soaring through the grand, gaping hole in the opera house's dome. Suspended in midair above the opera house, the tempest tousled her dark green hair wildly. Below her lay a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Opposite her was the gray tornado, a conduit between heaven and earth, wreaking havoc upon Manhattan. Nick Fury and Professor Charles witnessed her sudden appearance. What does she intend to do? Is she truly attempting to thwart that force alone? Has she lost her mind? Hank McCoy's face was etched with disbelief. Even Nick Fury found Lynn's decision to be utterly reckless and absurd. What kind of international joke is this? However, suspended in the air, Lorna paid no heed to the thoughts of the minuscule beings below. She lifted her gaze, confronting the tearing winds. Her green pupils reflected the earth-shattering tornado. There was no fear, no gravity, only unabashed disdain and a flicker of offended rage. Playing with the wind before me, Lorna let out a cold snort. The sound was fragmented by the tempest, yet remained clear, exuding an aura of sovereign arrogance. Who bestowed upon you such courage? As her words faded, Lorna spread her arms wide. This gesture was not one of combat, but rather as if to embrace the entire world. In the next instant, the transformation erupted, creaking and groaning. The entire block, no, it was within a radius of several kilometers. All metallic substances, in that fleeting moment, emitted a lamentation of unbearable weight. The sound coalesced into a symphony of surrender. On the ground, a fire hydrant, uprooted by the tornado, suddenly sprang back to life. An armored vehicle of S.H.I.E.L.D., its steel plates contorted, began to self-correct, producing a shrill metallic screech. The metal railings along the roadside, one after another, were forcibly wrenched from the concrete by an unseen force. Towering lampposts bent at 90 degrees, then snapped back upright with a jolt. Even a distant building under construction, with its dense framework of rebar, trembled violently. On the walls, enormous metal billboards had their screws unfastened one by one, and entire signs detached from the surfaces. Countless metal fragments, the wreckage of cars, manhole covers, store shutters, steel beams of buildings. Everything, all that was metallic, was stripped away. They broke free from the shackles of gravity, soaring from the ground, from structures, from all directions, ascending skyward, as if summoned by an emperor. They converged to pay homage to their sovereign. Their singular aim was clear. That was the petite figure suspended in midair. Lorna, inside the opera house. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Nick Fury gaped, unable to utter a single word. Professor Charles, gripping his wheelchair, trembled slightly. Scott and Hank gazed gravely at the ever-growing tornado. Lynn observed the imagery transmitted on the holographic screen, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this girl holds promise. Far more graceful than that rough brute who only knows how to play cards. In the air, Lorna did not confront the gray tornado head-on. The force of the torrent stemmed from the high-velocity rotation of the air. To resist it with magnetism was not impossible, but rather foolish. As her superior advised, the approach should be subtle. It must be elegant. Thus, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Lorna's mouth. She commanded the metallic masses, aggregating from all directions, weighing in the tons, to begin rotating under her control. In reverse, at high speed, in an instant, a breathtakingly magnificent and eerily surreal spectacle unfolded in the sky. One tornado was gray, composed of pure air and dust, symbolizing nature's chaos and fury. The other tornado was black, formed from countless twisted cars, steel bars, railings, billboards, and all metals that could be manipulated by magnetism, it manifested as a colossal metal storm, vast enough to obscure the sun. It was larger, denser, and more ferocious than the natural tornado. If one were to liken the aftermath of the raging current to a beast freed from shackles, then what Lorna has conjured at this moment is nothing short of a regal figure clad in formidable steel armor, wielding a slaughterer's blade. In the heavens above, two tornadoes have manifested. One is the uncontrollable force of nature, while the other represents the sovereign of metal. Both are formidable powers, each deserving of the title of catastrophic force, locked in a distant standoff in the sky. They have yet to collide. Yet the air between these two tempests has been compressed to the point of crackling with explosive sounds. On the ground, all spectators have ceased their thoughts, gazing up in a stupor at the celestial spectacle, a scene worthy of being etched in the annals of myth. Then, they beheld the girl suspended at the heart of the metallic storm, the queen who birthed this miracle, as she slowly raised her hand towards the diminutive gray tornado, now overshadowed by her creation. With a powerful grip, she clenched her fist. Chapter 98, Death Unseen. The antagonist is drawn into the metallic meat grinder, their ashes scattered in the wind. The girl suspended in the vortex of metal, the queen responsible for this marvel, gradually elevated her hand towards the small natural tornado that paled in comparison to her creation and clenched her fist with force. This grip emitted no sound. Within the opera house, Nick Fury's singular eye widened like a brass bell. Beside him, Agent Hill stood frozen, oblivious to the communications device that had slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground. My heavens, Agent Hill's lips quivered, her voice barely a whisper. Is this another Magneto? No one responded, for all had lost their ability to articulate. Professor Charles Xavier, that eternally gracious and refined gentleman, clutched the armrests of his wheelchair with white-knuckled intensity, sensing the power that lay beyond. It was not mere destruction, but an absolute, unyielding royal will. This intent proclaimed, "This sky, this magnetic field, is under my dominion." Scott and Hank, core members of the X-Men, felt their worldview being repeatedly shattered and hastily glued back together, only to be shattered yet again. First, there was a master who could transform individuals into paperweights. Then, a white queen capable of lethal telepathy. Now they faced Polaris, who could conjure a metallic tornado. What manner of divine ensemble is this? In comparison, their own cherished X-Men seemed akin to a mere community service center. Outside the opera house, those fortunate enough to survive the initial wave of disaster, the agents of S.H.I.L.D., now huddled behind their makeshift shelters, gazing skyward at a scene that could compel even the most ardent atheist to pray. On their faces, fear was intertwined with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Why do I find myself witnessing a celestial battle? High above, Lorna remained indifferent to the thoughts of the ants scurrying below. Her gaze was fixated solely on the stubborn gray tornado, still resisting her might. Within it lingered the last vestiges of the raging current. A fool daring to toy with the storm in her presence. Come to me. Lorna thrust her hand forward with a sudden force. She resembled an elegant conductor, wielding an invisible baton. Obeying her will was the menacing, roaring black storm composed of countless tons of metal. Boom! The metallic tempest stirred. Unlike a natural tornado that spirals chaotically, it surged forth like an ancient beast of steel, thoroughly incensed, advancing with an overwhelming, brutal, and unyielding ferocity. It charged directly at the gray natural tornado. There was no cataclysmic explosion. In the instant the two city-destroying forces clashed, a sound emerged. A bone-deep grinding and tearing that made one's teeth ache. Creak! It was as though two colossal grinding wheels were pressed tightly together, spinning wildly against each other, or as if an invisible giant hand were vigorously scraping the sky with a rusty rasp. The black metal storm stood as a colossal grinder between heaven and earth. With its unparalleled mass and rotational force, it forcefully compressed, tore apart, and pulverized the intangible tempest. Inside the gray tornado, all debris caught in its grasp. Whether car hoods or fragments of concrete could not withstand even a second under the relentless assault of the two forces. In an instant, they were reduced to dust. These particles were then swept into an even more intense collision, ground down to their most fundamental essence. The out-of-control natural tornado, before the more domineering and unreasonable metallic storm. resembled a street thug confronting a fully armored knightly order. At the heart of the storm, the man responsible for this chaos, the current, had not yet succumbed entirely. The strike aimed at his target had precisely severed his throat, damaging his vocal cords and portions of his trachea, yet it had not immediately claimed his life. He had merely lost control over his body and abilities. Like a broken doll, he was caught in the eye of the storm, spinning at a dizzying speed, his consciousness fading into obscurity. All he felt was an endless vertigo and the chill of death approaching in his final moments. His lingering consciousness, amidst the chaotic currents, beheld the external spectacle. He witnessed an endless, twisted, spiraling mass of metal, a dark expanse resembling an iron wall closing inwards. Not a single ray of light penetrated the crevices of that wall, whose structure was more grotesque than the most sinister instruments of torment found in the deepest abysses of hell. This wall formed a colossal, spiraling passage, a gullet of a monstrous beast, and he himself was the sacrificial offering destined to be delivered upon the conveyor belt, soon to be utterly consumed. The master emitted the last discordant gasp from the throat of the torrent. He could not utter a single complete farewell. In the next instant, the metallic esophagus of the beast sealed completely. Countless twisted rebar, sharp sheets of iron, and the heavy chassis of vehicles tore him apart, along with his final consciousness and the flickering ember of life that remained, scattering them into a mist of crimson. With the complete demise of the torrent, the already feeble gray vortex finally lost its last and most vital source of energy. It resembled a puncture balloon, following a barely audible lament. It was entirely engulfed and obliterated by Lona's metallic storm, leaving not a trace of existence behind. In the sky, only the overwhelming black metal storm, conjured by Lona, remained, quietly spinning alone like a victorious monarch surveying its dominion. Lona gradually withdrew her power, lowering her outstretched arms. The colossal, despair-inducing metal storm also lost its support. With a cacophony, a downpour of metallic debris cascaded from the heavens, akin to an apocalyptic deluge. The remnants of vehicles, twisted rebar, torn billboards, and manhole covers, all that had been summoned by Lona, now devoid of their empowering force, crashed back to the earth under the influence of gravity, creating a chaotic symphony of sound. They did not scatter haphazardly. Rather, guided by a residual magnetic force, they landed with relative precision upon the already ravaged square in front of the opera house. Soon, a mound over 10 meters high, composed of discarded metal, accumulated there. The wind ceased. Silence enveloped the scene. The world, having endured a brief apocalypse, once again settled into a heart-stopping calm, leaving behind a street marred by devastation and a crowd of spectators, gazing upward, mouths agape, in stunned silence. Chapter 99, Professional Teams. One-stop service for eliminating lives and clearing the scene. On the rooftop of another building, several hundred meters away, the marksman, gazing through a high-powered telescope, reveled in the aftermath of his own creation. He observed how the once mighty gray tornado was violently torn apart by an even stronger metallic tempest, reduced to mere debris. Only when the last wisp of gray vapor vanished from the sky did he emit a resounding whistle, infused with awe and a hint of mischief. Lazily lowering the telescope, he reported into the tiny communicator nestled in his collar. "Boss, the storm has subsided." His voice carried a sense of satisfaction akin to that of one who has just witnessed a magnificent fireworks display. "I must say, your little device is far more formidable than that clumsy giant spinning in circles earlier." He smacked his lips, seemingly still savoring the cataclysmic scene from moments before. Pausing, he shifted his tone to one tinged with mild complaint. "However, this mess we've created is rather chaotic." He gestured towards the street below, ravaged as if by meteorite impacts, littered with debris and a distant mound of scrap metal. "It's quite taxing on the cleaning crew. Boss, perhaps we could consider a cleaner method of elimination next time?" No sooner had he spoken than a solid kick landed on his backside, courtesy of Raven. Her face betrayed no emotion as she coldly uttered, "Shut up and get to work." The marksman stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and turned back, indignant. "Hey, we agreed not to resort to violence. This is a priceless behind." Yet, Raven paid him no heed. She crouched down, meticulously examining the rooftop's surface. Her movements were astoundingly professional, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, missing not a single spot that might bear trace. Raven retrieved a small electrostatic absorption device from her pocket, sweeping it across the area they had occupied. Once assured of a thorough inspection, she stood and succinctly reported into her communicator. Area cleared. No traces remain. Prepare for extraction. The marksman, observing her fluid and expert execution, scoffed. I mean, really? Those bumbling S, H, I, D, ages down there are probably still praying to God. Who has got time to worry about us? Raven shot him a glance, her expression one of disdain for his ignorance. Company policy, she reiterated. The mention of company silenced the marksman immediately. He shrugged, acquiescing to the unspoken hierarchy. After all, in this line of work, client demands reign supreme. Within the opera house, Linnett listened to the reports from the marksman and Raven emanating from the communicator, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Professionalism. This was precisely the caliber of expertise he sought. Assassination, closure, and evidence removal, all executed in seamless succession. He intended to wield this overwhelming, ruthless force to thoroughly intimidate both Nick Fury and Charles Xavier. He intended to convey to these two most powerful men on Earth, with an attitude that dismissed natural disasters as mere trifles, that what they perceived as apocalyptic calamities were, in his eyes, nothing more than a heap of refuse awaiting disposal. The agents and police forces they took pride in were, in his presence, hardly worthy of carrying his shoes. What right did they have now to negotiate terms with him? At that moment, outside the enormous gaping hole in the Opera House dome, a figure gracefully descended. It was Lorna. She fell from a height of 100 meters, yet her form floated down like a feather. The residual magnetic force beneath her feet formed an invisible cushion, allowing her to land steadily and silently at the center of the stage. As the storm abated, her dark green hair settled softly around her shoulders. The girl's complexion was somewhat pale, with beads of sweat dotting her forehead. It was evident that the astonishing feat she had just accomplished had taken a significant toll on her. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, a reflection of her exhilaration and pride at having fully embraced her true nature and tasted the pinnacle of power. She resembled a young lioness that had successfully hunted for the first time, exhausted yet immensely satisfied. Lorna. Wanda rushed forward, supporting her slightly swaying frame. She asked no questions, but instead opened a bottle of mineral water she had prepared earlier and offered it to her sister's lips. In Wanda's gaze, there was no shock or fear, only unreserved admiration and concern. You did exceptionally well, she said sincerely. Lorna shot her a cool glance, remaining silent as she accepted the water bottle with her sister's hand and took a generous gulp. The icy liquid coursed down her throat, providing a modicum of relief to her body, which had been aflame with excitement. Wiping her mouth, she spoke in a tone deliberately suppressing her exhilaration. It was just average. Really, he was simply too weak to withstand the play. However, the unmistakable upward curve of her lips and the radiant gleam in her eyes betrayed her true sentiments. I am undeniably the best. At this point, Sebastian Shaw's spiritual essence had been sealed into a paperweight of a king. His most loyal subordinate, along with Shaw's final madness, had been utterly crushed and reduced to dust. A motley crew of mutants had long since departed. All external threats had been entirely eradicated. The entire Lincoln Center, along with several surrounding blocks that had been cleared, had transformed into an isolated, utterly silent island, one that belonged solely to Linty and his two guests at the final negotiation table. Linty slowly turned around, gazing at Nick Fury, whose face had darkened to an inky hue, and at Professor Charles, who had been striving to maintain his composure. Yet the veins on the back of his tightly gripped hands were visibly protruding. He spread his hands, a brilliantly radiant yet infuriatingly innocent smile gracing his face. All right, he declared in a light-hearted tone that signaled the official commencement of the gathering. The troublemakers have been dealt with. Now, gentlemen, we can sit down and formally discuss the matter of tonight's compensation. Compensation? Upon hearing those words, Nick Fury's single eye narrowed into a dangerously thin slit. He gazed at the seemingly harmless young man before him, his mind once again racing at full throttle. Loss. Wasn't the most significant loss incurred tonight a result of his actions? A core member of the Hellfire Club, along with his ability to unleash calamity, was ruthlessly slain by Fury's people in Midtown Manhattan. An uncontrollable tornado had ravaged at least 5 city blocks and public infrastructure. A whole team of elite agents, along with that expensive armored vehicle, had now been reduced to scrap metal. New York's emergency services were likely paralyzed beyond repair. All of this chaos required S-H-I-E-L-D and him, Nick Fury, to manage and explain to the Security Council. And now, the instigator had the audacity to discuss compensation? Fury felt his blood pressure soar to unprecedented heights. Chapter 100, he refrained from erupting. He understood all too well that he lacked the right to do so. Just moments ago, he had witnessed how effortlessly the young man had erased a disaster monumental enough to be etched in history, as if merely dusting off a surface. Behind him, Professor Charles remained silent, his demeanor betraying the tempest raging within. He thought of his proud X-Men, Scott, Hank, Jean, each an exceptional warrior, each a kind-hearted soul. Yet, Charles had to confront a harsh reality. Had the X-Men been present tonight, facing the earlier calamity, their best outcome would have been to manage the disaster spread at a grievous cost. They would save lives, evacuate, and exhaust every effort to mitigate the fallout. But they could never accomplish what that girl had just done. With an almost divine authority, she had forcibly erased the uncontrollable storm from existence. This was a disparity of ideals, a crushing difference in power. As Fury and Charles pondered their strategies, Lyn's gaze had transformed into that of two unsuspecting sheep about to be extorted. He stepped forward, positioning himself before Fury and Charles, his smile growing ever more sincere. "Don't be so serious, Director Fury," he said breezily. "I am, after all, a very fair person. Behold, I have alleviated the considerable predicament posed by the Hellfire Club, deftly averting a potential urban catastrophe that could have claimed countless lives. My unwavering efforts, both in leadership and labor, have entailed substantial risk." He gestured toward the metallic sphere sealed by Lorna, remarking that should my hand falter, we would all witness a spectacular conflagration. Hence, it is entirely reasonable for me to request a fee for my labor, as well as for cleaning and emotional distress, is it not? Lynette's words pierced Fury's heart like a soft dagger. Reasonable? What utter nonsense! The instigators are all your people. The destruction was wrought by your hand. The mess was created by your own associates. And now you dare to demand a cleaning fee? Fury's singular I nearly blazed with fury. Yet in that tense moment, Lynette's smile faltered ever so slightly. It was a subtle transformation, akin to savoring a delectable dessert, a fleeting expression of enjoyment and intrigue. This moment was so brief that one might have thought it an illusion. But who was Nick Fury? The foremost spy chief in the world. He perceived it. Fury's heart raced. With whom was he engaging? This man, before him and Charles, possessed the audacity to attend to other matters. Simultaneously, a languorous yet self-satisfied voice echoed in Lynette's mind, reminiscent of a cat stretching. "Boss, are you pleased with my gift?" It was Emma. Lynette did not need to glance to envision her visage. She was undoubtedly seated in one of Hellfire Club's former secret bases, elegantly perched in Sebastian Shaw's opulent chair. Perhaps she donned only a flowing white silk robe, her long, slender legs casually crossed. In her hand, she cradled a glass of exquisite red wine, gently swirling it, the scarlet liquid tracing graceful arcs along the glass. Beneath her feet, she might be resting on the head of an unfortunate remnant of the Hellfire Club. The curve of Lynette's lips became more pronounced as he mentally replied, "Absolutely satisfied, Emma. Your performance is nothing short of regal." From the other end of the psychic link came a soft, satisfied chuckle, imbued with an electric thrill. Then, Emma's voice lowered slightly, laced with a tantalizing allure. "As per our agreement, may I anticipate your personal assistance in refining my physique? Here it comes." Lynette was aware she would broach this subject. Emma Frost, the White Queen, a woman who unequivocally knows what she desires and will employ every means necessary to attain it. She had witnessed Raven's transformation firsthand, witnessing a rapid evolution that nearly defies the very principles of life itself. Her insatiable thirst for power was never concealed. Indeed, Lynte readily assented in his mind. "Once I resolve these two troublesome matters at hand, I shall return and duly reward you, my foremost contributor." He emphasized the word reward. Emma appeared delighted by this term, emitting a more joyous laugh before abruptly severing the mental link. "I await your return." The final three words lingered in the air. Emma, having secured the promise she desired, began to diligently assimilate the vast information she had plundered from Zhao's mental realm. It was not merely memories. It encompassed the intricate web of the Hellfire Club that had entrenched itself globally for decades, a multitude of clandestine transactions, and the hidden faces within the political, commercial, and military arenas of various nations. She understood that her boss's show of force had been accomplished. Now, she would present her employer with the true spoils of war. A grander-scale annexation targeting the entire Hellfire Club was about to commence. Within the Opera House, the playful smile on Lin T's face gradually faded, returning to the fervor of a business negotiation. He collected his thoughts. The display of force had sufficed, and the theatrics of intimidation had concluded. It was now time to extract genuine benefits. He turned and approached the smooth, mirror-like metallic sphere, extending his finger to tap gently upon its surface. Ding! Ding! The crisp sound reverberated through the silent opera house, striking at the hearts of Fury and Charles. Enough of idle chatter. Lin-Te pivoted to face the increasingly grim expressions of the two magnates, smiling like a harmless, sunlit boy. Let us discuss the ownership of this sphere. He elongated his tone, glancing back and forth between Fury and Charles. How much are the two of you willing to offer to purchase my understanding this evening? Understanding. At the mention of this word, Nick Fury's eyelids twitched violently. He forced himself to remain composed, his mind whirring like a high-speed processor, replaying the events of the night. The woman named Emma could disregard physical distance and launch a mental assassination directly. The assassin known as Bullseye possessed lethal precision. The girl named Lorna. Fury's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the metal storm that pierced the heavens. That was a force worthy of divine comparison. And what a girl named Wanda. What could she accomplish? Chapter 101. The system has disbursed salaries. 100 small goals have been achieved. Throughout the entirety of these events, the man known as Lin-Te had not even lifted a finger himself. He merely stood there, moving his lips, deftly manipulating the forces of S, H, I, E, L, D, and the Avengers at his whim. Suddenly, he recalled his long-shelved plan, deemed too radical by the World Security Council, a scheme designed to assemble the most formidable, extraordinary individuals from across the globe, forming a rapid response team to confront apocalyptic crises, the Avengers. Until today, it had merely been a contingency plan against unknown extraterrestrial threats. But now, for the first time, Nick Fury felt an unprecedented and urgent desire to bring the Avengers to fruition. This world did not require more oversight and restrictions. It demanded greater strength, power capable of standing toe-to-toe with these monstrosities. He gazed at Lin-Te's excessively youthful visage, observing the smile that seemed to pierce through all pretenses, igniting an inexplicable fury within Fury's heart. His solitary eye fixated intently on Lin-Te, his fist tightening imperceptibly behind him. Fury's gaze remained locked on Lin-Te, his muscles taut as stone. The hand concealed beneath his trench coat clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. Anger blazed within his chest, nearly bursting forth from his solitary eye. This man had turned Midtown Manhattan into his personal playground, wreaking havoc along an entire street and laying waste to the Hellfire Club. Now, he dared speak of understanding? Professor Charles remained silent, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. His mind raced, attempting to analyze every micro-expression and word from the young man before him. But he faltered. Lin-Te was like a swirling fog, visible yet utterly inscrutable. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Lin-Te's smile suddenly dimmed slightly. His gaze seemed to drift momentarily to an empty space. This subtle shift did not escape Fury's notice. His heart skipped a beat. What was he looking at? Were there others present? In the next moment, the corners of Lin-Te's mouth involuntarily curved upward once more, radiating a genuine, unrestrained joy akin to a child unable to conceal the delight of receiving a perfect report card. Fury and Charles exchanged a glance, each recognizing the other's bewilderment. A madman, this man was undoubtedly a complete lunatic. They could not possibly know that, in that fleeting instant, Lin-Te's retina had illuminated with a pale blue data stream visible only to him. The main quest of the Hellfire Club hunt has been completed. Quest rating: perfect extermination. Additional objectives accomplished, no casualties. Reward settlement in progress. Lin's spirits soared instantly. Here it comes. The moment of receiving his wages has arrived. He could hardly contain his excitement, eager to discover the delightful surprise the system had in store for him. Reward settlement complete. Reward 1 billion US dollars. Automatically deposited into your anonymous Swiss bank account. 1 billion. Lin nearly lost his composure, bursting into laughter on the spot. He pinched his thigh hard to suppress the overwhelming joy. $1 billion. And it's anonymous. In a Swiss bank. Now, he could truly relax. Doing nothing at all. Just the daily interest would be sufficient to purchase a small nation. In his previous life, no amount of toil as a corporate drone would have ever yielded such a staggering sum. Indeed, working for someone else leads to no future. It is in such cleansing tasks that money flows swiftly. Reward 2. Unlocking a new passive ability. Energy Siphon. Oh, another new ability? Lin's spirits lifted, and he quickly read on. Energy Siphon. Gradually absorbs ambient free energy, thermal energy, electromagnetic energy, cosmic rays, etc., continuously enhancing the host's physical and mental faculties. Note, this process requires no active control, occurring as naturally as breathing. Lin's breath quickened for a moment. Automatic cultivation? Is this not the legendary passive leveling up? The previous indestructible skill, while boasting maximum defense, was essentially a passive ability to endure blows. To grow stronger, he had relied on the arduous dual cultivation with Raven, Emma, and the others. But now everything had changed. With this energy siphon, he effectively possessed a 24-hour uninterrupted cultivation engine. He could sense a faint yet undeniably present warm current flowing into his body from all directions, from the air, from the light, from the very ground beneath him, like countless gentle streams converging into a parched lake. His mind, fatigued from the intense use of energy to soothe and command in battle, was rapidly rejuvenating at a perceptible pace. This was nothing short of a divine skill. However, even more astonishing revelations awaited him. Ability details. During dual cultivation, the energy stored in the siphon can be injected into the target's body like a water pump, significantly enhancing dual cultivation efficiency and benefits. Lin's eyes widened in sheer amazement. A supercharging treasure. He could not only recharge himself, but also serve as a supercharger for his girlfriend brigade. He thought of Raven. That little minx drained him thoroughly every time she evolved. With this, he would be able to stand tall. He thought of Emma, that haughty queen who had just proposed the requirement of refining her physical prowess. Now, splendidly, he would be able to fill her with energy, allowing her to experience the true essence of a benefactor's grace. And then there were Wanda and Lorna, the formidable sister duo, one embodying chaos, the other embodying fury. With him as their stabilizer and amplifier, their growth would undoubtedly soar to astronomical heights. Wealth, power, women, rather teamwork. The gains from this endeavor were simply staggering. Lindsay felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he closed the system panel. He felt invigorated, both inside and out, filled with a refreshing vitality. Stretching languidly, his bones crackled delightfully. His contented demeanor caused Fury, seated opposite him, to twitch with agitation. Having adjusted his neck, Lindsay sighed contentedly, surveying the disarray of the opera house. His gaze drifted to the priceless king paperweight lying quietly at the center of the stage. Finally, his attention settled on the faces of Fury and Charles, which were darker than the bottom of a pot. The smile on Lindsay's face gradually faded, replaced by a calm demeanor devoid of emotion, as if conducting business. "I'm done here," he said softly, yet his words struck each heart like a hammer. He took a step forward, closing the distance to Fury, which was less than half a meter. Linny locked eyes with a menacing single eye, his tone flat. "Now, it's your turn. I will send the bill to the S.H.I.E.L.D. public mailbox shortly. Remember, check it." Chapter 102. Laser Eye, Step Back. Don't hinder my discussions with Jean regarding several billion in investments. Linny felt utterly satisfied as he closed the system panel. He stretched widely, the satisfying cracks emanating from his joints, dispelling the fatigue that had accumulated from intense focus. Now, he felt invigorated, brimming with an inexhaustible energy. This sensation surpassed the delight of sleeping for 3 continuous days and nights. He strode lightly from the shadows of the opera stage, returning to the entrance. The atmosphere at the entrance contrasted sharply with his current elation. Nick Fury's face was as dark as a pot's bottom, his single eye ablaze with suppressed fury. Professor Charles sat in his wheelchair, pale and furrowed, as if grappling with an insurmountable dilemma. Behind them, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the war machine stood like wooden posts, not daring to make a sound. The entire space was eerily silent. Linty approached the two, wearing a radiant smile, completely disregarding the oppressive atmosphere, as he pulled an object from his pocket, a seemingly inexpensive blue plastic plate. He grasped it between two fingers and waved it in front of Fury and Charles. "Gentlemen, do not be so solemn. Come, behold something intriguing." Fury's singular eye fixated on the plate, silent. Charles raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with apprehension. Lin chuckled, a mischievous glint in his demeanor. "Within this lies a little secret." He paused, contemplating his words. "It pertains to Sebastian Shaw and the shadowy Atlas Corporation behind him. For instance, a detailed list of infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. Quite extensive. Oh, and some evidence of certain high-ranking military officials colluding with them, scheming to clandestinely resurrect the Sentinel program." With each revelation, Fury's expression darkened, while Professor Charles's pupils constricted sharply. Observing their reactions, Lin nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the blue plate arcing through the air. It landed squarely on Fury's lap, akin to discarding a piece of unwanted refuse. "Director Fury, I offer you a piece of advice. Clean your own backyard before meddling in others' affairs." The smile vanished from Lin's face, his tone now matter-of-fact. "By the way, I neglected to mention, I have backed up countless copies of this information, stored across hundreds of servers worldwide. Should you contemplate evasion or any nefarious schemes, I assure you, tomorrow's headlines will be exceedingly fascinating." Nick Fury extended his hand, retrieving the plate from his lap. He gripped the diminutive plastic item tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as if they might burst through the skin. At that moment, the plate felt more perilous than a detonated bomb in his grasp. Fury yearned to unleash his fury, to crush this audacious youth, yet he refrained. For the truth of the matter lingered. There were indeed traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D., a suspicion he had harbored but could never substantiate. The specter of a Sentinel program hovered persistently among the upper echelons of the military. These were the most critical secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Avengers, their most vulnerable Achilles heel. Now, those vulnerabilities were firmly grasped in Lin's hands. Professor Charles's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, they transformed into a mere sigh. He understood that today, they had been irrevocably defeated. From the moment Lin revealed the plate, their negotiating power had dissipated. Having grown weary of Fury's constipated expression, Lin turned his attention away, his gaze drifting past Professor Charles. There, behind the professor, stood a girl. The girl possessed a mane of fiery crimson hair, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the dilapidated dome of the opera house, resembling the burning hues of a sunset. Her eyes, akin to emeralds, were now imbued with a hint of unease and confusion as they gazed this way. The corners of Quinn Gray's lips curled into a subtle arc, a smile reminiscent of a hunter who has spotted its prime prey. He addressed Professor Charles, his voice soft yet sufficiently audible for all present. "Professor, my interest in money and territory is rather tepid." However, he deliberately elongated the final word, causing an anxious stir among the attendees. "I find myself quite intrigued by the lady behind you." Scott Summers, the man perpetually adorned with red quartz glasses, instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Quinn, his expression a mask of vigilance directed at Lintern. Ignoring Scott's presence, Lintern continued speaking to Charles. "I wish to make a long-term investment in her." "Investment?" Charles queried, bewildered, unable to grasp the young man's line of reasoning. Lintern chuckled. "Indeed, an investment." His gaze pierced through Scott's shoulder, locking firmly onto Quinn. "I am profoundly fascinated by the power within her, a force capable of reducing the entire universe to ashes." He refrained from uttering the phrase Phoenix Force, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. A palpable shockwave coursed through the entire Sentinel team, as if their minds had been detonated by an explosive. Professor Charles tightened his grip on the armrests of his wheelchair, his nails embedding into the leather. As his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, Scott's muscles tensed, resembling a cornered beast, while Hank McCoy emitted a low growl from his throat. They all regarded Lintern with the kind of eyes usually reserved for devils. This was their deepest secret, the source of Quinn's greatest anguish. A forbidden power sealed away through Charles's lifetime of effort to construct mental barriers. How could this man possibly know? Not only was he aware, but he also aspired to lay claim to that power. Had he lost his mind? Did he comprehend the gravity of his words? At the entrance of the opera house, the atmosphere, which had only just begun to ease, plummeted to a freezing point. A sense of dread, more terrifying than facing a tempest, enveloped everyone present. Nick Fury stood frozen. Though unaware of what the Phoenix Force entailed, he could discern the Sentinel's reaction. He recognized that Lintern's recent statement had ventured into a realm more perilous than the Sentinel program. This lunatic, not only had he extorted S.H.I.E.L.D., but now he sought to coerce the Sentinels as well. And what he demanded was neither wealth nor territory. He desired a person. Or rather, it is the unknown force within the human body, potent enough to annihilate everything. Chapter 103. Is that all? Your boyfriend is utterly pathetic. Come join me, Phoenix Girl. Lin Ent's seemingly casual remark was like a fuse, instantly igniting the powder keg of reason in Scott Summers' mind. He erupted, without warning, without a hint of hesitation. Scott's right hand shot up. His thumb decisively pressed a button on the side of the red quartz glasses. A slender beam of fiery, red energy, concentrated to its utmost, erupted forth with no forewarning. This beam was not intended to intimidate nor to compel retreat. Its target was unerringly precise, aimed directly at Lin Ent's forehead. Scott meant to convey to this reckless fool, who knew not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth, that some matters and some individuals were beyond his casual discussion. He intended for him to pay a bloody price for his arrogance. The speed of the beam was astonishing. Apart from select few, no one in attendance had time to react. Nick Fury's single eye widened in shock, and Professor Charles' expression shifted dramatically. Scott, no. He was too late. The crimson beam of destruction enveloped Lin Ent, just when everyone anticipated that Lin Ent's head would explode like a watermelon. The expected explosion and screams never materialized. The beam, capable of melting steel, struck Lin Ent's forehead, producing a dull thud, akin to a stone dropping into an unfathomable pile of cotton, causing not even a ripple. As the light dissipated, Lin Ent stood unharmed, not a single hair out of place. The skin where the beam had struck had transformed, gleaming with the texture of pure gold, radiating a brilliant golden sheen. Invulnerable, a faint, ozone-like scent reminiscent of electric welding filled the air, the residual odor of the immense energy contained in the laser beam, which had been forcefully absorbed. Raven, who had been standing protectively behind Lin Ent, instinctively tensed. The skin in the defensive position shed its blue exterior, revealing a small patch of crystalline skin, as clear as diamond, before reverting to its original state. She had braced for defense, only to find it unnecessary. Lin Ent, throughout the entire ordeal, did not even blink. He did not glance at Scott, who had assumed an aggressive stance, as if that lethal strike had merely been an annoying fly buzzing momentarily before him. His gaze remained fixed beyond Scott's shoulder, firmly locked onto the red-haired girl behind him. He gazed at Jean Grey, who was fiercely protected behind Scott, as if feeling a deep sense of regret, gently shaking his head. Ah, you see, this is precisely why I find it unpleasant to engage with your boyfriend. Lin's voice dripped with unabashed disdain. Soy impulsive, soy immature, like a child still weaning, prone to tantrums. He neither comprehends nor wishes to comprehend the magnitude and value of the power coursing through you. All that occupies his mind is the desire to confine it, to conceal it, to pretend it does not exist. It is truly a waste of potential. Each word struck Scott's heart like a dagger, inflicting a rage and humiliation far greater than a mere physical assault or even death could evoke. You. Scott's eyes reddened as he raised his hand once more. Enough, Scott. Professor Charles's voice resonated with an unprecedented severity. He grasped Scott's arm, halting his movement. Simultaneously, an immense wave of psychic energy surged towards Lin, this time with intent to attack. Mr. Lin, please cease your words. You have no comprehension of the terror that power embodies. The usually warm expression of Professor Charles darkened. It is not a toy. It is an abyss that devours everything. It will consume Jean. It will devour us all. It will engulf this world. His psychic energy enveloped Lin like warm ocean waters, attempting to convey the inherent horror and stakes involved. Yet, Charles's psychic force could not penetrate Lin. The recently acquired passive ability, still fresh and untainted, instinctively activated upon sensing this pure psychic energy, akin to a gluttonous beast, ravenously absorbing the offered sustenance and transforming it into Lin's own strength. Charles felt his psychic energy dissipate as if it had been swallowed into an abyss, and even worse, he sensed a powerful, reverse pull emanating from Lin, akin to an invisible pump, relentlessly siphoning his psychic essence from his mind. Ugh! Charles uttered a muffled groan as beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, his complexion paling at an alarming rate. He abruptly severed the psychic link with Lin, a piercing headache plunging him into darkness. How could this be? His psychic energy was being absorbed? What manner of creature is this man? Throughout this ordeal, Nick Fury, observing coolly like an outsider, refrained from intervening or expressing his thoughts. He merely watched intently, analyzing the unfolding chaos. Madmen, they are all madmen. A desire to unleash the enigmatic forbidden power burns fiercely within one, while another desperately strives to suppress this flame, preventing it from igniting. Yet, this fire appears to present a remarkable opportunity, inciting a fierce struggle between the combatants and the mysterious Lynette, all for the sake of a girl named Jean. In this chaos, S-H-I-E-L-D seeks to identify the pivotal moment to shift the tide. The calculating glint in Fury's singular eye reveals his insight. Lynette's fascination with the combatants, or rather, his profound interest in the red-haired girl, far surpasses any interest in S-H-I-E-L-D. This, perhaps, is not an ill omen for him. Danger? Lynette finally diverts his gaze from Jean, turning toward Charles, a semblance of adult pity gracing his smile. Professor, your perspective remains woefully narrow. Your thoughts are perpetually consumed with how to contain, how to dam the floodwaters. You have never contemplated how to redirect and guide this power. Lynette's voice is a mere whisper. Do you truly believe that the mental barrier you constructed within her mind is robust? I assure you, it is as fragile as a mere sheet of paper before the true phoenix. Chapter 104. The moment S-H-I-L-D splits open. Once more, he uttered a phrase that sent a chill through the veins of all the combatants. He then gently articulated a location and a project. The Lazarus Project. I have encountered it in Shaw's research. He also mentioned coordinates for the nest of the Phoenix. A smirk danced upon Lynette's lips. I believe you're more aware than I of what that location signifies, Professor. Boom! The words nest of the Phoenix struck like four invisible bolts of lightning upon the heads of Professor Charles, Scott, and Hank McCoy. This was a site discovered by Charles and Eric Lensher, who would later become Magneto, during their youthful camaraderie, a secret they jointly sealed away. It is the oldest energy nexus of the Phoenix Force on Earth. Without a doubt, aside from the three of them, no fourth soul could possibly possess knowledge of this matter. From which obscure corner of the world did this man unearth these long-buried tales from the annals of history? Scott, having raised his hand halfway, let fall limply. The anger etched on his face was entirely supplanted by a deeper emotion, one named fear and confusion. Observing their dazed expressions, Lynette recognized the moment had arrived. He gently patted Raven's shoulder. Understanding his cue, Raven lowered her guard and silently retreated behind him. Lynette approached Charles's wheelchair. He gazed down upon the esteemed leader of the mutants, his voice unembellished yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Professor, I'm not here to negotiate or to plead. I am here to inform you. Regarding the venture concerning Miss Gray, I shall dispatch my associates to engage in formal discussions with you. You may attempt to refuse, but weigh the consequences at your discretion. Having delivered his message, Linty turned away from them, akin to a spectator weary of a tedious performance, striding directly towards the exit of the opera house. Professor Charles watched his retreating figure. His lips moved several times as if to speak, yet no words escaped his mouth. Ultimately, he closed his eyes and, with considerable difficulty, nodded slightly in acquiescence to this deeply humiliating arrangement. He understood that from the moment the words the Phoenix Nest had left Linty's lips, he had been left with no alternative. As Linty approached the door, he seemed to recall the presence of another person nearby, languidly waving at Fury, who had been observing the scene. Director Fury, do remember to settle the bill. A pleasant collaboration. With that, he departed with Raven, accompanied by Wanda and Lorna, who had long been waiting at the side. Amidst the mixed gazes of the Sentinels and S-H-I-E-L-D agents, intertwined with apprehension, fear, and bewilderment, he departed with effortless grace, leaving behind a chaotic Manhattan, a volatile situation, and a kingly paperweight that no one dared to approach. Under the night sky of Manhattan, a black, elongated Lincoln glided smoothly along the freshly cleared road. Outside the window, flashing police lights and bustling rescue personnel contrasted sharply with the atmosphere within the vehicle, which was markedly different from the tense environment outside. "Boss, you were incredibly impressive just now," Lorna exclaimed, shaking off her earlier fatigue, practically bouncing onto the leather sofa. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Linty. You should have seen that old bald man's face. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. And that bespectacled fellow, standing there like a fool. Ha ha ha. It cracked me up. I never imagined anyone could corner both the professor and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the same time. Absolutely remarkable. Wanda, seated beside her, though not as boisterous as her sister, regarded Linty with eyes that shimmered with an unusual radiance and an indescribable sense of reliance. Everything that transpired that evening had utterly transformed their perceptions. In their eyes, even the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. and the noble sentinels appeared as mere children in a kindergarten, easily manipulated by this man. Raven silently accepted Linty's discarded coat and hung it aside, her typically aloof blue visage now bearing a serious expression. Unlike Lorna, she did not share in the excitement. "Lynn, what you did was exceedingly reckless." Raven's voice was low, tinged with a concern audible only to the two of them. The professor was formidable. His connections and influence far surpassed those of Sebastian Shaw. Moreover, the power of the Phoenix, merely by its name, exuded an aura of danger. Our understanding of it was virtually non-existent. Lynette smiled as he reached out, gently pinching her blue cheek. The sensation remained as delightful as ever. "Fear not. I am well aware of my limits." He leaned closer to Raven, his warm breath causing a slight tickle in her ear. "Precisely because we lack understanding, we must draw the one who knows it best to our side." He referred to Emma Frost, who was currently assimilating all of Sebastian Shaw's memories. Soon, she would become the world's foremost expert on the intricacies of various mutants, second only to Charles. Lynette's voice dropped even lower, laced with a hint of mischief and ambiguity. "Our greatest trump card is not the Phoenix, nor the disarray of intelligence we possess. It is you, Emma, Wanda, and Lorna. It is you," he reiterated, gazing deeply into Raven's eyes. "Your reaction tonight was swift and commendable. Thus, you deserve a reward." A warmth spread through Raven's body, a sensation that had become a conditioned response. The mere thought of it left her unable to contain herself, necessitating resolution. It was a process that could leave her feeling utterly hollow, yet the following day would gift her a renewed strength. A peculiar flush appeared on her cheeks, contrasting starkly against her blue skin. She began to speak, but Lynette had already straightened up, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, at the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., an urgent high-level meeting was convening. Nick Fury sat in silence at the forefront, his expression darker than when he had been at the opera. Agent Maria Hill was projecting a segment of data from the blue disc onto the holographic screen at the center of the conference room. The alarming names and clandestine transaction records sent shivers down the spines of all the senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present. "My God, Minister Pierce. He is a secret shareholder of the Atlas Corporation? What is the background of this corporation? Their funding streams seem to infiltrate nearly all of our partnerships. The military's Ascendal program is still being conducted in secrecy, and the prototype has already been completed. This is impossible. Why did our internal screening mechanisms raise no alarms? This is a complete failure." The most critical question remained. How did this young man named Lynette acquire such information? It was more terrifying than our most sophisticated intelligence network. Chapter 105. The Deadly Maid? The old lecture, your time has come. Every piece of information displayed on the screen struck like a heavy hammer, mercilessly impacting the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury gazed at the data, his mind uncontrollably recalling Lorna's cataclysmic metallic tempest. Memories of Lynette's cynical demeanor, which seemed to pierce through all illusions, flooded back. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and crisis washed over him like a relentless tide. "No, this cannot continue." With a resounding thud, Fury slammed his fist onto the alloy table before him, producing a deafening sound. The conference room fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned towards him. In Fury's singular eye, an unprecedented, almost frenzied determination ignited. "We can no longer afford to wait." His voice was hoarse yet brimming with power. This world indeed requires a shield, but it seems it now demands a spear capable of piercing through all malevolent entities. He rose to his feet, his eyes sweeping across everyone present. Hill, present, sir. Immediately prioritize the Avengers initiative to the highest level. I want to see the latest assessment reports of all candidates within an hour. All of them. Not a single one can be omitted. Meanwhile, in the academy, the atmosphere was equally stifling. Within the ancient castle, silence reigned so profoundly that a falling pin could be heard. After returning, Professor Charles secluded himself in the deepest recesses of the cerebral enhancement chamber, refusing to see anyone. Scott paced anxiously in the corridors like a lion trapped in a cage, leaving deep scorch marks on the walls, a testament to the uncontrolled energy he released in fits of emotion. And Jean Grey? She locked herself away in her room, curled up in the shadows at the foot of her bed, clutching her knees, her face buried deeply within them, her body trembling uncontrollably. No one knew what thoughts haunted her, nor did anyone dare to disturb her. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight lazily climbed the glass facade of the Stark Tower, heralding a war without gunpowder that had already engulfed the global financial markets. On the highest floor of Stark Tower, Emma Frost did not take a seat. Instead, she stood elegantly at the center of the upper level, clad in a bespoke white suit, the buttons straining at the brink of bursting. Her golden hair was meticulously styled, revealing a smooth forehead and a swan-like elongated neck. Before her floated hundreds of virtual screens, displaying real-time data streams from major exchanges worldwide, a vibrant sea of red and green. Utilizing the complete ledger map extracted from Shaw's mind, she operated like a top-tier hacker endowed with a god's perspective. Delicate fingers gently traced the air. A seemingly solid energy company listed in Frankfurt saw its stock price plummet in an instant, severed in mere minutes. Acquisition. Emma's crimson lips parted, her voice cold and clear. Awaiting this moment were dozens of shell companies and funds, controlled by Apex Technology Holdings, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. They surged forward, swiftly devouring the company's circulating shares. Another command was issued. An anonymous tip regarding a core member of the Hellfire Club, utilizing their charitable foundation for money laundering, precisely landed in the encrypted inbox of a seasoned journalist at the Wall Street Journal. Panic began to spread. She resembled a masterful conductor, sometimes short-selling, at other times acquiring, and occasionally detonating a bombshell of public opinion. The intricately woven financial empire of the Hellfire Club, built over a century, was dismantled piece by piece, with precision and cruelty before her very eyes. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, by the shores of Lake Geneva, an ancient manor stood, heavily guarded, resembling a slumbering behemoth under the night sky. This was the lair of Europe's largest underground arms dealer, Bärenbach. On a hillside, several hundred meters from the estate, a sharpshooter, idly chewing on a blade of grass, was observing everything within the manor through a high-powered telescope. He had been lying in wait for 2 days. A map, filled with patrol routes and blind spots, lay spread beside him. Inside the manor, a voluptuous new maid with flaxen curls carefully navigated the thickly carpeted corridor. Holding a silver tray, she gently placed the tray on a large water jug, her hips swaying as she approached. Her face bore a perfect blend of shyness and anxiety, her blue eyes resembling those of startled fawn. Baron Bach had long noticed this new maid and summoned her under the pretext of inspecting her work into his study, adorned with various mounted animal heads. "Come, let me have a look at you." With a head of silver hair, yet remarkably well kept, Bach sat behind a massive desk, scrutinizing Raven with an appraising gaze. The maid, taken aback and shy, stepped cautiously into the trap set by the old man. As the alluring figure drew closer, Bach's throat emitted a greedy chuckle. Unable to contain his excitement, he rose from his chair, extending a hand adorned with a massive jeweled ring, eager to caress the maid's face. Now, just as Bach's fingers were about to graze her skin, the maid sprang into action. Her movement was so swift it defied human capability. One hand shot out like lightning, fingers splayed, landing precisely on the old man's eyes. Simultaneously, a needle-thin, glistening spike protruded from the fingertip of the hand that pressed against the old man's eyes. A barely audible whisper pierced the air, a silent dart striking the old man's nape with precision, severing his central nervous system. The lecherous grin on Baron Bach's face froze in place. his body collapsing like a limp rag doll without so much as a grunt. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. At the very moment Raven executed her plan, a figure on the hillside surrounding the estate lazily rose to his feet. He retrieved several specially crafted playing cards from his pocket and flicked them with his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cards traced eerie arcs through the night sky, accurately striking all hidden backup generators and communication stations within the manor. Following a series of muted explosions, the vast estate was engulfed in an instant of profound silence and darkness, plunging into a 5-minute void of electricity and network connectivity. For Raven, this duration was more than sufficient. In the shroud of darkness, she moved unobstructed, leveraging her newly acquired access to unlock the heavy alloy doors of the underground vault and armory. She did not touch the gold bars or cash. Instead, she approached an encrypted terminal, her fingers dancing across the keys as she swiftly transferred the substantial cryptocurrency from Bach's account to the designated offshore account specified by Lenny. Having completed her task, she ventured into the underground armory, larger than a football field. With a simple sweep of her tactical flashlight, she captured several photographs and sent the inventory list to Emma, who resided far away in New York. Emma would arrange for a professional logistics company to handle the goods. Finally, Raven vanished like a specter into the night beyond the estate's confines. The following day, when heavily armed Swiss police stormed the manor, they found only a long cold corpse and a vast vault stripped of its core digital assets, alongside an inventory list of the armory. Chapter 106 System Prompt. One must always have either the liver or the kidney on the road. Caught by teacher Shinga out on a mission, yet met an untimely demise. The news quickly reached Nick Fury's desk. He perused the intelligence, the fury in his one eye threatening to erupt. He knew who was responsible. No one but that bastard Linty and his monstrous henchmen could execute such a clean operation. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. He was currently ensnared in the chaos stemming from the recently uncovered Hydra mole and the damn military's Sentinel program. He could only watch helplessly as the immense power vacuum left in the wake of the Hellfire Club's downfall was slowly consumed by an even more mysterious and formidable force. At the Apex Tower, Emma concluded her communication with the European operations team and then connected to Linty's internal channel. Boss, the largest tumor in Europe has been excised. We now control over half of the underground arms trade of the Hellfire Club in Europe. Her voice carried a hint of pride in her accomplishment. Within the communicator, the languid voice of Lynini echoed. The efficiency is abysmally slow. Next, Emma's smile faltered momentarily before transforming into a more fervent excitement. Instantly, a second target illuminated the screen before her, a man adorned in a kimono, his body a canvas of tattoos. He was the representative of the Hellfire Club in Japan, a formidable Yakuza overlord intricately linked to the Yamaguchi-gumi. Amidst the tumultuous bloodshed sweeping through the global underground, Lynini, the orchestrator of this chaos, remained remarkably unperturbed. Most of his time was spent within the confines of his penthouse suite, sipping on fine liquor and indulging in films, occasionally offering guidance to Wanda and Lorna. He allowed the sisters ample space to acclimate to their newfound powers and identities, knowing that haste was ill-advised. In the dead of night, he sat before his computer, swiftly processing the vast data sent by Emma, the total worth of which was an astronomical figure. A grin had not left Lynini's lips. He was poised to amass wealth beyond imagination. This was the true essence of overnight fortune. He promptly dispatched a series of directives through encrypted channels to his global financial and legal team. Acquisitions, transfers, laundering, investments. A colossal, shadowy underground financial empire crumbled this very night, while a new, more clandestine and efficient capital behemoth quietly emerged in its stead. As Lynini reveled in the joy of his newfound riches, a delicate fragrance wafted in from behind. Raven had entered unnoticed, clad in a silk nightgown. Her demeanor, slightly weary, yet her eyes betraying an uncontrollable restlessness. She approached Lynini, gently resting her hand upon his shoulder. Her voice, laced with a seductive languor, whispered, "My power feels somewhat unstable." Lynini did not turn, yet he distinctly sensed a faint yet tumultuous energy emanating from her palm, akin to water on the verge of boiling. The urgency in her tone was palpable. It had been over 24 hours since her last energy replenishment. Finally, pausing his work, Lynini swiveled his chair to face Raven, gazing calmly into her golden eyes, which flickered with flames. This is the reward you deserve. He extended his hand, drawing her closer, inviting her to sit upon his lap, a position of intimacy and optimal energy transfer. One arm encircled Raven's waist while the other rested against her back. So my esteemed ally. Lynen's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic allure. Are you prepared to receive your reward? Raven's breath quickened as she nodded and willingly closed her eyes. She could feel a warm and magnificent energy gradually flowing from Lynen's palm into her being. Lynene smiled, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Then let us commence." As his words lingered in the air, he intensified the output of energy. A visible halo of pale, golden light radiated from the two of them, enveloping the entire study. Within the room, the tumultuous waves of energy gradually subsided. Raven leaned weakly against Lynen's chest, her golden pupils still shimmering with a hint of daze. A faint sheen of energy coursed over her skin, a testament to the power surging through her veins. "How do you feel?" Lynen's hand casually stroked her smooth back, soothing the tumult within her. Full, Raven's voice was laced with a husky tone, languid in its delivery. "I feel as though every cell within my body is brimming with strength." She shifted slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable position, pressing herself closer to him. Ding. Dual cultivation completed, calculating rewards, female beneficiary. Raven Darkholme, overall strength increased by 15 times. Host beneficiary, Lynette, overall strength increased by 11 times. Monetary reward, 12,500. System evaluation. Keep up the good work, young man. One must always have either the liver or the kidneys on the road. Lynette gazed at the numbers flashing on the panel, his heart swelling with delight. Truly, Raven was remarkable. Her foundational strength was solid, and the returns were consistently substantial. However, the system's commentary was becoming increasingly absurd. What did it mean by needing either the liver or kidneys on the road? "I desire both. What are you thinking about?" Raven noticed his distraction, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. "I was pondering whether we should consider moving to a larger house," Lynette replied casually. "This place has too few functional areas. There's hardly a proper training room." Raven emitted a sound of agreement. It is indeed time for a change. Ideally, it should have a basement that could be transformed into my exclusive dressing room. Lynette thought to himself. The workings of a woman's mind are indeed extraordinary. Just as he was about to respond, the encrypted communicator in the study suddenly blared to life. A flawless visage of the White Queen, Emma, appeared on the screen. Chapter 107. Raven, don't panic if the sky falls, just fill me up first. However, at that moment, her expression bore a hint of gravity. "Boss." Emma's voice resonated through the speaker. Raven promptly rose from Lynette's embrace, swiftly donning a nearby silk robe. She tidied her hair, regaining the image of the astute and capable female operative. "Speak." Lynette straightened his posture. There's a new discovery. Emma's demeanor was serious. "While I was managing the aftermath at the Opera House, I instructed my team to conduct a final scan of the scene. As a result, amidst the remnants of the torrent of bodies, we uncovered something." As she spoke, she transmitted an image to the main screen. It depicted a partially charred metal box, covered in cracks, yet its core structure appeared intact. "What is this?" Lynette inquired. "A communication device reinforced with a special alloy," Emma replied, "is fireproof, explosion-proof, and resistant to electromagnetic pulses, meeting the highest military standards. I spent some time deciphering its storage core. In the final second before the torrent of death, he activated the emergency protocol, sending a message over an encrypted channel." Emma paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. The message was brief, consisting of a single word, "trap," accompanied by a continuously flashing coordinate. Lynn furrowed his brow. "Where is the coordinate?" "Lincoln Center," Emma stated, "a location just a few blocks from our apartment." The air in the study fell silent, and Raven's expression turned grave. "A trap? Lincoln Center? What could this mean? Did Shaw leave a contingency plan before his demise?" "I followed the signal of that encrypted channel," Emma continued to report, but the opposing counter-tracking capabilities were formidable. After the signal jumped dozens of times across the network, it ultimately vanished behind an impenetrable firewall. Impenetrable? Lynn was somewhat taken aback. Given Emma's current abilities, along with her mastery of advanced technology, she was undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the digital realm. Yet, there existed a firewall she could not breach? What characteristics does that firewall possess? Lynn inquired. "It does." Emma nodded, her fingers tapping on the virtual keyboard. The main screen instantaneously shifted, revealing a mysterious pattern composed of 9 interlocking rings at its center. This emblem was ancient and simplistic, yet exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. This is the opposing party S symbol. A hint of confusion laced Emma's voice. I have consulted all secret databases of S, H, I, E, L, D, and can confirm that this is neither the emblem of the Hellfire Club nor that of any known organization on Earth. Lin gazed at the 9-ring insignia in silence. He certainly recognized this entity, not merely recognizing it but familiar to the core. The 10 Rings Gang. A terrifying organization shrouded in the shadows of history for over 1,000 years. Their leader is an ancient warlord who has lived for over a millennium, sustained by 10 extraterrestrial rings. Damn, how could it be them? Sebastian Shaw, a mutant supremacist, how could he be connected to the 10 Rings Gang? The two factions seemed worlds apart. One operates within the financial elite of New York, while the other orchestrates terror in the mountains of the Middle East. The contrast is stark. Could be because of my butterfly? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin's mind. He had initially believed that eliminating Shaw and usurping his empire would conclude the matter, allowing him to comfortably settle as a behind-the-scenes magnate, counting money until his hands ached. Yet what happened? Just after completing one chapter, an epic hidden quest line emerges? Is this a game? Boss. Noticing his prolonged silence, Emma tentatively called out. I understand now. Lynette regained his composure and instructed, do not disclose this matter to anyone, including Wanda and Lorna. Understood? Emma promptly nodded. I shall encrypt and securely store all pertinent data at the highest level. Excellent, Lynette affirmed, severing the communication. The study once again fell into silence. Raven, with a look of concern, hung onto Lynette. Is the 9 Rings insignia troublesome? She sensed something amiss in Lynette's demeanor. Not troublesome. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the desk, but exceedingly problematic. A wry smile tugged at his lips. I feel as though I haven't merely stirred a hornet's nest. Rather, I've plunged my hand directly into the jaws of a prehistoric crocodile and extracted one of its teeth. Raven quipped, perhaps we should try again. I simply wish to be filled. Lynette chose not to elaborate further. He gazed out at the dazzling nightscape of Manhattan, a tapestry of lights and prosperity. Yet beneath this veneer of affluence lay countless hidden undercurrents. He had originally aspired to be a fisherman reaping financial rewards, but it seemed he had unwittingly swum into the depths of a shark-infested sea. His phone vibrated on the table, displaying an incoming call notification. Caller, Nick Fury. Lynette glanced at it and promptly silenced the call. Compared to the likes of the 10 Rings Gang, who were prone to world-altering schemes, the trivialities of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers seemed akin to child's play. The stakes had suddenly escalated, becoming far more perilous. Never mind, Lynette dismissed the thought, rising to stretch. The ship will naturally sail when it reaches the bridge. If the sky falls, someone tall will bear it. I shall ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. In the quiet of the night, as he watched Raven drift into a contented slumber, Lynette grasped the expansive water bag and, in a state of blissful ignorance, succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Emma appeared on the screen, her flawless visage marred by an expression of difficulty for the first time. Boss, our operations in Japan have hit a snag. The Hellfire Club's agent there, Ryuichi Yamamoto, is an old-school Yakuza leader. Our financial assaults are proving ineffective against him. Emma displayed a photograph of a man clad in a kimono, his face adorned with excess flesh and tattoos. He is extremely xenophobic and employs primitive tactics. Upon noticing irregularities in the financial chain, he severed most connections between his factions and the outside world, resorting to cash transactions in the most traditional manner. Many of our methods have become futile. A languid voice emerged from the communication channel. Boss, to deal with such an antiquated relic, we must resort to traditional methods. Financial warfare is ineffectual. Physical persuasion will yield results. Book me a flight, and I assure you I will deliver his head as an ashtray within 3 days. Chapter 108. The Demise of the Yakuza Godfather. Why provoke anyone else when you have awakened this harbinger of death? If you find any abrupt interruptions, do not panic. They are in the hands of teacher Shingha. Raven, standing behind Lynette, nodded in agreement. The most efficient method is a direct decapitation. Lin leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he gazed at the brash visage of Ryuichi Yamamoto on the screen. No, to kill him would be too lenient. A mischievous expression graced his face. To deal with such an obstinate relic of the past, one must utilize the very means he despises and cannot comprehend, trampling upon and pulverizing everything he holds dear. He instructed Emma to mobilize a sum of funds. Acquire for me the largest anime production company in Tokyo, along with an idol management agency. I intend to inundate his territory with the very melodies he detests. Target and Raven exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom their employer's strategy. If one is to kill, why involve cultural invasion? Lin offered no explanation. He disconnected Target's communication and turned to Raven. However, before we proceed, we must first find a professional cleaner to rid us of the refuse. He turned to Emma. Emma, please assist me in contacting someone. In Hell's Kitchen, New York. The air was thick with the rancid odor of decaying refuse mingled with low-quality hot dogs. In an abandoned warehouse, Frank Castle sat upon a dilapidated wooden crate. Beneath him lay a canvas stained with grease, meticulously arranged with all the components of a .41 caliber rifle. He wiped the bolt with a tattered cloth. His movements focused and mechanical, each scratch on the gun's body resembling an unhealable scar, representing a criminal felled by his hand. The warehouse was filled only with the faint sounds of metal parts clashing. Suddenly, a soft blue light illuminated the dim corner without warning. The holographic projection of the White Queen, Emma, materialized in the center of the warehouse. Dressed in a sleek white, fitted dress, she stood elegantly, starkly contrasting the surrounding filth. Frank did not lift his gaze. His right hand shot up with lightning speed. The reassembled gun instantly aimed at the uninvited guest. Bang! The gunshot echoed throughout the empty warehouse. The bullet effortlessly passed through Emma's virtual image, striking the wall behind and sending a spray of cement debris into the air. Frank did not fire a second shot. He simply observed the projection calmly, continuing his assembly work. Frank Castle, Emma's voice resonated, cold yet imbued with an air of superiority. Former Marine Corps captain, elite of the Armed Reconnaissance Unit. After your family was slaughtered by the mob, you transformed into the Punisher, waging a personal war in Hell's Kitchen for years. Frank chose to ignore her. Emma, undeterred, gently raised her hand, and a massive virtual screen appeared on the wall before Frank. On the screen, a rapid succession of photographs and documents began to flash by. It was a harrowing account of criminal activity. Yamamoto Ryuichi, the president of the Yakuza organization, Ryushinkai. His primary enterprises included human trafficking, drug networks, and arms trading with Middle Eastern terrorist organizations. This was a list of over 500 women and children sold across the globe in the past 5 years. This was the record of families destroyed through his drug dealings. Furthermore, this was the evidence of weapons sold to terrorists, which resulted in the tragic deaths of 132 civilians in an attack. Frank paused momentarily, raising his gaze to the shocking data displayed on the wall, his weathered face betraying no emotion. My employer is quite interested in you, Emma's voice echoed once more. He believes you to be a consummate professional. Here lies a contract targeting Yamamoto Ryuichi and all his core members. Not a single one shall be spared. The visuals on the wall shifted to reveal an extensive inventory of weaponry, ranging from customized assault rifles to military-grade explosives, culminating in a heavily modified armored combat truck. The reward was an inexhaustible supply of arms and logistical support for your lifetime. Frank silently scrutinized the evidence on the wall for a full minute. He fitted the last component back into the rifle, pulling the bolt with a crisp click. Good. He uttered a single word. He was indifferent to the identity of the client or the nature of the reward. He only cared about whether the targets deserved to die. The information on the wall had provided him with his answer. 3 days later, in Tokyo, a massacre that would send shockwave through the entire Japanese underworld commenced. Frank Castle, a human war machine equipped by Pinnacle Technologies with the finest gear, descended upon the city. He eschewed any flamboyant infiltration. Under the cover of night, a fearsome black combat truck, akin to a steel beast, rammed through the doors of an upscale Ryushinkai club. Frank emerged from the vehicle, gun in hand, greeted by a panicked throng of gangsters wielding katanas and handguns. What ensued was a one-sided onslaught. Gunfire, explosions, and screams echoed through the night sky of Shinjuku. Frank operated with the efficiency of a master butcher, methodically advancing through the first stronghold of Ryushinkai. Inside an office building under Ryushinkai's control, having just cleared one floor, Frank found himself pinned down in a room by a barrage of gunfire. The opposition had summoned heavy firepower. Hey, soldier, need some help? came the nonchalant voice of Target I through the encrypted communicator in his ear. Shut it and pinpoint the heavy fire position, Frank replied tersely, changing his magazine. Don't be so uptight. The voice of the marksman carried a hint of amusement. On the rooftop of the building behind you, a heavy machine gun was positioned, manned by 4 gunmen. It appears they consider you a formidable opponent. Coordinates. Do not rush. Let us witness a splendid spectacle. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a room within the Pinnacle Tower, the marksman gazed intently at a colossal real-time satellite map, holding a specially crafted playing card. With a flick of his finger, the card struck a seemingly inconspicuous red dot on the screen with precision. Almost simultaneously, at a street corner in Tokyo, a gas inspection pipeline erupted violently in a catastrophic explosion. Flames soared skyward, and a tremendous shockwave obliterated half of the rooftop. The roar of the machine gun abruptly ceased. Frank cautiously peered out from his cover, surveying the inferno outside. Through the communicator, the sound of the marksman whistling resonated. Who are you? Frank inquired. Call me Hawkeye. No need for thanks. Yamamoto Ryuichi cowered in the depths of his estate's secret chamber, trembling. He listened to the incessant explosions and the agonized cries of his subordinates as they met their demise. This elder, who had reigned over Tokyo's underworld for decades, was now acquainted with the essence of fear. His once proud Yakuza empire, along with his so-called loyal samurai, had been decimated by that man. Boom! The fortified door of the secret chamber, constructed from specialized steel, was blown inward by directional explosives. Amidst the smoke, a towering figure strode forward. The enormous white skull emblem emblazoned on his chest appeared particularly menacing under the dim light. The battle concluded within 2 minutes. As Frank emerged from the room strewn with corpses, Yamamoto Ryuichi's lifeless body was impaled against the wall by a katana. A dagger had carved a large, deep skull emblem upon his chest. Frank retrieved the communicator, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Cleanup complete. Chapter 109. I had decided to initiate a team-building exercise. On the screen, Emma Frost adjusted her frameless glasses with a gentle push, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Castor. The subsequent cleaning operations will be handled by a professional team. Your final payment and the next batch of arms supplies are already en route. The communication was severed. Emma turned to face Lynette, who sat in the executive chair, as a massive virtual screen behind her displayed a cascade of data. Boss, with the unexpected bankruptcy of the Japan division, the Hellfire Club's primary global influence has been entirely uprooted. She waved her hand, causing the data stream on the screen to freeze and transform into a commercial map of the world. The once red territories belonging to Hellfire had, over the past week, been progressively consumed and covered by blue, representative of Pinnacle Technologies. Our legal and accounting teams are in the final stages of harvesting these assets. It is anticipated that all formalities will be completed within 48 hours. At that juncture, the market valuation of Vertex Technology is projected to triple at the very least. Emma's tone was calm, yet the slight elevation of her chin betrayed her inner pride. However, Emma's discourse momentarily faltered. Upon liquidating Zhao's final private account, I encountered an anomaly. She retrieved an independent encrypted file. This account had been secured with the highest level of authority by Zhao, devoid of US dollars or gold, but rather contained a cryptocurrency I had never encountered before. Its value was tethered to a stable isotope. Lin took a keen interest, leaning forward slightly. The most peculiar aspect was that the transaction records of this account ultimately pointed to none of the financial hubs on Earth. Emma's finger traced the air, and an unfamiliar star map supplanted the commercial landscape. A red point of light flickered at the edge of the star map, its coordinates directing to a trade transit station on the border of the Xia Empire. Lin scrutinized the star map, stroking his chin, a strange expression adorning his face. How intriguing, he murmured softly, as business ventured into outer space. It seems I must contemplate the vast cosmos in my future commercial endeavors. Observing her boss's eager demeanor, Emma felt a twinge of incredulity. Shouldn't a rational person feel daunted or fearful upon seeing this? Why was he as exhilarated as if he had discovered a new continent? Just then, Lin's movements abruptly halted. His gaze drifted to an empty space, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. Ding! Main quest. Hellfire Club hunt completed. Quest rating perfect. Commencing quest settlement. Reward 1. $100 million. automatically deposited into your designated anonymous Swiss bank account. Reward 2. Unlocking a brand new passive energy siphon. Energy siphon. The host can unconsciously absorb ambient free energy, including but not limited to thermal energy, kinetic energy, electromagnetic energy, cosmic rays, etc., continuously enhancing both physical constitution and mental prowess. Note, this ability can be efficiently imparted to a target through dual cultivation, significantly improving energy transfer efficacy. It has arrived. Finally, gazing at the lengthy string of zeros added to his account balance, alongside the newly acquired extraordinary ability, Lin's grin nearly reached his ears. He surveyed the room, filled with invisible and intangible energy, the light and warmth emitted by the ceiling lights, the ubiquitous signals permeating the air, the faint static generated by Emma's fingertips as she navigated the virtual screen, and even the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, those photons journeying from billions of kilometers away, resembling obedient energy particles. The myriad energies are being absorbed by his body in an exceedingly gradual yet ceaseless manner, subsequently transformed into the purest of nutrients, nourishing every cell within him. He extends his hand, gently pressing it against the cold floor-to-ceiling window. A faint warmth courses through his palm, slowly flowing into his being. This sensation is simply exquisite. Boss. Emma's voice pulls Lin from this marvelous experience. Lin opens his eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling the weariness dissipate. Well done, Emma, he generously praises. This time we have triumphed magnificently. It's time to host a celebration. Let us hold it in the rooftop garden and invite Raven and the others. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. Understood, boss. Emma nods gracefully and turns to make arrangements. Watching Emma depart, Lin reclines in his chair, elated. Meanwhile, on various floors of the building, Raven is in her room, polishing a newly acquired tactical dagger. She feels joy for Lin as success. Yet a sense of inexplicable displeasure arises at the thought of Emma flaunting herself before him. Perhaps even jealousy. Wanda sits quietly by the window, cradling a thick tome of magic. Sunlight envelopes her, bestowing warmth upon her being. For her, merely being near Lin is sufficient. Lorna, in the training room, enthusiastically manipulates hundreds of metal components, assembling them into intricate shapes in midair. Since that occasion, she has completely fallen in love with the sensation of control, eagerly anticipating the new surprises Lin will bring her. For women, each with their own thoughts, a grand internal celebration is being meticulously planned. Lin hums a tune, contemplating how to reward his diligent aides that evening, when sudden thought flashes through his mind. The Valkyries, the 4 fierce Asgardian women, led by Sijin, have been comfortably accommodated on the special floor below the top level, enjoying ample provisions. Lin strokes his chin, pondering the implications. His own indestructibility was gained through deep interactions with the Valkyries. How might his newly acquired energy siphon interact with these beings imbued with divine power? He picks up the internal communicator and connects with Emma. Emma, postpone the celebration by 1 hour. Is something wrong, boss? Nothing at all. A meaningful smile graces Lin's face. Before the feast begins, I must first engage in team building and treat myself to an exquisite appetizer. Upon concluding the conversation, he promptly terminated the communication, rose to adjust his tailored suit, and made his way directly toward the exclusive elevator leading to the Valkyrie's floor. Chapter 108. Just finished draining 4, and now I'm sending the beautiful CEO to an island. As the elevator doors slid open, a wave of heat infused with the scent of sweat and metal enveloped him. The entire floor had been transformed into an expansive indoor training arena, characterized by a rugged style that resonated with the essence of Asgard. At the center of the arena, Sigrun and the other 3 Valkyries were engaged in an intense sparring session, where hammers and swords clashed, producing a cacophony of sound and showering sparks. Their movements exuded an elemental and primal strength. Upon noticing Linty's entrance, the 4 women immediately halted their actions, swiftly turning to face him. With their right fists clenched against their left chests, they offered him a formal salute befitting Asgardian warriors. A warm smile graced Linty's face as he approached them leisurely. Ladies, may I join you in your training? His inquiry left the Valkyries momentarily speechless. Today, allow me to demonstrate some combat technique from Earth. The Valkyries exchanged glances. Pondering the nature of the combat, he referred to Sigrun as the leader, blushed slightly and stepped forward to inquire, "How do you intend for us to learn?" Linty cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops. "Very simply," he replied, positioning himself at the center of the arena. "You all, unleash your full strength upon me." The Valkyries assumed they had misheard him. "Huh, just that?" Linty smiled mischievously. "Otherwise, what do you propose?" He stood there nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, devoid of any defensive stance. The most temperamental Valkyrie could no longer contain herself. She swung her hammer with a fierce rush of wind, striking toward Linty's chest with formidable force. Clang! A deafening metallic clash reverberated throughout the training arena. The Valkyrie's hammer was repelled by an immense counterforce, leaving her hands tingling as she staggered back several steps. Meanwhile, Linty remained steadfast, unmoved. The spot on his chest where he was struck briefly shimmered with a dark golden glow before fading away. "Put a bit more effort into it. Have you not eaten?" Linty even yawned. With that, all the Valkyries engaged. Sigrid raised her sword, while the others wielded their axes and shields, launching a simultaneous assault from four directions. Clang! Clang! Clash! Boom! A flurry of strikes echoed throughout the arena. Their attacks left no mark upon Linty's skin, not even a white imprint. His body, impervious as ever, had reached a new level of defense following energy siphoning enhancements. Throughout the relentless barrage, Linty's body automatically engaged in energy absorption. Speaking of which, it bears a certain resemblance to Zhao's variant abilities, albeit with strength directly affecting the physical form. He felt utterly exhilarated. Each strike from the Valkyries, imbued with divine power, efficiently tempered both his body and spirit. He sensed that his physical resilience and energy capacity were steadily ascending. The Valkyries grew increasingly astonished. Not only had they failed to inflict any harm upon this man, but they also felt their stamina depleting at an alarming rate. Linter flashed a grin, remarking that it seemed the four of them required his assistance to regain their vitality. With a swift motion, he pulled the most adorable Astrid into his embrace. Astrid's cheeks flushed crimson, her hand, still clutching an axe, rendered momentarily helpless. "Let's begin with you." From that moment forth, the previously cacophonous clanging of metal took on a distinct tone. Hours later, heavy breaths echoed in unison. The four robust Valkyries lay exhausted upon the ground, drenched in sweat, lacking even the strength to lift a single finger. Meanwhile, Linter stood vibrantly at the center of the arena, feeling more invigorated than before. Sigrid propped herself up, gazing at the rapidly evolving man, her complexion flushed. What manner of beast resides within this mortal form? As evening approached, he prepared himself for a delightful meal. Linter returned to the uppermost aerial garden, where the banquet awaited. Raven, Emma, Wanda, and Lorna, four enchanting women of diverse styles, had been eagerly anticipating his arrival. Upon seeing Linter return, four pairs of striking eyes fell upon him simultaneously. Raven's expression was one of reproach, clearly displeased with his tardiness. Emma regarded him with keen interest, seemingly guessing his recent endeavors. Vanda radiated pure joy, content simply with his return. Lorna, however, crossed her arms, exhibiting impatience as her toes tapped rhythmically against the ground. Linter raised a champagne flute high. "Ladies and gentlemen, let the celebration commence. First and foremost, let us honor our most significant contributor." He turned his gaze toward Emma Frost. "I hereby declare Emma Frost for her irreplaceable contributions, the official chief operating officer of the Apex Group, responsible for overseeing all commercial operations conducted under the light of day." From his pocket, he produced an exquisite box and presented it to Emma. As she opened it, she discovered a key crafted from special memory metal. This key unlocks a private island in Hawaii, recently acquired from the assets of Hellfire, and it is now yours, President Emma. A genuine smile finally graced Emma's face. Status and wealth were precisely what she sought. "Thank you, boss." Subsequently, Linter turned his attention to Raven. He did not present any material reward, but instead solemnly announced, "Raven, you are appointed as the newly established director of the Shadow Division, overseeing all operations conducted in darkness, intelligence, infiltration, and necessary cleanup. You possess the second highest level of operational authority, second only to mine. This position comes with absolute trust and a unique domain." The fleeting hint of resentment on Raven's face dissipated instantly, replaced by a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, Lin turned his gaze toward Wanda. Wanda, you are our Apex Guardian. Holding a transcendent status, you will not engage in any specific affairs, yet you possess the power of veto over all matters. This arrangement allows her to comfortably assume the role of mascot and ultimate trump card. Wanda nodded obediently, as she never relished managing affairs. Finally, there was Lorna, her displeasure written plainly across her face. Lin approached her with a smile, conjuring a shimmering suit of combat attire that gleamed with metallic luster. This was a magnetic amplification battle suit, crafted with the latest technology, capable of enhancing your abilities by at least threefold. He patted Lorna on the shoulder. Do not rush. Your stage in the future will surpass that of all of them. Lorna accepted the battle suit, her face alight with eager anticipation. A celebratory banquet, a distribution conference. Emma acquired status and wealth. Raven gained trust and a domain. Wanda received peace and respect. Lorna was bestowed with expectations and a promising future. One illuminated, one shadowed. One scholarly, one martial, one stabilizing force, one emerging star. In this moment, the team structure, with Lin as the undeniable core, was irrevocably solidified. Chapter 111. The female president requests a reward. First, help me hack. The atmosphere of the celebration was just right, the champagne bubbles joyfully dancing in the glasses. Lin, content, surveyed the four remarkable women before him, sensing that his business landscape was beginning to take shape. After the banquet, however, he discreetly summoned Wanda. Wanda, please come with me. Raven and Lorna hesitated, casting inquiring glances. Lin, with a serious demeanor, explained, earlier, your emotional fluctuations were quite pronounced. I need to conduct a comprehensive post-battle check to ensure energy stability. Wanda had always placed her utmost trust in Lin's words. She nodded obediently and followed him to the amplification chamber. This room could isolate all energy and mental probing, serving as the safest place within the Apex Tower. Once the door closed, the external clamor was entirely shut out. Wanda obediently seated herself on the soft mat at the center of the room, assuming this was yet another routine energy soothing session. Lin moved behind her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. This time, he did not merely transmit stable energy as he usually did. He summoned the pure energy he had recently absorbed from the Valkyries, refined through energy siphoning. This energy, imbued with a hint of the divine, surged into Wanda's body like a flood unleashed, flowing unreservedly. With a soft hum, Wanda trembled slightly, as an unprecedented warmth and commanding force coursed through her entire being. The chaotic magic she frequently employed during her battles with Shao, upon encountering this energy, unexpectedly became docile. High-level energy resonance detected. High-level dual cultivation mode unlocked. Unlock conditions. Establish a profound energy link with a target possessing special energy attributes. New feature. Develop exclusive collaborative skills with specific targets. Lin felt a surge of inspiration and promptly endeavored to utilize this new feature. He closed his eyes, and a wondrous sense of connection began to form between him and Wanda. He could distinctly perceive the immense power within Wanda, potent enough to warp reality itself. Whenever he wished, he could draw upon the energy within Wanda, anchoring it to himself. From this moment forth, you shall be the ultimate trump card I can unleash at will, Lin murmured to himself. On the system panel, a new skill icon gradually illuminated. Collaborative skill, reality anchor. Effect. The host becomes an energy-stabilizing anchor for the target, Wanda Maximoff, significantly reducing the risk of her abilities spiraling out of control. As long as the host remains within effective range, the target will be impervious to external influences on her mind. Passive gain. The host acquires reality distortion capabilities, allowing for minor distortions with a success probability of 10. Yet this was not the end. The alert that quickened Lin's heartbeat soon followed. High-quality dual cultivation completed. Rewards have been issued based on the target's power coefficient. Reward acquired, 50,000,000 USD. A string of zeros nearly overwhelmed Lin. 50 million. Wanda is incredible. The next morning, Lin emerged from his room, feeling invigorated, as if every cell within him was rejoicing. He cradled someone in his arms. Wanda lay limply against him, her face flushed and her gaze dreamy, clad in a loosely fitting silk robe belonging to Lin, accentuating her petite and delicate form. In the air, a faint blush of energy lingered. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Raven and Lorna, who were up early in the dining room. Lorna merely glanced up, then disdainfully turned her head, resuming her tinkering with the dining knife. However, Raven was different. Holding a cup of freshly heated milk, she stood rooted in place, her striking blue eyes intently observing Wanda nestled in Lynn's embrace. Lynn gently set Wanda down at the dining table, his movements tender and careful. Without uttering a word, Raven turned and entered the kitchen. A few minutes later, she emerged with a breakfast meticulously crafted to the level of artistry, placing it on the plate before Lynn. The egg was perfectly fried to resemble a radiant sun. The bacon achieved an ideal crispness, and the toast was toasted to a golden hue. With this gesture, she silently proclaimed her dominion over the household. A war devoid of gunfire had quietly commenced. Lynn pretended to be oblivious, just as she picked up her knife and fork. The holographic projection of Emma Frost materialized beside the dining table. She maintained her regal demeanor, adorned in a pristine white suit that accentuated her remarkable curves. However, today, her sapphire-like eyes unmistakably conveyed an invitation. "Good morning, boss," she said, her gaze sweeping over Lynn, the lethargic Wanda, and the pallid Raven, her lips curling into a smirk. "The Hellfire Club's global enterprises have been fully integrated, and our balance sheet is looking splendid." Emma's voice was imbued with a languid magnetism. "The reward you promised me earlier, is it time for you to fulfill it?" Lynn smiled as he speared a piece of bacon. "Of course, I dare not forget the contributions of President Emma." He shifted his tone. "However, before we address the reward, there's a more pressing matter that requires your attention." Emma raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. "Bring the encrypted data disk we extracted from Shaw's memories to the main laboratory." The smile faded from Lynn's face, replaced by a serious demeanor. That disk, containing the information about the Sentinel and the Phoenix. Within that disk lay the duality. One side harbored a colossal threat capable of dragging all mutants into the abyss, while the other presented an immense opportunity for his ascendants. In the main laboratory, a palm-sized, entirely black hard drive, devoid of any interfaces, floated silently at the center of an energy field. Emma stood before the console, her expression grave. "I have utilized all the computational power of Apex Technologies in an attempt to decipher it, but to no avail." She displayed a series of failed data reports. Its encryption method is unprecedented, amalgamating the arcane arts of Hellfire and the military's highest protocols. I even detected what appears to be extraterrestrial logical algorithms within it. Each forced attempt at breaching it triggers its data self-destruction protocol. This seemingly innocuous hard drive resembled a Pandora's box. Everyone was aware of the earth-shattering secrets it contained, yet none could unlock it. Lynn regarded the obstinate black box, stroking his chin. "If technology cannot resolve a technological issue, then perhaps we should abandon it." He recalled his most adept, albeit unreasonable, solution. "Emma, Wanda, come here." He summoned the two women to his side. "Emma, you will stabilize the foundational architecture of the data disk with your computational power, monitoring its self-destruction program. If there is any anomaly, suppress it immediately." Emma nodded in understanding. Then, Lynette turned to the somewhat dazed Wanda, grasping her hand and pressing her palm against the floating data disk. The icy sensation jolted Wanda back to awareness. Lynette gazed into her eyes and issued an extraordinary command. "Wanda, regardless of its complexity or any encryption algorithms, you need only to use your abilities to distort a probability. Let the likelihood of us guessing the password become 100%. Chapter 112. Midnight team building in full swing. The Supreme Mage arrives. Wanda remained a bit bewildered. She stared blankly at Lynette, then at the black cube before her, seemingly struggling to comprehend the directive. Distort probability? Yes. Lynette's expression was one of effortless certainty, as if he were stating that 1 + 1 = 2. Just think that no matter what nonsense we input, the password will always be correct. Make guessing this a guaranteed outcome. Emma, standing nearby, felt her eye twitching. What sort of operation is this? A forceful brick toss? A mystical breach? After diligently constructing several layers of virtual firewalls and utilizing the entire computational power of Vertex technology, she had toiled for 3 days and nights, yet had barely scratched the surface. Now, the boss was suggesting she unlock it through wishful thinking? What was the difference between this and praying to a deity? Wanda, though still somewhat confused, nodded in understanding. She possessed an instinctive trust in Lynette's words. If he asserted it could be done, then it undoubtedly could. She extended her delicate finger and gently tapped the frigid surface of the data disk. A faint crimson energy radiated from her fingertips, enveloping the entire disk like rippling water. In the next moment, the main screen on Emma's workstation began to flicker erratically. The cursor, seemingly animated by its own accord, frantically input a long string of characters on the interface of the firewall, composed of countless intricate algorithms. The sequence was a jumble of thousands of symbols and garbled nonsense. Merely glancing at it felt like a strain on the eyes. Emma felt her worldview shatter. Then, at the end of this lengthy string of hieroglyphics, the screen displayed two large green characters. Verification successful. The entire hacking process unfolded so smoothly that it felt surreal, almost child's play. Emma opened her mouth, speechless for a moment. After all this, the fool was indeed me? The data within the disk was swiftly decompressed, revealing two core folders on the screen. The first folder was straightforwardly titled Phoenix Research. Lynette leaned closer to examine it, discovering a compilation of all the knowledge regarding the Phoenix Force that Sebastian Shaw had painstakingly gathered over a lifetime. From several sightings in the universe to the terrifying powers exhibited by the Phoenix Force and the patterns of its host selection, everything was included. At the end of the report was an evaluation list of potential hosts on Earth, with Jean Grey's name highlighted in blood-red lettering at the very top. At the end of the list, there lies a cosmic coordinate marked by Shao as the nest of the Phoenix, situated at the borders of the Xie Empire. What a treasure! Lin mused, stroking his chin, his eyes shimmering with excitement. If he could acquire this, it would far surpass the powers of any Hellfire Club. However, as he opened the second folder, meticulously encrypted and concealed, the smile faded from his face. The folder was titled Sentinel Program, Ultimate Edition. What lay within was not the clumsy robots being developed by Trask Industries, but rather a novel super sentinel based on nanobiotechnology. The design blueprint was extraordinarily intricate. Its core concept was alarmingly simplistic and brutal. This ultimate sentinel could absorb and flawlessly replicate the abilities of any mutant encountered. Moreover, they could connect to a network to share data and evolve autonomously. Emma commenced simulation analysis immediately. Lin's voice turned grave. Emma promptly regained her focus and uploaded all data into the Vertex Technologies mainframe. The colossal computational power whirred into action, and streams of data cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. Moments later, a chilling conclusion materialized before everyone. 3 months. Emma's voice was dry. In no more than 3 months, all mutants on Earth will be exterminated, without exception. Destroy it, Lin nearly shouted. He had no desire to step outside, only to encounter a sentinel robot capable of warping reality. The imagery was too horrific to contemplate. Understood. Emma immediately executed the command. However, in the final second before the data was obliterated, Lin closed his eyes. He had indelibly etched the core design concept of this blueprint deep into his memory. Such a perilous creation must not be possessed by others, yet he needed to comprehend it himself. Once he had processed all of this, Lin gazed at the flickering coordinates of the nest of the Phoenix on the screen, recalling the terrifying sentinel blueprint that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured, "Damn, it feels like this novice village called Earth is soon to become inadequate for my endeavors. If I'm not careful, I might be overwhelmed by other pay-to-win players." A profound sense of crisis intertwined with an equally intense feeling of opportunity surged within him. He knew he could not linger in this place for long. He needed to upgrade swiftly and escape to outer space. Resolving to grant himself and his team a respite for proper recuperation, Lin understood that being too tightly wounded could lead to a break. Yet unbeknownst to him, the disturbances he had stirred in New York had long surpassed the bounds of normalcy. Particularly, the moment he had Wanda alter probabilities. Although the process spanned mere seconds, and Emma had masked the majority of the energy fluctuations through technical means, the irrational force of reality distortion that erupted in that instant had attracted the attention of certain higher-dimensional entities like a searchlight piercing the night. Of course, our Lin remained blissfully unaware of this. He was presently engrossed in team building. In the Vertex Tower, within a particular room, a sweltering heat enveloped the space, accompanied by the incessant clanging of metal. Lin, bare-chested, found himself encircled by 4 Valkyries led by Siglin. who were utilizing their formidable physiques to absorb advanced combat techniques from Earth. With every resounding blow and every slicing strike, he sensed his indomitable form and energy absorption capabilities rapidly advancing. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger through the very act of being struck was utterly delightful. In the depths of one fateful night, as this invigorating training session reached its zenith, the security systems of the entire Vertex Tower remained oblivious. Be it Emma's extensive global surveillance network or Lorna's magnetic field sensors enveloping the building, not a single alarm was triggered. Suddenly, a man materialized unexpectedly and silently within the living room of the penthouse. Clad in a blue mage's robe and draped in a crimson cloak, adorned with an intricately designed necklace, his gaze was as tranquil as the depths of a still lake. He appeared like a specter, traversing all physical and energy barriers to manifest here. In a swift motion, a blue figure emerged from the shadows of the living room, almost simultaneously with the man's arrival. Raven, brandishing a sharp blade, assumed an offensive stance, her eyes fixed intently on the unwelcome guest. Yet, the man seemed utterly unfazed by the murderous intent emanating from her. His eyes traversed the living room, settling upon the vibrant yet power-laden scene of training. His brow furrowing slightly. Clearing his throat, he spoke calmly. "Greetings, I am Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme of the New York Sanctum. I sense an immense and unstable force of reality distortion leaking uncontrollably from this place." His gaze ultimately fell upon the 4 Valkyries encircled by Lin. Before shifting back to him, may we converse about the grave consequences of magic misuse? Chapter 113. Surrounded by Valkyries, the Sorcerer Supreme arrives, only to be met with my defiance. The temperature in the room plummeted, as the oppressive heat mingled with the scent of sweat and metal was abruptly dispelled by a sudden, refreshing breeze imbued with the fragrance of sandalwood and ancient tomes. Siglin and her companions reacted with remarkable swiftness. Almost instantaneously upon the man's utterance, they rolled into action, seizing their discarded war hammers and long swords, their muscles taut. Emitting low, menacing growls, the Asgardians possessed a keen sensitivity to the essence of magic, and they sensed that the strangely robed man harbored a power that, though ancient and formidable, was entirely distinct from Odin's divine might. In a flash, a blue shadow moved even quicker than they. Raven emerged from the shadows of the living room, clutching a tactical dagger seemingly conjured from nowhere, its blade glinting ominously. Her body coiled like a top bow, poised to unleash a lethal strike at a moment's notice. The entire security system of the apartment was eerily silent, not a whisper to be heard. This individual entered with audacity, a blatant affront to decorum. Yet at the center of this tempest, Lynn Terrace remained unperturbed. He did not spare a glance for the self-proclaimed sorcerer, Strange, as he leisurely extricated himself from the soft embrace of several Valkyries, gracefully donning a silk robe that lay discarded nearby, fastening it loosely at the waist. His countenance betrayed no trace of anger at the intrusion into his private sanctuary, nor any embarrassment at being interrupted in a compromising situation. It was akin to a host at a private gathering, welcoming a tardy but significant guest. "Ah, the illustrious Sorcerer Strange. What a pleasure," Lynn Terrace said, his face adorned with a warm smile, gesturing invitingly to the solemn man before him. "Please have a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Would you care for a drink? I have a delightful 1982 law fight, and if that does not please your palate, I also possess a freshly airlifted Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. Let us sit and converse at our leisure." His demeanor was so composed that it momentarily left Strange taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. In his anticipation, the other party should have either been flustered or outwardly hostile. Yet, the man before him exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he were the one intruding uninvited. Strange furrowed his brow, disliking the sensation of having his rhythm disrupted. He inhaled deeply, preparing to steer the conversation back on course with the authority of the Supreme Sorcerer. "I did not come here for tea. I am aware you did not come for tea," Lynn Terrace interjected, moving to the liquor cabinet to pour himself a glass of whiskey, adding 2 ice cubes. He swirled the glass, the ice clinking against the crystal with a crisp sound. "Before we delve into the dire consequences of magical abuse, let's first discuss something more intriguing." Leaning against the cabinet, he wore a playful smirk as he casually uttered name. "For instance, a fellow by the name of Dormammu?" The moment the name left his lips, an unsettling silence enveloped the living room. A fissure appeared in Strange's perpetually stoic visage. Dormammu. The name was a taboo buried deep within Camartage. A nightmare only the Supreme Sorcerer was permitted to confront. Alone in the Dark Dimension, he had engaged in countless death loops with the Dark Lord who sought to engulf the earth, a battle more ferocious than any war, albeit without visible smoke. This was knowledge reserved solely for himself and the late Ancient One. No third party could possibly be privy to it. How could this languorous mortal, appearing as nothing more than a frivolous dandy, possess such knowledge? I find myself quite intrigued by the tales of your temporal encounters with him, Lynn Terrace remarked. Linnet took a sip of his drink, casually, as if discussing some trivial gossip. However, within Strange, it felt as though a deep-sea bomb had been dropped. He gazed at Linnet, his eyes now brimming with scrutiny and vigilance. Who on earth is this man? It appears there has been some misunderstanding between us. Strange's voice unwittingly deepened. No, there is no misunderstanding. Linnet chuckled and shook his head, then proceeded to unveil another bombshell. As if the secrets capable of shaking the entirety of the magical realm were as inconsequential as cabbages to him. I also know of a certain Mephisto, a lord of hell, who delights in collecting powerful and pure souls, often meddling in the human realm under various disguises. Furthermore, I am aware of a nightmare dimension where its ruler can transform your dreams into the most terrifying hellscapes. Oh, and I have also heard that the Book of Vishani, inherited by your esteemed sorcerers, is but a mere projection of some higher dimensional entity, its knowledge not entirely complete. With each utterance, the color drained further from Strange's face. Much of what Linnet spoke of was classified information from Camartage, some even only vaguely mentioned in the ancient texts left by the Ancient One. The intelligence this man possessed surpassed his comprehension. Strange fell into silence. He realized that this matter could not end amicably today. Conventional threats would be utterly ineffective against this man. He knew too much. If he were to forcibly take the girl capable of distorting reality, who knew where this madman would divulge such secrets? At that point, the entire mystical side of Earth would be thrown into chaos. The original objective of eliminating potential threats had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a matter of risk management. He needed to reach some form of agreement with this man. What do you want? Strange finally relinquished his lofty demeanor and asked directly. I don't want anything, Linnet replied, spreading his hands innocently. I merely wish to live quietly in my home with my friends. The girl's abilities have already begun to affect reality, Strange replied solemnly. She must be subjected to Camartage's oversight. Oversight? Linnet laughed. Don't dress it up so nicely. I assent at just imprisonment? He stepped closer to Strange, locking eyes with him. Sorcerer, I respect all that you have done to protect the Earth, but that does not grant you the right to dictate terms regarding my family. Wanda is my family. I will take responsibility for her abilities. I will handle any trouble she causes. From this day forth, her affairs are my concern. You and your Camartage had better not interfere. After a moment of contemplation, Strange acquiesced, with an unprecedented gravity upon his face. He and Linnet reached a fragile verbal agreement of non-interference. Yet they must maintain communication. He did not mention taking Wanda away again. Instead, before departing, he cast a profound glance at Linty. The expression in his eyes was intricate. A shimmering portal materialized at the center of the living room, and Strange's figure vanished behind it. The room fell into tranquility once more. Linty approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling lights of New York beneath him. Raven silently moved beside him, pressing her warm body against him and resting her chin on his shoulder. Who is that guy? A formidable neighbor. Linty lifted his glass, gently swirling the contents. Chapter 114. Boss, I am not the kind of delicate girl. The sudden visit from the Supreme Sorcerer was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Although the ripples quickly dissipated, the undercurrents beneath the surface had already begun to stir. Linty was acutely aware that Strange had only been momentarily intimidated, that fragile verbal agreement held no real weight. Once he sensed that Wanda's threat outweighed the leverage Linty possessed, he would undoubtedly come knocking without hesitation. Therefore, it was imperative to grow stronger swiftly. He needed time to fully assimilate the benefits garnered from the Hellfire Club hunt and transform them into tangible power. In the main laboratory, Emma Frost stood before an enormous holographic star map, her brow furrowed in concentration. The coordinates of the Phoenix Nest, extracted from Shaw's memories, pointed to a lawless area on the borders of the Shi'ar Empire. This locale was a haven for cosmic pirates and smugglers, chaotic and perilous. Lindy's voice resonated from behind her. Do you have any ideas? Emma did not turn around, her gaze fixated on the intricate star field. It is challenging. We need a more detailed star map and a completely secure secret route. Most importantly, we require a ship capable of ultra-long-distance space jumps. She turned to face Linny, arms crossed, observing him with a composed demeanor. The white business attire she wore accentuated her exaggerated curves and paired with her regal expression. She emanated an aura that discouraged approach. Boss, her blue eyes sparkled with unmasked provocation. Before delving into these extravagant ventures, have you forgotten something? She paused before continuing. For instance, the reward you promised me? Linty chuckled as he stepped closer to Emma, grasping her pointed chin and urging her to lift her gaze. Of course, I have not forgotten. Our most capable Emma deserves the finest reward. Emma met his gaze defiantly, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Boss, let me remind you, I'm not a brute like Raven, nor am I a fragile girl like Wanda. Her skin instantaneously transformed into a dazzling diamond form, shimmering brilliantly. My body is composed of the hardest substance in the world. Are you certain you can handle the forging? Isn't it worth a try? Lynette's fingers gently traced the smooth, cold surface of Emma's diamond-like cheek. In the next moment, he swept her up in his arms and ventured deeper into the recesses. As the heavy alloy door slowly closed, an unprecedented trial commenced. Lynette pushed his energy siphoning abilities to their utmost limits. This time, he was not content with merely absorbing the ambient energy within the room. Instead, he connected his perception to the energy core of the apex tower, casting an invisible net over the entire edifice. All forms of energy, light, heat, electricity, and magnetism, flowing through this steel behemoth, surged toward the energy conduction chamber as if they had found their release. The chaotic energies, upon entering Lynette's being, were forcibly assimilated and refined by his primordial power, honed through the divine might of the Valkyrie, ultimately culminating in an unprecedented torrent of high energy. Emma let out a muffled groan. She felt a fierce and commanding energy penetrate the deepest recesses of her diamond form. For the first time, her indomitable diamond shape, capable of withstanding even a nuclear blast, exhibited signs of melting under the relentless onslaught of this energy. Each facet of her diamond body reflected the brilliance of this energy, rendering her as if she were a colossal diamond embryo undergoing continuous polishing and refinement. Time lost all meaning as the intensity subsided. Emma lay exhausted upon the table, her corporeal form restored. She gazed at her hands, her eyes brimming with a mixture of satisfaction and disbelief. Just moments before, she had discovered a groundbreaking revelation. Her once prized telepathic ability could indeed be utilized in her diamond form. Although the range and intensity were significantly diminished compared to her normal state, it was undeniably a qualitative leap. From this point forward, her greatest weakness was entirely compensated, and she was no longer the living target that could do nothing but serve as a bullseye when transformed into diamond. Emma's gaze toward Lynette transformed entirely, infused with a complex blend of exhilaration for being conquered and a newfound dependence on power. While Lynette busied himself rewarding the female executive, Frank Castle, far away in Tokyo, had returned to New York. He did not reach out to Lynette or visit Apex Tower. Rather, he presented a heavy token of allegiance in his own way. The largest human trafficking syndicate in New York was uprooted overnight. From the kingpin to the lowly enforcers, a total of 36 individuals were swiftly eradicated within their own territory. By dawn the next day, 36 heads, preserved in lime, were meticulously arranged within several delivery boxes and sent to the base of the Apex Technology Tower. The packages bore no sender information, only a small card inscribed in blood with 3 words. Next, Lynette glanced at the photographs of the scene sent by Emma, thoroughly impressed by Frank's efficiency. This man was indeed a consummate professional. He instructed Emma to formally integrate the Punisher into the newly established Shadow Department, serving as a third force alongside Raven and Bullseye, tasked specifically with dealing with the most sordid, blood-soaked, and unsavory tasks. Of course, the Punisher's involvement had to align with his ideals. The targets must be those deemed guilty. Thus, a violent machine began to take shape, centered around Lintern, with Raven, Bullseye, and the Punisher as its enforcers. A few days later, a sleek, all-black private jet, bearing a futuristic design, gracefully descended upon the Academy's expansive lawn. Emma Frost, adorned in an exquisitely expensive white Chanel suit and poised in high heels, disembarked amidst the astonished gazes of mutant students. Once the White Queen of the Hellfire Club and an adversary of the X-Men, she now arrived as the Chief Operating Officer of Omega Group, representing Lintern for her inaugural formal meeting with Charles Xavier. The meeting was set in Charles's familiar circular office. "Miss Frost, I am quite curious what brings you here," Charles inquired, seated in his wheelchair, his face adorned with a gentle smile, though his eyes betrayed a sense of caution. Emma elegantly took a seat opposite him, gently sliding a document across the table. "Professor, I come on behalf of my employer, Mr. Lintern, to discuss a potential investment." Chapter 115. Director's Order. Capture that man at all costs. She was forthright, immediately laying her cards on the table. Omega Technologies would provide unlimited financial support to the Academy. You could expand the school, upgrade all equipment, and even furnish every student with the finest living essentials. Charles did not even glance at the document. What were the conditions? Quite simple. Emma lifted a cup of red tea brought by a robot and took a delicate sip. "We require the right to conduct joint research on Miss Jean Grey." Impossible. Charles rejected the notion outright, without a moment's hesitation. "Jean is not a commodity. She is a child." "A child?" Emma scoffed, setting down her teacup. "Professor, do not be naive. Do you believe that by confining her within your ivory tower, you can protect her for all eternity? That is not protection, it is captivity. You are sheltering a phoenix that will inevitably lose control of her powers and incinerate the world. My employer wishes to teach this bewildered phoenix how to soar correctly." Emma's words pierced Charles's heart. She brought not only a threat, but also an irresistible temptation that he could not refuse. With a gesture, she summoned a projected, encrypted document between them, a mere glimpse into the iceberg of the ultimate Sentinel program extracted from Shaw's memories. The military's Trask Industries had never abandoned this initiative, and, as far as I know, they have recently made groundbreaking advancements. Emma's voice resembled the frigid winds of winter. "Professor, your Sentinels are formidable. Yet can they withstand an army of robots capable of replicating all their abilities and evolving autonomously? The future hangs in the balance, and Apex Technologies stands ready to be your most steadfast ally against this impending threat." Charles remained silent. Ultimately, he did not immediately acquiesce, nor did he retain the same resolute refusal as at the outset. She had planted a seed of doubt and uncertainty in the heart of this esteemed mutant leader. Emma was confident that it would not be long before Charles sought them out of his own volition. As she departed the office, her gaze encountered a red-haired girl clutching a stack of books in the corridor. Jean Grey stood a short distance away, observing her with a complex and curious expression, as if scrutinizing the legendary femme fatale. Emma responded with a knowing smile. At the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury's single eye was bloodshot, his mind feeling like a mass of mush run over by a wheel. Before him, a massive screen was split in two. On the left, footage of the Apex building's monsters managing a crisis. On the right, the accursed list of Hydra operatives decrypted from a disk. He felt as though he were walking a tightrope, with that scoundrel Linth on the opposite end, holding the other side of the wire. Fury had long been aware that his finest agent, Natasha Romanoff, had engaged in inappropriate contact with Linth during an undercover mission. He had chosen to turn a blind eye, regarding it as a potential pawn to exploit. Now the moment had arrived. He could no longer afford to remain passive. Supporting his forehead with his hand, his voice gravelly, he required answers. What did Linth truly desire? What was his stance towards S.H.I.E.L.D.? After a lengthy contemplation, he resolved to act. He pressed the intercom on his desk and uttered a name into the microphone. "Romanoff, come to my office." He had made his decision. It was time to reintroduce this most dangerous and uncertain piece back onto the board. Minutes later, the office door was silently pushed open, and Natasha Romanoff entered, clad in a tight-fitting black tactical suit, her striking red hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her green eyes were sharp yet tranquil, as if she had anticipated this moment. "Director Fury," she said, her voice neither loud nor soft but decidedly firm. Fury lifted his gaze, bringing Linth's seemingly innocuous, smiling face onto the main screen. He wasted no time with pleasantries. Your new assignment, Natasha. He gestured towards the young man on the screen. Re-establish your connection with him. I need you to regain his trust through your previous relationship. I want to know everything, his intentions, his vulnerabilities, and all intelligence regarding those around him. Fury paused, his single eye fixated on Natasha, each word emerging as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. This is an order. You may employ any means necessary. The phrase by any means has ignited a chemical reaction between the two individuals that is far heavier and more complex than before. It transcends mere task directives, evolving into a cruel shackle. Natasha's gaze swept across the familiar visage on the screen, a fleeting ripple of unperceived emotion flickering in the depths of her eyes, swiftly restored to an imperturbable calm. She had long since become adept at concealing her genuine feelings beneath a frigid facade. Understood, Commander, she nodded, a hint of self-deprecating amusement gracing her lips. Does he still exclusively drink a particular vintage of vodka? The tone bore the weight of confirming an old rival's habits. Yet it also evoked the nostalgia of a bygone lover's preferences. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Apex Tower, Emma Frost's flawless holographic projection materialized before Lynn Terrace. Clad in a meticulously tailored white suit, her voice carried a playful undertone. Boss, that old fox Fury has finally pushed your little spider into the spotlight. She had just received orders to return to his side. Lynn Terrace, reclining on a sofa with a glass of iced cola in hand, chuckled at her words. I know he couldn't contain himself. Good. It spares us the trouble of arranging an identity for her. A glimmer of insight danced in his eyes. The net had been cast for long enough, and it was time to see what fish could be caught. He took a sip of cola, anticipation flickering within him. Let her come. I'm keen to see how we shall perform this play for Fury. Days later, at a high-end charity gala hosted by Stark Industries, Lynn Terrace, as the chairman of Apex Technologies, was naturally present. It was the unspoken stage for their perfect reunion. When Natasha made her entrance, the entire hall gasped in awe. Dressed in a backless black silk gown, her lips a fiery red and her green eyes shimmering like waves, she embodied the alluring mystery of an investor. Captivating the attention of all, she spotted her target. Lynn Terrace stood alone on the balcony outside the banquet hall, his back turned to the bustling crowd. Natasha advanced gracefully and silently towards her prey, her accomplice. As she approached Lynn Terrace, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Enjoying the night view, Mr. Lynn? Her voice, laced with a languid and magnetic allure, had the power to enthrall any man. Chapter 116, Fury. What the hell is burning? Lynn Terrace turned to face the long-lost woman before him. Initially taken aback by her beauty, he soon raised his glass with a smile, seamlessly continuing the performance. I am waiting for a lady. It seems my wait is over. A standard charade. Natasha scoffed inwardly. Ah, a true performer. She was prepared to continue their duet, ready to execute the first step of their mission with masterful acting. Yet at that moment, Lynn Terrace leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. Speaking in a tone only they could hear, Natasha, have you missed me? You look stunning today. However, his fingers gently grazed her nape, eliciting a shiver. Fury has placed a listening fly upon your collar. Do you require my assistance in removing it? The smile on Natasha's face froze in an instant. How could this man possibly know? Lynn's gaze lingered as he watched her transition from a sultry enchantress to a rigid, top-tier assassin, and his smile broadened. He released his grip on her neck and elegantly lifted the glass before her, clinking it gently against his own, producing a crisp sound. Do not be anxious, Natasha. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely believe that rather than indulging in this child's play of espionage, we might engage in something far more exhilarating. His eyes held no desire, only a pure sense of amusement, as if he were observing an intriguing toy rather than a lethal operative who instilled terror in countless hearts. Before Natasha could formulate a response, Lynn had already turned, striding toward the banquet hall. He did not cast her another glance, leaving only a light-hearted remark in his wake. My suite is on the top floor. The code is your birthday. I shall grant you 10 minutes to consult with your director. I trust he will permit your attendance. With that, his figure vanished entirely into the bustling crowd, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of Natasha's imagination. Alone on the balcony, the evening breeze tousled her crimson hair, yet she felt no chill, only a torrent of confusion in her mind. How could he possibly know her birthday? That date, nearly forgotten, recorded in the deepest recesses of the Red Room's archives. She swiftly retreated to a secluded corner, tapping her ears softly to connect to the encrypted channel. Director. She relayed Lynn's words verbatim to Nick Fury. On the other end, there was a profound silence. Natasha could envision the grimace on Fury's one-eyed visage. After a prolonged half-minute, his hoarse and gravely serious voice finally responded. Go. Natasha, meet him. I must ascertain his intentions. The word go was uttered with clenched teeth, for he recognized this as a trap. A blatant scheme laid bare before them, yet he had no choice but to send his ace operative into the fray. Lynn's display of unpredictability had already transcended the bounds of S-H-I-E-L-D-S control. Understood. Natasha severed the communication, adjusted her gown, and her expression reverted to that impeccable, professional smile. Her heart raced faster than it ever had during any mission before, whether from the thrill of newfound power or from the longing for that familiar body. 10 minutes later, Natasha stood before the heavy door of the presidential suite. She raised her hand and gently entered the sequence of numbers on the keypad, a string both familiar and foreign to her. With a soft beep, the door swung open. The room was suffused with the soothing strains of jazz. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling nightscape of New York. As if the galaxy itself rested beneath her feet, Lynn was lounging in a loose silk bathrobe, the belt casually knotted, revealing a well-defined chest. He sat leisurely on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, as though he had anticipated her arrival. On the table lay a decanted bottle of Roman Econi, accompanied by 2 empty glasses. Everything exuded an air of tranquility and inevitability. I knew you would come, Lynn said with a smile, gesturing towards the sofa opposite him. He poured Natasha a glass of wine, the vivid crimson liquid rippling in the crystal goblet. Please sit. Let us engage in a game of candor. You may ask me a question, and I shall ask you one in return. Should either of us deceive, we shall bear the consequences. Natasha did not take a seat, but instead strolled gracefully around the room, surveying her surroundings. She halted directly in front of Lynn, looking down at him with a gaze tinged with an insatiable desire for power. Leaning forward at a 90-degree angle, she seized the wine from the table. Lynn was reminded of a famous adage. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Indeed, quite profound, Natasha remarked, gently biting the rim of her glass, her eyes shimmering like stars before she downed the decanted wine in one swift motion. Lynn rose, holding his glass, his bare feet sinking into the soft carpet as he approached Natasha. The lingering scent of his post-bath freshness mingled with the subtle aroma of wine, creating an intoxicating blend. He stepped closer, the space between them shrinking to less than half a meter. Suddenly, he reached out, grasping her wrist firmly. Is your first question whether I have an ulterior motive? His palm was warm and strong. At the moment their bodies made contact, Lynn silently chanted, energy siphon activated. An indescribable wave of warmth and power surged from his hand, violently flooding into Natasha's being. Natasha emitted a muffled sound, feeling as if a gentle lightning bolt had coursed through her from head to toe. Every cell within her body rejoiced and danced at that moment. The sensation returned, even more intense than before. Her constricted blood vessels were forced open by the overwhelming energy, causing her to wince in familiarity with the power. It hurts, Lynn. What has transpired recently? The disparity in strength is immense. Natasha, while you hesitate, others have already seized the advantage. A blinding light filled the room, leaving only the echoes of Natasha's anguished cries. Ding! In an extraordinary union with Natasha Romanoff, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through them, amplifying her strength by 35-fold, while the host reaped a reward of $1,000. As the brilliance faded, Natasha stood in the room, her garments consumed by the searing energy, along with the listening device she had brought. At headquarters, Fury could only hear a primal scream, one that was indiscernible as either anguish or something else. Before all fell silent, bewildered, he leaned back in his executive chair, realizing that he had miscalculated. Natasha abruptly withdrew her hand from Linty's grasp, as if jolted by electricity, stumbling back several paces until her back collided heavily with the wall. She gazed in horror at her hands, as if they were foreign to her. Beneath her skin, she could perceive her capillaries glowing faintly. She could distinctly hear the sound of a car tire rolling over a manhole cover several blocks away. In that moment, Her world and her senses were magnified exponentially, and her worldview was irrevocably transformed. How could this be? Natasha pondered, her initial shock swiftly giving way to exhilaration. This enhancement was more profound than she had anticipated. Linty spread his hands, a devilish grin illuminating his face. He drained his glass of red wine and spoke leisurely. It's merely a modest gift for our meeting. How do you feel now, Natasha? This power has brought you closer to the captain than ever before. Natasha paused, suddenly reminded of someone, the individual she had been seeking ever since her departure from S.H.I.L.D. How do you know him? Chapter 117. The Weight of the Crown. Which Natasha will you choose? Linty did not directly answer her inquiry. Instead, he strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vibrant cityscape below, and began to speak slowly. An ancient relic, frozen for 70 years. A symbol that has grown obsolete. Fury unearthed him to serve as a benchmark, a weapon. Alas, times have changed, Natasha. Turning back, Linty approached Natasha, who still resonated with the aftereffects of the energy surge. Every inch of her skin shimmered with a healthy glow, her curves more breathtaking than before. She realized she was entirely unclothed. Linty casually picked up a silk bathrobe prepared on the sofa and tossed it to her. Put this on. While I have no objections, it would be wise for others to see you as you are. Natasha caught the robe and donned it with graceful poise, her movements accentuating her alluring silhouette. The ample robe, draped over her form, only heightened her enigmatic allure. As she fastened the belt, the tumult within her heart showed no signs of abating. Linty not only knew the captain, but was also intimately familiar with Fury's plans. This is no longer a matter of the strength of intelligence capabilities. It is as if he has gained a divine perspective. Now, it is my turn to pose questions. Lynette settled back onto the sofa, pouring himself another glass of wine. The game of honesty, do you remember? He swirled the crimson liquid in his glass. Fury sent you. What boundaries did he provide? Or rather, what price did he permit you to pay in exchange for my intelligence? This inquiry, akin to a surgical scalpel, incisively pierced through Natasha's facade. The order from S.H.I.L.D. is to employ any means necessary. What those 6 words imply, she understands better than anyone. It signifies that her body, her emotions, her very essence can be wagered on the table. Natasha fell silent. She could not even ascertain whether her counterpart genuinely sought an answer or was merely relishing the cat-and-mouse game. It appears you are reluctant to respond. Lynette did not press her. He rose and offered the glass of wine to Natasha. No matter. Let's alter the game. He grasped Natasha's chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. Drink it. Then, I shall assign you a task that will allow you to easily report back to Fury while also reaping greater rewards. Natasha gazed at the glass before her, then at Lynette's lightly smiling visage. To consume this wine would be to sever any path of retreat. Yet the warm, powerful force coursing through her veins continually beckoned her. It was an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling of seizing her own destiny. No longer hesitating, she took the glass and drank deeply. The fiery liquid coursed down her throat, igniting a blaze within. Excellent. Lynette nodded in satisfaction, releasing his grip. My task is straightforward. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure materialized from the shadows of the room without warning. Raven, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, stood with her arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing the disheveled Natasha. Her arrival elicited no alarms, akin to a specter emerging from the wall. Boss, your team-building efforts are evidently expanding. Raven's tone dripped with unmasked bitterness and hostility. Her golden, slit-pupiled gaze swept over Natasha. Natasha's body instantly tensed, adopting a combat stance. Raven, do not be so rude. Lynette, without turning, chided her with a hint of affectionate reproach. Do you not see there's a guest? A guest? Raven scoffed, her form shifting in an instant to mirror Natasha's appearance. Even down to the oversized bathrobe she wore, imitating it with uncanny precision. She approached Lynn and deliberately adopted a provocative posture, sitting close beside him. I can't shake the feeling that she intends to usurp my position. Boss, tell me, who do you think is more attractive between us? Imposter, Natasha coldly retorted. Her pride as a top-tier agent rendered her intolerant of such provocation. Who are you calling an imposter? Raven's expression darkened, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. All right, enough of this, Lynn said, rubbing his temples in mild exasperation. He reached out and pinched Raven's cheek lightly. Stop playing around. Revert to your original form. I'm somewhat unaccustomed to this appearance. Raven huffed in displeasure, but obediently transformed back to her true self. She then leaned against Lin's shoulder, akin to a cat asserting its territory. It was only then that Lin turned his attention back to the genuine Natasha. My task is quite simple. You will return to Fury and inform him that your mission has failed. You attempted every possible seduction, yet I hold no interest in you. Tell him that I, Lin, am merely a merchant with some peculiar abilities, uninterested in world domination or destruction, and that he should cease sending people to bother me. Natasha furrowed her brows. What kind of task is this? Doesn't this mean I've accomplished nothing? A man as paranoid as Fury would never believe such nonsense. He certainly won't, Lin chuckled. Therefore, you must provide him with some evidence that he desires to see. He retrieved a metallic object smaller than a grain of rice from his pocket, flicked it with his finger, and it precisely landed in Natasha's hand. This is the latest listening device from Pinnacle Technologies, or rather, an information spore. Place it inside the pen that Fury uses most frequently. It will masquerade as the intelligence he seeks, making him believe he has regained control over you. Meanwhile, I will use it to occasionally feed him trivial false information to keep him at ease. Natasha clutched the cold metallic sphere as her mind raced. It would allow her to complete the mission while also enabling Lin to monitor S.H.I.L.D. Fury believe himself to be the hunter, unaware that he had been the prey all along. I understand. Natasha carefully tucked the information spore away. So what are my benefits? She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin. Having chosen betrayal, she intended to maximize her gain. This was the first lesson she had learned in the Red Room. Benefits? Lin stood and approached her, leaning down so close that they could feel each other's breath. The power that flows within you is the greatest benefit of all. As long as you obey, such benefits will continue to manifest, so abundant that it renders you capable of disdain for all that you once revered. His voice was laden with seduction. Natasha's heart skipped a beat. She adjusted the collar of her bathrobe and turned towards the door. A pleasant collaboration. Upon reaching the threshold, she paused, glancing back at the two figures entwined on the sofa. Moreover, during our next encounter, I hope your feline companion learns to exhibit the most basic respect towards guests. With that, she swung the door open and vanished down the corridor without a backward glance. In the room, only Lin and Raven remained. Did you truly let her go? Raven murmured with dissatisfaction. An unstable piece on the board, capable of biting back at any moment. She won tea. Lin raised his glass, draining the remaining wine in one swift motion. Because I offered her something she could not refuse. He gazed in the direction Natasha had disappeared, a playful expression gracing his features. With Natasha's matter settled, Lin's attention shifted to another piece on the chessboard. He connected with the man through Emma's holographic projection. Frank. His voice resonated through the encrypted communicator, reaching the basement of a warehouse in New York's Hell's Kitchen with clarity. Frank Castle, wiping down a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, paused mid-motion. How is the rest? Lin's tone betrayed no emotion. I have a new list here that may pique your interest. The individuals on it are concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 118. You want me to investigate a mole, and you invite people over for a thorough cleaning? New York, Hell's Kitchen. A place even God would neglect to glance upon. Inside a long-abandoned church, the air was thick with a peculiar scent of dust, gunpowder, and rust. The distant wail of police sirens served as the city's incessant soundtrack. Frank Castle sat on a bench, methodically polishing a colossal gun barrel. The Barrett 821. When this device strikes a target, it does not merely create a hole. It cleaves the person in two. The cold metal of the firearm felt like a docile pet in his calloused hands. This was his territory, his battlefield, and the resting place of all his burdens. Suddenly, the air before him shimmered slightly. Emma Frost's flawless holographic projection materialized out of thin air, clad in her pristine white professional attire. Her formulaic smile seemed utterly incongruous in this dilapidated setting. Without preamble, the list you requested. An encrypted document was directly transmitted to a military-grade tablet in front of Frank. He set the gun barrel aside and picked up the tablet. He tapped to open it. With just a fleeting glance, the expressionless visage of the man, forever devoid of emotion, betrayed the slightest flicker of movement in his barely perceptible eyebrows. The list before him was populated solely with names and photographs. Positions range from level 7 agents of SHIELD to logistics supervisors, culminating in the chief scientist of the research department. Each individual was a notable figure of consequence. Yet, such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the file accompanying each name, a dossier of incriminating evidence, reports of human experimentation, accompanied by harrowing images of contorted victims, briefings on assassination missions targeting democratically elected presidents of various nations, orchestrating regional panic, fabricating terrorist attacks, and framing other organizations for Hydra's infiltration. Each of these crimes, one after another, was 1,000-fold more sordid than the criminals he had previously eliminated, gangsters and drug traffickers. Those were mere maggots, while the individuals on this list were demons cloaked in human skin. Frank lifted his gaze, his abyssal eyes fixated on Emma's projection. His voice rasped like two stones grinding against one another, harsh and grating. Should they all perish? This was the solitary question that preoccupied him. Emma smiled elegantly, her expression devoid of warmth. Legally speaking, they were all distinguished federal agents, with insufficient evidence to condemn them. However, by your standards, Frank, each one of them deserves to descend into hell, eternally denied redemption. That was enough. Frank powered down the tablet, rising to his full height. His imposing figure loomed like a silent mountain in the dimly lit church. He neither accepted nor declined. He simply began to methodically transfer weapons into his modified combat truck. Piece by piece, the crisp sound of magazines being loaded echoed in the silence. The rustle of grenades against his tactical vest resonated ominously. The clatter of a sniper rifle being secured in the truck's compartment punctuated the air. His actions spoke volumes, serving as his most eloquent response. A sweeping purge of SHIELD's inner sanctum had commenced, unbeknownst to all. The first target, a high-ranking logistics executive, a Hydra agent concealed for over 2 decades. That very night, he was ensconced in his opulent Long Island villa, engaged in an illicit affair with a third-rate Japanese starlet, both toasting to yet another influx of ill-gotten gains with fine red wine. Just as the executive buried his head into the embrace of her ample bosom, a faint sound pierced the air. A small hole appeared in the triple-layered bulletproof glass of the Villa S study, reputed to withstand a rocket. The executive's head burst like a crushed watermelon, blood splattering the walls in a grotesque display. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the origin of the fatal bullet. The second target, a scientist responsible for cutting-edge weapons development. He too was a Hydra mole, his hands stained with the blood of innocence. On the journey home, his armored vehicle traversed a vast sea bridge. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as a directional mine, meticulously pre-installed within the bridge's structure, obliterated the vehicle and its occupants into a myriad of disintegrated fragments. Not even a morsel of identifiable flesh remained. The third target, a senior agent responsible for intelligence analysis, a minor leader of Hydra. He was exceedingly cautious, residing for years within the highest level of security provided by SHIELD. Yet that fateful night, he met his demise, silently strangled by a steel wire. There were no signs of struggle, nor indications of forced entry. Only one thing remained at the scene, a grotesque white skull, drawn with his own blood upon the wall. At SHIELD's Triskelion headquarters, the string of high-profile deaths spread like a plague, inciting a palpable sense of panic within the agency. Fear was the sole shared sentiment. They were oblivious to their enemy's identity, unaware of how their adversary knew their identities or located their safe houses. Most chilling of all, they did not know who would be the next to perish. In the conference room, Nick Fury gazed at the bloody death reports displayed on the large screen, fury igniting within his solitary eye. This was no ordinary assassination. The execution was too clean, too professional. Someone was waging a brutal war against SHIELD. Meanwhile, Hydra operatives lurking within the organization were even more terrified, sitting on the edge of their seats. They had believed themselves to be the hidden hunters, unaware that an invisible specter was methodically ticking off names from a death list. In an opulent office, Alexander Pierce, a high-ranking SHIELD official and a member of the World Security Council, concluded a secure phone call. On the other end was his most trusted subordinate, whose voice trembled with unprecedented fear. As Pierce gazed out the window, he felt for the first time that events were slipping beyond his grasp. Simultaneously, within Nick Fury's office, he sat alone in the darkness. A platter resting on his desk, the very one that Lin had given him. He compared the list of deceased from the recent cases with that of Hydra operatives, and a chilling realization washed over him. Every individual who had died was on that list. A horrifying, almost absurd hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be Lin? Had he unleashed a madman, a killer, to cleanse his own ranks? Chapter 119. Director Nick Fury is furious. Hydra is on the brink of annihilation. Inside S.H.I.E.L. DS Triskelion headquarters, the atmosphere in Nick Fury's office was so tense it could crush steel into sheets. Before him, the holographic screen incessantly replayed a segment of surveillance footage. It depicted the safe house of the third executive victim, reputed to withstand a small nuclear blast. The image was obliterated by a powerful electromagnetic pulse just a second before the assailant appeared. The only remnant frozen on the screen was a distorted silhouette, formed by signal interference, resembling a ghastly white skull. With a resounding thud, Fury's fist struck the alloy table, which emitted a dull lament. Again, it was him, Leonard. This scoundrel, in the most audacious and arrogant manner, was assisting him. Yes, assisting him. Fury had long suspected that the deceased were infiltrators from Hydra, yet lacked the direct evidence to act. Now, Leonard had dispatched a madman, systematically eliminating the threats for him. However, this assistance felt more excruciating than a direct slap to the face. It was akin to announcing to the world that he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was utterly inept, that internal traitors required an outsider to rectify the situation. The dignity of S.H.I.E.L.D. was being ground into the dirt by this unseen assassin. He felt like a jester toyed within Leonard's palm. As his fury surged, threatening to spiral out of control, an encrypted communication request popped up. A familiar face appeared on the screen, Alexander Pierce, a senior member of the World Security Council. This old fellow was also a longtime friend. Nick, my old friend, I am deeply saddened by this news, Pierce stated with a grave expression, his demeanor impeccably composed. The occurrence within S.H.I.E.L.D. is a tremendous affront to global security. I recommend that you immediately establish a high-level task force to uncover this lurking assassin at all costs. The old fox. Fury regarded Pierce's face, which was rife with insincerity, and a cold smirk crossed his mind. The head of Hydra personally calling to demand an investigation into the murders of his own men. What an absurd joke. This man was clearly unsettled. The assassin had claimed the lives of Pierce's own people. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Fury's solitary eye, and he decided to play along, nodding immediately. You're correct, Alexander. The situation is urgent. We must act with decisive force. He paused, his voice taking on an unusual gravity. I have decided to appoint Agent Natasha Romanoff to take full responsibility for this investigation. She possesses the highest authority to mobilize any resources necessary. This served both as a reassurance to Pierce and as Fury's final test of Natasha. He was eager to see what kind of enchantment Leonard had cast upon his most trusted ace operative that fateful night. Meanwhile, upon receiving the order, Natasha was in the training room, barefoot, clad only in a black athletic tank top and fitted shorts. Sweat glistened as it trickled down her sculpted muscles, shimmering under the lights. As Nick Fury's command reverberated through the communicator, she deftly evaded a high-velocity energy sphere, her movements as fluid and graceful as a black cat. Investigating a killer? Natasha halted her actions, a slight furrow creasing her brow. She was acutely aware that the so-called assassin was unequivocally linked to Lin. Fury was compelling her to choose sides, to align with S.H.I.E.L.D. and oppose the man who had bestowed upon her a newfound strength, or... She instinctively clenched her fists, an unprecedented sensation of power surging from every cell in her body. In her mind, Lin's playful words echoed unbidden. I offer you a choice to reclaim your identity as Natasha. This choice had come upon her too swiftly. Meanwhile, at the Academy, Emma Frost's holographic projection made its second appearance in this sanctuary for mutants. This time, she was not there to negotiate. She had come to deliver a gift. In the conference room, Professor Charles Xavier, Storm, Cyclops, and Beast, all core members of the X-Men, were present. Emma wasted no time with pleasantries and projected a document at the center of the table. It was a design blueprint, imbued with a chilling, inhuman technological aura. This was a fragment of data reconstructed from a previously seized encrypted disk. Emma's voice struck each heart like winter icicles. Its name was the Sentinel Program, Ultimate Edition. Professor, esteemed colleagues, Emma surveyed the room, her gaze ultimately resting on Charles. This is not a threat. It is an imminent reality. My employer has a message for you all. To combat such a menace, love and peace alone are insufficient. Charles's expression turned grave as he gestured to Hank. Hank, please analyze this. The blue beast approached the projection, summoning a torrent of complex data streams for rapid analysis. Minutes later, Hank looked up, his face etched with horror. Professor, this is indeed real. These Sentinel robots employ some unknown nanobiotechnology. They possess the ability to analyze, replicate, and even evolve to counter mutant genes. Theoretically, they are insurmountable. They are the natural enemies of mutants, destined harbingers of doom. A deathly silence enveloped the conference room. Cyclops stared at the terrifying design, his fists clenched tightly. He could no longer utter a word of dissent against collaboration. The meeting ended on a somber note, just as Emma's holographic projection prepared to vanish. A voice called out to her, "Please wait." It was Jean Grey, approaching alone, her expression a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. "Why does Mr. Lin?" Jean gathered her courage to voice the question that had long troubled her. "He seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the essence within me." The force residing in her was palpable, a faint yet distinct energy signature belonging to Lineni, perceptible even in Emma's projection. The sensation was peculiar. It was neither one of suppression nor fear, but rather akin to an alluring affinity among kindred spirits. Emma gazed upon the innocent yet formidable girl before her, her lips curving into a regal smile. It was not that he lacked fear, dear one, but rather that he knew how to appreciate. He believed that the phoenix was not a beast to be caged, but one to be guided. Should you seek the true answer, you may visit him at the Pinnacle Tower at any time. My employer would be more than willing to provide you with a personal elucidation. With that, Emma's projection gracefully dissipated, leaving behind a singular phrase, akin to a seed, deeply embedded within Sheen's heart. At the pinnacle of the tower, Lineni leisurely reclined on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, watching the live feed transmitted back from Emma, a faint smile gracing his lips. The internal strife within S-H-I-E-L-D, the wavering resolve of the Avengers. Everything unfolded as per the script he had penned. He resembled a masterful chess player, subtly maneuvering a few pieces, causing the entire board to tilt irrevocably in his favor. "Emma, it's time to elevate the game," Lineni spoke into the air. Emma's holographic projection reappeared, bowing slightly. "Boss, how may I assist?" A new, more concise list materialized on the screen. Each name upon it was potent enough to provoke an 8-point earthquake within the American political landscape. These individuals were all pivotal allies of Pierce, the most significant nails driven into the heart of the U.S. government by Hydra. In form frank, Lineni swirled his wineglass, nonchalantly adding, "This time, let the commotion be somewhat grander." Chapter 120. This woman's power is unusual. The Punisher is stunned. Natasha's investigation commenced. Armed with the highest authority granted by Fury, she navigated each crime scene with unimpeded access. To others, these locations appeared immaculate, as if meticulously cleaned by a professional service, devoid of any valuable clues. However, to Natasha, the reality was starkly different. Her senses, once more enhanced by Lineni, had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. At a charred wall bearing the remnants of an explosion, she knelt and delicately pinched a speck of dust between her fingers, bringing it to her nose. An exceptionally unique aroma wafted into her nostrils, a blend of military-grade explosives and a certain high-end firearm lubricant. The scent was faint, nearly imperceptible, yet to Natasha in that moment, it shone like a lighthouse in the dark. Upon returning to S-H-I-E-L-D, she immediately accessed the database for comparison, and soon, the results emerged. This distinctive flavor is intimately connected to but one locale and one individual within the clandestine archives of S.H.I.E.L.D., New York, Hell's Kitchen. It is a tale woven from the urban legend of the Punisher, a solitary avenger marked by a white skull, who metes out justice with the most brutal and straightforward methods. Beneath the shroud of night in Washington, a vast darkness envelopes the city's sins and its glimmers of light alike. Outside a heavily fortified villa, atop the roof of an abandoned edifice several hundred meters away, Frank Castle lies motionless, resembling a statue. Below him stretches the cold concrete, and before him rests his most trusted companion, the Barrett. 821. His new target is a Deputy Secretary of Defense, a figure who outwardly exudes virtue, while secretly embodying the malevolence of a high-ranking Hydra operative. He has lingered in this position for 2 days and nights, meticulously deciphering the target's every movement. Tonight is the night of judgment. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows further behind, a black spider has silently trailed his steps. Through the night vision scope, Frank locks onto the silhouette of his target, who is engaged in a phone call within the villa's second-floor study. His finger slowly rests upon the trigger. Just as he is about to pull it, a sudden chill runs down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, Frank instinctively rolls to the side. A soft hiss echoes. A small charred hole appears on the concrete where he had just been lying. A wisp of blue smoke rises from the breach, the mark of high-voltage electricity. A shadowy figure emerges silently from the darkness behind him. The newcomer is striking, with an alluring silhouette, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuates her every curve. It is none other than Natasha Romanoff. A confrontation between two elite assassins ignites in this tranquil night devoid of gunfire. Frank remains silent, swiftly drawing a military dagger from his thigh, aiming for Natasha's throat with a simple, direct, and lethal strike. Rather than retreating, Natasha advances, contorting her body at an astonishing angle to evade the dagger while unleashing a powerful kick aimed at Frank's lower body. The dull thud of impact resounds. Frank absorbs the blow with his arm, yet the sheer force pushes him back a step. A look of astonishment crosses his typically stoic visage. This woman possesses an unsettling strength. Natasha herself is equally astonished. Her leg, capable of shattering steel, barely managed to displace him. Is this man made of iron? In an instant, they engage in a flurry of exchanges, each trading blows with remarkable speed. Natasha's combat skills represent the pinnacle of lethal artistry within the Red Room. Fluid, versatile, and strikingly deadly. In contrast, Frank's techniques have been honed amidst the carnage of battlefields, imbued with the iron resolve and ferocity of a soldier, characterized by bold and relentless strikes. The clash of strength and the contest of skill ensue, rendering both adversaries momentarily unable to overcome one another. As the intensity of the battle escalates, both combatants unleash their true ferocity. Natasha, with her widow's bite fully charged, prepares to unleash a formidable attack on her tenacious foe. Simultaneously, Frank readies to draw his favored K-bar combat knife from his belt. At this tense juncture, a sudden beeping interrupts the standoff. A voice, processed to obscure gender, echoes through their encrypted communicators. Both of you, cease your actions. Your objectives align. As the voice fades, an encrypted file is transmitted to both of their tactical terminals, containing detailed evidence of the Deputy Minister of Defense's transgressions, corruption, treason, and grotesque human experimentation, all documented in harrowing detail. More critically, a video reveals the Deputy Minister engaging in a clandestine transaction with Alexander Pierce. The evidence is irrefutable. Both Frank and Natasha halt their movements, standing mere meters apart, their gazes filled with wariness and complexity. Frank casts a profound glance at Natasha, saying nothing. He sheathes his weapon and retreats into the shadows like a silent lone wolf, intent on executing his own form of justice. Natasha remains rooted in place, the night breeze stirring her thoughts, her emotions tumultuous and unsettled. The following day, she returns to the Triskelion headquarters, submitting an investigative report to Nick Fury. The report states that the assassin is exceedingly vigilant, and the trail went cold after reaching Hell's Kitchen. She conceals her encounter with the Punisher, as well as the existence of the enigmatic mastermind behind all. This marks the first instance in her illustrious career as a spy that she has submitted a wholly fabricated report to Nick Fury. At the Apex building, Lynette observes the screen displaying the entire interaction between Natasha and Frank, from their confrontation to their separation, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He has successfully orchestrated a meeting between his two pawns, nudging the most exquisite Black Widow further away from her cold, old lair. Chapter 121. Did the golden boy and girl part ways? All due to that damn man. in the faculty conference room of the academy. The atmosphere is so tense it could be wrung out for moisture. The blueprint for the Ultimate Sentinel project hovers ominously in the center of the table, its cold lines seemingly mocking every person present. Professor, we absolutely cannot agree. Scott Summers, known as Cyclops, was the first to strike the table. He pointed at the blueprint, his voice brimming with an uncontrollable fury. This individual, this Lynette, exhibited no concealment regarding his intentions towards Jean. We are inviting a wolf into our midst. His words ignited a powder keg, causing a buzz of agitation to permeate the conference room. Calm down, Scott, Hank McCoy urged, adjusting his glasses. He rose from his seat and approached the blueprint, calling forth a series of rapidly scrolling data. Emotional responses will not resolve any issues. He indicated a simulated evolutionary chart on the screen, depicting a Sentinel robot rapidly developing armor capable of countering Cyclope's energy beams. The data indicated that with our current technology and resources, we could neither prevent nor even delay the mass production of such entities. Hank spoke with a serene composure. If we do not seek external assistance, my friends, extinction awaits us. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Professor Charles Xavier, throughout the discourse, had remained silent, seated in his wheelchair with fingers interlaced, gazing at the projections on the table. Throughout his life, he had endeavored for the peaceful coexistence of mutants and humans. He believed in dialogue and understanding. Yet, the emergence of Lynette and his brutally forceful tactics instigated a flicker of doubt within him. Is it truly a jest to speak of peace in the face of unequivocal malevolence? As the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense and stagnant, no one noticed the subtle shift in expression among several of the more ambivalent teachers. One instructor responsible for flight training suddenly shivered, as if a cold breeze had swept into his collar. Another history teacher's vision blurred, momentarily revealing a vision of the academy engulfed in flames, with students collapsing amidst their screams. These images and sensations came swiftly and departed just as quickly, akin to fleeting illusions. Yet the visceral fear and unease took root within their hearts like seeds. Unbeknownst to them, this was Emma, located far atop the pinnacle building, discreetly enhancing their anxieties through a mental link. On the other side of the academy, in the gravity training room, Jean Grey hovered midair, her fiery red hair damp with perspiration. She struggled to master the increasingly unruly power within her. Ever since Emma's last visit, she sensed an unsettling disquiet. It felt as if something within her was responding to an external call. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to a famished beast catching the scent of food. The Phoenix force within her reacted to the lingering essence of Lynette's energy that remained with Emma, not with fear or aversion, but rather with an instinctual hunger. A feeling of mutual attraction among kindred spirits. Quinn, the door to the training room swung open, and Scott entered. His countenance was grim, as if someone owed him a fortune. Stay away from that, Emma, and from the man behind her. Scott approached her, his tone laced with authority. They are not good people. They are devils seeking to exploit you. Quinn slowly descended from the air, her gaze fixed on Scott, revealing a flicker of exhaustion and disdain. It was the first time she regarded her beloved with such eyes. Scott, you truly do not understand. Like me, you can sense what resides within my body. It is both terrified and exhilarated. Quinn took a step forward, locking her eyes onto Scott's. That man, Lynn, perhaps he genuinely knows how to assist me. Unlike the professor who merely wishes to confine it. You are out of your mind. Scott grasped Quinn's shoulders, shaking her in disbelief at her words. You have been seduced by them. The professor is protecting you. Protecting? Quinn laughed, a bittersweet sound. Living each day in fear of becoming a ticking bomb. Does that qualify as protection? I have had enough. This was the first time in their long relationship that they quarreled so fiercely. Scott found Quinn utterly incomprehensible, as if she had transformed into someone else. Quinn believed Scott was entirely oblivious to her anguish, merely attempting to suppress her with his grand principles. The two parted ways in discontent. An invisible fissure emerged between this golden couple, once favored by all. In the deep of night, Professor Charles sat alone, maneuvering his wheelchair to the brainwave enhancement room. The entire academy was asleep. Only he remained awake. Through the brainwave enhancer, he witnessed the altercation between Scott and Quinn, and sensed the growing fear that had taken root in the hearts of every faculty member due to the Ultimate Sentinel. If this continued, the academy would crumble from within. without the need for the Sentinel robots to strike. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his hand and established a secure mental communication link. On the other end was Emma Frost, her voice tinged with languor and amusement. Charles closed his eyes, as if summoning every ounce of his strength to utter his words. Emma, informed Mr. Lin. He paused, his breathing heavy. I agreed to a collaborative research effort. However, the location must be within the academy. In the penthouse office of the Apex building, Lin swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, gazing at the holographic image of Charles transmitted by Emma, and smiled. Old bald head, you have finally succumbed. This was as it should be. Once a small breach had been created, how far could it be from complete consumption? He had succeeded. He reached into the ranks of the world's most cohesive yet exclusionary organization, the War Police. His next objective was unequivocal, to personally experience the Phoenix Force, which had tantalized him since the very first day of his arrival. He was preparing to have Emma arrange the itinerary when, suddenly, her holographic projection displayed an unusual expression. Boss, we have an unexpected visitor. Lin raised an eyebrow. Who? With a flick of her hand, Emma switched the office screen to the surveillance footage from downstairs. In the footage, a figure clad in a red and black bodysuit, with two katanas crossed on his back, stood at the entrance of the Apex Tower. His face was obscured by a mask adorned with two black circles and a rather cheeky expression. He was animatedly waving his hands at the camera, his mouth moving incessantly. Although the sound was muted, one could easily infer his exuberant shouts. Emma timely activated the audio. Hey there, wealthy folks inside. Can you hear me? Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. I heard you're hiring. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Deadpool. Quality work. Affordable rates. No deception. I'm your guy for any task. Murder, arson. You name it. Hire me now. I'm incredibly cheap. Just give me a Mexican chicken wrap. No, make it two. Chapter 122. Goodness. This energy is toxic. After indulging, I saw unicorns pooping rainbows. Lin watched the writhing red figure on the screen, his lips twitching. This fellow was nothing short of a human spring, unable to remain still for a moment. Boss, should we have security escort him away? Emma's voice dripped with rare disdain. No, let him come up, Lin replied, suddenly intrigued. I wish to see what kind of peculiar specimen this is. He was well aware of the identity of the cheeky individual in the red and black suit, Deadpool, Wade Wilson, a mercenary who had managed to extend his life through a regenerative factor derived from Wolverine, rendering himself nearly immortal. The most critical aspect was that his regenerative ability was, theoretically, limitless. What if he could siphon energy from him? Would that yield an infinite energy perpetual motion machine? The thought sparked an uncontrollable curiosity within Lin. A few minutes later, the door to the penthouse office swung open. Deadpool burst in like a gust of wind, executing a sliding maneuver that brought him to a perfect halt in front of Lin's desk. Oh my goodness, just look at this damn luxury. This carpet. It's softer than my ex-girlfriend's face. He sprang to his feet, forming a heart shape with his hands. Boss, do you need a trusty little sidekick who can handle everything for you? Look at me. I'm your best choice. I can warm your bed, cook in the kitchen, and in between, I can turn your enemies into Mexican wraps. As he spoke, he reached into his trousers and produced 2 Mexican chicken wraps, enthusiastically offering them. Care to try? An exclusive recipe, infused with double the chili sauce. I guarantee your backside will sing during your next visit to the restroom. Linty observed as Emma's holographic projection flickered with a hint of static interference, evidently disturbed by this eccentric demeanor. He declined the enticing chicken wraps, rising to face Deadpool. Do you wish to work here? Absolutely. I swear I will be your most loyal. As long as the salary is right, I will be your most devoted. Before Deadpool could finish, Linny placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Then let us first establish some allegiance. Energy siphon, activate at full force. Linty braced himself for a surge of overwhelming life energy. However, the next moment, what flooded into his body was an utterly chaotic essence he had never before encountered. This was not pure energy. It was a hodgepodge of tumultuous elements. Within it swirled aggressive cancer cells, an unyielding vitality, the piquant zest of Mexican chicken wraps, and an assortment of bizarre, colorful unicorn fantasies. Warning: contaminated energy detected. Filtering in progress. Warning: filtering failed. Filtering failed. Warning: host mental integrity is slightly compromised. Initiating self-repair. For the first time, the system's alarms blared chaotically within Linny's mind. As darkness enveloped him, it soon brightened again, revealing the entire office transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Emma's hologram morphed into a massive teddy bear, while Deadpool, adorned with a spiraling horn atop his head, joyfully produced rainbow excrement. Goodness! Linty abruptly released his grip and staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head vigorously. The hallucination dissipated, but his mind buzzed as if 100 Deadpools had crammed inside, hosting a raucous all-night party. Deadpool's healing factor and his cancer cells coexisted symbiotically. His energy, much like his thoughts, was a chaotic amalgamation. It was utterly impossible to siphon. Attempting to do so would only plunge him into madness. Wow. Deadpool exaggeratedly caressed his shoulder. Boss, your massage technique is quite impressive. I can feel those unruly little cells of mine getting all excited. Want to give another go? This time, could you also give my backside a rub? Get lost. Lenny felt a headache returning. He had grown weary of this individual. Emma, issue him a card, allowing him to purchase as many Mexican chicken wraps as he desires. And then, send him back from whence he came. Have him reach out only when necessary. This experimental subject is far too taxing on the mind. Having dispatched this walking trouble, Lennon had yet to catch his breath when Emma's projection appeared, her countenance turning grave. Boss, we have a situation. The screen shifted, revealing an underground base in Washington. Alexander Pierce, a senior member of the World Security Council and the former director of S.H.L.D., who also stood as the foremost leader of Hydra in the United States, was positioned before a colossal cryogenic chamber. He had consecutively lost several of his most trusted subordinates, and even key figures within the government had been eliminated in an exceedingly brutal manner. The hidden assassin was meticulously dismantling the foundation he had cultivated in this nation for decades. He found himself cornered, compelled to employ his most reluctant yet sharpest card, awaken him. Pierce commanded the researchers beside him. A series of intricate instructions were inputted. The chamber's door slowly creaked open, releasing a frigid mist. A man gradually emerged, his shoulder-length black hair framing a face with hollow eyes, resembling a soulless puppet. Most striking was his left arm, crafted from an unknown metal, gleaming with silver. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, a legendary specter frozen and brainwashed by Hydra for over half a century. Assign him a task. Pierce's voice was devoid of emotion. The researchers transmitted a dossier directly into the Winter Soldier's mind. It contained all information on Frank Castle, the Punisher, his combat habits, potential hiding spots, weaponry configurations, and traces left after each strike. Find him. Pierce gazed at the man with the metallic arm rising slowly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Then kill him. Leave no trace. Meanwhile, in New York's Hell's Kitchen, Frank Castle was in a safe house, making the final adjustments to his sniper rifle. His next target was already within his sights. Suddenly, he halted in his actions, lifting his gaze to the pitch-black night sky. Brows furrowed. There was nothing, yet his honed instincts, forged through countless brushes with death, warned him of imminent danger. An unprecedented sense of peril enveloped him like an invisible net, closing in from all directions. Frank gradually stood, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. He was being hunted. At the Vertex Tower, Linnant observed the man with the metallic arm emerging from the cryogenic chamber, his eyes brightening with intrigue. He had yet to seek trouble with Hydra, yet they had dispatched their trump card ahead of him. How fascinating. Linte caressed his chin, a smile playing on his lips. A new toy had been delivered right to his doorstep. Chapter 123. Please, no more fighting. Do you mind if I cut in? Frank Castle lay prone on the rooftop of a 6-story factory, his form merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Through the scope of his Barrett 821, he had ensnared tonight's target, a high-ranking Hydra operative poised to engage in an arms deal with the local mafia. Just as Frank's finger hovered over the trigger, a sudden, inexplicable chill coursed through him, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. A palpable sense of lethal threat loomed behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, driven solely by his instinct for combat, Frank rolled sharply to the right, narrowly evading danger. In that split second, a soft, nearly inaudible sound pierced the night. A specially crafted, large-caliber bullet grazed his scalp, embedding itself into the concrete where he had just been lying. A fist-sized hole appeared in the ground, its edges smooth and unfathomably deep. A silent sniper. Frank's heart raced as he instinctively sought cover. He knew he had encountered a fellow operative, and a formidable one at that. From the shadows of a distant building, the Winter Soldier's figure gradually emerged. Glancing at the still smoking barrel of his custom sniper rifle, Frank showed no hesitation as he discarded the weapon onto the ground. Having missed a shot, he swiftly altered his strategy. With a powerful leap, he descended from the rooftop, his legs bending slightly upon landing to absorb the impact. Then, he surged towards Frank's building with a velocity that surpassed human limits. Damn it, Frank cursed, raising his .41 automatic rifle and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the advancing figure. Tot. Flames erupted from the muzzle as bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. The Winter Soldier neither flinched nor dodged. He simply raised his left arm. The gleaming metallic limb acted as the most formidable shield, deflecting the onslaught. Clang! A series of rapid metallic collisions resonated as each bullet struck the arm, ricocheting harmlessly away, creating dazzling sparks without leaving a mark. Frank's pupils contracted. What manner of creature was this? In mere seconds, the Winter Soldier had reached the ground level. He eschewed the staircase, propelling himself off the wall with powerful thrusts, his metal fingers clawing effortlessly into the solid surface. Like a gecko, he scaled the 6-story rooftop in mere moments. Close quarters. Frank discarded his empty rifle and drew his K-bar combat knife, assuming a defensive stance. An arduous battle was now inevitable. As the Winter Soldier ascended to the rooftop, he wasted no time and charged forward with a swift stride, his metallic arm slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Frank's head. Frank, sensing the imminent danger, dared not confront the blow head-on. Instead, he awkwardly darted backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The force of the metallic fist collided with the concrete railing behind him, shattering it into fragments. Frank's eyes widened in alarm. Had that blow connected with flesh, it would have rendered him nothing more than a puddle of gore. In the ensuing confrontation, Frank found himself entirely on the defensive, enduring a relentless barrage. The Winter Soldier's strength, speed, and reflexes overwhelmed him, rendering his own combat skills, honed amidst the carnage of battle, utterly futile against such raw power. Each swing of that metallic arm posed a dire threat, pushing Frank into precarious situations. A miscalculation led to a glancing blow from the arm's wind, sending him hurtling 7 or 8 meters away, crashing against the wall and coughing up blood. This could not continue. He was heading towards certain doom. Desperately, Frank scanned his surroundings for any resource he could exploit. As the Winter Soldier advanced once more, a sudden idea struck him. He feigned a vulnerability, luring the Winter Soldier to strike at the wall behind him. With a thunderous crash, the Winter Soldier fell for the ruse, his fist smashing through the thick brick wall. Now was his chance. Enduring the agony, Frank activated a remote control in his hand. He had previously set explosives on the load-bearing columns of this floor. The explosion was deafening. A fiery blast erupted, shaking the entire factory. The rooftop floor collapsed instantly, taking the Winter Soldier and a cascade of debris down with it. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Frank mustered his strength and leaped into a large industrial pipe nearby, vanishing into the labyrinth of conduits. He aimed to leverage the terrain to turn this direct confrontation into a guerrilla battle, a style in which he excelled. At the apex tower, the boss remarked, "Frank won't last much longer." Emma's voice echoed. On the screen, 2 red dots representing life signals moved swiftly through the underground pipeline of the industrial complex, in pursuit of one another. The physiological data of the adversary vastly surpassed Frank's, and his fighting style was peculiar, calm and mechanical, with scarcely any openings. Lynette observed the screen with a nod. No wonder he's a super soldier, just like the captain. Target I activated another communication channel to send a little surprise to their guest. From a distant building, Target I, utilizing drone footage, pinpointed the Winter Soldier's location. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he flicked his fingers. A specially crafted playing card traced a bizarre arc and accurately flew into a ventilation shaft. The Winter Soldier, who was in pursuit of Frank within the pipes, suddenly sensed a glimmer of light. Instinctively, he turned his head. Buzz! The card erupted before him, transforming into an intensely luminous flashbang. The blinding white light instantaneously engulfed everything. Even the Winter Soldier, whose body had been enhanced, was momentarily overwhelmed, rendered sightless by the sudden brilliance. He was still recovering when another card silently adhered to the metal conduit behind him, emitting a piercing high-frequency ultrasound. The Winter Soldier's brain throbbed with excruciating pain, plunging him into a brief bout of tinnitus. Although the remote disruption from the target could not inflict substantial harm upon him, it successfully disrupted his pursuit rhythm. Seizing this precious opportunity, Frank swiftly distanced himself from the Winter Soldier, rearranging traps and replenishing ammunition. What began as a premier hunt had devolved into a bloody war of attrition. However, the Winter Soldier's adaptability exceeded everyone's expectations. After initially stumbling through a few passive encounters, he rapidly analyzed the target's attack patterns and trajectories. He began to anticipate in advance, evading the small gifts flying at him from various cunning angles. He even started to leverage the target's attacks to deduce Frank's potential escape routes. Bang! In a confined underground warehouse, Frank kicked open the heavy door. Just as he charged in, he sensed something amiss. The Winter Soldier had anticipated his route, having circled around from the other side, and was already waiting for him. Talp! 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 The Winter Soldier advanced step by step, his metallic arm reflecting a cold light in the dim warehouse. Frank leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. His ammunition was nearly depleted, and wounds of varying sizes bled profusely. He gazed at his adversary, his eyes still fierce and unyielding, like a cornered wolf. He drew the last grenade from his waist, prepared to go out in a blaze of glory with this monstrous foe. The Winter Soldier raised his metallic arm, aiming at Frank's head. Just as he was about to strike down and end it all, the heavy iron door of the warehouse was effortlessly pushed open from the outside. Lenny stepped in, dressed casually with his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely as if he were in a park rather than a bloody battlefield. He glanced at the tense standoff between the two and offered a warm smile. "Pardon me, gentlemen, do you mind if I cut in?" Chapter 124. The Winter Soldier stunned by a punch. This man is tough. The arrival of Lynette transformed the atmosphere of this blood-soaked underground warehouse into something decidedly peculiar. Frank Castle leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Why had his boss come here? What was the purpose of this? A site inspection, perhaps? Opposite him, the Winter Soldier, with his emotionless gaze, turned towards Lynette. Within his cerebral programming, there was no data pertaining to this individual. Unable to identify him, he categorized him as an unknown target. The directive to eliminate the primary target was paramount. Ignoring Lynette, the Winter Soldier mechanically advanced towards the exhausted Frank, intent on snapping the man's neck. However, just as he took a step forward, a dull thud echoed. The Winter Soldier seemed to collide with an invisible wall. His body abruptly halted and forcefully rebounded. He glanced down at his own form, then raised his eyes to the empty air before him. Lynette stood there, hands still tucked in his pockets, his posture unchanged. The atmosphere around him felt denser than concrete. "You would do well to cease your actions at the behest of your superior," a cold, steely voice interjected. Raven, positioned behind Lynette, stepped forward, an indescribable aura of pressure emanating from her. The Winter Soldier's combat instincts instantly elevated his perception of danger to its zenith. Yet, the seemingly innocuous man before him was perplexing. The program automatically prioritized the elimination of the greatest threat. The Winter Soldier sprang into action. He abandoned Frank, his entire form launching like a fired projectile towards Lynette. His metallic arm, imbued with the terrifying power to crush tanks, hurtled directly toward Lynette's head. Frank's heart leapt into his throat. He wanted to shout a warning, but it was already too late. However, in the next instant, Frank's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. That metallic fist, capable of reducing a person to pulp, halted just half a meter from Lynette's face. It remained suspended in midair, unable to advance a single inch further. Lynette even extended a hand, delicately pinching the Winter Soldier's iron fist between his index and middle fingers. The magnetic mastery and abilities acquired after his encounter with Lorna were finally put to the test. The entire process unfolded as effortlessly as picking a piece of sushi from a plate, accompanied by a congenial smile, reminiscent of greeting a neighbor during a leisurely stroll. "What a temper," Lynette mused, shaking his head. With his other hand, he pressed firmly against the Winter Soldier's forehead. Instantly, the Winter Soldier raised his other hand to sweep across, producing a dull metallic thud against Lynette's face. The Winter Soldier's hands suddenly throbbed with pain, and a singular thought echoed hollowly in his mind. He is so strong. Instantly, the Winter Soldier lifted his leg and struck Lynette's abdomen, producing a similar dull thud. Lynette's hand slowly reached out, his body eerily immobile. No rush. he murmured, his palm resting against the soldier's skin. Let me help you calm down. Energy activate. A wave of warmth and tranquility surged into the Winter Soldier's brain, which was densely packed with countless programs and directives. A piercing scream erupted from the depths of the Winter Soldier's throat. His mind was exploding. A torrent of chaotic, long-buried memories surged forth. In the frigid landscape, a blond man clad in a stars and stripes uniform shouted at him. A speeding train, the howling wind, the outstretched hand. The sensation of weightlessness and despair as he plummeted down a sheer cliff. The blinding lights of Hydra's base, the searing pain of electric shocks, and that damned red book. A name he had forgotten for decades, Bucky Barnes. Under the onslaught of this mental force, Hydra's brainwashing program began to glitch and disintegrate. The numbness and emptiness in the Winter Soldier's eyes were rapidly fading, replaced by heart-wrenching agony, profound confusion, and an uncontrollable struggle. Lynette released the Winter Soldier's metallic hand. Clutching his head, he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling violently. The once powerful metal arm now hung limply, akin to a heap of scrap. How do you feel? Bucky Barnes? Lynette squatted beside him, observing intently. Do you remember who you are? Hydra had transformed you into a thoughtless weapon, compelling you to kill daily, only to freeze you afterward. But I can restore your humanity. Lynette paused, his smile taking on a deeper significance. Or you could become a sharper weapon, one solely for your own vengeance. Which path will you choose? Bucky, on the ground, gradually lifted his head, his eyes, now flickering with a glimmer of awareness, fixated intently on Lynette. He remained silent, yet the hatred and murderous intent in his gaze were no longer directed at Frank or Lynette. Instead, they aimed at those responsible for his current wretched state. He made his choice through silence. Frank, standing nearby, witnessed the entire scene unfold. He observed the super soldier who had just incapacitated him with ease, the ruthless killing machine, now appearing like a lost child on his knees, easily swayed by his own boss's words. What was this? Frank suddenly realized that his understanding of this enigmatic employer was absurdly superficial. He had always believed that Lenny sought him out to eliminate the societal scum that the law could not touch. Yet now it seemed that the man's desires extended beyond mere eradication of evil. As Frank gazed at Bucky Barnes kneeling before him, he was reminded of that formidable woman named Natasha. It appeared that he too was a part of Lenny's collection. This notion sent a chill down the spine of Frank, a hardened man who had clawed his way out of a sea of corpses and blood. Bucky, do you remember your brother, Steve Rogers? Bucky's head snapped up, his gaze fixed on Linty, fury surging through him. Observing his reaction, Linty waved his hand dismissively, exuding a warm smile reminiscent of a seasoned rogue. Don't be agitated. Your brother has yet to appear. However, I have a rough idea of his whereabouts. Come with me, and I shall lead you to him. Steve Rogers. The Winter Soldier pondered for a moment. Linty remained patient, awaiting his response. All right, I will accompany you. Chapter 125. A Nest of Sharks and Crocodiles? I confess, I relish watching dogs fight. Linty regarded the man on the ground, his eyes brimming with anguish, confusion, and hatred. He gestured toward the still-breathing Frank Castle beside him. Take him back. Emma will handle the rest. Linty's instructions were casual. We must assist him in breaking free from this control once and for all. Frank remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. He approached Bucky Barnes, grasping his uninjured arm and forcefully pulling him to his feet. Throughout the ordeal, Bucky offered no resistance. He seemed lost in a tempest of forcibly awakened memories, overwhelmed by the shock and joy of his brother Steve still being alive, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a vehicle returning to the Apex Tower, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Raven sat beside Lenny, her expression grave. After a long silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Lenny, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? She was perplexed as to why he would orchestrate such a scenario. The Punisher, and now the Winter Soldier. Each of these individuals is a ruthless killing machine. Are you not concerned about the chaos that may ensue by bringing them all together? Raven's golden eyes bore into Linty's. It's akin to cramming a shark and a crocodile into the same small pond. If they do not tear each other apart, they will certainly destroy the pond. Linty reclined in the plush seat, his gaze directed towards the rapidly receding cityscape beyond the window. The glow of neon lights flickered across his face. I intend for them to tear at each other, he replied nonchalantly. Raven, remember this. The sharpest blade is always honed on the hardest whetstone. They are my blades, and simultaneously, they serve as each other's whetstone. Lynn turned her gaze towards Raven, and the intensity of her look caused an inexplicable tightening in Raven's chest. Moreover, have you forgotten? A hint of elusive amusement laced Lynn's voice. We still hold a final assurance in our hands. Raven momentarily froze. The image of the girl, who always remained quietly in the room, her eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, suddenly flashed in her mind. Wanda, the mere thought of the terrifying power contained within that girl, a force that even made her heart race, rendered Raven speechless. Indeed, with that little creature around, it seemed that even the fiercest sharks and crocodiles could not stir up any significant waves. The vehicle glided smoothly into the underground garage of the Apex building. Bucky Barnes was taken directly to the innermost depths of the edifice. Emma Frost had already been awaiting his arrival, dressed in a pristine white business ensemble. Her face bore the curiosity of a researcher encountering a rare specimen. She held a keen interest in the legendary Winter Soldier. Restrain him in the chair, Emma instructed Frank. Without uttering a word, Frank complied. Emma employed neither violent means nor cold instruments. She approached Bucky, who was bound to the chair, his gaze still muddled. Look at me, Emma commanded, her voice imbued with a peculiar enchantment. She activated her most proficient ability, telepathy. Her mental energy cautiously delved into the chaotic realm of Bucky's mind. It resembled a wasteland, ravaged by Hydra for decades, scattered with ruins, conflicting commands, and bloody fragments. Emma began her painstaking task, akin to the most patient of psychotherapists, meticulously untangling the jumbled memories. She collected the shards belonging to Bucky Barnes, cleansing them before setting them aside. Then, she marked the forcibly implanted commands of the Winter Soldier, preparing for their removal. This was an extraordinarily labor-intensive endeavor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in Washington, within a heavily fortified underground base, Alexander Pierce stared at the glaring red alert flashing on the computer screen. Mission target lost. The premium Cuban cigar in his hand was crushed into 2 pieces, tobacco scattered across the floor. The Winter Soldier. He was not merely his most formidable assassin, but also an invaluable asset, an essential trump card in his plan. Now, this card had gone missing. Find him. Pierce roared into the communicator, his voice brimming with suppressed fury. Utilize all our resources. Even if it requires turning New York upside down, bring him back to me. Meanwhile, Lynn provided Frank with a rare holiday. Emma, following his instructions, handed Frank the key to an anonymous account, as well as the key to a newly established safe house located in the heart of Hell's Kitchen, equipped with the highest level of defense and cloaking capabilities. Rest well, Frank. Recharge your spirit. A grander hunting ground awaits you. Frank grasped the keys in silence, merely lifting his gaze to the towering edifice that pierced the clouds. He understood that from this day forth, he was irrevocably bound to this invisible vessel of conflict, with no discernible end in sight. Having concluded matters with the Winter Soldier, Leonard finally turned his attention to his next target, the Academy, the Phoenix Force. He informed Emma of his intention to depart the following day for Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters to fulfill what was termed a collaborative research agreement. This news swiftly stirred a ripple among several women on the top floor of the tower. Raven was the first to express her desire to accompany Leonard as a personal bodyguard. In her own words, she harbored doubts about the naive altruism of the Avengers, uncertain of any ulterior motives they might possess. Lorna, on the other hand, displayed a complete lack of interest. What's the point of visiting a place where a bunch of kids play house? She scoffed, preferring to remain in the gravity training room, honing her ever-strengthening control over magnetism. Wanda, upon hearing the news, quietly approached Leonard, her beautiful crimson eyes glimmering with a blend of yearning and dependency. May I go too? The girl's voice was soft. I do not wish to stay here alone. Leonard, moved by Wanda's demeanor, eventually nodded in agreement. Bringing Wanda along would not only serve as an intangible deterrent to the Avengers, but also act as a provocation to the power residing within Jean Grey. He intended for the forces of chaos magic and the Phoenix Force, 2 of the universe's most formidable realities of distortion, to encounter one another, eager to witness the sparks that would ignite from their collision. On the eve of departure, as night enveloped the city, Leonard refrained from disturbing anyone. Alone, he held a glass of red wine, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the radiant lights of New York City below. He recognized that this journey to the academy would be a pivotal step towards reshaping the global landscape. He raised his glass towards the boundless night sky and gently clinked it. The following day, a sleek, all-black helicopter descended gracefully onto the expansive lawn of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, adorned with a simple silver logo of Apex Technologies. The powerful downdraft from the rotors swept across the verdant grass, causing it to ripple like waves. As the doors opened, Leonard, clad in casual attire, was the first to alight, flanked by two women, Raven to his left. Draped in an ensemble of black, she effortlessly accentuated her athletic physique. To her right stood Wanda, clad in an oversized crimson hoodie, her hands nestled within its pockets, her scarlet eyes betraying a blend of curiosity and unease toward her new surroundings. At the end of the lawn, by the entrance of the academic building, Professor Charles Xavier awaited in his wheelchair, patiently observing the scene. Flanking him were two figures. Scott Summers, dressed in a dark jacket with his hands perpetually tucked into his pockets, wore specialized ruby quartz goggles that mirrored the cold metallic sheen of the helicopter above. He stood rigid, resembling a taut bowstring, while the other, Hank McCoy, known as Beast, displayed his blue fur ruffling gently in the breeze. His imposing physique, muscular and formidable, suggested a creature poised to pounce rather than a mere scholar. The gazes of the two parties intersected, an unspoken tension permeating the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder. Professor Xavier mustered a polite smile, maneuvering his wheelchair forward to shatter the silence. "Welcome to the academy, Mr. Lin." His tone was courteous, yet the smile did not reach his eyes. Lin Int displayed a relaxed demeanor, as if visiting a friend's abode. "You may call me Lin Int, Professor. After all, we shall be partners moving forward." This declaration caused Scott, with his hands still in his pockets, to instinctively clench his fists. At that moment, the glass doors of the academic building swung open, revealing a tall girl with waist-length crimson hair. It was Jean Grey, who seemingly emerged to investigate the commotion outside. As her gaze instinctively swept over Lin Int and his companions, her eyes collided with Wanda's scarlet orbs. In that instant, both girls were momentarily paralyzed. The sounds of the surrounding world faded into oblivion. The rustle of the wind, the whisper of the grass, the distant laughter of students, all rendered inaudible. Deep within Jean's being, the dormant flame beast she had long suppressed stirred restlessly, sensing something both exhilarating and alarming. Wanda felt it too. She perceived within the red-haired girl an energy that resonated with her own, yet was fundamentally distinct, an immense force, unfathomable in its magnitude. It resembled the primordial flames of the universe's inception, fervent, chaotic, imbued with the essence of destruction and rebirth. Subtly, the fingers hidden within Wanda's sleeve began to emit a faint crimson glow, while the air crackled with invisible sparks. How intriguing! Lin Int's voice suddenly shattered the eerie stillness. With a smile, he stepped forward, positioning himself between Wanda and Jean, and effortlessly extended his arms, gently patting each girl on the shoulder. "It appears that my two ace companions are eager to make an acquaintance." His hand rests gently upon their shoulders, a soothing energy flowing like a gentle stream into the bodies of the two girls. The overwhelming resonance of energy, which had rendered both girls uneasy, was instantly quelled. Akin to two red-hot irons being immersed in a tranquil spring, Jean felt the tumultuous stirrings from the depths of her soul settle, leaving her enveloped in an indescribable sense of relief and relaxation. Wanda, too, felt the chaotic magic at her fingertips retreat obediently. The two girls involuntarily cast glances at the man beside them, their eyes filled with a mix of reliance and curiosity. However, to Scott, who stood nearby, this scene appeared as the most pointed provocation. Linter's hand, resting on Sheen's shoulder, seemed to him as filthy as the claw of a demon. "Mr. Lin," Scott stepped forward, positioning himself directly between Sheen and Linter, effectively blocking the latter's hand. "I believe we can commence our research now." Linter retracted his hand, casting a glance at the young man whose face was etched with hostility, yet his expression remained playfully enigmatic. "Of course. I, too, am looking forward to it." The so-called research venue was designated in the Academy's most central and heavily fortified location, the Mind Wave Amplification Room. This immense, spherical chamber, constructed from countless metal plates, served as an amplifier of Professor Charles' powers and was a testament to his confidence in his ability to control everything. He intended to utilize the room's equipment to monitor Linter's every move, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of impropriety. Linter raised no objections to this arrangement. He confidently strode ahead, traversing the lengthy metallic corridor, where memories of the Mind Wave room overlapped with the present. Yet it was evident that it remained a work in progress. Before the colossal, circular metal door of the Mind Wave amplification room, Linter halted and instructed the two behind him. Raven, Wanda, you wait for me outside. Raven's golden eyes swept across Charles at the control panel and the two imposing figures of Scott and Hank standing like sentinels, ultimately nodding in agreement. Wanda, however, regarded Linter with concern. Linter smiled at her, ruffling her hair. Don't worry, it will be over soon. With that, he stepped alone into the vast spherical chamber. At the center of the room lay a specially designed recliner. With Hank's assistance, Jean Grey reclined upon it, her head connected to a myriad of intricate monitoring devices, the probes and wires resembling a delicate web, securing her in place. Scott and Hank stood in the corner of the room, arms crossed, their expressions serious, eyes brimming with vigilance. Professor Charles sat at the control panel outside, hands poised on the controller, his mental focus sharply attuned, ready to intervene at any moment. Linnet appeared oblivious to the tumult around him. He approached the reclining chair, observing the tension and slight fear etched on Jean's face. Relax, Jean, he said, leaning closer, his voice soothing and magnetic, as if casting a stone into the lake of one's heart. Trust me, this will be a most pleasant experience. With those words, he disregarded the fiery glare emanating from Scott in the corner, extending his hands, gently pressing them against the temples of Jean. His cool fingertips made contact with her warm skin, eliciting an involuntary shiver from her body. A strange, tingling sensation surged from her temples, radiating throughout her being. Linnet closed his eyes. Contrary to Charles's expectations, he did not unleash any forceful mental energy to invade Jean's mind, nor did he actively probe. He simply unfurled his energy-siphoning field with meticulous care. This field enveloped her entire mental realm like a gentle, boundless ocean. He sensed, deep within Jean's psyche, a cage constructed by Charles's formidable mental power, imprisoning a slumbering beast exuding terrifying energy. Linnet refrained from approaching that cage. Instead, like a child collecting seashells by the shore, he began to absorb the faint and chaotic mental energy that seeped from Jean's tension and fear. For her, these energies were a burden, yet for Linnet, they were the purest nourishment. As he meticulously siphoned away the negative mental energy, a dormant will, sealed deep within Jean's psyche, stirred for the first time. The Phoenix's power. This ancient will, existing since the dawn of the universe, sensed the peculiar energy field. It was unlike anything it had encountered before. Charles's power was one of suppression, confinement, and imprisonment. In contrast, this force merely absorbed, offering nothing in return. It resembled a black hole, entirely receptive yet unspeakably pure and gentle. The slumbering consciousness began to awaken. Its long-suppressed instincts cautiously extended a fiery, golden-red tendril toward Linnet's energy field. Chapter 127. Good, open your mouth. Uncle has something nice for you. The golden-red energy tendril resembled a curious yet timid creature. It circumvented all the mental barriers imposed by Professor Charles, cautiously reaching out. Then, it gently brushed against Linnet's energy siphoning field. Boom! Within Linnet's mental realm, it felt as though a miniature sun had detonated instantaneously. An indescribable wave of energy surged forth. It was warm, vast, and ancient. It bore the ferocity to annihilate all, yet simultaneously cradled the compassion to nurture new life. Two utterly contradictory sensations fused together in perfect harmony. This phenomenon surpasses any form of energy he had previously encountered, exuding an air of sophistication beyond measure. Within Lin's heart, fear was entirely absent. Instead, exhilaration surged forth. Fortune favors the bold. He not only refrained from retracting his energy field, but boldly expanded it, as if embracing a distant esteemed guest with open arms. He adeptly manipulated his energy absorption ability, transforming its operational mode from passive to active. He established a stable energy cycle between himself and the delicate tendril of the Phoenix, actively purifying the chaotic, tumultuous mental energy rife with negativity that he had extracted from Jean's essence. like refining a mixture of sand-laden sugar into the purest syrup. He tenderly delivered it to the phoenix tendril, nurturing it as one would a hungry child. Reclining on the chaise, Jean Gallet felt herself levitate, her mind immersed in an exquisite warmth akin to being enveloped in the most soothing hot spring, with every brain cell unfurling. The torment of relentless auditory and visual hallucinations that had plagued her for over a decade evaporated in that instant, leaving the world enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. In its place emerged a profound sense of peace and serenity emanating from the depths of her soul. The sensation was so blissful that she believed she might drift into slumber at any moment. The comforting, gentle, and soothing figure materialized within her mental expanse, and she could not resist but embraced it wholeheartedly, offering her soft lips as the two ethereal forms intertwined before separating. Meanwhile, at the control console, Professor Charles's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the erratic spikes and subsequent plummeting of the curves on screen, his expression akin to that of one who had encountered a ghost. Behind him, Hank the Beast adjusted his glasses, momentarily oblivious to the unfolding events. My goodness, Jean's psychic energy index has dropped below a safe threshold, Hank exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he patted the professor's shoulder. This is a historic low. How on earth did he achieve this? He hasn't employed any mental suppressants. The monitoring equipment has detected no signs of psychic intrusion. Another young teacher chimed in. His energy field resembles a black hole, absorbing all the negative energy radiating from Jean. Hank, readjusting his glasses, fixated intently on the newly generated data model on the screen. No, wait. He is not merely absorbing. He is also returning energy. Oh my God. He has miraculously created a perfect energy loop within Jean's being. This revelation transcended their comprehension entirely. In the corner, Scott clenched his fists tightly, anger causing the edges of his visor to emanate laser energy. He gazed at the screen, where Jean's face appeared more relaxed, serene, and even tinged with a hint of blissful enjoyment. What on earth was happening? He felt utterly outdone. He has loved Jean for many years. He has exhausted every means to accompany her, comfort her, and protect her. Yet, he can only watch helplessly as she endures the torment of an invisible agony each day. He feels utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the man he had encountered at the bar, whom he had instinctively despised and remained wary of from the very beginning, merely twitched his fingers and pulled Jean from the depths of despair. A surge of intense emotion, a mixture of jealousy and helplessness, flooded Scott's heart. He felt like a fool. Simultaneously, in Lynn's mind, the system's notification sounds echoed frantically, overwhelming him with alerts. Ding. Detected a cosmic-level energy entity, the Phoenix Force. Ding. Establishing a deep energy link with the Phoenix Force host. Dual cultivation efficiency increased by 1,000. Ding. Acquired $10 million. Ding. Acquired $20 million. Ding. Acquired $30 million. The amount of the reward surged at a terrifying speed, unlike anything Lynn had ever witnessed. Exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. The once ticking time bomb had transformed into a golden egg-laying phoenix. Half an hour later, Lynn felt it was sufficient and slowly withdrew his hands. He sensed that his mental strength had been honed and refined by the Phoenix Force, like a superior sharpening stone. Within this brief period, it had become more solid and resilient. Jean, reclining in the chair, gradually opened her eyes. She sat up, initially gazing at her hands in bewilderment. Then, she lifted her gaze to Lynn. In her beautiful green eyes, fear and confusion had dissipated, leaving only a clear and profound curiosity, along with a subtle reliance she herself had yet to recognize. I feel much better, she spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of allure that brushed against Lynn's heart. Thank you. Professor Charles immediately maneuvered his wheelchair forward, using telepathy to meticulously assess Jean's condition. The results astonished him once again. Jean's mental realm showed no signs of damage. Rather, it was unprecedentedly stable and healthy. Those memories and powers he had forcibly suppressed and sealed now lay quietly in place, exhibiting no signs of unrest. He raised his gaze to Lynn, his eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, confusion, but predominantly a sense of powerlessness. The knowledge he had dedicated his life to studying had been effortlessly resolved by an outsider using a method he could not comprehend. Finally, Professor Charles spoke with great difficulty. Mr. Lin, your research truly exceeds my expectations. He seemed to age several years in an instant, his tone tinged with a hint of concession. Perhaps we can indeed engage in a deeper collaboration. He had completely surrendered. Lin's face bore a triumphant smile as he stepped forward, extending his hand with enthusiasm. A pleasure to collaborate, Professor. Charles regarded the outstretched hand, pausing in silence for several seconds before eventually responding with a firm handshake. Simultaneously, a brand new agreement, meticulously drafted by Emma Frost, concerning the joint development and utilization of the Phoenix Force, was projected onto the main control room screen. The terms were explicit, delineating rights and responsibilities with clarity. Vertex Technologies, in the capacity of both healer and principal investor, was poised to embrace this formidable power capable of cosmic annihilation. Chapter 128. The Phoenix as a Source of Sustenance. I desire both monetary and supernatural abilities. Lin achieved his goal of residing at the Academy. Publicly claiming the rationale was to facilitate long-term treatment and research for Jean Grey. Each day, he dedicated several hours in the cerebral enhancement chamber, forging an energy link with Jean. This process was an unprecedented delight for her, while for Lin, it was a multifaceted boon. He tended to the increasingly vibrant Phoenix as one would care for a pet, simultaneously harnessing the Phoenix's power as an exceptional training partner to exponentially enhance his mental prowess. Most importantly, the figures in his bank account were escalating at an outrageous pace. The Phoenix Force had undeniably become his personal source of sustenance and unparalleled training companion. Raven, ever the diligent guardian, remained steadfastly by his side, her keen golden eyes vigilantly surveying the Academy, particularly fixated on a certain man named Scott. She could distinctly sense the unabashed animosity that permeated Scott's gaze when directed at Lin. On one occasion, in the corridor, a young mutant known as Iceman, with blue skin, cast a couple of lingering glances at Lin and muttered something under his breath. Raven approached him directly, transforming into his likeness, and coldly warned, "If you look at him like that again, I shall freeze you into a block of ice and shatter you." The young man was left speechless in fear. Scott, meanwhile, found himself increasingly intolerant of the deepening bond between Lin and Jean. He observed with growing unease the manner in which Jean engaged in conversation with Lin after their therapy sessions. Her face adorned with a genuine smile he had never witnessed before. Jean's affectionate demeanor toward Lin was becoming more pronounced, a closeness that pierced his heart with envy. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. That afternoon, while Lin strolled through the Academy with Wanda, Scott abruptly obstructed their path. "Mr. Lin," Scott said, hands tucked into his pockets, blocking their way. "Since you are here to assist us, why not allow us to witness your prowess?" His gaze swept over Lin and then briefly to Wanda. "I challenge you. In the danger room. Do you dare accept?" He wished to publicly humiliate the man who relied solely on deceitful tactics. Before Lin could speak, Raven, beside him, let out a derisive laugh. "You?" Her eyes were filled with disdain. "Raven," Lin interjected, raising his hand to silence her. He turned to Scott, a playful smile gracing his face. Having previously been swept by a laser beam without consequence, he now felt no need to restrain himself. "Very well, I accept." The venue for the challenge was the Academy's renowned combat training facility, the Danger Room. The challenge entailed a one-on-one confrontation within the Danger Room's intricately simulated urban warfare environment. News of the challenge swiftly spread throughout the Academy, drawing nearly all the soldiers and students to witness the spectacle. They unanimously believed Lin would inevitably lose, as Scott was an undisputed expert in this domain, capable of precisely calculating the ricochet trajectories of each laser beam amidst the complex surroundings. Under his assault, no one could evade. As the battle commenced, Scott promptly removed his red quartz goggles. With a thunderous roar, two thick red beams erupted from his eyes. The beams did not target Lin directly, but rather struck the adjacent wall. They ricocheted wildly between the walls, ceiling, and various obstacles, moving at a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Within mere seconds, an impenetrable net of red energy enveloped the entire simulated arena, closing in on Lin from all directions. In the control room, students gasped in astonishment. Yet at the center of this energy web, Lin merely stood still, not even flinching. He lazily raised a hand and yawned. In the instant before the laser beams were about to collide with his body, a bizarre scene unfolded. The air around him seemed to transform into an invisible wall. All the laser beams aimed at him bizarrely deflected half a meter from his body, brushing past him and shooting into the void. Mental barrier. Scott was astounded. He frantically increased the power, the beams from his eyes becoming thicker and brighter. But it was futile. No matter how he attacked or altered his angles, he could not breach that invisible force field shield. Lin even had the leisure to turn his head and wave at Sheen, standing before the control room's glass window, flashing a radiant smile. This gesture ignited Scott's fury. It was a humiliation. However, Lin appeared to grow weary of the game. He extended a finger toward Scott, who was still frantically firing lasers, and gently tapped. An invisible force grasped Scott in an instant. He felt as if an unseen giant hand had seized him, rendering his entire body immobile. Then, he was abruptly lifted into the air, his struggles proving futile. Ultimately, Linty's finger made a gentle, downward motion, and Scott crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Before the control panel of the danger room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All the sentinels and students regarded the man, who had remained immobile throughout, with expressions akin to witnessing a monster. It dawned upon them that the man's strength was beyond their wildest imaginings. He had merely been toying with them. Jean Grey gazed at the calm figure on the screen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Powerful, mysterious, and gentle, he even seemed to comprehend the anguish deep within her soul, soothing the beast raging within her. This man nearly fulfilled all her fantasies of a perfect partner. Turning her gaze, she looked at Scott, who was being assisted by Hank, his face a portrait of disarray and frustration. In her eyes, only disappointment remained. While Linty relished a vacation at the academy, simultaneously courting the future Phoenix. On the other side of the world, in Washington, Alexander Pierce, having lost both the Winter Soldier and several key subordinates, resolved to take a desperate gamble. He wielded his supreme authority within the World Security Council to forcibly initiate a reckless scheme codenamed the Insight Project. We must eliminate all potential threats, Pierce declared to several high-ranking Hydra officials at a clandestine meeting. Once and for all. 3 days later, 3 colossal aerial carriers, resembling floating fortresses, ascended slowly into the sky. Watched by the world. SHIELD publicly announced that this was a response to the increasingly severe global threat of terrorism. Yet their true objective was to employ the terror algorithm left by Dr. Zola to identify and eradicate all targets on Earth that posed a potential threat to Hydra. The list contained millions, including the enigmatic assassin known as the Punisher, who had been a thorn in Pierce's side. A bloody storm affecting the entire globe was quietly brewing. The cannons of the 3 aerial carriers were already aimed at the world. Chapter 129. A storm of insight. Emma Frost strode onto the academy lawn, interrupting Linty's leisurely afternoon tea. The expression on her usually languid face was now markedly serious. Boss SHIELD is making significant moves. Emma seized a tablet, and a massive 3-dimensional projection materialized out of thin air. The 3 exaggeratedly designed aerial carriers were rising slowly from the water, immense turbines churning up clouds of mist. The Insight Project, Emma continued, her tone devoid of emotion, is a program forcibly initiated by Alexander Pierce, publicly claimed to be for counterterrorism. However, we have infiltrated their backend data and uncovered a hidden algorithm. According to algorithmic deductions, UI, Raven, Lorna, and Wanda, all the core members of our team, have been designated as the highest priority targets for elimination. Lenny held a cup of red tea, gently blowing on the steam, casting a glance at the 3 imposing aerial motherships. There was no hint of anxiety on his face. Instead, he chuckled. Is this all they have? Has Pierce run out of tricks? I expected something more inventive from him. To someone like him, who possessed mastery over magnetic control, these 3 massive metal behemoths were no more significant than scrap iron. Emma, relay this information to Nick Fury. Make it clear that it is a gift from me. I am curious to see how this esteemed director of SHIELD intends to handle the mess on his hands. He resolved to treat the situation as an intriguing game, a test for Director Fury and that old popsicle, Captain America. At the SHIELD Triskelion headquarters, in the director's office, Nick Fury sat frozen in his chair as he watched the encrypted email notification pop up. The sender was a name he least wanted to see, Lenny. The contents of the email plunged him into an icy abyss. His most trusted superior, Alexander Pierce, a senior council member of the World Security Council, was revealed to be the leader of Hydra. The Insight program, which he had painstakingly championed, turned out to be a weapon for Hydra designed to cleanse the world. An overwhelming surge of rage, akin to being stabbed in the back by one he trusted the most, enveloped him in a chilling grip. He felt his limbs grow cold. He was cornered. With no time for anger or despair, Fury immediately set out to meet the only person he could still trust. At the Steve Rogers Memorial, Fury found a man dressed in civilian clothes, engrossed in watching footage from his past, in a dimly lit corner. "Captain, we need to talk," Fury rasped. Steve turned, regarding Fury's face, which bore a grim countenance more harrowing than ever. "What happened?" Fury stated with deliberate clarity. "It has been infiltrated by Hydra from the very beginning. The Insight program is their weapon." Steve's expression hardened. "What did you say?" "Pierce is Hydra," Fury continued, dropping another bombshell. "And your friend, Bucky Barnes, is still alive, now serving as Hydra's most elite assassin, codenamed the Winter Soldier." In that moment, Steve's steadfast and upright heart endured an unprecedented shock. The organization he had joined upon awakening was a nest of enemies, and his most revered comrade had become a tool of their assassination. He remained silent for a long while before lifting his gaze. His blue eyes ignited with an unprecedented fire. "What shall we do?" Fury similarly contacted Natasha through a secure channel. Upon learning the entire truth, she exhibited no hesitation. "I'm in." For her, this was not merely a mission. It was an opportunity to prove her choice to that man. She had chosen wisely. Within the academy, Lynette had orchestrated everything meticulously. Although he had no interest in directly engaging with those agents in a game of make-believe, it did not imply he was inactive. "Emma, transmit the detailed schematics of the Sky battleship, along with the backdoor program for its control system, to Natasha," he said leisurely, reclining on the sofa beside Raven and Wanda. "Additionally, inform Lorna to prepare herself. Her stage is about to be set." Lorna relished the challenge of dismantling large metallic toys. Soon, the streets of New York began to unfold the narrative familiar to Lynette. Nick Fury's vehicle sped down the road, relentlessly pursued by police cars. Yet, those within the police vehicles were not officers. They were Hydra's operational team. Suddenly, one police car accelerated and swerved alongside Fury's vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing a masked man with only a pair of icy eyes visible, brandishing a grenade launcher. In the next instant, a magnetic bomb firmly adhered to the roof of Fury's car. Boom! A violent explosion overturned several surrounding vehicles, yet Fury's ride merely shook violently. The outer armor of the roof charred. The vehicle's electronic voice coolly reported, "Roof armor damaged by 7%, foundational defense unaffected." This was a specially modified version sponsored by Apex Technology, boasting more than tenfold the original S defensive capabilities. The masked man, observing the unscathed target vehicle, shattered his own window. He leapt from the speeding car directly onto Fury's roof. Raising his fist like a hammer, he struck the top of the driver's cabin with tremendous force. Clang! A resounding impact left a dent in the roof, yet it remained unbreached. Inside, Fury operated the vehicle's Vulcan cannon, unleashing a barrage of fire. The man on the roof nimbly evaded the bullets while persistently targeting every weak point of the vehicle with his metallic arm. Ultimately, as they ascended a high overpass, Fury activated the vehicle's final escape mode. The entire car instantaneously disassembled. The cockpit launched high in the air like an ejection seat, while the remaining chassis transformed into a fiery heap of debris, obstructing the pursuer's path. Fury successfully evaded capture. Within an abandoned dam, Captain America and Natasha, having endured Hydra's ambush in the elevator and a fierce highway chase, finally reunited with the presumed dead Nick Fury. "We must replace their guidance chips before the mothership takes off," Fury declared, producing 3 small chips. "This is our only chance." Steve took the chip with a serious expression. "I will handle the replacement." However, Natasha shook her head, producing a smaller, oddly shaped disc. "Director, I believe we have a more efficient solution." Both Fury and Steve turned their attention to her. "What is this?" "A backdoor program," Natasha explained, "capable of directly seizing the highest control of the mothership." Above Washington, 3 colossal aerial motherships had completed their final deployment, their ominous gun barrels aimed at the ground. In the control center of Triskelion, Alexander Pierce stood before a group of World Security Council members, a victorious smile gracing his face. He picked up the microphone and announced to the entire SHIELD organization, fire. Subtesin 30. Remove them immediately next. Her subordinate pressed the red launch button before them. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. No shells were fired from the 3 motherships. Pierce's smile froze on his face. What is happening? He yelled at the technicians. Report. Sir, all fire control systems have failed. We have lost control of the motherships. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The 3 massive aerial fortresses began to sway awkwardly in the sky. Then, under the gaze of countless cameras worldwide, they turned on each other, colliding. Boom! The bow of the first mothership crashed violently into the flank of the second. The sound of tearing metal echoed through the heavens as countless parts and sparks rained down. Immediately after, the third mothership careened uncontrollably toward them. The 3 aerial fortresses, representing the pinnacle of Earth's technology, became a massive, burning heap of scrap metal in the sky. Meanwhile, on a peak several dozen kilometers from Washington, Lorna Dane floated midair. She extended her hands toward the distant sky, fingers curled in a gesture of grasping. An excited yet cruel smile appeared on her face. Above Washington, a shocking metallic waltz was unfolding. In front of countless live cameras, they collided. Boom! The 3 aerial fortresses twisted together into a gigantic, burning spiral. This scene was more real and more shocking than any Hollywood disaster film. News anchors from major global networks were left agape, forgetting to report. In the squares of countless cities, people gazed upward, dumbfounded by this apocalyptic spectacle, their minds blank. SHIELD was finished. In everyone's mind, this singular thought remained. On the campus lawn, Lynette reclined leisurely in a deck chair, watching the live holographic display of the fireworks show above Washington. He lifted his cup of red tea, gently exhaling before speaking into the headset. Well done. The disassembly of this toy exudes a remarkable sense of artistry. Lorna's lips curled into a grin that reached her ears, her face radiating uncontainable pride. With merely a flick of her fingers, she orchestrated the 3 heaps of scrap metal, worth billions, to engage in a playful collision. A thrill surpassing any prank she had ever executed before. At that moment, a secure communication request popped up. A man donning a dark red helmet appeared on the screen. His backdrop, a smoldering ruin, with peculiar uniformed corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Magneto, Eric Lenscher. Eric's voice resonated through the speakers, laced with approval. I saw the news. Your enhancements to Lorna have yielded results beyond my expectations. Her finesse in manipulating the magnetic field mirrors my own prowess in years past. This commendation made Lorna, present at the site, puff out her chest with pride. She possesses great talent. Lynn responded nonchalantly, affirming the value of his investment. His initial decision to collaborate with Magneto, bringing Lorna and Wanda into his fold, was predicated on their immense potential. Now, it appeared to be a most lucrative transaction. I have cleared the debris on my end as well. Eric reported, kicking aside a charred corpse at his feet. The Hellfire Club's last strongholds in Europe have been eradicated. Azazel has completed his objectives. We are prepared to return to headquarters. No sooner had he spoken than Emma Frost's languid voice chimed in. Boss, Eric. Emma, clad in a pristine white business suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, continued, while we were securing a secret laboratory of the Hellfire Club in Argentina, we stumbled upon something intriguing. The screen split in 2, revealing a dossier of a girl on Emma's side. The girl in the photograph appeared pale, her eyes filled with terror and unease, clad in a tattered white protective suit. Codename, Phantom. Name, Ava Starr. Emma's fingers glided over the data. Her body is in a state of quantum imbalance, exceedingly unstable, oscillating involuntarily between the tangible and the intangible. According to the lab's findings, her potential is immense. Yet she risks complete annihilation due to uncontrolled energy. Lynn's eyes sparkled with interest. Phantom? This girl who can walk through walls could prove to be a valuable asset. Bring her back, Lynn immediately commanded, ensuring that the best medical resources be employed to stabilize her condition, preventing her demise. She will serve as a highly effective detector. Understood. Emma nodded. The events in Washington reverberated like a cataclysmic earthquake, sending ripples throughout the world. The shield crumbled overnight. The sinister conspiracy of Hydra, which has lurked in the shadows for 70 years, has been gruesomely unveiled and made public. The World Security Council finds itself in disarray, while intelligence agencies from various nations are in utter chaos. Amidst this turmoil, a new name emerges with formidable force, capturing the attention of global powers: Apex Technology. Analysts from premier intelligence organizations, such as Mossad, have toiled through sleepless nights, finally uncovering chilling clues from the faintest traces. Nick Fury's indestructible bulletproof vehicle, capable of withstanding grenade fire, is sponsored by Apex Technology. The terrifying backdoor program that incapacitated the fire control systems of 3 airborne aircraft carriers also points to Apex Technology. Furthermore, the mysterious mutual destruction of those 3 carriers, though lacking direct evidence, has instilled an undeniable intuition among the intelligence officials that this company is inextricably linked. Overnight, the name Apex Technology was marked in the most vivid red within all classified documents, labeled as a top-tier threat. At the Academy, Lynn turned off the holographic screen and gazed at the azure sky, stretching languidly. He rose and approached Professor Charles, who was repairing the lawn from his wheelchair. "Professor, it seems my vacation is coming to an end. There are matters at the company that require my attention." Charles looked up at the warm smile of the young man before him, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He recognized that from the moment he agreed to collaborate and allowed Lynn entry into the Academy, the fate of the X-Men, and indeed all mutants, had become irrevocably intertwined with this man. He had intended to seize control of the situation, only to realize he had been led by the nose from the very beginning. This sense of helplessness was one he had not experienced in many years. "Very well," Charles finally conceded with a nod. "The Academy will always welcome you back." Chapter 131. A valuation of 900 billion. All subordinates are titans. A meeting nearly erupts into a fracas. Nearby, at the entrance of the teaching building, Jean Grey overheard their conversation. She hurried over, her face betraying an unmistakable sense of loss and anxiety. The treatment she had undergone these past few days represented the most stable and joyous period of her life. Gone were the endless screams and murmurs echoing in her mind, as was the fear of losing control at any moment. The highlight of her days had become the time spent with Lynn in the neural enhancement chamber. The enveloping warmth of energy, drawing away all negative emotions, left her utterly captivated. She had developed an almost instinctual dependence on this man. "Are you leaving?" She mustered all her courage, gazing up at Lynn, her beautiful green eyes filled with hope and reluctance. Observing the girl's pitiful demeanor, Lynn smiled. He extended his hand, gently ruffling her soft, flowing red hair, as one might do to a beloved pet. "Certainly, I must depart. I cannot linger here indefinitely." The light in Sheen's eyes dimmed momentarily. However, Lynn had swiftly altered the course of the conversation, remarking, "This is also my research base, is it not? Once I have concluded my current matters, I shall return to see you. After all, our treatment has only just commenced." He added alternatively, "You may visit me at the Apex Tower in New York at any time. My office is always open to you." This reassuring promise rekindled the spark in Sheen's heart. She nodded vigorously, her face blossoming with a renewed smile. Lynn Ent, accompanied by Raven and Wanda, ascended into the awaiting helicopter. The rotor blades stirred a tremendous gust, causing the garments of those on the lawn to flutter wildly. The aircraft ascended smoothly, heading towards New York. As the helicopter gently descended upon the helipad atop the Apex Tower, another, more futuristic and strikingly designed black vertical takeoff vehicle silently landed beside it. With a soft hiss, the cabin door opened, revealing a towering figure emerging from within. It was Magneto, Eric Lenscher. He removed his iconic helmet, exposing a mane of silver hair. His formidable presence seemed to weigh heavily upon the surrounding air. He strode purposefully towards Lynn Ent, who had just disembarked from the helicopter. Close behind him was a man of exceedingly peculiar appearance. His skin bore a disconcerting dark red hue, and a sinuous tail, tipped with an arrowhead, swayed gently behind him. This was Azazel, the Red Devil, a core member of the Apex Technologies Shadow Division. A soft sound accompanied a small cloud of sulphurous black mist. In an instant, Azazel vanished from behind Magneto, only to reappear before Lynn Ent in the next moment. He placed a hand upon his chest and executed an elegant noble bow, a theatrical smile gracing his lips. My dear employer, I trust our outing with Eric did not bore you. His demeanor was deferential, yet the pride inherent in the eyes of a top-tier mutant was unmistakable. This old red devil, despite respecting his human employer's intellect and wealth, retained an inherent disdain for his physicality. Quite the contrary, I enjoyed a splendid fireworks display at the academy, Lin-Int replied casually. In the boardroom atop the building, the prominent figures of Apex Technology had gathered around the elongated conference table. Lin-Int occupied the central seat, with the impassive Raven to his left and Magneto Eric to his right. Further down the table sat Emma Frost, resplendent in a fitted white suit that accentuated her stunning figure, alongside the dangerously charismatic Azazel. Should this assembly be witnessed by the agents of S.H.I.L.D., it would likely trigger the highest level of alarm. Alas, S.H.I.L.D. was presently preoccupied with its own affairs, leaving them untroubled. Emma initiated the conversation, gently tapping the table, causing a series of data and charts to project into the air. Boss, everyone, she began, following the dissolution of S.H.I.L.D. We seized the opportunity to absorb 13 of their subsidiary companies with military backgrounds. Currently, the asset integration is 90% complete, and the company's total market value has surpassed $900 billion. As Azazel held his coffee cup, he momentarily paused. $900 billion. This figure provided him with a more tangible understanding of Lin's financial prowess. Magneto emanated an undeniable weight of authority. The situation in Europe has also been resolved. The Hellfire Club's vermin have been reduced to mere dust. Henceforth, the underworld in Europe will resonate with but one voice. As Lin listened, he could distinctly sense that this old Magneto was akin to a star on the brink of eruption. And himself? Perhaps merely a planet striving to absorb energy and desperately grow in stature. The disparity was significant. The revolution had yet to succeed, and comrades must persist in their endeavors. Excellent. Lin rapped the table, steering the discussion back on course. With S.H.I.L.D. fallen and Hydra exposed, a considerable vacuum has emerged in the global power structure. This presents an opportunity. He gazed at the assembly and articulated his plan. I intend to support several allies in positions of power while utilizing our media channels to steer public opinion. Our aim is not merely to fill the vacuum, but to become those who establish the new rules of the game, leveraging capital and technology to forge our own order. This was a vast and intricate plan, demanding time, patience, and an abundance of financial resources. Magneto nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall mobilize my old associates from the Brotherhood. Anyone who dares to challenge our newly established rules will feel the weight of the magnetic field. One played the role of the enforcer, the other the strategist. Together, they harmonized with remarkable synergy. However, Azazel interjected with a differing perspective. He elegantly set down his coffee cup, tapping the table lightly with his fingertips, producing a crisp sound. Lin, your plan is, as always, exquisite. Yet, he prolonged his tone. If I may be so bold, is it not rather convoluted? His yellow eyes shifted to Lin, glinting with a hint of mischief. At times, a precise strike can prove far more efficient than an entire array of complex machinery. He then cast a deliberate glance at Raven. Wouldn't you agree, my dear director? Raven did not even lift her eyelids, entirely dismissing his remark. Azazel seemed to be stirring the pot, criticizing Lin's methods as too slow, indirect, and lacking in violence. Lin chuckled. Efficiency depends on our ultimate goal, Azazel. What I desire is not merely a cold corpse, but the complete subjugation of an entire ecosystem. Raven's blade is indeed sharp, but it is only meant for excising tumors. Lin leaned slightly forward, his hands crossed atop the table. Chapter 132. I bet you can't touch me. In the next moment, Quicksilver was utterly stunned. What I desire is to transform the entire physique, allowing it to grow and breathe according to my will. I seek a compliant dog, not a dead one. This declaration only intensified the smile on Azazel's face. This seemingly innocuous human boss harbored ambitions lurking beneath his gentle facade, far grander than one might imagine, even more formidable than Eric's. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted subtly. At that moment, a gust of wind surged through the room without warning, sending papers swirling into the air. A silvery blur circled behind each individual, ultimately halting beside Magneto. Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver. I say, how long is this wretched meeting going to last? He exclaimed impatiently, ruffling his silver hair. I've run 100 laps around this building. I'm utterly bored. He could no longer endure the sluggish pace of mere verbal exchange. His gaze swept across the conference room, finally resting on Lynn. He had heard numerous fascinating tales about this human boss, especially regarding his ability to enhance the powers of his sister Wanda and his brother Lorna. This filled him with curiosity and a tinge of defiance. Pietro, hands in his pockets, raised his chin in a rather flippant manner towards Lynn. Hey, big boss, I've heard you're quite remarkable. Able to make them stronger? He gestured towards Wanda, who awaited outside. How about we play a game? Consider it a friendly exchange between new colleagues to strengthen our rapport. Magneto leaned back in his chair, silently allowing the proposal to unfold. He crossed his arms, a look of interest crossing his face, eager to witness whether Lynn was still just an ordinary human with a sharp mind. Lynn observed the eagerness in Pietro's eyes, which seemed to scream, "Come and challenge me." Amusement welled within him. This young man was practically offering himself up for training. It was the perfect opportunity to rein in this untamed stallion. All right, Lynn replied decisively. What shall we wager? Very simple. Pietro immediately extended a finger, his confidence palpable. I will dash out from here, circle our entire building, and return. If you can touch me even once, just the hem of my clothing, you win. He puffed out his chest, proudly declaring the stakes. If you win, I shall heed your every command. If I stand still for 1 minute, I will not budge for 59 seconds. What do you say? In his mind, this was an unbeatable wager. Speed was his domain, and in this realm, he was a god. It was the perfect way to demonstrate his unique value to these extraordinary colleagues. Very well, Lynn stood up, adjusted his attire, and declared, let the game begin. Hey, keep your eyes peeled. Pietro laughed heartily, and before his voice had faded, his figure had vanished in an instant. In the conference room, only the spot where he had stood remained, the air still gently rippling. From Pietro's perspective, the entire world transformed into a slow-motion tableau. He burst from the conference room, racing down the polished corridor, intending to leap through the floor-to-ceiling window and circle the building along its sleek exterior. This process, to him, consumed barely a second. However, just as he exited the conference room, on the verge of reaching the end of the corridor and the window, he beheld another figure, Lynn. He leaned casually against the wall at the corridor's end, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, flashing a smile in Pietro's direction as he approached. It was as though he had not just emerged from the conference room, but had been waiting there for an eternity. Buzz! Pietro's mind momentarily short-circuited. He abruptly halted, the gust of wind, generated by his inertia, causing Lynn's clothing to flutter. He stood there wide-eyed and stunned. This defied logic. He had clearly been the first to dash out, and at his utmost speed. The path from the conference room to here was a straight line, devoid of any obstacles. How could he possibly be faster than himself? Could he teleport? Impossible. That Azazel emitted a scent of sulfur and shadows when he teleported. Here, there was nothing. In that instant, Pietro felt his worldview shatter. He stared at Lynn, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Lynn leisurely sipped his coffee and then waved his cup as if to say, care for another lap? Pietro felt his mind falter. He stood frozen in the corridor, gazing at the man casually enjoying his coffee nearby. No way, absolutely no way. He muttered to himself, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. He refused to be defeated. Once more, he roared, his form morphing into a streak of silver lightning again, this time opting for a wide arc, planning to flank him through the fire escape on the other side. In his realm, time seemed as though it had been set to slow motion. The expressions on his colleagues' faces were frozen. Emma Frost's hand, holding her coffee cup, hovered mid-air. He burst through the door, racing along the building's outer wall, the city beneath him transforming into a flowing cascade of light and shadow. He even took a moment to glance at a paparazzo lurking around the corner, their camera-wielding pose resembling a comical statue. In less than a second, he had traversed most of the circle, poised to burst back into the conference room from the opposite window. Yet, just as he was about to shatter through, he saw that figure once more, Lynn. He stood before the window, still clutching that damned cup of coffee, as if he had anticipated the moment of his appearance, raising his cup in a friendly gesture, a warm smile gracing his face. Pietro's mind surged with chaos. He slammed on the brakes, leaving 2 long streaks on the smooth glass facade, nearly colliding with it. What in the blazes is going on? He shouted in despair. He sprinted once more, darting left and right, even contemplating an ascent to the ceiling, racing along the ventilation ducts. Yet, irrespective of the path he chose or the speed he attained, Lin's figure always manifested like an inescapable specter, appearing precisely at the terminus of his trajectory, neither too early nor too late. There were no shadows of pursuit, no sounds of air being sliced, not even a whisper of energy fluctuations. That man simply materialized out of thin air. Everyone wonders how the protagonist could surpass Quicksilver. Chapter 133, once a dear friend, now a deadly adversary. What a grand spectacle unfolds. It felt as though he wasn't moving at all, but had been stationed at the finish line from the very beginning. After a dozen failures, Pietro finally conceded. He was drenched in perspiration, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath as sweat trickled down his silvery hair. He gazed at Lin, his eyes devoid of the previous flippancy and defiance, replaced by bewilderment akin to encountering a ghost. His pride and speed, the very essence of his existence, had become a complete farce in the face of this man. For the first time, he grasped the terrifying nature of this human master. How could one even engage in this game? The opponent stood directly at the finish line awaiting him. What use was speed then? In the conference room, Magneto, Eric observed this scene through surveillance, a knowing expression playing on his face. He had anticipated this. Lin's abilities were far more intricate and enigmatic than they appeared. This direct manipulation of possibilities was, in certain respects, more unfathomable than his straightforward manipulation of magnetic fields. He felt increasingly satisfied with his choice of this partner. Well, I concede. I surrender. Pietro, disheartened, raised his hands like a defeated rooster, trudging back to the conference room. He was utterly resigned. Speak, boss. He slumped wearily into a chair. What task can I undertake? Running errands, delivering messages, anything. He readily embraced his role as a worker. Lin chuckled, finally managing to rein in this wild stallion. He tossed a tablet across the table. Excellent, quite spirited. Miss Phantom requires a special mineral from Antarctica to stabilize her form. The information is all contained within. I expect to see it in the laboratory within 3 days. Pietro took the tablet, glanced at the information, and in a flash, vanished from the conference room. This time, he truly embarked on his tasks, infused with an unprecedented vigor, not for any other reason, but to unravel the enigma of how his employer seemed to be operating beyond the ordinary. After resolving the minor incident involving Pietro, the high-level meeting progressed. The discussion turned to the matter of Bucky Barnes. Emma deftly redirected the conversation, noting that his brainwashing had been largely eradicated, yet his memories remained in disarray. How shall we manage him? Lin leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the surface of the table. Release him, he declared. All eyes converged upon him. Let him serve as bait to lure out the serpents. The Hydra, it seemed, had more than one Winter Soldier. A playful smile crept across Lin's face as he gazed at Magneto beside him. Eric, what are your thoughts on this plan? To wield one of Hydra's sharpest blades to draw forth all the serpents lurking in the shadows. Magneto pondered for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A commendable strategy. He nodded in agreement. Hydra, much like us, is merely a remnant of a bygone era. It's time to cleanse this world of their presence entirely. He paused, adding, and to have the illustrious Captain America confront his former best friend. This spectacle will undoubtedly be captivating. The two leaders found a harmonious accord in this sanguine and efficient scheme. The plan was swiftly disseminated. Emma, Lin commanded, utilize technological means to convey a vague yet credible piece of information to Steve Rogers, who is scouring the globe for Bucky, convincing him that the Winter Soldier is in New York. Emma elegantly nodded. A trivial task. Raven, Azazel, Lin turned to the heads of the Shadow Division. Your assignment is to monitor all potential Hydra outposts, safe houses, and contacts. Should they exhibit any signs of movement in response to the news of the Winter Soldier, secure them immediately. Raven remained impassive, while Azazel bowed slightly, placing his hand over his heart. Azazel, Lin finally addressed the Crimson Demon. I have a special task for you. When Steve Rogers arrives in New York, I need you to escort him to the location we have prepared. Remember, it is an escort, not an abduction. I want him to feel our sincerity. Azazel bowed again, excitement flickering in his yellow eyes. What is your command, my master? Lynn smiled. I require you to escort Captain America. Remember, it is an escort, not an abduction. He emphasized the word escort. I intend for him to experience an unforgettable journey, to understand who truly holds dominion in this game. Azazel's smile morphed into something more sinister. As you wish. I shall ensure he feels as if he has traversed a hellish roller coaster. The conference room atop the Apex building was shrouded in smoke. Lynette, the White Queen Emma, Mystique Raven, along with two distinguished guests, Magneto Eric and Red Devil Azazel, were gathered around an enormous holographic tactical table. These prominent figures and elite mutants nonchalantly determined the fate of Captain America and the remnants of Hydra. Lynette's fingertips danced across the holographic screen, revealing the dossier of Bucky Barnes. Colleagues, while S-H-I-E-L-D has collapsed and Hydra's head has been severed, its body still writhes in the shadows. I require a bait to draw them out of their lair. He gazed towards Magneto. Eric, what are your thoughts on employing Hydra's most formidable blade to hunt down its former master? Magneto reclined in his chair, his arms crossed before him, his expression inscrutable. A commendable stratagem, utilizing the specters of the past to inter the decayed present. Such poetic elegance appeals to me. He endorsed this sanguinary yet efficient scheme, which was refreshingly direct and bore a chilling disregard for human life, aligning perfectly with his inclinations. Emma Frost, twirling her golden locks that cascaded to her chest, seized the conversation. Then, where shall the bait be cast? Her slender fingers glided over the tactical table, magnifying a three-dimensional map of New York City. I propose a false intelligence. This information should dangle like the sweetest carrot, precisely before Captain America's nose. Her fingertip pinpointed a structural diagram of a warehouse at the dock. Let us select the abandoned Dock 13 in Queens, New York. Its complex terrain and sparse surveillance make it an ideal stage for luring the serpent from its hole. Chapter 134. The stage is set, awaiting our protagonist's entrance into despair. Lynette was pleased with Emma's choice of location. Excellent, Emma. Ensure the information is leaked to Steve Rogers in a manner that seems entirely incidental. I want him to believe this is a conclusion he has independently pursued, rather than something we have spoon-fed him. Emma confidently lifted her chin. A trivial task. I will disguise the intelligence as a segment of heavily encrypted Hydra communications and drop it on a dark web forum frequented by former S-H-I-L-D agents. With Rogers' old-fashioned tenacity, he will undoubtedly uncover it. Her tone brimmed with disdain for S-H-I-E-L-D's antiquated information warfare tactics. Raven. Lynette turned to the previously silent blue figure. Monitor all potential Hydra strongholds. Should they exhibit any signs of activity in response to the Winter Soldier's information, lock onto them immediately. I require a comprehensive list. Raven merely met Lynette's gaze with her golden eyes, nodding gently. No words were exchanged, yet all understood that this indicated the commencement of the mission. Finally, Lynette's gaze fell once more upon the demon, exuding an aura of sulfur. Asazuo maintained an air of elegance throughout, yet the scarlet tail behind him flicked impatiently, betraying his inner yearning for action. Asazuo, once you have invited our Captain America to New York, the remaining Hydra scum. Before Linter could finish his words, Magneto interjected, leave the cleanup to my men. My brotherhood is more than willing to rid this world of some trash. The two titans, in harmonious exchange, spoke of an imminent cleansing as casually as one might discuss tidying up. Asazuo licked his lips, seemingly longing for more. Boss, is it not a bit wasteful to have me merely as a driver? Those Hydra soldiers I loan. His words were cut short as Linter raised a hand. No, he shook his head. Your task is far more significant. I require you to shadow Steve Rogers at all times, but do not let him perceive your presence. At the most critical juncture, when he believes he can rescue Bucky, when Hydra's reinforcements encircle him, when despair engulfs him. Linta pauset, a wicked smile gracing his lips. You shall reappear, extricating him from the battlefield. Take him to a safe haven, allowing him to witness firsthand how we uproot Hydra completely. I seek not his life, but the shattering of his conviction. I wish for him to behold how laughable and powerless his cherished sense of justice is before absolute might. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone in the conference room turned playful. Magneto even offered a gentle applause. A strategy that pierces the heart is far more intriguing than mere slaughter. Asazuo understood Linter's intent, and his excitement intensified. I comprehend, boss. I assure you, I shall provide him with the full experience of plummeting from paradise to hell, only to be trampled into the mud. With the plan solidified, the atmosphere in the meeting lightened. Emma lifted her coffee cup and sipped elegantly. Well then, I shall prepare the surprise for Captain America. She stood, offered Linter a graceful bow, and departed the conference room. Asazuo also rose, crimson smoke beginning to swirl at his feet. I too must scout the terrain. I am quite eager for New York's nightlife. He cast a flirtatious glance at Raven, who met his gaze with icy indifference and with a whiff of sulfur. He vanished from sight. In the conference room, only Linter and Magneto remained. These creatures under your command are far more useful than I had anticipated. Eric stood and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below. Linter joined him, standing side by side. They merely require a capable leader and a vision of the future to guide them. Eric fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. You're unlike Charles. He is perpetually preoccupied with the notion of integrating us into humanity, pursuing that absurd peace, whereas you seek to establish a new order, one under our dominion. Linter did not refute this. Peace has never been achieved through mere supplication, Eric. It is forged through strength. The old rules have decayed, and it is our prerogative to formulate new ones. My rules are absolute. Eric turned his head, casting a profound glance in his direction. I am beginning to find you somewhat likable, Linter. With those words, the metallic objects surrounding him began to vibrate gently, and he levitated slowly, soaring through the open window, vanishing into the nocturnal embrace of New York. Raven appeared silently behind Linter. They have all departed. Linter turned to face her. What are your thoughts on this plan? Within Raven's golden pupils, there was no fluctuation of emotion. Efficient, ruthless, yet exceedingly perilous. Do you not fear that gathering so many volatile elements together might lead to them turning against you? Linter chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently caress her azure cheek. With you by my side, what do I have to fear? Raven's body stiffened momentarily, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. Moreover, I never engage in endeavors devoid of certainty. Linter withdrew his hand and approached the tactical table, gazing at the red dot representing Bucky Barnes. The stage is set, and the actors are in place. We await the entrance of our protagonist. Meanwhile, in an abandoned safe house on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., Steve Rogers sat wearily before a computer, the screen flooded with dense data that left him feeling dizzy. Since the dissolution of SHIELD, he had been utilizing the most rudimentary methods to track down the Winter Soldier and Hydra. However, Hydra had concealed itself too deeply, and all the leads he had unearthed ultimately led to dead ends. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a file marked with the highest threat level suddenly popped up on the computer screen. A program specifically designed to decrypt such files activated automatically, and the screen filled with rapidly refreshing gibberish. Minutes later, a fragment of incomplete information materialized at the center of the screen. Target Winter Soldier relocated to Dock 13, Queens, New York. Steve's body snapped upright. He fixated on those keywords, his breath quickening. He was unaware of the source of this intelligence, nor could he ascertain its authenticity. Yet, it was the only lead he possessed. He sprang to his feet, grasping the vibranium shield that leaned against the wall. In the cabin of a private transport aircraft, the low rumble of the engines reverberated. Steve Rogers was meticulously polishing his shield, his movements precise and deliberate. Sam Wilson busied himself with adjusting his Falcon flight wings, occasionally glancing at the intensely focused Steve. Sam paused in his task. Don't you think this situation feels a bit too convenient? Steve continued his meticulous cleaning, not missing a beat. What feels too convenient? The intel. Sam gestured toward the flickering data on a nearby tablet. We've been floundering around the globe for months like headless chickens, without a trace. And now, within 3 days, 3 disparate sources of intelligence all point to the same location. He swiped across the screen, revealing remnants from a dismantled Hydra server, encrypted messages left by a former SHIELD agent on the dark web, and even an anonymous tip-off email. It was as if they had conspired to bombard us with information. Leaning against the cabin wall, Sam crossed his arms. This feels wrong. Steve, really wrong. It's as if someone is deliberately guiding us, having dug a pit ahead, just waiting for us to jump in. Finally halting his actions, Steve secured a shield on his back and approached the window. The aircraft soared above the clouds, beneath him a roiling sea of white. He inhaled the familiar scent of oil and metal that filled the cabin. The months of pursuit, disappointment, and fatigue seemed to dissipate in that moment, replaced by a long-forgotten hope that sent shivers down his spine. I know this is risky, Sam. Steve's voice was steady. I also understand this could very well be a trap, but it is our only lead at the moment, our sole opportunity to find Bucky. He turned to face his friend. I must go. Sam observed the resolute expression etched on Steve's face, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words of persuasion. He understood that when it came to Bucky Barnes, no one could deter this century-old stubborn bull. All right, Sam sighed, resuming his equipment check. You charge in, and I'll cover your back. Same old routine. Thank you, Sam. Don't mention it. After all, I'm your only friend. Meanwhile, atop the Pinnacle Tower in New York, a vast wall of high-definition screens formed a surveillance display before an enormous floor-to-ceiling window. The wall was divided into dozens of images, showcasing live feeds of Steve and Sam's every move aboard the aircraft from various angles. Lynn stood leisurely in front of the monitoring wall, cradling a steaming cup of red tea. Magneto, Eric, lounged nearby on a sofa with a glass of red wine. They resembled two spectators at a theatrical performance, captivated by the anxious yet hopeful visage of the protagonist on screen. A serum-enhanced ordinary man. Eric swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, his tone laced with unabashed disdain. No matter how he was elevated as a symbol of an era, he remained laughably insignificant in the face of true power. He had never held much regard for these idols fabricated by humanity itself. Lynn took a sip of tea, chuckling softly. Do not speak so, Eric. He is not merely an ordinary soldier. His willpower is his most formidable weapon. Regardless of the adversities he faces, he will not yield. That is the very reason he has ascended to the rank of Captain America. Eric emitted a derisive snort. Willpower? In the presence of absolute strength. Willpower is the cheapest commodity. No, Lynn shook his finger. Precisely because of that, when this pride of his will, is systematically dismantled. As he gazes at Steve's resolute profile on the screen, his smile takes on a rather mischievous quality. That performance will become exceptionally captivating, will it not? Eric cast a glance at Lynn and then smiled as well. He comprehended Lynn's perspective. Destroying a man's body is a simple task, yet to obliterate a man's beliefs, that is the true artistry. This young human master harbored a sinister sense of humor that sometimes surpassed that of the world's perceived villain. The aircraft descended upon an abandoned private airstrip on the outskirts of New York. Night had fallen. Steve and Sam swiftly donned their battle attire and mounted their high-powered motorcycles, speeding towards Queens. The evening breeze howled past their ears, and the distant lights of the docks twinkled in the night, resembling eyes lurking in the shadows, observing them. The road was clear. Just as they were about to reach the final turn towards Pier 13, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the tranquil night. Steve and Sam simultaneously halted, warily scrutinizing the path ahead. Beneath the street lamp, the air before them suddenly warped without warning. A plume of red and black smoke erupted into existence, accompanied by a faint scent of sulfur. As the smoke dissipated, a figure emerged within the dim halo of the lamplight. Dressed in a meticulously tailored vintage tailcoat with an eerie red complexion, he bore a sinuous, arrow-shaped tail. He appeared to have stepped straight out of a medieval legend, a demon indeed. It was the Red Devil, Azazel. Steve and Sam immediately assumed defensive stances, yet Azazel seemed utterly disinclined to engage. He barely cast a glance at the two, instead elegantly adjusting his bow tie. Then, like a gentleman performing a magic trick, he spread his palm, revealing a black card within. With a flick of his finger, he sent it soaring. Whoosh! The card sliced through the air with precision, firmly embedding itself 2 meters ahead on the asphalt before Steve's motorcycle, its edges quivering ever so slightly. Frowning, Steve hesitated to approach. Azazoth performed an impeccable aristocratic bow, his smile both malevolent and beguiling. He uttered no words, and in an instant his form transformed into a swirling mass of crimson and ebony smoke, vanishing from sight, leaving behind the conspicuous black card protruding from the ground. Sam's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency. I told you, this is undoubtedly a trap. Steve remained silent as he dismounted the motorcycle, cautiously advancing towards the card and extracting it with care. The card, composed of metal, felt chilling to the touch. Its front bore a sleek, technological logo, the emblem of Pinnacle Technologies. Beneath the logo, elegantly embossed in gold leaf, were the words, "This way, Captain. Your brother is awaiting you." Steve gripped the card tightly, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. He recognized this as a blatant scheme, yet he had no alternative. He mounted his motorcycle and said to Sam, "Let us go meet this master." Chapter 136. In a critical moment, the guide demon saves the captain. The roar of the motorcycle engine echoed through the desolate streets. Steve and Sam halted a few blocks away from Dock 13, under the night sky. The dock area loomed like a dormant beast, its eerie stillness unsettling. "I still feel something is amiss." Sam's voice transmitted through the communicator, tinged with anxiety. "Everything has gone too smoothly since we landed, as if someone cleared the entire path in advance." Steve remained silent, fixated on the dark entrance of the dock. The black card still resided in his pocket, its touch cold. "Pinnacle Technologies," Steve murmured, contemplating the identity of these individuals and their intentions for capturing Bucky. Yet, one thing was clear. Their audacious invitation meant he was walking into a veritable den of intrigue. At that moment, beneath the streetlight ahead, the air warped once more. A familiar scent of sulfur wafting through. The crimson and ebony smoke dissipated, and Azazoth reappeared, still clad in his ostentatious tailcoat, wearing an unwavering smile, as if he were observing a circus performance. "Gentlemen, dawdling is not a commendable habit." Azazoth's voice resonated with a magnetic allure, though it sent shivers down Steve and Sam's spines. "The show is about to commence, and the star cannot afford to be tardy." Steve tightened his grip on the motorcycle's brake, his voice low and resolute. "What do you want? Where's Bucky?" Azazoth offered no response, merely placing his right hand on his chest and executing an exaggerated aristocratic bow. Then, with a soft pop, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. His figure vanished into thin air. In the next instant, he materialized at the center of the intersection, 100 meters away, his back turned to them, gracefully gesturing for them to proceed. A chill ran down the spines of Steve and Sam. This bizarre mode of movement transcended their comprehension. If he intended to attack, they would scarcely have time to raise their shields. "Damn it, this guy's toying with us." Sam muttered curses into the comm channel. Steve refrained from unnecessary words, twisting the throttle as the motorcycle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. "Stay close to him." Sam unfurled the wings on his back, soaring into the air to follow from above. A surreal chase unfolded on the midnight streets of Queens, New York. To call it chase was somewhat misleading, for Azazog did not run. He resembled a masterful magician, playing a game of vanishing amidst the city's architecture. Each time Steve's motorcycle approached him, he would vanish in a puff of smoke, only to reappear at the next intersection, often adopting a leisurely pose. On one occasion, he appeared atop an apartment building, waving at the two speeding below as if he were a mere tourist. Steve pushed the motorcycle's engine to its limits, the tires screeching against the asphalt. He fixated on the flickering red figure ahead, his jaw clenched tightly. The sensation of being mocked ignited a raging fury within him. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against his opponent. "Left! Steve!" He went left. Sam shouted from the sky, desperately trying to guide him. However, just as Steve prepared to turn left into a narrow alley, a colossal container truck suddenly barreled out of side street, out of control. The driver appeared intoxicated, slumped over the steering wheel as the truck hurtled directly towards Steve's motorcycle. Everything transpired in an instant. Sam could only let out a startled cry from above. Steve had no time to evade. In that critical moment, a red figure appeared, swifter than the truck. In a sudden flash, Azazog materialized in the truck's cab, disregarding the inebriated driver, and with a swift kick, sent him flying out of the window. Then, he wrenched the steering wheel with a single hand. The truck thundered past Steve's motorcycle, narrowly missing it, and crashed into a nearby fire hydrant at a precarious angle. The hydrant burst, sending a massive plume of water into the night sky, showering everything below. Steve slammed the brakes, coming to a halt, drenched from head to toe. He stood in stunned silence, gazing at the mangled front of the truck, his mind awash with bewilderment. Amidst the splashes of water, Azazoth reappeared, transforming into a wisp of smoke atop the truck's roof. He leisurely adjusted his damp, yet impeccably tailored tailcoat, then shrugged helplessly at Steve and Sam, as if to say, "Look, I am escorting you, am I not?" I shall take responsibility for any mishaps along the way. Steve was utterly flabbergasted. Sam slowly descended beside him, rendered speechless by the absurdity before them. This demon was not only toying with them, but also protecting them. What on earth was happening? Such bizarre behavior plunged Steve's mind into an unprecedented turmoil. He felt as though he were not on a rescue mission, but rather thrust into a surreal play orchestrated by a madman, with himself as the ludicrous pawn being led by the nose. Go! Steve wiped the water from his face, his voice hoarse as he uttered a single word. He restarted the motorcycle, maneuvering around the still leaking truck, and continued toward the dock, regardless of the other party's intentions. He must press on, for Bucky was just ahead. Observing Steve's drenched silhouette, Azazoth stood atop the truck, his smile broadening. He transformed once more into smoke, vanishing amidst the watery veil as he resumed his role as the harbinger of death. Minutes later, Steve and Sam finally reached their destination, the abandoned Dock 13. The rusted iron gate stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Only the distant outline of the warehouse flickered in the moonlight, resembling a monstrous maw agape. Azazoth stood before the iron gate, hands clasped behind him, as if he had been waiting for ages. Upon their arrival, he executed a flawless noble bow. Captain, your stage is prepared. I wish you a splendid performance. With that, he flashed Steve a knowing smile and gradually retreated, merging into the shadows beyond the gate, disappearing completely. Steve and Sam exchanged a glance, gripping their weapons tightly as they stepped into the eerie silence of the dock. Above them, hundreds of meters in the sky, a stealth aircraft with its optical cloaking engaged observed them coldly through its screens, the Punisher fixating on his prey as they entered the trap. Chapter 137. Confrontation in the Pool of Blood. We are the most familiar strangers to each other. The iron gate clanged shut behind them, as if sighing in anticipation of the impending events. Once Azazoth had melded into the darkness, the faint scent of sulfur lingering at the dock dissipated. The night breeze swept through, rustling a few scraps of paper on the ground, producing a sound that rendered the silence even more ominous. Why do I feel like we've stepped into a horror film? Sam murmured, his voice lowered as he voiced his thoughts through the communicator in his helmet. The protagonist seemed intent on courting danger. Steve disregarded him, gripping his shield in one hand while the other rested at his waist, advancing cautiously. His boots tread carefully upon the gravel-strewn ground, each step deliberate. The air here was infused not only with the briny scent of the sea, but also with a pungent mix of rust and decayed wood. Split up and maintain communication. Steve issued a terse command. You infiltrate from the elevated eastern flank. I will approach through the front entrance. Hydra's target is Bucky. We must locate him first. Understood, Sam replied, the wings of the Falcon silently unfurling from his back as he ascended, seamlessly merging into the higher shadows. Meanwhile, within the warehouse, a dozen fully armed Hydra soldiers methodically positioned themselves at critical points. Their exoskeletal armor glimmered faintly in the darkness, and the tactical visors on their helmets projected green. Fan-shaped scanning zones. Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, stood on the metallic walkway of the second floor, monitoring the feeds from various cameras on his tablet. The screens displayed nothing but the eerie silence of the warehouse interior. All units, the asset was last spotted in this vicinity. He is likely here. Crossbones' voice crackled through the encrypted channel, reaching each soldier's ear. Stay alert. Do not let him slip from your sight. A sinister excitement danced across his features. Capturing him would mean reclaiming the world's most lethal weapon. A soldier, stationed at the entrance preparing a shockwave mine, quietly voiced his concerns to a nearby comrade. Is the boss too tense? That guy, no matter how formidable, is just one person. We have a full team equipped. Another soldier, adjusting a thermal imaging device, scoffed in response. Haven't you seen his mission reports? In Bucharest, he single-handedly dismantled a safe house. Don't underestimate him. Think of him as a meat grinder. They remained oblivious to the two pairs of eyes that coldly surveyed them from the deepest shadows of the warehouse's containers. Frank Castle leaned against a massive container, methodically loading a shotgun, each golden slug clicking into place. Bucky Barnes stood beside him, motionless, clad in a black tactical vest, his silver metal arm reflecting the cold light devoid of warmth. Though his memories were still somewhat muddled, his mind was clear, and his gaze was filled with icy determination. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Frank continued to focus on his weapon, not lifting his head. These men are not here for a nostalgic reunion. They intend to take you back and turn you into their obedient puppet once more. Bucky's gaze swept over each Hydra soldier below, as if marking them for his own reckoning. I know. His voice was hoarse and deep. Thus, before Steve found me, I had to first clear away the debris. Images, fragmented and filled with anguish and wails, would still uncontrollably flash through my mind. The cold laboratory table, the blinding searchlights, the drill piercing into the brain. He glanced at Frank, his eyes filled with confusion. Did the boss send you just to observe me? Frank paused his actions, grinning broadly to reveal a set of white teeth. No, the boss sent me to deliver some ammunition. He tossed a loaded shotgun to Bucky, while he himself hoisted a rocket launcher from behind. Tear them all apart, Frank commanded. That is precisely my intent, Bucky responded, catching the weapon, the metallic palm clashing against the gun's body, producing a crisp sound. At the pinnacle of the apex tower, in the top-floor office, Lynette and Magneto, Eric, reclined on a comfortable sofa, watching the live feed on the enormous screen before them. Look at those Hydra fools, flailing about like headless flies in search of someone, Lynette remarked, holding a cup of soda, as if narrating a live sporting event. They could never imagine that their prey lurked above them, sharpening its claws, ready to feast. Eric swirled the red wine in his glass, dismissing Hydra's deployment on the screen. A band of monkeys wielding sticks, believing they have ensnared a net of traps. They remain oblivious to the fact that they're the beasts caged within. At that moment, outside the warehouse, Steve had reached the entrance. He did not charge in recklessly, but instead raised his shield before him, adopting a standard defensive stance. Inside the warehouse, Crossbones was fixated on the surveillance footage, attempting to pinpoint Bucky's whereabouts. Is there any response from the thermal imaging? He cannot have vanished into thin air. His words had not yet left his lips when, suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the warehouse. A nearby container beside Crossbones was entirely lifted off the ground. A rocket. Crossbones barely had time to cross his arms in front of him before he was hurled away by the immense shockwave, crashing against the distant wall like a ragged sack. The Hydra soldiers in the warehouse were left stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Their communication channels were instantly flooded with chaotic screams and alarm signals. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. PS at 3 o'clock. Open fire. Open fire. However, what responded to them was not the support of comrades, but rather the deadly tongues of fire from all directions. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Frank emerged from the shadows, wielding a .60 caliber machine gun, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his face alight with the thrill of the hunt. The torrid storm of bullets instantly shredded 2 Hydra soldiers, attempting to retaliate into mere fragments. Meanwhile, Bucky wove through the chaos of the explosion. He utilized every shadow, every flash, as the shotgun in his hands unleashed its terrifying power at close range. Bang! A soldier of Hydra found his chest plate utterly obliterated by a single projectile. With a resounding crack, in a brief interval of reloading, his metallic arm grasped another enemy by the throat, effortlessly shattering the cervical vertebrae. From the moment of the initial explosion to the last Hydra soldier's collapse, the entire ordeal transpired in less than 30 seconds. The warehouse was permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. When Steve finally regained his composure and forcefully kicked open the rusted door of the warehouse, he was met with a hellish tableau. A dozen dismembered corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood. At the center of the warehouse stood Bucky Barnes amidst the carnage, discarding his spent shotgun, blood still dripping from his silver arm. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, he slowly turned his head, fixing Steve with a gaze that was both cold and alert. Frank emerged from behind a container, shouldering a still-smoking rocket launcher. He cast a glance at the astonished Steve, offering a curt nod as a form of greeting. Without uttering a word, he turned and vanished into the deeper shadows of the warehouse, as if he had merely come to assist a friend in a skirmish. Left alone in the grim scene were Bucky and Steve, awkwardly facing each other amidst the bloodshed. Steve gazed at his once dear friend, whose eyes were clear, yet whose methods were gruesome. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. His mind was a tumult of confusion. Bucky had returned, but he had become someone else's possession. Chapter 138. The once cherished friend had morphed into a private belonging of another. Steve Rogers stood at the threshold, immobilized by the sight before him. His mind was a blank canvas as he absorbed the scene in the center of the warehouse. A multitude of bodies clad in exoskeletal armor lay strewn across the floor, their parts and flesh intermingled, saturating the ground. And there stood his friend, Bucky Barnes, in the midst of the crimson pool. Bucky cast aside the still-warm shotgun, its barrel clanging hollowly against the ground. Blood dripped from his silver metallic arm, falling drop by drop, creating small splatters on the stained floor. Upon hearing the noise at the door, Bucky turned slowly. His face bore traces of blood, yet his gaze caused Steve's heart to plummet. Those were clear eyes, devoid of confusion or madness. Yet it was precisely this clarity that rendered them more terrifying. These eyes had just witnessed and had a hand in orchestrating this massacre. Bucky? Steve's voice was hoarse as he tentatively called out. He gradually lowered the shield he held before him and took 2 steps forward. His boots squelched against the bloody ground, emitting a sticky sound. Bucky remained silent, his gaze fixed on Steve. "Bucky, it's me, Steve." Steve observed him without any semblance of repulsion, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. He quickened his pace, yearning to draw closer, to pat his shoulder as he had done countless times before. "You remember, don't you? You're looking at me, Bucky." He deftly maneuvered around the corpses and scattered weaponry on the ground, extending his hand to touch the shoulder of his erstwhile best friend. Bucky's gaze was tumultuous, a silent struggle reflected in his eyes. Steve's hand inched closer to his shoulder. 5 centimeters, 3 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Just as the tips of Steve's fingers were on the verge of brushing Bucky's clothing, a voice emanated from a flesh-colored miniature communicator lodged in Bucky's ear. The moment for reminiscing had concluded. It was time to return. "Next time, we can gather properly." Startled, Bucky abruptly lifted his head, his silver metallic hand moving with the swiftness of lightning, seizing Steve's outstretched wrist. The frigid touch of metal pierced through skin, sending a chill straight to Steve's core. He froze, gazing into Bucky's eyes, feeling as though he had been doused in icy water from head to toe. Bucky released his grip without uttering a word, silently turning away and retreating into the deeper shadows of the warehouse. His silhouette was resolute, devoid of any lingering sentiment. "Bucky, where are you going?" Steve shouted after him, his voice brimming with confusion and anguish. "Don't leave. We're going home." Bucky hesitated for a moment, yet did not look back. After a few seconds, a hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. "I must return. Steve, we may meet again when the opportunity arises." With that, he plunged into the abyss without a moment's pause. As Bucky's form was on the brink of being entirely engulfed, a swirling mass of crimson and black smoke materialized. Azazel, clad in his ostentatious tailcoat, flickered into view within the haze. He reached out, resting a hand on Bucky's shoulder as if assisting a wayward friend. Then, he turned toward Steve, revealing a sardonic smile. In a flash of smoke, both vanished without a trace. Left alone in the warehouse, Steve stood in a daze, staring into the empty darkness, every ounce of strength seemingly siphoned from his being. Gradually, he sank to his knees, his fists pounding the ground with a dull thud. Sam descended from above, witnessing this disheartening scene. He hurried to Steve's side, observing his despondent state, opening his mouth to speak, but finding no words. Captain Steve offered no reply. He had come to a profound realization. From the very beginning, this was not a trap designed to claim his life. It was a scheme, a meticulously orchestrated ruse, crafted specifically to shatter his resolve. The man known as Yin-Yang, the master of Apex technology, never harbored intentions of killing him. Instead, he exhibited a cruel display, flaunting his possessions. Bucky was not merely a weapon controlled by Hydra. He had become the private property of that man. This realization inflicted upon Steve a torment far more profound than any physical blow could muster. Meanwhile, atop the Apex Tower in New York, a colossal holographic screen vividly showcased the unfolding events within the warehouse. Upon witnessing Steve's anguished kneeling, Yin-Yang took a hearty sip from his drink, relishing the moment. Opposite him, Eric Lenscher elegantly swirled his glass of red wine, a sly smile playing upon his lips as he observed Steve's disheartened visage on the screen. It is effortless to shatter a person's body. A single steel beam suffices. Yet to dismantle his convictions, your methods must prove far more intriguing than mine, Eric remarked, laying down his glass with genuine admiration. The man heralded as the spirit of the age now appeared akin to a lost puppy. This was merely the beginning, Eric. You would not succumb so easily. Yin-Yang reclined comfortably on the sofa, his legs propped upon the table. Presently, he felt only pain and helplessness. Soon, he would come seeking me. Yin-Yang tapped the screen, his finger landing squarely on Steve's anguished face. Then there would be ample opportunity for negotiation. Upon concluding his statement, the screen revealed Steve, finally rising unsteadily with Sam's assistance. He lifted his gaze, seemingly transcending the barriers of time and space, peering into some distant horizon. Chapter 139, Igniting a Global Storm, merely for a ticket to meet Thor. Lineni switched off the holographic display, erasing the image of Steve's face, etched with pain and defiance. In an instant, the penthouse office returned to a serene silence. Ah, what an endlessly captivating expression. Lineni stretched, sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa, releasing a satisfied sigh. A splendid performance indeed. Eric swirled his wine glass, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. You have not killed him, yet you have rendered him more distressed than death itself. Captain America, this nation's spiritual totem now seems rather inconsequential. Do not speak so, Eric. Lineni picked up his drink, twisting off the cap. He is remarkably resilient. This is merely the beginning. It is akin to a game. One cannot allow the novice village monsters to be vanquished in a single blow, for that would lack intrigue. He spoke to the air, as though addressing an unseen companion. Well done, Bucky. Return to regroup for now. With that, he pressed a button on his wrist communicator, switching to another channel. Emma, are you there? Always, boss. Have you enjoyed your masterpiece? Emma Frost's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, emanated from the communicator. Not bad, I suppose a fitting conclusion. Lin took a sip of soda, the effervescence invigorating him considerably. Make a copy of the encrypted hard drive we seized from that Hydra commander during this operation. Then, find a means to deliver it to our old friend, Nick Fury. There was a brief silence from Emma's end. Deliver it to Fury? As a housewarming gift? Lin chuckled softly. Inform him that it is a personal offering from me, as a token of respect. The contents of the hard drive should suffice to compel him to extract the remaining Hydra vermin, one by one. Understood. Emma's voice brimmed with excitement. Let the vanquished clean up after another group of vanquished, wielding our spoils as their weapons. Boss, you truly are a devil. Too kind, Lin replied before terminating the call. Rising from his seat, he approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the dazzling lights of New York City. Countless points of light converged into a flowing river of stars, extending into the darkness of the night. Yet, after a while, he found the view somewhat tiresome. Such sights, upon prolonged observation, lose their allure. He tilted his head back, staring at the sky, which was slightly washed out by the city lights. Beyond the clouds, penetrating the atmosphere, lay a vast, darker universe. It seemed he had collected enough toys from this world. Speaking almost to himself, or perhaps to someone behind him, he mused, "It is time to acquire some extraterrestrial curiosities to play with." Raven appeared silently behind him, her golden eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Extraterrestrial? Indeed, extraterrestrial. Lin turned to face her, his expression one of delight akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. He redialed Emma on the communicator. Emma, I have another task for you. Boss, please proceed. My schedule is indefinitely open for you today. Utilize all our intelligence networks, black market channels, and every available connection to issue a top-tier bounty. The sound of keys being struck echoed from Emma's end, indicating her readiness. What is the target of the bounty? Lin's smile widened. Anything and everything related to the Rainbow Bridge. Items, data, even the eyewitness accounts of some rustic farmer. If it can be confirmed to be associated with the Rainbow Bridge, I want it. He paused, relishing the sensation of extravagance. No upper limit. On the other end of the communicator, even Emma fell silent for a moment. She understood all too well what those words meant in the underground world. It signified that Lin was willing to spend a fortune sufficient to purchase a small nation in exchange for some elusive intelligence. The Rainbow Bridge, Emma repeated the term. Boss, your ambitions are utterly unmasked. This is indeed a treasure from the divine realm of Asgard, and that is precisely why it holds such value. Is it not? Linty sauntered to his desk and took a seat, unceremoniously propping his feet upon the tabletop. I merely wish to see if wealth can indeed pry open the gates of the divine realm. Emma chuckled lightly, her voice brimming with unrestrained excitement and anticipation. I understand now. I shall incite a frenzy among treasure hunters, information brokers, mercenaries, and scavengers across the globe. Trust me, within 3 days, everything remotely related to the Rainbow Bridge will be delivered to your doorstep. Excellent. Linny hung up the communication with satisfaction. He was well aware of what the Rainbow Bridge entailed. That astronomer, Jane Foster, would, in a derelict factory in London, collide with the space containing the ether particles, also known as the Reality Stone, due to her observations of spatial anomalies. Subsequently, Thor, the god of thunder, would descend from the heavens and whisk her away to Asgard. Linny held no interest in that woman, nor did he have much fascination for the ether particles. Such matters were too perilous. Acquiring them at this stage would yield more harm than good. What he sought was an opportunity, an occasion that would enable him to engage with Asgard and the god of thunder in a manner that was both legitimate and even savior-like. He required a credible identity to partake in the forthcoming events. This identity he intended to procure with wealth. By demonstrating an extraordinary thirst for the energy of the Rainbow Bridge and offering a staggering bounty, he would ensure that when Jane Foster vanished due to the spatial anomaly, he would be the first to receive the news. At that juncture, he could seamlessly present himself before Thor as a premier buyer and a key participant in the incident. As for persuading Thor to take him to Asgard, that would be an even simpler task. After all, he was a professional healer. There was nothing that could not be soothed by energy. If there were, he would simply add a touch of monetary prowess. Just as Linty was mentally orchestrating his week-long escapade to Asgard, Emma's communication chimed again. "Boss." Her voice was laced with an irrepressible thrill. "The bounty has been disseminated through every conceivable channel. The outcome is even more staggering than I had anticipated. The entire underworld has erupted." Emma paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. Just moments ago, a warlord in Africa detonated a mountain believed to be an ancient extraterrestrial relic solely because a shaman claimed there was a light of rainbows within. Meanwhile, several cannibal tribes in the South American rainforest have engaged in brutal conflict over a luminous stone. They have even assigned a code name to our bounty. "What is it?" Linny inquired with curiosity. Emma's voice resonated with an absurd fervor. "Ragnarok, Chapter 140. Is the man with the great hammer really coming?" The following day, the weather in New York was delightful. Lynette reclined on the sofa in the penthouse office of Apex Tower, his feet propped on the table, a chilled soda in hand. Beside him, Raven idly gazed at the news playing on the holographic screen. On the display, a blonde reporter stood before a scene of devastation, with a mountain behind her marred by a gaping explosion. According to local officials, the violent blast had been instigated by a warlord known as General Babu. Eyewitnesses recounted that prior to the incident, the general had repeatedly proclaimed to his subordinates that there existed a radiant light within the mountain, a key to the divine realm. The reporter wore an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning her own identity and purpose. Lynette found this scene utterly amusing, nearly spitting out his soda in laughter. "What a talent," he chuckled. He picked up the remote and switched channels. In another news segment, a group of indigenous tribesmen armed with primitive weapons were fiercely battling over a glowing piece of rock. The voiceover calmly explained that this ordinary mineral, containing trace amounts of radioactive elements, had its black market price skyrocketed 300-fold overnight simply because someone claimed it was connected to the bounty associated with the rainbow energy. Raven could no longer contain herself. She leaned closer to Lynette, her arm casually draping over his shoulder. "Is this what you wanted to see? Don't you find it fascinating?" Lynette pointed at the screen as if sharing a newly acquired comedic video. "Look, this is the power of capital. A mere ethereal bounty can lead people on the other side of the globe to obliterate a mountain. It's far more efficient than our arduous assassinations." Raven's attention remained solely on Lynette, her warm breath brushing against his neck. At that moment, his communicator chimed. It was Emma Frost. "Boss." Emma's voice was as composed as ever, though Lynette sensed a hint of suppressed frustration beneath her calm demeanor. "Any new amusements, Emma?" "There's an abundance of amusements, but I fear you may not be able to keep up," Emma replied with a slight sigh. "Just now, I received the 23,760 first email. The sender is a mafia family from Italy, and they attached a photograph. The image depicts a Renaissance-era oil painting of Noah's Arkansas." Emma paused for effect. "There's a rainbow in the painting, and they inquired whether it could be considered a related item." Lynette burst into laughter. "How did you respond?" "I told them that if they could bring the ark over, I might consider compensating them by tonnage." Emma's tone remained utterly unruffled. "Moreover, an oligarch from Russia has proposed to sponsor the establishment of a colossal prism array in Siberia, designed to capture sunlight and artificially create rainbows. He inquired whether this venture could be considered an investment stake. I expressed my admiration for his entrepreneurial acumen." Lynette was nearly doubled over with laughter. Ah, and the most imaginative among them is a physicist with a doctorate from Caltech. Emma's voice hinted at her nearing mental exhaustion. He sent a lengthy, 50-page paper arguing that, with sufficient funding, he could fabricate a miniature black hole using Hawking radiation to simulate the energy forms present at the onset of the cosmic explosion. He asserted that, theoretically, it should encompass everything, including the energy of the Rainbow Bridge. He queried whether we would be interested in naming this black hole. Lynette wiped away tears of mirth. Such individuals truly deserve a platform for comedic performance. So, is there anything of substance? Regrettably not, boss. Emma's tone reverted to its professional chill. 99.9% is mere junk information. The remaining 0.1% is suspected junk. I am currently filtering it through algorithms. But the imagination of these individuals evidently exceeds the comprehension of artificial intelligence. Patience, Emma. Take your time, Lynette reassured her. We are fishing. The bait has been cast, and we must allow the fish some time to respond. The true giants always lurk beneath the surface. I understand. Emma terminated the communication. She lifted her coffee cup, surveying the hundreds of flickering data screens before her gaze flitting back and forth. At that moment, an inconspicuous data tag flashed briefly in the corner of the screen. Source, London, UK. Type, unverified spatial gravitational anomaly reading. Threat level, none. There were thousands of similar data points. Emma's gaze skimmed over them without pause, relegating them to a low-priority observation folder. Meanwhile, in a makeshift laboratory that appeared to have been ravaged by a tornado, a brown-haired woman in an old sweater, her hair tied back in a ponytail, was intently staring at her computer screen. She was Jane Foster, a brilliant but impoverished astrophysicist. Damn it, what do these readings even mean? Jane muttered in frustration, running her fingers through her hair. The screen displayed a chaotic array of erratic curves and garbled text, as if someone were dancing on the keyboard. Hey, Jane. A flamboyantly dressed intern, Daisy Louise, approached, holding up her phone. Forget your cryptic data for a moment. Look at this. She thrust the phone screen before Jane. The display showcased the headline of a sensational news website. Century Bounty. Mysterious tycoon lavishly spends to seek the mythical Rainbow Bridge. Daisy's eyes sparkled with the allure of gossip and wealth. The energy of the Rainbow Bridge. Jane, ISNT are chaotic data, a kind of energy? Perhaps it's some cosmic rays penetrating the atmosphere, interacting with water vapor, creating a spectacle akin to a rainbow. We could sell the data to him for $10 million. We could purchase this entire building and never again worry about being evicted by the landlord. Daisy grew increasingly excited, as if she could already see the dollars beckoning to her. Daisy, don't be foolish, Jane admonished, pushing her phone aside and rubbing her aching temples. This is science, not mythology. What we've detected is a localized distortion of space and gravitational anomalies. Nothing to do with any rainbow bridge. Yet, even as she spoke, the term rainbow bridge rippled through her heart like a small stone, creating circles in still water. Ugh, how boring. Daisy pouted and resumed scrolling through her phone. Wow, he nicknamed this bounty Ragnarok. How cool. Jane ignored her, rising to pace the laboratory. The anomalous readings were concentrated in an abandoned factory area on the outskirts of the city. They were erratic yet recurrent at the same location. This was illogical unless something that was interfering with the very fabric of space. Her scientific spirit eclipsed her fear of the unknown. Jane halted, her gaze resolute. Daisy, and Dr. Selvig, she called out to an elderly man dozing in the corner. Pack your things, we're heading to the site. Daisy sprang from her chair. Where? That haunted factory? Yes. Jane donned her coat and began gathering her detection equipment. I must ascertain the nature of these signals. Daisy watched her boss's dedicated demeanor with a resigned sigh. As she packed the gear, she muttered under her breath, Fine. Who am I to argue with the boss? But I'll warn you, if we encounter any aliens or muscle-bound men wielding giant hammers, I want TB covering for you. Chapter 141, A Strike at the Divine Realm. In the outskirts of London, a dilapidated van halted outside an abandoned factory surrounded by barbed wire. The door swung open, and a brown-haired woman with a ponytail leaped out, clutching what appeared to be a vacuum cleaner modified into a detection device. This is the place, Jane Foster declared, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the rusted gate. Following closely was her intern Daisy, dressed in vibrant attire that starkly contrasted with the desolate surroundings, surveying the area with a look of disdain. Jane, are you certain we should enter this dreadful place? This place resembles a scene from a horror film, where the protagonists enter and never emerge again. Do you see that window? Is there a face peering at us? Jane paid no heed to her ramblings, engrossed in examining the device in her hands. The needle on the detector was wildly oscillating, emitting a series of incomprehensible beeps. Did you see that, Daisy? Jane raised the instrument in front of her. The spatial readings here are extraordinarily intense. The last to disembark was Dr. Selvig, who yawned and, with bleary eyes, inquired have we arrived? I just dreamed I was playing cards with Newton, and he was cheating. Jane shot him an exasperated glance and pulled a larger device from the back of the truck. Doctor, wake up and lend a hand. The three of them exerted tremendous effort to transport an assortment of peculiar instruments into the factory. As Daisy lugged a heavy electrical box, she continued to grumble, I really don't understand why we don't just sell the data to that guy. We could fabricate a story about rainbow energy and rake in millions, instead of collecting dust here. This is science, Daisy, Jane corrected her sternly. Science cannot be sullied by lies. Just then, an empty beer bottle at Jane's feet inexplicably stood upright, then wobbled and floated into the air. It spun around and, with a crash, fell from a height of 3 meters above their heads, shattering into pieces. Oh no! Daisy yelped, jumping back behind Dr. Selvig. Did you see that? Gravitational cycles. This is astounding. Rather than feeling afraid, Jane was even more exhilarated, brandishing the detector and rushing toward the spot where the bottle had floated. In New York, at the Apex building, Lintern reclined on the sofa, a colossal holographic star map rotating slowly before him. 9 spheres, each radiating a distinct luminescence, were gradually converging along a visible line. Raven and Wanda stood behind him, equally captivated by this wondrous sight. Is this what you meant by celestial convergence? Wanda's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. Indeed, Lintern affirmed, gesturing toward the star map. A celestial phenomenon occurring once every few millennia. The spatial barriers of the 9 realms will become as thin as paper. He lightly tapped the star map, magnifying the point representing Earth. Consequently, an ancient artifact, long sealed by the Asgardians, may take the opportunity to emerge and breathe. Lintern circled the position of London with his fingertip. Ether particles, which you may also refer to as reality stones. And our unfortunate astrophysicist, Miss Jane Foster, is the next hapless host it has chosen. Raven crossed her arms, her blue skin reflecting a somber glow in the light. So, you intend to seize that stone? No, certainly not, Lintern replied, shaking his finger. That contraption has now become a ticking time bomb. Whoever dares to touch it will meet their demise, a challenge even the gods cannot surmount. We shall not assume the role of the protagonist. Rather, we shall be the bystander who hands the wrench to the hero. He chuckled softly. What we await is the formidable figure adept at handling such chaotic predicaments. Thor, the god of thunder. Raven uttered his name. Bingo. Lenny snapped his fingers. He would retrieve Jane, who had been possessed by the ether, and bring her back to Asgard for healing. The Bifrost, during such precise interdimensional transport, experiences the greatest energy fluctuations and instability. His gaze swept over Raven and Wanda. I require your assistance for a brief moment at that critical juncture. He activated the communicator, and Lorna's holographic image materialized in the air. She was hovering above a massive circular particle collider, the surrounding metallic components buzzing ominously. Speak quickly. I'm currently preoccupied with pressure testing. Lorna's tone conveyed a hint of impatience. I have something far more entertaining for you. Lenny transmitted the star map data to her. Lorna, at the moment I send the signal, I need you to mobilize all the low Earth orbit satellites under our control, both military and commercial. Utilize them to target the energy trajectory of the Bifrost and execute a high-frequency magnetic field pulse interference. It need not be overly powerful. I simply require it to hiccup during the transport. Lorna examined the data model, her lips curling into an excited grin. Using hundreds of satellites to disrupt a rainbow? Now that is a task I relish. Linty then turned his attention to Wanda. Wanda, your chaos magic fundamentally alters the probabilities of reality. I need you to maximize the likelihood of a spatial rupture occurring concurrently with Lorna's actions in that vicinity. Linty aimed to artificially induce a transport mishap on the Bifrost. He was uncertain of what might emerge from the torn rift in space. Perhaps a passing cosmic beast or a vessel laden with Asgardian refuse. Regardless of what fell through, It would serve as his irreplaceable ticket to intervene in the divine realm's affairs. Just then, Emma's communication request chimed in. Boss, there's activity in London. The holographic screen shifted, and a graph representing energy readings surged sharply upward, breaching the threshold and transforming into a blinding red. Shortly thereafter, the curve plummeted vertically, returning to silence. Immediately, a distinctly different power signal erupted from the same location. Linty observed the new curve with satisfaction, raising the ice-cold soda from the table. The fish is on the hook. Before he could take a sip, another high-level alarm abruptly blared throughout the room. On the holographic star map, an enormous energy beam composed of vibrant hues surged forth, piercing down from the top of the map with unmatched force, its target unmistakably Earth. Lyneth set down his cup and rose to his feet. Ladies, it is time to get to work. He gazed at the approaching prism of rainbow light. Anticipation etched across his face. Our guest has arrived. Chapter 142. A deviation in the plan. It is she who falls from the Rainbow Bridge. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of London, Daisy felt as though she were on the brink of madness. My heavens, Jane, are you still there? She shouted at the dissipating mass before her, which resembled both red mist and subpar special effects. Mere moments ago, her unfortunate boss, the astrophysicist Jane Foster, had been engulfed by this crimson glow. Then, the light coalesced, piercing into Jane's very being. Now, Jane Foster stood frozen in place, her expression vacant, as though severed from the web of reality. Dr. Selvig rubbed his eyes and approached, yawning. What is it? Has Jane discovered a new particle? She has been discovered by a particle. Daisy nearly wept, pointing at the bewildered Jane. Doctor, should we call for emergency assistance? Perhaps a hotline for exorcisms? She seems rather flushed. The doctor leaned in for a closer inspection, even reaching out to feel Jane's forehead. No fever. Just as they were at a loss regarding the incapacitated Jane, the skies above the factory darkened ominously. A colossal beam of multicolored light, exuding an overwhelming force, descended straight from the clouds. Boom! The light struck the ground outside the factory, causing the earth to tremble. Daisy and Dr. Selvig were thrown off balance, tumbling into a heap. When they clumsily regained their footing, the light had vanished. A muscular man clad in silver armor, draped in a red cape, and wielding a square-headed hammer advanced purposefully towards the factory. He paid no heed to the two sprawled on the ground, striding directly to Jane. Jane! Thor's voice was laced with urgency as he grasped her shoulders, scrutinizing her intently. Jane's eyes seemed to regain a flicker of life. She gazed at the man before her, her lips moving slightly. Thor? In New York, atop the Pinnacle Tower, alarms blared throughout the command center. Emma Frost's holographic image materialized before Lyneth, her expression grave. Boss, we have detected an ultra-high energy response, confirmed to be the Bifrost of Asgard. Coordinates locked. London, England. On the holographic screen, an analysis of a robust, rainbow-hued energy column was marked. It seemed our leading lady had successfully captured the prince's attention. Leaning back on the sofa, Lyneth was not the least bit surprised. He picked up the intercom, his tone calm. Attention all units, prepare to execute the phishing plan. Lorna, Wanda, Raven, report to me. 3 figures swiftly appeared beside him. Raven gazed at the screen displaying Thor and inquired, is this the god of thunder? Indeed, muscular and somewhat simple-minded. He perfectly embodies the archetype of a mighty man as depicted in mythological tales, Lynette remarked. Wanda, are you prepared? Wanda nodded, a crimson glow flickering at her fingertips. I am ready at any moment. Lynette chuckled and turned to Lorna, saying, Our princess, have your satellites been calibrated? Lorna crossed her arms confidently. Just a few hundred satellites. I could align them to target a fly's left wing with my eyes closed. Lynette nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to the screen. London. Thor sighed with relief upon confirming that Jane was merely possessed by an unknown energy and was not in immediate danger. He attempted to dispel the crimson energy with his divine power, but it clung to her like a parasite, utterly unyielding. The medical techniques of Earth proved futile against this. Thor concluded, Jane, I must take you back to Asgard. Only there can you be saved. Without waiting for Jane's response, he hoisted her into his arms. Jane's body was soft, exuding a delightful fragrance, yet Thor's mind was preoccupied with urgency. Cradling her, he looked skyward and shouted with all his might, Heimdall, open the gate. As his words echoed, a kaleidoscopic beam of light descended from above, enveloping both Thor and Jane entirely. At the pinnacle tower, "Boss, the target is ready for transmission." Emma's voice ascended an octave. On the screen, the energy readings representing the Bifrost surged exponentially. Lynette raised a celebratory drink and took a hearty sip. Just as the energy readings approached their peak, he set down his cup. "Initiate." The moment the command was issued, hundreds of covert satellites, marked with pinnacle technology insignia, but actually of military grade, in low Earth orbit simultaneously altered their trajectories. An invisible, powerful magnetic pulse, akin to a sniper's bullet, accurately shot towards the radiant beam of light that pierced the heavens. Almost simultaneously, Wanda, standing beside Lynette, felt her eyes transform into a deep crimson hue. She lifted her delicate, pale finger and gently tapped on the holographic map, targeting a desolate wilderness on the outskirts of New York City. With her lips parting, she uttered a single word, "Tyr." Above London, the rapidly transmitting beam of the Bifrost trembled violently. An unstable spatial energy was unleashed. This energy shot through the air like a rogue bolt of lightning, tracing an eerie arc across the Atlantic, striking precisely above the wilderness blessed by Wanda. With a resounding rip, it sounded as if fabric had been violently torn apart. In the skies above the outskirts of New York City, an irregular black rift, pulsating with electric light along its edges, suddenly materialized. Inside the command center of the Apex Tower, everyone held their breath, captivated by the spectacle on the screen. "We did it!" Emma exclaimed with exhilaration. The spatial rift had formed, expected to last for a mere 3 seconds. Lynn's gaze was fixated on the fissure, uncertain of what might emerge from within. A signpost from Asgard? A lost cosmic raven? Or perhaps a half-finished bottle of Odin's mead? Just as the rift was on the verge of closing, a dart fell from it, that it rapidly expanded in the air, resembling a meteor, hurtling straight toward the ground. "What is that?" Raven pointed at the screen. "Zoom in. Track that object." Lynn commanded immediately. The holographic display shifted swiftly, drawing closer at high speed. It was neither stone nor debris. It was a person. A figure clad in silver armor tumbled helplessly through the air, plummeting toward the earth. "Is it Thor? Do we bring him down?" Lorna inquired with curiosity. The image magnified once more, revealing the figure clearly. She had a cascade of brilliant golden hair flowing in the air. Can anyone guess who she is? A female character. Chapter 143. After charming one's own queen, one goes on to undermine others. Such skillful maneuvering. In the command center, silence reigned, allowing the faint hum of the particle collider model to resonate. All eyes were fixed on the holographic screen, on the golden-haired woman kneeling on one knee, wielding a hammer. Her silver armor, more form-fitting than Thor's, harmoniously blended the unique grace of femininity with the power of a warrior. Her golden tresses cascaded like a waterfall, veiling her profile while revealing a graceful jawline. "Swallow." It was uncertain who first gulped. "Is that Thor?" Lorna's voice trembled slightly as she pointed at the obviously female figure on the screen. "Did he undergo gender reassignment surgery in Asgard?" "That is not Thor." Raven's voice was icy as she turned to Lynn, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Lynn, is this what you meant by a hiccup?" Well, Lynn stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the golden-haired lady, his eyes sparkling. "That hiccup seems rather significant. It appears to have unleashed something from the future." "What future?" Wanda asked in confusion, crimson energy dissipating at her fingertips. Lynn did not respond directly, but indicated the hammer on the screen. "Look at that hammer." As the group focused intently, they noticed the weapon in the woman's grasp was adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. A blue luminescence emanated from the crack, as if it were on the verge of shattering, yet held together by an unseen force. How did this hammer get cracked? Just moments ago, the one Thor held was perfectly intact. Emma shared the same perplexity. A knowing smile spread across Lynette's face as he turned to face his core team. "This is a fish from the future. For reasons unknown, it has arrived here." "Jane Foster." He gently uttered the name. "The future's Jane Foster, the one who became the Goddess of Thunder." "What?" Lorna was genuinely astonished. "Is this even possible? Are we altering the future?" "No, we are merely allowing the future to visit us briefly." Lynette clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not stand there in bewilderment." "Emma." "Yes, boss." Centering on that desolate expanse, initiate the highest level of area signal jamming within a 15-kilometer radius. I want that location transformed into an information black hole. No mobile phones, radios, or satellite signals should penetrate it. I do not want Nick Fury, that one-eyed dragon, or any other pests catching wind of this. Understood. Emma's image immediately began bustling with activity. Lynette then turned to Lorna and Wanda. You two will remain at the base. Lorna, continue monitoring low Earth orbit. If the Bifrost opens again, regardless of its origin or destination, inform me at once. Wanda, could you assist me by placing a barrier over that area? Let us call it pedestrian deterrent, ensuring that anyone attempting to approach will be turned away for the most peculiar reasons. Wanda nodded, somewhat understanding, such as suddenly needing to use the restroom. Clever. Lynette gave her a thumbs up. Finally, his gaze settled on Raven, who stood with her arms crossed, silently observing him. Come with me. Lynette extended his hand toward her. We're going to meet this new client who has descended from the heavens. Raven did not respond immediately. She merely gazed at Lynette. She is formidable. I am aware. There may be danger. She won't be able to harm me. You seem rather excited. There was a hint of bitterness in Raven's voice that she was unaware of. Lynette grinned, stepping closer and whispering in a tone meant only for them. Do not worry, my queen. No matter how fragrant the wildflowers outside, they are merely a garnish. You are my sustenance. Raven's ears flushed crimson. She shoved Lynette away and cast him an exasperated glance. Smooth talker. Though she spoke dismissively, she followed Lynette into the elevator leading to the helipad. The wilds on the outskirts of New York City. Jane Foster, or rather the current incarnation of the Goddess of Thunder, has finally emerged from the debilitating aftereffects of her tumultuous temporal journey. Supporting herself with a restored Mjolnir, she unsteadily rises to her feet. As she surveys her surroundings, the unfamiliar environment engulfs her in a wave of confusion. In the distance lies the skyline of a city she knows well, yet the sky is devoid of the fiery shadows of the realm of shadows, and the air lacks the stench of blood and decaying monsters. She recalls that just a moment ago, she was fighting alongside Thor. In the next heartbeat, an irresistible force wrenched her from the battlefield and cast her into this strange place. Thor? She tentatively calls out, but only the whispering wind answers her. Clutching the hammer's handle, she attempts to sense the direction of Asgard, but the once clear connection has become obscured, akin to peering through a thick layer of frosted glass. At that moment, a faint engine noise drifts towards her from short distance away. Instinctively, Jane turns, positioning the hammer across her chest. A sleek, entirely black aircraft, with a futuristic design, descends silently onto the grass 100 meters away. The hatch opens, and a man and a woman emerge. The man, clad in casual attire, has black hair and wears an inscrutable smile. Beside him stands a tall woman with striking red hair, exuding an aura of danger with each step. The man strides directly towards her, arms outstretched to indicate he bears no weapons. Jane's muscles tense. She senses an unsettling energy emanating from this seemingly ordinary man. Hello, he greets, halting 20 meters away, his tone relaxed. Aren't you afraid, miss, being out here in the wilderness alone? Jane furrows her brow, her voice deepening with caution. Who are you? Me? The man gestures to himself, his smile broadening. I'm the owner of this courier company. He pauses, pointing skyward. I just received an urgent package from Asgard, but during transit, it got jostled and the cargo was lost. He glances at Jane, then at the cracked hammer in her grasp, and shrugs. It seems my AI navigation system has encountered a minor glitch, delivering a package from the future ahead of schedule. Jane's pupils dilate sharply. This man, he knows of Asgard. He even knows about the future. Ignoring her astonishment, he continues, no need to be alarmed, future Goddess of Thunder. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, or rather, toward the hammer you possess. He takes a couple of steps forward, sincerity etched across his face. I merely wish to inquire if you might be interested in a career change, or perhaps in curing your cancer. Chapter 144, The Waning of Divine Power. The recurrence of cancer. Her sole choice. Jane Foster's mind buzzed as if struck by a hammer. Cancer. This term represented her most profound fear, concealed beneath the brilliance of the God of Thunder. It haunted her like a nightmare every time she set down MJ Lolnur, leaving her in unbearable anguish. How could this casually dressed man possibly know? Who are you? What do you know? Jane's voice was dry, her hand gripping the hammer's handle, crackling with faint sparks. I told you, I'm the owner of a courier company, Lynette replied, spreading his hands innocently, a mischievous grin on his face. Our company has a wide range of services. Besides delivering packages, we occasionally conduct market research and venture into future risk investments. He took a couple of steps forward, with Raven silently following, her blue skin shimmering with a cold glow in the night. Lynette paid no heed to the increasingly potent electric aura emanating from Jane. His gaze fixated on the battered hammer. TSK. He shook his head, feigning a look of profound sorrow. Miss, your hammer seems a bit worn out. Did it get damaged in a fight? This after-sale service is lacking. They didn't even offer you a replacement. Jane was momentarily taken aback by his erratic line of thought. Why was this man always fixating on such peculiar details? This is none of your business, she coldly retorted. How can it not be my business? Lynette boldly pointed to himself. I am a perfectionist with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Seeing something so fine in disrepair makes my heart feel as if it's being clawed by a cat. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, nearly invading Jane's personal space. He extended his finger, seemingly intent on touching the cracks on MJ Elner. Our technical department specializes in all manner of troublesome issues. Fixing a hammer? We could even craft you an entirely new one, if need be. His breath warmed Jane's cheek, prompting her to instinctively step back, shielding the hammer protectively in front of her. The man's proximity enveloped her in an inexplicable pressure, not one of physical strength, but rather an intensely aggressive aura. Raven leaned slightly forward, her gaze fixed on Lynette, who was perilously close to another woman, emitting a low, dangerous growl from her throat. Lynette seemed to possess a sixth sense, for without turning around, he waved his left hand behind him, signaling for patience. His attention returned to Jane, his eyes tracing the hammer before slowly ascending to her form, gliding over her form-fitting silver armor, ultimately resting on her face. To be candid, Dr. Jane Foster, you appear quite weakened. You must be acutely aware of what happens when you set down that hammer. Your connection to Asgard has been severed. You are all alone, cast into the wrong era. As for me, Lynette's smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. I can resolve all your issues, heal your ailments, and guide you back home. But what are the conditions? Jin was no fool. She understood all too well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Clever. Lynette snapped his fingers. I relish doing business with intelligent individuals. My terms are quite simple. He leaned forward, bringing his lips close to Jian's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Work for me. Jian's body stiffened. Work? The condition proposed by a mysterious man who claimed to cure terminal illnesses was, astonishingly, to offer her a job. It sounded as absurd as a jest. You appear weary. Lynette straightened up, creating distance between them, and the uncomfortable pressure dissipated. He retrieved an energy bar from his pocket, tearing open the packaging and extending it toward her. Chocolate peanut butter flavor, with exceptional restorative properties. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. Come back with me, take a warm shower, enjoy a hearty meal, and have a good night's rest. We can discuss the details at length tomorrow. What do you think? His tone was as casual as inviting a friend over, rather than soliciting a fallen Valkyrie. Jian gazed at the energy bar in his hand, and then at his inscrutable face. She was exhausted, profoundly fatigued. The battle with the Godslayer, Jel, had drained nearly all her divine strength, and the forced traversal through time and space had brought her body and mind to the brink of collapse. The divine power bestowed upon her by the hammer was waning, and the cancer cells within her began to stir. A wave of intense dizziness overcame her, and her vision darkened momentarily as her body swayed. A hand steadied her arm just in time. It was that man. His palm was warm and strong. A peculiar, gentle energy emanated from his touch, flowing into her being. That energy felt like a refreshing spring, instantly soothing the turmoil within her and alleviating her mental fatigue. You see, you even need support. Lynette's voice echoed in her ear. Come with me. At the very least, I can offer you a bed and food, which is far better than being carried away by wolves in this desolate wilderness. Raven observed Lynette's hand steadying Jin Foster, her pupils narrowing slightly. Lynette, supporting Yan, turned to Raven and silently mouthed two words, client. Raven curled her lip, choosing not to say anything further. Jin took a deep breath, the strange energy revitalizing her strength and cognitive abilities. She looked at Lynette, then at the blue-skinned woman beside him, who radiated an aura of danger. She realized she had limited options at this moment. This man was enigmatic, perilous, yet he might also be her only lifeline. Very well. She finally made her decision, her voice slightly hoarse. I will go with you, but if I discover any ulterior motives, I know I know. Linny interrupted her with a smile. The hammer will have a close encounter with my spleen, right? Rest assured, we are a legitimate company with contracts in place. He assisted Jane as they turned towards the sleek black aircraft. Welcome aboard, Dr. Foster. A 3-month probation period, complete with 5 insurances and a housing fund, though you may not find it necessary. Meals and accommodation are provided. Additionally, I will personally sponsor your comprehensive cancer treatment. How's that sound? Jane was momentarily taken aback by his barrage of words, moving mechanically as he guided her forward. Just as they were about to board the aircraft, Linty's communicator beeped. It was Emma. A holographic projection unfolded before him, revealing Emma's impeccable face, adorned with a peculiar expression. Boss, speak. We have a bit of a predicament. Emma brought up a satellite cloud map. Your hiccup plan appears to have overflowed. Besides the package you brought back, there is another, or rather, a heap of items that were also transported. They just crashed in the Sahara Desert. Linny raised an eyebrow. Buy one, get one free? I like it. He gazed at the massive impact crater displayed on the satellite image, along with several bright heat signatures scattered within, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He turned to look at Jane Foster, who had just settled into the aircraft, her expression wary as she observed him. It seems your colleagues have also joined us. The hatch of the aircraft slowly closed, the engine silently igniting as it ascended smoothly before suddenly accelerating and changing direction. The tremendous G-force pressed Jane heavily against the plush seat. She grasped the armrest beside her and glared at Linty. Where are we going? Linny pointed to the rapidly receding city lights outside the window, and then to the satellite map of the Sahara Desert displayed on the main screen. Changing course, Miss Valkyrie. He grinned. To fetch your dowry. Chapter 145. Hey, buddy. Need a temporary residence permit? The hatch of the aircraft slowly closed, sealing out the cold winds of the wilderness. The engines silently ignited, ascending smoothly before abruptly accelerating and changing direction. The immense G-force pressed Jane Foster's body firmly against the soft seat. She clutched the armrest beside her and glared at Linty. Where are we going? Linty pointed to the rapidly retreating city lights outside the window, and then to the satellite map of the Sahara Desert displayed on the main screen. Changing course, Dr. Foster. He grinned. To fetch your dowry. Dowry? Jane Foster found herself bewildered by the term, even questioning whether her hearing had malfunctioned due to the phenomenon of time travel. As a destitute physicist conducting research on a meager budget, what dowry could she possibly possess? And how could it have ended up in the Sahara Desert? Do not look at me like that. Lin leaned back in the driver's seat, crossing his legs in a seemingly nonchalant manner. In business, I adhere to the principles of fair trade, ensuring honesty for all. You've jumped ship to my company with a hammer in hand. I must show some goodwill. The dowry I have prepared consists of your cancer treatment plan. Although you did not willingly bring it, it has accompanied you from your timeline, and we must acknowledge its existence. This convoluted reasoning left Jane even more confounded. She felt as though she had not encountered a leader of a clandestine organization, but rather an eccentric madman. Beside her, Raven let out a scoff, her azure fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, her gaze darting between Lin and Jane. Lin, ignoring the palpable tension emanating from Raven, retrieved 3 cans of beverage from a small refrigerator beside his seat, tossing one to Raven and offering another to Jane. Enjoy a refreshing drink to invigorate your mind. Jane caught the drink, the icy sensation providing a momentary respite for her chaotic thoughts. She gazed at the familiar red logo on the can and then back at Lin. This man operated entirely outside the bounds of reason. He seemed devoid of any reverence for her as the Goddess of Thunder, instead treating her as if she were a new employee at his company. I have yet to agree to work for you, Jane remarked, twisting the can open but refraining from drinking, her tone laced with caution. Ah, one cannot phrase it that way. Lin took a long sip, releasing a satisfying belch. Your current situation is termed a factual labor relationship. I provide transportation, refreshments, and will soon offer meals and lodging, even assisting you in dealing with your cancer cells. In return, you have tacitly accepted my help. Thus, an employment relationship is established, is it not? We call this boarding first, paying later. Moreover, you must also wish to return to your timeline. Surely Thor is growing anxious. Jane opened her mouth, realizing she was at a loss for a rebuttal. She indeed required assistance. Her powers were waning, and the cancerous cells within her were stirring. She could sense waves of weakness and pain radiating from her very marrow. Furthermore, returning without her full strength could jeopardize Thor's safety. That shadow of death was the most familiar nightmare she had known before becoming the Goddess of Thunder. What precisely is this dower you speak of? She resolved to change the subject, at least to discern what Lin was truly implying. I do not know. Lin's response was straightforward, nearly causing Jane to gasp in disbelief. Are you still so eager to fly over? Lin teased, pointing to the satellite imagery on the screen. Do you not understand the thrill of unboxing? According to the analysis of energy surges, what fell from the Rainbow Bridge was not just one item, but a multitude. Their size was considerable, perhaps several crates of Asgardian beer, or possibly a few stray goats. Who could tell? What they were enemies? Raven interjected coldly. Even better, Lin replied, his laughter growing more exuberant. Enemies meant equipment, technology, and experience points. A skirmish would yield everything they needed, providing an excellent opportunity for our new recruit, Dr. Foster, to showcase her skills. His gaze shifted to Jane, brimming with unabashed anticipation. Jane tightened her grip on the hammer, feeling as though she had unwittingly stepped into a trap. The aircraft soared at remarkable speed, crossing the Atlantic in under half an hour. The vast sands of the Sahara Desert appeared beyond the window. Under the cloak of night, the golden dunes rolled like a frozen ocean. Raven turned to Lin. We have reached the target airspace. The thermal signature is stable, with no signs of movement. There are no life signs within a 50-kilometer radius. Excellent. Lin straightened, activating stealth mode for a vertical descent. The exterior of the craft blended seamlessly with the night sky as it silently approached a massive impact crater deep within the desert. As they descended, the full scope of the crater came into view. A colossal depression exceeding 50 meters in diameter, its center crystallized from intense heat, resembling an eerie black glass. At the bottom of this glassy pit lay several enormous, irregularly shaped rock-like objects. They appeared to be ordinary boulders, yet emitted a distinctly visible heat. As a physicist, Jane immediately recognized their extraordinary nature. Their structure defied the laws of physics as understood on Earth. Clearly, they were neither beer nor goats. Lin stroked his chin, his expression akin to Columbus discovering a new world. Raven, prepare for action. Dr. Jane, your hammer is still operational, I trust? Jane remained silent, rising resolutely and gripping Mjolnir tightly. Blue sparks began to flicker from the cracks in the hammer, emitting a soft hum. Hey, steady now, Doctor. If the ship gets struck by lightning, we'll have to make our way back on foot. The aircraft's hatch opened 10 meters above the ground. Lin was the first to leap out, landing steadily on the soft sand. Raven followed closely, touching down without a sound. After a moment's hesitation, Jane too jumped down. At the moment her feet touched the ground, a wave of intense dizziness washed over her, causing her to stagger precariously, nearly losing her balance. Lin swiftly reached out to steady her, his hand once again resting upon her arm, and that gentle energy surged through her once more, revitalizing her spirit. Take it easy, Miss Thor, Lin murmured softly in her ear. Your divine power is limited. Don't collapse before the battle even begins. His tone was lighthearted, yet the grip he maintained was unwavering. Jin shook off his hand, regaining her composure. At that moment, the center of the impact crater stirred, and the largest of the stones began to rise. Towering over 5 meters, it was composed of countless rough gray rocks, taking on a humanoid form with robust stone legs and even heftier stone arms. It bore no facial features, merely a solid head fashioned from stone. It shook its head as if acclimating to its surroundings, then turned its gaze upon Lin and the others. Subsequently, the smaller stones around it also rose to their feet, 5 in total, all resembling giants made of stone. They advanced with heavy steps toward the trio at the crater's edge, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the sandy terrain. Cronins? Lin recognized the origin of these beings. Were they not the very stone folk that would one day stand beside Thor? A race of formidable warriors. Oh, acquaintances? Raven inquired with keen interest. No, Lin replied, shaking his head. I've merely seen them in the records. That is of little consequence. He brushed the sand from his hands, stepping forward to position himself protectively in front of Jin and Raven. He looked up at the largest stone creature, donning a friendly smile akin to that of a broker meeting a significant client. Hey there, buddy, he called out in clear English, his voice resonating. Quick question. Do we need to apply for a temporary residence permit? Chapter 146. The most absurd recruitment in history. From good luck to violent demolition, Lin's question about the resident's permit echoed across the vast desert. The largest Cronin paused in its tracks, its stone head tilting slightly as it attempted to comprehend the strange sounds emitted by this diminutive creature. The other 4 smaller stone beings halted as well, gathering behind it. It appeared they were not conversant in English. Jin quietly reminded them, her hammer crackling with energy. Not to worry, if their language skills are lacking. We can always resort to body language. Lin shrugged nonchalantly. He not only did not retreat, but advanced a few more steps, approaching the edge of the crater. Now, less than 20 meters from the towering entity. Raven's muscles tensed, ready to transform and strike at a moment's notice. She could not comprehend why Linny would provoke these formidable beings. Friends, hailing from Asgard? Linty continued to call out in his enthusiastic tone, extending a hand in a friendly gesture. The rock giant evidently did not grasp the meaning. It raised a colossal arm, composed entirely of solid stone, pointing toward Linty. A dull, friction-laden sound emanated from within its massive frame, akin to 2 immense grinding stones crushing against one another. Gurgle? Though it was merely a single syllable, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Ah, it seems your vocal structure is rather unique. Linty stroked his chin, wearing an expression of understanding. Clearly, we must resort to our merchant's method of communication. With that, he snapped his fingers. Emma, connect me to its brainwaves. Boss. The other party lacks brainwaves and only possesses a rudimentary pheromone transmission method based on mineral resonance. Emma's voice rang in Linty's earpiece. A forced connection could lead to a system crash. Then let us forego the connection and broadcast through a loudspeaker instead. Linny opted for a different approach. The next moment, a rousing melody abruptly filled the desert skies. It was Good Fortune Comes. The soaring, resonant vocals, juxtaposed with the tense standoff before him, created an extraordinarily surreal scene. Jane and Raven were both taken aback. Even the 5 rock giants seemed momentarily bewildered by the sudden sound, standing frozen in place. Friends, distant guests, Linny's voice, amplified through the high-power speakers of the aircraft, resonated throughout the area. Welcome to Earth. I am your interstellar guide and local host, Linny. Are you feeling lost in the chaotic currents of time and space? Are you unsettled by your arrival on an unfamiliar planet? Fear not. Do not panic. Pinnacle Technology, the world's leading cross-dimensional service company, is here to assist you. Linny spread his arms wide, as if delivering a grand speech. We offer the highest quality planetary adaptation training, the most comfortable living environments, the most lucrative employment opportunities. Join us now and receive a crash course in Earth language along with a year's supply of rock buffets. Action speaks louder than words. Reach for your, oh, you have no phones. Then take a step forward to indicate your agreement. Jane stood by utterly astonished. She swore she had never witnessed such an absurd recruitment method in her life. The largest rock giant, seemingly oblivious to Linty's proclamations, merely found the little figure rather noisy. It emitted another deep roar, advancing with enormous stone legs toward Linty. With each step, the ground trembled, stirring up clouds of dust. Alas, it appeared communication had failed. Lin let out a sigh. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of genuine concern. Initially hoping to persuade through virtue, he found that they could not comprehend reason. Thus, he resolved to subdue them first before engaging in dialogue. Raven, the 2 smaller ones on the left are yours. Do be careful not to shatter them, as they represent wealth. Dr. Jian, I kindly ask you to warm up for the 2 on the right. As for this largest one, Lin twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. I shall engage with it myself. Before his words even settled, Raven's body surged forth like a bolt of blue lightning. She did not transform, but relied on her enhanced speed and strength to deftly maneuver past the front and charge towards the 2 slightly smaller Krolin beings on the left. Jian also reacted swiftly, swinging her hammer as she leaped into the air, brilliant blue lightning converging at the hammer's head. Aiming straight for the 2 stone giants on the right, a chaotic melee erupted in an instant. Raven's combat style was swift and lethal. She darted around the 2 3-meter-tall stone beings, evading their heavy-handed assaults. Although the stone giants moved slowly, each punch whipped through the air with a howling wind, creating deep craters upon impact with the sandy ground. Seizing an opening, Raven propelled herself off the ground with a powerful leap, soaring over 3 meters high, and delivered a fierce kick to one of the stone giants' heads. With a dull thud, the giant's head wobbled slightly, and its body stumbled, yet remained largely unscathed. Truly resilient, Raven executed a somersault in midair, landing some distance away while shaking off her slightly numbed foot. On the other side, Jin's battle appeared far more grandiose. She resembled a true Valkyrie, suspended in midair, wielding Mjolnir. Bolts of lightning rained down from above, striking the two stone giants. The air crackled with electricity, and debris flew in all directions. The stone giants were forced to retreat under the relentless assaults, billowing clouds of black smoke rising from their forms. Yet they stubbornly continued to swing their arms, attempting to bring Jin crashing down. At the heart of the battlefield stood Lin, facing off against the towering 5-meter giant. Unflinching in the face of the stone giant's incoming assault, akin to a small truck barreling towards him, Lin did not flinch. Just as the giant's fist, larger than a millstone, was about to collide with his visage, he extended a hand. With a humming sound, the stone giant's fist, powerful enough to shatter a tank, halted a mere half-meter before Lin, unable to advance any further. A visible ripple of air expanded outward from the center of its fist. The stone giant emitted a perplexed roar, bewildered by the sudden cessation of its assault. It exerted more force, the rocky patterns on its arm glowing fiercely. However, the invisible barrier remained steadfast and immovable. Quite impressive, Lin remarked calmly from behind a shield. Yet, regrettably, futile. With a push of his hand, the force field shield erupted in a sudden counterblast. A tremendous force struck the stone giant's fist with great intensity. The towering figure, standing at 5 meters tall, staggered back several steps before finally stabilizing itself. It lowered its gaze to inspect its fist, then lifted its eyes to regard the seemingly unscathed little figure. Confusion blossoming within its stony mind. "Can we converse now?" Linter remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. "I prefer civility before conflict. Having extended my courtesy, it is now time for the latter." He beckoned with a finger, stating, "You may either submit and sign a labor contract, or I shall reduce you to rubble for the road. Choose wisely." The stone giant, clearly baffled, sensed the provocation and unleashed a thunderous roar. A fissure erupted in its chest, revealing a core that glowed like molten lava, exuding a searing heat. It was prepared to engage seriously now. Linter's smile morphed into something menacing. "It seems you have chosen the latter path. Perfect, my indestructible form has yet to test its upgraded strength." He advanced a step, willingly confronting the enraged stone behemoth. Nearby, Jane, having just felled another stone giant with a mighty blow, witnessed this unfolding scene. Her heart tightened at the sight of Linter preparing to grapple with a furious Cronin. "Be careful," she instinctively shouted. Yet in the next moment, she beheld an image that would forever be etched in her memory. The stone giant's powerful fist, accompanied by the heat of molten rock, struck Linter squarely in the chest. There was neither block nor dodge. It was a direct hit. The sound reverberated like a great bell ringing across the desert. Chapter 147, A Capitalist Reflection. These employees are incredibly cost-effective. The cacophony of metal colliding filled the air. Jane Foster hovered in midair, her eyes wide with astonishment. Raven halted her assault, turning to gaze at the heart of the battlefield. There stood the 5-meter-tall Cronin stone giant, frozen in its striking pose. Meanwhile, Linter remained upright, with not even a hint of sinking into the sandy ground beneath him. He had withstood that cataclysmic punch with his chest. Not bad, solid power and sufficient heat. Linter mused as he glanced down at his shirt, which had suffered some scorching. Then he looked up at the stone giant, whose fist still pressed against his chest, and grinned broadly. "Now it is my turn." He extended his right hand, swiftly grasping the giant's wrist. The stone giant attempted to retract its arm, only to discover that its wrist was ensnared as if caught in a colossal iron vise, rendering it immobile. "Indestructible is not merely about defense," Linter whispered, his arm muscles tensing with sudden force. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed through the air. The wrist of the Cronin, composed of impenetrable rock, was unexpectedly marred by a circle of fissures as Lin effortlessly gripped it. A pained roar erupted from the stone giant, reverberating through the air. Without granting it a moment's respite, Lin seized the creature's wrist, lowered his body, and executed a perfect shoulder throw. The colossal figure, towering 5 meters and weighing several tons, was yanked from the earth, tracing an exaggerated arc through the air before crashing heavily into the sandy ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the impact sent tremors through the surrounding area, raising a cloud of dust that formed a miniature mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, the once mighty stone giant lay partially embedded in the sand, its body marred by a web of cracks, resembling a structure on the verge of collapse. It struggled to rise, but found itself utterly powerless. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The other 4 stone giants, still engaged in combat with Raven and Jane, halted their movements, staring in disbelief at their leader sprawled on the ground. Their mineral resonance pheromones were filled with fear and confusion. Lin clapped his hands and approached the edge of the crater, surveying the beleaguered stone giant from a commanding height. "Now, shall we discuss your employment?" The smile on his face appeared to the giant more terrifying than that of a demon from the depths of hell. The creature weakly nodded, though its intellect was limited. The instinct to avoid harm was ingrained in its nature. This diminutive figure before it was a monster beyond its capacity to resist. "Excellent," Lin replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Emma, draft 5 labor contracts. Let us use Cronin language and imprint them mentally. Position: Security Department, Special Security Team. Compensation: room and board provided, with quality minerals as salary, and performance bonuses for commendable service. Inform the Logistics Department to convert the 5th basement of the Apex building into a habitat suitable for Cronin life, adhering to the highest standards for temperature, humidity, and geological conditions." His directives were communicated clearly through the earpiece. Nearby, Jane slowly descended from the air, observing the subdued stone giant, and then glancing at Lin, who was issuing commands to the air. A human capable of withstanding the Cronin's heavy strikes and throwing it down with such force? He referred to himself as the owner of a delivery company? This was more absurd than her discovery that Thor was a real entity. Raven approached, her gaze fixed on Lin's back, her eyes alight with fervor. His strength seemed like an endless abyss, unfathomable in depth, stirring within her a profound exhilaration. "All right, that essay wrap." Lin snapped his fingers. "New employees, follow me to the company for your onboarding procedures." He waved to the 5 stunned stone giants. The stone beings exchanged glances, ultimately obeying their leader as they clambered out of the pit, trailing behind Lynette like a group of misbehaving schoolchildren. The atmosphere aboard the aircraft en route to the Apex Tower was rather peculiar. Jane Foster sat silently in a corner, occasionally regarding Lynette with a gaze reminiscent of one observing an extraterrestrial. Raven, on the other hand, perched beside Lynette, her body almost pressed against his, exuding an air of possessiveness as she asserted her claim. Lynette remained unfazed, engrossed in the data Emma had transmitted, delving into the physiological structure of the Cronins. Truly, they were the epitome of biological weaponry, purely physical enforcers who required no sustenance, merely gnawing on stone, rendering their operational costs exceedingly low. He couldn't help but express a capitalist's admiration. Upon returning to the upper echelons of the New York Apex Tower, Wanda and Lorna awaited their arrival. The expressions on their faces were quite telling as they beheld Jane Foster, accompanied by the 5 colossal stone beings that had been transported via the specialized freight elevator. "Lynette, have you gone shopping?" Lorna exclaimed, incredulity etched across her features. "New colleagues, do extend a greeting," Lynette casually introduced. He then turned to the weary and vigilant Jane. "Dr. Foster, welcome to Apex Technologies. Emma will escort you to your quarters and laboratory. The medical team is on standby and will conduct a comprehensive physical examination first thing tomorrow morning. For tonight, please rest well." Emma Frost approached Jane, offering a slight nod. "Dr. Foster, please follow me." Jane hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded in agreement, following Emma out. She needed time to process the day's events. Once Jane had departed, Lynette turned to Wanda and Lorna. "So, how do you find my hiccup plan? The results seem quite fruitful, wouldn't you agree?" Wanda gazed at him, her crimson eyes glimmering with an unusual light. "Did you know from the outset that other things would fall into place? I only anticipated that energy overflow might lead to some minor mishaps." Lynette shrugged, but the specifics were left to chance. "Clearly, our luck has been favorable of late." He dispatched Lorna to settle the stone beings, and then approached the bar, pouring himself a drink. Raven followed closely, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind, her chin resting on his shoulder, her warm breath grazing his neck. "Are you quite taken with that woman wielding the hammer?" Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of dangerous huskiness. Certainly, Lynette did not deny, turning to grasp Raven's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. A female Thor from the future, a living miracle, a key capable of connecting to Asgard. The value she embodies is beyond your imagination. Like the finest steak, merely gazing upon it evokes salivation. Raven's gaze turned icy. And what about me? You? Lynette chuckled, leaning closer to Raven's ear, his voice a mere whisper meant for their ears alone. No matter how delectable a steak may be, it is merely a fleeting indulgence. You, however, are my daily sustenance. Without you, I would perish. Raven's body gradually relaxed, a rosy hue blooming on her previously pale visage. Words alone would not suffice. She lifted her chin, meeting Lynette's gaze unwaveringly. It is time to fulfill my employee benefits. My body has reached a plateau. Observing the suggestive glimmer in her eyes, Lynette's smile resembled that of a mischievous cat. After enduring trials together and enhancing their strengths, Raven's dependency and yearning for him had escalated to unprecedented heights. At your command, my queen, he declared, sweeping her off her feet and striding toward his bedroom. Tonight, let me show you what it means to receive an abundant supply. Just then, a piercing alarm abruptly shattered the charged atmosphere of the penthouse. Emma's projection materialized, her expression unusually grave. Boss, we are in serious trouble. Nick Fury, accompanied by a rapid response team from S.H. I yelled it, is surrounding the Pinnacle Tower. Chapter 148. Interrupted good fortune? My queen is furious. The alarm rent the air thick with burgeoning intimacy in the penthouse. Lynette, still cradling Raven, had been on the verge of deepening their discussion of employee benefits and abundant supplies. Now, the atmosphere evaporated entirely. The fire that had just ignited in Raven's yellow eyes was extinguished in an instant. She leaped from Lynette's embrace, her teeth clenched in frustration at the interruption. Boss, we have a significant problem. Emma Frost's translucent holographic projection sprang to life before them, her usually composed face now etched with seriousness. Lynette clicked his tongue in displeasure. Why did the alarm have to sound precisely when he was ready to fulfill his promise? He glanced at Raven, who was clearly in a do-not-disturb mood, and gently pinched the nape of her neck. Do not be upset, my queen. Let us first discover what treasure is worth Emma's highest alert. Perhaps it was an even more substantial dowry. Raven remained silent, yet the tension surrounding her began to ease. Only then did Lynette turn his attention back to Emma's projection. Speak, what has fallen from the heavens this time? A behemoth, Emma replied, her tone devoid of jest. She gestured, and the adjacent holographic screen instantly shifted to a satellite image of a darkened expanse. It depicted another area of the Sahara Desert. At the center of the image was a colossal black crater, several times larger than the one created by a Kree impact. The edges of the pit were lined with sand that had been melted to form irregular black crystals, still emitting wisps of steam. At the heart of the vast chasm, a colossal, obsidian-hued, blade-like spacecraft was ominously embedded. However, it had not emerged from the Rainbow Bridge. Rather, it had erupted from the very bowels of the Earth. Emma swiftly reported its sudden appearance 10 minutes prior, with an impact energy equivalent to 1,000 tons. Thermal scans revealed 6 life signals emanating from within the vessel. 5 of these signals were rather mundane, yet one, highlighted on the screen, stood out, a singular, resplendent red that shone with a brilliance several times greater than the collective luminosity of the other 5. This radiant point was moving with astonishing speed, departing the wreckage of the spacecraft as if in search of something. Preliminary assessments indicated that the energy level of this signal surpassed that of the recently recruited Cronin leader. Furthermore, it was imbued with a fervor of rage and a desire for destruction, Emma concluded. Linter gazed at the blade-like ship and then at the unusually luminous red dot, his demeanor surprisingly unperturbed. Instead, he stroked his chin, his eyes alight with intrigue. The dark, knife-like vessel bore an aesthetic that felt eerily familiar. Just as he spoke, Jane Foster was brought over by Wanda. Though her complexion remained pale, her spirits had notably improved. Upon seeing the spacecraft displayed on the holographic screen, her expression shifted dramatically. Dark elves, she exclaimed, a rush of memories flooding back. So, this is when the Dark Elves have just emerged? Dark Elves? Linter turned to her with a grin. Those little dwarves that just crawled out from underground? They are not dwarves. Jane corrected him with solemnity. They are an ancient race that has existed since the universe was shrouded in darkness. They despise light and seek to plunge the entire cosmos back into shadow. Their leader is Malekith. She emphasized the gravity of the situation. Perfect timing. Linter clapped his hands together. An enemy has arrived at our doorstep. You, the future goddess of thunder, can't simply stand by and watch, can you? He turned to Emma. Gather the new recruits. It's time to get to work. Also, inform logistics that tonight's overtime pay will be tripled. Emma nodded, and the projection vanished. Are you really going? Raven inquired, eyeing him intently. Of course. Linter replied with a mischievous smile. If we can resolve the dark elf situation here, we won't need any excuses to venture to Asgard. Dr. Foster's dowry hasn't been fully unveiled yet. Who knows what treasures lie within? What if it's an enemy? All the better. Linter cracked his knuckles, the joints producing a sharp sound. An enemy signifies new technologies, fresh materials, and even potential new recruits. He glanced at Jane Foster, whose expression had grown serious. Doctor, it seems your former colleagues are not particularly amicable. They're not my colleagues. Jane retorted. No, Linter shook his finger. They have had dealings with your past self, so by rough approximation, they are colleagues. Now, as colleagues encounter one another, it is either with tear-filled eyes or with a treacherous dagger poised behind the back, all hinging on the warmth of our welcoming ceremony. Soon, 5 towering stone golems were escorted to the upper level. The foremost of them, with cracks mended by peculiar, gelatinous energy, appeared to be recovering quite well. Upon spotting Linter, the massive figure visibly stiffened. Hey there, buddy. Linter approached, giving a hearty pat on its stony thigh, producing a resonant thud. Welcome to the new employee orientation. The first lesson begins now. He gestured towards the holographic screen. Do you see that red dot? Your inaugural probationary task is to retrieve that elusive creature in one piece. Stun it, bind it, but do not slay it. Should you execute this splendidly, your stone buffet may be upgraded to a luxurious version with a metallic core. The leader of the stone golems gazed down at Linter, its rocky visage revealing no discernible expression. Excellent. Linter turned to Raven and the reluctant Jan Foster, snapping his fingers. Ladies and gentlemen, and stones alike, our new employee welcome party commences now. The craft ascended once more, hurtling towards the Sahara Desert. Raven sat beside him, adjusting the weapon on her wrist, while Jan Foster cradled the crackling hammer, eyes closed in contemplation. The 5 stone golems were secured in the rear of the cabin, resembling a cluster of silent cargo. Linter gazed out at the swiftly passing clouds, a smile curling at his lips. A female thunder god from the future, the Dark Elves, sworn enemies of Asgard, and a cadre of formidable stone golems. This life is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 149. The female thunder god bleeds the skies. The villain's strength is outrageous. The craft entered stealth mode above the Sahara Desert, silently hovering 500 meters above the ground. Below, the wreckage of the Dark Elf warship lay quietly in the pit. Emma's holographic projection materialized before Linter. Boss, the target is rapidly approaching the crash site, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. It seems to be searching for something aboard the ship. On the holographic screen, the red dot, symbolizing immense energy, was retracing its path from deep within the desert, heading directly towards the wreckage. Searching for something? Linter mused, stroking his chin. It appeared the individual had left something significant behind on the ship. Perfect. That saves us the trouble of searching. He stood, addressing everyone in the cabin. All right, everyone, prepare for action. Raven, you are tasked with eliminating those 5 minions aboard the ship. Remember, leave one alive for questioning. Dr. Foster, he turned to Jan. How are you feeling? Still able to swing that hammer? Jan Foster opened her eyes. Beneath her golden locks, her complexion remained pale, yet her gaze was resolute. It is my duty to confront them. Very well. Linton smiled slightly. You shall remain on the periphery, utilizing your lightning to create an atmosphere, while simultaneously obstructing that leader. Do not allow him to approach the ship. As for the newcomers, he turned to the 5 stone beings, you 5. Go and engage with the strongest red. The mission remains unchanged. Incapacitate him and bring him back. This shall be your token of allegiance. Let me see if you're worthy of a luxurious gemstone buffet. The leader of the stone beings emitted a low, rumbling sound in response. And what about me? Raven inquired. You? Linnet stepped before her, adjusting her collar. Swiftly resolve your task, then come to assist me. I have a feeling this individual will be quite a surprise. He winked at Raven before pressing the hatch's release button. Action. The hatch opened, and 5 massive figures leapt from 500 meters above, plummeting to the ground like meteors. Boom! 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 5 resounding crashes echoed, creating 5 large craters in the sandy terrain and stirring up clouds of dust. The Krogan, with their tough skin and resilient flesh, found this height trivial. Raven followed closely, her form tracing a graceful blue arc through the air as she stealthily approached the obsidian warship. Jane Foster also flew out, hovering in midair, her Mjolnir hammer shimmering with flickering blue electricity, illuminating the night sky. Lin Int was the last to leap from the vessel. He refrained from using any abilities, allowing his body to descend freely. Just before his feet met the ground, he slightly bent his legs, landing soundlessly on the sand. He glanced up at Jian, poised in the sky, and then at the retreating figures of the 5 stone beings, nodding in satisfaction. This team composition is commendable, with range support, a tank, and an assassin. At that moment, a dark figure appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching with alarming speed. It was a grotesque humanoid clad in pitch-black armor. This was the powerful entity known as Algolem, the lieutenant of the Dark Elf, having rushed forth from the ship. Algolem was in a state of urgent distress. Tasked with locating the cursed stone by King Malekith, he now found himself and a small squad of warriors stranded in this desolate, inhospitable desert. He could sense the aura of the cursed stone nearby. However, upon returning to the crash site, he was confronted with a scene that ignited his fury. 5 enormous stone creatures were fanning out to encircle his ship. In the sky, a golden-haired woman wielding a hammer radiated the Asgardian power he detested the most. A diminutive figure clad in tight-fitting attire stood not far away, observing him with a leisurely demeanor, a smile upon its face that irked him immensely. "Intruder!" roared Algrim, accelerating fiercely towards the foremost Krogan leader. With a fierce bellow, the Krogan leader met his charge head-on. The 2 figures collided with a thunderous crash in the desert. A resounding boom echoed as a powerful shockwave emanated from the point of impact, raising a wall of sand around them. The Krogan leader, possessing enough strength to topple a building, managed only to force Algrim back a mere step. Conversely, the immense recoil sent the Krogan leader staggering, leaving a distinct imprint on its rocky chest. What formidable strength! Observing this, the other 4 Krogans swiftly encircled from either side, their massive fists whistling through the air as they aimed strikes at Algrim's head and flank. A flicker of disdain crossed Algrim's eyes. He spun his body sharply, his arms becoming a blur of black shadows, deftly blocking all incoming attacks. Bang, 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 bang. For consecutive thuds resounded as the Krogans were sent reeling backwards, crashing heavily onto the sand. In mere moments, 5 creatures that could be deemed monstrous on Earth were effortlessly vanquished by Algrim. In the sky, Jane Foster's expression shifted dramatically. She raised Mjolnir, summoning a thick bolt of lightning that descended with ferocity towards Algrim's head. Sizzle. Algrim did not even glance upwards. He simply raised his left hand, and a dark energy shield materialized, effortlessly deflecting the formidable lightning strike. The Asgardian Algrim slowly lifted his gaze to Jane, hovering in the air, revealing a cruel smile upon his grotesque visage. "Just in time for your sacrifice." With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself skyward, charging towards Jane. Jane's face turned grave as she brandished her hammer in response. Meanwhile, Lynette stood by, watching with keen interest. "This is rather intriguing," he murmured to himself. The prowess of this dark elf exceeded his expectations. His pure physical attacks exhibited both terrifying strength and speed, alongside the capability of wielding an energy shield. The Krogans were utterly ineffectual against him. Even the future goddess of thunder seemed to struggle against his might. In the sky, hammer and fist clashed repeatedly, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars and dazzling arcs of electricity. Jane Foster grew increasingly alarmed. The opponent's strength was astonishing, and each collision left her arms numb, depleting her divine energy at an alarming rate. Worse still, she could sense the cancerous cells within her body accelerating their spread with each invocation of her power. Puff! In a moment of misfortune, she was struck in the abdomen by Algrim's fist, her body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. a spray of crimson blood painting the night sky. Algarim did not pursue. Instead, he hovered in the air, his gaze fixated on the diminutive figure of Linty, who had been spectating the entire scene. Within this insignificant human, he sensed a faint yet palpable threat. "Who are you?" Algarim inquired in a stilted common tone. "I." Linty chuckled, taking measured steps toward Algarim while stretching his neck. "I am here to offer you a job. I see you possess considerable strength, perfectly suited to serve as a security guard in my company. The remuneration is quite generous." Algarim furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the meaning of company or security guard. Yet he detected the mockery in the other's tone. "You seek death," he retorted, abandoning further dialogue as he descended from the sky, delivering a devastating punch imbued with the power to annihilate, aimed directly at Linty's head. Linty remained steadfast, motionless. He merely lifted his gaze to the approaching fist, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. It was time to test the limits of his invulnerability. Chapter 150. Want to transform and unleash your power? Bring it on. Be careful. In the distance, Jane Foster, having just regained her footing, gasped at the sight. She had recently experienced the might of Algarim's punch firsthand, a force that no mortal flesh could withstand. Had this self-proclaimed delivery company owner lost his mind? Boom! Algarim's fist struck Linty's forehead with a resounding crash. Contrary to the anticipated gruesome scene of shattered skulls, a deafening metallic roar resonated. Clang! A prolonged metallic reverberation echoed across the desert. Centered around Linty, a visible wave of white energy erupted outward, lifting the sand within a 100-meter radius. Algarim remained frozen in his punching stance, his grotesque face contorted in horror. His fist had collided with what felt like an indestructible alloy. The tremendous recoil left his entire arm tingling. He glanced downward. That minuscule human was still standing there, the sand beneath his feet showing no signs of having yielded. "Is that all?" Linty raised his hand, scratching at his slightly tingling ear, a hint of disappointment gracing his features. "I expected something more formidable. With that level of force, even my cat would find it too light for a scratch." His words struck Algarim like a slap to the face. "Are you even human?" Algarim abruptly withdrew his fist and leaped backward, creating a distance of several meters. His expression one of wariness as he regarded Linty. He traversed the cosmos for millennia, never having encountered such an enigmatic creature. To take a punch to the head without sustaining any harm? This was beyond the realm of his comprehension. Linter grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "I am a law-abiding citizen, an exemplary entrepreneur creating employment opportunities for society," he proclaimed, striding toward Algarim. "Now that the warm-up is concluded, it is time to discuss serious matters. You struck me just now, and according to our company's regulations, I am entitled to respond in kind." Before he could finish his sentence, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Algarim's pupils contracted, a wave of intense danger surged from the depths of his being. Without a moment's hesitation, he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. In the next instant, Linter reappeared before him. A fist, seemingly ordinary, loomed larger in his vision. Too slow. Linter's voice resonated in his ear. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Algarim's crossed arms. Algarim felt an overwhelming, irresistible force. The armor, capable of withstanding laser cannons, emitted a sound of cracking. He was sent hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, he carved a trench over 100 meters long in the sandy ground before finally coming to a halt, half kneeling. He lifted his gaze to his specially crafted alloy arm guards, where a distinct fist imprint was deeply embedded, surrounded by a web of cracks. One punch, merely one punch, had breached his defenses. In the distance, Jan Foster and Raven, who had just emerged from their ship after resolving their own battle, witnessed the scene unfold. Raven's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Jan was rendered utterly numb. She began to question which reality was truly the fantastical one, the future she inhabited or the present of this man. A roar erupted from Algarim. Humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace. He, the mightiest warrior of the Dark Elf clan, had been injured by a human who appeared from nowhere. "I will have your life." He drew forth a piece of black stone, resembling charred wood, from his bosom. The stone emanated an ominous energy of destruction and curse. The Stone of Curses. Jan recognized it, her complexion turning pale. "Stop him. He intends to transform into a cursed warrior." "A cursed warrior?" Linter raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sound of it. That is a transformation that sacrifices one's life. Jan shouted anxiously. Once completed, his strength will increase tenfold, and he will be nearly impossible to kill. The cost is that his life will swiftly extinguish. Oh, such a remarkable treasure. Linter's eyes gleamed with interest. Tenfold strength? Nearly immortal? Isn't this the epitome of a disposable pawn? He gazed at Algrim with the same wonder as Columbus upon discovering a new world. My friend, remain calm. Let's discuss this. Do not act impulsively, he shouted, rushing towards Algrim. Yet, his true aim was that ominous stone. Seize it. Algrim's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he saw Lynette charging towards him. It was too late. He raised the cursed stone high, ready to press it against his chest. At that critical moment, an invisible force enveloped him. The power of the force field seized control. Algrim's body froze. Feeling as though he were ensnared in solid cement, his movements slowed to a crawl. He watched helplessly as Lynette approached. Such a treasure must not be wasted, my friend, Lynette said with a grin, extending his hand to grasp the cursed stone. Hand it over. Algrim's eyes widened in fury as he exerted all his strength to press the cursed stone against his chest. Their hands clashed in midair, the black energy emanating from the stone colliding violently with the faint golden light that flickered from Lynette's palm. A harsh, crackling sound filled the air. This is a precious item. I cannot allow you to ruin it. Lynette's muscular arm tensed as he summoned his strength. Crack! Algrim's wrist was brutally snapped. A cry of agony escaped Algrim's lips as pain surged through him, forcing his fingers to loosen. The cursed stone slipped from his grasp. Lynette, quick as lightning, snatched the black stone into his hand. The moment it touched him, a chilling, malevolent energy surged into his being, seemingly intent on eroding his very sanity. However, as soon as this energy entered, it was swiftly enveloped and suppressed by the golden energy within him, immobilizing it. Lynette examined the cursed stone in his hand, its warmth akin to a hand warmer. Thank you, my friend, he said, waving the stone in front of the astonished Algrim. I shall take your trump card. Now, we can resume our previous recruitment process. Algrim stared at his empty hands, then at Lynette's innocuous smile, his mind a blank slate. The trump card was gone, his final hope snatched away. With a sudden burst of frustration, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time it was not from being struck, but from rage. Chapter 151. Even a Valkyrie was left dumbfounded. How could this brawl resemble armed scavenging? Algrim knelt in the sand, gasping for breath, his gaze vacant. His last hope, the cursed stone that promised him vengeance, had been stolen. Now, he was merely a defeated soul, with a shattered wrist and grave injuries. Lynette toyed with the cursed stone in his hand, feeling quite satisfied with this intriguing trinket. The energy it harbored was extraordinary, imbued with characteristics of destruction and transformation, warranting further exploration. Perhaps it could yield a production line of cursed warriors for his company's security department. With this thought, he cast a glance at the kneeling Algrim, scrutinizing him like a butcher eyeing a fat pig destined for slaughter. Well, it seems you have no options left. Lynette approached him, towering over him. I shall present you with two choices. First, sign this employment contract and report to my security department. If you perform admirably, this stone may even be returned to you. Second, I shall disassemble you to study the physiological structure of the Dark Elves, in search of any salvageable components. His smile was disarmingly kind, yet his words sent shivers down Algrim's spine. Algrim had no doubt that a refusal would result in a fate akin to being dismantled like mere parts. When his sovereign, Malekith, descended, he would be ready to act in concert with him. With great difficulty, he nodded in agreement. Excellent, a wise choice. Lynette snapped his fingers with satisfaction. Emma, draft a new labor contract in the Dark Elf language. Position, Security Department, Special Operations Group Leader, probationary period. Compensation, meals and lodging provided, with a simulated Valterheim ecological environment. Salary negotiable. Additionally, have the medical team prepared to reattach his wrist. We must not compromise future work efficiency. With a series of commands issued, Raven and Jennifer Foster approached. Raven naturally looped her arm through Lynette's, asserting her claim. Jennifer regarded the dejected Dark Elf with a complex expression. This world is truly mad. Now that we have a new recruit, it is time to wrap things up. Lynette turned his gaze towards the massive Blade-class warship. Such a colossal hunk of metal must not go to waste. He beckoned the 5 Cronin who had been watching from the sidelines. You five, come here. The 5 stone beings obediently approached. Do you see that ship? Lynette pointed at the wreckage of the warship. Dismantle it for me, piece by piece. Pack up all the usable components. Remember, be cautious. Do not damage the high-tech equipment inside. That is worth a fortune, though the Cronin were not particularly bright. Dismantling things was instinctive to them. Upon receiving the command, the 5 behemoths let out an excited howl and charged towards the ill-fated ship. Bang! Crack! Clang! A spectacular display of violent demolition unfolded in the Sahara Desert. The gigantic rock hands of the Cronin, akin to hydraulic claws, effortlessly tore open the ship's hull, extracting wires, engines, and energy cores one by one. Lynette resembled a foreman, issuing pointed directives from the sidelines. Ah, that luminous tube. Handle it with care. It is quite valuable. And that chair, it appears to have some merit. Dismantle it for me, so I can replace it in my office. Yes, that control panel. Pack it all up. Everything. Jan Foster observed this scene with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, feeling as though her worldview was being relentlessly ground into the dirt. This was hardly a serious battle against cosmic threats. It resembled an armed robbery and scavenging expedition. Half an hour later, the once futuristic Blade-class starship lay in disarray, reduced to a heap of scattered parts. The Krolin people had amassed a small mountain of anything that appeared valuable. Lynette surveyed his spoils with satisfaction. He ordered the aircraft to descend, loading the components, the unconscious dark elf minions, and the new recruit, Algorim, into the cargo hold. That SA wrap. Lynette clapped the dust from his hands. Time to head home for some hot pot. The atmosphere aboard the aircraft was lively on the journey back to New York. The 5 Krolin, having successfully completed their dismantling task, basked in Lynette's verbal commendation and the promise of an extravagant mineral buffet, their spirits high. Algorim, with a wrist bandaged heavily by the medical robot, sat forlornly in a corner, devoid of enthusiasm. Raven leaned against Lynette's shoulder, eyes closed, seemingly relishing the thrill of the earlier skirmish. Jan Foster gazed out the window, lost in thought. The aircraft landed smoothly atop the apex tower. Wanda and Lorna had been waiting there, and their expressions shifted from surprise to familiarity upon seeing the cargo hold brimming with ship parts and the dark elf bound like a dumpling. Lynn, have you gone shopping again? Lorna inquired. What do you mean by shopping? This is an asset acquisition, Lynette corrected her. Now, we're the logistics team. He called into Emma's communicator. Immediately categorize these assets and send them to the lab. Inform the research department to work overtime. I want a complete analysis report on dark elf technology by tomorrow morning, and confine Algorim to the high-security chamber with round-the-clock surveillance to prevent any mischief. Once everything was arranged, Lynette stretched, feeling invigorated. Tonight's harvest was bountiful. A female Thor from the future, a dark elf enforcer of extraordinary combat prowess. 5 diligent stone golems for demolition, along with the technology of an entire starship. A considerable profit indeed. He approached the bar, poured himself a glass of euphoric beverage, and drank it in one go. Refreshing. Turning to Jan Foster, he remarked, Dr. Foster, you've worked hard tonight as well. Your treatment will officially commence tomorrow. I assure you, it will not be long before you can completely rid yourself of the affliction of cancer. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. In exchange, I require a small favor from you. Jane Foster regarded him with caution. What favor? Lin Tay chuckled, gesturing toward the Mjolnir in her grasp. I wish to borrow your hammer for some study. Additionally, I shall attempt to mend the cracks upon it. After all, as a boss with obsessive tendencies, I cannot bear to see my employees wielding a damaged weapon. Chapter 152, A Midnight Fright. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrives, and he is stunned at the sight of the hammer. No, Jane Foster instinctively clutched the Mjolnir tighter. This hammer is the source of her strength, a token of her bond with Thor, and a beacon of hope for her continued existence. She could never relinquish it to anyone, especially not to a man she found utterly inscrutable. Do not be so anxious, Dr. Foster, Lin Tay said, leisurely approaching her with a drink in hand. I have stated, I only wish to borrow it for examination. You see, it currently resembles a gravely ill patient, riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. He pointed to the spreading blue fissures along the hammer surface. And I happen to be quite an adept physician. I can not only cure your ailment, but also heal its affliction. Trust me, when I return it to you, it will be more resilient and powerful than ever before. His gentle tone carried an irresistible allure. Jane Foster's resolve wavered. She was more acutely aware than anyone of Mjolnir's condition. With each use, the cracks seemed to widen, and the sensation of impending shattering filled her with dread. If it were to break, she would not only lose her divine powers, but cancer would swiftly consume her. "How can I trust you?" she inquired. "You have no choice, do you?" Lin-Te shrugged, his smile candid. "You find yourself trapped in a time that is not your own, your powers waning, cancer resurfacing, utterly isolated. And I am your only lifeline. Either you trust me, and we engage in a mutually beneficial alliance. I heal your affliction, restore your hammer, and even assist you in finding your way home. Or you cling to this broken hammer, languishing in this unfamiliar world, slowly succumbing to the torment of cancer." Lin-Te's words struck at Jane Foster's most vulnerable point. She fell silent. The struggle and agony etched upon her face were unmistakable. Beside her, Raven and Wanda watched with keen interest, relishing the sight of Lin-Te dismantling another's psychological defenses with such a gentle yet ruthless approach, compelling them to willingly become his possession. Ultimately, Jane Foster gradually relaxed her grip on the hammer. She lifted her gaze to Lin-Te and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. "I hope you will uphold your promise." "Of course." Lynette smiled as he grasped the heavy warhammer. Upon contact, a surge of immense energy and intricate runic information flooded his senses. "Does the blessing upon this weapon not affect me? I had anticipated struggling to wield it. What a remarkable artifact." He marveled sincerely. The magic and craftsmanship contained within this hammer exceeded his wildest imaginings. Observing Jane's frail form as she distanced herself from the hammer, Lynette let out a soft sigh. It felt somewhat inhumane to subject him to such trials alongside a cancer patient. "Emma, please escort Dr. Foster to rest." He gestured, and the medical team stood ready at a moment's notice. Emma Frost nodded slightly to Jane and led her away from the penthouse. Once Jane had departed, Lynette toyed with the hammer in his hand, addressing Raven and Wanda. "You two should also take a break. You've worked hard tonight." Raven approached his side, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Don't forget my surplus supply." Her words dripped with alluring anticipation. "I won't forget, my queen." Lynette replied with a smile. "I'll join you once I've sorted out this little trinket." Only then did Raven leave, satisfied, accompanied by Wanda. The penthouse was now deserted, save for Lynette. He placed Mjolnir upon the bar and scrutinized it intently. "Emma, initiate a comprehensive scan, construct a model, and analyze the enchantments inscribed upon it, particularly the authentication system bestowed by Odin. I must decipher it." He had no desire to seek its consent each time he wielded the hammer. The runic structure proved to be exceedingly complex, imbued with formidable spatial energy and willpower. Emma's voice resonated from the communicator. "Decoding will require time, approximately 72 hours. "Such a long duration?" Lynette expressed his surprise. "No matter, I am in no rush." He lifted his glass, reveling in the beauty of this Asgardian masterpiece. His spirits lifted. Just then, Emma's alert chimed again, though this time it was not the shrill sound of an emergency, but a gentler notification. "Boss, a visitor has arrived, requesting to see you by name. He did not utilize any official channels and has directly appeared at the base of our building." "Oh, I wonder who it could be to command such attention?" Lynette mused with curiosity. A holographic screen illuminated, displaying a surveillance feed. Outside the building, a burly bald man clad in a black trench coat and wearing an eye patch stood silently, gazing up at the pinnacle of the tower. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. What brings him here? Lynette was taken aback. He had come alone, unannounced. How intriguing. A smile curled at the corners of Lynette's mouth. "Let him come up. Bring him directly to my office." He set down his glass, seized Mjolnir from the bar, and made his way toward his office. Since a guest had arrived, it was only fitting to prepare a warm reception. A few minutes later, Nick Fury stepped into Lint's office. At first glance, it was not Lint seated in the executive chair that caught his attention, but rather the square-headed war hammer, adorned with blue cracks, carelessly placed on the desk. Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder. How could it possibly be here? A flicker of unmistakable astonishment crossed Fury's singular eye. He compelled himself to regain his composure, directing his gaze away from the hammer to the excessively youthful man behind the desk. "Director Fury, what brings you here at such an hour?" Lint reclined in his chair, feet propped up on the desk, exuding a casual demeanor. Are you here for a routine check? Or perhaps to peddle S-H-I-E-L-D-S retirement insurance? Fury dismissed the jest with indifference. He pulled out a chair and sat down unceremoniously, his solitary eye fixed intently on Lint. The Rainbow Bridge in London. The dual energy surges in the Sahara Desert, and this object on your desk. Mr. Lint, or should I call you? The world has become rather tumultuous of late, and your connection to this commotion is only growing stronger. Lint chuckled. Director Fury, are you here to lay blame? No. Fury shook his head, his tone unusually grave. I am not here to cast accusations. He leaned forward, hands clasped on the table. I come seeking collaboration. Chapter 153. How many steps does it take for the one-eyed director to work for you? Collaboration? Lint lowered his feet from the desk, resting his elbows on the surface. Intrigued by the one-eyed director before him. Director Fury, do you perhaps misunderstand the term collaboration? He extended a finger, gently tapping MJ Wilner on the desk, the hammer resonating with a dull echo. Generally, only parties of equal standing can truly collaborate. The current situation is that I am seated here, and you have arrived uninvited. This feels more akin to, well, a sales pitch. Nick Fury's expression revealed no sign of emotional fluctuation. His singular eye appeared as a bottomless well. You could interpret it that way. His response took Lint by surprise. The inception of S-H-I-E-L-D was to confront crises beyond human comprehension. We once believed our greatest threat was Hydra, the enemies lurking in the shadows. Yet, the metallic canister above New York, the Rainbow Bridge on the outskirts of London, and the remnants of spacecraft in the Sahara Desert, Fury's voice was grave. All these signs indicate that the rules of the game have changed. The Earth has been exposed to the hunting grounds of the entire universe, and we possess but a rusted shotgun. Isaaki Ilave requires more formidable weapons and less predictable allies. Fury's gaze lingered on Lint. Mr. Linty, you and your Vertex technology are far more formidable than any weapon we are acquainted with and more unpredictable than any ally. Thus, you have come to me seeking to enlist my services as a hired hand? Linty chuckled, taking a sip from a soda on the table. I regret to inform you that my company does not engage in security outsourcing, especially for endeavors as perilous as saving the world, where the risks far outweigh the rewards. What I provide is intelligence. Fury cast forth his initial offering. All the data accumulated by S-H-I-E-L-D over decades regarding supernatural phenomena, extraterrestrial civilizations, and the enigmatic entity we refer to as Object 084. He paused, emphasizing his words. This includes our current research on the Cosmic Cube. Linty's drinking motion faltered momentarily. The Cosmic Cube, one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone. This old chap is indeed willing to invest significantly. It sounds appealing, but it is still insufficient. Linty set down his glass. Much of your intelligence is outdated. As for the Cosmic Cube, are you certain it is you who are studying it, rather than it studying you? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Fury's singular eye. It appeared that Linty possessed far more knowledge than he had anticipated. We can provide you with legitimate cover on a global scale. Fury continued to raise the stakes. All your actions could be classified as top-secret missions of S-H-I-E-L-D. No nation would dare publicly question you. You would receive a pass to traverse the world unimpeded. That sounds akin to placing a collar around my neck. Linty replied, shaking his head and reclining in his chair. Director Fury, you have yet to grasp the situation. You believe you are seeking an ally, a partner to fight alongside. But do I appear to you as someone who would jeopardize himself for the sake of a slogan like world peace? Linty spread his hands. I'm a businessman. My sole concern is profit. The intelligence and cover you speak of are merely embellishments to me, not essentials. Your offer is far too paltry. Nick Fury fell silent. Prior to his arrival, he had envisioned countless negotiation scenarios, yet he had not anticipated such a forthright refusal. Linty was utterly indifferent to those mundane rules and constraints. Then what is it that you desire? Fury's voice grew raspy. Why desire? Linty rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated New York below. What I desire is beyond your means. He turned to face Fury. However, since you were so earnest, I might consider a different perspective. I do not require your intelligence, for I possess knowledge that surpasses yours. I also do not need your cover, as those who sought to trouble me have long since vanished. I am disinterested in collaboration. Yet I have a keen interest in acquisition. Acquisition? Fury raised his non-existent eyebrow in disbelief. Indeed, acquisition. Lynette strolled back to his desk, his fingers gently tapping the surface. A pen upon the table levitated unexpectedly, slowly rotating in the air. Fury's pupils contracted slightly. S-H-I-L-D was a commendable facade, albeit somewhat antiquated, riddled with vulnerabilities, yet substantial in scale and extensive in its network. I shall not be your ally. Director Fury. Lynette's voice was soft, yet it struck Fury's heart like a heavy hammer. I intend to be your superior. From this day forth, the highest authority within S-H-I-E-L-D shall belong to me. You, Nick Fury, may continue in your role as director, but you shall be answerable solely to me. I require access to all your databases, every agent's dossier, the locations of all secret bases, and Lynette's gaze once more fixed on Fury. Hand over the Tesseract to me. The office fell into an oppressive silence. Nick Fury felt as though he had heard the ravings of a lunatic, a madman. This individual was undoubtedly a complete and utter insane person. He wished to transform S-H-I-E-L-D, an organization that had safeguarded the world for decades, into his personal militia. This was inconceivable. Fury nearly forced the words through clenched teeth. The World Security Council would never consent. The World Security Council? Lynette chuckled as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. You mean those bureaucrats who sit in their offices, merely mouthing platitudes, and even contemplate using nuclear weapons to obliterate New York as a solution? Trust me, Fury, they will soon cease to be a concern. With S-H-I-E-L-D currently under siege by Hydra, they might not be particularly keen on retaining it. Lynette stepped forward, looking down upon Fury. You see, times have changed. The old S-H-I-L-D can no longer keep pace. It requires a transformation, and I am the one capable of enacting that change. You may choose to refuse, taking your rusted relics to confront enemies you cannot even begin to fathom. Or you may accept my investment and become the captain of the most formidable intelligence agency in the New World. Think carefully, Mr. Director. Lynette's hand rested on Fury's shoulder. Will you perish clinging to the rules of the old world? Or will you grasp my hand and board the vessel of the new era? At that moment, the office door was thrust open with great force. Emma Frost's holographic projection appeared at the threshold, her expression fraught with unprecedented urgency. Boss, there's been an incident. Alarms are blaring in the medical wing. Jane Foster's vital signs are plummeting. Chapter 154. The heavy burden in the hospital room. With my wife beside me, wearing a grim expression, Emma's projection flickered with evident instability, her voice tinged with desperation. Before Lynette could fully process this sudden turn of events, the office door swung open once more. This time, it was Raven and Wanda. They, too, had evidently heard the highest-level alerts and rushed over without delay. What has happened to Jane Foster? Raven's countenance was far from pleasant as she cast a fleeting glance at Nick Fury, who was present in the room. Yet her attention was evidently elsewhere. I don't know, let's take a look, Lynn said dismissively, not sparing Fury a second glance as she strode purposefully toward the door. Acquiring S-H-I-L-D was crucial, yet a living, future Thor bore an evidently greater value, especially since this female, Thor, was currently a fragile being. He certainly did not wish for the precious key he had just acquired to be rendered worthless. Nick Fury remained rooted in place, observing Lynn and her entourage hastily depart, his solitary eye flickering with uncertainty. He refrained from following them, knowing that now was not the appropriate moment. The outrageous terms recently proposed, combined with the sudden internal crisis, necessitated a thorough reassessment of the situation. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below, lost in profound contemplation. In the medical wing, the atmosphere was oppressively grim. A dozen top medical specialists clad in white coats surrounded a hospital bed, their faces etched with helplessness. The beeping of the most advanced medical equipment rang out, jarringly loud in the tense silence. The life signs displayed on the screen were visibly plummeting toward a perilous low. Jane Foster lay on the bed, her complexion pallid, her breath shallow, and her body instinctively curling in response to excruciating pain, perspiration dampening her hairline. Without the power of Mjolnir to suppress it, The cancer within her had unleashed itself like a rabid dog, voraciously consuming her vitality. This was the scene that greeted Lin and her companions upon their abrupt entrance. "What is the situation?" Lin's voice was frigid. An elderly head of the medical team hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Boss, the situation is extremely dire. Ms. Foster's cancer cells are undergoing explosive proliferation, and all her vital organs are deteriorating at an alarming rate. Conventional chemotherapy and targeted therapies are unable to take effect in time, and her body simply cannot endure it. It's akin to a dam bursting. We cannot stem the tide with mere sandbags." Raven approached the bedside, observing the agonized Jane Foster, her brow furrowed tightly. She harbored no fondness for this woman, yet she detested even more the notion of losing control over the situation. "Is your energy not soothing her?" Wanda gently inquired of Lin. "It's merely a temporary measure," Lin replied as he moved to Jane's bedside, placing his hand upon her forehead. A gentle energy began to flow into her. Jane's pained expression eased slightly, yet the data on the life signs monitor continued its merciless descent. His energy could only temporarily alleviate her suffering, failing to halt the rampant spread of the cancer cells. It was akin to pouring water into a leaky bucket, with the outflow surpassing the inflow. There must be a continuous and sufficiently powerful source of energy to suppress the malignant transformation within her. Much like that hammer from before, Lin murmured to himself. He gazed at Jane's rapidly deteriorating form, and a bold, almost absurd thought began to take shape in his mind. His indestructible body, with its source of energy far more potent and pure than Mjolnir, could potentially be harnessed. What if he could efficiently and continuously channel this energy into Jane? With a glance at Raven and Wanda beside him, Lin cleared his throat. "I may have a method that could save her, though the treatment might be rather unconventional." Raven's expression immediately turned wary as she scrutinized Lin, then glanced at the frail Jane on the bed. "What do you intend to do?" "Energy conduction requires the most efficient means," Lin explained, steeling himself. "Think of my body as a massive power bank, and her as a phone on the brink of dying. We need to transmit the energy directly and efficiently." "The most direct method?" Her words dripped with suspicion. "Yes," Lin admitted, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. "This is purely a medical procedure, aimed at maximizing energy transfer and minimizing loss. Consider it a form of bioenergetics interface." He endeavored to make his explanation sound scientific and serious, for he knew that in less than 10 minutes, she would be lost. He gestured towards the nearly flat line of Jane's vital signs on the monitor, his most compelling evidence. Raven stared at him for several seconds, her gaze seeming to bore into him. She glanced at the barely breathing Jane Foster and, with a cold huff, tacitly acquiesced. After all, a living lady, Thor held far more value than a lifeless corpse. "Everyone out," Lin commanded the medical team. "Emma, disable all surveillance in the medical wing and initiate the highest level of physical isolation." Already executing, Emma's voice echoed in the room. The medical personnel quickly exited, as if granted amnesty, and the heavy alloy door slowly closed behind them. In the room remained Lin, the unconscious Jane, and the two bystanders. Raven, arms crossed, her expression predatory, and Wanda, who appeared curious. "Shouldn't you two wait outside?" Lin tentatively suggested. "What do you think?" Raven countered. "Well, all right then. What a novel situation this is," Lin conceded, abandoning his resistance. He approached Jane's bedside, observing her in a semi-unconscious state. "Jane, in order to save your life, what follows may be somewhat invasive. I hope you can understand." No sooner had he spoken than his clothing vanished. Lin noticed Raven's eyes twitch slightly. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to proceed. He leaned down, enveloping Jane's cold, curled form with his own body. The moment their skin made contact, an overwhelming surge of golden energy, akin to the vastness of the sea, erupted from Lynette's being, cascading through the tunnel and flooding her limbs and organs without restraint. This energy radiated warmth and dominance, imbued with a peculiar essence of life. Like an indomitable army, it surged into Jan Foster's chaotic form, obliterating the wildly proliferating cancer cells before it. The once failing organs began to rejuvenate, and on the bedside monitor, the impending flatline abruptly surged upwards, then stabilized, gradually rising to a healthy rhythm. Jan Foster instinctively emitted a soft, comforting moan, as if she were immersed in a warm, golden ocean the excruciating pain receding swiftly. Beside her, Raven and Wanda could distinctly perceive the almost tangible waves of energy emanating from Lynette, orderly infiltrating Jan Foster's body. Wanda covered her mouth in astonishment, realizing the true nature of this phenomenon. This moment subtly planted the seed for her future observations of Lynette's extraordinary abilities. Raven's expression, however, was a tumultuous blend of emotions. She beheld the scene of healing, watching Lynette cradle another woman in his embrace, wielding his unique power to save her. A fierce sense of possessiveness and melancholy surged within her, while simultaneously she felt an inexplicable oddity as she witnessed her man laboring diligently. "What is wrong with me?" was the question that incessantly echoed in Raven's mind. As time elapsed, half an hour passed. Lynette gradually straightened his posture, his complexion flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Meanwhile, Jan Foster lay serene, her breathing steady and robust, her color returning to a healthy hue. The monitor's data reverted to levels typical of a healthy individual, even surpassing those of an ordinary person. "Oh dear, I have truly overexerted myself." Chapter 155. Just after saving a life, I was pinned down and kissed by a beautiful subordinate. As Lynette sought to catch his breath, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. It was Raven, her nails digging into his flesh. "Is the treatment over?" Her voice was calm, yet Lynette sensed an impending storm beneath the surface. "It's over, and it was successful," Lynette replied, shaking his slightly numb arm. "Excellent," Raven nodded. "Now it's time for my employee benefits." With that, she pulled Lynette closer, rising on her toes to kiss him, exuding an undeniable assertion of ownership. Just then, Emma's voice unexpectedly pierced the air, tinged with incredulity. "The boss is in trouble. The hammer you placed in a laboratory," Emma appeared in the room, pointing towards a holographic screen displaying Mjolnir, quietly lying on the analysis table. It appeared to be disintegrating. On the screen, the cracked hammer of the Thunder God revealed the URU metal on its surface peeling away in flakes, akin to weathered rock. From the fissures emanated not the usual blue electric light, but a dazzling golden glow, identical to that which radiated from Lynette. As he observed this scene, Lynette blinked. "Emma, is the hammer about to explode?" "Not an explosion, sir," Emma replied, displaying a hint of confusion. "Based on the energy analysis, it seems more akin to shedding its skin." "Shedding its skin?" Raven, having released Lynette's arm, furrowed her brow at the screen. "It's not a snake. Perhaps it's due to the recent energy transfer," Wanda remarked thoughtfully. "Your energy was too potent. The hammer couldn't withstand it?" Lynette stroked his chin, recalling that his golden energy had indeed been transmitted through physical contact while saving Jane. As Jane was the current wielder of Mjolnir, a mysterious connection must exist between the two. "Let us set aside the hammer for now," Lynette gestured dismissively. More pressing matters demanded his attention. He glanced at the still unconscious Jane Foster and then at Raven, who wore a look of discontent. "Emma, pull up the asset list from SHIELD. I wish to scrutinize it closely." "Certainly, sir." A vast holographic screen unfurled in the air, with an overwhelming array of documents that dazzled the eye. Lynette skimmed through rapidly, suddenly halting at a familiar name, Bruce Banner. Raven leaned in for a closer look. "I know this person, the legendary green-skin monster. A demolition expert for 30 years. Emma retrieved Banner's detailed profile. Instantly, the screen displayed a thick dossier. In the photograph, Dr. Banner donned glasses, exuding a genteel demeanor that belied the tempestuous green giant residing within him. The file meticulously chronicled the entirety of the gamma radiation incident and the years-long frenzied pursuit by General Ross. The appended loss report was extensive, akin to an elderly woman's bound feet. The compensation for the buildings demolished by the Hulk amounted to astronomical figures. "Boss, this Hulk is exceedingly dangerous and utterly uncontrollable," Emma advised, "a pure liability. I recommend we eliminate this file to avoid any significant trouble." Lynette shook his head, his finger hovering over the image of the Hulk's enraged visage. "No, Emma. You see only his role as a demolition expert. I perceive a walking nuclear-powered fist and a world-class gamma-ray physicist." He paused, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. "The combination of the two is unparalleled, far superior to any mere Gundam." Raven rolled her eyes. "You're not seriously thinking of capturing the Hulk, are you? That fellow can't even be managed by the military." "I intend to acquire him," Linty stated in a calm tone, yet the content made Emma's heart race. Controlling the Hulk? That was more absurd than asking Magneto to do embroidery. Boss, based on my understanding of human psychology, Dr. Banner is likely hiding in some obscure corner of the world. Living more cautiously than a rat in a sewer, Emma analyzed. Using a network to locate him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Linty pondered for a moment before a cunning smile graced his lips. Who says I must search for him directly? ISNT fishing more appealing? He turned to Emma. Utilize our global medical network and, under the auspices of our life sciences subsidiary, issue a recruitment announcement. What position are we recruiting for? Top-tier gamma-ray physicist. To participate in the research of a novel clean energy source. Linny rubbed his fingers together. You could determine the salary. But let us set an initial figure in the 8-digit range. Emma's projection blinked. 8 digits? Boss, that amount is enough to buy the entire physics department at MIT. Money is not an issue. The key is to ensure the bait is enticing enough. Linty continued, moreover, in the technical requirements of the job announcement. We must include a complex academic challenge regarding the decay suppression of unstable particles in a strong gamma environment. Raven raised an eyebrow. You understand this? I don't, but I know who does. Linny smirked. There are likely no more than 5 individuals in the world who would comprehend and be interested in solving this problem. He paused, his voice taking on a weighty tone. And the one who truly needs this answer to save his own life is but one. Emma contemplated. You aim to lure that impoverished and desperate top scientist with the dual temptations of knowledge and financial reward. Linny snapped his fingers. What does Dr. Banner currently lack? Money and a secure research environment. What does he desire most? A method to control the green-skinned monster within him. Our job announcement can simultaneously fulfill both needs. Wanda, listening nearby, was taken aback. So you plan to draw the Hulk in with a physics problem? Not a math problem, a physics problem, Linny corrected. And not just any physics problem, but one specifically addressing the suppression theory of gamma-ray mutations. For Dr. Banner, this is akin to seeing a beacon in the darkness. Raven pondered this. But if he truly comes, how do you intend to control the Hulk? That fellow won't simply obey. Linty smiled mysteriously, refraining from a direct answer. In truth, he already had a preliminary plan in mind. The Hulk's rage stemmed from Banner's inner repression and fear. If he could use energy to soothe these negative emotions, of course, that was merely a theoretical possibility. The crucial step was to first lure the individual in. Emma, when can the job announcement be published? It's already in preparation, boss. I will simultaneously announce through the official websites of 120 research institutions worldwide, ensuring that Dr. Banner will see it no matter where he hides. Excellent. Lynn nodded with satisfaction, reminding that the priority for this recruitment should be set to the highest level, and any qualified candidates must be reported to me immediately. At that moment, Jane Foster on the hospital bed let out a faint groan. Chapter 156. My goodness. The Lady Thor has recovered from cancer and feels strange upon awakening. Jane slowly opened her eyes, feeling as if she had emerged from a lengthy dream. The excruciating pain inflicted by the cancer cells within her body had vanished. An unprecedented sense of ease enveloped her entire being. Am I still alive? Her mental state was markedly improved compared to before. Of course you are alive, and in excellent health, Lynn remarked proudly as he approached the bedside. How do you feel? Jane attempted to sit up, astonished to discover she felt utterly unweakened, even more vigorous than before her illness. I feel great, remarkably well. She glanced at her hands, noticing that her skin appeared even smoother than before. What about the cancer cells within me? They have been completely eradicated, Lynn replied nonchalantly. I told you I would cure you. A complex emotion flickered in Jane's eyes. Thank you, Lynn. I owe you my life. No need for thanks. It is part of the bargain. By the way, how exactly did you treat me? Oh, that's a secret. Jane watched Lynn's somewhat mischievous expression, feeling an odd sensation. Particularly during the period before her awakening, she had felt exceptionally comfortable. A feeling that was strangely familiar, yet momentarily elusive. Lynn pointed to Mjolnir, which was undergoing decomposition in the laboratory. Your hammer is now my subject of research. Jane followed his gaze, observing her hammer undergoing a peculiar transformation. The cracked surface of the URU metal was peeling away. From the fissures emerged not the blue electric light, but a brilliant golden glow that resonated with Lynn's energy. What has happened to it? I don't know. Perhaps it is upgrading? Lynn shrugged, uncertain. In any case, it is now my experimental specimen, so you need not worry about it. Jane opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately closed it again. Given the circumstances, she was more curious about what it would become. By the way, there's one more thing. Lynn turned to Emma's holographic projection. Is Nick Fury, that one-eyed dragon, still downstairs? Yes, boss. He has been waiting in the office for you. Let him continue to wait. Lynn waved his hand. Inform him that I am quite busy at the moment and will contact him when I am available. Raven chuckled gleefully nearby. The image of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. being left in the lurch was simply delightful to contemplate. Who prompted him to propose such outrageous collaboration terms? Linnett shrugged, expressing his discontent. The notion of becoming his subordinate was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Emma's voice resonated once more, imbued with a hint of excitement. Boss, the job advertisement has been successfully published. Additionally, I've just detected an intriguing signal. Linnett raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What signal? Someone is clandestinely searching for information regarding the suppression of gamma-ray decay, Emma replied, pausing momentarily, her tone laced with pride. Moreover, this search request originated from a small town in South America. Linen's interest was piqued. It seemed that a bite had been taken so swiftly. Wanda inquired curiously, boss, is that problem truly so challenging? To the average person, it appears as an incomprehensible manuscript. Linnett chuckled softly. Yet for a certain individual, it represents the answer he has longed for in his dreams. Meanwhile, far away in Kolkata, India, deep within a chaotic slum, a gaunt man with glasses was examining a feverish child in a dilapidated clinic. He was Bruce Banner, who had been living incognito for over 3 months, practicing as doctor. David to treat the impoverished in exchange for meager earnings to sustain his existence. The fever has subsided. With a few more days of medication, he will recover. Banner gently informed the child's mother. Grateful, the woman expressed her thanks repeatedly before departing with her child. Exhausted, Banner leaned back in his chair. Although this life was tranquil, it was also rife with despair. He understood that he could not hide indefinitely. General Ross's pursuers would eventually track him down. Even more terrifying was the other entity within him. As time passed, it became increasingly challenging to control that power. Whenever his emotions surged, his heartbeat quickened, and his skin began to take on a green hue. He had to take deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He dared not contemplate the consequences if he failed to find a solution. At that moment, a young newsboy rushed in. Dr. David, someone has delivered a newspaper for you. Banner paused, taken aback. He had never subscribed to a newspaper. Upon accepting the paper, he discovered it was a copy of the Kolkata Times from 3 days prior. Inconspicuously tucked in the corner was a small advertisement. Global recruitment by Pinnacle Technologies. Banner glanced at it casually, but when his gaze fell upon the academic challenge, he felt as though struck by lightning. The suppression of decay in unstable particles in a strong gamma environment. This was the core issue he had been grappling with for years in his quest to control the other entity within him. His hands began to tremble, the newspaper rustling in his grip. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. The number of individuals capable of posing such a question is exceedingly limited, and those who can provide an answer are even scarcer. Banner repeatedly scrutinized the stipulations outlined in the job advertisement, which promised a staggering 8-figure annual salary for top-tier experimental apparatus. Rationality warned him that this might be a trap. The entire world seemed to be searching for him, and such a conspicuous recruitment effort could very well be a new ruse devised by General Ross. Yet, his emotions and instinct for survival urged him to believe that this could be his singular chance. If this were indeed true, Banner closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting to Betty, to those he had inadvertently harmed, and to the torment he had endured after transforming into a monster. He could not afford to relinquish even the slightest opportunity to master the power within him. As night fell, Banner ventured into the depths of a dilapidated internet CAF nestled within the slums. The proprietor inquired neither about identity nor motives, accepting only cash, making it a perilous yet difficult location to trace. After 2 hours, Banner established a multi-layered encrypted anonymous email account and began composing his message. His fingers lingered over the keyboard. Each keystroke felt like a final gamble. The crux of the gamma radiation decay suppression problem lay in the phase interference of the quantum field, yet he only articulated the first half of his solution. Should the recipient be knowledgeable, they would recognize his grasp of the answer. Ultimately, he appended a line. If you can comprehend this, you will know where to find me. The moment the email was dispatched, Banner swiftly disconnected and powered down his device, his heart racing and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I've lost my mind. I am truly insane, he murmured, vanishing into the chaos of the night market. Unbeknownst to him, within 3 minutes of sending the email, it was intercepted by Emma's global surveillance network. Inside the Apex Tower, Emma observed the sole email that had passed her filters, accompanied by a vague coordinate pointing to the slums of Kolkata. The bait had been taken. Emma's projection radiated palpable excitement, while Linter nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed the report. Indeed, the hungry wolf had caught the scent of prey. He turned to Wanda, who was analyzing the Hammerscan data. Wanda, it appears you will need to make a trip, he stated. This time, there is no combat required. Simply retrieve a lost soul. Wanda lifted her gaze, crimson chaotic energy dancing at her fingertips. What do you need me to do? Use your abilities to soothe his emotions. Lintern replied gently. He is akin to a frightened beast, necessitating a tender approach. With your power, open his heart. Wanda nodded, understanding the gravity of the task. When do I depart? Tomorrow morning, Lintern remarked, glancing at the time. Allow him an evening to ponder, heightening his anxiety. An anxious individual is more prone to making reckless decisions. Congratulations to the protagonist for winning over the female Thor, Jane Foster. Chapter 157. Why provoke anyone when it's my impeccable employee you choose to anger? In the early morning of Kolkata, the air was infused with a lang of curry spices and automotive exhaust. Wanda stood at the entrance of the slum, gazing at the scene before her, unable to suppress a grimace as she covered her nose. How could the boss send her to undertake such grimy and laborious tasks instead of Raven? She muttered to herself while cautiously stepping over a puddle, her crimson hair glinting in the sunlight. The local residents regarded this evidently out-of-place girl with curious glances. A few young boys even stealthily trailed behind her, whispering amongst themselves. Following the coordinates provided by Emma, Wanda wandered through the slum. The houses were askew, the streets narrow, littered with refuse and stagnant water. Location: you have arrived at your destination. Wanda glanced at her phone and then surveyed her surroundings, her expression darkening. Is this truly what they term a destination? All I see is a pile of dilapidated houses. At that moment, a dirty little girl tugged at her skirt. The girl chattered in the local dialect, her eyes brimming with yearning. Although Wanda could not comprehend her words, she felt the girl's sincerity. Extending her hand, crimson energy danced at her fingertips, weaving into a delicate rose. Here for you. The little girl received the energy blossom with exuberance, dancing with joy before dashing away. Wanda watched the girl's retreating figure, a warm smile gracing her face. How embarrassing that I can still blush. Ahem. A low, gravelly voice resonated from behind her. Wanda turned to see a slender man with glasses standing not far off. It was none other than Bruce Banner. Are you the enigmatic gamma radiation expert? Wanda inquired. Tilting her head, Banner scrutinized her warily. This girl appeared harmless, yet her ability to find herself in such a place was undoubtedly remarkable. Who are you? Did Apex Technologies send you? Banner was evidently on edge, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Wanda nodded, her voice soft as a feather. Dr. Banner, our employer harbors no ill intent. He merely wishes to invite you to work in his laboratory. He can offer you genuine respect and peace. Banner paused, caught off guard by her response. In his mind, he had envisioned being approached by cold agents or heavily armed soldiers, not a girl who seemed like the girl next door. What kind of person is your employer? Banner asked cautiously. An exceedingly intriguing individual. Wanda recalled Lynn's various antics, unable to suppress a chuckle. He possesses an extraordinary ability to transform the impossible into the possible and has a particular fondness for collecting talented individuals, much like one would collect Pokemon. Banner found himself amused by her analogy, feeling a slight alleviation of the tension. Does he know my situation? Of course he does, Wanda interjected. He referred to you as a walking nuclear-powered fist or a top-notch physicist, truly the perfect employee. Banner let out a wry smile. Such an assessment was indeed unique. If only you could solve that problem. Suddenly, the doors and windows of the clinic were violently flung open. A battalion of heavily armed soldiers surged in, their dart gun barrels aimed squarely at the two of them. Leading the charge was a gray-haired officer with a severe expression, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. Banner, you have nowhere to escape. General Ross looked at Banner, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After pursuing you for so long, I've finally caught you. Banner's expression darkened, and a faint green light began to flicker in his eyes. How the hell did you find this place? Did you think your little computer skills could elude us? Ross sneered. When you sent the email, there was a 3-second delay in the address redirect, and our tech experts intercepted it. Banner's heart sank. A minor oversight had revealed his location. His breath began to grow heavy, the behemoth within him stirring restlessly. No. Calm down, must remain calm. Sensing the urgency, Wanda immediately positioned herself in front of Banner. Crimson energy began to swirl around her, and a palpable sense of danger filled the air. Step back. You will regret this. Upon witnessing Wanda's extraordinary abilities, greed flickered in General Ross's eyes. A mutant? What a double bounty today. He waved his hand to the soldiers behind him. Open fire. Capture that girl too, but she must be alive. A barrage of tranquilizer darts and rubber bullets rained down upon the two. With a swift motion, Wanda conjured a barrier of crimson energy, deflecting most of the projectiles. However, a few tranquilizer darts pierced her defenses, striking Banner. He was hit in the shoulder, and the searing pain ignited a fury within him. You have provoked me. Banner's eyes transformed entirely into a vibrant green, and his body began to swell dramatically. His clothes tore apart, his skin turned a deep green, and his muscles bulged like mountains. Hulk smash! The fully transformed Hulk let out a thunderous roar, smashing through the clinic's walls. The soldiers, taken aback by this sudden metamorphosis, hesitated, their weapons trembling as they grappled with whom to aim at. Is this the Hulk? Wanda's eyes widened, greener than I imagined. Although General Ross was astonished, he quickly regained his composure. Everyone, use heavy tranquilizers. We must subdue him before he spirals completely out of control. The soldiers switched to specialized large-caliber tranquilizer guns and launched an assault on the Hulk. Yet these weapons were merely a tickle to the Hulk. Little insect. Hulk seized a table and hurled it towards the cluster of soldiers, the immense force propelling the table like a cannonball. The soldiers swiftly scattered to evade the impending impact. Wanda surveyed the chaos before her, a throbbing headache taking hold. This is a disaster. My boss instructed me to bring back one person, not an entire demolition crew. Her task was to soothe Banner's emotions. But now Banner had transformed into a rampaging green behemoth. It appeared that only coercive measures would suffice. With a flick of her delicate hand, crimson energy surged forth from her being, enveloping the entire clinic in a radiant glow. Mind control. Wanda's abilities directly influenced the Hulk's consciousness, striving to awaken Banner's reason. The Hulk's movements abruptly halted, the fury in his eyes beginning to wane. Dr. Banner, can you hear my voice? Wanda communicated telepathically. Where's Hulk? The Hulk, perplexed, scanned his surroundings. You are in India, where malevolent forces wish to harm you, but you are safe now. Wanda gently reassured the Hulk's emotions, treating him as one would a frightened child. General Ross observed the Hulk cease his assault, believing the tranquilizer had taken effect. Excellent. Everyone prepare the restraint devices. Upon hearing this, the Hulk turned his head, his green eyes fixated fiercely on Ross. You hurt Banner. Hulk is angry. This is bad. Wanda realized that her mental soothing had seemingly backfired. The Hulk leaped, his massive form descending upon General Ross. Watch out, General. Chapter 158, The Crimson Force, the tranquil meadow within Hulk's heart. The soldiers fired frantically, yet the bullets merely bounced off the Hulk, leaving no mark. Just as Ross was about to be flattened, Wanda sprang into action. A colossal hand of crimson energy materialized, firmly halting the Hulk's fist. Enough. Everyone stand down. Wanda unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy, red waves emanating from her core. All were struck with awe by this force, including the Hulk. Dr. Banner, trust me, we are not enemies. Wanda's voice penetrated directly into the Hulk's heart. Come with me. I will take you to a truly safe place. The Hulk gazed into Wanda's sincere eyes, and the fire of his rage began to subside. You are not afraid of Hulk. Of course not, Wanda replied with a smile. My boss once said that every individual has intrinsic worth, including you. The Hulk paused, for no one had ever spoken such words to him. Just at that tender moment, a chilling voice interrupted. The touching bond between teacher and student is commendable, but the game must come to an end. Everyone turned to see that the clinic's perimeter was now surrounded by an even greater number of soldiers. This time, they were not ordinary troops, but but fully armed anti-superpower special forces, wielding weapons specifically designed to counteract those with extraordinary abilities. Pulse bombs, prepare for launch. At the command of the officer, dozens of special bombs, gleaming with blue light, were hurled into the vicinity. This was truly the end. Wanda gazed at the bombs scattered across the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Although her powers were formidable, she found herself powerless against weapons specifically designed to counter superhuman abilities. Hulk, witnessing Wanda's plight, felt his fury reignite. No one shall harm friend. He stepped forward, ready to charge into the crowd, when a petite figure obstructed his path. It was Wanda. Goodness, has she lost her mind? General Ross widened his eyes, utterly incredulous at the sight before him. A seemingly fragile girl dared to stand before the rampaging green giant? Was this a display of heroism, or an invitation to death? Hulk glared at the diminutive human, roaring in anger, urging her to move aside. The thunderous roar shattered the surrounding glass windows. Hulk swung his massive fists, his green eyes ablaze with the fire of destruction. Yet, Wanda did not flinch or retaliate. She merely gazed at him quietly, her crimson eyes reflecting not fear, but a hint of compassion and tenderness. "You're in pain, aren't you?" Wanda spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a feather. Hulk paused, taken aback. This human was not afraid of him? "I can feel the anguish within you." Slowly, Wanda raised her hand towards the furious Hulk. A gentle, warm crimson energy, akin to a silken ribbon, gracefully wrapped around Hulk's powerful arm. What is this strange phenomenon? General Ross watched the red glow, an ominous foreboding rising within him. He had encountered numerous superhumans, but he had never witnessed such a gentle power, as soothing as a spring breeze. The crimson energy flowed up Hulk's arm, enveloping his colossal form like sunlight. Soothing. Hulk's fist, poised to strike, suddenly hesitated. He sensed an unfamiliar warmth and tranquility permeating his being, calming his raging fury. What is this? Hulk, now bewildered, was no longer the beast that once roared. The blood-red hue in his eyes began to fade, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. What did he see? He envisioned a vast, serene meadow, where gentle breezes caressed the swaying grass. The sky was devoid of aircraft. There were no explosions or screams, only the sweet melodies of birds. No pursuers, no fear. No anger, only tranquility. How beautiful, Hulk murmured to himself, his massive frame trembling. This was the dream he yearned for deep within his soul, yet could never attain. In this illusory meadow, he was not a monster, nor a weapon, nor a hunted target. He was simply himself. What on earth is happening? A soldier murmured softly. Why has the Hulk suddenly become so quiet? Could it be that he has fallen under some malevolent spell? General Ross fixed his intense gaze upon Wanda, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The girl's abilities were far more perilous than he had anticipated. The power to quell the Hulk's fury was nothing short of a strategic weapon. The enraged green giant, within this illusion, lowered his guard for the first time. His tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, his massive form began to tremble, and then slowly diminished in size. Goodness gracious! The Hulk is shrinking. This defies the laws of nature. The soldiers stood in stunned silence, witnessing this miraculous transformation. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the remaining survivors and General Ross, Hulk, for the first time, transitioned back to the frail scientist Bruce Banner, not in a battle state nor unconscious, but voluntarily and calmly. I have returned to my former self? Banner gazed in disbelief at his restored hands. Moreover, he reverted in a conscious state. He turned to Wanda, his eyes brimming with gratitude and astonishment. How did you accomplish this? Wanda wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, clearly fatigued from the mental soothing she had just performed. I merely revealed to you what your heart truly desires. Within every individual lies a sanctum, often obscured by anger and fear. This sounded quite reasonable. Banner nodded. Yet a trace of uncertainty lingered in his mind. But I have never... Wait, did you just mention your boss? Indeed, I am here to bring you back to work. Wanda replied with a cheerful smile. An 8-figure salary, with meals, accommodation, and healthcare included, along with a dedicated laboratory for you to research methods to control the Hulk. With such favorable conditions, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Banner felt a surge of temptation, yet his reason kept him vigilant. Who exactly is your boss? And why do they wish to assist me? A rather intriguing individual, Wanda recalled the various antics of Linty, unable to suppress her laughter. He referred to you as a walking nuclear-powered fist and a top-tier physicist, an ideal employee. That was indeed a rather unique assessment. Banner offered a wry smile. At that moment, General Ross regained his composure. Everyone, listen up. Surround them immediately. Banner has reverted to human form. Now is the prime opportunity for capture. Soldiers raised their weapons, re-aiming at Banner and Wanda. General, are you certain you want to proceed with this? Wanda turned, crimson energy swirling around her once more. I just managed to calm the Hulk. I could just as easily incite his fury again. Chapter 159. No more running. Clinging to the golden leg. Instant employment. Dr. Banner, weakened, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The last sight he beheld was the vast meadow that brought serenity to his soul. A gentle breeze caressed him. The grass swayed gracefully, devoid of pursuers, fear, or anger. Only tranquility enveloped him. Before he could collapse onto the ground, he was steadied by a pair of soft arms. He lifted his gaze to find Wanda's concerned face. Are you all right? Wanda's voice was as tender as a feather, her eyes reflecting not fear, but genuine concern. Banner stared in astonishment at the girl before him. How could she possibly soothe the Hulk? It seemed unimaginable. He felt as though the heart, long ensnared by fear and anxiety, was illuminated by a warm ray of sunlight, creating a fissure within. Weakly, he fell into Wanda's embrace, akin to a lost child who had found solace. For the first time since his transformation, he felt an unparalleled sense of safety and peace. Have I truly reverted? Banner gazed at his restored hands, his voice quivering. And I returned to normal while conscious? Indeed, Wanda replied with a gentle smile. I merely revealed to you what your heart genuinely yearns for. Each person harbors a sanctuary within, often obscured by anger and fear. Banner looked deeply into her eyes, an unprecedented gratitude swelling within him. How did you manage this? I sensed your inner turmoil. Wanda softly caressed his back, crimson energy flickering at her fingertips. That anger and fear were nearly tearing you apart. Yet, at your core, I glimpsed a scientist longing for a tranquil life. Banner was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glistening. How many years had it been since anyone understood him in such a way? You truly aren't afraid of me? Why should I be? Wanda tilted her head, her expression earnest. My boss once said that every individual possesses their own intrinsic value, including you. Your boss. Before Banner could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a cacophony of approaching footsteps. General Ross, observing the scene, was left aghast, his jaw nearly dropping. He had pursued the Hulk for years, employing every conceivable high-tech weapon, only to be outdone by a seemingly defenseless girl with a mere gesture. It shattered his worldview. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. General Ross's face turned a shade of green with rage. Banner, do you think you can escape simply by changing locations? He gestured to the soldiers behind him. Prepare the tranquilizers. Seize him while he is still human. The soldiers raised their specialized weapons, aiming at Banner, who was cradled in Wanda's arms. Wanda positioned herself protectively before Banner, crimson energy beginning to surge. You would do well not to act. Her voice remained gentle, yet underlined with a warning. I just managed to calm the Hulk. I can just as easily incite his fury again. General Ross's expression shifted. This was indeed a threat. However, the soldier's duty forbids him from retreating. I do not believe you can maintain control over him indefinitely. Open fire. At that moment, all of his subordinates' communicators and the electronic sights of their weapons went dark. What is happening? Communication has been cut off. The sights are malfunctioning. The soldiers were thrown into chaos. A sleek, sci-fi aircraft silently descended nearby. Its streamlined body gleamed with a metallic sheen, devoid of any insignia, yet exuding an oppressive aura of advanced technology. The craft's hatch opened, and a holographic projection appeared before Banner and Wanda. It was Linty, dressed in a casual suit with his hands in his pockets. He wore a faint smile, as if he had come to partake in an afternoon tea gathering. Linty did not even glance at Ross, merely nodding with a smile towards Wanda, who was cradling Banner. Thank you for your efforts, Wanda. He then turned his gaze to Banner. Dr. Banner, I can offer you an absolutely serene laboratory and genuine respect. Linty's tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. All you need to do is occasionally assist me in dealing with a few unruly individuals. Banner observed this enigmatic girl who could soothe the Hulk, then glanced at the confident man on the screen. For the first time, He perceived a third possibility beyond flight and destruction. Can you truly help me control him? Banner's voice was hoarse. Doctor, the girl under my command has already proven everything. Lenny chuckled. Moreover, our company offers excellent benefits. An 8-figure salary, inclusive of meals, accommodation, and health insurance. Most importantly, no one will regard you as a monster. Banner's heart surged. An 8-figure salary? This was far greater than his income as a university professor. And could there truly be those willing to accept him? I will join, Banner rasped. General Ross erupted in fury. Banner, are you out of your mind? Going off with these unknown individuals? After all these years of pursuing you, finally finding an opportunity, and you choose to ally with others? Only then did Lindy turn to Ross, an amused expression on his face. General Ross, it is an honor. I have heard how many military resources you have utilized to capture a scientist. Hundreds of millions of dollars down the drain. Does the taxpayer know? Ross's face flushed with anger. Who are you to interfere with military operations? I am from Pinnacle Technologies, Lenny shrugged. We operate legally, pay taxes, and it is only natural to recruit employees. Doctor, Banner is joining of his own accord. Do you have any objections? You have kidnapped him. Ross pointed at Wanda. That girl used her superpowers to control Banner's mind. Control? Wanda laughed outright at that. General, I merely presented Dr. Banner with a choice, to continue being hunted to his demise or to lead a normal life. He made his own decision. It is of no consequence to me. Banner nodded. General, I am weary of this life on the run. These individuals are willing to accept me. Why should I refuse? Ross, rendered speechless by indignation, retorted, You wait. I shall uncover the truth about you all. You are welcome to try, Lynn interjected, dismissively waving his hand. But do remember to bring a lawyer next time. Our legal department is not to be trifled with. With that, he beckoned to Wanda. It is getting late. We should return home. Wanda assisted Banner to his feet. Can you walk? Although weak, Banner's spirits were considerably elevated. No problem. Scarlet energy enveloped the two, gently lifting them towards the aircraft. Ross, watching his quarry slip away, was filled with frustration. Stop them. However, the soldiers found their weapons rendered useless, helplessly observing the escape. Inside the craft, Raven sat at the helm, and upon seeing Wanda escort Banner inside, she exhaled in relief. You're finally back. Rising, she extended her hand to Banner. I am Raven, your new colleague. Welcome to Apex Technologies. Chapter 160. Is being a billionaire impressive? Let us play with him and see what happens. Banner remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the surreal turn of events. You'll get used to it, Wanda reassured, patting his shoulder. With our boss, every day brings new surprises. By the way, did the boss mention where Dr. Banner would be staying? Raven contemplated for a moment. The boss arranged for him a suite on the lab floor, fully equipped with 24-hour surveillance to ensure absolute safety. Banner paused. Surveillance? Not for monitoring you, Raven clarified. It is to prevent any accidents. Should Hulk suddenly emerge, we can activate the safety protocols immediately. Rest assured, Wanda lives next door. With her around, Hulk will behave like a docile lamb. Banner looked at Wanda, gratitude evident in his eyes. Thank you. No need for thanks, Wanda smiled. We are all family here. The aircraft ascended swiftly, vanishing into the clouds. On the ground, General Ross stared at the empty sky, his face flushed with anger. Damn it. They escaped again. What shall we do now, sir? The lieutenant asked cautiously. What else can we do? Ross gritted his teeth. Investigate. Find out exactly what Apex Technologies is all about. They dared to steal my prey. They shall pay dearly for it. Inside the craft, Banner gazed through the porthole at the shrinking expanse of the Indian subcontinent below. His emotions were so intricate that they defied expression. After years of fleeing, had he finally found the opportunity to lead a normal life? Doctor, do not overthink it, Wanda discerned his thoughts. Our boss excels at transforming the impossible into the possible. Moreover, you shall soon meet him in person. I have never encountered such arrogance in my life. General Ross grimaced at the vanishing aircraft in the sky, his face contorted with anger. All communication devices had gone dark, with a single line of text looping on the screens. The military's reach should not extend too far. General, our systems have been completely compromised. His aide rushed in a flurry. How long will repairs take? At least 3 hours. Their technology is far too advanced. Ross slammed his fist against the armored vehicle. Damn it. That green monster has escaped once again. Meanwhile, the very green monster he spoke of, Dr. Banner, sat within the aircraft of Apex Technologies, staring blankly at the clouds outside. Doctor, are you still pondering what just transpired? Wanda took a seat beside him. I just find it a bit surreal, Banner replied, shaking his head. For the first time in years, someone has called me the perfect employee. That's because our boss has a keen eye, Raven chimed in from the pilot seat. He believes everyone has their own value, including Hulk. Of course. Wanda smiled. Hulk merely needs someone to understand him. Banner nodded, warmth flooding his heart. It had been a long time since he had experienced such acceptance. 2 hours later, the aircraft landed on the rooftop helipad of Apex Tower. Banner was escorted to a private laboratory 50 meters underground. The moment the elevator doors opened, he was rendered speechless. What is this? The laboratory before him resembled a scene straight out of a science fiction film, with an array of equipment he had only envisioned in his dreams. Quantum particle accelerators, steady-state gamma-ray generators, bioenergy monitors. This has all been specially prepared for you, Raven explained. It's soundproof and blast-resistant, even if Hulk emerges. We must take precautions. Banner approached a piece of equipment, examining it closely. This steady-state generator is impossible. This technology is not expected to materialize for at least another decade. In our boss's eyes, nothing is impossible. Wanda pointed to a button on the wall. If you wish to converse with Hulk, press this button, and I will come immediately to assist you. Banner felt his eyes welling with emotion. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are family. At that moment, a holographic projection of Linty appeared in the laboratory. Dr. Banner, are you finding your accommodations satisfactory? It's beyond my wildest imagination. Banner exclaimed, excitement surging within him. These devices are everything I have ever desired. That is splendid, Linty smiled. However, I must first deal with a minor inconvenience. What kind of inconvenience? A boastful billionaire wishes to engage with me in matters of technology. Emma's projection materialized, holding an invitation. Boss, the invitation from Stark Industries has arrived. Tony Stark cordially invites you to a technology symposium at Stark Tower, which will also host the world's foremost media. Banner paused, astonished. Stark? Tony Stark, the Iron Man? Indeed, it was he. Linny shrugged. A few days ago, our company secured a military contract from him. What contract? Emma retrieved a technical proposal. Small-scale, controllable magnetic confinement technology. Our proposal surpasses his arc reactor by at least a generation. Banner scrutinized the proposal, taken aback. How did you achieve such technology? Commercial secret. Linny replied with a mysterious smile. However, Tony is clearly not convinced and intends to expose our secrets before the world. Raven furrowed her brow. Isn't that a provocation? Indeed. Linny nodded. Iron Man's pride cannot tolerate anyone outsmarting him. Shall we attend? Of course. Linty's expression turned playful. Tony is my idol. I must engage with him. Banner expressed concern. Stark's technology is indeed formidable, especially his iron suit. Doctor, have you witnessed my technology? Linty gestured towards Wanda. Little Wanda, demonstrate for Dr. Banner. Wanda nodded, extending her palm. Crimson energy coalesced at her fingertips, effortlessly levitating a piece of equipment weighing several tons. Banner gaped in disbelief. Isn't that superpower? Here. Superpower is merely advanced technology, Linny chuckled. While Tony has his iron suit, I have a legion of superpowers. He has artificial intelligence. I have Emma. He possesses the arc reactor. I have. Linty paused, glancing at Banner, the Hulk. Banner was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. When shall we go? Tomorrow afternoon. Emma replied. I have already responded to Stark Industries. What was the response? Mr. Linny from Vertex Technologies is pleased to participate in the symposium and has invited several technical advisors to join the discussion. Linty mischievously looked at Raven and Wanda. Would you both like to witness the opulence of a billionaire's mansion? Absolutely. Raven's eyes sparkled. I have yet to meet Iron Man. I want to go too, Wanda echoed, equally intrigued. Then it's settled. Linny turned to Banner. Doctor, you should join us. Me? Banner pointed at himself. What purpose would I serve? In case Tony becomes too arrogant. We need a technical advisor to balance the situation. You want the Hulk to crash the party, don't you? Banner sighed with a wry smile. How could that be? Lynette's holographic projection manifested an innocent expression. We are civilized individuals, merely engaging in a technical exchange. Raven leaned against the wall, arms crossed, rolling her eyes. Lynn, your expression clearly betrays ulterior motives. You've caught me, Lynette admitted with an open-handed gesture. If Tony Stark intends to assert his dominance on a global stage, then I must demonstrate what true technological prowess entails. His smile bore a hint of excitement, relishing the spectacle. Emma's holographic projection appeared at the opportune moment. Boss. Over 30 mainstream media outlets from various countries will conduct a global live broadcast. Any unforeseen incidents could trigger an international public relations crisis. Will he hide his face then? Lynette interjected, disregarding the latter part of Emma's statement. Do you require me to prepare any special exhibition equipment, such as a portable magnetic confinement core model or remnants of the anti-gravity engine we salvaged from the Dark Elf spacecraft? Emma inquired with a smile. No need. We ourselves are the finest equipment. Lynette's holographic image swept over the three individuals present. Raven, capable of morphing at will with enhanced speed and reflexes. Wanda, who could soothe the Hulk and even distort reality. And soon-to-be company ace, Dr. Banner, a walking nuclear-powered fist. Tomorrow, let the world witness what it means to execute a dimensional strike. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower in the heart of Manhattan, Tony Stark stood in his workshop, a mechanical arm adjusting a brand-new, sleeker Iron Man suit. Jarvis, has Vertex Technologies responded? Yes, sir. They have accepted your invitation and confirmed that, Mr. Lynette will attend personally. Excellent. A cold smirk curled on Tony's lips as he picked up a chamois, wiping the helmet in his hands. I am eager to see what this recently prominent enigma possesses to dare snatch food from my mouth. Sir, based on my preliminary analysis of the technical proposals submitted by Vertex Technologies to the Defense Department, they may not be as simple as they appear. Jarvis's voice echoed in the workshop. How so? Tony paused his actions. Their technical proposal exhibits foundational models that surpass current mainstream theories, particularly in energy containment and conversion efficiency. Theoretically, if realized, it would be revolutionary. Moreover, Jarvis continued, according to some leaked non-public intelligence fragments from SHIELD, Vertex Technologies seems to possess certain abilities that cannot be explained by existing scientific principles. Tony scoffed dismissively, placing the helmet on the table. Special abilities? Just tricks to fool investors, mere smoke and mirrors. He raised his right hand, the pulse cannon's aperture glowing with an ethereal blue light. True technology relies on solid theories and meticulous engineering implementation. Tomorrow, I shall unveil to the world the identity of the true genius of this era. The forthcoming day is destined to be etched in history, as a pivotal technology symposium is set to unfold at Stark Tower. On one side stands the much-admired genius inventor, billionaire and playboy Tony Stark, representing the pinnacle of contemporary human technology. On the other side emerges the enigmatic Lynn Tech, shrouded in mystery, yet commanding a cadre of superpowered individuals. This contest, seemingly a commercial rivalry, may very well redefine the entire world's understanding of the term technology. Meanwhile, Dr. Bruce Banner reclines in his opulent quarters, surpassing even a five-star presidential suite, tossing and turning. He gazes at the gentle illumination of the ceiling, his mind preoccupied with the upcoming encounter with Tony Stark. After all, Stark is one of his few friends, a fellow who has reached the zenith of scientific achievement. Yet now, he is to attend a gathering that clearly bears the potential for chaos as a technical consultant for a rival company. With a long sigh, Banner silently offers a prayer for his old friend, hoping that Tony can withstand the impending challenges. He can't shake the feeling that the smile on his new boss's face is rather infuriating. On the following morning, the sun of New York streams through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Apex Tower. Lynn Tech sits leisurely on the sofa, cradling a steaming cup of coffee while watching the morning news broadcast on the holographic screen before him. The focus of the news is none other than Tony Stark, who he is set to meet today. Reports indicate that the Future Energy Technology Symposium, initiated by Stark Industries, has garnered the attention of over 50 leading media outlets globally. Mr. Stark will personally showcase the latest iteration of his arc reactor technology, while the mysterious Lynn Tech will make his public debut. The female anchor announces with fervor, as images of the throngs gathered outside Stark Tower flash across the screen, creating quite the spectacle. Quite a grand affair, Lynn Tech remarks, sipping his coffee. Boss, are you truly not preparing any technical documentation? Emma's holographic projection materializes beside him, as composed as ever. Last night, I compiled 3 backup plans for you. The first showcases our preliminary results in reverse engineering the Dark Elves energy core, sufficient to theoretically overshadow the arc reactor. The second reveals our concepts for the stable application of gamma rays, which will lend legitimacy to Dr. Banner's attendance. The third, our most conservative approach, involves disclosing only a few civil technologies for which we have applied for patents, thereby avoiding excessive provocation of Stark Industries and the military. Lin Tech waved his hand dismissively. Emma, when dealing with someone like Tony Stark, presenting rationale and data will only bore him. One must communicate in a manner he comprehends. What manner? Raven's voice chimed in from the side. She had just emerged from her quarters, clad in a form-fitting black leather ensemble that accentuated her remarkable curves. Unlike her usual appearance, today she opted for the guise of a sultry redhead with emerald eyes, one of her preferred disguises. Richer than him, more audacious, and even less reasonable. Lynette replied with a smile, his gaze appraising Raven. My, are you dressed to seduce Tony Stark today? Chapter 162. The car has arrived. Let us meet our illustrious star. Raven approached him, nonchalantly seizing his coffee cup for a sip before leisurely stating, I merely wish to observe the so-called genius, exalted by the world, and discover what prowess he truly possesses. I'm also curious about how you plan to conclude this affair. Her eyes sparkled with playful intrigue. At that moment, Wanda and Dr. Banner emerged from the exclusive elevator. Wanda had donned a simple white top paired with denim shorts, presenting herself as the quintessential girl next door. Yet, the occasional flicker of crimson light in her eyes betrayed the formidable power she harbored within. Dr. Banner appeared somewhat uneasy, clad in a pristine suit that clearly did not suit him, as he fidgeted with his tie. Mr. Lynette, do we really have to proceed this way? Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his expression one of concern. I still believe we should prepare some academic materials. Tony is a true genius. He never falters in academia. Doctor, relax. Lynette reassured, standing beside him and patting his shoulder. Today, you're not attending an academic debate. You're simply there to be a mascot. A mascot? Banner's face fell further. Indeed, all you need to do is stand beside me, maintain a smile, and when necessary, display that expression of I see. The boss is absolutely correct. Lynette spoke with earnest absurdity. But, enough of that, Lynette interjected. Trust me, today's occasion will not require your physics formulas. He then turned to Emma. How is the situation in the lab? Reporting, boss. The shedding process of Mjolnir has entered its final phase, expected to conclude in 6 hours. Its internal energy structure is undergoing reconfiguration and is resonating deeply with your own energy. A three-dimensional model of a hammer appeared in Emma's projection. The once cracked hammer of the Thunder God was now enveloped in a radiant golden cocoon, its URU metal flaking away to reveal a newly born hammer adorned with shimmering golden runes. Very well. Let the research team continue their monitoring without interruption. Linter nodded in satisfaction. The future hammer of the female Thor, after absorbing his immense life energy, seemed to be undergoing a remarkable evolution. Odin's blessings upon it were beginning to wane. Apologies, hammer, but I have taken liberties with your meow hammer and the women, he remarked, glancing at the time. All right, ladies and doctor, our private car should have arrived. It is time to meet our superstar, Tony Stark. Linter adjusted his collar, revealing a smile that sent shivers down Dr. Banner's spine. The four of them descended in a private elevator to the building's ground floor. A long black Rolls-Royce Phantom was quietly waiting at the entrance. The car door opened, revealing the impeccably dressed demon, Azazel, bowing at the side of the door. Boss, ladies, doctor, please, he said, his face adorned with his usual exaggerated and theatrical smile. Dr. Banner observed the demon with red skin and an arrow-tipped tail, his lips twitching before he reluctantly entered the car. Raven and Wanda followed suit without hesitation. Linter was the last aboard, and before closing the door, he addressed Azazel. You need not accompany us today. Consider it a day off, but there's a small task. Your wish is my command, my master. Azazel replied with a bow. Visit the S-H-I-E-L-D secret base and find Nick Fury's one-eyed dragon. Tell him that if he has come to his senses, he is welcome to approach me for a contract. Oh, and remember to bring along the letter of intent for S-H-I-E-L-D-S asset acquisition drafted by our legal department. As you wish. Azazel's smile grew even brighter, and with a swirl of red-black smoke, he vanished from sight. The car smoothly set off, merging into the traffic of New York. Inside, Dr. Banner gazed out at the rapidly receding cityscape, his anxiety mounting. Mr. Linter, I still feel. Dr. Linter replied. reclining against the soft leather seat with his eyes closed. Have you ever pondered why General Ross has pursued you for so many years without success? While we pinpointed your location with just an email, Dr. Banner was taken aback. Why? Because our technology is far ahead of theirs by at least one era. Linter opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon him. Today, I intend to make Tony Stark and the entire world understand this truth. The disparity in technology can sometimes be even more significant than the disparity between species. Stark Tower, one of New York City's most dazzling landmarks, have become the focal point of global attention today. Hundreds of journalists from around the world congested the entrance, creating an impenetrable jungle of cameras, flashes, and microphones. Each media outlet was eager to secure the first-hand news. After all, this marks the inaugural public confrontation between Tony Stark, the illustrious Iron Man, and the enigmatic company, Vertex Technologies, which has risen to prominence overnight. As the elongated black Rolls-Royce Phantom gradually came to a halt at the end of the red carpet, the atmosphere was instantaneously ignited. Here it comes. It is the vehicle of Vertex Technologies. Quick, focus the cameras. Journalists surged forward in a frenzy, causing the security personnel to form a precarious wall. The car door swung open. The first to step out was Bruce Banner, clad in a sharply tailored suit, yet appearing somewhat flustered. Good heavens, it is Dr. Banner. The crowd swiftly recognized him as an authority in the realm of gamma radiation. Banner had once been a luminary in academia before his disappearance. What could possibly link him to Vertex Technologies? Was he not being pursued by the military? This is monumental news. Absolutely groundbreaking. The flashes of cameras erupted chaotically, nearly overwhelming Dr. Banner. He instinctively sought to retreat, only to be subtly shielded by Raven, who emerged right behind him. Today, Raven, with her flowing crimson locks, donned a form-fitting black leather outfit complemented by sunglasses, exuding an aura so commanding that it left the surrounding reporters momentarily speechless. Following her, Wanda descended from the vehicle, clad in white denim shorts, curiously surveying the vibrant scene around her, resembling a tourist on an outing. Finally, Linty sauntered out of the car, dressed in a bespoke deep blue suit that fit him impeccably, with no tie and the top two buttons of his shirt casually undone. He emanated a relaxed yet irreverent charm. The moment he appeared, all cameras turned their lenses toward him. Are you Mr. Linty? Why has Vertex Technologies employed the wanted doctor? Banner, what is your perspective on Mr. Stark's challenge? Do you believe Vertex Technologies' technology truly surpasses Stark Industries?